Clearly, I have awakened as a rare profession, a psychic master. Yet, I am slandered by my brother as a petty thief. My parents, without any investigation, locked me in a dungeon. I was tormented to death because I was frail and sickly since childhood. This led to my constitution as a psychic master. They failed to recognize it. When I opened my eyes again, I found that I had been reborn. I returned to the third day of being locked in the dungeon. At this moment, a middle-aged man is pointing at my nose and cursing. I, Lyn Jinbei, have a lifetime of reputation, and yet I have to deal with a scoundrel like you. Faced with Lyn Jinwei's furious accusations, I was filled with anger. 3 days ago, I merely passed by my brother Lin Zalong's room and was inexplicably branded a thief. During these 3 days, I have not had a drop to drink or a grain to eat, and now this guy comes at me, cursing without any distinction. Just as I was about to curse back, a sudden voice echoed in my mind. System activation successful. Please make the following choice. 1. Apologize to your parents and brother, plead for their forgiveness, and promise to be a good person in the future to receive the reward, SSS level indestructible turtle technique. 2. Stand tall in this world, sever ties with your parents, and bind to the killing god system. Receive the beginner's gift pack. Without hesitation, I chose the second option. The host's choice is complete, and the killing god system is successfully bound, automatically repairing all aspects of the host's body, restoring it to perfect condition. The functions of the killing god system are simple. I can copy any martial artist or monster I see. The object I copied will appear in the void battle arena. In this unique battlefield, I can continuously fight against the copied opponents, and during this process, I possess immortality, allowing me to revive infinitely. For each successful kill of a copy, I can gain experience points to improve my cultivation, with each opponent being able to gain experience a maximum of 10 times. The only drawback is that I must first kill a wild beast to unlock the Void Battle Arena's functionality. So, have you been silent until now out of shame? Lyn Jinbei's voice was filled with anger and disappointment. I, this useless thing, have truly brought shame to the Lyn family. His reprimand snapped me back to reality. At this moment, my gaze turned icy. I have never stolen anything or done anything wrong. Also, my surname is Jiang, not Lin. Upon hearing this, Lyn Jinbei was furious. You are my son. The reason you have the surname Jiang is merely for practical reasons. You will definitely change it back. I burst into laughter. You're my father? Then tell me, have you ever announced my existence since I came home? I glanced coldly at Lyn Jinming. What nonsense about practical reasons? If you're so busy, why have you kept Lin Zalong by your side? Why have you lavished him with love and given him the best of everything over the years? While I could only curl up in the slums, and when my adoptive parents were framed and beaten to death, where were you? If I remember correctly, at that time, you should have known my identity, right? So you intentionally turned a blind eye to my suffering. My series of questions left Lyn Jinbei speechless. At this moment, 2 figures entered the dungeon, my mother, Wang Ruoyao, and my brother, Lin Zerong. Wang Ruoyao pulled Lyn Jinbei aside and looked at me gently. Zhang Chen, over these 20 years, your father and I have indeed neglected your growth. We let you endure hardships in a place like the Members District, but you shouldn't confront your father like this. Wang Ruoyao's eyes were filled with disappointment. Clearly, we gave birth to you after 10 months of pregnancy. Why is there such a huge gap? When he learned that I was living in the Grey District, he rushed to see his long-lost son, only to find a street punk who fought and brawled daily. In contrast, my younger brother is so outstanding. At just 18, he has already become an 8th-level dancer and is honest and kind. As for me, I am unskilled, a petty thief, and my talent is quite poor. The evaluation is too high for me to reach. This kind of street thug like me truly doesn't deserve it. From today on, I will sever all ties with you. As soon as I said this, the entire room fell into silence. Lyn Jinbei's eyes blazed with fury, and his breathing became rapid. Wang Ruoyao was stunned. She never expected I could say such rebellious words. Standing nearby, Lin Zalong charged at me with a kick. The power of an 8th-level dancer was something I couldn't withstand. I was kicked away and slammed against the dungeon wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Zalong's sudden attack shocked both Lyn Jinbei and Wang Ruoyao once again. Wang Ruoyao hurried over to help me up, but I pushed her away. I told her not to put on a show here, coming from an 8th-level dancer. You two, one a war god and the other a high-level warrior, are both far stronger than him. How could you possibly stop him? So in your eyes, if I were to be kicked to death by him, I would deserve it? Born but not raised, and I owe you nothing. Today, that kick is my repayment to you. From now on, I, Zhang Chen, will have nothing to do with the Lin family. After saying this, I ignored Wang Ruoyao's attempts to stop me and walked straight out of the dungeon. Lin Zhangmei, who had felt a bit sorry for me, was completely enraged upon hearing my words. Get out of the Lin family. I, Lin Zhangmei, will no longer have this unfilial son. At this moment, I slowly walked out of the dungeon. Wang Ruoyo hurriedly chased after me. Howard, come back. Bow to your father and apologize. You can't just leave like this. We are a family. He tightly grasped my hand, unwilling to let me go. I was amused by his words. A family bowing and apologizing? I told him to get lost and ruthlessly shook off his hand. I ignored everyone else present and walked out of the Lin family's door. The moment I stepped outside, I felt a sense of relief and freedom, as if I had broken free from a cage. Wang Ruoya gazed at my resolute departure, her heart aching, feeling utterly heartbroken. After all, I am still her biological son. Now, having reached the point of severing ties with my family, Wang Ruoya couldn't bear it, and tears streamed down her face. This scene was clearly witnessed by Lin Zalong, who was seeing his mother cry so heartbreakingly for the first time. In his view, if it weren't for me, this so-called brother, suddenly being found, the family wouldn't have ended up in such chaos. Lin Zalong watched me leave, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, I had returned to the dilapidated building where I lived in the members area. This was the only asset left to me by my deceased parents. I sat cross-legged on the mat, closed my eyes, and began to explore my body's condition. In this world where martial arts are revered, understanding one's own strength is crucial. My martial arts talent was quite ordinary. Until now, I was merely a second-tier dancer. Lin Jinbei's disdain for me largely stemmed from my weakness and incompetence. He believed I was unworthy of being his son. But at that moment, I realized my dantian was completely empty. Instead, there was a luminous orb in my mind. With this thought, my eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that I was manifesting my spirit? I had to verify my suspicion. I gazed at the old machete in the corner, and in an instant, my eyes burst forth with a brilliant blue light. The machete seemed to respond to my call, slowly floating in midair. With a thought, the machete pierced through the entire wall at an incredible speed, causing numerous cracks throughout the structure. I finally understood why my body had been growing weaker since I became a dancer. It turned out I wasn't sick at all. This was a sign that I was becoming a mental practitioner. Mental practitioners differ from ordinary dancers. Their source of power is not stored in the dantian but hidden deep within the mind. Before reaching the war god level, mental practitioners possess astonishing advantages. They can easily defeat ordinary dancers of the same rank. Battling across ranks is also a piece of cake. No matter how skilled your martial arts or agile your movements, a mental practitioner can always evade with ease. They can also manipulate flying knives for attacks, which can change direction in an instant and move at speeds far exceeding that of sound. However, not everyone possesses the talent of a mental practitioner. Throughout the entire Yin Kingdom, the number of mental practitioners is certainly no more than 2,000. As a war god level dancer, Lin Jinbei couldn't possibly be unaware of mental practitioners, so there must be only one possibility. It was that my previous physical mutation was profound enough that Lin Jinbei would never believe this waste of a person could become a mental practitioner. After receiving the system rewards, all traces of darkness in my body were cleared, prompting my transformation. Then, I opened a new starter package and heard the system say, initiating new host request. Beginner package is being activated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-rank weapon, Blood Stab, and an S-rank technique, Gale's Absolute Blade. The system announcement faded away. A blood-red dagger appeared before me, and at the same time, the essence and secrets of the S-rank technique, Gale's Absolute Blade, fully manifested in my mind. In that instant, I directly comprehended the pinnacle of mastery. In today's world, both weapons and martial arts have clearly defined levels. From S to SSS level, each S-level technique is a rare treasure, and its power is naturally extraordinary. The weapon I excel at is the Gale's Absolute Blade, a technique tailor-made for me. However, what excites me the most right now is the S-rank weapon, Blood Stab. This weapon is a mental force weapon exclusive to mental practitioners. Additionally, Blood Stab has two very special effects. First, it can instantly create 4 phantom blades, with each phantom possessing 30% of the original's power. Second, Blood Stab carries a special toxin. Once the original strikes, the wound will be hard to heal and will worsen over time. The bleeding won't stop. Such a precious S-rank mental weapon, if exposed, will surely attract a lot of trouble. I must not reveal it carelessly. It seems I can only use it as my trump card. Just as I put away the Blood Stab, the door was suddenly kicked open by a motorcycle guy wearing a studded leather jacket and black sunglasses. He swaggered closer, removing his sunglasses to reveal a scar at the corner of his eye. His tone was filled with resentment. That scar is your father's doing. If he hadn't crashed his broken tricycle, I wouldn't have flipped and gotten hurt. Since time immemorial, a son repays his father's debts. Now that your parents are gone, you'll pay back the 300,000 they owe me. If you dare not pay, I guarantee you'll wish you were dead. Upon seeing the motorcycle guy, the joy on my face was instantly wiped away. replaced by an endless killing intent. This man was the rich second generation who had previously been drunk and beaten my foster parents. He was the one who had crashed while drunk, yet he shifted the blame onto my parents and even assaulted them, ultimately causing their tragic deaths on the street. The 300,000 he mentioned was his collusion with the law enforcement. He forced the Jiang family to bear a massive debt, and now he dares to come looking for me. This was just the opportunity to activate the Void Arena function, which requires me to kill someone. This fool in front of me was perfect. If I remembered correctly, he was a 4th-tier warrior. His father was even the chief instructor of a martial arts school, which meant he must have mastered many powerful martial techniques. He was the most suitable first opponent for the Void Arena. Copy. With my silent command, the system immediately responded, "Ding, host request received. Successfully copied Boe. Cooling time, 72 hours. During this time, the host can reduce the cooling time by killing 5 eligible beasts." Seeing that I was silent, Boe rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat me up. In his eyes, I was just a filthy rat living in the slums. What would it matter if he killed me? As he was about to strike, I hurriedly waved my hand, telling him to wait. I explained that 300,000 was far too much. I had only managed to sell my parents' entire estate for around 70,000 to 80,000. I had only managed to gather about 70,000 or 80,000. The money is in the cabinet over there. I haven't eaten for a few days and am too weak. You can take the money from the cabinet yourself, consider it interest, and I will slowly pay you back later. As I said this, I put on an act of weakness. I was fully aware. Gu Yi's strength was not to be underestimated. With my current power, it would be hard to win against him. The only way to guarantee killing this guy would be through a sneak attack. Upon hearing this, Gu Yi's eyes suddenly brightened. He didn't expect I had gathered 70,000 or 80,000. While a few thousand wasn't much to him, free money was hard to turn down. He smirked coldly and turned to walk towards the cabinet. Little did he know that at the moment he turned around, my eyes shone with a brilliant blue light. I slowly took out the S-grade blood stab I had received earlier, manipulating it to float in the air. Gu Yi searched the cabinet several times but couldn't find the money. It wasn't until this moment that he realized he had been tricked. "You little brat, how dare you mock me? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." But before he could finish speaking, a dazzling blue light flashed before him. It was the dagger. The blood stab pierced through his chest like a gust of wind. A horrifying blood hole appeared in his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain as he looked at me in shock. He then collapsed helplessly into the pool of blood, dying tragically. He never imagined he would die at the hands of a waste like me. Looking at Gu Yi's lifeless body in the blood, I was equally shocked. The combination of an S-rank weapon and mental force was incredibly powerful, capable of one-shotting an opponent whose cultivation far surpassed mine, and I could still achieve a one-hit kill. Since the members area was filled with all kinds of people, if anyone discovered Gu Yi's body here, I would undoubtedly attract a lot of trouble. Therefore, I carefully searched his corpse and took everything valuable from him. I dug a deep pit in the backyard and buried him there. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before I left the members area. If I got discovered, it wouldn't matter. After doing all this, I activated the Void Arena. The next moment, I felt a wave of dizziness, and my mind began to blur. When the light returned, I found myself in a strange space resembling an arena. Ding! A voice announced, "Welcome, host, to the Void Arena. Current opponents available for selection, easy challenge. Would you like to start fighting immediately?" I immediately selected Fight Now. With my command, countless light points rapidly gathered, and the previously defeated Boe appeared before me in the next moment. This was a replica of Boe, possessing all of his combat abilities. I coldly stared at the replica of Boe before me. Previously, I was able to easily defeat this opponent through sneak attacks using my mental ability. If I were to face Gu Yi directly, it would be difficult for me to win with my current strength. Without any hesitation, I focused my thoughts, and a black long knife appeared in my hand. This knife was called the Black Wind Blade, barely qualifying as a mid-tier weapon. It was a gift from my foster parents for my 18th birthday, purchased with all their savings, making it extremely important to me. With a furious shout, I pushed off the ground and swung at Gu Yi. The battle before me was a complete replica, with Gu Yi as a 4th-tier warrior. He easily dodged all of my attacks. Then he kicked me hard in the stomach, the force sending me flying several meters away. With a crack, my rib was broken from his kick, and I spat out a mouthful of blood. Though his strike severely injured me, it didn't incapacitate me. Ignoring my injuries, I continued to attack the replica of Boe. Even if I were killed, I would revive on the spot and fight again. I aimed to use the Void Arena to slay Gu Yi without relying on my mental powers. After about 2.5 hours of hard fighting, I finally struck down with my heavily injured body. I had defeated Gu Yi. The battle replica dissipated, and a surge of golden energy flowed into my body. I could clearly feel a significant boost in my cultivation. At this rate, the battle experience I gained from killing 10 times would be enough for me to advance to a third-tier dancer. After fully recovering, I chuckled and continued on. At this moment, Lin Jinbei's furious shouts echoed throughout the Lin family estate. They didn't expect that I would truly sever ties with them, and all the servants of the Lin family trembled in fear. No one dared to speak up for me, not even Wang Ruoyao, who couldn't stop the enraged Lin Jinbei. Additionally, he was still immersed in the sorrow of my leaving home, unable to let go. After venting his emotions loudly, Lin Jinbei gradually calmed down. He simply couldn't understand why, as his own son, I had become so pathetic. In his view, his harshness towards me was rooted in the fact that I had mixed with street delinquents from a young age. My character needed correction, and only through a suppressive form of education could I find my way back to the right path. But he never expected that I couldn't even endure such setbacks and had even severed ties with my biological parents. Just thinking about what I had said earlier, Lin Jinbei's heart ignited with anger once more. He couldn't control his emotions, and a terrifying aura of a war god erupted suddenly. Someone, throw out all of Jiang Chen's belongings. From today, I have no such son. As soon as he finished speaking, the butler, Zhang Ping, showed a troubled expression, as if he had something to say but hesitated out of fear of Lin Jinbei's wrath. Lin Jinbei noticed Zhang Ping's expression and said displeased, "What's wrong with you? Do you think I made a mistake? This rebellious son dares to threaten severing ties with us, he must pay the price. I want to see how long he can survive without me, Lin Jinwei. How long can a waste like him survive out there?" Zhang Ping was so frightened that he quickly knelt and shook his head, indicating how he dared not question the master's decision. The Lin family didn't have anything belonging to the eldest son, not even a single room. As soon as he said this, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Wang Ruoyao, who had been immersed in sorrow, suddenly turned and looked at the butler in shock. "Zhang Ping, what did you just say? In such a large Lin family, how could there not be a room for Howard?" Wang Ruoyao thought Zhang Ping was talking nonsense. I had been back at the Lin family for 2 whole months. Although I had spent most of that time resting at the martial arts school, it shouldn't have been without a room prepared for me. He clearly remembered that last month he had instructed the servants to clean my room. Lin Jinbei, already angry, was incensed by Zhang Ping's words. "Zhang Ping, who allowed you to talk nonsense? If there's no room for me in the Lin family, where do I sleep at night? Why do I come every morning for breakfast on time?" At this point, Lin Jinbei's expression turned sinister. "Zhang Ping, did you accept some benefit from Jiang Chen? Is that why you are lying for him, trying to gain our sympathy through pity?" Seeing the misunderstanding deepening, Zhang Ting was terrified, sweating profusely as he trembled and said, "Sir, have you forgotten? At that time, you were the one who disliked the eldest son for being a street punk. You thought he was tainted by the grime of the gray zone and needed to be cleansed, plus you wanted to toughen his character. Fearing he would be blinded by a life of luxury, you instructed me not to prepare a room for the young master for now. During this time, the young master comes from the gray zone before dawn every day and then goes to train at the martial arts school. He moves back and forth between 3 places, returning to the gray zone only when night falls to rest." Upon hearing Zhang Ting's words, Lin Jinbei froze in shock, his mind echoing Zhang Ting's words as he gradually recalled that he had indeed given such an order. He was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't even fathom how I had no place of my own in this vast Lin family estate. Wang Ruoyao, who had been heartbroken by my departure, now learned this truth. Tears streamed down her face as a mother. She suddenly realized why I had spoken so resolutely about severing ties was rooted in their own actions. She felt deep regret for her past behavior. Jiang Chen and Lin Zilong grew up in completely different environments. Why did she always compare them? Wang Ruoyao stood up in anger, pointing at Lin Jinmei. "It's all your fault. You keep saying Jiang Chen is a rebellious son, disloyal and unfilial. As a father, how can you treat your own son so harshly? Do you only see Zilong as your son? What about Howard, who doesn't even have a room? He can't even tell us things like this. How could he steal from Zilong's room? Lin Jinbei, you made me lose my son. If you don't bring him back, I won't let this go." After saying this, Wang Ruoyao stormed off in anger. Lin Jinbei knew he was in the wrong and quickly chased after her, stating that he had just learned of this matter. He only wanted to toughen my character. Little did he know I couldn't say anything. Those who didn't know would think we were intentionally harsh on him. He really didn't understand the purpose of his mouth. Lin Jinbei embraced Wang Ruoyao, assuring her that he would definitely bring him back. Before Lin Jinbei could finish speaking, Wang Ruoyao pushed him away violently. "I'm very upset right now. Don't talk to me. I just hope Howard can come home." Then, Wang Ruoyao left the Lin family estate without looking back. Watching his beloved wife walk away, Lin Jinbei felt a deep pain in his heart. Lin Zilong slumped down helplessly, seeing his father in such a disheartened state for the first time. He hurriedly stepped forward to support him, saying, "Dad, this isn't your fault. It's all Jiang Chen's doing for not speaking up. Please take care of yourself. I'll go find Mom." As he said this, Lin Zilong's resentment toward me deepened. He believed I was the cause of all this. Not only had I made his mother heartbroken, but I had also caused issues in their parents' relationship, breaking apart what was once a happy family. I had shattered it into pieces. Lin Zilong vowed in his heart that he would make me pay for this. Just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly called back by Lin Jinbei. Lin Jinbei instructed him to practice at home, saying he couldn't go out because the martial arts competition was in 3 days, and he needed to focus entirely on the event. "Don't worry about these trivial matters at home." Upon hearing this, Lin Zilong's eyes lit up. The martial arts competition. Right, how could I forget? As long as I can compete in the martial arts competition, he could personally teach me a lesson on the competition stage, while on the other side, I had already killed Gu Yi 10 times in the Void Arena. I had undoubtedly advanced to a third-tier warrior. Now, I only needed 3 strikes to instantly kill Gu Yi. During the kills, I also obtained 2 martial techniques from Gu Yi, B-rank Thunder Strike and Skyfall Sword. Both techniques came from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, but not all students learn them. You either need a special background, like Gu Yi's father being the chief instructor, or you have to be a core member of the martial arts school. Only by meeting these conditions can one access such advanced martial techniques. Ordinary martial arts students typically encounter techniques that do not exceed C rank. However, in the Void Arena, as long as a technique drops from an opponent, I can directly comprehend its pinnacle, as if I had trained for decades. I completely mastered the essence and secrets of these martial techniques. Since I had already gained experience from 10 kills, even if I continued to fight Gu Yi, I would not gain any more combat experience. Additionally, I had spent a long time in the Void Arena, and I worried about external information leaks, so I concentrated my thoughts and returned to the real world. To my surprise, I had clearly spent about 5 hours in the Void Arena, yet only a few dozen seconds had passed in the real world. This meant that to others, I merely spaced out for a moment, transitioning directly from a second-tier dancer to a third-tier one. At this moment, I finally realized how powerful my system was. The only drawback was that each copy took 72 hours to cool down. After killing Gu Yi, the time had reduced by 5 hours. If I wanted to use the copy function quickly, I had to continuously kill dancers or beasts. In the legal framework of Yin country, it was clearly impossible to kill people at will on the street. The only legal and reasonable option was to hunt beasts. With this thought, I immediately planned to set off for the Grey Mist Forest to hunt beasts. However, unexpectedly, the door was kicked open again, and this time a tall woman with a sharp, sour appearance walked in. I quickly recognized her as Gu Yi's sister, Gu Fong. Upon smelling the lingering scent of blood in the air, Gu Fong frowned. She questioned me about the blood smell, but upon seeing the bloodstains on the ground, she immediately felt uneasy. "Jiang Chen, are you deaf? Where is Gu Yi?" Gu Fong said as she unleashed an aura of a street dancer. Facing Gu Fong's inquiry, I scoffed. "Since you discovered it, I might as well be straightforward. Your brother is dead, and it was a gruesome death. The gory wound on his chest still haunts me." Saying this, I threw down a black gold long sword, the Wu Jin steel sword, a secret weapon. It was indeed the weapon Gu Yi had. Gu Fong was immediately furious. He couldn't accept this reality. Her brother was currently a 4th-tier warrior. How could a filthy rat like me possibly kill him? She thought I was definitely talking nonsense. At that moment, she charged at me like a frenzied tigress. I didn't bother with her nonsense. With a thought, the S-grade dagger, Bloodstab, flew out rapidly. Although Gu Fong reacted quickly, she couldn't compare to my mental prowess. Moreover, with the immense power of Bloodstab, her abdomen was pierced instantly by the sharp blade. Accompanied by Gu Fong's scream, she knelt down in pain, clutching her wounded abdomen tightly. The blood flowed like a frozen river, unable to be contained. At that moment, she looked at me in disbelief. "You are actually a mental practitioner. My father is the chief instructor of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. If you dare to kill my brother and me, he will never let you go." After struggling and calling out a few times, Gu Fong ultimately collapsed into the pool of blood. I didn't take Gu Fong's threats seriously. Gu Yinhai was indeed strong, but so what? The members area I was in was filled with all sorts of people. As long as I cleaned up thoroughly, who would know it was me? Not to mention that the Gu siblings were inherently stronger than me. Even if I went around saying I killed them, no one would believe it. After disposing of the bodies, I headed straight to the Grey Mist Forest, where I soon arrived at a forest filled with thick grey fog. The beasts living here were not very powerful, mostly around the 2nd to 3rd tier beast soldier level. As soon as I stepped in, I sensed a dangerous aura. Turning around, I found a black wolf with blood-red eyes staring at me. This creature emitted a faint dark aura all over its body. Its power was at least at the 3rd tier beast soldier level. I didn't expect to encounter a shadow wolf right away, but I was not the least bit flustered. I casually took out the blood stab, and under my mental practitioner's ability, it shot toward the shadow wolf. Just as the shadow wolf was about to attack me, it was pierced right through the head by the blood stab. I quickly checked the system's cooldown time and found that it had indeed decreased by 2.5 hours. I nodded in satisfaction. In that case, what was I waiting for? I would begin a frenzied hunt immediately. To ensure I could attract more beasts, I used the blood stab to dissect the shadow wolf's body while extracting its beast core. I intentionally spilled the beast's blood everywhere to attract more beasts with the strong scent. Soon, roars echoed around me as a large number of beasts were drawn in by the smell, and within less than 2.5 seconds, I was surrounded by them. Even these 3rd tier beast soldiers did not intimidate me at all. While controlling the blood stab, I also used Thunderstrike to evade the beast's attacks. These mere 3rd tier beast soldiers couldn't harm me at all. With the terrifying lethality of the blood stab, any beast hit by it would be severely injured, if not killed. In less than half an hour, a large pile of beast corpses surrounded me. The system's original 72-hour cooldown had already reached 0. After collecting all the beast cores into my storage, I hurriedly left. Instead of rushing home, I headed to the 5 Elements store located on the central street of the Huiyuan district. I went straight to the point and asked if they accepted 2nd and 3rd tier beast cores. A plump middle-aged man sitting in a recliner glanced at me casually and then replied that they accepted them. A 2nd tier beast core was 200, and a 3rd tier one was 500. As he spoke, the middle-aged man didn't even look at me properly. His first impression was that I was a poor dancer who had barely managed to hunt a beast for money, so he didn't take me seriously at all and even deliberately lowered the price. Upon hearing his words, I frowned. However, I didn't rush to speak. Instead, I took out a full bag of beast cores from my storage ring and tossed it onto the counter. With a loud thud, the beast cores spilled out of the bag onto the counter, causing the middle-aged man's eyes to widen in shock. This bag is full of beast cores. I thought you were trying to trick me with rocks. He eagerly opened the bag and began counting the cores one by one. Inside, there were 27 2nd-tier beast cores and 18 3rd-tier ones. He could never have imagined that the dancer in front of him could hunt so many beasts. This made him realize that my strength was not comparable to those street delinquents he had seen before, and he immediately changed his dismissive attitude. He charmingly told me, "Actually, I misspoke earlier. The price for a 2nd-tier beast core is 250, and a 3rd-tier one is 600. Seeing the boss's change in attitude, I chuckled coldly. This was indeed a world where the strong were respected. At first, it was only natural that he viewed me as a lowly figure from the gray zone and didn't take me seriously. In such situations, speaking was a waste of time. Only by showing sufficient strength could I intimidate him. Rubbing my hands, I said, "Boss, your price is market appropriate, but if I can regularly provide you with this many beast cores in the future, can we negotiate this price?" Before I could finish, the boss hurriedly nodded, saying, "Of course. If you can regularly supply this many beast cores, I can definitely raise the price to ensure you're satisfied." For a 2nd-tier ice beast, he would buy it for 250 and resell it in a suitable market for at least 280. He could even have someone process these cores further. In short, he would profit no matter what. If the quantity was enough, it wouldn't hurt to increase the price. The boss took out a calculator and calculated carefully. In the end, he intentionally gave me an extra 10% of the total. I smiled and nodded in gratitude. Then, I casually picked up the boss's business card and left, heading straight home to rest. Tomorrow morning, I still had to go to the Fengwei martial arts school to sign up for the competition. However, when I returned home, I found someone standing at my door. I was very surprised to see who it was. The tall, dark-faced man in front of me was one of the core students of the Fengwei martial arts school, named Wang Tao. He currently had the strength of a 7th-tier dancer, making him quite outstanding among his peers. Additionally, Wang Tao had a good relationship with Lin Zalong. The two were high school classmates and among the few who knew my true identity. Now this guy suddenly appeared here for some reason. Wang Tao stepped forward and said coldly. Although he didn't understand why I had severed ties with my family, he definitely thought I was the most foolish person he had ever seen. How could you abandon being the eldest son of the Lin family and return to this filthy members area? I looked at Wang Tao coldly and said, "Step aside. My actions have nothing to do with you." Wang Tao, who was already jealous of my status as someone with parents, became even more irritated by my retort. "If it weren't for someone else's orders, you think I would come to this filthy place? Jiang Chen, let me be honest, I'm here on Lin Zalong's orders to find you. If you're still a man, then participate in the Wind Thunder martial arts competition. If you dare to refuse, don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, Wang Tao clenched his hard fists. Lin Zalong's order was to ensure I registered for the competition. To avoid disappointing Lin Zalong, Wang Tao was willing to go to extremes if necessary. The members' area was already chaotic. Even if he did beat me up, who would I report it to at night? After hearing Wang Tao's words, I chuckled. "So Lin Zalong sent you. Go tell him I'm definitely participating in this competition. Let him be ready to be defeated by me." After saying this, I pushed past him and strode into the house. At the same time, I silently commanded, "Copy Wang Tao." The system responded, "Host request received." Successfully copied Wang Tao. Cooling time, 72 hours. Wang Tao's strength among this year's students at the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School was definitely formidable. Constantly battling dancers of Wang Tao's caliber in the Void Arena would undoubtedly be a massive boost to my current strength. Wang Tao stared blankly at my departing figure and what I had just said. He thought I would never agree to sign up for the competition, but to his surprise, not only did I agree, I also boldly claimed I would defeat Lin Zalong. Wang Tao disdainfully spat in my direction. "With your trash, you dare to claim you can defeat Lin Zalong? It's simply ridiculous. After mocking him, just leave here." He immediately found Lin Zalong and told him about this matter. Lin Zalong laughed out loud after hearing this. "Are you sure you didn't hear it wrong? Jiang Chen told me to be prepared to be defeated." Lin Zalong is getting more and more amusing. Who does he think he is? If I were truly exceptionally talented, he might at least respect me as his elder brother. But I am just a useless person. At this point, Lin Zalong's eyes flashed with a hint of shyness. It is me, this useless person, who has caused his mother to be unwilling to return home to this day, disturbing the whole family and making it a mess. This time he must teach him a good lesson, and make me kneel in front of his whole family, bowing my head to apologize. At that moment, he seemed to have already seen Jiang Chen kneeling on the ground, repenting. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated hut in the Huabian district, Jiang Chen had already entered the Void Martial Arts arena and was engaged in a fierce battle with the Wang Tao clone. As a fifth-tier martial artist and a core student of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, Wang Tao's strength was undoubtedly formidable. The weapon he wielded was a pair of claw-like gauntlets made of mysterious steel. Coupled with Wang Tao's own physical strength, anyone who got close would be met with a devastating punch. Even if Jiang Chen didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Defeating Wang Tao without relying on the abilities of a mentalist was akin to climbing to the heavens. However, the more difficult the battle became, the greater Jiang Chen's improvement. This opportunity to fight with all his might without reservations not only allowed him to gain experience but also to comprehend various combat techniques during the fight. This was undoubtedly crucial for a novice martial artist. After about 7 or 8 deaths, Jiang Chen was already able to predict Wang Tao's various attacks and respond immediately. With the power of the Gale Blade, as long as Jiang Chen found an opportunity, he would unleash a flurry of attacks. After successfully slaying Wang Tao for the first time, Jiang Chen gained a massive amount of experience. In an instant, he had risen to a 4th-tier martial artist. Damn! Jiang Chen was both surprised and delighted. This improvement is a bit too fast. Truly worthy of being a 7th-tier martial artist. Then let's continue. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen summoned the Wang Tao clone once again and engaged in intense combat. After slaying Wang Tao 10 times, Jiang Chen had stepped into the realm of a 5th-tier martial artist. Even though he had fought for a long time in the Void Martial Arts arena, only a few seconds had passed in the real world. This meant that, in the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Chen had merely spaced out for a moment, instantly rising from a 3rd-tier martial artist to a 5th-tier martial artist. This undoubtedly proved the power of the system once again. With his current strength, even if he truly fought Wang Tao, he could easily defeat him without relying on the power of a mentalist. For Jiang Chen, the mentalist was his greatest trump card, and in this treacherous world, he could not easily expose it. The next day, Jiang Chen left the Huabian district early in the morning. He was not in a hurry to go out and hunt monsters but instead headed to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School located in the main urban area of the Tianhe City base. Today was the deadline for signing up for the martial arts competition, and he had to register immediately. Soon, Jiang Chen walked into the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. As one of the students of the martial arts school, Jiang Chen could naturally come and go freely. Since Lin Bei had never publicly announced Jiang Chen's identity, and even for the sake of the so-called face of the schoolmaster, Lin Bei had never spoken to Jiang Chen in the school, deliberately keeping his distance. It was as if they were strangers, fearing that Jiang Chen's presence would affect the schoolmaster's reputation. Moreover, Jiang Chen came from the slums of the Huabian district and was very weak in strength. This made Jiang Chen's presence in the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School extremely low. Upon arriving at the registration area for the martial arts competition, Jiang Chen saw a young instructor in charge of registration packing up. He hurriedly approached. "I want to sign up for the martial arts competition." "Sorry, you're too late. Registration has already closed." The young instructor didn't even glance at Jiang Chen but continued to pack his things. Although registration wouldn't officially close until 2 in the afternoon, the powerful students of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School had already signed up long ago. Students who dared to come to register at this time couldn't be that impressive, right? Moreover, Jiang Chen was recognized as a waste in the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. After 4 years in the school, he was still only a second-tier martial artist. In the eyes of these instructors, students like Jiang Chen, who had no potential, didn't need to be paid much attention to. If he didn't pass the assessment next year, he would be expelled. Right now, he was anxious to go on a date with his girlfriend, and he had already packed most of his things. How could he waste time just for Jiang Chen? After saying a few simple words, he prepared to leave. "Wait!" Jiang Chen immediately called out to him. "It's only a little past 8 in the morning, and registration doesn't close until 2 in the afternoon. What right do you have to stop me from signing up?" "What right?" The young instructor was instantly enraged by Jiang Chen's words. "Just because I'm an instructor at the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. You, a lowly person from the slums, have no talent and no background. With a waist like you, even if you participate in the martial arts competition, what difference would it make? Jiang Chen, I advise you to give up on this idea. The martial arts competition is far more dangerous than you think. There have even been cases of people getting killed in previous years. If you have this time, you might as well spend it training more. With your talent being so much worse than others, you need to work hard and train diligently, instead of daydreaming all day." To become an instructor at the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, one had to be at least a 5th-tier warrior. He didn't take Jiang Chen, such a weak warrior, seriously at all. Unfortunately, instructors couldn't just act against students, otherwise, he would have taught Jiang Chen a good lesson. Facing the instructor's cold mockery, Jiang Chen showed no fear. He spoke coldly. "I said I want to sign up. The registration time hasn't closed yet. If you leave now, do you believe I will report you to the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School? How dare you? You waste actually threaten me?" The young instructor was completely enraged by Jiang Chen. Just as he was about to teach Jiang Chen a lesson, a proud man stepped forward from the side. "Jiang Chen is right. The registration for the martial arts competition hasn't closed yet. What right do you have to stop others from signing up? The reputation of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School has been tarnished by people like you. From today on, I revoke your qualification as an instructor. Get out of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School." The man speaking was Lin Zalong. He had originally hoped that Jiang Chen would sign up to participate, which would also allow him to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. But he didn't expect that the instructor in charge of registration would actually not allow Jiang Chen to sign up. This truly infuriated Lin Zalong. Moreover, this instructor was too overbearing. Lin Zalong would never allow such oppression of students within the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. The appearance of Lin Zalong scared the young instructor so much that he collapsed to the ground. With his strength, he could easily crush Lin Zalong, but Lin Zalong was the son of the school owner. In the martial arts school, he was above everyone else. Who would dare to provoke him? Young master, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Lin Zalong completely ignored the others' pleas, waving his right hand lightly, directly ordering the other instructors of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School to throw this guy out. Then, Lin Zalong strode up to Jiang Chen and whispered, "Jiang Chen, don't think I'm helping you. I just can't stand this person's actions. I admire your courage to sign up for the competition, but you are really too weak. If you are willing to go back now and kneel to apologize to my parents, I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, I will show no mercy to you in the competition." Looking at Lin Zalong's high and mighty demeanor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. "You want me to kneel and apologize to them? On what grounds? I have no relationship with your Lin family at all now." As he said this, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely cold. "Jiang Chen, don't go too far." Lin Zalong struggled to suppress the anger in his heart, his voice slightly hoarse. "Do you know that because of your disturbance, the entire Lin family is in chaos? My mother has even unjustly blamed my father for your departure and has angrily left home. I warn you, you better go back and admit your mistake quickly, or I will make you pay for it." Facing this so-called brother, there was no brotherly affection left in Lin Zalong's eyes. Only a chilling killing intent quietly spread. To him, Jiang Chen was simply unworthy of being his elder brother, let alone the young master of the Lin family. "Are you threatening me?" Jiang Chen scoffed coldly. "If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Otherwise, stop your incessant chatter here. Good dogs don't block the way. Get lost." With that, Jiang Chen pushed Lin Zalong aside and walked straight out of the Fong Lei Martial Arts Hall. He had long since grown utterly disgusted with this top martial arts hall that everyone in the Tianhe base city yearned for. After this martial arts competition, Jiang Chen would officially leave the Fong martial arts hall. Lin Zilong watched Jiang Chen's resolute back, gritting his teeth in hatred. Jiang Chen, you brought this on yourself. When the time comes, don't blame me for showing you no mercy. Meanwhile, the news of Jiang Chen signing up for the martial arts competition quickly reached the ears of the hallmaster, Lin Jinbei. What did you say? Jiang Chen signed up for the competition? Lin Jinbei said in disbelief. What right does he have? As a second-tier martial artist, where does he get the confidence to compete? Does he not know that there have been deaths and injuries in every previous martial arts competition at Fong Martial Arts Hall? What if something happens to him? Lin Jinbei was truly furious upon learning this news. The Lin family had already been in chaos these past few days because of Jiang Chen. Even his wife had gone back to her family. Lin Jinbei planned to personally find Jiang Chen in a couple of days, and even if he had to use force, he would bring Jiang Chen back home. He wouldn't allow him to run off again. As long as Jiang Chen returned, his wife would naturally come back too. But he never expected that Jiang Chen would actually sign up for the martial arts competition. Now on Blue Star, the demon beasts were becoming increasingly powerful and rampant, and human martial artists needed to grow quickly. Although the martial arts competition was nominally a sparring session among the hall students, it was bound to get out of control in actual combat. Even with instructors present, it was sometimes difficult to intervene in time. Therefore, every student who signed up for the competition implicitly signed a death waiver. If any injuries or fatalities occurred during the competition, the martial officials bore no responsibility. At most, they would compensate for some medical expenses or burial fees, etc. In his view, Jiang Chen's strength was too weak. He was already 20 years old and still just a second-tier martial artist. If he encountered a strong opponent and was careless, what would happen if he got killed? Why didn't you stop Jiang Chen from signing up for the competition? Lin Jinbei sternly questioned a middle-aged man in front of him. This man was the chief instructor of the Fong Martial Arts Hall, named Gu Yinhai. Within the hall, he was not only powerful but also Lin Jinbei's trusted aide. Moreover, he was one of the few who knew Jiang Chen's true identity. However, due to Lin Jinbei's orders, the matter of Jiang Chen's true identity was not to be mentioned to anyone. Therefore, Gu Yinhai hadn't even informed his own family. At this moment, Gu Yinhai hurriedly spoke. Hall Master, you misunderstood. Actually, when Jiang Chen was signing up, he was stopped by the instructors. But then the second young master suddenly appeared, and he allowed Jiang Chen to sign up and even expelled that instructor. I couldn't stop the second young master's orders. Gu Yinhai knew very well that this was a family matter for the Lin family, and as an outsider, he couldn't intervene. What? It was Zilong who allowed it? After a brief shock, Lin Jinbei immediately understood everything. This was definitely Lin Zilong wanting to take revenge on Jiang Chen. He wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson on the competition stage. Damn it! Lin Jinbei clenched his fists in anger. He knew Lin Zilong's character well. He was upright and kind, never using his status to oppress others, but often helping impoverished students. Now, however, he was going to take action against Jiang Chen, clearly because of Jiang Chen's severed ties and his mother's departure, which had pushed him to the brink. Hallmaster, should I forcibly cancel Jiang Chen's qualification to compete? This way, they won't end up fighting each other. As soon as Gu Yinhai finished speaking, he was immediately opposed by Lin Jinbei. No need. Since that kid wants to compete, let him go. Such a disobedient son really needs a good lesson. At that time, you and I just need to pay a little more attention. Initially, Lin Jinbei did consider canceling Jiang Chen's qualification, but after thinking it over, he felt it was unnecessary. Jiang Chen was too weak and would likely be eliminated in the first round, making it unlikely for him to encounter Lin Zilong. Even if they did meet in the first round, he believed Lin Zilong would only give Jiang Chen a lesson and wouldn't really go for the kill. Jiang Chen had already caused unrest in the family, and even if Lin Zilong didn't take action, Lin Jinbei planned to personally teach him a lesson. Such a disobedient son must be strictly disciplined. Alright then. Gu Yinhai nodded in agreement and turned to leave. He then called his daughter Gu Fong, but no one answered for a long time. What's going on? I called Gu Yi and he didn't answer. Now even my daughter isn't picking up? This must be that brat Gu Yi causing trouble again. After the martial arts competition, I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Gu Yinhai was frustrated with his wayward son. It was one thing not to practice properly at the martial arts school, but he often went out to cause trouble. Not long ago, Jiang Chen's adoptive parents were beaten to death by Gu Yi. Gu Yinhai used his connections to suppress this matter, which is why it didn't get out. If the Lin family found out about this, Gu Yi's life would be in danger. Without thinking too much, Gu Yinhai hurried to the Fong martial arts school to prepare for the competition. Just as Gu Yinhai left the Lin family, Wang Ruoyao returned. She stormed into the hall. Lin Jinbei, why didn't you stop Howard? Howard is only a second-tier martial artist. Isn't it a joke for him to participate in the competition? I even heard that it was Zalong who deliberately let Jiang Chen sign up. As their father, why are you sitting idly by? Do you really want to see them turn against each other and fight? Wang Ruoyao had not yet forgiven Lin Jinbei and hadn't planned to return so soon. But upon learning of this matter, she could no longer sit still. Both her hands were flesh. No matter which brother got hurt, she would feel heartbroken. Moreover, this martial arts competition was organized to make Lin Zalong famous. If Lin Zalong were to seriously injure his own brother in such a setting, once Jiang Chen's identity was exposed later, Lin Zalong's reputation would surely be affected. Dear, you finally came back. Lin Jinbei hurriedly embraced Wang Ruoyao. I just heard about Howard's situation, but I don't think it's a bad thing. After all, Howard's identity hasn't been revealed yet, so it won't affect Zalong at all. Besides, Howard is too disobedient. If I don't teach him a good lesson now, what will happen in the future? Moreover, being defeated by his own younger brother is better than being taught a lesson by someone else later. I want Jiang Chen to understand just how big the gap is between him and his brother. Wang Ruoyao initially thought Jiang Chen participating in the competition was too dangerous, but after hearing Lin Jinbei's words, she found them quite reasonable. Jiang Chen had been staying away from home for so long, and as a mother, she didn't know how to make it up to him. If he were defeated by Lin Zalong this time, he might realize the importance of strength. In that case, Jiang Chen would definitely choose to return to the Lin family to become stronger. Lin Jinbei, listen to me, I haven't forgiven you yet. If you dare to let Howard get hurt in this competition, I won't spare you. Zalong must not get hurt either. Lin Jinbei smiled slightly. Dear, don't worry, Howard will definitely be fine. As for Zalong, there's even less to worry about. His strength has already crushed any student in the same cohort at the martial arts school. He will definitely win the championship in the competition. In order to make Zalong famous in one battle, I specifically invited many prominent figures to watch the match. This martial arts competition will surely make him renowned. Let's just consider this matter settled. When Hao returns, I will definitely make it up to him. Wang Ruoyao snorted coldly and then returned to her room. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the misty forest, Jiang Chen, relying on his outstanding strength, controlled his blood spikes and slaughtered a large number of demon beasts. After clearing the system's cooldown time, he returned to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall to find suitable opponents for replication. There were still 2 days until the martial arts competition. If Jiang Chen wanted to win the championship, he needed to reach at least the strength of a 7th-tier martial artist. Only then would he have enough confidence to defeat Lin Zalong. During these 2 days, Jiang Chen either hunted demon beasts or fought continuously in the Void Training Ground. The night before the martial arts competition, Jiang Chen had a good sleep, restoring his body to its best condition. The next day, in the morning, the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall's triennial martial arts competition officially began. This grand event was not only to test this year's academy but also to showcase the strength of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall to the outside world. At this moment, the martial arts hall was bustling with noise and excitement, with high-ranking officials like Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruoyao all present, along with prominent families from various regions of the Flame Nation. These people came to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall in the Tianhe-based city not just to watch the competition. Their true purpose was to see Lin Jinbei's son, Lin Zalong. They all wanted to witness the formidable strength of this renowned prodigy. Just then, a black and gold spaceship appeared in the sky above the Tianhe-based city. The next moment, a bearded man in golden armor jumped down from the spaceship and landed steadily on the ground. Upon seeing this person, even a master of Lin Jinbei's caliber had to greet him with a smile. He hurriedly clasped his fists and approached. I didn't expect Prosecutor Lu to grace us with your presence. The Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Tianhe-based city truly shines with your arrival. The bearded man who appeared before everyone was one of the inspectors of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall, named Luo Chingan. His strength and authority surpassed that of the branch hall masters. On ordinary days, the inspector's job was to visit various branches of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall to supervise and manage them. Now that the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Tianhe-based city was holding a martial arts competition, Luo Chingan's personal visit undoubtedly gave Lin Jinbei great face. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, there's no need for such formality. As an inspector of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall, I naturally have the duty to assess the strength of this year's students. As he spoke, Luo Chingan looked at Lin Zalong, who was standing beside Lin Jinbei. Not bad, becoming an 8th-tier martial artist at such a young age. Brother Lin, your son has a bright future ahead. As an inspector, Luo Chingan had no need to curry favor with Lyn Bay. He genuinely admired Lin Zalong. Even at the headquarters of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall, there were various rumors about Lin Zalong, who was undoubtedly a standout among the younger generation. Hearing Luo Chingan praise his son like this made Lyn Bay and Wang Ruoyao feel immensely proud. Not at all, my son Zalong still has a lot of room for improvement. In the future, I hope Prosecutor Lu will take good care of him. As soon as Lyn Bay finished speaking, Lin Zalong stepped forward to Luo Chingan. Uncle Lu, if I make any mistakes during the competition, please feel free to point them out. Don't worry, the martial arts hall will definitely spare no effort in teaching talents like you. After a few words, Luo Chingan was welcomed into the guest seating of the martial arts hall. Jiang Chen, standing among the crowd, watched all of this clearly. Even though he had no feelings for Lyn Bay, Wang Ruoyao, and the others, he couldn't help but sympathize with the original body's experiences. In this situation, clearly both are his sons, so why can Lin Zalong stand beside him while Jiang Chen can only stand in the most inconspicuous place? Throughout the entire process, Lyn Bay never mentioned Jiang Chen, constantly boasting about his youngest son to others, as if Jiang Chen had never existed. These actions undoubtedly made Jiang Chen despise him even more. Just then, a sudden exclamation came from behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, how come you're here? You, a second-tier martial artist, who gave you the courage to sign up? The speaker was a tall girl with a high ponytail. Jiang Chen immediately recognized her as Chen Meiqi, one of the core students of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Her father, Chen Hai, was once a close friend of Lyn Bay. Unfortunately, he sacrificed his life during the beast tide 20 years ago. As a result, Lyn Bay adopted Chen Meiqi and has treated her like his own daughter over the years. This meant that Chen Meiqi was one of the few who knew Jiang Chen's true identity. Jiang Chen, I originally thought you were quite honest, but now it seems you're just a despicable little man with no ability. If you want to sever ties, then do it. Why drag the Lin family into chaos? Now you want to sign up for the martial arts competition, that's clearly seeking death. Are you trying to gain sympathy from your adoptive parents? Jiang Chen, you're too shameless. In her eyes, Jiang Chen's strength was far too weak. Participating in the martial arts competition was simply embarrassing. There was no chance of winning, and he would be eliminated in the first round. He might even get seriously injured. To Chen Meiqi, there was only one possibility for Jiang Chen's deliberate participation in the competition. He wanted to publicly portray himself as a victim to win the Lin family's sympathy, forcing Lyn Bay to publicly acknowledge him as his son. The more she thought about it, the more she hated Jiang Chen. Chen Meiqi, stop being crazy here. If you want to fawn over the Lin family, go find Lyn Bay or Lin Zalong. Don't bother me here. Get as far away as you can. Jiang Chen looked at Chen Meiqi with nothing but disdain. Although she was adopted by Lyn Bay and Wang Ruoyao, she was not content to just be their adopted daughter. All she thought about was how to marry Lin Zalong and become the true mistress of the Lin family. In the 2 months since the original body returned to the Lin family, although Chen Meiqi was not often home, whenever she returned, she would mock the original body in various ways. She would even treat the original body like a servant. The current Jiang Chen was no longer the same as before, allowing her to bully him. This dog woman insulted him for no reason. How could Jiang Chen endure it? Naturally, he retorted immediately. With the help of the system, Jiang Chen had already become a 7th-tier martial artist. As for why no one sensed his aura fluctuations, Jiang Chen believed it was the system's effect, helping him conceal part of his presence. You dare to insult me. Although Chen Meiqi was not the true young lady of the Lin family, over the years, the Lin family had treated her like their own daughter. This had made Chen Meiqi develop an arrogant and overbearing personality. Being insulted like this in public by Jiang Chen was something she could not tolerate. She ran directly in front of Jiang Chen, angrily scolding, I kindly advised you not to participate. How dare you insult me? Shouldn't you apologize for causing chaos in the Lin family? Our parents are strict with us for our own good. Why are you so sensitive? Severing ties is simply too childish. Let me tell you the truth, Jiang Chen. Today's martial arts competition is actually specially prepared for Zalong. If your disruption affects Zalong, I will definitely not let you off. Chen Meiqi looked down at Jiang Chen with an air of superiority. Nominally, Jiang Chen could be considered her, but in her eyes, there was not a shred of respect for this brother. It was as if she were looking at a foul beggar, filled with disgust. However, even though she felt furious about Jiang Chen's actions, her voice was not loud. She deliberately lowered her voice so that the other students and instructors around them could not hear her conversation with Jiang Chen. This way, Jiang Chen's identity would not be exposed, and the Lin family would not be ridiculed by others. So you can't understand human speech? Did you not hear me tell you not to bother me? Jiang Chen was not going to indulge Chen Meiqi. Seeing her act so unreasonable, he raised his hand and slapped her. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap quickly attracted the attention of those around them, who turned to look at Jiang Chen and Chen Meiqi. Isn't that Miss Chen? How could she be with someone like Jiang Chen? And Jiang Chen actually dared to hit her? Doesn't he know that Chen Meiqi is the adopted daughter of the hallmaster? Damn, Jiang Chen is impressive. Honestly, I've wanted to hit Chen Meiqi for a long time, but I never dared to do it. No matter what reason Jiang Chen had for hitting her, I really admire him. The sudden slap from Jiang Chen had already made Chen Meiqi extremely furious. Now, the discussions of the surrounding students made her feel both humiliated and enraged. Jiang Chen, you dare to hit me. I will kill you. Chen Meiqi was beside herself with rage and immediately prepared to retaliate. But as if she thought of something, she suddenly stopped. Jiang Chen, I know what you want to do. You must be deliberately provoking me, forcing me to act against you, causing a commotion. This way, all the attention in the room will be on you, and you can take this opportunity to publicly declare your identity. How despicable of you. I will not let you succeed. Just wait. Since you insist on seeking death by signing up for the competition, I want to see what kind of a dog you will be beaten into. Humph. Chen Meiqi touched her swollen cheek, angrily turning to leave. Fool. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with this idiot Chen Meiqi. He just wanted to wait for the competition to start. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from the distant sky. Ha ha ha. Lin Shinbei, how could you hold such a grand event at the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall without inviting me? A burly man with red hair leaped down from the back of a tamed flying beast. His appearance instantly drew the attention of everyone present. When Jiang Chen noticed his signature red hair, he was taken aback. Isn't he Li Jinhao, the branch master of the Tianha Extreme Martial Arts Hall? Why has he suddenly come here? Currently, in the Yen Kingdom, there are only two strongest martial arts halls, the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall and the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall is the most formal, adhering to all standards of the Yen Kingdom, frequently receiving various awards and recognitions. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall, however, is different. It does not have as many rules as the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. As long as one has sufficient strength, they hold a high status within the hall and can enjoy various resources. If you have the ability to defeat the local branch master, you can even take their place. Li Jinhao, who stood before them, had personally defeated the branch master of the Tianha base city years ago, soaring to great heights since then. The starkly different styles of the two martial arts halls have led to the warriors they train being quite different as well. Warriors from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall are akin to graduates from a formal academy, behaving in a disciplined manner. In contrast, those from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall are the exact opposite. To put it simply, they are all troublemakers. On the surface, these two martial arts halls seem to keep to themselves, but in reality, they are constantly at odds behind the scenes. Li Jinhao and Lin Jinbei have clashed multiple times. While they cannot be called enemies, they certainly do not see eye to eye. Now, with Li Jinhao's appearance, the members of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall immediately became alert. Even Lu Jinshan, the inspector of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, showed an unhappy expression. His strength was actually greater than Li Jinhao's, but the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School could never take action against someone from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to a direct war between the two schools, which would have a significant impact on the Yen nation. However, to prevent Li Jinhao from deliberately causing trouble, Lu Jinshan immediately stood up. Li Jinhao, today is a grand day for our Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, so don't act recklessly. Ha ha ha. Li Jinhao laughed a couple of times upon hearing this, then spoke, I'm just here to enjoy the show. I'm just an audience member. You can treat me as if I don't exist. After saying this, Li Jinhao casually walked to the guest seats and took a seat, completely unconcerned about the gazes of those around him. Lu Jinshan, feeling helpless, could only let out a slight sigh. Lin Jinbei did not want to confront Lin Jinhao today. Since he was here to watch the competition, there was indeed no reason to stop him. He turned and walked to his son, Lin Zalong. Son, you must win the championship in this martial arts competition and let everyone present see your strength. As for Jiang Chen, at this point, Lin Jinbei paused. I know about the conflict between you two. Although with his strength, he will be eliminated in the first round. But if you match up against Jiang Chen in the first round, you must hold back. Just teach him a lesson. Dad, don't worry. I know what to do. Lin Zalong replied expressionlessly. His cold gaze fell on Jiang Chen in the crowd. Jiang Chen, I will make you understand just how great the gap in strength between us is. As the martial arts competition at the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School was about to begin, the schoolmaster Lin Jinbei took the stage to deliver an inspiring speech. After the usual opening remarks similar to previous years, the intense and thrilling competition was about to unfold. This year's martial arts competition was personally hosted by the chief instructor of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, Gu Yinhai. He walked steadily to the center of the stage and announced loudly, "A warm welcome to all the students and guests participating in this grand martial arts competition. This competition will continue to use a computer system for drawing lots to randomly assign opponents to the participants. When one side surrenders or loses combat capability, the other side will be declared the winner. I must remind you of one thing. In every martial arts competition held by the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, there have been casualties. So, as long as a student registers to compete, it is considered an automatic signing of a life and death agreement. If any student is afraid, they can now choose to withdraw from the competition." At this point, he deliberately paused, scanning the eyes of every participant present. On one hand, he wanted to confirm if any student wished to withdraw, and on the other hand, he was observing Jiang Chen. For this useless son of the schoolmaster, he had to pay some attention today. Those who chose to participate in the competition naturally knew the rules. No one chose to withdraw early. This kid really has some guts. In that case, I hope he gets eliminated in the first round. Seeing that Jiang Chen also did not choose to withdraw, Gu Yinhai could only announce the start of the competition. Soon, a large screen slowly rose behind Gu Yinhai. The avatars of the 32 contestants registered for the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School competition appeared on the screen. Following that, the computer system began to automatically match them. About 30 seconds later, the 32 contestants were paired off into groups. Contestants in the same group would need to enter the corresponding numbered battle arena for the competition. Standing in the crowd, Jiang Chen looked up at the big screen. The opponent he would face in the first round was named Wang Shen. Although this person was not a core disciple of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, he was currently a 4th-tier martial artist. Given Jiang Chen's strength from a few days ago, defeating Wang Xian would have been nearly impossible. But the situation was different now. A mere 4th-tier martial artist was nothing in Jiang Chen's eyes. He walked straight into the No. 3 combat arena, silently waiting for the match to begin. At this moment, in the guest seats, Lin Jinbei and his wife Wang Ruoya were both staring at Jiang Chen. Jinbei, Wang Xian's strength can only be considered average among this batch of students. But even so, he is far stronger than Jiang Chen. You must take action at the critical moment. Do not let Howard get into trouble. Wang Ruoya expressed her concern that Jiang Chen's strength was too weak and that he might be seriously injured. "Madam, rest assured, I have everything arranged. Gu Yinhai will keep a close watch on Howard." Meeting Wang Xian in the first round is actually Howard's good luck. Lin Jinbei never believed Jiang Chen would win, his eyes filled with disdain for him. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just his useless son who needed to be beaten and taught a lesson to grow up. Wang Ruoya, upon hearing this, said nothing and nodded slightly. Immediately after, under their watchful eyes, Jiang Chen's opponent, Wang Xian, strode confidently into the No. 3 combat arena. Wang Xian was 18 this year, quite strong in build, and had been diligently training since entering the Fong Martial Arts School. He knew that to become a core disciple and gain the master's favor, he had to participate in the martial arts competition. The opponents matched in the first round were usually not very strong. However, he did not expect to face the openly useless Jiang Chen from the school. This left Wang Xian quite shocked. On one hand, he was amazed by his luck, on the other, he was astonished that a waste like Jiang Chen dared to participate in the competition. "Jiang Chen, although I don't know where your confidence comes from, but meeting me is just your bad luck. I don't like to hold back. If you're scared, you should surrender quickly. This way, not only will it save time, but you also won't get hurt." In Wang Xian's eyes, Jiang Chen was far too weak. Such an opponent was not worth his serious effort. Faced with Wang Xian's mockery, Jiang Chen didn't care at all and completely ignored him. Instead, he turned to the instructor acting as the referee beside him. "May we begin?" "As long as both competitors are ready, we can start at any time," the referee said flatly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen said no more and immediately took out the black edge blade. "Oh, looking at you, are you really planning to fight me?" Wang Xian scoffed. "In that case, don't blame me for being rude." With that, Wang Xian drew his sword, looking at Jiang Chen as if he were a primary school student, filled with contempt. Just a second-tier martial artist. An opponent of this level could be defeated with a single strike. However, just as he was about to make his move, Jiang Chen charged at him with astonishing speed, swinging his blade. Wang Xian didn't even have time to react before he felt a sharp pain in his right arm. In just one exchange, Jiang Chen's black edge blade had instantly severed Wang Xian's right arm. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. "Ah!" Wang Xian collapsed to the ground, pressing hard on his right shoulder, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The gale blade was known for its speed and ferocity. Once mastered, a casual swing felt like a howling gale. Wang Xian's strength was not weak, but he was too arrogant. In Jiang Chen's eyes, he had too many flaws. In this situation, with his feet on the thunder step, a single strike was enough to determine the outcome. How? How is this possible? The scene shocked the referee in charge of the No. 3 combat arena. As an instructor at the Fong Martial Arts School, he was well aware of all the students' information this year. He naturally knew that Jiang Chen was merely a second-tier martial artist. Meanwhile, his opponent Wang Xian was a fourth-tier martial artist, with a huge disparity between them. Yet now, Jiang Chen had severely injured Wang Xian in an instant, making him question his life. Even more shocking was the ruthlessness of Jiang Chen's attack, far beyond what anyone could imagine. In the guest seats, Lyn Bay witnessed this scene, shocked to the point that the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. When did Howard cultivate the thunder step to such a level? And the swordsmanship he displayed did not come from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Lyn Bay's face was filled with disbelief. This set of sword techniques seems ordinary, but its power is quite astonishing. When did Howard master such fierce swordsmanship? When did he become so decisive and ruthless? Sitting beside him, Wang Ruoya was already so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was weak and incompetent. How could he have become so brutal now? Shinbei, what on earth is going on? Why has Howard turned into this? How could he inflict such a vicious blow on a fellow student from the same martial arts school? Although Wang Ruoya was shocked by Jiang Chen's displayed strength, what shocked her more was that the usually timid Jiang Chen had actually severed Wang Xian's arm with a single strike. Even if he could later reconnect the arm with some special medicine, it would never be the same as before. In a certain sense, Jiang Chen had directly ruined Wang Xian. Despite their limited interactions, they were still students of the same martial arts school. This was truly too heavy-handed. He was completely different from the Jiang Chen they knew. Well, I really didn't expect that he had been deceiving us all this time. He is clearly ruthless, yet pretended to be weak and incompetent in front of us. What is his true intention? Is he deliberately trying to embarrass us? How could I, Lyn Bay, have such a heartless son? Lyn Bay absolutely did not believe that Jiang Chen's strength had suddenly surged recently. Even if he had some kind of fortuitous encounter that greatly increased his power, it was impossible for his character to change so drastically. In his view, it was evident that Jiang Chen had been deliberately hiding his cultivation all along. From the very beginning, Jiang Chen might have been deceiving them. This kid even pretended to be meek, not daring to mention such things even when there were no rooms. So he has been acting in front of us all along. The more Lyn Bay thought about it, the angrier he became, his voice trembling. Jinbei, there may be other circumstances. Howard might not be that kind of person. Wang Ruoya tried to defend Jiang Chen, but Lyn Bay immediately retorted, "Don't say that. This kid showed no fear when he fought Wang Xian, severing his arm with a single strike. This is definitely not the act of a novice. His methods are far more ruthless than we could have imagined. I, Lyn Bay, have lived my life with integrity, without shame to anyone, yet I have such a brutal son. I only regret not having taught him personally over the years, which has led him to become so cruel. This time, I will take the opportunity to teach this ungrateful son a good lesson through Zalong." No, Howard would never be like this. Wang Ruoya still did not believe Jiang Chen was that kind of person, anxiously looking towards the No. 3 battle arena. At this moment, in the No. 3 battle arena, the referee immediately called for medical personnel, who quickly dealt with Wang Xian's severed arm and sent him for treatment in time. This would at least allow Wang Xian to recover to the greatest extent possible in the future. After doing all this, the referee angrily looked at Jiang Chen. "You were too ruthless. You actually have such strength. Why deliberately sever his arm? Do you know what it means for a martial artist to lose their right arm? It means his future is ruined." Although Wang Xian was not a core student of the martial arts school, his talent was still quite good. Now, being ruined like this by Jiang Chen, as an instructor of the martial arts school, he felt truly angry. Isn't the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School's competition always requiring contestants to fight with all their might? Moreover, there have been injuries and deaths in past competitions. Why are you only targeting me? If I accidentally let my guard down and this guy kills me because I held back, what then? Can you bear that responsibility? Jiang Chen coldly looked at the referee. "I don't want to waste more words with you, just announce the verdict." "You." The referee clenched his fists, blaring at Jiang Chen. "Alright, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This match is won by Jiang Chen." This sentence was spoken through gritted teeth. There was no choice. According to the rules of the Fong Martial Arts Academy's competition, Jiang Chen had indeed not violated any regulations. Everything was within the permissible range of the rules. Reluctantly, he could only announce Jiang Chen's victory. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly drew the attention of all the spectators present. From the start of the match until now, it had been less than 3 minutes. Even the most watched Lin Zalong had just begun. But there was actually a student in the fighting arena who had already won? Even if it was a surrender, it seemed a bit too quick. Moreover, this was the competition of the Fong Martial Arts Academy, who would randomly surrender. When everyone learned that the victorious student was the second-tier martial artist Jiang Chen, and that his opponent Wang Xian had been defeated with a single blow, losing his right arm in the process, the entire venue was shocked. How is this possible? Wang Xian is at least a fourth-tier martial artist. How could he lose to Jiang Chen, the second-tier waist? To have his right arm severed with a single strike, this is too absurd. Did anyone witness this match firsthand? Who wants to watch a second-tier martial artist fight? Our attention was all on Lin Zalong just now, and the whole process happened too quickly, hardly anyone saw anything. Could it be that Jiang Chen was actually hiding his strength from the beginning? Everyone present, including some students who had previously looked down on Jiang Chen, showed expressions of disbelief. In the distance, in another fighting arena, Chen Meiqi was shocked to learn of this situation. In her impression, Jiang Chen was just a waste. How could he possibly defeat Wang Xian? Moreover, due to Jiang Chen's poor talent, he couldn't learn most of the martial arts techniques at the academy. Even Lin Jinbei had no way to help and could only accept the fact that his eldest son was a waste. But now, he had actually managed to defeat Wang Xian in one blow. Who could believe that? Could it be? Could Jiang Chen actually be a hidden genius? Has he been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Just as Chen Meiqi had this thought, she immediately denied it. She shook her head. Impossible, this absolutely cannot be. My adoptive father and mother are top-tier experts. How could they not see Jiang Chen's true strength? It must be that Wang Xian underestimated him, which gave Jiang Chen the opportunity. His victory over Wang Xian must have been sheer luck. That's right, it must be like that. After preparing herself mentally, Chen Meiqi immediately threw herself into the fight. Naturally, all of this was also known to Lin Zalong. With his outstanding strength, he quickly defeated his opponent. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was even faster. This truly shocked Lin Zalong. After all, back in the dungeon, he had severely injured Jiang Chen with a single kick. At that time, Jiang Chen was clearly just a second-tier martial artist, easily defeated. Why had his strength surged so dramatically in just a few days? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Zalong sneered dismissively, even if he has been hiding his strength, so what? A salted fish that turns over is still just a salted fish. He cannot defeat me. After finishing the first round of matches, Lin Zalong walked out of the fighting arena with an arrogant expression. Just in time, he saw Jiang Chen walking towards him and immediately questioned, "Is this interesting to you? You don't think that by deliberately hiding some things, you can humiliate me at the competition? Jiang Chen, the gap between you and me is as difficult to cross as a chasm. You are bound to lose." Listening to Lin Zalong's words at this moment, Jiang Chen coldly smiled. "We haven't even fought yet, and you think you will definitely win? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Get out of the way, don't block my path." Jiang Chen pushed Lin Zalong aside and swaggered towards the rest area. Along the way, he paid no attention to the strange looks from those around him. He sat and waited for the start of the second round of matches. This Jiang Chen is truly despicable. At this moment, Chen Meiqi angrily walked up to Lin Zalong. Does he really think he's impressive? That battle with Wang Xian just now was clearly because Wang Xian underestimated him. No matter what, he will never catch up to you. Lin Zalong, upon hearing this, did not respond but instead stared at Jiang Chen's distant figure. For some reason, Jiang Chen now gave him a very different feeling. He was like a completely different person compared to the cowardly and incompetent Jiang Chen from before. However, even so, Lin Zalong still had enough confidence. How could a useless person who had been lost for 20 years compare to him, the true heir of the Lin family? Without saying much, Lin Zalong turned and left with Chen Meiqi. After a brief rest, the second round of the martial arts competition officially began. A total of 16 contestants successfully advanced. As per the previous rules, the matches were randomly assigned by a computer system. Gu Yinhai, who was in charge of this martial arts competition, paid particular attention to Jiang Chen's match in this round. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's battle with Wang Xian, which made him immediately realize that Jiang Chen's strength was far beyond what they had imagined. However, in his view, he was at most just a bit stronger than Wang Xian. If he encountered an overly strong opponent, it was still necessary to remain vigilant to prevent any accidents. Soon, the computer system completed the matchups. In this round, Jiang Chen's opponent was Zhao Yuan, a core student of the Fong Martial Arts School. His strength had already reached the 6th level of martial artists. Achieving such strength before the age of 20 was quite impressive. However, when Jiang Chen saw that his opponent in this round was Zhao Yuan, he felt no ripple of emotion. he calmly walked into the designated battle arena number 4. Jiang Chen, although I didn't see your first round match with my own eyes, Zhao Yuan said, the fact that you could defeat Wang Xian is indeed stronger than I imagined. But even so, you cannot be my opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yuan casually took out a large saber from his storage ring. The blade was entirely crimson and engraved with various runes, emanating a scorching wave of fire attribute energy. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately recognized it as an A-grade weapon, the Liyang saber. Compared to the Liyang saber, the black blade in his hand was simply too weak. In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Chen's strength and weaponry were far inferior to Zhao Yuan's. Do you think Jiang Chen can create a miracle this time? What miracle? That last round was clearly just Wang Xian underestimating him. In my opinion, Jiang Chen has indeed hidden his strength, but at most he is around a 4th level martial artist. He cannot defeat Zhao Yuan. If Jiang Chen were really that impressive, why has he been a nameless nobody for so long? If he were truly outstanding, he would have become a core student long ago. I guarantee that within 3 strikes, Jiang Chen will definitely lose. Because Jiang Chen's defeat of Wang Xian was too eye-catching, many spectators were now looking towards battle arena number 4. They all wanted to see who would win in this round between Jiang Chen and Zhao Yuan. At this moment, in the battle arena, Zhao Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp killing intent. Jiang Chen, originally you and I had no grievances, and I didn't want to go hard on you. But the severely injured Wang Xian is my close friend. You broke his right arm and nearly ruined his future as a martial artist. Today, I will definitely sever your 2 arms to avenge Wang Xian. Zhao Yuan looked down at Jiang Chen with an arrogant demeanor, every word dripping with disdain. It was as if he only needed to swing his saber to easily sever Jiang Chen's arms. Ha! In the face of this blatant threat, Jiang Chen merely sneered contemptuously twice, without saying a word. He tightly gripped the black blade in his hand and made a provocative gesture towards Zhao Yuan, signaling him to come at him. Arrogant! Zhao Yuan was completely enraged by Jiang Chen's contemptuous action. He let out a furious roar, and the blazing sun knife in his hand was instantly enveloped in roaring flames. Let me show you the power of my burning flame sword technique. Explosive slash! Zhao Yuan stomped his right foot on the ground, like an arrow released from a bow, swinging the burning large knife as he charged violently at Jiang Chen. The burning flame sword technique was one of the top martial arts of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, classified as an A-level sword technique. It already possessed considerable power. Now, combined with the blazing sun knife in Zhao Yuan's hand, its power was further amplified. Zhao Yuan intended to use this move to defeat Jiang Chen in an instant. After all, as long as he didn't intentionally kill, there would be no problem. Under normal circumstances, with such a powerful sword technique, Jiang Chen, being a weaker martial artist, would definitely dodge at the first opportunity. But to everyone's shock, Jiang Chen showed no intention of dodging at all. Instead, he swung his knife and met Zhao Yuan head-on. Clang! The fiery knife clashed violently with the black edge knife in midair, producing a deafening metallic collision sound. Jiang Chen, who should have been unable to withstand it, remained remarkably calm, even a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His black-edged knife had already been coated with an invisible whirlwind. This not only greatly enhanced the knife's power but also made it indestructible. If it weren't for this, the original hardness of the black-edged knife would have been unable to withstand the fierce assault of the blazing sun knife. How is this possible? Your broken knife actually didn't get cut? You can still block it? Why is that? Zhao Yuan began to doubt his life. Is this a mental breakdown? You're not good enough. Jiang Chen sneered coldly. Since that's the case, let me show you the power of my Gale Absolute Knife. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen suddenly exerted force, kicking Zhao Yuan away. Immediately after, he swung the blade at an extremely fast speed, stirring up the surrounding air currents, and in an instant, a fierce wind rose. First move. Wind rising and clouds gathering. With a loud shout from Jiang Chen, he suddenly swung out a knife. The howling gale converged into a blue blade aura, charging towards Zhao Yuan like a giant dragon, its momentum astonishing. The blue blade aura tore through the sky, swift as lightning. The gale, accompanied by the sword energy, swept in, carrying an overwhelming force. Zhao Yuan could hardly believe that this incredible offensive was actually unleashed by Jiang Chen. Even though he immediately swung the blazing sun knife to block, he could not withstand the terrifying assault of wind rising and clouds gathering. Ah! Zhao Yuan's scream echoed within the martial arts hall. The blazing sun knife in his hand was violently knocked away by the sword energy, with cracks spreading across the blade like a spider's web. Zhao Yuan himself fell heavily to the ground, a deep wound visible to the bone opening in his abdomen, blood gushing out. His entire body was covered in scars from the wind blades, a shocking sight. In just one strike, Zhao Yuan, a core student of the martial arts school, was severely injured and fell unconscious. This scene left everyone present in shock, unable to believe it. How is this possible? Zhao Yuan was defeated by Jiang Chen in one blow? The power of Jiang Chen's strike is terrifying. Even Zhao Yuan's blazing sun knife suffered severe damage. That's an A-level weapon, and it couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's attack. If it weren't for the blazing sun knife blocking some of the damage, Zhao Yuan might have already lost his life. Jiang Chen's attack was too ruthless, not holding back at all. Is this still the Jiang Chen we know? The crowd buzzed with discussion, and these words inevitably reached the ears of Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruoya. They witnessed Jiang Chen's astonishing strike with their own eyes, their hearts filled with shock. Lin Jinbei, a god-level warrior, flashed a hint of greed in his eyes. Where did this kid learn such a sword technique? This is definitely not a technique from our Wind and Thunder martial arts school. He has been complaining about how wronged and difficult his life has been, but where did this sword technique come from? I don't believe he suddenly had such a fortuitous encounter in just a few days. This skilled knife technique must be the result of years of hard practice. Although there was a distance between the guest seats and the fighting arena, Lin Jinbei could still clearly feel the power of Jiang Chen's strike. That kind of strength was not something an ordinary course student like Zhao Yuan could withstand. Recalling Jiang Chen's past performances, Lin Jinbei felt that he was deeply scheming, capable of deceiving even his own parents. Wang Ruoya looked at Jiang Chen in the fighting arena, a strong sense of unfamiliarity surging in her heart. If Jiang Chen had shown such strength from the beginning, they would have felt proud of him and would have spared no effort in nurturing him. But Jiang Chen had been hiding his strength, even disguising his brutal nature as that of a little lamb. It was clear that Jiang Chen had never regarded them as parents. He was even less than the adoptive parents from the slums of Huiyuan district. Lin Jinbei noticed the change in Wang Ruoya's expression and held her tightly. Madam, since he has never regarded us as parents, then we need not hold any expectations for him. What if he hides his strength? Zhe Long is still stronger than him. Once Zhe Long teaches him a good lesson, he will understand that only by relying on the resources of the Lin family can he become stronger. Wang Ruoya sat silently in her chair, her expression forlorn. She still couldn't accept that her eldest son was such a person. Meanwhile, the powerful knife technique displayed by Jiang Chen caught the attention of Li Jinhao in the guest seats. He himself was skilled with a knife, but over the years, there had been no knife genius in the Jidao martial arts school. This had left Li Jinhao quite disappointed. Unexpectedly, today at the Fonglei martial arts school, he encountered a long-desired genius. Damn it! Why are all the good seedlings taken by the Fonglei martial arts school? If only he were from my Jidao martial arts school, how wonderful that would be. Li Jinhao felt extremely jealous. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was from the Fonglei martial arts school, and unless Jiang Chen willingly left, there was no way for Li Jinhao to snatch him away. However, from the discussions among the Fonglei martial arts school instructors and students around him, he could roughly deduce that Jiang Chen was likely hiding his strength intentionally within the Fonglei martial arts school. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a huge sensation. This made Li Jinhao even more interested in Jiang Chen. At this moment, after severely injuring Zhao Yuan, Jiang Chen turned and walked out of the fighting arena without looking back. The referee in the fourth fighting arena declared Jiang Chen the winner and immediately called for medical personnel to provide emergency treatment for Zhao Yuan. Although Zhao Yuan was not like Wang Xian, who had his arm severed, his injuries were far more severe. His dantian had been shattered by Jiang Chen. The source of a martial artist's power lies in the dantian. A shattered dantian meant that Zhao Yuan's life as a martial artist was over. He would never be able to become a martial artist again. As a core student of the martial arts school, Zhao Yuan being directly crippled by Jiang Chen undoubtedly infuriated the instructors present. Chief Instructor Gu Yinhai even directly blocked Jiang Chen's path. Jiang Chen, what are your intentions? Since you have such strength, why have you been deliberately hiding it? Time and again, you have dealt such ruthless blows to fellow students of the same school. How can your heart be so malicious? Gu Yinhai had initially thought Jiang Chen was a waste and had followed Lin Jinbei's instructions to pay more attention to him. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was completely unscathed, while his opponents were becoming crippled one after another. If this continued, who would dare to fight Jiang Chen? Looking at Gu Yinhai before him, a strong killing intent flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. This man was the father of Gu Yi and Gu Fong. Even when Gu Yi had drunkenly killed his adoptive parents, Gu Yinhai had not intervened. But everyone knew that Gu Yi could avoid prison and even turn against the Jiang family because of his father, Gu Yinhai. It was certain that Gu Yinhai had secretly pressured the enforcement team to suppress the matter. When he was with the Lin family, the original body had even tried to inform Lin Jinbei about this. Beijing Town North, however, completely ignored him, using the excuse of having no evidence, and turned away as if he had been forgotten. Now, with Gu Yi and Gu Fong already killed by Jiang Chen, only this guy remained. What a pity! Jiang Chen's current strength was insufficient to rival Gu Yinhai, so he could only endure for the time being. Did you not hear me when I spoke to you? Who allowed you to look at me like that? Although Gu Yinhai knew Jiang Chen was Lin Jinbei's son, Lin Jinbei had said there was no need to be overly polite to Jiang Chen. In fact, he needed to discipline Jiang Chen more. To prevent Jiang Chen from harming the excellent students of the martial arts school again, he had to reprimand him. Instructor Gu, did I violate any competition rules during my normal match? Since I didn't, what right do you have to stop me? Jiang Chen coldly responded a couple of times and turned to walk towards the resting area. Impudent! Stop right there! Gu Yinhai tried to block Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen ignored him. He even raised his middle finger directly at him. You little brat! I am the chief instructor, how dare you be so disrespectful to me? You make me furious. Gu Yinhai was not only the chief instructor of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School but also a 7th-tier battle general. Looking across the entire Tianhe base city, Gu Yinhai was a prominent figure. Yet now, he was humiliated by this young brat Jiang Chen. This filled him with immense anger. However, Jiang Chen was Lin Jinbei's son, and no matter how displeased he felt, he could only endure. But to take revenge on Jiang Chen, he decided from now on to no longer pay attention to him. Even if Jiang Chen was beaten to a pulp or even killed, he would not intervene. However, in the next 2 rounds of matches, regardless of how strong Jiang Chen's opponents were, without exception, they were all easily defeated by Jiang Chen. He advanced to the final match with unstoppable momentum. Every opponent of Jiang Chen was either severely injured or completely incapacitated. Even the core students of the martial arts school were not spared. Just a moment ago, Gu Yinhai had wanted to intervene but was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the core students of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School fell one by one. The original purpose of holding the martial arts competition was to let Lin Zilong shine and to showcase the strength of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School to everyone. But now, Lin Zilong's spotlight was completely overshadowed by Jiang Chen. The Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School did indeed demonstrate its strength, but the losses were even greater. The guest seats made Lin Jinbei's face turn red, his whole body trembling slightly. Husband, please calm down, don't let your anger harm your health. This was the first time Wang Ruoyo had seen Lin Jinbei so furious. He had never been this angry even when Jiang Chen had confronted him before. She knew very well that all of this was because Jiang Chen had severely injured one core student after another. These individuals were the key trainees that the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School had focused on cultivating over the years, and countless efforts had been invested in them. Now they were being destroyed one by Jiang Chen. How could Lin Jinbei, as the schoolmaster, not be angry? What on earth is going on with this Jiang Chen? How could my Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School have such a vicious student? Lin Jinbei, you are clearly neglecting your duties. Since Jiang Chen had severely injured Wang Xian, Lu Jinshan had already been a bit angry. Now, with so many core students injured, he, as the inspector, could no longer sit still. Even though he and Lin Jinbei were friends, he had to speak out against him. Brother Lu, this kid has been deliberately hiding his strength since entering the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. He pretended to be weak and incompetent on ordinary days, but I never expected him to be such a vicious demon. Don't worry, after the martial arts competition ends, I will immediately expel this kid from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. At the same time, I will also punish him severely. In fact, if Lin Jinbei publicly stated that Jiang Chen was his eldest son right now, all dissatisfaction towards Jiang Chen would vanish. There might even be praise for Jiang Chen's decisiveness in killing and his strong abilities. But Jiang Chen's various actions had completely enraged Lin Jinbei. Moreover, it was Jiang Chen who took the initiative to sever ties. Lin Jinbei would treat him as if he had no son. Humph. Lu Jinshan said nothing more, letting out a cold snort of dissatisfaction. In the past, the martial arts competition at the Fong Martial Arts School often resulted in serious injuries or even deaths among the students. However, there had never been such a significant casualty rate in any session, especially with core students being severely injured. This was a tremendous loss for the Fong Martial Arts School. If Lin Jinbei did not teach Jiang Chen a lesson, Lu Jinshan would take matters into his own hands. Their conversation was overheard by Li Jinhao, who, despite Jiang Chen's ruthless actions, did not believe he was in the wrong. On the contrary, he was growing fonder of Jiang Chen. A genius who wielded a knife and acted decisively was someone Li Jinhao had to recruit. Only the extreme martial arts school could truly unleash Jiang Chen's potential. The more dissatisfied Lin Jinbei and Lu Jinshan became with Jiang Chen, the more excited Li Jinhao felt. Jiang Chen, if you can defeat Lin Zilong, then no matter the cost, I will ensure you enter the extreme martial arts school. With this thought, Li Jinhao clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, in the No. 7 combat arena of the Fong Martial Arts School, cheers erupted. Great! Lin Zilong truly deserves to be the strongest student of our Fong Martial Arts School this year. The one who just fought him was Wang Tao, a 7th-tier martial artist, yet he was defeated in an instant by Lin Zilong. In my opinion, Lin Zilong is probably already very close to being a 9th-tier martial artist. It won't be long before he officially steps into the battle general level. A battle general at such a young age is something we ordinary people can hardly imagine. After all, he is the son of our schoolmaster, how could he not be outstanding? As everyone cheered Lin Zilong's name, Jiang Chen curiously looked towards the No. 7 combat arena, just in time to see Lin Zilong strutting out of the arena with an arrogant expression. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Lin Zilong's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. Initially, he only intended to teach Jiang Chen a lesson and force him to apologize to his parents. However, Jiang Chen's repeated severe injuries to core members of the martial arts school made it impossible for Lin Zilong to hold back any longer. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so brutal. Today, no matter what, I will sever your arms to avenge those injured core students. Only in this way can I quell my anger. As Lin Zilong spoke, his eyes, filled with killing intent, fixed intently on Jiang Chen. The finals were next, he had to defeat Jiang Chen. Otherwise, it would all become a joke. Jiang Chen could see through Lin Zilong's intentions, but he didn't care at all. He leisurely lay on the sofa in the resting area, recovering his strength. After a moment, Jiang Chen suddenly seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. He found Chen Meichi standing in front of him, her expression filled with rage. Why did you do this? Jiang Chen, since you have such powerful strength, why do you deliberately hide it? If you had shown such strength earlier, you wouldn't have been treated as a waste. In that case, our parents would definitely spare no effort in nurturing you. They would make you a prodigy like Zilong. Chen Meichi suppressed her anger and accused Jiang Chen. But you crazily harmed your fellow students in the martial arts school. So many people have been severely injured by you, reduced to uselessness. Practicing martial arts is already fraught with difficulties. It's hard to become a core student, and you've ruined it all with your own hands. Jiang Chen, don't you fear retribution for what you've done? I warn you, go apologize to mom and dad right now, or else you're as good as dead. Zilong won't let you off. Get lost, you filthy thing. Stop barking here and ruining my mood. Jiang Chen felt disgusted at the sight of Chen Meichi. Unfortunately, in the previous rounds of battles, he hadn't matched up against her. If he could meet her, Jiang Chen would definitely tear her foul mouth apart, rip out her tongue, make it so she could never speak again. As for why he would go to such extremes, Jiang Chen was purely avenging the original owner against the Fong martial arts school. All along, the original owner's cowardice had led him to suffer humiliation in the martial arts school, constantly being bullied and called a waste. Now that Jiang Chen had crossed over, how could he not take revenge on them? Not killing them all was already Jiang Chen's greatest mercy. You dare to insult me. Chen Meichi's face turned red with anger, but before she could say anything, Jiang Chen raised his hand and slapped her hard. Don't talk back. What can you do if I hit you? I warn you, if you dare to chatter again, I guarantee you'll never be able to speak for the rest of your life. Get lost. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he kicked Chen Meichi hard, sending her flying. Accompanied by a miserable scream, Chen Meichi fell heavily to the ground. Although Jiang Chen's strike didn't cause her much harm, being beaten like this in public made Chen Meichi feel utterly humiliated. As the young lady of the Lin family, when had she ever suffered such disgrace? Jiang Chen, are you crazy? You even hit a woman. Lin Zilong hurriedly helped Chen Meichi up. Then, he shouted at Jiang Chen, no matter what, Meichi is still your sister. How could you be so ruthless? You are simply beyond redemption. Lying in Lin Zilong's arms, Chen Meichi broke down in tears. Woo, Zilong, you must teach Jiang Chen a lesson. He's a demon who kills without blinking. This scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. When they saw the conflict erupt between Jiang Chen and Lin Zilong, Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruoya rushed over immediately. Jiang Chen, you are too outrageous. Not only did you maliciously injure a martial arts school student during the competition, but now you are also beating a student for no reason. Do you even regard me, the head of the school, at all? Lin Jinbei was worried that Jiang Chen's identity would be exposed and affect him, so he didn't reveal Jiang Chen's identity. Head of the school? What a head of the school? Hearing Lin Jinbei's words, Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully. As expected, from beginning to end, he had never cared about Jiang Chen. In their eyes, only the younger son Lin Zilong was perfect and flawless, and he was merely dispensable. At this moment, Jiang Chen truly felt sorry for the original owner. In the end, his status as a biological son was even less than that of an adopted daughter. After a brief silence, Jiang Chen looked at Lin Jinbei with an extremely cold gaze. When did I maliciously injure a martial arts school student during the competition? In the Fong martial arts school competition, injuries and deaths have always occurred. I was just fighting with all my strength. As for why I hit Chen Meichi, it was because she disturbed my rest. If that caused me to be unable to perform at my best in the finals, wouldn't I be the one at a loss? I have never felt that I did anything wrong. In the past, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly seen as weak and incompetent. But now, Jiang Chen not only showed a ruthless side but even publicly confronted Lyn Bay. This truly infuriated Lyn Bay. Who allowed you to speak to me like that? Lyn Bay looked at Jiang Chen, his anger boiling, rolling up his sleeves to prepare to slap Jiang Chen. But at this critical moment, he was stopped by Li Jinhao from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Lyn Bay, you are at least a God of War level martial artist and the branch master of the Fong Martial Arts School. How can you openly attack a junior? What kind of conduct is that? Besides, everything Jiang Chen has done so far has indeed not violated the rules of your competition. On what basis do you want to strike him? Aren't you ashamed? Li Jinhao had a great appreciation for Jiang Chen, and in this situation, he had to stand up for him. You, an outsider, what right do you have to stop me from teaching my martial arts school students? Lyn Bay was already furious, and seeing Li Jinhao step in to protect Jiang Chen only made him angrier. I am indeed an outsider and shouldn't interfere in your martial arts school's internal matters. But what you are doing is something even I, an outsider, cannot stand by and watch. If you want to fight, then let's have a match. Li Jinhao stood protectively in front of Jiang Chen, his gaze icy as he looked at Lyn Bay. You think I wouldn't dare? Lyn Bay instantly erupted with the aura of a fifth-tier war god, staring at Li Jinhao with tension in the air. Everyone, stop. At that moment, Lu Jinshan, the inspector of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, walked over. He was the strongest person present, and his words carried significant weight. Lyn Bay and Li Jinhao, who were about to fight, calmed down. The martial arts competition has not yet ended. Any issues can wait until after the match. Now, let's continue the competition. As Lu Jinshan said this, he shot a glare at Jiang Chen. In his view, everything happening now was Jiang Chen's fault. If he hadn't deliberately hidden his strength, if he hadn't been so ruthless with the martial arts students, how could Lyn Bay have gotten so angry? Such a morally corrupt student must be severely punished. But not now. The primary task at hand was to ensure the smooth running of the competition. Let the much-anticipated Lin Zilong win the championship. Since Inspector Liu has spoken, I will let you off for now. Humph. Lyn Bay snorted coldly and turned to walk towards the guest seats. Wang Ruoyao, feeling immensely disappointed after glancing at Jiang Chen, helped the injured Chen Meichi to the side to rest. Jiang Chen, wait for me, I will make you pay. I will make you understand how great the gap in strength between us is. Lin Zilong glared at Jiang Chen before leaving. Jiang Chen paid no mind to Lyn Bay and Lin Zilong's threats and respectfully looked at Li Jinhao. Thank you, senior, for your help. I am deeply grateful. From the moment Jiang Chen saw Li Jinhao, he had made a decision. He must enter the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. That was the top martial arts school he had always dreamed of. No need to worry about it. I just can't stand the actions of certain people. Focus on the competition. Li Jinhao gave Jiang Chen a satisfied glance before returning to the guest seats. After what had just happened, Li Jinhao now felt confident he could win Jiang Chen over. He must secure this person. If such an outstanding talent continued to stay in a place like the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, he would only be buried. Soon, the finals of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School competition began. Lin Zilong and Jiang Chen slowly walked into the #1 fighting arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Although Jiang Chen had shown abilities far beyond Lin Zilong's expectations, he felt no panic. On the contrary, he felt increasingly excited. As long as he could defeat Jiang Chen, not only could he avenge the severely injured students, but Lin Zilong could also seize this opportunity to make a name for himself. This martial arts competition was prepared for him. At this moment, almost all eyes in the arena were focused on Lin Zilong. Although Jiang Chen had risen like a dark horse, Lin Zilong's brilliance was simply too dazzling. As the son of the schoolmaster, he not only had a prominent status but was also a standout among this year's Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School students. At just 18 years old, he had already reached the 8th tier of martial artists. Such talent was top-notch throughout the Yen Kingdom, drawing attention. Almost everyone believed that the crown of this martial arts competition belonged to him alone. In terms of cultivation, weaponry, and martial skills, Lin Zilong completely overwhelmed Jiang Chen, making this final seem utterly predictable. Finally, the finals have arrived. Jiang Chen maliciously injured so many martial arts students before, he must pay the price this time. I want to see how this kid could possibly be a match for Brother Lin. Brother Lin is an 8th-tier warrior. What is Jiang Chen? Do you really think that defeating a few core students can put you on the same level as Brother Lin? I really don't know where he gets his confidence. Go, Brother Lin. Among the onlookers, there were quite a few fans of Lin Zilong. They had secretly admired Lin Zilong since their time at the martial arts school. Now that the finals were finally starting, they were all eager to see Lin Zilong decisively defeat Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, in the guest seats, Lin Jinbei watched his son Lin Zilong make a grand entrance, and the anger he felt towards Jiang Chen gradually subsided. Lin Zilong's exceptional talent was his greatest pride. Over the years, he had poured countless efforts into Lin Zilong, sparing no expense to cultivate him, and Lin Zilong had not disappointed his expectations, working diligently and achieving remarkable success. Now, Lin Jinbei hoped that through this martial arts competition, the higher-ups of the Fong martial arts school would see Lin Zilong's talent. As long as he gained their favor, Lin Zilong would have the opportunity to enter the headquarters of the martial arts school. He might even become a direct disciple of the headmaster, soaring to great heights. In the future, not only could he reach the level of a war god, but even further advancement was entirely possible. For this reason, Lin Zilong absolutely could not lose this battle. As for Jiang Chen, although his strength surprised Lin Jinbei, Jiang Chen's various actions had long since infuriated him. He now only hoped that Lin Zilong could teach Jiang Chen a good lesson. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was nothing but a disobedient son who needed strict punishment and discipline. A jade must be carved to become a gem. Only in this way could Jiang Chen learn to respect his parents. Gu Yinhai, you don't need to intervene in this match, Lin Jinbei said to Gu Yinhai beside him. Zilong knows what to do and won't go too hard. Understood, Gu Yinhai nodded in response. Even if Lin Jinbei hadn't said anything, he had no intention of intervening in this match. Jiang Chen had previously humiliated him, and he couldn't wait to see Lin Zilong teach Jiang Chen a harsh lesson. Meanwhile, in the first battle arena, Lin Zilong was already prepared for battle, a blue-gold long sword appearing in his hand. The sword was surrounded by lightning, and even unsheathed, it radiated a powerful wave of thunder attribute energy. This sword was called the Thunder June Sword, with a strength rating of S. It was a birthday gift from Lin Jinbei to Lin Zilong for his 18th birthday. In comparison, the worn black blade in Jiang Chen's hand was simply too weak. The gap between them was self-evident. Jiang Chen, if you surrender now, it's not too late. Otherwise, once I make my move, you will have no power to resist. In Lin Zilong's view, even if Jiang Chen was hiding his strength, his cultivation level at most would not exceed a 7th-tier warrior. Plus, with such trash weapons, how could he possibly compete with him? Facing Lin Zilong's mockery, Jiang Chen coldly smiled. You have such confidence, but do you really think you can win the championship? Let me tell you the truth. You will undoubtedly lose today. I will trample you underfoot and let everyone see how pathetic you are. Jiang Chen chose to participate in the martial arts competition just to humiliate Lin Zilong. The original body was imprisoned in the dungeon and ultimately died a miserable death because of Lin Zilong. He lost something by accident. Why should it be blamed on Jiang Chen? Just because Jiang Chen grew up in the slums, does that mean he would steal his things? Even more ridiculous was that Lin Jinbei didn't listen to any of Jiang Chen's explanations and insisted on imprisoning him. For 3 whole days and nights, he was given no food or water. This caused the already weak Jiang Chen to ultimately die alone in the stinking dungeon. Now that Jiang Chen had crossed over, how could he not take revenge? Lin Jinbei, I want to see if I really kill your precious son, will you go mad immediately? As Jiang Chen thought of this, a sharp killing intent flashed in his eyes. Lin Zilong met Jiang Chen's gaze, and the bone-chilling coldness pierced deep into his soul. It was as if the person standing before him was not Jiang Chen, but a god of death returning from the battlefield. What's with that gaze? Lin Zilong looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Clearly, Jiang Chen had been a waste who was bullied by others, but now not only had his strength increased dramatically, even his gaze sent chills down Lin Zilong's spine. The usually self-important Lin Zilong couldn't help but feel a wave of panic. No, impossible, this guy must be pretending to be strong. How could I be intimidated by such a waste? Lin Zilong revealed a determined expression. Jiang Chen, don't look at me with that gaze, it won't work on me. Since you're ready, then take my sword. Lin Zilong, unwilling to delay any longer, was enveloped in a flash of blue and gold light, and a dazzling set of armor appeared. The gem embedded in the chest of the armor shone brightly, containing astonishing lightning attribute energy. This was a suit of armor modeled after the ancient Chaos Thunder armor, named the Thunder Armor, with a strength rating of S. As Lin Zilong focused his mind, powerful lightning instantly surrounded him. He gripped the thunder sword tightly and charged towards Jiang Chen with near-instantaneous speed. Another S-class weapon, another S-class armor, truly worthy of the Lin family's future heir. But do you really think you can defeat me just because of your equipment advantage? Lin Zilong, to me, you are just a flower in a greenhouse, easily crushed. In countless life-and-death battles in the void martial arts arena, Jiang Chen had long possessed willpower and combat skills far beyond the ordinary. In recent days, he had hunted a large number of demon beasts, greatly increasing his strength. In contrast, Lin Zilong's so-called genius halo was, in Jiang Chen's eyes, merely a product of family protection. Even without relying on the power of a mentalist, Jiang Chen was confident he could defeat him. Facing Lin Zilong's flashy but hollow moves, Jiang Chen curled his lips in disdain. He had already seen through every action of his opponent, deftly sidestepping the attack while casually swinging his knife. Although Lin Zilong managed to block the blade in time, he could not withstand the ensuing gale. He was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground. In a single exchange, Lin Zilong was sent flying by Jiang Chen's blade. This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone present. How is this possible? At that moment, Lin Jinbei and Lu Jinshan both stood up. They looked at the fallen Lin Zilong in disbelief. Brother Lin, didn't you say Lin Zilong would definitely win this battle? Why is the situation so unfavorable at the start? Could it be that his strength is inferior to that Jiang Chen? Lu Jinshan actually didn't need to come to watch the martial arts competition this time. His presence was entirely to give Lin Jinbei face. He also wanted to introduce Lin Zilong to the pavilion master, hoping to make him the pavilion master's direct disciple. But the premise was that Lin Zilong had to demonstrate exceptional strength and win the championship of this martial arts competition. If he couldn't even win the championship, what qualification did he have to become the pavilion master's direct disciple? No, it's not like that. Lin Jinbei hurriedly spoke. Inspector Lu, Zilong is recognized as the strongest among this batch of martial arts academy students. He has already reached the level of an 8th-tier warrior. How could he possibly lose to Jiang Chen? This is just an accident. After all, you also saw that the martial skills Jiang Chen used are not from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy. It's normal for Zilong to be caught off guard. As soon as Lin Jinbei finished speaking, before Lu Jinshan could respond, Li Jinhao, sitting nearby, scoffed disdainfully, what you just said is quite ridiculous. If Lin Zilong was defeated just because Jiang Chen used some obscure martial skills, doesn't that just prove he's merely a flower in a greenhouse? If I'm not mistaken, Lin Zilong probably hasn't even truly fought against a demon beast yet. Relying solely on family resources to accumulate strength, what kind of genius is that? It's simply laughable. Li Jinhao's words pierced deeply into Lin Jinbei's heart. It was exactly as he said. Over the years, Lin Jinbei had overly protected Lin Zilong, not allowing him to go out and hunt demon beasts until he reached the level of a battle general. He called it protection, but in reality, he was worried that Lin Zilong would encounter an accident. After all, he was the heir he had painstakingly cultivated and needed to grow up safely. According to Lin Jinbei's original plan, Lin Zilong would smoothly win the championship and then become the direct disciple of the Hall Master. This way, Lin Zilong's future achievements would surely surpass his own. But now, all of this had been shattered by the sudden rise of Jiang Chen. Even though Jiang Chen was also his son, it made Lin Jinbei extremely angry. He would never allow himself to have an unfilial son who constantly contradicted and disobeyed him. Seeing Lin Jinbei silent, Lu Jinshan knew that Li Jinhao was right. It was evident that a hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Jinshan's eyes. Jinbei, I still say, if Lin Zilong wants to be favored by the Hall Master, he must win the championship. Lu Jinshan had no right to comment on how Lin Jinbei educated his child. Even though he felt in his heart that Lin Zilong was a sheltered flower, he did not say it out loud, preserving a bit of Lin Jinbei's face. Rest assured, Prosecutor Lu, my son will definitely win. Lin Jinbei was very clear about Lin Zilong's character. He had been incredibly proud over the years. Now, after being knocked away by Jiang Chen, although he was protected by the thunder armor and did not suffer much harm, it had undoubtedly affected Lin Zilong's confidence. If this continued, Lin Zilong would likely be too afraid of Jiang Chen to fully unleash his strength. Zilong, get up! Have your 18 years of effort just been to become a joke? Do not let excessive anger affect your strength. In this battle, you must win. Lin Jinbei's voice echoed throughout the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall. In the fighting arena, Lin Zilong, who had awkwardly gotten back on his feet, gradually calmed down upon hearing his father's words. Jiang Chen's earlier strike had indeed exceeded his expectations. He never imagined that Jiang Chen could so easily evade his attack without any armor assistance. This could only indicate one thing. Jiang Chen might have mastered the Thunder Step to an extraordinary level. Although the Thunder Step of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall was only a B-level movement technique, its intensity was comparable to A-level. The only drawback was that the training process was exceedingly difficult. For the vast majority of martial artists, they could at most only reach the entry level. those who could achieve great success were already 1 in 10,000, let alone reaching the peak. Even Lin Zilong had only just entered the basics. It was precisely for this reason that the usually confident Lin Zilong began to feel flustered. However, with his father's words of encouragement, Lin Zilong regained his confidence. Even if Jiang Chen was exceptionally talented and could master the thunder step to its peak, so what? Lin Zilong's advantages were not just in his strong cultivation, more importantly, he had the advantage of equipment. The S-level thunder armor and the S-level thunder sword were things Jiang Chen did not possess. Even the martial skills he practiced were also S-level, far superior to Jiang Chen's. In Lin Zilong's view, even if Jiang Chen could continuously use the thunder step, there would always be a time when his stamina would run out. At that moment, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to defeat Jiang Chen. Ha! Looking at Lin Zilong in front of him, Jiang Chen sneered coldly, saying you're a sheltered flower is really not wrong at all. In a competition like this, do you really need your old man to remind you? Lin Zilong, I advise you to admit defeat and hurry back to your mom for milk. A martial artist is not suited for a waste like you. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen was not surprised at all that Lin Jinbei shamelessly reminded Lin Zilong. He was very clear that Lin Zilong was such a person. Yet, even so, Jiang Chen felt no fear at all. In his eyes, Lin Zilong was simply too weak. He was even inferior to Wang Tao, whom he had encountered before. At least Wang Tao relied on his strength, while Lin Zilong depended more on family resources. If it weren't for his luxurious equipment, Jiang Chen's earlier strike would have been enough to severely injure him. Jiang Chen's words pierced Lin Zilong's heart like a sharp knife, stirring up the rage deep within him. Jiang Chen, I want you dead. Lin Zilong roared, his entire body surging with lightning energy, condensing it onto the thunder blade in his hand. He charged at Jiang Chen like a bolt of lightning, the tip of his sword aimed directly at Jiang Chen's throat. Trash is ultimately just trash. Facing Lin Zilong's attack, Jiang Chen scoffed, swinging his knife and charging forward. Although the black blade in Jiang Chen's hand was merely a B-grade weapon, under the power of the Gale Blade, it was not inferior to the Thunder Blade at all. The knife and sword clashed violently in mid-air, the sound of metal colliding echoing throughout the martial arts hall. The two separated instantly, passing each other by. In that moment, Lin Zilong noticed the murderous intent in Jiang Chen's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. What is this guy all about? Why was he just a waste before? How did he become like this now? Jiang Chen saw the flicker of fear in Lin Zilong's eyes and felt a surge of contemptuous laughter in his heart. Even if he wielded an S-grade weapon and donned S-grade armor, what difference did it make? Under the crushing weight of absolute strength, these so-called equipments were nothing but fleeting illusions, devoid of any real significance. Before Lin Zilong could recover from his shock, Jiang Chen had already swung his black blade again, launching a rapid offensive. With the enhancement of the thunder step, Jiang Chen's speed far exceeded that of Lin Zilong, who was clad in the thunder armor, moving with the swiftness of lightning. The power of the Gale Blade was astonishing, forcing Lin Zilong to struggle just to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades and swords intertwined, each collision producing a deafening roar. Lin Zilong's arms went numb from receiving Jiang Chen's attacks, cold sweat pouring down like rain. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This opponent he once regarded as a waste, now so absurdly powerful. What shocked him even more was that the martial skills Jiang Chen displayed were far beyond any he had ever seen. This was likely an S-grade martial skill. Such a unique and powerful sword technique was not part of the Wind and Thunder martial arts school's repertoire. So where on earth did Jiang Chen learn it? What's wrong? Weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you keep saying you would defeat me and chop off my arms? Why are you only defending now? Why don't you attack? You waste. Trash. Jiang Chen gripped the black blade tightly, repeatedly unleashing the Gale Blade's techniques. Unlike the graceful and ethereal swordplay, the knife techniques were wild and domineering, each strike filled with lethal threat. In this close-range confrontation, the power of the Gale Blade was fully unleashed. Even with the enhancement of the S-grade thunder armor, Lin Zilong could not match Jiang Chen's terrifying strength. Originally, the martial skill Lin Zilong practiced was the S-grade Thunder Shadow Thousand Blades. Combined with the Thunder Armor and Thunder Blade, it could unleash a terrifying power. But the problem was, he had only just begun to learn the Thunder Shadow Thousand Blades. Some techniques he couldn't even execute proficiently. Coupled with Jiang Chen's imposing aura and murderous intent, he was already feeling flustered. In such a situation, how could his immature swordplay defeat Jiang Chen? Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen unleashed the Gale Blade, wind sweeping the clouds. As this move was initiated, the blade hand swung the knife rapidly, like a fierce wind rising, sweeping up the remnants of clouds. Where the blade passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Lin Zilong was bewildered by the sudden gale, unable to see the true trajectory of the blade. Bang! With a loud crash, the thunder sword in Lin Zilong's hand was directly knocked away by Jiang Chen. Even Lin Zilong himself was blasted away by the terrifying force of the wind. This scene left everyone present with expressions of utter shock. Lin Zilong's weapon was knocked away by Jiang Chen? My god, that's an S-rank weapon. What on earth is happening? How can a mere B-rank black blade not only remain undamaged but also withstand the fierce attack of an S-rank weapon? No way, didn't you all notice? It's actually Jiang Chen's special technique that protected the black blade. It's as if it was wrapped in a layer of protective film. What kind of martial arts is this? Does our Wind Thunder martial arts school have such techniques? And every time it's used, it's accompanied by howling winds. Simply amazing. Lin Zilong can't possibly lose, right? While everyone was in shock, Lin Zilong in the arena had already been terrified by Jiang Chen's strength. Just as Jiang Chen had said earlier, Lin Zilong was like a flower in a greenhouse. Over the years, he had been so well protected by Lin Jinbei that he had never faced any setbacks. Now he had no idea how to confront Jiang Chen. His earlier confidence had completely vanished. Why you don't come over? Lin Zilong wanted to stand up but found his legs weak and unable to support him. In fact, his injuries weren't severe, it was his mindset that had exploded, resulting in overwhelming fear. He could only struggle and retreat, losing all dignity. Now you know fear? Sorry, it's too late. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Lin Zilong, a slight smirk on his lips. He didn't care whether Lin Zilong was his brother. All he knew was that Lin Zilong had caused the original body to die miserably in the dungeon. Now that Jiang Chen had crossed over, how could he not take revenge? Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen swung his blade at Lin Zilong. Unfortunately, the thunder armor on Lin Zilong had powerful defensive capabilities. When it sensed that Lin Zilong was in life-threatening danger, it automatically activated the lightning shield. Jiang Chen's black blade was only a B-rank weapon, and even with the enhancement of the Gale Blade, it was difficult to break through the thunder armor's defense. Yet, even so, Jiang Chen showed no mercy. In front of everyone, he continued to slash down, one strike after another. Ah, help me. Lin Zilong was completely terrified, scrambling to escape. No one expected that the once imposing Lin Zilong in the martial arts school would now scurry around like a rat. At this moment, he couldn't even muster the courage to face Jiang Chen. Even more terrifying was that the lightning shield on Lin Zilong was already showing cracks. Once shattered, the thunder armor's effect would disappear. How could Lin Zilong withstand Jiang Chen's terrifying onslaught with just his physical strength? Break for me! With Jiang Chen's furious roar, the winds howled. Jiang Chen gathered this terrifying power and struck hard at the lightning shield. Crack! The already shattered shield completely broke apart. The lightning jam on Lin Zilong's chest also dimmed. The power of the thunder armor was limited, and it had now been completely exhausted. Since everyone present was stunned by this scene, and Lin Zilong was too terrified to shout for surrender, Jiang Chen showed no mercy. With a cold gaze, he swung his blade toward Lin Zilong's head. This strike was meant to sever his head. Ah! You beast, stop. Earlier, when Lin Zilong was fleeing from Jiang Chen, Lin Jinbei could no longer sit still. But due to his position as the head of the school, he had refrained from intervening. Now seeing that Jiang Chen intended to kill Lin Zilong, how could he stand by and do nothing? At this moment, he had long forgotten his identity as the master of the dojo, and a powerful aura of a war god erupted in an instant. In just a moment, Lin Jinbei appeared in the battlefield. The moment he blocked Jiang Chen's attack, he immediately struck out with a palm. Jiang Chen, who was still only a 7th-tier martial artist, could not withstand Lin Jinbei's attack at all. He was directly sent flying by a single palm, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. No one expected that in such a situation, Lin Jinbei, as the dojo master, would suddenly attack Jiang Chen. What a master of the wind and thunder martial arts school. What do you think you are doing attacking an ordinary student in public? Do you have no shame? Although Jiang Chen had anticipated that Lin Jinbei would intervene to stop him from dealing a fatal blow to Lin Zilong, he did not expect him to be so protective. He even went so far as to severely injure Jiang Chen with a single palm. Indeed, in his eyes, only Lin Zilong was his son. Jiang Chen had always been nothing but a joke. At this moment, not just Jiang Chen, but everyone present was shocked as they looked at Lin Jinbei. In fact, it was quite normal for Lin Jinbei to intervene to stop Jiang Chen. After all, Lin Zilong was his son, and he could not just stand by. But he should never have attacked Jiang Chen. If this were to get out, wouldn't it be a source of ridicule? Lu Jinshan, sitting in the guest seats, had a face darker than thunder. Lin Jinbei's actions not only brought shame to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School in the Tianhao base city but also disgraced the headquarters. Beside him, Li Jinhao could no longer contain his anger and instantly rushed into the battlefield. He shouted sternly, "Lin Jinbei, you are a war god-level martial artist. What kind of skill is it to attack a junior? I really didn't expect that the martial arts competition of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School would allow the master to intervene at will. If I had known it was like this, what's the point of holding this competition? The champion is already predetermined. What's the use of competing? It's simply ridiculous. Li Jinhao's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. At this moment, those watching the martial arts competition were not just the students and instructors of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. There were also many prominent families from all over the Yen country. These people were originally invited by Lin Jinbei to witness his son's victory, but unexpectedly, it turned into a spectacle of his embarrassment. Under the strange gazes of the crowd and Li Jinhao's sarcastic remarks, Lin Jinbei appeared unusually flustered. His earlier impulsiveness stemmed from excessive worry for his son Lin Zilong's safety, causing him to lose his rationality in that instant. Now that he had calmed down, he realized that his actions were completely wrong. Not only did it bring disgrace to him as the dojo master, but it also severely damaged the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. At this moment, Lu Jinshan slowly stood up, his expression serious as he reprimanded, Lin Jinbei, you were too impulsive. It is understandable that you intervened to protect your son, but why did you have to attack Jiang Chen? Do you realize your mistake? Seeing this, Lin Jinbei hurriedly cupped his fists in response, Inspector Lu, I was too reckless in this matter. He knew that Lu Jinshan was giving him a way out, so he did not hesitate to admit his fault. He then turned to the crowd and explained, Dear guests, as Lin Zilong's father, in that situation, I could not just stand by. Moreover, Lin Zilong is a core student of the dojo, with outstanding potential, and he must not be harmed. As for Jiang Chen, at this point, Lin Jinbei's expression turned extremely angry. He was too ruthless in his attacks. Every student from the dojo who fought him was severely injured. If he is not taught a lesson, what will happen in the future? But I also realize that my actions have affected the fairness of the competition. Therefore, this match will be temporarily suspended, and will continue once both sides have recovered. This way, it also ensures fairness. Lin Jinbei not only proved his deep love for his son but also explained the reason for his intervention against Jiang Chen. At the same time, he took the opportunity to end the match. But at that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly burst into laughter. The master of the hall personally intervenes to stop the match. So what is the point of this competition? Do you have to come out and intervene every time I'm about to win? Do you have to inexplicably attack me? What kind of fairness is this? If that's the case, then I might as well admit defeat. I'll give this championship to Lin Zilong. Jiang Chen was very clear about Lin Jinbei's thoughts. This guy was clearly unwilling to let Lin Zilong lose just like that. This martial arts competition was originally a stage set up for Lin Zilong by him. Seeing the championship being snatched away by Jiang Chen, how could he be willing? Today, Jiang Chen not only wanted to humiliate Lin Jinbei but also to completely break away from the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall. And now was a perfect opportunity. Jiang Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm deliberately biased? Lin Jinbei suppressed his anger and questioned Jiang Chen. Isn't it? If you hadn't suddenly intervened, Lin Zilong would have already lost to me. Now that you propose a rematch, it's just to give Lin Zilong a chance. What fairness is there in such a match? As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Li Jinhao, who was standing by, burst into laughter. Well said, it's better not to participate in such an unfair match. Lin Jinbei was already very angry, and with Li Jinhao adding fuel to the fire, he became even more furious. He shot a cold glance at Li Jinhao. What does the internal matter of my Fonglei Martial Arts Hall have to do with you? Please leave here immediately. Li Jinhao sneered. Didn't you say the match isn't over yet? Since it's not over, why should I leave? Is it that the martial arts competition of Fonglei Martial Arts Hall doesn't allow others to watch? Then you might as well close the door and compete, since the champion has already been predetermined. Seniorly, you don't need to say anything. Actually, the master has other reasons for targeting me. Jiang Chen said sarcastically, anyway, I've already admitted defeat. In his eyes, only Lin Zilong, this good son, can become the champion. Others are not worthy. If I win the championship, wouldn't he become a joke? It's fine, I'm magnanimous. I don't care about this championship, just let it go to Lin Zilong. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, everyone present showed expressions of confusion. What does he mean by that? Li Jinhao frowned. Could it be that Lin Jinbei is targeting him for other reasons? Indeed, from the very beginning, Lin Jinbei seemed very dissatisfied with Jiang Chen, having quite a few grievances. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Wang Ruoyao from the guest seats could no longer hold back. She really didn't want to see the father and son turn into such enemies. Wang Ruoyao immediately stood up. Enough. Jiang Chen, I know you have grievances against your father, but you can't do this. We are all family, there's no need to make it like this. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was in an uproar. Father? Lin Jinbei is actually Jiang Chen's father? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Madame Wang said Jiang Chen is the master's son? Hasn't the master's son always been just Lin's alone? What on earth is going on? Amidst the confusion and bewilderment of the crowd, a voice suddenly rang out like a thunderclap. I remember now. Back when the Tianhe base city was attacked by the beast tide, Master Lin stepped forward and repelled the beast tide. But his eldest son also went missing during this beast tide. Now it seems that Master Lin's eldest son did not die, he is Jiang Chen. But this doesn't make sense. Why, knowing that Jiang Chen is his own child, is he still so hostile towards him? Moreover, Jiang Chen doesn't even carry the Lin family name. That's too strange. I never expected that coming to watch the martial arts competition would lead to such explosive news. If Jiang Chen is really Lin Jinbei's son, then the scene of father and son, brothers turning against each other, would be too spectacular. The crowd's discussion surged like a tide, and Luo Chingan was left stunned by this sudden revelation. He had a deep friendship with Lin Jinbei, but over the years, Lin Jinbei had never mentioned Jiang Chen's existence to him. Luo Chingan had always thought that Lin Jinbei's eldest son had perished in that beast tide. Because of this, Lin Jinbei had doted on and cared for his younger son, Lin Zalong, even more. However, the reality before him completely overturned his understanding. It turned out that his eldest son was Jiang Chen. But why didn't Lin Jinbei acknowledge Jiang Chen? Clearly, Jiang Chen's strength was so formidable, everything was too unreasonable. Soon, the news that Jiang Chen was Lin Jinbei's son spread throughout the Fong martial arts hall. Everyone's gaze towards Lin Jinbei became noticeably strange. Although this was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, and the strong were respected, it was still hard to believe that he wouldn't even acknowledge his own son. Lin Jinbei, already extremely angry, was utterly furious with Jiang Chen's identity being exposed. Shut up! Lin Jinbei roared in anger, his face twisted. I, Lin Jinbei, have no such unfilial son. Wang Ruoyao's heart ached, tears streaming down her face. She hurriedly stepped forward and tightly grasped Lin Jinbei, her voice trembling. Jinbei, please calm down. He is still our child after all. How can you expect me to calm down with such an unfilial son? Lin Jinbei said, unable to contain his rage. During this time, when has he ever treated us as parents? He deliberately disguised his character, intentionally hid his strength, causing chaos in the family. He even deliberately participated in the martial arts competition just to embarrass me. Does he deserve to be my son? He would even be willing to harm his own younger brother. He is worse than a beast. At this point, Lin Jinbei saw no need to continue hiding the truth. His words undoubtedly confirmed Jiang Chen's identity as his son, but also revealed the deep hatred between them. Lin Jinbei, you are right. I have never regarded you as my parents, because you are unworthy. For 20 years, you ignored me, leaving me alone in the slums while you enjoyed family happiness with Lin Zalong. At that time, you clearly knew my identity. Why did you ignore me? And why, when my adoptive parents were in trouble, did you turn a blind eye? Let me tell you the truth. It was the son of Chief Instructor Gu Yinhai who beat my adoptive parents to death. When I told you about this, how did you respond? Instead, you accused me of having no evidence and casually slandering others? At this point, Zhang Yan sneered coldly. Actually, I can understand you very well because back then, you regarded me as a waste. You thought my existence as a waste would affect you, the lofty master of the Fong martial arts hall. So you despised me, worried that if I recognized my roots, you would be laughed at by everyone. If I hadn't actively joined the Fong martial arts hall, you probably would still be ignoring me now. What's even more ridiculous is that I have already returned to the Lin family, yet you still treat me as if I don't exist. My status is even lower than that of a servant. You dare to call yourself my father? It's simply laughable. Zhang Yan's words struck like thunder in everyone's ears. All eyes widened in shock. They knew there was a significant conflict between Lin Jinbei and Jiang Chen, but they never expected the truth of the matter to be like this. Lin Jinbei actually abandoned his own biological son for the sake of so-called face. Such behavior is simply outrageous. If it were because he couldn't find Jiang Chen, it would be somewhat understandable. But he had clearly found him yet failed to bring Jiang Chen back to the Lin family in time, which left them utterly bewildered. Even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Lin Jinbei's actions undoubtedly angered everyone present. At this moment, many began to understand Jiang Chen's actions. Luo Chingan was so furious that his face turned ashen, unable to utter a single word. He didn't even know how to explain Lin Jinbei's behavior. At the very least, Luo Chingan would never abandon his own son. Moreover, how could Jiang Chen be considered a waste? With such talent and strength, he far surpassed Lin Zalong. To have such an outstanding talent and not nurture him was one thing, but to outright reject him? Luo Chingan was at a loss for words. He even took 2 steps back, clearly wanting to distance himself from Lin Jinbei. Furthermore, Luo Chingan had already made up his mind. Since the conflict between Jiang Chen and Lin Jinbei could not be resolved, Jiang Chen must not be allowed to stay at the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School in Tianhe Bay City. This martial arts competition was essentially Jiang Chen's victory. Such talent must be sent to the headquarters for training. Staying here would only lead to being overlooked. Rebellion. It's a rebellion. Jiang Chen, after all, I am your father. How dare you speak to me like this? Do you think that by deliberately distorting the facts, anyone will believe you? I have no unfilial son like you. Get out of the Lin family. Get out of the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School. Lin Jinbei had lost all reason due to his excessive anger. Coupled with the strange expressions of the crowd around him, he could no longer endure. I have long severed all ties with your Lin family. Since you have expelled me from the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School, then fine, from now on, I officially withdraw from the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen indeed turned to Li Jinhao beside him. He bowed respectfully, his gaze firm as he spoke. Master Li, I, Jiang Chen, wish to be your disciple. I earnestly request you to accept me. Let me join the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. What the hell? Li Jinhao, who had been watching the drama unfold, never expected Jiang Chen would suddenly seek to become his disciple. Even more surprising was that such a talent could be so easily dismissed by Lin Jinbei. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Li Jinhao was incredibly excited as he embraced Jiang Chen. Yes, I accept you as my disciple. Ha ha ha. From now on, Jiang Chen is a core student of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School and also my disciple, Li Jinhao. This tremendous surprise left Li Jinhao overjoyed. His laughter echoed in every corner of the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School. The high-ranking members present were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. Although Jiang Chen had been ruthless in the previous competition, it was undeniable that his strength was too formidable. Even Lin's alone was far from his match. Jiang Chen was a true champion. If such talent were properly nurtured, his future would be limitless. But now, he had turned around and joined the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Who could accept that? Luo Chingan, standing aside, had already planned to take Jiang Nian to the headquarters. But who would have thought that Lin Jinbei would suddenly expel him from the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School, handing over such a promising seedling to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School? At this moment, Luo Chingan's expression was extremely grim. To keep Jiang Chen, he immediately shouted angrily, Lin Jinbei, are you crazy? Jiang Chen is exceptionally talented, a rare talent, who allowed you to expel him at will. Moreover, Jiang Chen has not committed any substantial wrongdoing. What reason do you have to expel him? He then hurriedly ran to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen, this is all a misunderstanding. Please calm down. Your strength is too outstanding. Staying here will only lead to being overlooked. I can take you back to the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School headquarters immediately. Let you receive the best guidance, enjoy all the resources of the headquarters, and even become a direct disciple of the Grand Master. This is much better than staying at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. You must think it over carefully. Moreover, there are no overnight grudges between father and son. Staying at the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School is the wisest choice. Luo Chingan said sincerely, trying to persuade Jiang Chen to change his mind. Compared to Lin Jinbei, Jiang Chen was now the most important. Inspector Lu, I'm truly sorry. I'm just a small student at the Tianhe branch of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Since I've already been expelled by a certain high and mighty master, I naturally have no connection with the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School anymore. As for the headquarters, Jiang Chen sneered twice. How could the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School be something a nobody like me could aspire to? Let's forget it, to avoid some people causing me trouble in the future. Then, Jiang Chen looked at Li Jinhao beside him. Master, let's go. Don't be in a hurry, wait a moment. Li Jinhao coldly glanced at Lin Jinbei. Everyone just saw that Jiang Chen defeated Lin alone with absolute strength. He is the rightful champion, so you should give Jiang Chen the champion's reward. If I remember correctly, it should be 2 million in cash. At this point, Li Jinhao showed an expression of immense anger. Return the reward that belongs to my disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School looked as if they had eaten something foul, their faces turning extremely ugly. The loss of Jiang Chen, this talented martial artist, had already dealt a significant blow to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Now Li Jinhao actually wanted to demand the champion's reward? Who could tolerate that? The earlier accusations from Luo Chingan had already made Lin Jinbei very angry. Now, Li Jinhao's words pushed him over the edge. He shouted angrily, Li Jinhao, don't go too far. He is no longer a student of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Why should I give him a reward? Li Jinhao had long anticipated that Lin Jinbei would say this, snorting coldly, Lin Jinbei, when Jiang Chen won the championship, he had not yet been expelled from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. This means that at that time, Zhang Yan was still a member of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. On what grounds do you refuse to give it? Isn't the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School always emphasizing rules? Are you, as the master, going to lead the way in violating them? Zhang Chen had been so focused on leaving the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School that he had completely forgotten about the champion's reward. Now that he realized it, he immediately looked at Lin Jinbei. That's right, the reward that belongs to me, you must give it to me. Whether it was Li Jinhao's words or Zhang Chen's demand, they left everyone from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School speechless. Theoretically, they indeed still owed Zhang Chen the champion's reward. If Zhang Chen were still a member of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, giving him the reward would naturally be no problem. But the issue was that Zhang Chen had already left the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. This was akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, there was no return. Seeing Lin Jinbei silent, Li Jinhao pretended to sigh. It seems someone doesn't intend to give it. What a despicable person. Forget it, it's just 2 million. If the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School can't afford it, I'll make it up to you. Let's go, there's nothing to say to these despicable people. With that, Li Jinhao prepared to leave with Zhang Chen. But at that moment, Lin Jinbei suddenly shouted, "Wait." He then casually took out a black briefcase and tossed it to Zhang Chen. Isn't it just the champion's reward? I'll give it. In truth, Lin Jinbei was unwilling 100 times over, but if this matter was not handled well today, the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School would undoubtedly be tarnished. He could only be forced to compromise. Thank you, Grand Master Lin. Zhang Chen would not be polite with Lin Jinbei, immediately securing the black briefcase into his storage ring. At this stage, 2 million is a huge sum for him. Li Jinhao nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. He then mocked, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for generously gifting our Extreme Path Martial Arts School a prodigy. If there are any more good things like this in the future, remember to inform me, okay? Ha 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 ha." Accompanied by Li Jinhao's loud laughter, a sudden cry of an eagle echoed in the air. A giant black eagle circled above. Li Jinhao leaped up with Zhang Chen and landed on the eagle's back, swiftly leaving the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. Before they left, Zhang Chen clearly noticed Lin Jinbei's furious expression, as well as the murderous gazes from many present at the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. However, Zhang Chen paid no mind to any of it. Since he dared to act this way today, he was not afraid of retaliation from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. Lin Jinbei, don't think that just because I have left the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School today, our grievances are over. It's far from over. What you owe me over the years, I will make you repay double. Li Jinhao, noticing Zhang Chen's expression, slightly furrowed his brows. From the looks of you, could it be that today's revenge is not enough? Of course it's not enough. Zhang Chen replied coldly, "One day, I will trample Lin Jinbei underfoot, just like a dead dog." The original body died tragically in the dungeon, and Zhang Chen, having crossed over to inherit this body, could not let this grudge go unavenged. He was determined to make the Lin family, and even the entire Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, completely disappear from this world. Looking at the murderous intent in Zhang Chen's eyes, Li Jinhao was greatly shocked. Clearly, the enmity between Zhang Chen and Lin Jinbei was far more serious than he had imagined. However, Li Jinhao did not care too much. What he valued was Zhang Chen's potential. With such an outstanding disciple, he had to cultivate him with all his might. Then, Li Jinhao slowly spoke, "Zhang Chen, I believe you have heard of the rules of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Since I became the branch master, I have never had a personal disciple. You are the first, which also means that there may be people in the school who are not convinced by you. The Extreme Path Martial Arts School respects the strong. You must be mentally prepared to face challenges from everyone." Zhang Chen was well aware of the situation at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, but since he had already joined, he naturally felt no fear. He was eager to see just how strong the students of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, who valued strength above all, truly were. At this moment, Lin Jinbei in the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School was already trembling with rage. Initially, the reason he wanted to expel Zhang Chen from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School was all said in anger. He thought Zhang Chen would be frightened and kneel to apologize to him. After all, without the Lin family's help, if Zhang Chen were expelled from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, then no matter how strong his potential was, without anyone to cultivate him, he would still be buried. As long as Zhang Chen knelt to apologize, Lin Jinbei, seeing Zhang Chen's extraordinary talent, could forgive him. He had even planned to hold a banquet for Zhang Chen, publicly proving his identity to everyone. At the same time, he would have Zhang Chen recognize his ancestors and change his name to Lin Hao. But who would have thought that Zhang Chen would turn around and join the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, the sworn enemy of Li Jinhao? Moreover, he publicly took the championship prize from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School's competition. This infuriated Lin Jinbei to the extreme. At that moment, Lu Jinshan slowly walked up behind him. "Lin Jinbei, this is all you're doing." Lin Jinbei's whole body shook. his expression shifting from anger to panic in an instant. "No, it's not like that. That wasn't my intention." Lin Jinbei turned to Lu Jinshan. "Inspector Lu, you saw what happened just now. It was Zhang Yin who forced me to expel him from the Wind Thunder martial arts school." Before Lin Jinbei could finish, Lu Jinshan could no longer hold back, shouting sternly, "Enough! At this point, you still want to quibble. Lin Jinbei, although Jiang Chen has his faults, he is still your son. You actually abandoned such a gifted son? I really don't know what you're thinking." Lu Jinshan suppressed his anger and coldly warned, "Jiang Chen was originally the pride of my Fenglai martial arts school, but now because of you, he has been taken away by the Extreme Path martial arts school. This is a huge loss for Fenglai martial arts school. If the higher-ups find out about this, you're finished." At these words, Lin Jinbei showed an unprecedented look of panic. He almost stumbled. Fortunately, Wang Ruoyo beside him quickly supported him. But at this moment, Wang Ruoyo was already crying uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Chen was her biological son, and now he had not only severed ties with them but had also left Fenglai martial arts school forever. This left Wang Ruoyo heartbroken. At the same time, she was extremely shocked by the talent Jiang Chen had displayed. Living in a place like the Grey Plain district for so many years, he could become so powerful. If he had been brought back to the Lin family early on and received their training, wouldn't he have stepped into the ranks of battle generals in no time? He was her most outstanding son. But now, he had been driven away by Lin Jinbei. Wang Ruoya couldn't accept it and fainted on the spot. "Madam!" Lin Jinbei immediately instructed his subordinates to take Wang Ruoyo for treatment. Lin Zilong and Shan Meiqi hurriedly followed to take care of their mother. During this process, the spectators who had come to watch the Fenglai martial arts school competition gradually left. Each person's face showed mockery towards Lin Jinbei, as if they were watching a huge joke. Sigh. At this moment, Lu Jinshan sighed deeply. "Lin Jinbei, although we have been friends for many years, but in this matter, I can't protect you. If you can't make Jiang Chen change his mind, just wait for the headquarters to punish you." As he said this, Lu Jinshan's face was filled with disappointment towards Lin Jinbei. After all, he was a battle god-level warrior, a long-established top expert. How could he be so foolish? Restraining himself from hitting Lin Jinbei was already his greatest mercy. "Rest assured, Prosecutor Lu, I will handle Jiang Chen's matter. After all, I am also his father. I will find a way to bring Jiang Chen back to Fenglai martial arts school." So much had happened today, and although it was a huge blow to Lin Jinbei, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was far more powerful than he had imagined. If a gifted warrior like Jiang Chen openly left Fenglai martial arts school and joined the Extreme Path martial arts school, the loss for Fenglai martial arts school would be tremendous. Moreover, today's incident had seriously affected the reputation of Fenglai martial arts school. As the branch leader of Tianhe City, Lin Jinbei had to find a way to resolve all of this. Lu Jinshan said no more, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Immediately, Lin Jinbei called for the chief instructor, Gu Yinhai. "Speak. What exactly happened with Jiang Chen's adoptive parents?" Gu Yinhai was so frightened that he knelt directly on the ground. "Master, please let me explain. It was indeed my useless son who accidentally killed Jiang Chen's adoptive parents. But there is a reason for everything." Gu Yinhai trembled as he spoke. "Actually, that night, Jiang Chen's adoptive parents were going against traffic, causing my son to fall off his motorcycle. That brat acted out of anger. Who knew Jiang Chen's adoptive parents were so fragile that a slight bump would kill them?" Gu Yinhai was sweating profusely, his whole body trembling, and he didn't even dare to look Lin Jinbei in the eye. In fact, what he said was not the truth. The root cause of the incident was that his son was drunk and deliberately causing trouble. He didn't want to tell the truth, but at that moment, Lin Jinbei was furious. If he revealed the truth, he would be finished. No matter if it was to protect his son or the Gu family, he had to keep this matter hidden. Anyway, now that Jiang Chen had left, Gu Yinhai had dealt with everyone related to that incident. Even if Lin Jinbei went to investigate, there would be no clues. People from a place like the Huaiyuan district are all extremely uncouth rats, deliberately going against traffic on the road. They are clearly asking for death. But no matter what they say, they are still Jiang Chen's adoptive parents, and you must take responsibility for this matter. Once I get Jiang Chen to change his mind and return to the Fenglai martial arts school, you must bring your son and apologize to Jiang Chen in person. Do you understand? In Lin Jinbei's heart, he had always despised the people from the Huaiyuan district. He believed that Jiang Chen had become the way he was because his adoptive parents had taught him poorly. If it weren't for the fact that they had indeed done Jiang Chen a favor, Lin Jinbei wouldn't have intervened in this matter at all. In Lin Jinbei's view, Jiang Chen's current state was entirely due to his adoptive parents' influence. Being beaten to death by Gu Yunhai's son was purely deserved. All right, no problem. If young Master Jiang can really return to the martial arts school, I will definitely bow and apologize to him. Gu Yinhai was secretly relieved at this moment. He truly hadn't expected Lin Jinbei to believe his words. Okay, you can get up now. Immediately go notify Mu Qing to come back. I have important matters to discuss with him. Gu Yinhai didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and hurriedly left. Afterwards, Lin Jinbei returned to the Lin family. He knew that today's incident was a huge blow to Lin Zilong. As a father, he had to help Lin Zilong regain his spirits. At this moment, in a basement of the Lin family's mansion, the deeply affected Lin Zilong had locked himself inside. Before being defeated by Jiang Chen, he believed he was the chosen one. But now, Jiang Chen had destroyed all his confidence, turning him from a once proud figure into a laughingstock. Just thinking about how he had constantly mocked Jiang Chen before the martial arts competition, even boasting about severing Jiang Chen's arms, made Lin Zilong feel even more like a clown. The heavy blow of being defeated by Jiang Chen, along with his cowardly escape during the competition, made Lin Zilong feel he could no longer face the world. He wanted to choose suicide in this dim basement, but just as he took out a dagger, preparing to cut his own throat, the basement door was suddenly kicked open by Lin Jinbei. What are you doing? Just because of this little setback, you want to choose suicide? If you die like this, do you want your mother and me to live in pain for the rest of our lives? Get up! Lin Jinbei's roar brought Lin Zilong back to his senses, but he was still filled with despair. He looked at Lin Jinbei with hollow eyes. Dad, Jiang Chen is right, I am just a waste. No! Who says you are a waste? Lin Jinbei yanked Lin Zilong up. In terms of talent, Jiang Chen can't even compare to your little finger. The only reason he won was because he took advantage of the situation and caught you off guard. If he hadn't secretly learned the knife techniques from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, how could you have lost to him? At this point, Lin Jinbei threw the dagger from Lin Zilong's hand directly to the ground. Listen to me, if you want to take revenge, if you want to prove that you are stronger than Jiang Chen, then you need to pull yourself together. Over the years, I've protected you too well, which has left you lacking in practical experience. Next, I will create a special training program for you to gain strength far beyond Jiang Chen. In fact, Lin Jinbei could understand Lin Zilong's despair very well. This martial arts competition was originally a stage he had built for Lin Zilong. If there had been no accidents, today Lin Zilong would have won the championship in front of everyone, showcasing his astonishing talent and strength. Becoming the favored child of the heavens in everyone's eyes, he smoothly entered the headquarters to cultivate. Yet all of this was ruined by Jiang Chen. Who would have thought that a waste who had only reached the second stage of martial arts after 4 years of training at the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School would become so powerful? Even now, Lin Jinbei found it hard to believe that all of this had happened. Hearing Lin Jinbei's words, Lin Zilong's hollow gaze gradually lit up. He recalled the scene of his previous battle with Jiang Chen, and indeed, as Lin Jinbei said, it was because Jiang Chen's sword technique was too unique. It was completely the first time he had seen it, and it was inevitable that he wouldn't know how to defend against it. Under normal circumstances, how could he possibly have lost so thoroughly? That's right, I'm not weaker than Jiang Chen. At just 18 years old, I've already become an 8th stage martial artist. Compared to me, Jiang Chen's talent for cultivation is utterly mediocre. Dad, Jiang Chen only managed to defeat me by luck. If I could fight him again, I would definitely win. Lin Zilong clenched his fists tightly, quickly regaining his former confidence. Dad, please arrange another match for me. I want to publicly defeat Jiang Chen. I want to prove to everyone that I am the strongest. This time, I absolutely won't let you down. Lin Jinbei nodded in satisfaction. Good, that's my son. What you need to do now is accept the special training I will give you. I will make sure your strength increases significantly in a short time. In Lin Jinbei's view, Jiang Chen's victory was not only due to that special sword technique but also because he had real combat experience against demon beasts. Meanwhile, Lin Zilong had been overly protected by him over the years. Even with outstanding talent, the lack of practical experience led to his defeat against Jiang Chen. Therefore, what Lin Jinbei needed to do now was to let Lin Zilong fight real demon beasts. Only by experiencing such life and death struggles could he truly grow. In his heart, Lin Zilong was still his most perfect and outstanding son. Dad, now that Jiang Chen has left the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School and joined the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, this will have a huge impact on our martial arts school. What should we do now? After regaining his confidence, Lin Zilong thought of this issue and asked with a serious tone. Don't worry, Dad has already thought of a great plan to make Jiang Chen immediately return to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. By then, I will also make Jiang Chen kneel and apologize to me, and all the public opinion will disappear. After that, Dad will arrange for you to compete with Jiang Chen again. If you defeat him publicly, it will prove your strength. The last sentence seemed to be comforting Lin Zilong, but in reality, it was meant for himself. He was actually very unwilling to see Jiang Chen become so strong, because the stronger and more outstanding Jiang Chen became, the more foolish he would appear. After nurturing his good son for over a decade, in the end, he was outdone by an abandoned eldest son? This would undoubtedly make Lyn Jinbei the laughingstock of everyone. He could only place all his hopes on his younger son, Lyn alone, to surpass Jiang Chen. Only in this way could he prove that his judgment was not wrong. After comforting Lyn alone, Lyn Jinbei went to check on Wang Ruoyao's condition, confirming that he was fine before heading to the Lyn family hall. At that moment, Gu Yinhai entered with a rather robust man. The man knelt down the moment he saw Lyn Jinbei. "Master, I have returned late. If I had known earlier that Jiang Chen was such a despicable and malicious person, I would never have let him harm our martial arts school." The man speaking was Mu Qing, Lyn Jinbei's direct disciple. He was the most valued student in the martial arts school besides Lyn alone. Although he was a year older than Lyn alone, he was equally gifted and had already reached the 9th stage of martial arts. During this time, Mu Qing had been training outside, and the only reason for the hurried call back was simple. Lyn Jinbei planned to send Mu Qing to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall to bring back the unfilial son, Jiang Chen. "Mu Qing, since you already know about this ungrateful son Jiang Chen, please make a trip to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Go challenge Jiang Chen in my name as my direct disciple. As long as he loses to you, we can use that as a reason to bring him back to the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall." Mu Qing smiled confidently. "Master, please rest assured. I know what to do. I guarantee I will bring back Jiang Chen." Meanwhile, on the other side of the Tianhe base city, Li Zhenhao brought Jiang Chen to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall located there. Like the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall, the branches of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall were spread throughout the entire city of Yin Country. On the surface, the two martial arts halls kept to themselves, but in reality, they were secretly competing. Due to the higher recruitment standards of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall compared to the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall, the number of students at the Extreme Dao was far fewer. Initially, Jiang Chen had actually preferred the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. In his heart, he believed that such a free-spirited martial arts hall would allow students to grow to their fullest potential. However, at that time, Jiang Chen was eliminated due to his incomplete awakening of the mental energy master, which left him physically weak and far behind his peers. Unsurprisingly, he was eliminated. Now, standing once again in front of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, he felt a surge of emotions. He was no longer the useless person of the past, but a genius. At that moment, Jiang Chen noticed a massive human-shaped statue in the center of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. This figure was the headmaster of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, Mo Wanshan. Mo Wanshan was one of the strongest martial artists in human history, and his current realm had long surpassed that of a war god, stepping into the planetary level. He had once single-handedly slain 3 king-level demon beasts, earning him fame throughout the world. Although Mo Wanshan had retired, he remained the headmaster of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, holding a prestigious position and immense power. Jiang Chen's current goal was to become a supreme top-tier powerhouse like him, to trample Lyn Jinbei and Lyn Zilong underfoot. Then, under Li Zhenhao's lead, Jiang Chen stepped proudly through the hall's entrance. But just as he was surveying his surroundings and familiarizing himself with the new environment, a burly man suddenly appeared in front of him. The man, bare-chested and with clenched fists, looked at Jiang Chen with jealousy in his eyes. "I want to challenge you." The man, filled with rage, seemed to harbor a deep-seated grudge against Jiang Chen. However, that was not the case. This burly man was named Liu Chang, a core student of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, currently at the 7th level of martial arts. Although Li Zhenhao was the head of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, he did not have a direct disciple. Over the years, Liu Chang had longed to become Li Zhenhao's direct disciple. Recently, Li Zhenhao had praised him for his hard work and outstanding strength, which gave him great confidence that he would surely become Li Zhenhao's disciple. But who would have thought that a student expelled from the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall would suddenly become Li Zhenhao's direct disciple? This was something he could not accept. He declared that he would challenge Jiang Chen today. The Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall did not have as many rules as the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall. If someone was dissatisfied with another, they could challenge them at any time, provided they did not use lethal force. Other than that, there were no other rules. If an ordinary student challenged a core student and won, the ordinary student could take their place. Liu Cheng intended to publicly challenge Jiang Chen, defeat him, and then replace him as Li Zhenhao's disciple. With Liu Cheng's appearance, many students from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall began to emerge around them. Almost everyone was sizing up Jiang Chen. Although they had not witnessed the martial arts competition of the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall firsthand, they had a general idea of what had transpired. Jiang Chen was able to defeat a group of students from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, even besting Lynn alone. This level of strength absolutely crushed his peers. However, he was currently in the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, where there had always been conflicts between the two schools. This inevitably caused some hostility towards Zhang Chen from the people of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Zhang Chen, if you truly want to integrate here, then let your strength do the talking. Li Jinhao did not stop Lu Chang's challenge. On the contrary, he fully supported the students sparring with each other privately. In his view, between men, only a good, honest fight could enhance their relationship. At the same time, it could also quickly strengthen their own abilities. Of course, the premise of all this was that neither side could use lethal force. If anyone were to seriously injure or kill a fellow student from the same school, Li Jinhao would personally execute them. No problem. Zhang Chen was already aware of the rules of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, and he not only would not refuse Lu Cheng's challenge but was also very much looking forward to this sparring. Compared to the conservatism of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, Zhang Chen loved the style of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Moments later, the two arrived at the martial arts arena of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Surrounding them, besides the instructors, were many young students from the school. Standing in the arena, Lu Chang was tall and muscular, wielding a heavy long knife. The blade emitted a faint golden sheen, clearly not an ordinary weapon. This was an A-grade weapon, the Golden Shadow Steel Knife. Lu Chang swung the Golden Shadow Steel Knife as if to show off. Zhang Chen, this was given to me by the schoolmaster. In his eyes, I was the most suitable direct disciple, but all of that has been taken away by you. Today, I will use this knife to prove to the schoolmaster that I am stronger than you. Don't think that just because you won the championship at the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School's competition, you can come here and flaunt your power. Every student of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School is stronger than those from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Before Lu Chang finished speaking, he lunged at Zhang Chen like a whirlwind, the Golden Shadow Steel Knife slicing through the air, aiming directly for Zhang Chen's vital points. In the face of Lu Chang's fierce assault, Zhang Chen appeared unusually calm. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had already seen through Lu Chang's moves. Just as the Golden Shadow Steel Knife was about to reach Zhang Chen, he moved, his speed almost impossible to catch. He instantly flashed to Lu Chang's side, dodging the attack while swinging his knife towards Lu Chang. The seemingly ordinary strike was accompanied by a howling gale. Although Lu Chang reacted quickly and blocked the blow with the Golden Shadow Steel Knife, the force of the wind made him unsteady, nearly causing him to fall. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Chen struck out suddenly, like a tempest, causing the air around him to whirl rapidly. The black blade in his hand transformed into a silver whirlwind, sweeping towards Lu Chang at incredible speed. Lu Chang could not see Zhang Chen's moves at all. Before he could react, the Golden Shadow Steel Knife he held tightly was directly knocked away by Zhang Chen. In the next moment, Zhang Chen, stepping with lightning speed, appeared before Lu Chang like a ghost. He struck fiercely with his knife at Lu Chang's neck. However, Zhang Chen did not use lethal force. Instead, he struck with the back of the knife. Therefore, this blow did not inflict any serious injury on Lu Chang. Under normal circumstances, that strike would have severed Lu Chang's head from his body. This scene was clearly witnessed by everyone present from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Every face showed immense shock. Lu Chang was one of the top students of this year's Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Yet even so, he was still defeated by Zhang Chen in an instant. This was enough to prove how strong Zhang Chen's abilities were. In the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, where strength was revered, Zhang Chen's display of power shocked all the students present. This made them all regard Zhang Chen with deep respect. No one thought Zhang Chen was unworthy anymore. And at this moment, in the arena, Lu Chang stood frozen in place, his face filled with shock. He knew very well that Zhang Chen, being accepted as a direct disciple by Li Jinhao, must possess extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win the championship of the Fong Martial Arts School. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this, which is why he came to challenge him. The result, however, was a complete defeat. If Zhang Chen hadn't held back in time, he would have been dead by now. Ha! Lu Chang let out a self-deprecating cold laugh. With my strength, I actually dared to fantasize about defeating you. I was really too foolish. At this point, Lu Chang's gaze became resolute again. Zhang Chen, although I can't defeat you now, don't get too complacent. I, Lu Chang, swear that one day, I will personally defeat you. Humph. With that, Lu Chang picked up the fallen Golden Shadow Steel Knife and walked out of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School without looking back. Rather than wallowing in despair after his defeat, Lu Chang hoped to use this setback to make himself stronger. In the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, there is a well-known saying, failure is the mother of success. Only by learning from failures and summarizing experiences can one become stronger. Soon after, Li Jinhao walked into the arena. Seizing the opportunity, he announced to everyone present, from today onwards, Zhang Chen is my direct disciple, Li Jinhao. However, at that moment, an unexpected guest entered the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Zhang Chen, since you have become Li Jinhao's direct disciple, do you dare to accept my challenge? The newcomer was Mu Qing from the Fong Martial Arts School. Mu Qing's sudden appearance had already shocked everyone in the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Now, he was publicly challenging Jiang Chen. Such a disrespectful act truly incited the displeasure of those present. Mu Qing, this is not the Fong Martial Arts School, who allowed you to come in freely. We at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School do not welcome you. Get out of here. Many people from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School rolled up their sleeves, looking angrily at Mu Qing. It was clear to everyone that his appearance to challenge Jiang Chen was not with good intentions. Mu Qing paid no attention to the angry expressions of those present and smiled faintly. It is said that the Extreme Path Martial Arts School respects the strong and does not refuse anyone's challenge. Today, it seems that this is all false. Since someone wants to be a coward, then forget it. With that, Mu Qing turned to leave. At this moment, Li Jinhao suddenly called out to him, "Wait, my Extreme Path Martial Arts School indeed does not refuse challenges from others, but Mu Qing, you are a direct disciple of Lin Jinbei, and your cultivation level must have reached the 9th rank warrior, right? Jiang Chen's cultivation is vastly different from yours. What kind of ability is it to challenge him? Moreover, Jiang Chen has gone through so many battles today and is greatly exhausted. If you really want to challenge a student of my Extreme Path Martial Arts School, I can immediately arrange a suitable opponent for you." Mu Qing had long anticipated that Li Jinhao would say this, and he showed no fear in the face of Li Jinhao's gaze. He coldly replied, "That's right, my cultivation is indeed stronger than Jiang Chen's, but I have not yet reached the level of a battle general. In certain circumstances, Jiang Chen and I are merely ordinary warriors." Furthermore, Jiang Chen took advantage of his combat experience to bully Lin Zilong, who lacks practical experience, in the martial arts competition. Is that fair? If Lin Zilong had combat experience, would he have suffered such a crushing defeat? At this point, Mu Qing pointed at Jiang Chen. "If you are a man, then accept my challenge. Rest assured, to ensure the fairness of the match, I will not use my full strength. I will not use any weapons throughout the match. I will only fight you barehanded. If I win, you must immediately return to the Fong Martial Arts School and kneel to apologize to the schoolmaster." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was furious and began to curse uncontrollably. "Mad, do you still want some face? Jiang Chen's cultivation is so much weaker than Lin Zilong's, yet he defeated Lin Zilong and now claims it's unfair? Lin Zilong is already an 8th-tier warrior, yet he has no practical combat experience. How can such a waste be worthy of becoming the champion of the martial arts competition? It's definitely because the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School doesn't want Jiang Chen to easily join the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. That's why they sent you here. Are all of you from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School this despicable? Jiang Chen, you are already one of us at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. There's no need to accept this despicable person's challenge. That's right, if he dares to forcibly take you away, we guarantee he won't leave the Extreme Path Martial Arts School alive." Mu Qing still ignored everyone's words, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen like a venomous snake. "What's the matter with you not saying a word? I was planning to fight you barehanded, yet you still don't dare to accept? Is this what you call a genius? Bah!" Mu Qing sneered, "You can only bully someone like Zilong, who has no practical combat experience. In my opinion, Zilong will lose to you not only because of his lack of experience but also because he values brotherly feelings. Jiang Chen, I advise you to hurry back to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. After all, you are the master's son, just bow your head and apologize, and this matter will be over. Maybe the master will even cultivate you well." Ha 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 ha. Mu Qing laughed loudly, showing no fear of the crowd present. After all, he was a student of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School and a direct disciple of Lin Jinbei. He imagined that Li Jinhao wouldn't dare to act against him easily. Bastard, where did Lin Jinbei find such a dog to be his disciple? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to teach you a lesson? Li Jinhao gritted his teeth in anger, ready to teach Mu Qing a lesson, but was stopped by Jiang Chen. "Master, don't be impulsive. Since this guy wants to challenge me, I'll accept." Jiang Chen looked at Mu Qing with disdain. "Isn't it just a mere 9th-tier warrior? I don't take him seriously at all. Are you really going to fight him?" Li Jinhao said with a worried expression. "You've already fought too many times today. Can your stamina keep up?" In Li Jinhao's view, since Jiang Chen dared to accept Mu Qing's challenge, he must be confident. But he was worried that Jiang Chen's stamina would be insufficient, affecting the subsequent battles. "Don't worry, this guy is just a clown. Just wait and see the show." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he walked up to Mu Qing with full fighting spirit. "Come, I accept your challenge. But I must say this in advance, swords have no eyes. You plan to fight me barehanded. If I accidentally chop off your dog head, you can't blame me. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing burst into laughter. Ha! Jiang Chen, do you really think you're impressive? In my eyes, you have always been a waste. Don't think that just because you learned a few moves from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, you can defeat me. The gap between us is like an insurmountable chasm. Before Mu Qing came to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, he had watched the battle videos of Jiang Chen and Lin Zilong many times. Jiang Chen indeed had good skills, and the intensity of his sword techniques was extremely high. Lin Zilong, having been pampered since childhood, naturally couldn't compete against such unfamiliar and powerful sword techniques. But Mu Qing was not someone like Lin Zilong, who had been spoiled. He came from a poor background, and becoming a warrior was his only chance to change his fate. For this, he worked desperately hard and was already used to fighting against fierce beasts. In his view, even barehanded, he could easily defeat Jiang Chen. Subsequently, the two stepped into the combat arena of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. At the same time, Mu Qing's previous disdainful expression had completely vanished. In its place was a fierce killing intent. Jiang Chen, today you have harmed so many students of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School for no reason. Not only has it harmed the master, but it has also damaged the reputation of the entire Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. Even if the master blames me when I return, today I will break your 2 legs. As soon as the words fell, Mu Qing stomped hard on the ground, his fists instantly enveloped in a rolling force of thunder. Even though Mu Qing was barehanded and not using any weapons, he still exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Although Mu Qing is despicable, his strength is indeed formidable. No wonder he became Lin Jinbei's direct disciple. Jiang Chen's cultivation level is vastly different. I'm really worried he might lose to Mu Qing. Don't say such discouraging things. Even Lu Chang was easily defeated by Jiang Chen, which proves how strong Jiang Chen is. But even if Jiang Chen is strong, he has fought several matches today, and his stamina must be greatly depleted. Do you think it's possible that Jiang Chen intentionally wants to lose to Mu Qing, using this opportunity to return to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School? After all, Lin Jinbei is Jiang Chen's father. He probably can't stay in our Extreme Path Martial Arts School forever. Who knows? There might actually be some truth to that. Although Jiang Chen was accepted as Lin Jinbei's direct disciple today and defeated Lu Chang with his strength, to the vast majority of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School students, Jiang Chen was still a stranger. They didn't know him, and with such a large gap in strength, Jiang Chen still had to accept the challenge. This truly made them skeptical. At this moment, Mu Qing listened to the discussions around him and laughed maniacally. Ha! Jiang Chen, you heard that? The people from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School don't trust you at all. What meaning is there for you to stay here? If you decisively admit defeat now, I might consider not breaking your 2 legs. Mu Qing clenched his fists, his eyes filled with disdain for Jiang Chen. Enough noise. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop with the nonsense. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, he immediately drew out the black edge blade. His previously calm eyes suddenly turned filled with murderous intent. This gaze was not that of a student martial artist. It was as if he were a battle-hardened killing god. What is happening? Mu Qing was clearly shaken by Jiang Chen's gaze. He had fought with beasts many times and had been training outside during this period. Yet, facing Jiang Chen's current gaze, he felt a hint of fear. He even found it hard to look directly into Jiang Chen's eyes. Impossible, he must be bluffing. How could I be intimidated by such a gaze? Mu Qing glared at Jiang Chen with cold eyes. Since you won't surrender, don't blame me. After saying that, Mu Qing stepped into the thunderbolt step and rushed towards Jiang Chen at an incredible speed. His right fist, wrapped in the power of thunder, ruthlessly struck out towards Jiang Chen. This was one of the A-level martial techniques of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, the Thunderbolt Fist. When used in conjunction with the Thunderbolt Step, it could unleash even greater power. Mu Qing's physical strength was formidable, and he specialized in weapons like armors and gauntlets. Before this, he had already mastered the Thunderbolt Fist to a great extent. Even now, barehanded, he could still unleash impressive power. In his view, Jiang Chen could never withstand this punch. However, Mu Qing's seemingly fierce and swift attack was utterly insignificant in Jiang Chen's eyes. With the peak mastery of the Thunderbolt Step, Jiang Chen easily dodged Mu Qing's Thunderbolt Fist. Without giving him any chance to react, he unleashed the Gale Absolute Blade, wind rising and clouds gathering. As Jiang Chen swung his blade, a howling gale instantly formed a blue blade aura, rushing straight at Mu Qing. Mu Qing's instinctive reaction was to dodge, but he simply couldn't make it in time. The blue blade aura pierced through his body in an instant. He felt a sharp pain and collapsed to the ground. From his right shoulder all the way to his left side, Mu Qing's body was directly severed by Jiang Chen. Fresh blood gushed out, staining the ground red. No one expected that Jiang Chen would kill Mu Qing on the spot with just one strike. The entire process was completed in an instant, and Mu Qing didn't even have the chance to scream. He died a tragic death. He killed someone. Jiang Chen killed Mu Qing in public. Once the crowd reacted, their faces were filled with terror. Although injuries and deaths are inevitable in martial arts competitions, being killed outright like Mu Qing, without any chance to resist, was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. At that moment, Lu Chang, standing among the crowd and witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear. If Jiang Chen had also attacked him during their match earlier, his fate would have been exactly the same as Mu Qing's. Master, from start to finish, it was this guy who provoked me, and he was the one who challenged me. He even chose to fight me barehanded. His death can't be blamed on anyone, he was simply too weak. As a member of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, is it wrong for me to kill someone who insults our reputation and doesn't know when to back down? Although the public killing terrified everyone present, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. In this world of the survival of the fittest, strength was the most important thing. Moreover, the original body had often been bullied by Mu Qing when he was at the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. He knew Jiang Chen's true identity, yet instead of showing any respect, he became even more arrogant. There were even times when he was beaten to the point of not being able to get out of bed. Lin Jinbei sometimes saw this but kept his distance from Jiang Chen in front of his master, allowing Mu Qing to bully him. This made Mu Qing even more reckless. Now that Jiang Chen had crossed over, how could he not take revenge? Killing this guy with one strike was already Jiang Chen's greatest mercy. Jiang Chen is right. Everything is Mu Qing's own doing. Someone, take Mu Qing's body back to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, and tell Lin Jinbei that Jiang Chen is my disciple, Li Zhenhao, and no one can take him away. Li Zhenhao was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Chen kill someone, but more than that, he was excited. He had been worried that Jiang Chen might leave the Extreme Path Martial Arts School and return to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, but now it seemed his worries were unnecessary. As Jiang Chen's master and the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School in the Tianhua base city, how could he not protect Jiang Chen in this situation? Soon, the news of Mu Qing's death reached the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. When Lin Jinbei lifted the white cloth and saw Mu Qing's body, cut in half and tragically dead, he was stunned. How is this possible? Mu Qing is a 9th-tier martial artist with outstanding strength. How could he be killed by that kid Jiang Chen with one strike? I don't believe it. I can't believe Jiang Chen's strength is that formidable. It must be Li Zhenhao who secretly intervened. It has to be. At that moment, not only was Lin Jinbei shocked, but everyone from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Answer me, did Li Zhenhao intervene from behind? Lin Jinbei couldn't accept that his most valued disciple had died so tragically. He also didn't believe that Jiang Chen's strength could be so absurdly powerful. Master, this is a battle video sent to us by the people from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Li Zhenhao didn't intervene at all. Mu Qing was indeed killed by Jiang Chen with one strike. Gu Yinhai trembled as he played the battle video for Lin Jinbei to watch. Everyone present could clearly see from the video the entire process of Jiang Chen killing Mu Qing with one strike. Mu Qing didn't even have a chance to react, which was enough to prove how strong Jiang Chen was. How could this happen? Lin Jinbei seemed to be watching the battle video, and even though he was unwilling to accept it in his heart, he had to acknowledge that everything had happened. If an ordinary student died, it could be accepted. But Mu Qing was the most talented person in the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School of the Tianhua base city, second only to Lin's alone. This time, Lin Jinbei deliberately did not allow Mu Qing to participate in the martial arts competition, just to ensure that Lin's alone could shine. If nothing unexpected happened, Mu Qing would soon step into the ranks of battle generals. Then Lin Jinbei could send him and Lin Zilong to the headquarters together. However, such an outstanding martial artist died just like that, which was a tremendous loss for the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School. Brother Mu! Lin Zilong looked at the tragically dead Mu Qing and cried out in despair. Although Mu Qing was only a year older than him, in Lin Zilong's heart, Mu Qing was his elder brother. He never expected that Mu Qing would be killed by Jiang Chen. Dad, Brother Mu lost because he underestimated the enemy. If Brother Mu had fought Jiang Chen fairly instead of barehanded, how could Jiang Chen have won? Jiang Chen is truly despicable. How could he do this? In the past, when we were at the martial arts school, Brother Mu often looked after Jiang Chen, but now he has killed him. Dad, this grudge must be avenged. After suffering a crushing defeat in the martial arts competition, Lin Zilong already hated Jiang Chen to the core. Now, with his respected elder brother killed by Jiang Chen, Lin Jinbei felt no sympathy for Jiang Chen. All he felt now was hatred. Yes, we must take revenge. This ungrateful son is a demon who kills without blinking. How could I, Lin Jinbei, have such a devilish son? Endless killing intent flashed in Lin Jinbei's eyes. But at that moment, a low voice suddenly came from behind. Revenge? How do you plan to take revenge? Do you intend to kill Jiang Chen? The speaker was Lu Jinshan, the prosecutor of the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School. He glanced at the tragically dead Mu Qing, and his expression grew even more grim. Lin Jinbei, is this what you call a good plan? Not only has Jiang Chen not returned, but the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School has also lost a gifted student. You have truly disappointed me. Lin Jinbei showed a clear look of panic at Luo Jinshan's sudden appearance. Prosecutor Lu, let me explain, I didn't want this to happen. I never expected Jiang Chen would kill Mu Qing. Originally, according to my plan, Mu Qing should have defeated Jiang Chen and brought him back to the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School. Shut up! Luo Jinshan angrily interrupted Lin Jinbei. When Jiang Chen defeated Lin Zilong before, you said it was luck. Is it luck that he defeated Mu Qing now? Jiang Chen is your son, how could you not notice how strong he is? Don't give me excuses about being separated from Jiang Chen since childhood and not knowing his strength, that's nonsense. If you truly cared about Jiang Nian, how could you not know his true strength? Luo Jinshan, with an angry expression, stepped in front of Lin Jinbei. In my opinion, you clearly favor your younger son and deliberately neglect Jiang Chen. Everything that has happened now is caused by you. Luo Jinshan had already been extremely dissatisfied with Lin Jinbei regarding the martial arts competition. Even a fool could see that Lin Jinbei favored his younger son. Favoring one son was one thing, but he treated his eldest son so poorly. This ultimately led to Jiang Chen leaving the Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School and joining the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. If Lin Jinbei had truly reconciled with Jiang Chen, it could have been considered a wash. But now, not only had he failed to reconcile with Jiang Chen, but he also allowed a gifted martial artist like Mu Qing to die in vain. Luo Jinshan would not let Lin Jinbei off easily. Listening to Luo Jinshan's words, Lin Jinbei was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He did indeed favor Lin Zilong, but all of this was because Jiang Chen had grown up in a slum. He despised Jiang Chen's crude habits and was disgusted by Jiang Chen's association with street thugs since childhood. No matter how he looked at it, Jiang Chen was simply unpleasant to him. Even after bringing Jiang Chen back to the Jiang family, Lin Jinbei still harbored resentment. Moreover, Jiang Chen had spent so many years at the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, yet he only displayed the strength of a second-tier martial artist. All these reasons combined led Lin Jinbei to completely give up on Jiang Chen. However, he never expected Jiang Chen's strength to be so formidable. This meant that the power he had shown at the martial arts school was all a deliberate disguise. However, after all, you are my son. I admit I did have some prejudice against you at first, but you shouldn't have concealed your strength from the very beginning. If you had shown such powerful abilities early on, I would have devoted myself to nurturing you. In that case, none of this would have happened, and you might have already gone to the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School to train. Why would you rather believe an outsider than your own father? Lin Jinbei sighed deeply. He knew very well that under the current circumstances, it was nearly impossible to get Jiang Chen back to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. At least for the short term, it was completely out of the question. At this moment, to say he felt no regret would definitely be a lie. Sigh, old Lin, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you really have gone too far regarding Jiang Chen. You should take some time to rest during this period. As for getting Jiang Chen to change his mind and return to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, I will discuss it thoroughly with the higher-ups. Luo Jinshan patted Lin Jinbei's shoulder with a sense of helplessness. Although Lin Jinbei's actions had caused significant losses to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, he was, after all, a god-level martial artist. It was impossible to expel Lin Jinbei from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School just because of a martial artist who had yet to grow. Moreover, Lin Jinbei was still Jiang Chen's biological father, and there might still be room for reconciliation in the future. Inspector Lu, this matter is indeed Lin's fault. If the higher-ups want to punish someone, I will take full responsibility. Lin Jinbei said with a very grim expression. Take care of yourself. Luo Jinshan said no more and hurriedly left. He needed to immediately inform the highest authority of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School in the South China main city about everything that had happened today. In the central area of the South China main city of the Yin Kingdom, a magnificent building stood tall. This was the meeting hall of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, symbolizing its authority and status in the South China main city. Besides the South China main city, the Yin Kingdom had 6 other main cities, each with its own meeting hall for the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. These meeting halls were not directly responsible for recruiting and teaching martial artists. Instead, they were in charge of supervising the operations of all branch schools in their respective main cities and handling some important affairs. Luo Jinshan, as one of the inspectors of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School in the South China main city, walked into an office within the meeting hall with a very serious expression. Standing in front of him was a resolute-looking man with a buzz cut. He was the head of the meeting hall, Zhao Changming. In the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, the head of the meeting hall held a position second only to the head of the main school, overseeing all branch schools in the main city. Even Lyn Bay had to obey Zhao Changming. Speak. What exactly happened at the Tianhe branch school? Zhao Changming immediately questioned Luo Jinshan upon seeing him. Why did such a thing occur? Even without Luo Jinshan's report, Zhao Changming already knew most of what had happened today. Over the years, the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School had always been better than that of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The number of students recruited was far greater than that of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Currently, 2/3 of the officers and soldiers in the Yin Kingdom's Martial Artist Corps came from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Even though there were certain conflicts between the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School and the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, they had always been private and subtle competitions. But today, in the Tianhe Bay City, an outstanding martial artist from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School openly challenged the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. As a result, not only did he fail to win, but he also died at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The cause of all this was actually Lyn Bay's abandonment of his own child? This undoubtedly brought a huge negative impact to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Lord Zhao, please calm down. Lyn Bay certainly made a huge mistake in this matter. But after all, he is the branch master of our Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Moreover, Jiang Chen did indeed hide his strength. Everything that happened today may have been planned by Jiang Yan long ago. He openly harmed fellow martial arts school students at the martial arts competition and cruelly killed Mu Qing. This must be because Jiang Chen was corrupted in the slums of Tianhe Bay City, and Lyn Bay has no way to salvage the situation in a short time. Luo Jinshan, after all, was a friend of Lyn Bay, and in this situation, he had to defend Lyn Bay well. Damn it, Zhao Changming said, pounding the table in anger. Lyn Bay is at least a god of war-level martial artist. He was once the hero who saved Tianhe City base. How could he be so foolish? In just one day, our Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School has lost 2 such outstanding martial artists. It really drives me mad. And you? Zhao Changming angrily pointed at Luo Jinshan. When Lyn Bay impulsively attacked Jiang Chen at the martial arts competition, why didn't you stop him? If it weren't for that, Jiang Chen wouldn't have smoothly entered the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. I didn't react in time, Luo Jinshan said, feeling quite wronged. Who knew he would be so impulsive? Forget it. It's hard to salvage the situation now, but Lyn Bay must be severely punished. That said, Zhao Changming wouldn't really do anything to Lyn Bay. After all, Lyn Bay was a god of war-level martial artist with outstanding strength. He couldn't personally take action against Lyn Bay because of these matters. It was even less likely that he would expel Lyn Bay from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, as that would undoubtedly be too great a loss. In Zhao Changming's view, as long as he educated Lyn Bay sternly and imposed a hefty fine, that would be about enough. Seeing Zhao Changming calm down, Luo Jinshan felt a sense of relief and hurriedly turned to leave. Immediately after, a young man dressed in luxurious clothing walked into the office. Dad, are you really planning to let Jiang Chen go like this? I already know everything that happened today. This is clearly a premeditated collusion between Jiang Chen and the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Otherwise, how could Jiang Chen have displayed those inexplicable martial arts techniques? He has schemed these things with malice, and it is probably not just as simple as seeking revenge on Lyn Bay. His true target is actually our Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Otherwise, why would he so cruelly harm our people? The young man speaking was Zhao Changming's son, Zhao Wei. At just 20 years old, he had already become a general-level martial artist. Such talent is considered top-notch throughout the Yin Kingdom. At the same time, Zhao Wei was also one of the disciples of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, personally taught by the main schoolmaster. After reaching the general level, Zhao Wei graduated from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School and returned to his father's side. Upon learning about the situation at the Tianhe Bay City branch, he felt extremely angry about Jiang Chen's actions. So what do you plan to do? Zhao Changming asked his son. In my opinion, Jiang Chen, this traitor who colludes with outsiders to deal with our Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, deserves to die. Moreover, he has harmed so many students of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School and killed such an outstanding martial artist as Mu Qing. He must die. Since Lyn Bay can't take action, then I will. As soon as these words were spoken, an endless killing intent emerged in Zhao Wei's eyes. After a brief silence, Zhao Changming nodded slightly. Jiang Chen's behavior is worse than that of a beast. If we allow him to continue growing, it will only be a matter of time before he brings disaster to our Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Since that's the case, let's get rid of him. Remember to handle it cleanly. Zhao Changming initially didn't want to take action against Jiang Chen, still thinking about how to get him back to the Fong Lay Martial Arts School. But at this moment, Zhao Wei's words deeply awakened Zhao Changming. With Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent, if he truly became even stronger under the training of the extreme martial arts school, he would undoubtedly become a significant hidden danger for the Fong martial arts school in the future. Since that's the case, it would be better to nip Jiang Chen in the bud. Don't worry, Dad, I know what to do. Zhao Wei sneered twice and then turned to leave the hall. On the other side, after Jiang Chen publicly killed Mu Qing, although it shocked everyone at the extreme martial arts school, it undoubtedly proved once again the strength of Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen personally slaying Mu Qing further demonstrated his determination to join the extreme martial arts school. At this moment, no one dared to question Jiang Chen anymore. They all regarded him as part of the extreme martial arts school. Soon after, Li Jinhao personally took Jiang Chen on a tour of the extreme martial arts school, seriously introducing him to various facilities and the names of the instructors. At the same time, he unlocked the highest privileges for Jiang Chen at the Tianhe-based City Extreme Martial Arts School, allowing him to freely learn all the martial arts techniques available in the school. However, Jiang Chen was not interested in these martial arts techniques. For him, rather than diligently practicing martial arts, it was better to choose some suitable opponents to copy. As long as he defeated them in the void martial arts arena, he could master all their techniques in no time. He could even reach the pinnacle in an instant. After familiarizing himself with the environment of the school, Li Jinhao had the instructor arrange a single dormitory for Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen had experienced too many battles today, Li Jinhao did not disturb him much, reminding him to rest well before turning to leave. At this moment, in the dormitory, Jiang Chen decisively activated the void martial arts arena. This time, his opponent was the 7th-tier warrior Lu Chang. In the real world, he was no match for Jiang Chen, and now in the void martial arts arena, he was even more vulnerable. With his astonishing strength, Jiang Chen completed 10 kills in no time. The experience gained allowed him to easily step into the 8th-tier warrior realm. Additionally, the B-level Lia Bengquan and the A-level sword technique Qi Long Daofa mastered by Lu Chang were also comprehended by Jiang Chen in an instant. Even having reached the pinnacle, he had no interest in these two martial arts techniques from the extreme martial arts school. After all, the power of these two techniques was far inferior to the Gale Absolute Blade he had mastered. However, the more martial techniques he mastered, the greater Jiang Chen's advantage in actual combat would be in the future. For example, if he were to fight Lu Chang again at this moment, he could easily see through Lu Chang's Qi Long Dao Fa and react accordingly. All of Lu Chang's moves would appear full of flaws in Jiang Chen's eyes. After finishing his training in the void martial arts arena, Jiang Chen did not feel overly fatigued. So, under the pretext of going home to pack his things, he headed to the Grey Mist Forest to hunt monsters and clear the system's cooldown time. He then returned to the Huayuan district and sold all the beast cores obtained from hunting to the shop owner. As a warrior's strength increased, the amount of money needed also grew. In the later stages, a casual S-level weapon would require at least several million. Even though Jiang Chen was now a disciple of Li Jinhao, he still had to work hard to save money for emergencies. As it was getting late, Jiang Chen did not plan to return to the extreme martial arts school overnight but instead decided to rest for a night at his old home in the Huayuan district. He would also pack his things and say a complete goodbye to the slum where he had lived for 20 years. However, just as Jiang Chen walked through the door, he found a man in a blue and gold uniform sitting inside. This special attire immediately made Jiang Chen recognize the man's identity. He was from the Tianhe-based city law enforcement team. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed instantly. Not good. Could it be that? Has my killing of Gu Yi and Gu Fong been exposed? However, after careful consideration, Jiang Chen felt it was unlikely. If his actions had been revealed, it would be impossible for the law enforcement team to appear here. It would have to be Gu Yinhai himself. How could he let Jiang Chen go? In Jiang Chen's view, this guy suddenly appearing here must have something strange about it. Jiang Chen, please come with me. The law enforcement officer's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Ha! Jiang Chen sneered, his gaze sharp as he stared at him. If you want me to go with you, there must be a reason, right? Since when can your law enforcement team just arrest people at will? Where's the arrest warrant? His words revealed disdain and disgust for these law enforcement members. If they were truly enforcing the law impartially, Jiang Chen wouldn't be this way. But the problem was, they were nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. If they hadn't been bribed by Gu Yinhai, Jiang Chen's adoptive parents wouldn't have met such a tragic end. You insolent fool! Do I need an arrest warrant to catch a filthy rat from the slums? The members of the law enforcement team were at least martial generals. For someone like Jiang Chen, a martial arts academy student, no matter how gifted he was, it meant nothing. In their eyes, such students were merely children who hadn't grown up yet. The law enforcement officer scoffed. Jiang Chen, do you really think you're the young master of the Lin family? You're just a filthy rat abandoned by the Lin family. I warn you, if you don't come with me, I can kill you right now." Jiang Chen already had an immense dislike for these law enforcement people. At this moment, his words completely enraged Jiang Chen. Without any hesitation, he unleashed a fiery burst fist that struck hard at his abdomen. Although it was only a B-level martial skill, when practiced to perfection, its power was still terrifying. The law enforcement officer didn't even have a chance to react before Jiang Chen sent him flying with a single punch. Blood mixed with internal organs spewed from his mouth. Just as he tried to struggle to his feet, Jiang Chen didn't give him any chance, quickly stepping forward and chopping off his head. Even though this guy had the strength of a second-tier martial general, he couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's surprise attack when caught off guard. "You bastard, how dare you threaten me?" "Bah!" Jiang Chen spat disdainfully at his corpse. However, after all, the other party was a member of the law enforcement team, and killing a law enforcement officer was no small crime. Jiang Chen hurriedly dragged the body of the law enforcement member to the backyard to bury it. "Kid, so you can be scared too." The sudden voice from behind startled Jiang Chen. When he turned around, he found a flamboyantly dressed man swaggering in. Zhao Wei had witnessed all of Jiang Chen's actions just now. A student who hadn't even graduated from the martial arts academy was actually able to kill a second-tier martial general. This truly shocked Zhao Wei. Although it was because the law enforcement officer had underestimated Jiang Chen and was ambushed, it was enough to prove how strong Jiang Chen's abilities were. "So you're also with the law enforcement team?" Jiang Chen casually tossed the corpse aside, his eyes cold as he looked at Zhao Wei. "Ha ha ha." Zhao Wei laughed heartily upon hearing this. "This young master is not a member of the law enforcement team. I am the son of Zhao Changming, the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy." "Jiang Chen, considering your exceptional talent, I can pretend I didn't see what happened tonight. I will also handle this matter cleanly for you. But you must leave the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy and return to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy. I might even recommend you to the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy." At first, Zhao Wei's goal was indeed to kill Jiang Chen. The law enforcement officer who died at Jiang Chen's hands was also called by Zhao Wei. The plan was to lure Jiang Chen out of the Grey Origin District and into the Misty Mountain Forest. Then he could take the opportunity to kill Jiang Chen and disguise it as a death caused by a beast. But now, the strength that Jiang Chen displayed left Zhao Wei greatly shocked. Such a talent, if killed just like that, would truly be a pity. Zhao Wei believed that he would definitely succeed his father in the future and become the master of the Huannan Main City Guild. Therefore, he planned to first win over Jiang Chen. "What?" Upon hearing Zhao Wei's words, Jiang Chen frowned. He had already sensed that Zhao Wei was of significant status, but he did not expect him to be the son of Guild Master Zhao Changming. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Chen immediately understood everything. The person from the enforcement team earlier was clearly sent by Zhao Wei, with the intention of killing him. However, due to a twist of fate, Jiang Chen had instead killed the enforcement team member, which made Zhao Changming look at him in a new light. Following that, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. "If you want me to return to the Fong Martial Arts Hall, it's not impossible. As long as you make Lin Jinbei kneel from the Lin family all the way here, then I will consider going back with you. Otherwise, get lost." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei's anger ignited instantly. "Jiang Chen, I am giving you this opportunity because of your exceptional talent. Don't make me regret it." In his view, although Jiang Chen's talent was indeed strong, he had not yet fully developed. Meanwhile, Lin Jinbei was a well-known war god-level powerhouse. How could he humiliate a war god-level expert for someone like Jiang Chen? Not to mention, Lin Jinbei was also Jiang Chen's father. How could a father kneel to his son? "Ha!" Jiang Chen scoffed disdainfully. "From your tone, are you planning to take action against me? I can kill a second-tier battle general. What do I have to fear from you?" The moment Jiang Chen saw Zhao Wei, he had already sensed the other's cultivation level. It was merely a first-tier battle general, probably someone who had just graduated from the Fong Martial Arts Hall not long ago. Just right, the Void Martial Arts Arena was lacking a strong opponent. This Zhao Wei, being the son of the guild master of Fong Martial Arts Hall, must possess various powerful martial skills. This person was Jiang Chen's best choice. Copy. Jiang Chen silently chanted in his heart, using the power of the system to replicate him in the Void Martial Arts Arena. At this moment, Zhao Wei was completely enraged by Jiang Chen's provocation. The admiration and pity he once had for Jiang Chen had vanished, replaced by a cold killing intent. "Jiang Chen, you forced me into this. To uphold the honor of the Fong Martial Arts Hall and to eliminate you as a future threat, I must execute you today." The Huayuan district, on the edge of the Tianhe base city, was like a forgotten corner, filled with chaos and darkness. Every day, there were unexplained deaths occurring. Even though the laws of the Yin Kingdom were strict, it was difficult to touch this chaotic soil. Zhao Wei was well aware of this, so he was not worried about facing legal consequences afterward. As long as he could bribe the enforcement team members afterward, everything could be settled. Immediately, Zhao Wei shouted angrily, and a layer of dark golden battle armor instantly covered his body. This armor seemed to merge with his body, and at that moment, his speed, strength, and defense all achieved a qualitative leap. He charged towards Jiang Chen like a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, crossing his arms to block, but he was still knocked back several meters by Zhao Wei's formidable strength, a numbing pain coursing through his arms. "Heh, kid, your reaction is quite fast." Zhao Wei smiled proudly, "But that's normal. If you didn't have this level of strength, how could you have won the martial arts competition?" He shifted his tone and continued, "But don't think that this means you can compete with me. You were able to defeat that waste just now because he was too careless. My strength is far beyond what you can imagine." At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. He was not afraid of Zhao Wei's strength, but rather drawn to the mysterious dark golden battle armor on him. The armor fit perfectly with Zhao Wei's body, as if it were a part of him, and this miraculous fusion left him in shock. He immediately realized that this must be a replica of the legendary dark gold demon armor. If it were the real dark gold demon armor, there was no way the current Zhao Wei could obtain it, nor could he control its power. But if it was just a replica, then it was acceptable. Just like Lin Zilong before, who wore a replica of the Chaos Thunder armor to create the 10,000 Thunder armor. Although these armors were merely replicas, they still reached S-level quality. The armor Zhao Wei wore was clearly superior to the 10,000 Thunder armor. If he could obtain such a powerful armor, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance Jiang Chen's strength. At that moment, a flicker of intense light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had to claim the armor on Zhao Wei for himself. The prerequisite for that was that he had to kill this person. After making the decision, Jiang Chen immediately took out the black edge blade, its blade shimmering with a cold light, pointing directly at Zhao Wei. He stepped forward, executing the thunder step, instantly unleashing an astonishing speed to launch a fierce attack on Zhao Wei. The intel was indeed accurate. Your thunder step has reached perfection. I can hardly imagine how someone your age has trained the thunder step to such a level. I have to admit, your talent is truly monstrous. Zhao Wei sneered twice, but if you think you can defeat me just by relying on the thunder step, then you are gravely mistaken. With that, two black long swords appeared out of thin air in his hands, attacking Jiang Chen at an incredibly fast rate. Each sword precisely targeted Jiang Chen's vital points. Although Jiang Chen dodged time and again, Zhao Wei didn't mind. He knew well that a warrior's stamina was limited. As long as Jiang Chen's stamina decreased even slightly, his attacks would reveal flaws. At that time, with just one sword, he could slay Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen dared to engage Zhao Wei, which naturally meant he had absolute confidence in victory. Faced with such a formidable opponent, it was clearly impossible to continue hiding his strength. With a thought, a dazzling blood-red light suddenly shot out from his waist, so fast it was almost blinding. Zhao Wei was caught off guard, and the blood light pierced directly through his left shoulder. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly staining the ground around him red. "Ah!" Zhao Wei let out a heart-wrenching scream, clutching his bleeding shoulder, painfully half-kneeling on the ground. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion and terror. How is this possible? What was that just now? He had immense confidence in the defensive power of his armor. Not only could it greatly reduce the damage from martial techniques, but ordinary weapons could not penetrate it either. The only possibility for damaging this replica dark gold demon armor was that the blood-red light just now was an S-level weapon. Zhao Wei's shock was beyond measure. He had never imagined that Jiang Chen possessed such a powerful weapon. What he did not expect was that Jiang Chen could control this S-level weapon and launch attacks at such an astonishing speed. He didn't even have a chance to react. Could it be? Could he be? A terrifying thought flashed through Zhao Wei's mind, and his expression instantly turned as pale as paper. He looked at the blood-red short knife floating beside Jiang Chen, and he already had the answer in his heart. A mentalist! Zhao Wei exclaimed in shock, his confidence completely shattered at that moment. He knew well the terrifying nature of a mentalist. Even an 8th-tier mentalist could have the ability to counter-kill a war general-level warrior. Moreover, the weapon Jiang Chen controlled was S-level. Below the war god level, ordinary warriors simply could not compete with a mentalist. Zhao Wei no longer had any illusions. He turned and ran without hesitation. Having been severely injured with just one strike, if he didn't run now, he would undoubtedly die. You only run now, it might be too late. Jiang Chen's earlier strike was meant to pierce Zhao Wei's heart directly. However, Zhao Wei's speed was indeed impressive, and he managed to evade it slightly. But now, heavily injured and terrified, Zhao Wei was no longer a concern. Under Jiang Chen's control, the blood spear instantly transformed in midair into 4 doppelgangers, forming a dense net of blades. Zhao Wei could not withstand it, being continuously slashed and pierced by the blood spear. Ultimately, he fell into a pool of blood, dying a tragic death. What a joke, the son of a so-called guild leader, yet he still died at my hands. Ridiculous. Jiang Chen dragged Zhao Wei's corpse into the old house. Before burying him, he needed to remove the battle armor from his body. The true dark gold magic armor, once worn, would perfectly merge with the body like a second skin. It could absorb some of the wearer's blood and change its form at the wearer's will. However, this replica armor, while visually identical to the genuine article, lacked that liveliness and could not change form. It would only detach automatically upon the wearer's death. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had been a bit too heavy-handed in killing Zhao Wei, causing some serious damage to the armor. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen did not mind. As long as it wasn't completely destroyed, there was still a chance for repair. Additionally, he found several valuable treasures in the storage ring worn by Zhao Wei. After counting the spoils, Jiang Chen initially planned to bury Zhao Wei's body, but upon further thought, he felt it was highly inappropriate. After all, Zhao Wei had a special identity. If he suddenly went missing, the Zhao family would surely search the world for him. It wouldn't be long before he was discovered. By then, with both the evidence and the body, Jiang Chen wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The Zhao family's influence was far beyond what Jiang Chen could contend with at present. Even Li Jinhao wouldn't dare to provoke the Zhao family lightly. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Jiang Chen decided to completely dispose of Zhao Wei's body. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen stored all the bodies in the storage ring. Then, under the cover of night, he quietly made his way to the misty mountain forest. He found a remote corner, took out the bodies, and scattered blood all around. The stench of blood quickly spread in the night, like an invisible signal attracting the lurking beasts deep in the forest. In this way, before dawn arrived, the 4 corpses would be completely devoured. Thus, it would be fabricated that these 4 had all died at the jaws of the beasts. Done. After completing all this, Jiang Chen quietly returned to the Huayuan district. The next day, Jiang Chen leisurely walked towards the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Along the way, he noticed the members of the enforcement team were busily moving about. They seemed to have received an urgent task, heading towards the misty mountain forest. Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention. It was clearly the 4 corpses discovered last night. Anyway, he had cleaned up well enough that even if someone suspected him, there would be no evidence. Jiang Chen, the hall master is looking for you. He wants you to go to his office immediately. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, an instructor hurried over to him. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and then walked towards Li Jinhao's office. Seeing Jiang Chen approach, Li Jinhao casually waved his hand. Make yourself comfortable. He then took out a long, sharp knife from his storage ring. Upon closer inspection, one could see flowing cloud patterns etched on the blade, as if containing endless wind power. Although I don't know who taught you that special knife technique, just using the black blade alone cannot unleash the true power of your technique. This S-class scale-breaking knife is a gift from me to you. Li Jinhao was one of the top knife masters of the present day, possessing countless powerful blades. The windbreaker blade was a high-priced item that Li Jinhao had won at an auction years ago. Unfortunately, the blade was too slender and light, not quite suitable for Li Jinhao's aggressive swordsmanship. During the last martial arts competition, he discovered that Jiang Chen's swordplay was remarkably compatible with this windbreaker blade. Now that Jiang Chen was his disciple, he naturally wanted the best for him. S-class weapon. Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss. He truly did not expect Li Jinhao to gift him such a precious treasure right from the start. Not to mention, this S-class windbreaker blade was worth at least 30 million. Just as he was about to say something, Li Jinhai immediately stopped him. Jiang Chen, if you still consider me your master, then accept it. From now on, this windbreaker blade will be your weapon. With Li Jinhao saying so, Jiang Chen had no reason to refuse. Overjoyed, he picked up the windbreaker blade and swung it a couple of times. The weight of this blade was almost the same as that of the black edge blade. Jiang Chen felt no discomfort using it. Moreover, the wind attribute energy contained within the windbreaker blade could significantly enhance the power of his Gale Absolute blade. If Jiang Chen were to encounter an opponent of Zhao Wei's caliber at this moment, he could easily defeat them without relying on the power of a mentalist. Watching Jiang Chen accept the windbreaker blade, Li Jinhao finally revealed a satisfied smile. But just then, Li Jinhao's expression suddenly darkened as if he had thought of something, and he said gravely, Jiang Chen, something major happened last night. Zhao Changming, the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, had his son mysteriously die in the outskirts of the Grey Mist Forest. When he was found, he had been so mangled by beasts that he was unrecognizable. Additionally, there were Gu Yinhai's son and daughter, as well as a small fry from the enforcement team. With their strength, How could they possibly die in the outskirts of the Grey Mist Forest? Moreover, all their belongings, armor, weapons, etc., were taken away. This is clearly a meticulously planned murder. Li Jinhao looked at Jiang Chen. All four of them had been to the Grey Plain area before, which indicates that the Grey Plain area is extremely dangerous now. From now on, you will stay in the dormitory of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall and are not allowed to return to the Grey Plain area. Only here can you be absolutely safe. Now that Jiang Chen was Li Jinhao's disciple, he understood very well how strong Jiang Chen's talent was. If something were to happen due to carelessness, Li Jinhao would be heartbroken for the rest of his life. Today, he was telling Jiang Chen these things to ensure he wouldn't return to the Grey Plain area for the time being. Feeling Li Jinhao's deep concern, warmth surged in Jiang Chen's heart. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided not to hide any longer and spoke candidly. Master, actually, the deaths of those four are related to me. I killed them with my own hands. Originally, Jiang Chen had no intention of telling anyone, but the Zhao family's influence was vast. This matter would eventually be discovered. Moreover, Zhao Wei had come to the Grey Plain area with the intent to kill Jiang Chen. There were certainly people who saw him heading towards Jiang Chen's old house. Over time, it would be inevitable for suspicions to fall on Jiang Chen. Rather than leaving Li Jinhao unprepared later, it was better to tell him the truth now. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Li Jinhao's teacup, which he had just lifted, fell to the ground. You killed Zhao Wei? Among the four who died, only Zhao Wei had an extraordinarily prominent identity. The other three were insignificant. He never expected that Jiang Chen could actually kill Zhao Wei. Was that even possible? Zhao Wei had already graduated from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall and was at least a first-tier warrior. Moreover, he was the young master of the Zhao family, undoubtedly equipped with powerful weapons and armor. How could Jiang Chen, a martial arts student who had yet to graduate, accomplish this? It was simply unbelievable. The situation is like this. Jiang Chen did not hide anything and told Li Jinhao about the four people. However, he temporarily did not mention anything about the mentalist. This was his biggest trump card, and he could not expose it at least at this stage. After learning everything, Li Jinhao's shock was hard to calm. Gu Yinhai's son and daughter deserved to die. That deceased law enforcement team member was just a small fry, insignificant. But Zhao Wei's identity is too prominent. If the Zhao family finds out about this, they will never let you go. No, you can't stay in Tianhe Base City any longer. You must leave here immediately. Li Jinhao stood up anxiously, pacing back and forth in the office, thinking about how to find a way out for Jiang Chen. Seeing Li Jinhao's anxious demeanor, Jiang Chen knew he had made the right bet. Li Jinhao indeed would not betray him. Since that was the case, Jiang Chen had no more concerns. He hurriedly spoke, Master, according to my original plan, I intended to practice at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School for a while. But now it seems the Zhao family won't give me that opportunity. So I plan to join the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps. The Extreme Path Mercenary Corps mentioned by Jiang Chen was established by the former head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Mo Wanshan. The students trained at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School often find it difficult to adapt to the rigid life in the military. In simple terms, they are all a bunch of rebels. Therefore, after graduation, many students choose to join mercenary groups. The tasks undertaken by mercenary groups, although dangerous, come with extremely generous rewards. For martial artists from poor backgrounds, this is immensely attractive. At the same time, the years spent fighting against monsters can greatly hone a martial artist, allowing them to become stronger in a short time. In fact, Li Jinhao probably knew what kind of person Jiang Chen was. He was not surprised that Jiang Chen would choose to join the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps. But he did not expect Jiang Nian to want to join the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps right now. This is too inappropriate. You haven't even graduated yet, you're still just a student, and there's no way you can join a mercenary group. Master, I know the minimum requirement to join a mercenary group is to graduate from the martial arts school. Jiang Chen looked firmly at Li Jinhao. What if I can meet the graduation requirements right now? I want to participate in the graduation assessment directly. The fact that Jiang Chen proposed to join the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps had already shocked Li Jinhao immensely. Now, he was actually saying he wanted to participate in the martial arts school's graduation assessment early? The difficulty of the graduation assessment is extremely high. At least a first-tier battle general level martial artist is needed to pass. In his view, even if Jiang Chen is exceptionally talented, he is still just a martial arts school student. It is impossible to pass without stepping into the battle general level. Moreover, if he fails, there could even be life-threatening risks. He absolutely cannot let Jiang Chen take that risk. However, just as Li Jinhao was about to say something, he saw Jiang Chen's incredibly determined expression. "Master, I am really touched that you care so much for me. To be honest, from childhood to now, apart from my adoptive parents, you are the best person to me. There are still many things I haven't done in this world, and I haven't become a strong person like Senior Mo Wanshan, so I can't die, and I won't seek death on purpose. I am fully confident that I can pass the graduation assessment." After seemingly pondering for a long time, Li Zhenhao slightly nodded. "Fine, then I will give you this opportunity. In 5 days, it will be the graduation assessment for this batch of Extreme Path Martial Arts School students, and I will make an exception to let you participate. This is your only chance. If you fail, you will honestly cultivate to the first-tier battle general level before participating in the assessment again. In addition, during this time, you can go to the gravity training room to practice at any time, and no one will disturb you. But remember, everyone can only train in the gravity chamber for a maximum of 2 hours each day. Once you exceed this limit, with your body, it is absolutely impossible to withstand it." The moment Jiang Chen heard about the gravity training room, his eyes immediately lit up. As a martial artist, he knew all too well what the gravity training room was. In the gravity training room, one could enter a state of overload through gravity. Every cell in the body was subjected to the pull of gravity while constantly resisting it. This would greatly consume one's energy. Training in this state would be at least 10 times faster than normal training outside. Moreover, training in the gravity room could enhance various bodily functions. For a martial artist like Jiang Chen, the gravity training room was undoubtedly a dream place to enter. Unfortunately, when he was at the Fong Martial Arts School, he had no qualifications to enter. It was often occupied by those core students. Yet now, Li Zhenhao actually opened a backdoor for him, allowing Jiang Nian to train there every day. Indeed, the decision to join the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was truly the right one. During these 5 days, Jiang Chen trained in the gravity training room while also entering the void combat arena to fight. Not to mention passing the graduation assessment, he could step into the general level in no time. By then, he would perfectly meet all the graduation standards. I know that the knife technique you practice is not weak, and you have already reached at least the great achievement level. Therefore, I have nothing to teach you in terms of knife techniques. What I can do is to help you improve your strength as much as possible, so that you will no longer be bullied by anyone. Li Zhenhao patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. "All right, you can prepare to go to the gravity training room now. I have already prepared everything for you." "Thank you, master." Jiang Chen bowed to Li Zhenhao and then hurriedly turned to leave. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, Li Zhenhao couldn't help but recall his own youth. His experiences were quite similar to Jiang Nian's. Both were abandoned in the Grey Plain district since childhood. Back then, Li Zhenhao dreamed of leaving the slums, wanting to become someone important. So, he trained desperately, becoming stronger at any cost. Now, Jiang Chen's appearance deeply moved him. Jiang Chen's experiences were even more brutal than his childhood. He had to protect Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, in the Fong Martial Arts School in the main city of South China, Zhao Changming learned from Luo Jinshan about the death of his son, and he felt as if struck by lightning. He never imagined that his only son would go to the Tianhe base city and tragically die in the wilderness. Even the body was mangled and unrecognizable, having been devoured by monsters. At that moment, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He grabbed Luo Jinshan in front of him. Who did this? Zhao. Lord Zhao, I don't know either. Luo Jinshan said with a trembling voice. What is known so far is that the young master went to the Grey Plain district of Tianhe base city. His purpose was to deal with Jiang Chen, but he mysteriously died in the Grey Mist Forest. Perhaps all of this is related to Jiang Chen. This was not Luo Jinshan's baseless speculation. Among the 4 who died in the Grey Mist Forest, aside from an inconsequential little minion from the enforcement team, the other 3 had certain conflicts with Jiang Chen. Moreover, they had all been to the Grey Plain district before their deaths. Although there was no substantial evidence now, the most suspicious person was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen? Upon hearing this, Zhao Changming's heart ignited with rage, and he struck Luo Jinshan away with a palm. Jiang Chen is just a martial arts student. Even if he is exceptionally talented, he cannot kill my child. There must be something strange about this. Luo Jinshan, I don't care what means you use. Bring Jiang Chen here to me. In Zhao Changming's eyes, his son Zhao Wei was exceptionally outstanding. He entered the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School at the age of 16, advanced to the main hall at 17, and became a battle general level martial artist at just 20 years old. Even during the graduation assessment, his results were among the best. As for Jiang Chen, although he displayed considerable talent, he had not yet reached the level of a battle general. No matter what, Zhao Changming could not believe that his son could be killed by Jiang Chen. In his view, someone must have secretly helped Jiang Chen. If there were substantial evidence, Zhao Changming wouldn't need to go through such trouble, he could take action himself. But due to the lack of evidence, he could only have Luo Chingan act in the shadows. As long as they captured Jiang Chen and subjected him to severe interrogation, everything would be revealed. Understood. Understood. Luo Chingan hurriedly knelt on the ground, responding respectfully. Zhao Changming was extremely powerful, and as the head of the Wind and Thunder martial arts school, he was not someone Luo Chingan dared to provoke. Luo Chingan, listen carefully. If Lin Jinbei intervenes while you are capturing Jiang Chen, then you must teach him a harsh lesson, no matter the consequences. Zhao Changming was already blinded by anger. All he could think about was avenging Zhao Wei. After all, Jiang Chen was Lin Jinbei's son. Even if they appeared to be at odds, he might still protect Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Luo Chingan quickly spoke up. Rest assured, Lord Zhao, I know what to do. Soon, the news of the tragic death of Zhao Wei, the eldest son of the Zhao family, spread like wildfire throughout the South China region, causing a tremendous uproar. The Zhao family was powerful, and Zhao Changming was one of the top martial artists of the time. How could his son have died so easily in the Misty Mountains? This was clearly not an accident, it resembled a meticulously planned murder. Once this incident broke, major cities in the South China region began to investigate deeply. Meanwhile, in the Lin family's mansion in Tianhe Base City, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Master of the Hall, you must stand up for me. This must be the doing of that Jiang Chen. He killed my children. Originally, Gu Yinhai thought his son Gu Yi was just playing and hadn't returned, and that his daughter was probably following him. But who would have thought that they both died in the outskirts of the Misty Mountains? Moreover, their bodies were mangled and devoured by beasts. If it weren't for the identification, he would never have believed it. In Gu Yinhai's view, Jiang Chen was the most likely culprit. After all, it was Gu Yi who caused the death of Jiang Chen's adoptive parents. He had every motive for revenge. At this moment, Lin Jinbei sat in the main seat, his face ashen, silent. Since the martial arts competition, his wife Wang Ruoyo had fallen ill from the shock. He was busy formulating training plans for Lin Zilong and had no time for anything else. He truly did not expect to hear such terrible news early this morning. Lin Jinbei was not concerned about the deaths of Gu Yi and Gu Fong, but rather that Zhao Changming's son had also died. If Gu Yi and Gu Fong were killed by Jiang Chen, then Zhao Wei and that unknown law enforcement team member could also have been killed by Jiang Chen. After all, the bodies of the four appeared almost simultaneously in the outskirts of the Misty Mountains. But the question was, did Jiang Chen have that kind of ability? Could he kill the battle general level Zhao Wei, master of the hall? Gu Yinhai saw Lin Jinbei remain silent and hurriedly called out. But just as he was about to say something, the housekeeper of the Lin family, Zhang Ping, rushed in. Sir, Inspector Liu has arrived. Before he could finish, Luo Chingan stepped heavily into the hall. Inspector Liu, what brings you here? Lin Jinbei quickly stood up, giving his position to Luo Chingan. Gu Yinhai, who had been crying beside him, left first at Lin Jinbei's signal. In Lin Jinbei's view, Luo Chingan could not have come to the Lin family for no reason. It must be related to Zhao Wei's incident. Lin brother, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here to find you because of Jiang Chen. Luo Chingan said coldly, the demon beasts on the outskirts of the Grey Mist Mountains are all too weak. With young Master Zhao's strength, there should be no accidents in such a place. Moreover, he had gone to the Grey Plain area to look for Jiang Chen before his death, so, at this point, Luo Chingan paused, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes, so perhaps all of this was done by Jiang Chen. Although there is no substantial evidence, Lord Zhao has already ordered the capture of Jiang Chen. I came here mainly to know your stance. When Lin Jinbei learned that Zhao Wei's death was related to Jiang Chen, he had already guessed that this would happen. After a brief silence, Lin Jinbei slowly spoke, Inspector Liu, although all of this is merely speculation, but at present, the most suspicious person is indeed my rebellious son. Rest assured, you don't need to take action yourself, leave everything to me. If this matter was indeed done by him, I will personally hand him over to Lord Zhao. Previously, Lin Jinbei had regretted not discovering Jiang Chen's talent and allowing him to leave the Wind and Thunder martial arts school. However, in Lin Jinbei's mind, Jiang Chen had long been corrupted by those who went to the Grey Plain. Not only did he harm fellow students from the martial arts school, but he could even harm his own brothers. If he could do such things, what was killing someone? Although he did not believe Jiang Chen had the ability to kill Zhao Wei, Jiang Chen was certainly a suspect. Luo Chingan was genuinely shocked upon hearing this. He had thought that Lin Jinbei, being Jiang Chen's father, would say a few words in his favor. But unexpectedly, Lin Jinbei also deemed Jiang Chen to be the murderer. If Lin Jinbei took action himself, it would save him a lot of trouble. Luo Chingan nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. After Luo Chingan left, Lin Jinbei immediately called for Gu Yinhai. You go to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School right now and bring that beast Jiang Chen to me. At first, Gu Yinhai's thoughts were similar to Luo Chingan's. He believed that Lin Jinbei would speak up for Jiang Chen, but now it seemed he had been overly concerned. Even Lin Jinbei did not dare to protect Jiang Chen, so he immediately gathered the strong members of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School and marched aggressively toward the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. He was well aware that Jiang Chen must be hiding in the Extreme Path Martial Arts School right now. Meanwhile, inside the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Jiang Chen, under Li Jinhao's arrangement, entered the gravity training room. Jiang Chen, as a martial artist, you naturally understand the situation in the gravity training room, so I won't say much more. If you're ready, just walk to the platform in the center ahead. Remember, your body can only withstand this for a maximum of 2 hours. At this moment, an instructor in the gravity training room spoke to Jiang Chen with a serious tone. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and walked toward the platform without hesitation. He was already well aware of the situation in the gravity training room. At this moment, he looked firmly at the staff. Let's start right away. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, the staff immediately pressed the remote control in their hands. The next moment, a light blue beam descended from above, enveloping Jiang Chen. In an instant, Jiang Chen was pressed to the ground by the terrifying gravity, a look of pain on his face. Sweat poured down like a torrential rain, dripping onto the hard floor. Jiang Chen, this is your first time in the gravity training room, and your primary task is to adapt to the environment here. Get up! The instructor saw Jiang Chen's difficult situation and knew he had never experienced this kind of training. As the son of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School's master, he should have enjoyed all privileges and resources. But Jiang Chen had not even set foot in this most basic gravity training room, which was enough to show the grievances and injustices he had suffered over the years. Even as an outsider, he felt deep sympathy for Jiang Chen's plight. In his heart, he grew increasingly disgusted with Lin Jinbei's actions. All right. Although Jiang Chen had long been prepared, at the moment the gravity activated, he still couldn't fully withstand the pressure. This gradually proved that his body was still incredibly weak. For this reason, he had to rely on the power of the gravity training room to make himself stronger. Jiang Chen let out a roar, gritting his teeth and struggling to stand up. At first, his legs trembled slightly, but soon they stabilized. He gasped for breath, enduring the terrifying gravitational pressure. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Jiang Chen's rapid breathing gradually returned to normal. Even under the constant suppression of the dreadful gravity, he could still move freely. The instructor glanced at the time, and his pupils instantly contracted. He actually managed to adapt to the gravity environment in such a short time. This talent is indeed terrifying. He had been in charge of the gravity training room for many years and had witnessed countless martial artists enter this place. Most of them needed at least half an hour to adapt to this gravity during their first experience. Many even had to give up midway due to the unbearable pressure. However, Jiang Chen only took 7 or 8 minutes. This not only showcased his astonishing talent but also reflected his incredible perseverance. Jiang Chen, since you have adapted, you may continue to deepen your training. But remember, the limit is 2 hours. Overtraining will only be counterproductive. After the instructor gave Jiang Chen a few final reminders, he turned and walked out. Jiang Chen did not waste any time. He sat cross-legged and officially began his training. On this blue star, the martial artists practiced a method called 4 extremes connecting heaven. By adjusting the 4 extreme points of the body, the palms of both hands and the soles of both feet, they connected to the energy of heaven and earth, thereby strengthening themselves. If one could not even perceive the energy of heaven and earth, it proved that they did not have the ability to become a martial artist. Although Jiang Chen could rely on the void martial arts arena to improve his cultivation in a short time, he still had to master this most fundamental training method. Time passed quickly. Jiang Chen wanted to continue training, but his body had already reached its limit. Continuing would only be counterproductive. He chose not to push himself and ended his training, striding out of the gravity training room. Just as he was about to return to wash up and enter the void martial arts arena for training, a sudden fierce argument erupted outside the extreme martial arts hall. At that moment, Gu Yinhai, accompanied by a group of instructors from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, barged directly into the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Gu Yinhai, who gave you the authority to intrude into the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? The moment Gu Yinhai entered, a burly man immediately blocked his path. This man was none other than the chief instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Xiong Yu. Within the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he was the strongest after Li Jinhao. Recently, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall had been in constant conflict. Now that Gu Yinhai had directly barged in, Xiong Yu felt extremely furious. Xiong Yu, I'm not here to fight with your Extreme Martial Arts Hall today. Hand over Jiang Chen, the murderer. Gu Yinhai's gaze swept around, and upon seeing Jiang Chen not far ahead, he instantly exploded with rage. Jiang Chen, why did you slaughter my children? He was about to rush over to settle the score with Jiang Chen when Xiongyu stopped him. Gu Yinhai, Jiang Chen is now a member of my Extreme Martial Arts Hall and is also the direct disciple of the Hallmaster. What right do you have to capture him? Moreover, you say he is a murderer. May I ask where is your evidence? If you dare to lay a hand on someone from my Extreme Martial Arts Hall, don't blame me for being rude. The instructors and students of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall stood up one after another, positioning themselves behind Xiongyu, ready for a fight. They would not allow anyone from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall to take another step forward. In the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, martial prowess was paramount. When Jiang Chen first arrived in this place, he proved just how strong his abilities were, earning their recognition. The entire Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall was united and would never tolerate anyone taking Jiang Chen away. Xiongyu, let me tell you the truth. Jiang Chen even killed Zhao Changming's son, the president of the Fong Martial Arts Hall. You know how powerful the Zhao family is. If you don't obediently hand over Jiang Chen, you will definitely face the Zhao family's crazy revenge. After all, this was the territory of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, and Gu Yinhai didn't dare to be too reckless. He could only use the Zhao family's name to threaten them. Jiang Chen wanted to handle this matter personally but was immediately stopped by Li Jinhao. Then, with a sudden step, Li Jinhao appeared in front of Gu Yinhai. His gaze was cold, and he raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap that struck Gu Yinhai's face hard. This slap was merciless, sending Gu Yinhai flying several meters away. Dare to cause trouble in my Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall? Are you tired of living? Li Jinhao's voice was icy and authoritative, echoing throughout the martial arts hall. He knew very well that Gu Yinhai came to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall with the intention of taking Jiang Chen away. But in Li Jinhao's eyes, whether it was Gu Yinhai's children or the Zhao family's young master, they all deserved to die. Jiang Chen was merely protecting himself. Now that he was Jiang Chen's master, he would never allow anyone to harm him. Li Jinhao. Gu Yinhai struggled to get up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted angrily, "Do you know what Jiang Chen has done? He not only killed my children but even the Zhao family's young master, Zhao Wei, fell victim to his hands. Li Jinhao, you can't protect him. I warn you, you better hand over Jiang Chen quickly." Upon hearing this, Li Jinhao merely smiled disdainfully. You say Jiang Chen killed your children and Zhao Wei, but where's the evidence? There is evidence. Even the powerful Zhao family can't easily take Jiang Chen away. Today, I, Li Jinhao, will make it clear, if anyone dares to harm Jiang Chen again, I will personally kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura of a 5th-tier battle god suddenly erupted. This aura was as heavy as a mountain, causing Gu Yinhai and the others from the Fong Martial Arts Hall to kneel on the ground, unable to lift their heads. Li Jinhao. Gu Yinhai struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. You are clearly protecting Jiang Chen. I will definitely inform Lord Zhao about this. Gu Yinhai's 2 children, Gu Yi and Gu Fong, had been killed by Jiang Chen, and the pain and anger in his heart were unimaginable. As a father, how could he not seek revenge? But Li Jinhao's strength was too great. He simply couldn't compete. He could only try to intimidate Li Jinhao by leveraging the Zhao family's reputation. However, his words completely enraged Li Jinhao. Li Jinhao's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Gu Yinhai, gripping his neck tightly. In my life, I, Li Jinhao, have never been threatened by anyone. What are you to dare speak to me like this? With that, he violently lifted Gu Yinhai, flames igniting on his right fist, and mercilessly struck towards Gu Yinhai's abdomen. Ah! With Gu Yinhai's piercing scream, his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. His abdomen was severely burned by the flames, caving in, blood and internal organs spewing from his mouth, on the brink of death. This punch not only severely injured Gu Yinhai but also destroyed the source within his dantian. Even if Gu Yinhai received timely medical treatment, his path in martial arts would be cut off, destined to become a useless person for the rest of his life. Chief Instructor. The people from the Fong Martial Arts Hall rushed over in shock, seeing Gu Yinhai lying in a pool of blood, their faces instantly turning pale. After a quick examination, they discovered the devastating injury to Gu Yinhai's dantian, and everyone was shocked. Li Jinhao, was your attack too ruthless? What you did is equivalent to declaring war on my Fong martial arts school. Listening to their words, Li Jinhao sneered twice. Gu Yinhai trespassed into my Jidao martial arts school and even openly attacked the students within my school. What I did was merely to protect the students of the school. I will give you 10 seconds to leave. If you don't, all of you will end up like Gu Yinhai. Upon hearing this, the people from Fong Martial Arts School were terrified. Without any hesitation, they quickly carried Gu Yinhai away from Jidao Martial Arts School. Master, by doing this, are you not openly opposing the Zhao family? Jiang Chen said worriedly, I take responsibility for my own actions. I do not wish for you and the school to be implicated because of me. Jiang Chen knew Li Jinhao's character. He would definitely do everything to protect himself. But he did not expect Li Jinhao to decisively cripple Gu Yinhai. As Gu Yinhai was a trusted aide of Lin Jinbei, now that he had become a cripple, it would surely provoke Lin Jinbei's wrath. From Jiang Chen's understanding of Lin Jinbei, he was very likely to take this opportunity to seek help from the Zhao family. Jiang Chen did not want his own issues to make Li Jinhao and Jidao martial arts school targets of the Zhao family. At this moment, he was filled with guilt. If he had known that killing Zhao Wei would bring so much trouble, he might have chosen to spare his life. However, at that moment, Li Jinhao shouted angrily at Jiang Chen, what nonsense about taking responsibility for your own actions. Since you are my disciple, I will protect you even at the cost of my life. Do you think I am a despicable person like Lin Jinbei? Jiang Chen, listen to me. Li Jinhao's gaze was piercing as he stared at Jiang Chen. This matter is not your fault from beginning to end. If it weren't for Zhao Wei trying to kill you in the Huichuan district, how would he have ended up like this? Moreover, my Jidao martial arts school has never feared the people from Fong martial arts school. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you will never be in any danger. As for the Zhao family, they would never dare to act openly without solid evidence. This was not Li Jinhao being overly confident. Jidao martial arts school was indeed on par with Fong martial arts school. In the main city of South China, there was also a branch of Jidao martial arts school. When dealing with the public opinion crisis earlier, Li Jinhao had already sent all of Jiang Chen's information to the head of the Jidao martial arts school. For a gifted martial artist like Jiang Chen, Jidao martial arts school would never allow him to be harmed. Unless the Zhao family could provide conclusive evidence, the head of Jidao martial arts school would never allow the Zhao family to act recklessly. After Li Jinhao finished speaking, the instructors and students in Jidao martial arts school all looked firmly at Jiang Chen. For them, joining Jidao martial arts school meant that they were all family. Although outsiders might think that the students of Jidao martial arts school often fought, in reality, it was just their way of friendly sparring. This sparring not only enhanced their friendship but also rapidly improved their strengths. The students of Jidao martial arts school were always united. They firmly believed that no fight, no acquaintance was the best way to make friends. Looking at everyone from Jidao martial arts school, Jiang Chen felt a surge of emotions. Indeed, choosing to join Jidao martial arts school was the most correct decision. Master, I understand. Jiang Chen deeply bowed to Li Jinhao, then turned to everyone present and cupped his fists in salute. Today, thank you all for your strong support. If there is ever a need for me, Jiang Chen, please do not hesitate to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chang, whom he had defeated earlier, rushed out eagerly. Jiang Chen, enough with the nonsense, let's have another match. I don't believe I can lose to you again today. Jiang Chen did not refuse and immediately engaged in an intense competition with Lu Chang. Although the outcome was still Lu Chang's defeat, there was not a trace of displeasure on his face, because in the battle with Jiang Chen, he discovered flaws in his own techniques. This thrilled him, and he hurried to the training room to practice. Soon, other students began to challenge Jiang Chen one after another. Without exception, they all fell under Jiang Chen's hands. After all the matches were over, Jiang Chen finally returned to the dormitory. He eagerly activated the Void Martial Arts Arena. Then, before his eyes, a battle puppet resembling Zhao Wei appeared. Previously, Jiang Chen was able to defeat Zhao Wei largely due to the power of the mentalist. But at this moment, in the Void Martial Arts Arena, he intended to abandon that power and purely rely on martial skills and combat techniques to compete. He wanted to see just how big the gap was between him and Zhao Wei without the aid of mental power. Meanwhile, the people from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall had already sent the seriously injured Gu Yinhai to the hospital. They reported the incident to Lin Jinbei at the first opportunity. What? Li Jinhao crippled Gu Yinhai with one punch? Upon hearing this news, Lin Jinbei's eyes blazed with fury, and a war god-level aura surged forth like a tide. Gu Yinhai, as his trusted aide, being so severely injured by Li Jinhao was undoubtedly a blatant provocation to Lin Jinbei. He found it unbearable to endure such humiliation. Li Jinhao, you are truly going too far. Lin Jinbei roared in anger, deciding not to hold back any longer. Whether to capture Jiang Chen or to take revenge for Gu Yinhai, he resolved to fight Li Jinhao to the death today. However, just as Lin Jinbei was about to set off, his son Lin Zalong rushed out from the side and tightly grabbed him. Dad, you must calm down. Lin Jinbei suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Lin Zalong. Jiang Chen is suspected of killing Zhao Wei. It's one thing for Li Jinhao to openly shield him, but he even crippled the chief instructor of our Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall. If I don't take action today, Won't others think that Lyn Jinbei is weak and incompetent? Dad, this matter is indeed serious, but if you take action personally, it would be equivalent to our 2 martial arts halls declaring war directly. Lin Zilong analyzed urgently. Although Uncle Guo was injured by Li Jinhao, to be honest, we have no evidence to just arrest someone. In a way, Uncle Guo is indeed at fault. Instead of you taking action, I have a better way to capture Jiang Chen while also dealing with Li Jinhao and his people. Hearing this, Lin Jinbei gradually calmed down. Lin Zilong was right. If he sought revenge on Li Jinhao and the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for Gu Yinhai, it would indeed be equivalent to a direct war between the 2 martial arts halls. Once the 2 major martial arts halls truly engaged in a bloody battle, the impact would be too great. Thus, Lin Jinbei looked at Lin Zilong. What is the method you mentioned? Dad, we all know that Jiang Chen is definitely involved in Zhao Wei's death. It's just that we lack any substantial evidence. If we could find evidence, even if we don't take action, the law enforcement team would arrest Jiang Chen directly to please the Zhao family. As soon as Lin Zilong finished speaking, Lin Jinbei sighed helplessly. What you said, how could I not understand? But the problem is, we have no evidence at all. This ungrateful child has done it too cleanly. Lin Zilong sneered coldly. Really clean? If we find Jiang Chen's fingerprints on Zhao Wei or perhaps an item belonging to Jiang Chen on him, wouldn't that solidify Jiang Chen's guilt? Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei's eyes widened. Zilong, you mean we should fabricate evidence? Why? Is that not allowed? After all, it was definitely Jiang Chen who killed him. We are just going with the flow. Lin Zilong said at this point, changing the subject. So, Dad, do you still care about Jiang Chen? Do you still want Jiang Chen to return to the Lin family and recognize his roots? No, that's impossible. Lin Jinbei clenched his fists in anger. This ungrateful son is not worthy of being my son, Lin Jinbei. Since he dared to attack the Zhao family's young master, he must pay the price. Our Lin family absolutely cannot be implicated by this ungrateful son. Initially, Lin Jinbei held a glimmer of hope for Jiang Chen. After all, his talent was indeed outstanding. But now, he had to completely sever ties with Jiang Chen. Otherwise, once the Zhao family pursued the matter, the entire Lin family would face disaster. In that case, leave this matter to me. I guarantee I will cleanly establish the evidence of Jiang Chen's murder. Then we will hand the evidence over to the Zhao family. This way, the Zhao family will take action themselves, and by then, not only Jiang Chen, but even the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall will suffer. We just need to stay out of it. At this point, Lin Zilong revealed a cold smile. Ever since he was publicly defeated and humiliated by Jiang Chen at the martial arts competition, Lin Zilong had harbored resentment. He still believed his talent was superior to Jiang Chen's. Moreover, after practical training with demon beasts, he was confident he could defeat Jiang Chen. But if he could use the Zhao family's hand to completely eliminate Jiang Chen, then in the future, he would be the only young master of the Lin family. No one would ever be able to threaten his position again. Although Lin Jinbei did not speak, he nodded slightly. He tacitly approved of Lin Zilong's actions. In his mind, from the moment Jiang Chen killed Zhao Wei, it was destined that Jiang Chen could not escape death. However, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you have really caused a great disaster. If I had known you would turn out this way, I shouldn't have given birth to you. But don't worry, after you die, I will erect a tombstone for you, so you won't become a wandering ghost. As Lin Jinbei muttered to himself, Lin Zilong had already turned and left the Lin family, heading towards the headquarters of the law enforcement team in Tianhe Base City. At this moment, in the Void Martial Arts Arena, after Jiang Chen beheaded Zhao Wei, he completed his 10th kill. The battle experience gained allowed Jiang Chen to smoothly step into the 9th rank of martial artists. During the battle with Zhao Wei, Jiang Chen clearly recognized how great the gap was between him and true battle general level martial artists. It is no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for the mentalist's ability to ambush Zhao Wei that night, Jiang Chen would have had no chance of winning. In the first kill of Zhao Wei, Jiang Chen resurrected a total of 18 times. Although he gradually found Zhao Wei's flaws later on, it was still too arduous. Fortunately, all of this was worth it. Now, even without relying on the mentalist's power, Jiang Chen could easily defeat Zhao Wei with the Windbreaker blade in his hand. From him, Jiang Chen also learned another martial skill called Sevenfold Wind Thunder Slash. This is one of the signature martial skills of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall, with a strength rating of SS. It was created by Lei Hongyi, the head of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall. It combines the dual attributes of wind and thunder. Every slash is as swift as a gale and torrential rain, while also containing astonishing destructive power. However, the sevenfold Wind Thunder Slash is divided into 2 volumes, and Zhao Wei had only practiced the first half. He did not grasp the true essence. This meant that Jiang Chen had only learned the upper part of the sevenfold Wind Thunder Slash. If he had the complete version, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance Jiang Chen's strength. Subsequently, Jiang Chen returned to the real world. The long time spent training in the void martial arts arena had only passed a few seconds in the real world, but this training had taken a significant toll on Jiang Chen's spirit, and he felt deeply exhausted. Coupled with the previous training in the gravity training room and the fierce battles with Lu Chang and others, Jiang Chen finally could not bear the burden and fell into a deep sleep. In the following days, Jiang Chen either stayed in the gravity training room or fought with Lu Chang and others. Perhaps he also went to the Misty Mountain Forest to hunt monsters, refreshing the system's cooldown time. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the graduation assessment of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy arrived. Whether it was the Extreme Martial Arts Academy or the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Academy, the primary condition for all students to graduate was that they must reach the first level of the Battle General rank. Only then could they participate in the graduation assessment. Those who did not reach the Battle General rank or failed the assessment would be held back. This time, there were 7 students participating in the graduation assessment, including Jiang Chen. Among them, 5 were students who had been held back from the previous session. During this time, they had been outside fighting monsters to improve their strength. The other participant was a rather cold-looking girl. She and Lu Chang were both new students this session, but her strength had already reached the first level of the Battle General rank. Even more astonishing was that she was only 18 years old. In this world, young people with martial artist potential usually entered the martial arts academy around the age of 16. To become a martial artist of level 7 or above before the age of 18 was already considered extraordinary talent. Yet she had managed to reach the Battle General rank. Such talent was simply shocking. Interesting, Zhang Yan observed Luo Chingan, a smile creeping onto his lips. He quietly copied Luo Chingan's abilities using the mysterious power of the system. After the assessment, he planned to compete with this cold girl in the virtual martial arts arena. Jiang Chen, you probably don't know her yet. Lu Chang noticed the confusion on Jiang Chen's face. He walked over and whispered, her name is Luo Chingan, she's simply a monstrous existence. Aside from the initial 6 months of basic training when she stayed in the academy, she has spent almost all her time outside hunting monsters. The academy had originally intended to take her as a disciple, but do you know what? She actually refused. Later, the head recommended her to the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, but she also turned that down. Even the headquarters sent someone to invite her personally, but she chose to hide in the Misty Mountain Forest and avoided them. I really don't know what she's thinking. Lu Chang and Luo Chingan entered the Extreme Martial Arts Academy at the same time. Over the past 2 years, Lu Chang had challenged Luo Chingan multiple times, but each time ended in a crushing defeat. As a result, Lu Chang had developed a fear of Luo Chingan. No one from their cohort dared to provoke her. She gave off an aura that seemed to say, "Do not approach." Perhaps sensing that Lu Chang was discussing her behind her back, Luo Chingan suddenly turned around, her sharp gaze piercing towards Lu Chang. That icy stare made Lu Chang's heart tremble, and he instinctively retreated 30 meters, maintaining a safe distance from Luo Chingan. Immediately after, Luo Chingan's gaze shifted to Jiang Chen. Although she had not been in the academy during this time, she was not unfamiliar with the name Jiang Chen. She had not paid much attention to this guy who had suddenly parachuted into the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and become the head. But now, Jiang Chen was participating in the graduation assessment just like her, which left Luo Chingan deeply puzzled. At that moment, a dark-skinned, burly man suddenly shouted, "Head, what's going on with this guy? Why does he get to participate in the graduation assessment like us? If I remember correctly, he seems to have just joined the Extreme Martial Arts Academy a few days ago and hasn't even reached the Battle General rank." This burly man was named Zhang Long, a student who had been held back from the previous session. At that time, his strength had reached the 8th level of martial artist, and he had quite impressive combat abilities. Unfortunately, not reaching the first level of the Battle General rank meant he was not qualified to participate in the graduation assessment. With no other choice, he could only continue to stay in the academy to train. And now, a student who had just joined the martial arts school for a few days could exceptionally participate in the graduation assessment. This not only made Zhang Long feel extremely unfair. Faced with the questioning from Zhang Long and others, Li Zhenhao had long been prepared. He slowly stepped forward. The Extreme Martial Arts School respects strength above all. As long as you have sufficiently powerful abilities, you can gain privileges. At this point, Li Zhenhao looked at Jiang Chen. Since some people think you are unworthy of participating in the graduation assessment, then prove your strength. If you can't even get past this hurdle, then there's no need for you to participate in the assessment early. No problem. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and turned to Zhang Long beside him. I want to challenge you. What? Zhang Long was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. Ha! Jiang Chen, it cannot be denied that you are indeed exceptionally talented and strong. But after all, you are not yet a Battle General level warrior. If I were to fight you, wouldn't that be bullying the weak? You have no chance of winning. Zhang Long had heard about Jiang Chen and knew he was the son of Lin Jinbei who had fallen into obscurity. But even so, he was still fully confident in his own strength and did not believe Jiang Chen had any chance of defeating him. As for the rumors that Jiang Chen had killed Zhao Wei in recent days, that was even more unrealistic. In his view, how could an ordinary martial arts student possibly defeat a battle general level warrior? Not to mention, Zhao Wei was the son of the Zhao family, and in terms of equipment and martial skills, he would definitely crush Jiang Chen. Stop talking nonsense. Do you dare accept my challenge? Jiang Chen originally thought that after a few days of training, he should be able to smoothly become a battle general level warrior. But the reality proved that stepping into the battle general level was not that easy. Jiang Chen was still only at the 10th level of martial arts. Although he was just one step away from the battle general level, he had not yet reached it. If he wanted to silence these people, he had to let his fists do the talking. Kid, do you think I would be afraid of you? Zhang Long said disdainfully, we are both students of the extreme martial arts school, and my cultivation is higher than yours, so I don't need to make a move. But since you are so unaware of the situation, don't blame me for being rude. I want to see what qualifications you have to participate in the graduation assessment early. As Zhang Long assumed a fighting stance, the crowd around them retreated 100 meters, leaving enough space for the two to fight. Zhang Long considered himself strong, so he did not take out any weapons. He provocatively challenged Jiang Chen, kid, defeating you is too easy for me. If you can hurt me, I will acknowledge you. Hee, that's what you said. Jiang Chen sneered twice and casually drew out the black blade. Zhang Long still stood empty-handed, not believing that Jiang Chen had the ability to hurt him. However, before he could react, Jiang Chen used the thunder step, instantly dashing in front of Zhang Long like lightning. What the hell? What speed is this? Although Zhang Long reacted quickly, immediately crossing his arms to protect his chest, he was still struck and sent flying by Jiang Chen's blade. Jiang Chen used only the back of the blade, not delivering a lethal blow, but the power was still astonishing, accompanied by a howling wind. Zhang Long was directly sent flying, landing awkwardly on the ground. How is this possible? Although Zhang Long did not suffer any substantial injuries, his clothes were shredded by the sharp wind blade. What he found even harder to accept was that Jiang Chen had only used the back of the blade. This was undoubtedly a huge humiliation for him. Sorry, I won. Jiang Chen looked at the disheveled Zhang Long and coldly said a sentence. At that moment, not only Zhang Long but even the other battle general level warriors could not accept it. Zhang Long was the strongest among them. How could he lose so easily? I refuse to accept it. You clearly attacked me sneakily. Zhang Long could not accept the fact that he had been defeated by Jiang Chen, and with a flip, he jumped up directly. With a furious shout, a powerful aura shattered his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Jiang Chen, I am a battle general level warrior. You cannot defeat me. Zhang Long believed that if he truly lost to Jiang Chen today, it would be a complete loss of face. No matter what, he had to defeat Jiang Chen and defend the dignity of a battle general level warrior. Then, his fists manifested a pair of flaming armors, his eyes blazing with fire as he charged at Jiang Chen in a fit of rage. Li Jinhai, the head of the dojo, along with other instructors from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, did not intervene. They knew very well what kind of person Zhang Long was. If he couldn't be thoroughly defeated, he would never back down. Not convinced? Jiang Chen sneered twice, then I'll beat you until you are. As he watched Zhang Long rush towards him, Jiang Chen felt no fear. Instead, he swung his knife to meet him head-on. You little brat, you're seeking death. Zhang Long gathered his strength, his right fist igniting with blazing flames, and unleashed a fierce collapsing punch, mercilessly aimed at Jiang Chen. However, the collapsing punch was a technique Jiang Chen had already mastered to perfection. He could see Zhang Long's flaws with just a glance. Using his own speed, Jiang Chen easily dodged Zhang Long's attack and casually struck his waist with the back of his knife. This blow, too, was delivered with the back of the blade. The power remained formidable, and Zhang Long was once again sent flying. Jiang Chen, how dare you humiliate me? Zhang Long could accept being injured by Jiang Chen, but he could not tolerate being humiliated repeatedly with the back of the knife. This drove him into a frenzy. Yet, no matter how he attacked, it seemed Jiang Chen could instantly see through his movements and easily counterattack. This scene left the instructors from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, and even Li Jinhai himself, quite shocked. Xiongnu, have you ever taught Jiang Chen the collapsing punch? As soon as Li Jinhai finished speaking, Xiongnu quickly shook his head. I haven't taught him at all. Headmaster, he learned it on his own. Xiongnu understood that Jiang Chen had the privilege to access any martial technique within the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Since they had not taught him, there was only one possibility: Jiang Chen was self-taught. Although the collapsing punch was a B-level technique, its explosive power was quite impressive, even rivaling A-level techniques. Zhang Long had always specialized in this technique at the dojo, yet now, all his moves were easily seen through by Jiang Chen. This could only mean that Jiang Chen had at least mastered the collapsing punch. In just a few days, he had self-taught himself to such a level, which was simply astonishing. Just as they were in shock, Zhang Long was once again sent flying by Jiang Chen. Again, it was with the back of the knife. "Ah, I'm not fighting anymore. You're bullying me." Zhang Long sat down on the ground, feeling as wronged as a child. "Can't you just fight me fairly? I know I can't beat you, but you keep humiliating me. Isn't that a bit too much?" In fact, by the second time he was sent flying by the back of Jiang Chen's knife, Zhang Long had already realized he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen at all. But at that moment, he was blinded by anger and felt that losing to Jiang Chen was too embarrassing. So he kept getting up to continue fighting Jiang Chen. Yet even so, he still couldn't defeat Jiang Chen. Throughout the entire process, he hadn't landed a single hit on Jiang Chen. Each time he was sent flying, it made him fully recognize the reality. Jiang Chen was far stronger than he had imagined. "Brother Zhang, it's not that I don't want to fight you fairly, but we are about to participate in the graduation assessment. I don't want to let a moment of impulse prevent you from passing the assessment." As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Zhang Long was instantly stunned. Just moments ago, all he could think about was fighting Jiang Chen, to the point that he had forgotten the most important thing. If he was really injured by Jiang Chen now, it would undoubtedly affect the subsequent assessment. Thinking of this, Zhang Long immediately stood up. "Jiang Chen, I was reckless earlier, and I apologize to you here. You indeed have the qualifications to participate in the graduation assessment early." Not only Zhang Long recognized Jiang Chen, but the other battle general level students did as well. At that moment, the entire venue erupted in warm applause. Only Luo Chingan remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen, as if she were staring at a rare treasure. Clearly, she was also shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. "Alright, since there are no issues, I will announce that the graduation assessment of this session of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School begins now." Luo Chingan looked at the 7 students participating in the assessment. "The assessment rules are the same as in previous years. You 7 must enter the depths of the misty forest alone. You must hunt 2 beast general level monsters by yourselves. The assessment time is 8 hours. If you fail to successfully hunt within the specified time or give up early, it will be considered a failure." They all knew the content of the martial arts school graduation assessment. Beast general level monsters were equivalent to battle general level warriors. Because of this, it was stipulated that students must reach battle general level to participate in the graduation assessment. However, just as Jiang Chen and the others were preparing to leave the martial arts school for the Misty Forest, a large number of law enforcement officers suddenly rushed into the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. "No one is allowed to move," shouted the leading law enforcement officer, dressed in a blue and gold uniform, with a cold expression. This person was Gu Hong, the captain of the law enforcement team in Tianhe Bay City. "Gu Hong, what do you mean by this? Today is the day of our Extreme Path Martial Arts School graduation assessment. Are you deliberately trying to ruin it?" Luo Chingan frowned immediately upon seeing Gu Hong's appearance. Gu Hong was not an ordinary person, he was also a battle god level warrior. Although his strength was not as great, the position of captain of the law enforcement team was prominent, and he could not be easily provoked. "Master Li, I'm really sorry, but today's graduation assessment at your Extreme Path Martial Arts School must be cancelled." Gu Hong showed no fear of Luo Chingan and casually pulled out an arrest warrant. He then fixed his sharp gaze on Jiang Chen. "Kid, you are under arrest. Jiang Chen, you deliberately killed Zhao Wei, Gui, Gu Fong, and 3 others. Your crimes are heinous. I advise you to come with me immediately, or don't blame me for taking strong measures against you." As soon as Gu Hong finished speaking, the many law enforcement officers standing beside him were ready for battle. They were currently in the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Jiang Chen was also Luo Chingan's disciple, and to take Jiang Chen away from such a place, they would need to bring all the elite members of the law enforcement team. If Zhao Wei had not died, Gu Hong, as the captain, would not have wanted to intervene in this matter. He would have given Luo Chingan some face and might even have turned a blind eye. After all, Gui, Gu Fong, and the deceased law enforcement officer were all inconsequential characters. But Zhao Wei was different. He was the son of the Zhao family, with a prominent status. Jiang Chen killed Zhao Wei, and he could not just sit by and do nothing. More importantly, if he could help the Zhao family capture Jiang Chen, it would pave a broader path for his own future. Therefore, today he had to capture Jiang Chen no matter what. "Gu Hong, you accuse my disciple Jiang Chen of killing Zhao Wei, then may I ask what evidence you have? Without solid evidence, how can you arrest someone at will?" Luo Chingan protected Jiang Chen behind him, questioning sternly. All the instructors and students of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School clenched their fists, ready to fight the law enforcement team at any moment. He. In response to Li Jinhao's questioning, Gu Hong was already prepared. He smiled slightly. Masterly, you are a big shot in our Tianhe base city. If I didn't have solid evidence, how could I dare to easily step into the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall to arrest someone? Do you think I'm an idiot like Gu Yinhai? At this point, Gu Hong pulled out an identification report from his pocket. After careful examination by the forensic expert, blood that does not belong to Zhao Wei and the other 3 bodies was found. And this blood comes from Jiang Chen. This is the undeniable evidence of his murder. Gu Hang's gaze was icy as he stared at Li Jinhao. Let me ask you, if Jiang Chen didn't kill anyone, then why is his blood found on these corpses? It's obvious that this was left unintentionally during Jiang Chen's fight with him. Li Hall Master, if you dare to openly protect Jiang Chen, that would be a contempt of the laws of Yin country. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Li Jinhao quickly snatched the identification report from Gu Hang's hands and scrutinized its contents repeatedly. Just as Gu Hong said, Jiang Chen's blood was indeed detected on those corpses. Standing aside, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows tightly, his fists unconsciously clenching. Whether in the confrontation with Gu Yi and Gu Fong, or later facing Zhao Wei, Jiang Chen had not been injured. He had handled the corpses cleanly, leaving no traces. So how could his blood possibly be on the bodies? This was clearly a setup. But since the identification report was not fabricated, it meant that someone had deliberately smeared Jiang Chen's blood on the corpses. During this time, Jiang Chen had never been injured, so who could have obtained his blood? Could it be him? Jiang Chen suddenly recalled the time in the Lin family's dungeon when Lin Zilong had kicked him hard. At that time, Jiang Chen was no match for Lin Zilong's strength and was directly kicked away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was the only injury Jiang Chen had sustained during this period. Therefore, the only ones who could smear blood on the corpses and fabricate evidence were those from the Lin family. Although Li Jinhao did not question Jiang Chen, he had already understood everything from his expression. In the next moment, a terrifying aura from a 5th-tier war god suddenly erupted. Gu Hong, do you think I don't know that this evidence is actually fabricated? Don't force me to take action against you. Li Jinhao's powerful aura shattered the identification report in his hands. Although Gu Hong was also a war god-level martial artist, he was currently only a 2nd-tier war god. He was no match for Li Jinhao's level of strength. If it really came to blows, he wouldn't be able to stop Li Jinhao. However, since Gu Hong dared to barge into the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall to arrest someone, he was already fully prepared. He didn't care about Li Jinhao's threat and said disdainfully, Hall Masterly, the identification report cannot possibly be fake, you know that. I only know that if there is Jiang Chen's blood on the corpses, then he must be the murderer. I have already handed this evidence to the Zhao family, and once they arrive, even you won't be able to protect him. If you let me take Jiang Chen away now, at least I can ensure he lives comfortably for a while. Li Jinhao had always been protective of his students, and Jiang Chen was his disciple. How could he stand by and do nothing? However, just as he was about to say something, Jiang Chen stopped him. Then, in a calm tone, he said, Captain Gu, if I remember correctly, the 4 corpses found in the Grey Mist Forest had their flesh completely devoured by the demon beasts, leaving only the skeletons. In this case, how could my blood possibly be on them? Do you mean to say that the demon beasts, while devouring the corpses, would deliberately avoid my blood? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. It's obvious that someone deliberately smeared it on. We both know this. Nonsense! Jiang Chen, don't talk nonsense here. Gu Hong had actually already examined the corpses and initially did not find Jiang Chen's blood. But for the sake of his future and not offending the Zhao family, he could only choose to turn a blind eye. Jiang Chen was well aware that Gu Hong would never admit to this forged evidence. At the moment, in order not to implicate the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, he decided to follow Gu Hong and leave first. However, at this critical moment, Luo Chingan, who had been silent, suddenly stepped in front of Gu Hang. You dare to come to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall and randomly arrest people based on a forged piece of evidence. Gu Hong, you really have some guts. Luo Chingan's words shocked everyone present. Who would have thought that a martial arts hall student would dare to publicly accuse Gu Hong? As the captain of the law enforcement team, Gu Hong held a prominent position. Luo Chingan's accusation made him furious on the spot. Where did this yellow-haired girl come from, to speak to me like that? Do you want to die? Luo Chingan, unafraid, coldly replied, I think it's you who doesn't want to live. With that, she casually pulled out a delicate jade token, prominently engraved with the character Luo. Moreover, this jade token emitted a very special energy fluctuation. Upon seeing this, Gu Hong was first taken aback, then his face showed a look of terror. This is the Luo family token. Are you from the Luo family? Upon learning Luo Chingan's true identity, everyone present was left speechless, utterly shocked. The Luo family. Could it be? Could it be the Luo family, one of the 4 great families of Yin country? Luo Chingan is from the Luo family? Damn, I initially thought she just happened to share the surname Luo. But the problem is, how could a member of the Luo family come to our small base city? At this moment, not only were the people present shocked, but even Li Zhenhao was caught off guard. After all, with the Luo family's high status, a single word could send someone directly to the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall for personal guidance from the headmaster. Why would Luo Chingan choose this inconspicuous branch hall? What astonished him the most was that the Luo family's jade token was not something everyone could possess. To hold such a jade token indicated that she was of the direct bloodline of the Luo family. Gu Hong, I see your intention is to kill me? Luo Chingan smiled coldly. Go ahead, just make your move. I guarantee my father will turn you to ashes. Just a polite reminder, my father's name is Luo Beifeng. Luo Beifeng. Upon hearing this, Gu Hang's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Luo Beifeng, as mentioned by Luo Chingan, was the current head of the Luo family. As one of the 4 great families of Yin country, the Luo family wielded immense power, operating in both the underworld and the upper echelons. Even a family like the Zhao family could not be compared to the Luo family. Although Gu Hong was a war god-level martial artist, he did not dare to act recklessly in front of such a colossal entity as the Luo family. Moreover, the woman standing before him was the beloved daughter of Luo Beifeng. It was rumored that Luo Beifeng doted on this youngest daughter. She was undoubtedly the jewel of the Luo family. Offending her was tantamount to provoking the entire Luo family. At this moment, not just Gu Hong, but all the law enforcement team members present were terrified by Luo Chingan's identity, their faces turning pale. This is a misunderstanding. Miss Luo, let me explain. Although Gu Hong did not understand why the young lady of the Luo family was at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall in Tianhao Base City, the current situation clearly indicated that the Luo family was determined to protect Jiang Chen. How could a mere district captain dare to obstruct them? However, before Gu Hong could explain, Luo Chingan immediately interrupted him. I don't want to hear any of your explanations. You definitely know whether this evidence is true or false. Get out of here right now. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Hong and the others dared not linger any longer and hurriedly fled the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall with their subordinates. Xinghan, so you are from the Luo family. Why have you been hiding it from us? Li Zhenhao, well aware of the Luo family's esteemed position in Yin country, never expected that Luo Beifeng's daughter would quietly come to his small branch hall. Moreover, over the years, the Luo family had never revealed a hint of their secrets. He truly could not imagine that this usually quiet and solitary girl had such a distinguished identity. Master, although I am a member of the Luo family, I am also a student of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. In that case, I have the obligation to protect the school. At this point, Luo Chingan looked at Jiang Chen beside her. You don't need to thank me. I simply cannot stand the faces of those people. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, Luo Chingan had been resistant to a life bound by family rules since childhood. She longed for freedom, for the ability to live according to her own will. Thus, she chose to distance herself from her family and came to this remote small base city to train. Although Luo Beifeng was reluctant, he ultimately respected his daughter's choice and arranged for her to have an ordinary identity. This allowed Luo Chingan to study at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School in Tianhao Base City with peace of mind. Originally, Luo Chingan did not want to reveal her identity, but Jiang Chen's outstanding strength shocked her. She wanted to find an opportunity to spar with Jiang Chen. How could she let the enforcement team take him away? Moreover, the evidence that Gu Hong presented was indeed too fake, for corpses that had already turned to bones could not possibly have Jiang Chen's blood. Such despicable means were truly contemptible. I, Jiang Chen, am clear about my debts. I will definitely repay the favor you owe me. Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised by Luo Chingan's sudden offer of help. Although he did not understand why she was doing this, it seemed that Luo Chingan had no malicious intent. Luo Chingan did not respond to Jiang Chen, merely smiling slightly. She then looked at Li Zhenhao. Master, can the graduation assessment begin? Of course it can. I announce that this year's graduation assessment of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School officially begins. Instructor Xiong will take you deep into the misty forest. After Li Zhenhao finished speaking, Luo Chingan was the first to step out of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Following closely, Instructor Xiong and the other instructors hurriedly led the remaining students to catch up. Meanwhile, Gu Hong returned to the Tianhao Base City Enforcement Team headquarters with a group of subordinates, looking quite disheveled. Damn it! How could that woman be Luo Beifeng's daughter? Now we've really gotten ourselves into big trouble. Gu Hong had attached himself to the Zhao family to secure a better future. Yet now, he had unexpectedly offended the Luo family. If he had known this would happen, even if he had 100 times the courage, he would not have dared to capture Jiang Chen today. Moreover, the evidence in his hands was indeed forged. Captain, what should we do now? A young enforcement team member trembled as he spoke. You ask me, who should I ask? Gu Hong was momentarily at a loss. If Luo Chingan informed Luo Beifong about this matter, he would be finished. Just then, Lin Zilong strolled in leisurely. Captain Gu, you're back so soon, you must have caught Jiang Chen. As long as you hand Jiang Chen over to the Zhao family, Captain Gu will definitely get promoted. He congratulated with a beaming smile. Congratulations in advance, Captain Gu. In Lin Zilong's view, the evidence he had forged was perfect. No matter how Jiang Chen explained, it would be meaningless. Plus, with the Zhao family's threat, this trip would surely have captured Jiang Chen. But just as he was feeling pleased, thinking he could eliminate Jiang Chen, he suddenly saw Gu Heng's eyes filled with murderous intent. Captain Gu? Before Lin Zilong could react, Gu Hong rushed in front of him in an instant. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped him. The force was so strong that it sent Lin Zilong flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Zilong covered his swollen face in terror, looking at Gu Hong. Captain Gu, why are you doing this? How dare you ask me? Who gave you the power to casually forge evidence and frame others? If it weren't for you, how could I have offended the eldest daughter of the Luo family? Gu Hong gritted his teeth and said, someone, arrest this fool for me. Captain Gu, what on earth happened? Lin Zilong's expression was filled with terror. Why are you treating me like this? Did we not agree to capture Jiang Yan and bring him to justice? Moreover, it was you who allowed me to fabricate evidence. Lin Zilong never expected Gu Heng's attitude to change so drastically. Clearly, when he smeared blood on the corpse earlier, Gu Hong had not spoken but tacitly approved of his actions. But now, Gu Hong turned against him without warning, leaving him utterly confused. And what did Gu Hong mean by the young lady of the Luo family? When did Jiang Chen have any connection with the Luo family? Lin Zilong, when did I ever allow you to fabricate evidence? Everything is your own reckless doing. Gu Hong had no desire to say more to Lin Zilong and immediately turned to his subordinate beside him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drag this fool away. Yes, sir. The law enforcement officers present showed no hesitation and immediately seized Lin Zilong. Ignoring Lin Zilong's cries, they forcibly pushed him into the prison. Along the way, many people deemed Lin Zilong the culprit, beating him with fists and kicks. By the time Lin Zilong was thrown into the prison, he was already bruised and battered. Gu Hong knew very well that he had offended the Luo family. If he wanted to save himself now, he had to distance himself from everything. After all, the fabrication of evidence was solely Lin Zilong's doing, and he had never made his stance clear. It was just right to use Lin Zilong as a scapegoat. Although this would offend Lin Jinbei, compared to the Luo family, Lin Jinbei was hardly a concern. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Grey Mist Forest, Luo Chingan, Jiang Chen, Zhang Lon, and other students gathered here. The supervising officer, Xiong Yu, had already made arrangements with the military officer stationed at the entrance. Today, in the depths of the Grey Mist Forest, apart from the students of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, no one else would be allowed to enter. Thus, Xiong Yu looked at the 7 candidates present. The specific rules of the assessment have already been stated by the schoolmaster, so I won't emphasize them again here. But one thing I must remind you of is that there is a ravine in the deepest part of the Grey Mist Forest, which is an absolute forbidden area. All candidates must not enter the ravine at will, or they will bear the consequences. In addition, after you kill 2 beast general level monsters, you must bring the monster corpses out with you, as this concerns your assessment results. Is that clear? After he finished speaking, the 7 present nodded slightly. Good, then the assessment begins now. With Xiong Yu's command, all the students entered the depths of the Grey Mist Forest. Jiang Chen was no exception. Upon entering the depths of the Grey Mist Forest, he immediately took out the Windbreaker blade. The graduation assessment of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School seemed to pose no difficulty. One only needed to kill 2 beast general level monsters alone. But in reality, it was extremely dangerous. The depths of the Grey Mist Forest were different from the outer areas. Any monster that appeared here was at least a beast soldier of the 8th rank or higher. The number of beast general level monsters was countless. This meant they were very likely to face a large number of monsters, even a joint attack from several beast general level monsters. Even though Jiang Chen had already slain numerous monsters in the outer areas, he still dared not let his guard down in this deeper region. Soon, Jiang Chen sensed a dangerous aura. The next moment, several razor-sharp wind blades sliced through the air, swiftly approaching. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, skillfully dodging with the thunder step, while fiercely swinging his blade towards the nearby bushes. In an instant, the wind howled. The blue blade aura flashed by. A monkey covered in green fur was instantly bisected, collapsing into a pool of blood. Jiang Chen stepped forward and took a closer look. discovering that it was merely a beast soldier of the 8th rank, a wind ape. This demon beast is quite cunning, relying on its speed and particularly fond of ambushing humans. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Jiang Chen, who killed it with a single strike. Although it's not a beast general level demon beast, this guy's beast core is still quite valuable. Jiang Chen skillfully extracted the beast core from the wind ape's body. While he wanted to take this opportunity to hunt a large number of demon beasts and obtain a lot of beast cores, Jiang Chen was more eager to pass this graduation assessment with the top score, paving the way to join a top mercenary group later. After all, there would be plenty of time to hunt demon beasts in the future. However, just as Jiang Chen was putting away the beast core and preparing to leave, the ground suddenly shook violently. A wind ape with blood-red eyes and a much larger size charged madly towards Jiang Chen. This wind ape was different. It had 4 thick arms. Not good. This is a 4-armed wind ape. Jiang Chen's heart tightened. This aura, it must have reached the 2nd tier of beast general level. The 4-armed wind ape, witnessing the tragic death of its child, was filled with extreme rage. It let out a deafening roar and launched a fierce attack on Jiang Chen without hesitation. This is my first time fighting a beast general level demon beast. Jiang Chen gripped the windbreaker blade tightly, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation flashing in his eyes. Let me see just how strong you really are. With that, he charged fearlessly towards the 4-armed wind ape, engaging in a fierce battle. During this process, the other participants in the graduation assessment also encountered powerful beast general level demon beasts. In previous years, the graduation assessments for martial artists had always resulted in some casualties. The proctor, Xiongyu, and the other instructors would not choose to intervene. Even if they saw a martial artist being killed by a demon beast, it was the same. In their view, if one couldn't even pass this stage, they were destined to be cannon fodder. Meanwhile, during the graduation assessment at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, news of Lin Zilong being captured by the enforcement team reached Lin Jinbei's ears. What did you say? Zilong was captured by the enforcement team? Upon learning that his precious son had been captured, Lin Jinbei's face turned pale with fear. The graduation assessment day for the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School was approaching, and he was still formulating a special training plan for Lin Zilong. He wanted Lin Zilong to participate in the graduation assessment early. If he could pass, it would definitely attract the attention of the headquarters, allowing Lin Zilong to smoothly enter the headquarters and become a disciple of the main hall master. But who would have thought that Lin Zilong would suddenly be captured? Hall master, the head of the enforcement team, Gu Hong, said the young master forged evidence. He arrested the young master according to the laws of the Yin Kingdom. Before he could finish, Lin Jinbei was furious, smashing the table in front of him with a palm. Outrageous. A mere district captain dares to arrest my son. Without any hesitation, Lin Jinbei charged out of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School towards the enforcement team headquarters. He would not allow anyone to harm his son. Gu Hong. A roar erupted like thunder. What the hell do you mean? Lin Jinbei stormed into the enforcement team headquarters, kicking open the door to Gu Heng's office. In his view, although Gu Hong was the head of the enforcement team in the Tianhe base city, he was only at the 2nd tier of the war god level. Lin Jinbei was a powerful figure at the 5th tier of the war god level. He did not believe Gu Hong could stop him. Hall Master Lin. Gu Hong remained calm, ignoring Lin Jinbei's threats. You should know very well why I arrested your son. He forged evidence and deliberately framed Jiang Chen. I am merely enforcing the law. Shut your mouth. Lin Jinbei's eyes blazed with fury as he grabbed Gu Hong by the collar. Gu Hong, don't think I don't know anything. My son did indeed forge evidence, but without your instigation, how could he have done it? If you don't release my son immediately, don't blame me for causing a scene at the enforcement team. Ha ha ha. Gu Hong laughed loudly upon hearing this, suddenly shoving Lin Jinbei away with force. Lin Jinbei, I really don't understand what you're thinking. Isn't Jiang Chen your son too? Why are you willing to let Lin Zilong frame him? Gu Heng's sudden question left Lin Jinbei visibly stunned. He immediately shouted angrily, don't mention that ungrateful son Jiang Chen in front of me. Although Zilong's evidence is fabricated, the murderer is clearly Jiang Chen. For the future of the Lin family, I am willing to sacrifice my own kin. Sacrifice your own kin? Gu Heng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you even believe that yourself? You're just afraid of the Zhao family, afraid of bringing disaster upon yourself, so you push Jiang Chen out. Moreover, there is no evidence to prove Jiang Chen is the murderer. He shifted his tone, his gaze as cold as ice. Lin Jinbei, let me tell you the truth. Lin Zilong must be punished this time, because he has offended the Luo family. The Luo family, one of the 4 great families of Yin country, I suppose I don't need to introduce them to you. Lin Jinbei, who was about to attack Gu Hong, suddenly froze upon hearing this. You, what did you say? His voice trembled. The Luo family? How could my son offend the Luo family for no reason? He knew well the power of the Luo family. Compared to them, the Zhao family was nothing. If what Gu Hong said was true, then everything was over. Seeing Lin Jinbei's panic, Gu Hong sneered coldly. Lin Jinbei, the young lady of the Luo family, Luo Chingan, is currently at the branch of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Lin Zilong forged evidence to frame Jiang Chen, which displeased this young lady. She is the jewel of Luo Beifeng. Offending her is equivalent to offending the entire Luo family. I am powerless to help. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing dumbfounded. The Luo family, being one of the 4 great families of Yin country, was not something a small family like his could afford to offend. He never expected that the esteemed young lady of the Luo family would actually be at the branch of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Now that Lin Zilong had offended the Luo family, Lin Jinbei found himself at a loss. After a moment of silence, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Gu Hong, don't think I don't know anything. You clearly want to distance yourself and push all the blame onto my son. If my son dies, I will make you pay with your life. Gu Hong paid no mind to Lin Jinbei's threat. Lin Jinbei, what you're saying is useless. You should be begging your son Jiang Chen. The young lady of the Luo family standing up for him clearly indicates an unusual relationship with Jiang Chen. If you want Lin Zilong to be safe, you must first quell Luo Qinghan's anger. Gu Heng's words instantly awakened Lin Jinbei. That's right. If I want to save Zilong, I can only ask Jiang Chen. Without any hesitation, Lin Jinbei immediately left the law enforcement team headquarters. From his subordinates, he learned that Jiang Chen was participating in the graduation assessment in the Grey Mist Forest. Although he was shocked at first, he had no time to dwell on it now. Even if he had to use force, he would make Jiang Chen plead with Luo Chingan. Otherwise, Lin Zilong would be finished. Thus, Lin Jinbei hurried to the depths of the Grey Mist Forest. The moment he arrived at the entrance of the depths of the Grey Mist Forest, he was immediately stopped by Xiongyu and others from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Lin Jinbei, what are you doing? Today is the day of our Extreme Dao Martial Arts School's graduation assessment. No one is allowed to enter the depths of the Grey Mist Forest. Xiongyu despised Lin Jinbei to the core and would not let him disrupt the assessment. Get out of my way. I need to find Jiang Chen. If you dare to stop me, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Jinbei was unafraid of Xiongyu and the others' threats, preparing to force his way into the depths of the Grey Mist Forest. His mind was solely focused on saving Lin Zilong, and he could not care less about anything else. Moreover, Li Jinhao was not here at the moment, and no one could stop him. Lin Jinbei, you are too despicable. Xiongyu was very clear about how strong Lin Jinbei's power was. Even if all of them combined, they couldn't stop him. So, Xiongyu immediately instructed his subordinates to notify Li Jinhao, while he tried to delay Lin Jinbei as much as possible. Just as Lin Jinbei was about to take action, Jiang Chen leisurely walked out from the depths of the Grey Mist Forest. Upon seeing Lin Jinbei, Jiang Chen felt no surprise. At that moment, he could tell from Lin Jinbei's anxious eyes that the one who forged the evidence must be Lin Zilong. Jiang Chen. Lin Jinbei rushed over as soon as he saw Jiang Chen. Zilong is your own brother. How can you just stand by and watch him die? However, I know you harbor resentment towards me, but you shouldn't vent your anger on Zilong. As long as you can make Luo Chingan stop pursuing the matter of the forged evidence, I can apologize to you and allow you to return to the Lin family. We can live together as a family from now on. At the same time, I will hold a grand banquet, allowing you to acknowledge your roots in front of everyone. What you have missed over the years, I will slowly compensate you. In truth, Lin Jinbei still felt dissatisfied with Jiang Chen, but to save Lin Zilong, he had to lower his stance and plead with Jiang Chen. Ha! Jiang Chen scoffed at his words. Why should I save Lin Zilong? He forged the evidence himself and offended Luo Chingan. What does that have to do with me? Besides, when you made Lin Zilong forge evidence and put me in danger, did you ever think that I am also your son? And you keep saying you allow me to return to the Lin family, as if I should cherish that. Lin Jinbei, get as far away from me as you can. Don't bother me here. Jiang Chen, after all, I am your father. Do you not even have the most basic respect for me? Originally, Lin Jinbei had been humbling himself to plead with Jiang Chen, which made him feel very embarrassed. But to save Zilong, he could only choose to endure. However, not only did Jiang Chen refuse him, but he also added insult to injury by directly calling him by his name. Lin Jinbei could no longer tolerate it, revealing an expression of immense anger. Ridiculous, why should I respect you? Ask yourself, do you deserve to be called my father? Moreover, didn't you publicly declare that you severed all ties with me? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Lin Jinbei, I advise you to hurry back and see Lin Zilong for the last time. He has offended the Luo family. I'm afraid his time is running out. Although Jiang Chen was not very clear about the specific events, he could sense from Lin Jinbei's anxious expression that Lin Zilong's life was hanging by a thread. It was likely that the captain of the law enforcement team, Gu Hong, had pushed all the blame onto Lin alone to protect himself. In Tianha Base City, the Lin family's status was prominent, and Lin Zalong's forgery of evidence should have been a minor issue, even something that could be overlooked. But with Luo Chingan's appearance, the situation became serious. In this case, Gu Han would undoubtedly punish Lin Zalong severely. Jiang Chen. Lin Jinbei suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen by the collar, releasing a war god level aura. Jiang Chen, don't think I know nothing. Zhao Wei's death must be related to you. As long as you are willing to save Zalong, I will lend you a helping hand to help you escape the Zhao family's pursuit. If anything happens to Zalong, don't blame me for disregarding our father-son relationship and taking action against you. Faced with Lin Jinbei's threat, Jiang Chen was unafraid and sneered, so you plan to take matters into your own hands and kill me? Come on, let's do it. Let everyone see how this war god-level powerhouse bullies the weak. As soon as these words were spoken, both the members of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall and the martial artist troops guarding the depths of the Grey Mist Forest turned their gazes towards Lin Jinbei. From their expressions, it was clear that they looked down on Lin Jinbei. When Jiang Chen was in danger, Lin Jinbei had disregarded their familial bond and added insult to injury. Now, when the youngest son is facing a life-and-death crisis due to his mistakes, he shamelessly comes to seek help from Jiang Chen. After being rejected by Jiang Chen, he even resorts to coercion. Such a father is simply laughable. The disdainful gazes of the crowd make Lin Jinbei unable to accept it. He cannot stay here any longer. Since Jiang Chen refuses to comply, he will forcibly take Jiang Chen away. As long as he brings Jiang Chen back to the Lin family, he has countless ways to pressure him. But at this critical moment, a long knife engulfed in flames cuts through the sky, rushing towards Lin Jinbei with lightning speed. What? Lin Jinbei's brows furrowed as he immediately moved to block the strike. Although he successfully blocked it, the knife's power was immense, and he was still knocked back several meters. Following that, Li Jinhao descended from the sky, slowly landing beside Jiang Chen. At this moment, he was clad in crimson battle armor, wielding a flaming long knife, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Lin Jinbei. You bastard! You have repeatedly sent people to cause trouble at my Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Now, during the graduation assessment at my Extreme Martial Arts Academy, you dare to create chaos in the examination hall. Lin Jinbei, do you really think I won't dare to kill you? As Li Jinhao spoke, he reached out to protect Jiang Chen behind him. He would never allow anyone to harm Jiang Chen. Li Jinhao, I knew you would definitely show up. Lin Jinbei glared at Li Jinhao in anger. What happened today was indeed a bit impulsive on my part, but Jiang Chen must come with me. I am his father. This is a family matter between us, and you have no right to interfere. Bullshit! Li Jinhao shouted angrily. What kind of father are you? I even doubt whether Jiang Chen is really your biological son. How could he have such a despicable father like you? Lin Zalong forged evidence and was imprisoned. That was his own doing. On what grounds do you demand Jiang Chen to save him? The more Li Jinhao spoke, the angrier he became, shouting, when Jiang Chen was in danger before, why didn't you come to save him? I warn you, Jiang Chen is my disciple now, and no one can take him away. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of instructors from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, including Xiongyu, quickly surrounded Lin Jinbei. As for the warriors from the military corps, their duty was only to guard the depths of the Grey Mist Forest, ensuring that no beasts entered the Tianha Base City. What was happening now had nothing to do with them. Moreover, they looked down on Lin Jinbei's actions. At this moment, not a single person would step forward to help Lin Jinbei. Damn it! Looking at the crowd before him, Lin Jinbei, despite his anger, could only suppress his fury. His strength was comparable to Li Jinhao's, and he could naturally hold his own in a one-on-one fight. But if so many people attacked him together, he would have no chance of winning. Furthermore, today was indeed the graduation assessment day of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and he was already in the wrong for causing chaos in the examination hall. Under these circumstances, he could only be forced to give up. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. You heartless beast, I truly regret giving birth to you. If Zalong encounters any trouble, I will never let you go. Humph. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jinbei transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the spot. Jiang Chen, you don't need to pay attention to his threats. Continue with the assessment. With me here, no one can harm you. Li Jinhao thought Jiang Chen had been forcibly taken out by Lin Jinbei, so he immediately urged him to continue the assessment. However, unexpectedly, at that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly took out two bloody corpses. One was a four-armed black ape of the second rank of Beast General, and the other was a beast of the third rank of Beast General. Master, I have actually completed the assessment. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, not only was Li Jinhao shocked, but Xiongyu and the others beside him also widened their eyes. How long has it been since he killed two Beast General level beasts? Isn't that too fast? Just now, Jiang Chen voluntarily came out from the depths. I thought he sensed Lin Jinbei's aura and was forced to interrupt the assessment. Now it seems that it wasn't like that at all. Jiang Chen had already completed the assessment in advance. Even the warriors from the front line were incredibly shocked. Over the years, they had seen many martial arts students participate in graduation assessments, but they had never seen anyone do it this quickly. Ha ha ha. After realizing this, Li Yinhai burst into laughter. Jiang Chen, you truly did not disappoint me. Congratulations, you are the first graduate of this session from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Li Yinhai could see that the 2 demon beast corpses Jiang Chen had taken out had only just died not long ago. Moreover, they bore obvious wounds left by the gale-breaking blade. There was no doubt that these 2 demon beasts were killed by Jiang Chen. From this moment on, you are a true martial artist. In Li Yinhai's eyes, there was nothing but praise and admiration for Jiang Chen. He simply couldn't understand why Lin Jinbei would give up on someone as outstanding as Jiang Chen. It was simply blind. Master, since I have passed the assessment, it should be fine for me to continue hunting demon beasts, right? Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with a desire for battle. Fighting against demon beasts will help me grow faster. He was very curious about the ravine deep within the misty forest. Although Jiang Chen knew that the ravine was a forbidden area, extremely dangerous. Over the years, many had tragically died around the ravine. Even the demon beasts were reluctant to approach this place. But in his view, the more bizarre and dangerous a place was, the more opportunities it often held. If he truly encountered any danger, he could use his mentalist abilities to escape without much trouble. Alright, just be careful. Li Yinhai didn't think much of it and agreed to Jiang Chen's request. In his view, Jiang Chen's ability to stand out among his peers might be due to his frequent confrontations with demon beasts. Therefore, he had no reason to stop him. Jiang Chen's ability to easily slay beast-level demon beasts had fully proven that he had the capability to deal with the demon beasts in this area. After receiving Li Yinhai's permission, Jiang Chen resolutely turned around and stepped back into the depths of the misty forest. Then, Li Yinhai turned to Xiongyu and solemnly instructed, Lin Jinbei might come to cause trouble again. I need to personally oversee this graduation assessment. You go back now and report the good news of Jiang Chen passing the assessment to the association. I want the entire South China region to know just how talented Jiang Chen is. Hearing this, Xionyu's lips curled into a knowing smile. Rest assured, Guild Master, I will take care of it right away. He then quickly turned and hurried back to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Meanwhile, Lin Jinbei returned to the Lin family, his expression filled with rage after being forced to leave. Unfilial son. That ungrateful Jiang Chen. I will never let him go. Lin Jinbei's furious voice echoed in every corner of the Lin family. Just then, Chen Meiqi walked out from the side, her eyes red, clearly having cried a lot. Godfather, I just went to the law enforcement team to visit Zalong, but Gu Hong wouldn't let me in at all. She choked. When has Zalong ever suffered like this? Those people in the law enforcement team only treat people based on their status. They will definitely torture Zalong severely. Godfather, please, you must save Zalong. Chen Meiqi's tears streamed down her face again. If she had known it would come to this, she should have stopped Lin Zalong from forging evidence in the first place. That way, Lin Zalong could at least have avoided this prison disaster. This is outrageous. Lin Jinbei was already furious about Lin Zalong's situation. Now, learning from Chen Meiqi that Gu Hong wouldn't allow anyone to visit Lin Zalong only added fuel to the fire. The thought of his precious son suffering in prison was unbearable for him. Suddenly, Lin Jinbei seemed to think of something, casting a meaningful glance at the crying Chen Meiqi. He recalled that many years ago, the second young master of the Sun family, one of the 4 top families of the Yin kingdom, Sun Mingyu, had visited the Tianhe base city. At that time, Sun Mingyu had taken a liking to Chen Meiqi and wanted to bring her back to the Sun family. However, Sun Mingyu was a notorious playboy, known for his lecherous nature. Over the years, countless women had fallen victim to his whims. Chen Meiqi was the daughter of Lin Jinbei's friend. How could he allow her to fall into the hands of this devil, Sun Mingyu? Thus, he resolutely rejected Sun Mingyu, which in turn angered him. Given Lin Jinbei's strength and contributions, he should have been promoted to a key position at headquarters long ago. Yet, to this day, he remains stuck in the position of branch manager, unable to advance, all because he had offended Sun Mingyu. Now, in order to save Lin Zalong, Sun Mingyu had become his last hope. For this reason, he decided to offer Chen Meiqi to Sun Mingyu. Meiqi, over the years, I have treated you as my own, never wronged you. I also know that you have always liked Zalong. But now, because of that beast Jiang Chen, Zalong is in imminent danger. In this situation, are you willing to save Zalong and help your godfather? Lin Jinbei walked up to Chen Meiqi and helped her to her feet. Godfather, just tell me what you need me to do. As long as it can save Zalong, I am willing to do anything. Chen Meichi thought Lyn Bay had come up with some plan that required her cooperation, so she agreed without hesitation. With your words, Godfather can rest assured. Lyn Bay smiled with satisfaction and then said, you should still remember Sun Mingyu, right? Godfather plans to have you marry Sun Mingyu. This way, our Lin family can also be connected to the Sun family. Then Zalong will naturally be saved. What? Upon hearing Lyn Bay's words, Chen Meichi was stunned. Images of the devilish Sun Mingyu immediately flooded her mind. She remembered that in the Fonglei martial arts school, a beautiful female student had been targeted by Sun Mingyu and was insulted by him that very night. He had even been so brutal that he accidentally killed her. Now Lyn Bay wanted her to marry Sun Mingyu. This was clearly a death sentence for her. No, I don't want to. I absolutely refuse to marry Sun Mingyu. Chen Meichi was filled with terror and turned to run away. However, Lyn Bay did not give her the chance and knocked her unconscious with a swift strike. Meichi, you can't blame me. This is the only chance to save Zalong, and you have already agreed. Looking at the unconscious Chen Meichi, Lyn Bay's gaze turned extremely cold. He knew very well that with Chen Meichi's status, how could she possibly be worthy of Sun Mingyu, let alone marry him? Sun Mingyu's interest in Chen Meichi was merely due to her beauty. Offering Chen Meichi to Sun Mingyu meant that she would likely be tortured to death by him. But to save his precious son, Lyn Bay had no choice but to do this. After all these years, he had taken meticulous care of Chen Meichi, and he had already done enough for his deceased friend. He then ordered his servants to carry Chen Meichi onto the carriage and immediately head to the main city of South China. Meanwhile, deep in the grey mist forest, Jiang Chen fought his way through the beasts and arrived near a ravine. What greeted his eyes was an incredibly clear stream, a stark contrast to the dangerous forbidden area. But what shocked him even more was that Luo Chingan was sitting alone by the stream, her face pale, looking as if she was gravely injured. Jiang Chen walked over to Luo Chingan without hesitation. After ensuring that no beasts were lurking nearby, he asked in a deep voice, "This is a forbidden area, how did you end up here? And from the looks of it, you seem to be seriously injured." He scrutinized Luo Chingan, noticing her ashen face and the deep claw mark on her left arm. Although the wound had stopped bleeding, the horrifying scar was enough to prove that Luo Chingan had engaged in a fierce battle with a powerful beast. "You know this place is forbidden, so why do you dare to come here? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Luo Chingan was quite surprised to see Jiang Chen's appearance. She truly did not expect that Jiang Chen, a martial artist who had not yet reached the level of a battle general, would dare to come here alone. "The more dangerous a place is, the more likely it hides great opportunities," Jiang Chen said, pointing to the wound on Luo Chingan's left arm. "Your strength is not weak. A typical beast general level monster shouldn't be able to injure you like this, right? Could it be that there are extremely powerful monsters here?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chingan did not answer immediately but carefully scrutinized Jiang Chen. She was astonished to find that Jiang Chen showed no signs of injury at all. Although Jiang Chen had previously defeated Zhang Long was only a first-tier battle general, and that duel was not a life-and-death struggle. However, the place they were in now was deep within the misty forest, where every monster could potentially be at the beast general level. Even in the areas close to the ravine, the monster's strength would be even greater. The fact that Jiang Chen could make it here unscathed left Luo Chingan quite shocked. At the same time, she realized that Jiang Chen's strength might far exceed her imagination. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Chingan slowly spoke, "Jiang Chen, how about we make a deal?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly. "What do you mean by that? If you want me to help you, you can just say so." Previously, at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Luo Chingan had helped him out of a tight spot, which led to the foolish Lin Zalong being captured and imprisoned. Jiang Chen did not like to owe others favors. If Luo Chingan needed something from him, he would certainly do his utmost to help. "Do you know why this ravine is called a forbidden place? It's not because there are many powerful monsters living here, but because there is a very special monster. This monster's level is not very high, but its abilities are terrifying." Luo Chingan pointed to the stream ahead. "That monster is currently in the cave at the end of the stream. If we join forces to take down that monster, then we can split whatever is inside the cave. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. "You are the esteemed young lady of the Luo family. If you want something, can't you just say a word and get it immediately? Why do you need to take action yourself?" Luo Chingan eagerly interrupted him. "You don't understand. The things in that cave cannot be measured by money." Her words were brief, but they immediately made Jiang Chen realize that there must be an astonishing opportunity involved. Something that could move the young lady of the Luo family so much was certainly not an ordinary item. She was even willing to risk her life to obtain it. Jiang Chen was curious to see what kind of rare treasure it could be. "Joining forces with you is naturally not a problem, but you must first tell me what that monster is. I need to prepare in advance." Luo Chingan did not hide anything and directly spoke. "That monster is the Nightmare Beast." As soon as she said this, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. "What? The Nightmare Beast? This cursed place actually has a Nightmare Beast?" Jiang Chen found it hard to believe. The Nightmare Beast he referred to was a special monster resembling a horse, covered in black scales, with its limbs engulfed in ghostly blue flames. Although the Nightmare Beast's combat ability was not strong, it was extremely adept at mental manipulation. It could exhale a hallucinatory mist that would cause martial artists or monsters to unknowingly fall into an illusion. Once trapped in the illusion, it would not be long before death followed. Additionally, the Nightmare Beast could invade others' dreams and manipulate them through those dreams. At that moment, Jiang Chen finally understood why this place was called a forbidden area. Even powerful monsters dared not tread here lightly. It turned out that everything was because there was a Nightmare Beast in this place, such a rare and precious monster, capable of hiding here without being discovered. This is enough to prove how cunning the Nightmare Beast is. It is said that the Nightmare Beast sheds some of its black scales after a certain period of time. These black scales are known as dream scales, and they are a key material for the legendary illusionary battle armor. In fact, as long as you carry dream scales with you, you can maintain a clear mind at all times and reduce mental attacks. What you want should be this, right? I have to say, these dream scales are indeed priceless and extremely rare. After learning about the existence of the Nightmare Beast, Jiang Chen's expression became incredibly excited. As expected, he came here for the right reason. If he could obtain some dream scales, at least for now, he wouldn't be short on money anymore. A complete dream scale is worth at least $1 million. Don't be too happy too soon. Although the Nightmare Beast isn't strong in combat, its abilities are quite tricky. Even though I took the medicine to resist mental impacts in advance, it still didn't have much effect. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been injured. Luo Chingan's discovery of the Nightmare Beast was purely coincidental. She knew very well that where there were Nightmare Beasts, there would definitely be a large number of shed dream scales. So, without hesitation, Luo Chingan engaged in a fierce battle with the Nightmare Beast. But in the end, she still fell victim to the Nightmare Beast's illusion and nearly died. Looking at the horrifying wound on her left arm, Luo Chingan couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with the Nightmare Beast." Jiang Chen smiled confidently and then strode towards the end of the stream. Seeing Jiang Chen's confident demeanor, Luo Chingan couldn't help but frown. She didn't have time to ask more. After swallowing a few healing pills, she hurriedly followed Jiang Chen's footsteps. Soon, the two arrived at the end of the stream, where a dark cave appeared before them. The thick fog surrounding the cave made it look even more eerie and terrifying. The Nightmare Beast is inside the cave. "This guy is extremely cunning. We must be careful." As Luo Chingan spoke, she took out a small blue potion from her storage ring and handed it to Jiang Chen. "This is a mental potion. You should drink it first. Although it can't completely immunize you against the Nightmare Beast's mental attacks, at least it can reduce some of them. It won't make you fall into an illusion immediately." Jiang Chen, seeing this, shook his head slightly and did not take the mental potion. "Sorry, I don't really need this thing. You should keep it for yourself." Jiang Chen knew very well how terrifying the Nightmare Beast's abilities were, but at this moment, he was not blindly confident. As a mentalist, his mental power was already far beyond that of ordinary warriors. The mental impact of the Nightmare Beast would have almost no effect on someone like Jiang Chen. "Nonsense! If you don't drink the mental potion, you'll instantly fall into an illusion as soon as you step into the cave." Seeing Jiang Chen refuse her mental potion left Luo Chingan puzzled and confused. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. "Do I look like someone who is looking for death? Don't worry, I have my own way to deal with it. When the time comes, you just need to assist me from the side." Luo Chingan was about to say something, but she saw Jiang Chen resolutely step into the cave. Her heart tightened, worried for Jiang Chen's safety, and she hurriedly drank the mental potion, following closely behind. The cave was extremely dim, with visibility obscured by thick fog, as if they were in a mysterious and unpredictable world. In this environment, they could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. Jiang Chen casually took out the windbreaker blade, his expression vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Luo Chingan also quickly drew a light blue longsword. This sword seemed ordinary but concealed astonishing power. The base of the sword's hilt was embedded with a small energy core, and when Luo Chingan activated it, the blade immediately emitted a brilliant blue light. In this state, the sword tip could instantly shoot out a cold blue beam. Upon contact with a target, this beam would rapidly lower the target's temperature, even freezing it instantly. This is precisely the S-class weapon, the Frost Sword. It is a high-tech weapon developed in recent years. It combines the essence of technology and martial arts, with astonishing lethality that instills fear. Due to its high manufacturing costs, which make it difficult to popularize, it remains a rare item. In this era, even ordinary high-tech weapons or armor are priced exorbitantly, let alone this S-class frost sword, which is absolutely priceless. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's gaze did not linger on the frost sword but was firmly fixed on a beast ahead. The beast's eyes emitted a faint blue light, resembling a black horse at first glance. Yet, the special black scales covering its body and the ghostly blue flames burning on its limbs revealed its true identity, the Nightmare Beast. Jiang Chen noticed several obvious sword wounds on the Nightmare Beast's abdomen. Undoubtedly, these were left from its earlier fierce battle with Luo Chingan. This made the Nightmare Beast harbor intense hostility towards humans. When it spotted the uninvited guests, Jiang Chen and Luo Chingan, it immediately let out a deafening roar. It quickly spewed out a large amount of mist from its mouth, completely enveloping the two. Jiang Chen, you must take this mental potion, Luo Chingan said anxiously. This mist will trap people in illusions, causing them to lose all combatability. The Nightmare Beast in front of us only has the strength of a Tier 3 beast general. As long as we are not deceived by its mist, we have a chance to slay it. However, as soon as Luo Chingan finished speaking, Jiang Chen directly ignored the mist around him, brandishing his large blade and charging at the Nightmare Beast. It was as if the mist had no effect on him whatsoever. What? He can actually ignore the Nightmare Beast's mist? Luo Chingan's eyes widened in disbelief. Normally, without the aid of a mental potion or special protective gear, ordinary martial artists would absolutely be unable to resist the Nightmare Beast's mental control. And now, Jiang Chen's immunity to its influence could only mean one thing. Jiang Chen was not an ordinary martial artist. He was a mentalist. He really hit it well. Luo Chingan sighed inwardly. Doubts arose in her mind. If he is truly a mentalist, then why did Lyn Bay give up on him? Could it be that Lyn Bay is out of his mind? While Luo Chingan was in shock, Jiang Chen had already rushed to the front of the Nightmare Beast in an instant. This move clearly caught the Nightmare Beast off guard. Before it could react, Jiang Chen struck it with a single blow, sending it flying. This strike was without mercy. Amidst the howling wind, a deep wound appeared on the Nightmare Beast's body. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground a deep red as it howled in pain. In the past, any martial artist who inhaled its mist would either fall into an illusion or be affected, becoming mentally disoriented. But why was this human before it unaffected? The Nightmare Beast suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Its combat power was not strong. It relied entirely on mental attacks and the defensive power granted by its black scales. In this situation, it knew it was powerless against the human before it and could only choose to flee. Luo Chingan reacted quickly, using the frost sword to shoot out freezing rays, instantly sealing off the only exit of the cave. No matter how frantically the Nightmare Beast crashed against it, it could not break through the thick ice wall. Jiang Chen, I truly did not expect you to be a mentalist, Luo Chingan said as she walked to Jiang Chen's side, her tone filled with shock. Are you interested in joining my Luo family? I guarantee my father will spare no effort in nurturing you. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Sorry, but I don't have that intention for now. Our current goal is the Nightmare Beast in front of us. He was well aware that after revealing his abilities as a mentalist, Luo Chingan would definitely invite him. After all, there are really too few mentalists in this world. As long as nothing unexpected happens, mentalists often become powerful warriors. A top family like the Luo family would undoubtedly try to recruit Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen currently does not wish to join such a top family. A family with such a strong and complex background inevitably comes with various disputes and intrigues. Moreover, joining the Luo family would mean losing his freedom, and Jiang Chen does not want to do that. Immediately after, Jiang Chen took out the S-rank mental weapon, Blood Spike, and under his control, it instantly transformed into 4 clones. With a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, they charged towards the Nightmare Beast. The black scales on the Nightmare Beast granted it powerful defense, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to harm it. Even the full-force strike he had just delivered only managed to injure it. To ensure he could take down the Nightmare Beast, Jiang Chen could not hold back in the slightest. He had to go all out. Under Jiang Chen's control, Blood Spike continuously slashed and pierced the Nightmare Beast's body. In less than a moment, the Nightmare Beast was covered in wounds. The precious black scales fell to the ground in abundance. Although Luo Chingan was a bit surprised by Jiang Chen's refusal, she also understood that this was an excellent opportunity to kill the Nightmare Beast. Without any hesitation, she fully activated the frost sword and launched a fierce attack. Roar! Accompanied by the Nightmare Beast's painful roar, it finally fell into a pool of blood, dying a tragic death. According to our previous agreement, the dream scales in this cave will be split between us, but the corpse of the Nightmare Beast will belong entirely to me. You have no objections, right? Jiang Chen knew the value of the dream scales, but compared to them, the corpse of the Nightmare Beast was even more precious. Whether it was its beast core, fur, or other parts, they were all worth a lot. Alright, everything will be arranged by you. Luo Chingan nodded slightly. Although she felt reluctant, without Jiang Chen's intervention, she would never have been able to kill the nightmare beast. Subsequently, Jiang Chen decisively stored the nightmare beast's corpse in his storage ring, and the two began to count the dream scales in the cave. Meanwhile, in the main city of South China, in a luxurious manner, a robust man roughly pinned a naked woman beneath him. He then revealed a rather seductive expression. Just then, a servant hurried in and knelt before him. Young master, Lin Jinbei, the branch master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, is looking for you. He also brought a stunning woman. Who are you talking about? Lin Jinbei? Upon hearing this familiar name, Sun Mingyu's brows furrowed. He remembered that when he went to inspect the Tianhe base city, he had taken a liking to one of his adopted daughters. He had intended to take the girl away, but was firmly obstructed by Lin Jinbei. The Sun family was the largest shareholder of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and Sun Mingyu held a grudge against Lin Jinbei, ordering the blocking of his promotion path, ensuring he would only ever be a small branch master. Now, Lin Jinbei had come to find him, even bringing a stunning woman, which truly surprised Sun Mingyu. Young master, the woman Lin Jinbei brought is precisely the Chen Meichi you were interested in before. As soon as the servant said this, Sun Mingyu's eyes lit up. He then kicked the woman kneeling beneath him aside. Ha, is Lin Jinbei going to offer Chen Meichi to me? Interesting, let him wait for me in the hall. Desire sparkled in Sun Mingyu's eyes. For a lecherous man like him, the name Chen Meichi was like a deadly temptation. He wanted to see what reason Lin Jinbei had for voluntarily bringing his adopted daughter to him. Not long after, in the spacious hall of the Sun family manor, Lin Jinbei waited anxiously. Reflecting on the time he offended Sun Mingyu and ruined his bright future, he felt a deep resentment towards this young scion. But now, the only one who could save his precious son was Sun Mingyu. Even at the cost of losing face, Lin Jinbei had to ask Sun Mingyu for help today. Just then, Sun Mingyu swaggered in. His gaze completely ignored Lin Jinbei and greedily fixated on the unconscious Chen Meichi. 3 years ago, when he first met Chen Meichi, she was just a budding 17-year-old girl. Now, at 20, Chen Meichi had blossomed into an even more beautiful and captivating woman. With her graceful figure and delicate, fair complexion, Sun Mingyu found himself increasingly satisfied the more he looked at her. Finally, he reluctantly shifted his gaze from Chen Meichi to Lin Jinbei and casually asked, "So, what do you want from me?" "Young Master Sun, it was my ignorance that offended you back then. I beg you to overlook my past mistakes and help save my son. As long as you are willing, from today on, Chen Meichi will be your woman." Lin Jinbei pleaded humbly with Sun Mingyu. Your son?" Sun Mingyu frowned slightly. "Which son are you referring to? I heard you have a long-lost eldest son, and it seems that the recent death of Zhao Wei from the Zhao family is somehow related to him. Are you asking me to help save your eldest son?" During this time, Sun Mingyu had been in the main city of South China and had heard a bit about the entanglement between Jiang Chen and Lin Jinbei, as well as the tragic death of Zhao Wei. He speculated that Lin Jinbei, a warrior of godlike stature, was so humble because he wanted to save that eldest son, Jiang Chen. However, as soon as Sun Mingyu finished speaking, a flash of anger suddenly crossed Lin Jinbei's face. "Young Master Sun, I have severed ties with that ungrateful son Jiang Chen. He is no longer my son. I came today to ask you to save my only son, Lin Zalong." Lin Jinbei then detailed the circumstances of Lin Zalong's capture by the enforcement team, but he cleverly concealed the fact that Lin Zalong had forged evidence, instead portraying the Lin family as heroes who sacrificed for justice, only to be thwarted by the Luo family's interference, which led to Lin Zalong's predicament. After listening to Lin Jinbei's account, Sun Mingyu couldn't help but feel shocked. He never expected Lin Jinbei to be so resolute about his eldest son. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, Jiang Chen had been lost since childhood and had no emotional ties, unlike Lin Zalong, whom they had raised with care. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sun Mingyu slowly spoke. "Lin Jinbei, actually, to save your son, all it takes is a word from me. But back then, you dared to contradict me. Do you think offering Chen Meichi now is enough? If you want me to save your son, you must bring Luo Chingan here. That way, not only can I save your son, but I can also promote you, make you no longer just a small branch manager." Although Sun Mingyu was coveting Chen Meichi, she paled in comparison to Luo Chingan. Luo Chingan was the goddess he had longed for. Unfortunately, the Luo family held a prominent position, and as the eldest daughter of the Luo family, even his deepest desires were hard to reach. Now that Luo Chingan was in the small branch of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall in Tianhe City, if Lin Jinbei could bring her here and then consummate their union, Luo Chingan would completely become his woman. If this could lead to an alliance between the Sun and Luo families, it would undoubtedly make the Sun family even stronger. What did you say? Make me catch Luo Chingan? Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei's expression changed drastically, his face filled with terror. The Luo family was on par with the Sun family, one of the 4 top families in Yin country. If he were to act against Luo Chingan, once exposed, even if he had 10 lives, he would not escape death. Worse still, this could bring disaster to the entire Lin family. Although Luo Chingan was alone in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall in Tianhe Base City, as the eldest daughter of the Luo family, her safety was no trivial matter. Perhaps the top expert of the Luo family is lurking within Tianhe City, secretly protecting her. Lin Jinbei thought of this and his heart trembled. He directly knelt before Sun Mingyu. Young master Sun, please don't make things difficult for me. Luo Chingan has a noble status. How could I dare to lay a hand on her? Sun Mingyu sneered. You, a dignified 5th-tier warrior of the war god level, are actually afraid of a Luo Chingan? Lin Jinbei, all you need to do is bring Luo Chingan here. Everything else has nothing to do with you. If you want to save Lin Zalong, or if you want the Lin family to rise to prominence, just do as I say. Otherwise, everything is off the table. As soon as Sun Mingyu finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 2 burly men with dark faces walked in. The aura of these 2 was no weaker than Lin Jinbei's. They were all warriors of the war god level. The fact that such high-level warriors were willing to act as bodyguards was enough to prove how powerful the Sun family was. I understand. Lin Jinbei nodded helplessly, but capturing Luo Chingan will take some time. Please ensure my son's safety first. You can rest assured about that. I will notify the Tianhe Base City law enforcement team to take good care of Lin Zalong. After receiving Sun Mingyu's affirmative response, a look of determination flashed in Lin Jinbei's eyes. Lin Zalong was his son, and as a father, Lin Jinbei could not watch his son die in prison. Whether to save his son or for his own future, this time, he had to take action. Then, Lin Jinbei glanced at the still unconscious Chen Meiqi and decisively turned to leave the Sun family estate. Immediately after, Sun Mingyu walked behind Chen Meiqi with a lewd smile, reaching out to touch her softness in front of him. At that moment, Chen Meiqi suddenly woke up. She realized she was being violated by Sun Mingyu, and in fear, she cried out in pain, struggling desperately, but it was all in vain. Ah! The next moment, Chen Meiqi's scream echoed above the Sun family estate, chilling to the bone. Meanwhile, deep within the gray mist forest, in a dim cave, Jiang Chen and Luo Chingan had collected all the dream scales inside. Among them, there were 32 complete dream scales, each of which could easily sell for over 1 million. Moreover, they were extremely precious and hard to come by. The remaining damaged dream scales, although their value had decreased, could still fetch a good price. Jiang Chen truly made a huge profit this time. After splitting the dream scales with Luo Chingan, the 2 finally left the cave. Jiang Chen, with your talent and ability, you shouldn't just stay in the small Tianhe Base City. I still suggest you join the Luo family. At first, Luo Chingan wanted to challenge Jiang Chen, but now she had abandoned that idea. She was well aware of how strong Jiang Chen was. She had no chance of winning. After graduating from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, she was returning to her family. She knew Jiang Chen could follow her back. I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't have that idea right now. If I change my mind later, perhaps I will come back to find you. After waving goodbye to Luo Chingan, Jiang Chen walked towards the forest ahead. For the time being, he still wanted to continue hunting monsters. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, Luo Chingan let out a slight sigh. Then, she turned and left the depths of the gray mist forest. She had already hunted 2 monsters, and now that the nightmare beast had been taken down, there was naturally no need for her to stay here any longer. After leaving the depths of the gray mist forest, she was shocked to learn from Li Jinhao that she was only in 2nd place. Jiang Chen's strength was indeed absurdly strong. She was increasingly doubting whether Lin Jinbei was foolish. How could he abandon such a gifted son? In Luo Chingan's view, Jiang Chen's current reclusive and distrustful personality might be a result of being abandoned by his father, Lin Jinbei, since childhood. That fool Lin Jinbei! Luo Chingan cursed inwardly, angrily returning to the Tianhe Base City. Night fell. The graduation assessment of this session at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School had concluded. Although some students were seriously injured during the process, each one successfully hunted down 2 beast general-level monsters and passed the assessment. The news that Jiang Chen had participated in the graduation assessment early and achieved 1st place quickly spread throughout the entire Tianhe Base City. At this moment, in a grand office within the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School in the main city of South China, a stern-looking middle-aged man was repeatedly reviewing Jiang Chen's information, his eyes clearly showing admiration for him. This man was Duan Hong, the head of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. This Jiang Chen is indeed impressive. It has been a long time since our Extreme Dao Martial Arts School has produced such a talented martial artist, Duan Hong said, suddenly frowning as if he thought of something. He looked at a man standing in front of him and asked gravely, Is there any connection between Jiang Chen and Zhao Wei's death? If there is, then it would be a huge problem. Duan Hong was well aware of the recent incident involving the tragic death of the Zhao family's young master. If Jiang Chen were truly the murderer, even with his exceptional talent, it would be difficult for him to be protected. Standing in front of Duan Hong was Li Ming, the prosecutor of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. He responded steadily, "Lord Duan, although there have been rampant rumors these days about Jiang Chen killing Zhao Wei, it seems that Jiang Chen should have nothing to do with Zhao Wei's death. Even the only piece of evidence was fabricated by Lin Jinbei's younger son, Lin alone. I really don't know what that guy Lin Jinbei is thinking. Is his head filled with shit to treat his own son like this? And he keeps talking about righteousness over family. It's simply ridiculous." Li Ming had already secretly investigated these matters and was furious upon learning about the actions of Lin Jinbei's family. If it weren't for his position, he would have directly dealt with Lin Jinbei long ago. After all, Jiang Chen was now a student of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Lin Jinbei. Hearing this name, Duan Hong clenched his fists in anger. I actually admired Lin Jinbei before this. Back when the Tianhe base city was hit by a terrifying beast tide, it was Lin Jinbei who single-handedly charged into the midst of countless monsters and killed the Beast King. I never expected he would turn out to be such a hypocritical scoundrel. Fortunately, Jiang Chen has severed all ties with him. Now that Jiang Chen is not the murderer, we must ensure his absolute safety. The Zhao family will definitely not let Jiang Chen off easily. Duan Hong knew very well what kind of person Zhao Changming was. Even without any evidence, he would surely act against Jiang Chen in secret. Fortunately, Luo Chingan had stepped in to protect Jiang Chen. Duan Hong had always been aware of Luo Chingan's training at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School in Tianhe Base City. Li Ming responded gravely, "Actually, protecting Jiang Chen's safety is not a big problem. Without solid evidence, the Zhao family won't act openly. But the problem is, after graduating from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, Jiang Chen does not plan to go to the headquarters. Instead, he intends to join a mercenary group." Upon hearing this, Duan Hong's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say? He wants to join a mercenary group?" Although Duan Hong admired Jiang Chen's courage, the mercenary group was far too dangerous. He genuinely worried that such a talent would meet an untimely end. Not to mention, the Zhao family was still watching him closely. Yes, this was proposed by Jiang Chen himself, and I fear he won't easily change his mind, Li Ming said helplessly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Duan Hong slowly spoke, "Fine, since he wants to join the mercenary group, I shall recommend him." Immediately, Duan Hong dialed a phone number. Meanwhile, inside the Fonglei Guild, Zhao Changming's face was filled with rage as he slapped Lu Jinshan, sending him flying. He showed no mercy to Lu Jinshan, the prosecutor, and stomped heavily on Lu Jinshan's body. "Lu Jinshan, why? Why haven't you captured Jiang Chen yet after all this time?" Although Lu Jinshan was seething with anger inside, under Zhao Changming's suffocating pressure, he could only swallow his grievances. "Lord Zhao, you really can't blame me for this," he said helplessly. "The cause of young Master Zhao's death is indeed suspicious. While Jiang Chen could be the murderer, we have no solid evidence in hand." He continued, "Moreover, with Miss Luo defending Jiang Chen, we really can't act rashly." "I don't care about any of that," Zhao Changming roared. "I absolutely cannot let my son die in vain." His gaze turned sharp as a knife, exuding a chilling murderous intent. "You will immediately contact the Blackwolf mercenary group. I want to see their leader." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinshan's expression changed drastically. "Lord Zhao, this might not be appropriate. The people of the Blackwolf mercenary group are a bunch of heartless demons. Besides, they are all wanted criminals in Yin country. Where do you expect me to contact them?" Lu Jinshan was truly shocked by Zhao Changming's demand to contact the Blackwolf mercenary group. He never expected Zhao Changming to be this reckless. The Blackwolf mercenary group was notorious for their indiscriminate killings. They did not care whether their prey was a beast or a martial artist. They would kill without hesitation. They were more like a pure assassin group, cold and cruel. Over the years, countless innocent civilians had perished under the blades of the Blackwolf mercenary group. The Yin government had even issued a bounty. Anyone who could kill a member of the Blackwolf mercenary group would receive a generous reward. If the private contact with the Blackwolf mercenary group were to be exposed and reach the ears of the district chief in South China, not only would Lu Jinshan suffer, but Zhao Changming would also be in deep trouble. "Lu Jinshan, do you want to defy my orders?" At this moment, Zhao Changming was blinded by rage. He grabbed Lu Jinshan by the collar and shouted, "I can make you the prosecutor of the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall in South China, and I can just as easily ruin you. I don't care what methods you use, you must contact the Blackwolf mercenary group. As for all the consequences that follow, I will bear them all." In fact, Zhao Changming wished he could personally kill Jiang Yin. But the problem was that he currently had no solid evidence. Everything was based on speculation. If he acted rashly against Jiang Nian under such circumstances, it would lead to unpredictable consequences. Therefore, he decided to take a risk and use the Blackwolf mercenary group's hands. After all, these mercenaries were cold-blooded killers. As long as the price was right, they were willing to assassinate anyone. Once Jiang Nian was dead, Zhao Changming could shift all the blame onto the Blackwolf mercenary group and distance himself from it. Threatened by Zhao Changming in such a manner, Luo Chingan felt immense anger but was helpless at this moment. If it weren't for Zhao Changming's promotion, Luo Chingan would never have become the prosecutor of South China. Over the years, he had done many shady things for Zhao Changming. He had long been tied to Zhao Changming like a grasshopper on the same string. Even if he was furious inside, he could only obey Zhao Changming's orders. Lord Zhao, I know what to do. Ha! Zhao Changming sneered twice and then instructed, remember, you must be cautious and careful when contacting the Blackwolf mercenary group. If anyone finds out, don't blame me for pushing all the responsibility onto you. Luo Chingan suppressed his anger and nodded. Then, he hurriedly turned and left. That night, at the Tiangi-based City Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Li Zhenhao called Jiang Chen into his office alone. Jiang Chen, originally an outstanding graduate like you would, under normal circumstances, be sent directly to the headquarters to receive better guidance and training at the headquarters. But you resolutely chose to join the mercenary group, and I respect your decision and will no longer obstruct you. Li Zhenhao said earnestly, I just received a notice from the hallmaster. He has already contacted the A-team of the Extreme Mercenary Group in South China for you. Tomorrow, I will personally take you to the A-team's base. The Extreme Mercenary Group has 3 levels, B, A, and S. Among them, B-level teams have relatively weaker overall strength and are mainly distributed across various base cities. As long as one graduates smoothly and their strength reaches the level of a battle general or above, they can join. The A-level team, however, is the strongest mercenary team in the region, with members mostly selected from the elite of the B teams. It is rare for someone like Jiang Chen to be able to join the A team directly upon graduation. As for the S level, those are the top mercenary teams of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters, and the minimum standard to join is to be at least a 5th-tier battle general. Jiang Chen currently does not meet this standard. A team. Hearing Li Zhenhao's words, Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised. He had thought that he would only be able to join an ordinary B team at first. He never expected to be able to join the elite A team right from the start. However, Jiang Chen did not feel nervous or uneasy because of this. On the contrary, he was filled with anticipation. Joining the A team meant he would have the opportunity to fight against more powerful monsters, which would undoubtedly help him improve his strength more quickly. At the same time, the warriors in the A team were all formidable experts, and Jiang Chen could take advantage of the system's ability to copy them one by one. Master, thank you for your care during this time. Although we haven't spent much time together, you are still the most important person in my life. Jiang Chen respectfully bowed to Li Zhenhao. During this time, if it weren't for Li Zhenhao's protection, he might have already encountered misfortune. Seeing this, Li Zhenhao hurriedly stepped forward to help Jiang Chen up. However, you don't need to do this. Speaking of which, I actually feel very guilty. I clearly took you as my disciple, yet I found that I have nothing to teach you. You are much stronger than I had imagined. Before we part, I have decided to give you one last great gift. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhenhao casually took out a ring embedded with a blue gemstone. This item is called the Illusion Shield Ring, an S-level high-tech armor, embedded with energy crystals inside. During battle, it can release the energy from the Illusion Shield Ring to form an energy light shield. The energy light shield has extremely strong defense, enough to withstand any attack from monsters below the Lord level. What? At the moment he saw the Illusion Shield Ring, Jiang Chen was taken aback. High-tech weapons and armor have only been produced in recent years and are expensive. The ordinary S-level weapons and armor are already quite valuable. And this S-level high-tech armor, the Illusion Shield Ring, is worth at least tens of millions without a doubt. The S-level gale-breaking knife that Li Zhenhao had previously gifted him had already surprised Jiang Chen. Now, with this precious Illusion Shield Ring, Jiang Chen felt a bit at a loss. Seeing Jiang Chen's hesitant expression, Li Zhenhao directly took the Illusion Shield Ring and put it on Jiang Chen's left index finger. However, Master cannot provide you with more help in martial arts. What I can do is to ensure your safety as much as possible. You are about to join the mercenary group, and from now on, you will face terrifying monsters. With this Illusion Shield Ring, even if you make some mistakes during battle or something unexpected happens, it will keep you safe. If you truly intend to repay me, then become a top expert like the Grand Master Mo Wanshan. Master. Jiang Chen did not choose to refuse but instead bowed deeply to Li Zhenhao once again. Master, rest assured, I will never let you down. At that moment, Jiang Chen's gaze became incredibly resolute. After that, the master and disciple continued to chat for a while before returning to their rooms to rest. The next morning, under Li Jinhao's guidance, Jiang Chen headed to the main city of South China. Meanwhile, in the Lin family's mansion, the recently recovered Wang Ruoyo immediately sought out Lin Jinbei, questioning sharply, "Have you gone mad? Meiqi, what exactly did she do wrong for you to send her to that beast's son Mingyu? Lin Jinbei, when did you become so terrifying?" Faced with his wife's accusations, Lin Jinbei's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. Seeing Lin Jinbei not responding only fueled Wang Ruoyao's anger. "Howard, the way things have turned out today, everything is because of you. If we had kept Howard by our side and taught him carefully, how could he have become like this?" She stepped closer, continuing her accusations. "Lin Jinbei, I truly do not understand what you are thinking. Why are you so certain that Jiang Chen is the murderer? Even without any evidence, you instructed Zalong to frame him. Do you really want to see your son dead?" Wang Ruoyao trembled with rage, her voice tinged with tears. "Now even Zalong is locked up in prison. How can you be so heartless?" Lin Jinbei, already burdened with heavy emotions, found it even harder to remain silent upon hearing his wife's accusations. He suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily, "Enough! Do you think I want to see these things happen?" Lin Jinbei said furiously, "In that critical situation back then, if we had kept Jiang Chen by our side, he might have died long ago. Leaving him in the Grey Plain district was also unavoidable. Who knew he would be corrupted by those filthy rats there? Now, this ungrateful son does not acknowledge me as his father. Why should I recognize him? Moreover, Zhao Wei went to the Grey Plain district to find Jiang Chen before he died, and now he has died inexplicably. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? Zalong has never framed anyone. Everything I have done is for the future of the Lin family, sacrificing family for the greater good." At this point, Lin Jinbei looked at Wang Ruoyo with icy eyes. "As for why I had to send Meiqi to son Mingyu, it was unavoidable. Now, the only one who can save Zalong is son Mingyu. I have already lost one son, I cannot let Zalong come to harm as well." Looking at Lin Jinbei before her, Wang Ruoyo's heart trembled violently. She had never imagined that her husband would one day become so unfamiliar and terrifying. Just as she was about to speak, the butler Zhang Ping rushed in. "Sir, it's bad. Li Jinhao has taken Jiang Chen away." "What did you say?" Upon learning this, Lin Jinbei's brows furrowed tightly, and he immediately asked, "Where did Li Jinhao take him?" Although Lin Jinbei repeatedly claimed to have severed ties with Jiang Chen and no longer considered him his son, at that time, Jiang Chen was still within the Tianhe base city, and he could find him at any moment. During this time, he had actually instructed Zhang Ping to keep an eye on Jiang Chen secretly. If Jiang Chen was willing to kneel and apologize publicly, Lin Jinbei might still give him another chance. After all, Jiang Chen was exceptionally talented, and having such an outstanding son would also bring him glory. But now, Jiang Chen had been taken away by Li Jinhao, and it was very likely that he would never return to Tianhe base city. This also meant that he was about to completely lose Jiang Chen. This was something Lin Jinbei could never accept. "Master, Jiang Chen graduated from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy with the top score. From what I've investigated, it seems Jiang Chen has chosen to join the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps." Before Zhang Ping could finish, Lin Jinbei slammed his palm down, shattering the table in anger. Why on earth would he join such a dangerous mercenary group? Has he gone mad? In Lin Jinbei's view, someone with Jiang Chen's talent should have been sent to the headquarters for focused training. But Jiang Chen did not do that. Instead, he went to a perilous mercenary group? This was clearly unreasonable. Moreover, if Jiang Chen was indeed the murderer of Zhao Wei, shouldn't he be seeking help from the headquarters? Lin Jinbei, this is all your fault. You must have forced Jiang Chen to this point. When Wang Ruoyo learned that Jiang Chen wanted to join the mercenary group, she was first shocked, then her expression turned to one of immense anger. Jiang Chen must be trying to avoid you, which is why he chose to join the mercenary group. It's one thing for you not to acknowledge Jiang Chen, but to fabricate evidence to arrest him? If I were Jiang Chen, I would want to stay far away from Tianhe base city. Impossible. Lin Jinbei interrupted Wang Ruoyo roughly. Jiang Chen cannot have joined the mercenary group for no reason. This must be Li Jinhao's coercion. He doesn't genuinely want to take Jiang Chen as a disciple. He wants to take revenge on me. He wants Jiang Chen to join the mercenary group to die, leaving me heartbroken. I will never let Jiang Chen leave Tianhe base city. Before he finished speaking, Lin Jinbei rushed out of the Lin family home. Wang Ruoyo was filled with worry, fearing Lin Jinbei would do something impulsive, and immediately followed him out. Moments later, on a wide avenue leading to the South China main city, Li Jinhao personally drove an armored vehicle, carrying Jiang Chen towards the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps base in South China. Along the way, he detailed various aspects of the mercenary group to Jiang Chen. However, at that moment, a streak of light suddenly descended, and Lin Jinbei stood in front of the armored vehicle with his own body. Li Jinhao, Who allowed you to take my son away? I am his father. Without my permission, he cannot leave Tianhe Bay City by even a step. Lin Jinbei shouted angrily at Li Jinhao, his war god-level aura erupting instantly. What? Upon seeing that it was Lin Jinbei, Li Jinhao was taken aback. He never expected Lin Jinbei would block Jiang Chen's departure. Anger surged within him, and he was about to get out of the car to reason with Lin Jinbei when Jiang Chen stopped him. Master, let me handle this, Jiang Chen said calmly, then pushed the door open and jumped out of the armored vehicle. He then looked coldly at Lin Jinbei. What do you think you are? What right do you have to stop me? We've already severed ties. How dare you come here and call yourself my father? It's simply ridiculous. Jiang Chen changed his tone. Lin Jinbei, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You don't want me to leave Tianhe Bay City simply because you hope that one day I will return to the Lin family. Let me tell you, I will never go back in this lifetime. You are not worthy of being my father. Get lost. Lin Jinbei had long anticipated that Jiang Chen would confront him like this. He clenched his fists, his tone icy as he said, Jiang Chen, I don't know what kind of poison Li Jinhao has fed you to make you so determined to go to the mercenary group, but I clearly tell you, if you leave Tianhe Bay City, it will only lead to your death. The Zhao family is already targeting you. If you join the mercenary group to hunt monsters, you will surely have no place to be buried. Come back. Only by returning to the Lin family can I protect your safety. Lin Jinbei had already planned to ally with the Sun family. This way, relying on the Sun family's protection, the Lin family could soar to new heights. By then, even the Zhao family would no longer need to be a concern. Even if Jiang Chen really killed Zhao Wei, Lin Jinbei could still step in to protect him. But the premise of all this was that Jiang Chen had to sincerely kneel and apologize to Lin Jinbei in front of all the media. He had to admit that during this time, he was misled by Li Jinhao, which led him to commit such inhumane acts. Only then would Lin Jinbei possibly forgive Jiang Chen and allow him to return to the Lin family. Ha! At that moment, Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. Does your Lin family have the ability to protect me? If you are so capable, then why do you need to fabricate evidence to arrest me? Don't talk about righteousness and family loyalty. Everything is because you are worried that the Lin family will be implicated, so you decisively abandoned me. At this point, a glint of killing intent flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Let me tell you the truth, I did kill Zhao Wei. His purpose in coming to the Hugan district was to eliminate me, the so-called stain of the Fonglei martial arts school. I acted only in self-defense, which is why I took him down. And the reason he came after me is all because of you. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Jinbei with extreme disgust. If it weren't for you spreading rumors to slander me, how would Zhao Wei have targeted me? And you dare to call yourself my father? You're not even as good as a dog. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's current strength was still too weak. Facing a god of war level martial artist, he had no chance of winning at all. If it weren't for this, he would have already taken action against Lin Jinbei. What did you say? Lin Jinbei's expression changed drastically. You really killed Zhao Wei. From the beginning, Lin Jinbei had only been suspicious of Jiang Chen. The main reason for having Lin Zilong fabricate evidence was the coercion from Lu Jinshan, which forced him to act against Jiang Chen. He also wanted to take this opportunity to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. If the plan had gone smoothly, Jiang Chen would have been captured by the law enforcement team and sent directly to the Zhao family. In that case, if Jiang Chen knelt and apologized to him, begging for his forgiveness, then Lin Jinbei would consider abandoning Chen Meiqi to ensure Jiang Chen's safety. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. No one expected the Luo family to suddenly appear. Now, not only was Jiang Chen unharmed, but his precious son Lin Zilong was imprisoned in jail. Thinking of this, Lin Jinbei was furious. Good for you, Jiang Chen. I knew you must be the murderer. It's all because of you that Zilong is locked up. Shut your mouth. Jiang Chen retorted angrily. He was arrested because he fabricated evidence himself. What right do you have to blame me? Fool! After being insulted by Jiang Chen's words one after another, Lin Jinbei could no longer endure it. Just as he was about to take action, Wang Ruoyao ran out from the side. With tears streaming down her face, she grabbed Jiang Chen's hand. Howard, we are all family. There's no need to make it like this. Mom knows you feel wronged and understands that your father didn't handle this matter properly. But even so, you shouldn't treat us this way. No matter what, we are your parents. Come back with Mom, otherwise, the Zhao family won't let you go. Wang Ruoyao had heard everything Jiang Chen said. She never expected that it would really be Jiang Chen who killed Zhao Wei. Although Luo Chingan stepped in to protect Jiang Chen, she didn't believe that the Luo family would shelter him because of this. So now, the only support they could rely on was the Sun family. If Jiang Chen was willing to go back with them, then under the threat of the Sun family, Zhao Changming would never dare to act against Jiang Chen. But if Jiang Chen went to the mercenary group, then the Zhao family could act freely. Wang Ruoyao knew she had let Jiang Chen down over the years, so she always wanted to make it up to him. At this moment, she held Jiang Chen's hand tightly, hoping he would change his mind. However, Jiang Chen completely ignored her and forcefully shook off Wang Ruoyao's hand. Put away your hypocritical face. If you really care about me, why have these things happened? I have nothing to do with you anymore, so please don't bother me again. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he turned to leave. However, Wang Ruoyao suddenly pulled out a dagger. Howard, if you don't come home with mom today, mom will die in front of you. Ha! Jiang Chen sneered coldly. You think you can threaten me with suicide? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Since you want to die so badly, then go ahead and die. It has nothing to do with me. Jiang Chen was equally filled with disgust for Wang Ruoyao. Over the years, she, like Lin Jinbei, had never truly cared for him. Jiang Chen still remembered how Wang Ruoyao had dragged him to do 5 paternity tests in a row, her expression filled with despair and disgust, as if he were a stain on her life. Everything Wang Ruoyao did now was merely to compensate for her inner unease. If Jiang Chen were still a useless person, she wouldn't care about him at all. What? Wang Ruoyao never expected that even threatening to die would be ineffective. She even found herself being told to go die. Jiang Chen's indifferent words left her heart in ashes, and the dagger slipped from her hand, clattering to the ground. Jiang Chen! Lin Jinbei's roar shattered the silence. You wretched beast! Your mother pleads so desperately, and you remain unmoved, even pushing her to death? Anger made Lin Jinbei lose his reason. Jiang Chen before him seemed like an enemy, not his blood-related son. He charged at Jiang Chen mercilessly, intending to kill him in one blow. At this critical moment, Li Jinhao blocked his path. Lin Jinbei, do you have any shame left? You're a god-level warrior, and I truly don't understand where you find the face to attack a junior. Moreover, he is still your son. You keep saying Jiang Chen is a beast. I think you are the real beast. Li Jinhao turned to Jiang Chen and said, Disciple, I can only take you this far. The armored vehicle is set to autopilot. You can head directly to the main city of South China. That beast Lin Jinbei will be dealt with by me. Thank you, master, Jiang Chen said, quickly boarding the armored vehicle and speeding towards the main city of South China. Watching Jiang Chen's vehicle grow distant, Lin Jinbei's anger reached its peak. He vented all his fury on Li Jinhao, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. This fight continued until evening. Unfortunately, Li Jinhao's strength was evenly matched with his. Even in his rage, he could not defeat Li Jinhao. Finally, under Wang Ruoyao's persuasion, Lin Jinbei chose to withdraw and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already arrived at the main city of South China. The destination set by the armored vehicle was the base of the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps in the main city of South China. As soon as he got off the vehicle, he saw a group of serious-looking people staring at him with ill intentions. Each of these people had at least the strength of a third-tier war general. Big brother, that kid who got in through the back door is here. Just as Jiang Chen was confused, a strong middle-aged man strode out from inside the building. He coldly assessed Jiang Chen and then spoke, Kid, I heard you haven't reached the level of a war general yet you passed the graduation assessment. Undeniably, your results are indeed excellent, and your potential is quite outstanding. But the danger level of Team A of the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps far exceeds your imagination. I advise you to give up the thought of joining Team A. Otherwise, if a talented warrior like you were to perish here, I cannot bear that responsibility. This sharp-tongued middle-aged man was none other than the captain of Team A of the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps, Lu Gaozhua. He himself possessed the powerful strength of a first-tier war god. The members of Team A, the weakest among them, are all third-tier warriors at the general level. Yet, here comes a warrior who hasn't even reached the general level. Although Jiang Chen is exceptionally talented, in Lu Gaozhua's eyes, he is still just someone who got in through the back door. If it weren't for the order from the guild master Duan Hong, he would never allow Jiang Chen to join Team A. In his view, a genius like Jiang Chen should go to the headquarters for the best training, not take risks in a mercenary group. He worries that during missions, Jiang Chen might accidentally lose his life, which would bring him great trouble. Just thinking about having to send someone to constantly protect Jiang Chen while hunting monsters makes him feel extremely annoyed. Before Jiang Chen arrived in the South China main city, Li Jinhao had briefly introduced him to the situation of Team A. Jiang Chen immediately recognized the burly man in front of him as Lu Gaozhua, the captain of Team A. Faced with Lu Gaozhua's disdain and hostility, Jiang Chen did not show any anger. After all, in some sense, he did come in through the back door. It was only natural for Lu Gaozhua to harbor animosity towards him. He then cupped his fists towards Lu Gaozhua, saying, Captain, since I have chosen to join Team A, I naturally understand how dangerous it is. You don't need to care about my life or death. I am just like the other members of Team A. Even if I am really killed by a monster, it would only be because my strength is too weak. Upon hearing this, Lu Gaozhua was clearly taken aback for a moment. He then sneered, Jiang Chen, First of all, I admire your courage to choose to join the mercenary group, but the tasks that Team A undertakes are extremely dangerous. Even if the guild master allows you to join Team A, I still have to assess you. If you do not meet the standards, you must leave. At this point, Lu Gaozhuo looked at a brown-haired man wearing glasses nearby. Gao Feng, you take him for the assessment. During the assessment, make sure this kid doesn't die. Otherwise, the higher-ups will not be pleased. Gao Feng pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said, "Don't worry, big brother, I know what to do." After saying that, he looked at Jiang Chen and waved his hand. "Come with me." Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all and followed Gao Feng's pace towards the basement of the mercenary group. The moment they entered the basement, Jiang Chen heard the roars of monsters. Noticing Jiang Chen's shocked expression, Gao Feng sneered coldly. "Jiang Chen, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Gao Feng, and I am the vice captain of Team A. Our Team A captures some monsters from time to time and keeps them in cages, and your assessment today is to kill one of those monsters. If you can pass the graduation assessment, it means you have the strength to kill a beast general level monster. But don't get too complacent. The monsters kept here are all at least 3rd tier beast general level or higher, and their long-term confinement has made them even more bloodthirsty. If you're scared, it's not too late to regret now." Gao Feng's thoughts were in line with Lu Gaozhuo's. They both believed that Jiang Chen staying in Team A was highly inappropriate. They didn't want to have to guard a so-called genius day and night. How could they hunt monsters freely then? What he needed to do now was to make Jiang Chen retreat in the face of difficulties. As long as Jiang Chen chose to withdraw from Team A voluntarily, the higher-ups would naturally not blame them. But what Gao Feng didn't expect was that Jiang Chen showed no signs of fear at all. He spoke firmly, "Vice Captain, I am not the kind of sheltered flower you think I am. No matter what assessment you arrange for me today, I will definitely pass." Upon hearing this, Gao Feng snorted coldly. "Humph, showing off is useless. When you truly face those bloodthirsty beasts, you will naturally feel fear." He said no more, but led Jiang Chen to a place resembling an arena. Surrounding them were specially made cages, each containing a beast. These beasts harbored a deep hatred for humans, and after being imprisoned here for so long, their fury was palpable. When they saw humans enter, they let out furious roars and slammed against the bars of their cages. Unfortunately, the cages were extremely sturdy, rendering their efforts meaningless. "Jiang Chen, you haven't reached the rank of a battle general yet, so I won't deliberately arrange for you to face a beast that's too powerful. Your opponent now is this." Gao Feng pointed to a cage in the front right, where a monkey with bright red fur was contained. This creature stood about 3 meters tall, and in a state of extreme rage, flames erupted from its eyes and limbs. Its current aura reached the 3rd tier of the beast general level. "Is this the Crimson Flame Monkey?" Jiang Chen asked as he examined the beast in the cage. "Exactly," Gao Feng replied coldly. "This Crimson Flame Monkey not only has the strength of a 3rd tier beast general, but it has also gone 3 days without food. Once released from the cage, it will undoubtedly try to kill you and eat you without hesitation. So, do you still dare to accept this challenge?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen immediately drew his wind-splitting blade. "Captain Gao, stop talking and let's get started." Gao Feng was genuinely surprised that Jiang Chen chose to accept the challenge upon learning that his opponent was the bloodthirsty Crimson Flame Monkey. This made Gao Feng look at Jiang Chen with newfound respect. He was curious to see where Jiang Chen's confidence and courage came from. He stepped to a corner and activated the arena's protective shield to ensure that the battle energy wouldn't leak out. Then, he decisively pressed the switch to open the cage. The moment the cage opened, the Crimson Flame Monkey let out a deafening roar, its body engulfed in flames. Like a fiery meteor, it charged toward Jiang Chen at high speed. At that moment, not only was Gao Feng's heart racing, but even Lu Gaozhuo and others in the mercenary base showed signs of tension. They clearly saw through the monitors that the Crimson Flame Monkey had been released. They worried that Jiang Chen, in his arrogance, would be severely injured by the beast. However, just as everyone was on edge, Jiang Chen effortlessly dodged the Crimson Flame Monkey's attack with a ghostly agility. And at the moment of evasion, he swung his blade. A howling gale coalesced into a blue blade aura, severing the Crimson Flame Monkey's right arm. Roar! Accompanied by the monkey's anguished scream, blood gushed from its right shoulder as it writhed in pain on the ground. No one expected that Jiang Chen's single strike would heavily injure a 3rd-tier beast general. Gao Feng had already prepared to intervene and kill the Crimson Flame Monkey. Now, seeing the monkey's arm severed, he stood in shock, frozen in place. Both Jiang Chen's evasive maneuvers and the power of his strike were enough to demonstrate just how strong he was. This scene was clearly witnessed by Lu Gaozhuo and others in the Extreme Path mercenary base. The movement technique he just displayed must be the Thunder Step from the Wind and Thunder martial arts school. How old is he? How could he have mastered the thunder step to such a degree? And the sword technique he just used was absurdly powerful. Can someone tell me what is going on with Jiang Chen? How can a freshly graduated martial artist be this formidable? Lu Gaoju's eyes widened in disbelief. Although Jiang Chen's strike was powerful due to his S-rank wind-splitting blade, without a sufficiently strong sword technique to support it, he could never have severed the Crimson Flame Monkey's arm. As everyone was left in shock, Jiang Chen swung the Windbreaker blade, launching a fierce assault on the Crimson Flame Ape. The Crimson Flame Ape, already missing an arm, was utterly powerless to resist Jiang Chen's attack. In less than a moment, Jiang Chen severed its head with a single strike, swiftly ending the battle. Jiang Chen sheathed the Windbreaker blade and looked at Gao Fong beside him. Captain Gao, according to the assessment rules you mentioned earlier, I should be considered passed now, right? Before Gao Fong could respond, Lu Gaoju had already entered with many members of Team A. Jiang Chen, I admit I underestimated you just now, and I apologize. From now on, you are officially a member of Team A. Lu Gaoju had witnessed Jiang Chen kill the Crimson Flame Ape, and Jiang Chen's strength was far beyond what he had imagined. It was no wonder he was directly assigned to Team A, being able to easily slay a beast of the third tier of the beast general level. From that moment on, neither Lu Gaoju nor the other members of Team A looked down on Jiang Chen anymore. Instead, there was a deep recognition of him. The Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall has always upheld the principle of respecting the strong, and the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps is no exception. Jiang Chen proved with his strength that he was qualified to join Team A, and they naturally welcomed him warmly. Then, Lu Gaoju turned to Gao Fong. Tonight, you need to take Team B to the Xingyuan Mountains to hunt beasts, and bring Jiang Chen along. Let him familiarize himself with what we do in Team A. Within Team A, there are also subdivisions into Team A and Team B, with Gao Fong serving as the vice-captain leading Team B. Team B's overall strength is slightly weaker than Team A. However, even so, the hunting missions assigned to Team A are very challenging. Now that Jiang Chen has proven his strength, Lu Gaoju wants to ensure that Jiang Chen can grow quickly. The mission to infiltrate the Xingyuan Mountains tonight to hunt beasts is just the right opportunity to hone Jiang Chen's skills. Alright, no problem. Gao Fong readily agreed, then waved at Jiang Chen. Come with me, I'll take you to get our Extreme Path Mercenary Corps uniforms, and I'll give you a good tour of the base. From now on, this will be your home. Under Gao Feng's lead, Jiang Chen left the basement and officially entered the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps' base. Besides the basement, there are 3 full floors. The first floor is for leisure, entertainment, fitness, and dining areas. The second floor is where the mercenary members live, each with their own private room. The third floor has multiple training rooms for the mercenary members to spar and practice combat. After briefly introducing the situation in the base, Gao Feng took Jiang Chen to room 315 on the second floor. From today, this room is yours. You just need to scan your face to open the door. You can rest well for now. We gather on the first floor at 8 p.m. Gao Feng handed the uniform to Jiang Chen and turned to leave. This seemingly ordinary uniform was actually made of special fabric. It was not only waterproof and fireproof but also reduced physical damage to some extent. Jiang Chen put away the uniform and then opened the door to room 315. What greeted his eyes was a suite of about 80 square meters. It had all the necessary appliances and furniture. Although not very large, having such a comfortable place in a bustling city like South China's main city was already quite good. Compared to the Huaiyuan district, this place was simply paradise. Just as Jiang Chen was busy organizing his room, Luo Chingan, the inspector from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, entered the noisy bar with a stern expression. To ensure the secrecy of his actions, he wore a black skull mask the entire time. Soon after, he found a robust man with his upper body bare in a luxurious private room, surrounded by beautiful women, lost in their gentle embrace. Everyone, get out! Luo Chingan commanded, and the aura of a war god surged forth instantly. In the private room, everyone except for the middle-aged man fled in panic due to fear. At this moment, Luo Chingan removed his mask, revealing his true face. Chief Prosecutor Lu, what do you mean by this? The strong man saw Luo Chingan's appearance, and his previously lazy demeanor instantly turned menacing. This man was Zhang Yan, one of the squad leaders of the Blackwolf Mercenary Corps. Although all members of the Blackwolf Mercenary Corps were wanted criminals, very few had actually seen their true faces. Moreover, Zhang Yan himself possessed enough strength to not worry about his identity being exposed. Even now, with the prosecutor of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Luo Chingan, standing before him, Zhang Yan felt no panic at all. Rest assured, I did not come here to capture you, Luo Chingan said calmly, but to discuss business with you. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent on Zhang Yan's face instantly dissipated. He sneered, what a surprise, the dignified prosecutor of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall actually came to discuss business with someone from the Black Wolf Squad. Luo Chingan, Are you not afraid that this will expose your identity and bring about your demise? Zhang Yan was indeed shocked by Luo Jinshan's arrival. However, Luo Jinshan ignored his mockery and coldly replied, I am here on behalf of Lord Zhao Changming. If you are not interested, then consider it as if I never came today. Wait. Zhang Yan quickly called out to Luo Jinshan, did you just say that Zhao Changming is looking for me? Originally filled with curiosity, Zhang Yan's interest deepened upon learning that the person truly seeking him was Zhao Changming. He asked without hesitation, just say it, what does Zhao Changming want me to do? As the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, sending someone to contact a member of the Black Wolf Squad must hide some unspeakable secret. Luo Jinshan, upon hearing this, directly took out a photo from his pocket and tossed it in front of Zhang Yan. This person is Jiang Chen, the son of Lin Jinbei, the branch master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Tianhe Bay City. Lord Zhao wants Jiang Chen to disappear from this world. Name your price. Zhang Yan did not respond immediately but casually picked up the photo on the table. Jiang Chen, son of Lin Jinbei, seems to be quite popular lately. Zhao Changming wants to kill him. It seems Zhao Wei's death is indeed related to Jiang Chen. Then, he sneered twice, making Jiang Chen completely disappear from this world is too easy. I could send a subordinate to easily take care of him. Luo Jinshan did not want to hear Zhang Yan's nonsense and interrupted him. Stop with the chatter, just name your price. If you need a deposit, I can give it to you right now. He had never had a good impression of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. He just wanted to complete Zhao Changming's task as quickly as possible and leave this place. The corners of Zhang Yan's mouth lifted slightly. No need, I can help Lord Zhao with this job for free. After all, he's just a rookie who just graduated from the martial arts hall. However, at this point, Zhang Yan stepped closer to Luo Jinshan. However, after I kill Zhang Yan, I need to meet Zhao Changming in person. That shouldn't be too much to ask. With that, Zhang Yan revealed a cunning smile. After a brief hesitation, Luo Jinshan nodded, rest assured, I will inform Lord Zhao of your request. But you must kill Jiang Yan as soon as possible. That kid should have joined Team A of the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps. Zhang Yan was unconcerned, coldly stating, I don't care what organization he joined. Once I have my sights set on a target, there is only one outcome, death. Upon hearing this, Luo Jinshan turned and left the private room. Watching Luo Jinshan's departing figure, Zhang Yan coldly laughed, Jiang Chen, your time of death has come. On the other side, in the base of the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps, all members of Team B gathered in the operations conference room on the first floor. Apart from the newly joined Jiang Chen, there were 5 other members. Among them, the most outstanding one had reached the 6th tier of the battle general level. As the vice captain, Gao Fong possessed even more formidable strength at the 8th tier of the battle general level. Regarding tonight's mission, everyone has more or less understood the situation, Gao Fong said calmly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. However, since a newcomer has joined Team B, I still need to formally announce the details of tonight's mission. He casually pressed the switch for the large screen behind him, and a terrifying giant spider covered in black armor appeared before everyone. This beast is called the Dark Moon Demon Spider. According to the information we have gathered, the Dark Moon Demon Spiders in the Star Source Mountain range generally possess strength between the 3rd and 5th tiers of the beast general level. Our mission tonight is to hunt down 5 Dark Moon Demon Spiders. Under normal circumstances, with the strength of Team B, hunting 5 Dark Moon Demon Spiders would actually be quite simple. However, the Dark Moon Demon Spider is a beast that fears sunlight, so it usually does not appear during the day. They only choose to come out at night to hunt for food. And if we want to kill the Dark Moon Demon Spiders, we can only choose to infiltrate during the most dangerous night. This undoubtedly greatly increases the difficulty of this mission and makes it even more perilous. At this point, Gao Fong looked at a burly man with a dark face sitting next to him. Chen Tao, we will proceed according to our usual rules. We will take the lead in the attack, while the others will hold them back. If there is danger, protect your teammates at the first opportunity. When he said the last sentence, Gao Fong clearly glanced at Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's strength had been recognized by them, he had just joined the Mercenary Corps, and tonight's mission was so dangerous that they had to ensure Jiang Chen's absolute safety. Don't worry, brother Gao, I know what to do, Chen Tao nodded slightly. Then, under Gao Feng's lead, everyone boarded the armored vehicle and hurriedly drove out of the main city of South China, entering the Star Source Mountain Range. The Star Source Mountain Range is one of the most dangerous mountain ranges in the Yen Kingdom, teeming with beasts. Even the beasts on the outskirts of the mountain range are much stronger than those in the previous Misty Woods. In fact, deep within the mountains, there are powerful king-level beasts. Fortunately, their destination this time is only the outskirts of the Star Source Mountain Range. With Team B's strength, they are more than capable of dealing with the beasts here. It was precisely for this reason that Gao Fong agreed to take on this lucrative mission. Upon reaching the entrance of the Star Source Mountain Range, Gao Fong instructed everyone to get off the vehicle and choose to walk into the mountains. Although the armored vehicle has strong defenses capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary beast general-level beasts, even the strongest defenses have their limits. Moreover, the roar of the engine while driving is particularly jarring in the silent night, making it easier to attract the beasts lurking in the dark. If they were surrounded by a large number of beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dressed in the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps uniform, Jiang Chen followed in the center of the group, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Throughout the process, everyone remained silent, trying to suppress their martial aura to ensure they wouldn't attract the beasts around them. They walked towards the damp valley not far ahead. Meanwhile, in another direction on the outskirts of the Star Source mountain range, two identical-looking men were walking leisurely. Their only difference was that one wore glasses while the other did not. "Brother, this mission seems a bit too easy, doesn't it? We're just supposed to kill a rookie who just graduated. We're all experts at the 4th tier of the battle general level. This feels like overkill." Among the two, the man wearing glasses said with some dissatisfaction. "Although the target is weak, don't forget, that guy is now a member of the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps. To my knowledge, the members of the Y team of the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps, under the leadership of Gao Fong, are hunting demon beasts here. It seems the target is the Dark Moon Demon Spider. If we want to deal with Jiang Chen, we must first lure away Gao Fong and Chen Tao. Otherwise, once they discover us, not only will we be unable to kill Jiang Chen, but we will also be killed by them." Another man, who was not wearing glasses, said cautiously. They were a pair of twins, the older brother Li Changyun and the younger brother Li Chenghai, both belonging to the Blackwolf Mercenary Corps. Hearing this, Li Chenghai scoffed. "Brother, luring Gao Fong and Chen Tao away is too easy. Their target is the Dark Moon Demon Spider, so let's give them a big gift. If I remember correctly, that mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider seems to be nearby. That mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider is extremely powerful, reaching the beast general level of the 7th rank. A demon beast of this level would be difficult for even Gao Fong to defeat in a short time. Moreover, this mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider possesses a mist skill similar to that of a nightmare beast, which is quite tricky. In this situation, Gao Fong will definitely team up with Chen Tao to deal with the mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider to protect their teammates. And we can take this opportunity to secretly strike and eliminate Jiang Chen." Li Chenghai adjusted his glasses, speaking confidently. "Brother, what do you think of my plan?" Li Changyun pondered for a moment before slowly replying. "The plan is indeed quite good, but it's not perfect enough. Although that mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider is powerful, it definitely can't withstand the combined assault of Gao Fong and Chen Tao. If we want to completely restrain the two of them, I need to join in." Li Changyun whispered his detailed plan into Li Chenghai's ear. After listening, Li Chenghai nodded in agreement, and the two quickly sprang into action. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Xingyuan mountain range, in a dark and damp valley, Gao Fong led the members of the Y team. After a fierce battle, they successfully killed 3 Dark Moon Demon Spiders. Although 2 teammates were accidentally injured during the process, they only sustained minor injuries and were not in serious trouble. Gao Fong then instructed his teammates to rest in place and recover their strength. "Jiang Chen, how are you feeling now? Can you adapt to our team's pace?" Gao Fong sat beside Jiang Chen, speaking in a gentle tone. During the battle just now, Gao Fong had been keeping a close eye on Jiang Chen. He was worried that something might happen to him. After all, the Dark Moon Demon Spider not only has a powerful attack but also possesses a terrifying toxin. If something went wrong on Jiang Chen's first day of the mission, he, as the vice captain, would be held accountable. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's strength was indeed formidable. Even when facing 3 Dark Moon Demon Spiders at once, he had not been injured. In terms of combat skills and reaction speed, he performed exceptionally well, even surpassing some seasoned mercenary members. "Brother Gao, although this is my first time hunting demon beasts at night, overall, it's still within my capacity. Should we leave here next, or wait here for more to come?" When Jiang Chen entered the valley earlier, he had already noticed quite a few Dark Moon Demon Spider eggs. Clearly, this valley was the nest of the Dark Moon Demon Spiders. Otherwise, they wouldn't have encountered 3 Dark Moon Demon Spiders as soon as they arrived. He believed that if they waited here, more Dark Moon Demon Spiders would surely appear. Since we have discovered the nest of the Dark Moon Demon Spiders, there is no need to leave. Gao Fong analyzed seriously. "There aren't many Dark Moon Spider eggs here. I estimate that there are only about 5 or 6 Dark Moon Demon Spiders living in this valley. Now that we have killed 3, the remaining Dark Moon Demon Spiders should be out hunting and have not yet returned. We're lying in wait here. As soon as the remaining Dark Moon Spider returns to its lair, we can catch them all at once. Yao Feng's words were met with agreement from the other members of Team B present. But just then, a deafening roar from a beast echoed ahead. In the next moment, several razor-sharp spider silk strands shot towards Jiang Chen, Gao Feng, and the others at an incredible speed. Not good. The mercenaries present, seasoned from years of battling beasts, reacted swiftly. They immediately swung their weapons to block the incoming silk attack. Following that, a colorful giant spider slowly emerged from the darkness. This creature looked very similar to the dark moon spider, but its colors were completely different. Moreover, its aura far surpassed that of an ordinary dark moon spider. What the hell is this thing? When did the dark moon spider have such colors? The crowd was filled with terror at the sight of the colorful giant spider. The mutated dark moon spider roared upon seeing so many humans intruding into its territory. It then exhaled a large amount of white mist. Although this mist was not toxic, it had the ability to induce hallucinations. Those who inhaled the mist began to show signs of confusion, feeling dizzy and disoriented. In some ways, it had the same capabilities as the nightmarish beast Jiang Chen had encountered before. However, its mist was clearly weaker than that of the nightmarish beast, which had no effect on Jiang Chen, a mentalist. But the white mist severely obstructed visibility, and Jiang Chen could no longer see the situation around him. Not good. This guy is probably a mutated dark moon spider, possessing abilities similar to mental attacks, and its aura is at least at the 7th rank of Beast General. Everyone, immediately take the mental potions. Although Gao Feng urged his teammates to drink the mental potions to resist the mist, it was still too late. No one had anticipated that the mutated dark moon spider would use mental attacks. As a result, many people fell into hallucinations without realizing it. Now, only Chen Tao remained by Gao Feng's side. Their cultivation was strong enough, and with the help of the mental potions, they could barely withstand the mental attacks of the dark moon spider. Chen Tao, at this point, we can only quickly kill this mutated dark moon spider. Otherwise, under the influence of the white mist, our teammates will be in extreme danger. As soon as Gao Feng finished speaking, he launched a fierce attack on the mutated dark moon spider. His weapon was a completely red steel rod, which ignited with blazing flames as he swung it. Chen Tao's weapon was a black steel knife. Just as the two were preparing to attack together, Li Changyun suddenly stepped out from the side. The rule of the Blackwolf mercenary group was that during hunts, they must wear their exclusive Black Wolf masks. This not only symbolized their identity but also concealed their faces. When Gao Feng and Chen Tao noticed the Black Wolf mask on Li Changyun's face, their expressions changed dramatically. The Black Wolf mercenary group. How did these guys end up here? Although Chen Tao could sense that Li Changyun was only at the 4th rank of battle general, he couldn't be sure if there were accomplices nearby. No one had expected to encounter members of the Black Wolf mercenary group that night. Damn it! It seems this mutated dark moon spider was deliberately lured here by the Black Wolf mercenary group. We must kill them immediately. Gao Feng signaled Chen Tao to block Li Changyun's attacks while he focused all his efforts on the mutated dark moon spider. Just as they were busy fighting, Jiang Chen, shrouded in mist, coldly stared at another mysterious man wearing a Black Wolf mask ahead. You can actually resist the influence of the mist? Li Changhai said, slightly surprised. It seems you must have taken the mental potion beforehand. But it doesn't matter, even if you are unaffected by the mist, you will undoubtedly die today. So everything tonight was planned by you? Although Jiang Chen had never encountered members of the Black Wolf mercenary group, he knew a bit about them. Upon seeing the Black Wolf mask on Li Qinghai's face, Jiang Nian immediately recognized the other party's identity. Moreover, this guy hadn't attacked the other Extreme Path mercenaries, which indicated that his target was only him. Jiang Chen, actually, you and I have no grievances, and I have no need to kill you. The people of the Extreme Path mercenary group are not to be trifled with. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't act against them. Everything is because a big shot wants your head. Li Changhai sneered, now your teammates are basically trapped in an illusion and unable to extricate themselves. Given enough time, they will undoubtedly die. If you don't want your teammates to suffer too much, then give up resisting. In that case, I will let you die a quick death. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Chen instantly understood everything. The big shot he mentioned must be Zhao Changming. The moment Jiang Chen stepped into the main city of South China, he had anticipated that Zhao Changming would stop at nothing to deal with him. As the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, if Zhao Changming acted personally, the impact would be significant. Using the Black Wolf mercenary group as pawns would allow him to completely shirk all responsibility afterward. Kid, so you're scared silly? Seeing Jiang Chen silent, Li Changhai shouted angrily, answer me, do you kneel down and surrender on your own? Or do I have to take action myself? Ha! Facing Li Qinghai's threat, Jiang Nian scoffed, you alone think you can kill me? Sorry, you can't do it at all. The moment Jiang Chen saw Li Changhai, he had already sensed the other party's realm. He was merely a 4th-tier battle general level warrior. Even though Jiang Chen had not yet stepped into the battle general level and was just an ordinary 10th-tier warrior, with the means of a mentalist, dealing with him would be a piece of cake. Moreover, the white mist obscuring the surroundings made it even easier for Jiang Chen to strike him down. What the hell? Am I, a dignified 4th-tier battle general level warrior, unable to kill you? This was the first time in his life that Luo Chingan had been so underestimated, which made him even angrier. Very well, congratulations on successfully provoking me. I'll let you experience the torturous methods of the Blackwolf mercenary group. As soon as Luo Chingan finished speaking, he swung the black short knife in his hand and charged at Jiang Chen rapidly. When he planned to use the mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider, Luo Chingan had already taken a mental potion with his brother in advance. To some extent, it could provide immunity to the mist's effects. After all, the mental attack of the mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider was not very powerful, far from being comparable to the level of a nightmarish beast. However, although he could be immune to mental attacks, the surrounding white mist still severely obscured his vision. Just as he reached Jiang Chen, a flash of bloodlight streaked across like lightning. Luo Chingan didn't even have a chance to react before he was pierced through the waist and abdomen by the bloodlight. Blood gushed out, instantly staining the ground red. Ah! Luo Chingan let out a painful wail, collapsing to the ground, clutching his waist and abdomen tightly. He stared in horror at the blood spikes floating beside Jiang Chen, which transformed into 4 clones under his control. Even if Luo Chingan's reaction was slow, he now realized the seriousness of the situation. Standing before him, whom he regarded as a rookie, Jiang Chen was actually a mentalist. This also explained why Jiang Chen was unaffected by the mist. Moreover, the mental weapon Jiang Chen used was absurdly strong, at least reaching S level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to inflict such terrifying damage with just one strike. Under normal circumstances, with his 4th-tier battle general level strength, dealing with a warrior who had not yet stepped into the battle general level would be a piece of cake. But now, the situation was different. The abilities of the psychic master were overwhelmingly powerful, and with the white mist obscuring vision all around, it was even more advantageous for the psychic master to launch attacks. In this situation, he had no chance of winning. Not to mention, he was already severely injured, and due to the special effects of the blood spike, his wounds were worsening. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chingan turned and fled, attempting to use the obscuring white mist as cover to escape quickly. However, every move he made was anticipated by Jiang Chen. Before reaching the God of War level, the advantages of a psychic master were too great. Even if Luo Chingan tried to escape immediately, it was still too slow. Jiang Chen controlled the blood spike and 4 clones to launch a fierce attack against him. Luo Chingan swung his knife to defend, but it was difficult to withstand the dense barrage of attacks. In less than a moment, he was riddled with wounds and ultimately fell tragically into a pool of blood. For the likes of the Blackwolf mercenary corps, Jiang Chen had no need to show mercy. Following that, Jiang Chen continued to control the blood spike, rapidly heading towards the mutated Dark Moon Spider. In the midst of a fierce battle, Fong suddenly heard a series of slicing sounds from beside him. Before he could react, the blood spike and 4 clones began to crazily slice into the body of the mutated Dark Moon Spider. Even though it had strong defenses, it struggled to withstand such a high frequency of attacks. Not to mention, the power of the blood spike was already formidable. In an instant, the mutated Dark Moon Spider was covered in wounds, its foul purple blood splattering everywhere. Fong was utterly shocked as he witnessed this scene. When he turned to look behind him and realized that the one controlling those blood-red daggers was Jiang Chen, he was left dumbfounded. Psychic master, my god, you were hiding it so well. Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. But in the current situation, he couldn't afford to ask Jiang Chen more questions. Instead, he turned to launch an even fiercer attack on the mutated spider. With Jiang Chen's assistance, he smashed the mutated Dark Moon Spider's head with a single blow, successfully killing it. At that moment, Jiang Chen noticed that Chen Tao was fighting another member of the Blackwolf mercenary corps, and without hesitation, he continued to control the blood spike to shoot forward. Li Chengyun had no idea what was happening when the blood spike sliced through his carotid artery, blood gushing out. After struggling a few times, he fell into a pool of blood, dying a tragic death. With the death of the mutated Dark Moon Spider, the mist enveloping the valley gradually dissipated. When everyone saw several blood-red daggers floating beside Jiang Chen, they all displayed expressions of utter shock. Damn, he is a psychic master. Jiang Chen, with such a special ability, why are you still in a place like Tianhe Base City? Shouldn't you be directly promoted to headquarters? Everyone surrounded Jiang Chen, looking enviously at the floating blood-red daggers. As martial artists, they understood all too well how powerful a psychic master could be. Even if their realms were higher than Jiang Chen's, it was unlikely they could match a psychic master. However, after the shock, everyone's expressions turned extremely serious. Why had two assassins from the Blackwolf mercenary corps suddenly appeared? That mutated Dark Moon Spider was clearly attracted by those two members of the Blackwolf mercenary corps. It's really strange, although the Blackwolf mercenary corps is a bunch of beasts, they would never intentionally provoke us, the Extreme Path mercenary corps. What on earth is going on? Everyone looked at the two corpses of the Blackwolf mercenary corps, lost in thought. Even the vice captain Gao Fong wore a puzzled expression. Such a thing had never happened before. The Extreme Path mercenary corps was not an ordinary mercenary group. Behind it was the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Emma Wanshan, one of the strongest martial artists in the world today. How could the Blackwolf mercenary corps dare to attack them for no reason? At that moment, Jiang Chen slowly spoke, "I think their target should be me." As soon as he said this, everyone present looked at Jiang Chen in shock. "It's you?" Cao Feng was greatly shocked upon hearing this. "Jiang Chen, what on earth have you done for the Blackwolf mercenary group to target you? If I'm not mistaken, they should be acting on Zhao Changming's orders." Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, explaining in a serious tone, "This guy thinks I killed his son, but he has no evidence and can't take action against me himself. So he hired these people from the Blackwolf mercenary group." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. The bizarre death of Zhao Wei had caused quite a stir. There were indeed rumors that the real culprit was Jiang Chen. However, the vast majority believed this was just nonsense. After all, everyone thought there was a significant power gap between Jiang Chen and Zhao Wei. Moreover, Zhao Wei graduated from the Fong Martial Arts Academy. How could he have been inexplicably killed by Jiang Chen? This was clearly problematic. Zhao Changming, that old bastard actually dared to hire the Black Wolf squad to deal with you. Does he really think our Extreme Path mercenary group is easy to bully? Gao Feng and the other members of the Extreme Path mercenary group clenched their fists, filled with anger. In their view, this was clearly Zhao Changming's way of shifting the blame onto Jiang Chen since he couldn't find the real murderer. But he was worried that taking action himself would have significant repercussions, so he chose to hire the Black Wolf people instead. "Brother Gao, this is just my one-sided guess. Now that the Black Wolf squad members are dead." Before Jiang Chen could finish his sentence, Gao Feng immediately interrupted him. "Jiang Chen, I know you don't want to involve us, but since you've joined the Extreme Path mercenary group, we are family, how can we just stand by? Moreover, the Black Wolf squad has always been relentless until they achieve their goals. Now that the people they sent have been killed, they will definitely take further action. Don't worry, as long as we are here, we won't let anyone harm you." As the vice captain of the Extreme Path mercenary group, Gao Feng could not abandon a team member over such a matter. What face would he have left to be vice captain? Even if this incident was related to the head of the Fong Martial Arts Academy, Gao Feng felt no fear at all. The other members of the Extreme Path mercenary group present also nodded in agreement. "Thank you all." Seeing this, Jiang Chen said no more and clasped his fists towards everyone present. He had initially planned to face this matter alone, as the Zhao family held considerable power locally. Moreover, now the Black Wolf mercenary group had set their sights on him. Therefore, he did not want to implicate the members of the Extreme Path mercenary group. Just now, Jiang Chen had decisively used his mentalist abilities to ensure that his teammates would not suffer any casualties. Now, Gao Feng and the others' righteous actions truly moved Jiang Chen. Reflecting on how Lyn Bay had decisively abandoned him before, even going so far as to fabricate evidence to hand Jiang Chen over to Zhao Changming, only made Jiang Chen despise him even more. What nonsense about blood ties. In the end, they were not as good as a group of teammates he had just met. No need to be polite, we are all family. Although the two members of the Black Wolf squad are dead, we can't be sure they don't have accomplices. We can't stay here any longer. We need to hurry back to the base. As soon as Gao Feng finished speaking, he led everyone to evacuate the valley. During the process, they encountered a dark moon spider, which they successfully killed before quickly leaving the Xingyuan mountain range. Meanwhile, far away in the Tianhe base city, in the Lin family mansion, Lyn Bay recalled how Jiang Chen had publicly confronted him, even threatening to let Wang Ruoyao die, which made him furious. "Madam, is this what you call a good son?" Lyn Bay glared at Wang Ruoyao. "If it weren't for Li Jinhao stopping me today, I would have dealt with that beast." Wang Ruoyao still hadn't come to her senses. She simply couldn't imagine how the child she had carried for 10 months could turn out like this. "Madam, no matter what you think now, from this moment on, Jiang Chen has nothing to do with us. Even if he dies out there, I won't collect his body." Wang Ruoyao said with an extremely ugly expression. "Has it really come to this? Why can't our family live together peacefully? What? Are you still hoping that Jiang Chen, that beast, will come back?" Lyn Bay shouted angrily. "I'm telling you, that's absolutely impossible. Even if he changes his mind and wants to apologize to us, I will never acknowledge him as my son." Wang Ruoyao had always wanted to persuade Lyn Bay to forgive Jiang Chen, to reconcile the father and son. But what Jiang Chen did today was something even she couldn't accept, let alone Lin Jinbei. At that moment, she suddenly thought of Lin Zalong, who was still in prison, and hurriedly spoke up, "What about Zalong? What are we going to do about Zalong? I've already lost one son, I can't lose Zalong too. Didn't Sun Mingyu say he would help us? Why hasn't Zalong been released yet?" Hearing this, Lin Jinbei's expression darkened, and he instinctively clenched his fists. That Sun Mingyu is utterly despicable. I thought that by sending Meichi to him, I could exchange for Zalong. But he actually wants me to capture Luo Chingan. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Ruoyao's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say? Capture Luo Chingan? Are you crazy? She's the young lady of the Luo family. Our Lin family is like an ant compared to the colossal Luo family. If we really make a move against Luo Chingan and the Luo family finds out, we're all done for. Sun Mingyu is clearly trying to set you up." The more Wang Ruoyao thought about it, the angrier she became. She truly hadn't expected Sun Mingyu to make such a despicable request. Lin Jinbei, hearing this, spoke in a cold tone. "I naturally understand the consequences of making a move against Luo Chingan, but until now, do we have any room to refuse? If we don't do this, Zalong will undoubtedly die. I can only choose to fight to the death. As long as I do it cleanly enough, no one will suspect me." Although Wang Ruoyao knew the risks were enormous, if she wanted to save Lin Zalong, she had no choice but to proceed. After a brief silence, Wang Ruoyao asked gravely, "So what do you plan to do?" On the surface, Luo Chingan is alone in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, but she is after all the young lady of the Luo family. There must be experts secretly protecting her. If we act rashly, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Madam, rest assured, since I dare to do this, I have already thought of a foolproof plan," Lin Jinbei said confidently. "I guarantee this will be done cleanly, and no one will suspect me." Upon hearing this, Wang Ruoyao said nothing more, nodded slightly, and turned to go back to her room to rest. She had been through too much during this time, she was truly feeling overwhelmed. Even now, her body had not fully recovered. As for Jiang Chen, she could no longer try to retain him, she could only leave it to fate. Then, Lin Jinbei called the butler, Zheng Ping, and coldly asked, "Have you taken care of the matters I asked you to?" "Sir, everything has been taken care of," Zheng Ping said with a worried expression. But do we really have to do this? What? Are you even daring to teach me how to do things now?" As soon as Lin Jinbei said this, Zheng Ping was so frightened that he knelt down. "Sir, it's not like that. I'm just worried that if this matter is exposed, everyone in the Lin family will be finished." Lin Jinbei angrily slammed his hand on the table. "Zheng Ping, listen to me, you are just a servant of the Lin family. How I act doesn't require you to point fingers." Zheng Ping was too scared to speak, only nodding repeatedly. Then, trembling, he handed a black box to Lin Jinbei. When Lin Jinbei opened the box and saw what was inside, a cold smile appeared on his face. "Luo Chingan, originally we had no grievances or grudges, I would never have acted against you. But who told Sun Mingyu to take a fancy to you? For the life of my son Zalong, I had no choice but to do this. If you want to blame someone, blame Sun Mingyu." Lin Jinbei neatly put away the black box and coldly looked at Zheng Ping. "Have you investigated Luo Chingan's current whereabouts?" "Sir, after graduating from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Luo Chingan did not return to the Luo family. As far as I know, she should have gone to the main city of South China. What exactly she is doing in the main city of South China, I still do not know." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei nodded in satisfaction. "You don't need to get involved in the next matters. Listen carefully, if this matter gets out, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. Along with your family, I will make them disappear from this world. Rest assured, sir, I absolutely dare not speak of it." Zheng Ping, terrified, expressed his loyalty while bowing his head. Lin Jinbei said no more and turned to leave the Lin family. That night, after Gao Feng and the members of Team B returned to the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps base, he immediately informed Captain Lu Gaozhua about the encounter with the Black Wolf team. "What did you say? Zhao Changming colluded with the Black Wolf team, attempting to assassinate Jiang Chen?" Lu Gaozhua never expected that an accident would occur on Jiang Chen's first day of mission. What surprised him even more was that Jiang Chen was actually a mental energy master. "Captain, although there is no concrete evidence, it is definitely Zhao Changming's doing. This guy is convinced that Jiang Chen is the murderer of his son, so he wants to eliminate Jiang Chen at all costs. As a member of our mercenary corps, we should protect Jiang Chen, not to mention that Jiang Chen is also a mental energy master. If something happens to him, the entire Yen country will suffer a heavy loss." Lu Gaozhua nodded in agreement. "That old bastard really thinks we are easy to bully? Don't worry, I know how to resolve this matter." Initially, Lu Gaozhua thought Jiang Chen was just a gifted martial artist, staying in Team A to hone his skills, which was fine. But now it seemed that Jiang Chen could no longer remain in Team A. He was well aware of how cruel the Blackwolf mercenary corps was. Their prey had basically only one way out: death. Moreover, there was also Zhao Changming, the powerful master of the Wind Thunder martial arts school. If he was truly pushed to the edge, he would likely stop at nothing to deal with Jiang Chen. Under these circumstances, Time was already unable to protect Jiang Chen. The only solution was to send Jiang Chen to the headquarters. Then, Lu Gaozhua hurriedly left the Extreme Path Martial Arts School base to personally meet with Duan Hong, the master of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. He had to inform Duan Hong about Jiang Chen being a mental energy master. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, who was in the dormitory of the base, did not pay much attention to the assassination attempt by the Black Wolf team. In Jiang Chen's view, rather than living in fear every day, it was better to seize every opportunity to become stronger. He immediately entered the Void training ground. Soon after, a combat puppet that looked exactly like Luo Chingan slowly materialized. During the graduation assessment, Jiang Chen had already used the power of the system to replicate Luo Chingan. As the young lady of the Luo family, the martial arts techniques she practiced would definitely be very powerful. Jiang Chen could take this opportunity to master these martial arts techniques of the Luo family. He also wanted to see how much of a gap there was between him and a noble lady like Luo Chingan without relying on the abilities of a mental energy master. Begin! With Jiang Chen's command, the Luo Chingan in front of him flashed a glimmer of brilliance in her eyes. Without any hesitation, she wielded the frost sword and charged towards Jiang Chen at an extremely fast speed. During the process, the frost sword continuously emitted powerful waves of ice attribute energy. The vast void martial arena was instantly covered in frost. In this environment, Luo Chingan's aura clearly became stronger. In just a moment, Luo Chingan charged in front of Jiang Chen, mercilessly stabbing her sword towards his chest. With the speed of thunderstep, Jiang Chen easily dodged Luo Chingan's attack. He intended to launch a counterattack, but unexpectedly, the frost sword shot out a beam of freezing light. Although Jiang Chen dodged it at the first moment, his right leg was still grazed by the freezing light. The injured area was instantly frozen by ice, greatly affecting Jiang Chen's speed. The next moment, Luo Chingan suddenly moved at high speed, leaving behind shadows all around her. Her speed was so fast that Jiang Chen couldn't see her exact position at all. Before Jiang Chen could react, Luo Chingan had already teleported behind him, and his sword pierced through his heart. Damn! After a gasp, Jiang Chen resurrected on the spot, looking at Luo Chingan in front of him with immense shock. He had already witnessed the martial skills used by Luo Chingan and the frost sword during his battle with the nightmarish beast. The powerful ice-type martial skills, combined with the frost sword, were indeed formidable. But what Jiang Chen didn't expect was that Luo Chingan hadn't even used her full strength at that time. In the void martial arena, the special body technique displayed by Luo Chingan was beyond imagination in its power. Even though Jiang Chen had cultivated Thunder Step to the peak, he still couldn't catch up to Luo Chingan's speed. To explore the true nature of Luo Chingan's special body technique, Jiang Chen engaged her in fierce combat once again. This time, although Jiang Chen was fully mentally prepared and successfully injured Luo Chingan with the aid of Thunder Step, he still couldn't turn the tide of battle. Luo Chingan, with her astonishing body technique and incredible speed, left Jiang Chen in defeat once more. However, this time Jiang Chen did not leave empty-handed. Through careful observation and judgment, he roughly understood what kind of body technique Luo Chingan was using. It was the legendary SSS level body technique, Flowing Light Escape. True to its name, when a martial artist uses this body technique, they transform into a streak of light, moving at high speed. The speed is so fast that it can even leave behind shadows in place. If one could cultivate Flowing Light Escape to the peak, then even the surrounding space might distort under such high-speed movement. Besides speed, this body technique also grants the practitioner extreme agility. In battle, the practitioner can easily evade enemy attacks and even change the direction of their attacks in a very short time, delivering unexpected strikes to the enemy. It is said that Flowing Light Escape was accidentally discovered by the ancestors of the Luo family at an ancient civilization site. However, the version found at that time was incomplete. It took the ancestors of the Luo family a great deal of time and effort to perfect it. As the family treasure of the Luo clan, Flowing Light Escape has been passed down through generations, and outsiders cannot learn it at all. Now, Flowing Light Escape has become the signature martial skill of the Luo family. An incomplete body technique can reach SSS level. I must obtain this Flowing Light Escape. With his peak level Gale Blade and the trump card of a mentalist, Jiang Chen could easily defeat martial artists below the 5th rank of the general level. Yet, even so, he still felt the lack of a life-saving trump card. If he could master Flowing Light Escape and instantly cultivate it to the peak with the system's assistance, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance his strength. Faced with such a powerful body technique, Jiang Chen could not defeat Luo Chingan relying solely on his own strength. Even if using Flowing Light Escape consumed a lot of stamina, often before Luo Chingan's stamina was exhausted, Jiang Chen would already be dead. In order to ensure he could obtain the flowing light escape, Jiang Chen could only rely on the power of the mentalist to defeat Luo Chingan. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately manipulated the blood spikes, splitting them into 4 clones in midair to launch a fierce attack on Luo Chingan. Although Luo Chingan was able to evade the rain-like attacks of the blood spikes at first due to the speed of the flowing light escape, the continuous use of it greatly drained her stamina. Moreover, Luo Chingan had only cultivated the flowing light escape to the beginner level and was not proficient in it. As long as she was slightly careless and got hit by a blood spike, Jiang Chen would seize the opportunity to rush forward and slash wildly. With the means of the mentalist, Jiang Chen easily defeated Luo Chingan 10 times. Not only did his own realm successfully advance to the first level of the battle general rank, but he also mastered the flowing light escape that he had long anticipated. In the void martial arts arena, as long as a martial skill fell, Jiang Chen could not only comprehend it in an instant but could even reach the pinnacle of mastery. It was as if this was a martial skill he had already mastered, just temporarily forgotten. With the help of the system, he recalled it again, and this feeling was both magical and incredible. Additionally, during the battle with Luo Chingan, Jiang Chen also learned other martial skills. However, compared to the flowing light escape, the other martial skills were too inferior, and Jiang Chen looked down on using them. He couldn't wait to engage in battle with Luo Chingan again. This time, Jiang Chen did not use the power of the mentalist but relied on the terrifying speed of the flowing light escape. Like a streak of light, he instantly rushed in front of Luo Chingan. The speed was so fast that even the space around him distorted. Luo Chingan didn't even have time to draw her sword before she was already decapitated. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye, and even Jiang Chen was stunned by his own strength. Even more shocking was that Luo Chingan was actually wearing a replica dark gold battle armor, just like Zhao Wei before. But Jiang Chen's speed was so fast that Luo Chingan didn't even have time to activate the battle armor before she was already decapitated. Moreover, with his realm reaching the first level of the battle general rank, Jiang Chen had a premonition that as long as a battle god level warrior did not appear, he could defeat the rest of the warriors. With this pinnacle flowing light escape, very few could withstand it. Soon after, Jiang Chen contentedly exited the void martial arts arena. He originally planned to take a comfortable bath and sleep, but unexpectedly, at that moment, Luo Chingan suddenly sent him a message. Jiang Chen opened his phone and took a serious look. Jiang Chen, if you are free tomorrow at 6 p.m., come to the Shanshui Park in the South China main city. I have some things I want to discuss with you in person. Looking for me to chat? Jiang Chen frowned slightly upon seeing this. However, he did not refuse Luo Chingan's invitation and casually replied, "Okay, wait for me tomorrow." After that, Jiang Chen didn't think much of it, took a comfortable shower, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Jiang Chen originally planned to ask Gao Fong if there were any tasks for hunting monsters today. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out of his room, he encountered Captain Lu Gaozhua. "Jiang Chen, I already know about what happened last night in the Xingyuan mountain range. You are really too foolish. How could you hide your strength as a mentalist? Currently, the number of mentalists in the Yin Kingdom is less than 2,000, and each mentalist is incredibly precious. If the Blackwolf team had sent experts to encircle and kill you last night, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Although Lu Gaozhua's words criticized Jiang Chen, he also understood why Jiang Chen wanted to hide his strength. After all, Jiang Chen had been abandoned by his family since childhood and lived in the dirty and chaotic environment of the Grey Plain district. This made Jiang Chen develop a reclusive personality that did not trust anyone. "Captain, Jiang Chen intended to explain but was interrupted by Lu Gaozhua. "Jiang Chen, you don't need to say much, I can actually understand you. Let's go, I will take you away from Team A and to the South China Extreme Path Association. Your current situation is no longer suitable for you to stay here." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Chen was taken aback. "What? Are you trying to drive me away?" "No, you misunderstood," Lu Gaozhua hurriedly explained. "From the moment you joined Team A, we became family. To me, you are like my own brother. But now you are being targeted by the Black Wolf team, and Zhao Changming is also eyeing you. If you continue to stay in Team A, with my strength, I cannot ensure your safety. So I have informed Lord Duan about this matter, and he will arrange for you to go to the headquarters of the Extreme Path Association and join the War God training camp." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. "Captain, what did you say? War God training camp? Do I have the qualifications to enter such a place?" The War God training camp he mentioned was established by Mo Wanshan of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, also known as the War God Preparatory Camp. As the name suggests, those who can join this war god training camp are destined to become war god level powerhouses in the future. In there, even a random teacher is at least a war god level martial artist. Moreover, all the students of the war god training camp receive the utmost training from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Even the headmaster, Mo Wanshan, often personally instructs them. However, the difficulty of joining the war god training camp is extremely high. In the entire South China region, there is only one quota each year. The same goes for the other 6 regions. In the vast Yin country, there are only 7 quotas each year. Although Jiang Chen knew about such a top-notch training camp, he had never thought he could join. Looking at the entire South China region, there are far too many exceptionally talented martial artists. Moreover, based on past experiences, the closer one is to the war god level, the easier it is to obtain this quota. Jiang Chen never expected that he had just stepped into the war general level and could receive this quota. Clearly, this was due to his identity as a mentalist. Jiang Chen, according to past rules, you indeed do not meet the qualifications to join the war god training camp. After all, you just... Before Lu Gaozhua could finish his sentence, he suddenly seemed to sense something, revealing an expression of disbelief. How could it be so fast? You actually reached the war general level. Just yesterday, when Jiang Chen joined Team A, he was clearly just an ordinary 10th tier martial artist. But today, he had instantly reached the first tier of the war general level, which left Lu Gaozhua incredibly shocked. He had been through this himself and knew how difficult it was to advance from an ordinary martial artist to a war general. Many talentless martial artists might never advance in their lifetime. Back then, he had been stuck at the 10th tier for a full 5 months before breaking through. That was already considered fast, but Jiang Chen achieved it overnight? Moreover, Jiang Chen was only 20 years old. This talent was truly remarkable. Even more terrifying was that Jiang Chen was also a mentalist. He simply couldn't understand how such a gifted individual could be abandoned by Lyn Bay. Even the most foolish person wouldn't do something like that. It could only indicate one thing: Jiang Chen was not a mentalist before, he had awakened later. Lyn Bay was indifferent to Jiang Chen, which was why he hadn't noticed Jiang Chen's change. Come on, let's go. You can't stay here any longer. If something happens to you, it would be a huge loss. Lu Gaozhua gave Jiang Chen no chance to refuse, pulling him out of the base, and after getting into the armored vehicle, they hurriedly headed to the Extreme Path Association. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Association, Duan Hong ignored the obstruction of the people from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Association and walked into the Wind Thunder Hall with an incredibly angry expression. Zhao Changming, get your ass out here! With Duan Hong's furious roar, the aura of a war god level 10th tier erupted instantly. The people in the Wind Thunder Hall could not resist this terrifying aura and were all forced to kneel on the ground. At this moment, Zhao Changming also walked out with a gloomy face. Duan Hong, who gave you the guts to come and cause trouble in my Wind Thunder Hall? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Zhao Changming had never had a good relationship with Duan Hong. In the past, they often had fierce arguments over matters related to martial artists, but they usually stopped short of physical confrontation. However, today, Duan Hong unexpectedly barged into the Fong Guild, catching Zhao Changming off guard. You still want to kill me? Do you think you can? Duan Hong paid no heed to Zhao Changming's threats and was unconcerned about the repercussions of his intrusion into the Fong Guild. He had come here at all costs, solely to protect Jiang Chen. In a flash, he appeared right in front of Zhao Changming. I warn you one last time, if you dare to send someone to harm Jiang Chen again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Changming had already guessed the purpose of Duan Hong's visit, but he felt no fear. He coldly replied, Duan Hong, Jiang Chen is the murderer of my son. Am I not allowed to bring him to justice? Nonsense! Duan Hong shouted angrily, you say he is the murderer of your son, but where is your evidence? All I know is that your son died in the wilderness, and his body was devoured by a beast. He died at the hands of a beast. It has nothing to do with Jiang Chen. If you really have evidence, why did you let the Black Wolf squad go after him? At this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The Black Wolf mercenary group was a wanted criminal organization in Yin country, and everyone present was well aware of it. Who would have thought that the esteemed guild master would secretly contact the Black Wolf mercenary group? Zhao Changming was already furious at Duan Hong's words, and now he had openly mentioned the Black Wolf squad. This pushed Zhao Changming over the edge, and he shouted, Duan Hong, on what grounds do you slander me? You say I contacted the Black Wolf squad to kill Jiang Chen. What evidence do you have? Ha! Duan Hong sneered dismissively. Yes, I have no evidence. But do you? Have you considered that by slandering Jiang Chen, you are also speaking without proof? I don't want to waste more words with you. Jiang Chen is a member of my Jidao martial arts school and is about to enter the God of War training camp. If you dare to lay a hand on him, you will be opposing the entire Jidao martial arts school. With that, Duan Hong ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd and turned to leave the Fonglei Guild. What did he say? Zhang Chen is entering the God of War training camp? On what basis? He just graduated. How can he enter the God of War training camp? The situation at the Fonglei martial arts school was completely different from that of the Jidao martial arts school. They did not have a so-called God of War training camp, but as the guild master of Fonglei, he was well aware of what the God of War training camp at Jidao martial arts school entailed. If Zhang Chen really entered the God of War training camp, it would mean that he might never be able to avenge his son. No, I can't wait any longer. Saying this, he immediately dialed Luo Jinshan's number. Where are you? Get back to the guild right now. If I don't see you in 3 minutes, don't ever come back. Moments later, in the office of the Fonglei Guild, Luo Jinshan rushed in, intending to say something, but noticed Zhao Changming's murderous expression. Terrified, Luo Jinshan knelt on the ground. Lord Zhao, what on earth happened? How dare you ask me what happened? Zhao Changming scolded. What did you say to the Black Wolf squad? Why is Zhang Chen still alive? A martial artist who hasn't even reached the level of a battle general, and yet he still managed to fail? Now Zhang Chen is about to enter the God of War training camp at Jidao Martial Arts School. If we don't act now, there will be no more opportunities. What? What? Luo Jinshan exclaimed in disbelief. Failed? I contacted one of the leaders of the Black Wolf squad, Zhang Yan. Did he not take action himself? Luo Jinshan thought for a moment and felt this might be the only reasonable explanation. After all, Zhang Yan is a God of War level warrior with immense strength. If he were to take action personally, Zhang Chen would have no chance of survival. Yet now, not only is Zhang Chen still alive, but he has even startled the snake in the grass. This indicates that Zhang Yan did not act personally at all. He merely sent a few lackeys to deal with Zhang Chen. Damn it! This fool! Luo Jinshan cursed inwardly at this thought. I don't care what methods you use, I must see Zhang Chen's corpse. Zhao Changming had roughly guessed what was happening and felt extremely helpless. Rest assured, Lord Zhao, I will make that fool Zhang Yan take action personally. I will ensure that Zhang Chen is eliminated. With that, Luo Jinshan turned and hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen, under the guidance of Lu Gaozhua, entered the Extreme Path Association in the main city of South China. After waiting for a while in Duan Hong's office, he finally saw Duan Hong walk in. Lord Duan, I have brought Zhang Chen, Lu Gaozhua said just as Duan Hong eagerly approached Zhang Chen. The aura of a battle general. You actually advanced so quickly. Such talent is simply astonishing. Although it was Duan Hong's first time meeting Zhang Chen, he had already gained a deep understanding of him through various materials. At this moment, his satisfaction with Zhang Chen was evident. Lord Duan, if I remember correctly, there is only one quota for entering the God of War training camp in the entire main city of South China, right? In the past, it required fierce competition to obtain. Can I really enter directly this year? Zhang Chen was filled with doubt. If he could enter the God of War training camp, his strength would surely soar. But he was also worried about unexpected events, as his current cultivation was only at the first level of battle general. Of course, no problem. Duan Hong replied affirmatively. Although your current cultivation is slightly weak, you are a mentalist. With your identity as a mentalist, you are fully qualified to enter the God of War training camp directly. In the past decade, no mentalist had emerged in the main city of South China. It was a rare opportunity to have a genius like Zhang Chen appear, and they naturally had to spare no effort in nurturing him. He really had to thank Lin Jinbei. If he hadn't abandoned Zhang Chen, how could the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall have gained such a prodigy? Every time Duan Hong thought of this, he felt incredibly excited. You don't need to participate in Team A's missions for the next few days, just stay at the base and rest. I will arrange for you to go to the God of War training camp as soon as possible. Just as Duan Hong finished speaking, a young man stormed in, filled with rage. Why? Why is my quota gone? Lord Duan, I refuse to accept this. The young man, named Zhang Sun, was incredibly strong, nearly 2 meters tall. When he questioned Duan Hong, he clearly shot a hostile glance at Zhang Chen. Recently, a competition for the quota to the God of War training camp had been held in the main city of South China. At just 23 years old, Zhang Sun had defeated all competitors with his battle general level 8th stage strength, earning the qualification to enter the God of War training camp. But who would have thought that the quota he had already secured could be snatched away? This was something Zhang Sun could not accept. Thus, today, disregarding the obstruction of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall members, he came directly to see Duan Hong. Zhang Sun, calm down. The quota for entering the God of War training camp next year will definitely be yours. This year is due to special circumstances. Duan Hong felt a bit guilty toward Zhang Sun and quickly explained, after all, Jiang Chen is a mentalist. So what? Just because he is a mentalist, can he take away what belongs to me? Besides, even if he is a mentalist, he has only just reached the battle general level. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Jiang Sun pointed at Jiang Chen. I want to fight him. I want to prove that I am not weaker than a mentalist. I absolutely will not give up this year's quota. In fact, he was very clear about how powerful a psychic master could be. Below the level of a war god, when a psychic master fought against an ordinary warrior, it was a dimensional suppression. But he just couldn't accept it. He was unwilling to let his hard work go to waste. Even if Duan Hong promised him that he would definitely be sent to the war god training camp next year, that was merely a verbal promise. If something unexpected happened, wouldn't he be unable to go at all? No matter what, he had to hold on tightly to this opportunity this year. Duan Hong did not expect Jiang Sun to be so persistent. Just as he was about to continue persuading him, Jiang Chen spoke up first. Alright, I accept your challenge. The occurrence of this situation was something Jiang Chen had anticipated long ago. If not, he wouldn't have asked Duan Hong just now. Since Jiang Sun wanted to challenge him, Jiang Chen had no reason to refuse. After all, this year's spot was indeed something he had snatched from Jiang Sun. Only by defeating him could he prove his strength and make Jiang Sun give up. What? Jiang Sun truly did not expect Jiang Chen to accept so decisively. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Sun revealed a fierce fighting spirit. Jiang Chen, don't think that just because you become a psychic master, you're invincible. My strength surpasses yours. You cannot defeat me. Today, I will publicly defeat you and defend my rightful spot. Jiang Sun declared fiercely and headed towards a combat arena within the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Chen followed closely behind, showing no signs of fear. Are they really going to fight? Lu Gaozhua, who was sitting nearby, felt quite surprised. Lord Duan, could something unexpected happen? Jiang Sun is a level 8 warrior, while Jiang Chen has just recently advanced. Even with the abilities of a psychic master, it doesn't guarantee victory. Sigh. Duan Hong sighed deeply. Jiang Sun is exceptionally strong. Jiang Chen probably doesn't have much chance of winning this battle. Well, if Jiang Chen loses, I will find a way to report this situation to the higher-ups. Let's see if we can apply for an additional spot. Let's go and watch their match. We must not let either of them get hurt. After saying this, Duan Hong and Lu Gaozhua hurried to the combat arena. By the time they arrived at the combat arena, Jiang Chen and Jiang Sun were already prepared for battle. A large crowd from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall had gathered around, all watching this match. Seeing this, Duan Hong quickly warned, "You two listen carefully, sparring is fine, but remember, do not harm each other." His words carried an undeniable authority. Those who violate this will be immediately expelled from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, and will lose their qualification to enter the War God training camp. Did you hear that? Jiang Sun smiled slightly in the combat arena. Lord Duan, you can rest assured. Although I disagree with your decision, I also know how important a psychic master is. How could I possibly go all out against him? As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with disdain. In his view, if it weren't for Jiang Chen's special identity as a psychic master, how could he qualify as his opponent? Even though the abilities of a psychic master should not be underestimated, Jiang Sun remained confident, believing he had enough strength to defeat Jiang Chen. After all, he was already a level 8 warrior, while Jiang Chen had just stepped into the threshold of being a warrior. The disparity in their cultivation levels was Jiang Sun's greatest confidence. Jiang Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Do you really want to accept my challenge? Jiang Sun's words carried a hint of mockery. If you are willing to give up your qualification for the War God training camp now, I will not lay a hand on you. However, Jiang Chen ignored his provocation. He simply took out the breaking wind blade and coldly responded, "Less talk, let's get started." Good, very good. Jiang Sun's lips curled into a cold smile. Since you are so determined, don't blame me for being rude. He knew very well that the weapon in Jiang Chen's hand was of S-class strength, but he didn't take it to heart, because he also possessed a weapon of that caliber. Without any hesitation, Jiang Sun casually took out a silver-white long sword from his storage ring. The blade was engraved with a vividly lifelike white dragon, as if it would break free from the sword at any moment and soar into the sky. This was the S-class weapon, the White Dragon Spirit Sword. Jiang Sun firmly believed that with the White Dragon Spirit Sword in hand, he could easily defeat Jiang Chen. To ensure absolute certainty, Jiang Sun did not allow Jiang Chen to strike first. The moment he drew the White Dragon Spirit Sword, he charged towards Jiang Chen with lightning speed, intending to end the fight quickly and prove his strength. But just when Jiang Sun thought Jiang Chen would definitely be caught off guard, Jiang Chen, who had been right in front of him, suddenly vanished. What? Where is he? This sudden turn of events left Jiang Sun bewildered. He looked around but saw no trace of Jiang Chen. Before he could react, Jiang Chen had quietly appeared behind him. The razor-sharp Galebreaker blade was pressed against Jiang Sun's neck. If Jiang Chen wished, Jiang Sun's head would have already rolled. "Sorry, you lost," Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Sun's face turned pale, a wave of unprecedented fear surged within him. How? How could this happen? His speed is so fast that even the naked eye can't capture it? This is impossible. It can't be. The martial arts Jiang Sun practiced were of the wind attribute, and the white dragon spirit sword in his hand also carried wind attribute energy. With the help of the wind attribute, Jiang Sun's agility and speed far surpassed that of ordinary warriors. In his view, for Jiang Chen to surpass his speed, he would have to rely on the abilities of a mentalist. Because of this, Jiang Sun aimed for a quick victory, not giving Jiang Chen a chance to use his mental powers. But the result was that Jiang Chen had no mentalist abilities at all. Instead, he relied purely on speed to defeat him. This tremendous blow left Jiang Sun unable to accept it for a moment, and he collapsed to the ground. This scene was naturally witnessed by everyone present. Duan Hong and Lu Gaoxue, who had been worried about Jiang Chen, were even more shocked, their eyes wide open. "Lord Duan, did you see Jiang Chen's movements just now? How did he suddenly move behind Jiang Sun?" Lu Gaoxue, a first-tier warrior of the God of War level, had not seen Jiang Chen's movements in that situation. In his eyes, it was as if Jiang Chen had teleported behind Jiang Sun, which was utterly incomprehensible. "Gaoxue, I must confess to you, actually, I didn't see clearly either. But one thing is certain, the body technique Jiang Chen used is at least SS class in strength. And..." At this point, Duan Hong paused noticeably. Lu Gaoxue sensed something was off and quickly asked in a low voice, "And what? Do you think there's something strange about Jiang Chen's body technique?" "No, it's just that I find his body technique very familiar. Don't you think it resembles the Lu Jing Dunying of the Luo family?" As soon as he said this, Lu Gaoxue's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say? This is Lu Jing Dunying? Lord Duan, you must be joking. This is absolutely impossible. Lu Jing Dunying is a secret martial art of the Luo family. How could Jiang Chen possibly master it? Moreover, Jiang Chen is clearly very skilled with that body technique. It doesn't seem like something he just learned recently. In my opinion, it should be a body technique similar to Lu Jing Dunying." Hearing this, Duan Hong nodded in agreement. "Actually, I was just guessing. Jiang Chen definitely couldn't have mastered Lu Jing Dunying." Then, Duan Hong walked into the battlefield and looked at Jiang Sun, who was slumped on the ground. "Jiang Sun, you have seen Jiang Chen's strength now. Even if your cultivation is far superior to his, you still cannot defeat him. But after all, you have already obtained a spot in the God of War training camp. I will report this situation to headquarters and see if I can apply for 2 spots. Jiang Sun shook his head in despair. "No, it's not necessary. Jiang Chen defeated me without even using his mental power, which only shows that my strength is still too weak. Lord Duan, I will continue to work hard for a year, and next year I will still win the qualification to enter the God of War training camp." After saying this, Jiang Sun slowly stood up and left the Extreme Path Pavilion. With Jiang Sun's departure, the spots for the God of War training camp were officially confirmed, awarded to Jiang Chen. Duan Hong immediately reported this matter and hurriedly arranged for Jiang Chen to go to the God of War training camp. At this moment, Jiang Chen was hastily leaving the Extreme Path Pavilion, heading to the Shanshui Park in the South China main city. According to the agreement with Luo Chingan last night, they were supposed to meet here tonight. However, Jiang Chen felt puzzled as it was already past the agreed time, yet Luo Chingan had not shown up. During this time, he repeatedly sent messages and called Luo Chingan but received no response. Suddenly, Jiang Chen had an extremely uneasy feeling. Just then, a luxury car stopped in front of him. A handsome man in a suit, with deep-set features, angrily got out of the car. "Jiang Chen, where have you taken my sister?" The handsome man speaking bore a striking resemblance to Luo Chingan. He was none other than Luo Qingsheng, the current young master of the Luo family. Originally, he had planned to take Luo Chingan back to the Luo family today, but Luo Chingan insisted on meeting Jiang Chen again, leaving Luo Qingsheng with no choice but to compromise. However, he never expected that after arriving at Shanshui Park, Luo Chingan would suddenly disappear. No matter how Luo Qingsheng tried to contact her, he received no response. Even more bizarrely, all the surveillance equipment in Shanshui Park had been destroyed, leaving no records. Therefore, Luo Qingsheng concluded that Jiang Chen had abducted his sister and came to confront him. Accompanying Luo Qingsheng out of the car was a bald, burly man with a beard. This man exuded an extremely powerful aura, at least at the 8th level of the God of War. "Tell me, where is my sister?" Luo Qingsheng grabbed Jiang Chen by the collar and shouted, "She came to Shanshui Park to see you, but now she has disappeared. This must have something to do with you." Faced with Luo Qingsheng's baseless accusations, Jiang Chen did not choose to swallow his anger. He shook off Luo Qingxing's hand and looked directly into his eyes, saying, I just arrived at Shanshui Park and haven't even seen your sister. Now that she is missing, what does it have to do with me? If I were you, I wouldn't be making a scene here, but would be searching the entire city for Luo Qinghan's whereabouts. Although Luo Qingxing did not introduce himself, Zhang Chen had already deduced his identity from his appearance and words. Do you think I haven't searched for her? Luo Qingsheng responded angrily. After discovering Luo Qinghan was missing, he immediately searched the entire city for her. As one of the 4 top families in Yin country, the Luo family's influence spread nationwide. Naturally, there were people from the Luo family in the South China main city. They immediately began searching for Luo Qinghan in the South China main city and various major base cities, but found nothing. If it weren't for this, Luo Qingxing wouldn't have suspected Zhang Chen. At this moment, Luo Qingxing looked at Zhang Chen again with anger. Zhang Chen, no matter what, my sister is missing because of you. If anything happens to her, I will never let you go. Although he had learned some basic information about Zhang Chen from his sister, knowing that he was the first student in the history of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School to graduate without reaching the general level, he even knew that Zhang Chen was a mental power master with considerable strength. Yet even so, Luo Qingsheng still had no good feelings towards Zhang Chen. He believed that his sister's disappearance was all because of Zhang Chen. Just as Zhang Chen was about to say something, the burly man with a beard standing next to Luo Qingxing suddenly seemed to have discovered something and hurriedly walked towards a corner. When he picked up a black fragment from the corner, his pupils instantly contracted. Young master, look at this. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingxing immediately ran over and picked up the black fragment to examine it closely. This is a fragment of the Black Wolf Squad's mask. It's from the Black Wolf Squad. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. These beasts actually dared to lay hands on my sister. What are you all still dawdling for? Gather everyone immediately. Even if we have to destroy the South China main city, we must root out the Black Wolf Squad members. I want them to know what happens when they harm my sister. The bearded man did not dare to hesitate for a moment and quickly turned to leave. Before he left, Luo Qingsheng glared at Zhang Chen once more. You better hope my sister is okay, otherwise, I will definitely not let you off. Zhang Chen completely ignored Luo Qingxing's threat. He stood in place, looking at the black fragment that had fallen to the ground. Although he knew very well that the members of the Black Wolf Squad were a bunch of ruthless killers, the Luo family was one of the 4 top families in Yin country. How could the Black Wolf Squad dare to act against a member of the Luo family so casually? Moreover, Luo Qinghan was the eldest daughter of the Luo family. Did they not fear the crazy retaliation from the Luo family for attacking her? The fact that the Black Wolf Squad had survived until now proved that they could not all be a bunch of fools. How could they engage in such a self-destructive act now? Additionally, the Black Wolf Squad had only attacked him last night, and due to their mission failure, they had already alerted the enemy. Given that they had already offended the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, it was utterly impossible for them to inexplicably target Luo Qinghan. Subsequently, Zhang Chen repeatedly inquired with the staff at Shanshui Park and obtained a very useful piece of information. During the time period from 5 to 6 p.m. at Shanshui Park, a big shot had arrived there. This person was none other than Sun Mingyu, the second young master of the Sun family. Although Sun Mingyu had only been there for about half an hour, as soon as he left, the surveillance cameras at Shanshui Park mysteriously malfunctioned. After that, Luo Qinghan went missing. In Zhang Chen's view, this was definitely not a coincidence. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chen hurriedly left Shanshui Park. Meanwhile, in the Sun family's mansion in South China main city, a man wearing a Black Wolf Squad mask slowly walked into the hall. He casually placed a burlap sack he was carrying on a nearby sofa. Seeing this, Sun Mingyu eagerly walked over and opened the sack. Inside was indeed the unconscious Luo Qinghan. Ha ha ha, you did a great job. Sun Mingyu leered at Luo Qinghan. The thought of soon having his way with her filled him with wild joy. At this moment, the man standing beside him casually removed the Black Wolf Squad mask. He was Lin Jinbei. Young Master Sun, as per your request, I have brought Luo Qinghan here. You must also fulfill your promise and ensure my son is safe. As soon as Lin Jinbei finished speaking, Sun Mingyu burst into laughter. Ha ha, don't worry, I've already notified my subordinates to contact the captain of the law enforcement team in Tianhe Base City. Your son should be safely back home by now. However, at this point, Sun Mingyu's smile abruptly stopped, and he spoke in a cold tone. Did you handle it cleanly enough? If someone discovers that Luo Qinghan is here with me, you should know what the consequences will be. Sun Mingyu was well aware that the Luo family's eldest young master, Luo Qingsheng, was currently in South China main city. Once Luo Qingsheng found out that his sister was with him, the Luo family would undoubtedly go to any lengths to take action against the Sun family. Sun Mingyu could only hope that the Luo family would not discover anything tonight. As long as tonight passes, then the raw rice will become cooked rice, and Luo Chingan will naturally be his woman. Rest assured, when I took Luo Chingan away, I deliberately left fragments of the Black Wolf Squad's masks in some conspicuous places. Just in time, the captain of the Black Wolf Squad, Zhang Yan, is lurking in the main city of South China. Lin Jinbei said confidently, now the Luo family should be frantically searching for the Black Wolf Squad, and no one will suspect us. Previously, Lin Jinbei had instructed the butler, Zhang Ping, to prepare something, which was precisely the mask of the Black Wolf Squad. Of course, these were not genuine but replicas. The purpose was to use the identity of the Black Wolf Squad to capture Luo Chingan. This way, even if the Luo family investigates, they would only point their fingers at the Black Wolf Squad and would not suspect Lin Jinbei. At this moment, Sun Mingyu nodded in satisfaction after hearing Lin Jinbei's words. Not bad, not bad, you are much smarter than I imagined. Sun Mingyu stood up and patted Lin Jinbei's shoulder. Rest assured, I keep my word. Not only will I ensure your son is safe, but I will also arrange for you to go to the headquarters as soon as possible. What do you think about the position of headquarters supervisor? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Jinbei's eyes immediately lit up. The power of the headquarters supervisor is second only to that of the main hall master. How could Lin Jinbei not be tempted? He hurriedly spoke, son, young master son, you're not joking, are you? He. Sun Mingyu smiled lightly. My Sun family is the largest shareholder of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Even the main hallmaster must give my Sun family face. Arranging a reliable person to take the supervisor position is not a problem at all. Originally, Sun Mingyu looked down on Lin Jinbei, and in addition, Lin Jinbei's actions in previous years had made him particularly angry. But now, he found Lin Jinbei to be very clever and obedient enough. Just right, a supervisor at the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall had unexpectedly died, and a replacement was needed. In Sun Mingyu's view, Lin Jinbei was quite suitable. Thank you, young master son. Thank you, young master son. After receiving Sun Mingyu's affirmative response, Lin Jinbei was extremely excited and directly knelt down before Sun Mingyu. All right, you've worked hard tonight, go back and rest. By the way, remember to take Chen Meichi's body away. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei's heart trembled. The thing he feared the most had indeed happened. Chen Meichi was dead. Although this was very unfair to the deceased brother, for the sake of his son's life and his own future, Lin Jinbei could only endure it. He nodded slightly and turned to leave. Then, Sun Mingyu walked up to Luo Chingan with a sly smile on his face. He did not rush to act but had the servants clean the room thoroughly first. After all, Luo Chingan was the eldest daughter of the Luo family, not someone like Chen Meichi. At that moment, the originally unconscious Luo Chingan gradually woke up. When she saw Sun Mingyu standing in front of her, she widened her eyes in terror. How did I end up here? Sun Mingyu, if you dare to harm me, the Luo family will not let you go. Luo Chingan vaguely remembered that when she first arrived at Shanshui Park, a shadow flashed by, and she lost consciousness. Now seeing Sun Mingyu made Luo Chingan understand everything. It was Sun Mingyu who sent someone to capture her here. Luo Chingan knew very well who Sun Mingyu was. If she couldn't leave tonight, everything would be over. Ha ha ha. Seeing Luo Chingan's terrified expression, Sun Mingyu felt even more excited. Chingan, I advise you to give up struggling. Besides, how could I harm you? I just want to enjoy the pleasures of life with you. After tonight, you will be the young mistress of the Sun family, and our two families will be united. Impossible. Luo Chingan shouted angrily, even if I die, I will not let you succeed. My brother is in the main city of South China, and I will not let you go. Facing Luo Chingan's threat, Sun Mingyu remained unfazed and replied calmly, your brother is indeed not to be trifled with, but how would he know you are here with me? As long as we make it happen tonight, you will have no choice but to marry. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Mingyu signaled to a bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard immediately understood and rushed behind Luo Chingan, striking her neck violently. Luo Chingan lost consciousness on the spot. Take Luo Chingan to my room. After I take a shower, I will slowly train her. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by Sun Mingyu's loud laughter, he proudly walked toward the bathroom. Meanwhile, at the side gate of the Sun family estate, Jiang Chen quietly arrived. Taking advantage of the absence of people around, he leaped and gracefully climbed over the wall. Unexpectedly, as soon as he landed, two bodyguards from the Sun family appeared ahead. Who goes there? Before the two could finish their words, Jiang Chen, using his swift speed, dashed in front of them in an instant. The two had no chance to react and were directly beheaded by Jiang Chen. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye, and they didn't even have time to scream. The strength of these two was around the 5th stage of the battle general level. In Jiang Chen's eyes, they were utterly insignificant. Perhaps due to the Sun family's prominent status, no one dared to intrude easily, and the patrols within the estate were not very strict. Coupled with Jiang Chen's incredible speed and his ability as a mentalist to kill from a distance, he easily reached the villa located at the center of the estate. At the entrance of the villa stood two exceptionally powerful bodyguards, both around the 5th stage of the battle god level. Faced with such opponents, Jiang Chen knew his chances of winning were slim. Therefore, he relied on his speed to cleverly evade the sight of these two bodyguards and leaped in through a side window of the villa. Just as he landed, a servant from the Sun family walked by. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity, rushed over, and grabbed her by the neck. "Tell me, where is Luo Chingan? Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Luo Chingan is in the second-floor room of young Master Sun. She was just an ordinary person, trembling in fear at the threat of a martial artist. In her extreme terror, she revealed everything. "Very good." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, then struck her neck, knocking her unconscious and dragging her to a corner. He then used his speed again, rushing toward the second floor. There were almost no bodyguards inside the villa, which made Jiang Chen's infiltration plan even smoother. He faced little obstruction and entered Sun Mingyu's room. Upon entering, he saw Luo Chingan tied up on the bed. Found her. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately rushed over to cut the ropes, carrying the unconscious Luo Chingan and leaping out of the second-floor window. He initially planned to rely on his speed to quickly leave the place. However, due to severe exhaustion and the need to carry Luo Chingan, his speed noticeably slowed. Before he could escape, the two battle god-level bodyguards who had been guarding the villa entrance appeared before him. "Impudent! Where did this little thief come from, daring to intrude into the Sun family estate?" Accompanied by the angry shouts of the two battle god-level bodyguards, numerous black-clad bodyguards quickly surrounded Jiang Chen. It was then they discovered that there were bodies in every corner of the Sun family estate. Clearly, all of them had been killed by Jiang Chen before them. The leading battle god level 7th stage man, Zhang Fong, immediately showed an expression of immense anger. He was the ace bodyguard sent by the Sun family to protect Sun Mingyu and was responsible for the entire estate's security system. Yet now, Jiang Chen had slipped in right under his nose and even killed so many people. This was undoubtedly a slap in Zhang Feng's face in front of everyone. Sun Mingyu was inherently brutal, and everything that happened tonight would surely drive him into a rage. At that moment, Zhang Feng would face a terrifying punishment. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's anger became increasingly difficult to contain. He had to eliminate Jiang Chen tonight, no matter what. But just then, Sun Mingyu emerged from the villa in a bathrobe, his face extremely grim. He never expected that after just taking a bath, Luo Chingan would almost be rescued. Moreover, so many people had died in the manor. Although he didn't care about their lives, this was after all the Sun family's territory. How could a stranger just barge in so easily? Sun Mingyu believed that all of this was due to Zhang Feng's incompetence. He walked up to Zhang Feng and slapped him hard. "Young master, I'm sorry, please spare me." Zhang Feng was so frightened that he fell to the ground, trembling all over. Although Sun Mingyu was only a 5th-tier warrior, his strength was not particularly strong. He was the second young master of the Sun family, with a prominent status. Even a warrior of Zhang Feng's level did not dare to offend him lightly. "I'll teach you a lesson about tonight's events later," Sun Mingyu said coldly, "but right now, you must chop this kid into minced meat. I want him to know the consequences of offending the Sun family." Sun Mingyu was not interested in Jiang Chen's identity or background. He only wanted to quickly reclaim Luo Chingan. He had everything prepared, and was about to enjoy a passionate night with Luo Chingan. But just then, Jiang Chen showed up to cause trouble, which infuriated him to the extreme. "Why yes, sir." Zhang Feng did not hesitate at all and immediately stood up. The aura of an 8th-tier warrior erupted instantly. "Damn it, I didn't expect to be discovered." Jiang Chen looked around. With his current stamina, he could only use the flowing light escape technique one more time at full strength. He had to take this opportunity to escape from the Sun family manor. However, at that moment, the previously unconscious Luo Chingan gradually woke up. She was basically aware of what was happening now. Angrily, she looked at Sun Mingyu. "My brother already knows that I've been captured by you. If you let me go now, I can pretend that nothing happened tonight. But if you insist on taking action, I guarantee that everyone present will die. You should know what kind of temper my brother has." Luo Chingan actually did not know where her brother was at the moment. What she was doing was to intimidate Sun Mingyu. Jiang Chen, carrying Luo Chingan, instantly understood her intention. He then spoke coldly. "That's right. Luo Qingsheng is already on his way here. Sun Mingyu, I advise you to think carefully. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously furious Sun Mingyu suddenly showed a hint of fear. Luo Qingsheng was the young master of the Luo family, while he was merely the second young master of the Sun family. If Luo Qingsheng really charged in, based on his understanding of Luo Qingsheng, the Sun family would surely be drenched in blood tonight. Sun Mingyu was well aware of who his father was. He could not afford to tear his face with the Luo family over such a matter. Moreover, forcibly bringing Luo Chingan here tonight was already a fault on his part. After pondering for a moment, Sun Mingyu had no choice but to compromise. Miss Luo, I sincerely apologize. I was drunk tonight and accidentally offended you. Sun Mingyu gritted his teeth and said, Here, I apologize to you, and you can leave now. Jiang Chen, hurry up and leave while this guy hasn't changed his mind. Luo Qinghan whispered to Jiang Chen. Don't worry, I know, Jiang Chen said with little hesitation, quickly taking Luo Qinghan to leave the Sun family. Watching their departing figures, Sun Mingyu was so furious that his eyes nearly spat fire. Young master, are we really just going to let them go? So many people died for nothing? Zhang Fong was already about to take action, but he could only watch Jiang Chen leave, which made him feel particularly displeased. At this moment, Sun Mingyu was already furious. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, he kicked him hard in the abdomen. However, since Zhang Feng was a battle god level 8th tier warrior with a strong physique, Zhang Feng's soft kick didn't hurt him at all. Seeing that his kick had no effect on Zhang Feng, Sun Mingyu became furious and picked up a stone from the side, angrily smashing it down on Zhang Feng's head. Once, twice, 3 times, until he had struck him over 20 times, leaving Zhang Feng bloodied and battered, before he finally stopped. Throughout the process, Zhang Feng didn't dare to fight back and could only endure in silence. Zhang Feng, listen to me carefully. That little bastard who broke into the manor just now is definitely not from the Luo family. I give you 1 day to find out who he really is. Otherwise, I will personally kill you. Sun Mingyu knew very well that if the Luo family had discovered Luo Qinghan was here, they would never send a young kid to break in alone. From what he knew of Luo Qingsheng, he would definitely have sent a large number of Luo family members to surround the entire Sun family manor. But now, apart from Jiang Chen, he hadn't seen any other members of the Luo family. In Sun Mingyu's view, Jiang Chen must have discovered Luo Qinghan's whereabouts first, then entered alone to rescue her, and also tipped off Luo Qingsheng. So all of this was Jiang Chen's fault. Hearing this, Zhang Feng quickly nodded. Young master, rest assured, I will investigate this thoroughly for you. Humph. Sun Mingyu snorted coldly, his expression filled with rage as he returned to the villa. At that moment, he happened to see a beautiful maid kneeling on the ground, trembling. Sun Mingyu walked up to her, took off his bathrobe, and pressed the maid down under him. Damn it, I'm really angry right now, he shouted, let me vent. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already taken Luo Qinghan far away from the Sun family manor and stopped in a narrow alley. That was close, I almost couldn't get away. After confirming that no one from the Sun family was chasing them, Jiang Chen slowly set Luo Qinghan down. Jiang Chen, thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you tonight, I would have probably fallen victim to Sun Mingyu's poison. Remembering what had just happened sent shivers down Luo Qinghan's spine. She never expected Sun Mingyu to be so insane, but compared to that, she was even more shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. He could actually break into the Sun family manor alone. It's nothing, after all, you were captured because you came to meet me. If I hadn't found a way to save you, your brother would have killed me. When I left the Sun family just now, I already notified your brother, he should be here soon. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Qinghan's brows furrowed. She knew her brother Luo Qingxing's temperament very well, and it was clear that he must have caused trouble for Jiang Chen before. I'm sorry, I apologize on behalf of my brother, Luo Qinghan said apologetically. Just then, a luxurious black car stopped outside the alley. Luo Qingsheng got out of the car and immediately rushed into the alley. Upon seeing that Luo Qinghan was safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. Don't think I will thank you. After all, tonight's incident is all because of you. If it weren't for that, how could Sun Mingyu have kidnapped my sister? Luo Qingsheng did not feel grateful to Jiang Chen for rescuing Luo Qinghan in time. On the contrary, it made him hate Jiang Chen even more. In his view, since Jiang Chen knew Luo Qinghan's whereabouts, he should have informed him immediately. Only by surrounding the Sun family with members of the Luo family could they ensure Luo Qinghan's safety. Instead of sneaking into the Sun family like Jiang Chen did alone, Jiang Chen saved Luo Qinghan and then notified him to come over. Luo Qingsheng believed this was Jiang Chen looking down on him. Brother, how can you treat Jiang Chen like this? If it weren't for Jiang Chen showing up in time tonight, I might have already died. Luo Qinghan couldn't believe that under such circumstances, her brother would still speak harshly to Jiang Chen. Sister, even though this kid saved you, it was just luck. Since he already knows you weren't taken by the Blackwolf team, why didn't he notify me immediately? What if he had entered the Sun family alone and hadn't rescued you? At this point, Luo Chingan turned to Jiang Chen. But since you successfully saved my sister, I must show you my gratitude. With a wave of his hand, 2 bodyguards in black entered and placed 4 black briefcases in front of Jiang Chen. There's 10 million in cash here, as your reward. If you ever want to join the Luo family, you can contact me anytime. After saying this, Luo Chingan decisively took Luo Chingan and left. During the process, he didn't allow Luo Chingan and Jiang Chen to say much. His attitude was very domineering. TCH, what a dog-like thing. Bah! Jiang Chen looked at Luo Chingan's arrogant demeanor and felt nothing but disgust. However, he did not refuse the 5 million Luo Chingan offered him. For Jiang Chen, money was very important at this stage. Why not take it if it's free? Then, Jiang Chen turned and left the alley, returning to the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps base. Due to the Luo family suddenly sweeping through the South China main city, targeting the Blackwolf Mercenary Corps, Zhang Yan's subordinates suffered heavy losses. He never expected the Luo family would act this way. Forced by circumstances, he could only flee the South China main city overnight, hiding in a secluded forest outside the city. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Why did the Luo family suddenly do this? Zhang Yan counted his subordinates and found that more than half of them had died at the hands of the Luo family. This made him feel incredibly furious. Moreover, the 2 subordinates he sent last night to assassinate Jiang Chen had also failed. They even exposed his whereabouts because of it. On one side was the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, and on the other was the Luo family, making Zhang Yan feel very troubled. Big brother, it's said that the young lady of the Luo family has gone missing. In the place where she went missing, there are fragments of our Black Wolf team masks. That's why Luo Chingan made such a crazy move. After hearing his subordinate's words, Zhang Yan, who was already furious, became even angrier. The Luo family is one of the 4 top families in Yen country, and Zhang Yan knew very well what the consequences would be for attacking someone from the Luo family. Moreover, that Luo Chingan was the young lady of the Luo family. Even if Zhang Yan had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Without a doubt, someone must have deliberately framed him. Damn it! I don't care what methods you use, you must investigate this matter thoroughly for me. I want to know who is framing me. As soon as Zhang Yan finished speaking, his phone rang. After answering, he heard Lu Jinshan's furious shout, Zhang Yan, what the hell are you thinking? This is a task assigned to you by Lord Zhao, and you are actually so negligent? Do you know that because of your mistake, the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall is already on alert? I'll give you one last chance. If you can't eliminate Jiang Chen, then wait for Lord Zhao's crazy revenge. Listening to Lu Jinshan's roar, Zhang Yan felt extremely displeased, but at this moment, he could only suppress his anger. He coldly replied, Prosecutor Lu, you know what happened today. To avoid the Luo family, I had no choice but to leave the South China main city to avoid the storm. But rest assured, since I promised Lord Zhao that I would eliminate Jiang Chen, I will definitely do it. After saying this, Zhang Yan decisively hung up the phone. He then looked at his subordinate beside him. Where is Jiang Chen now? Big brother, according to the information I received, Jiang Chen has been staying at the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps base. In addition, Jiang Chen has also obtained the qualification to enter the War God training camp, so it shouldn't be long before he leaves here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan immediately clenched his fists. No wonder Zhao Changming is so anxious. It turns out this kid Jiang Chen is going to the War God training camp. If he really goes, then there will be no more chances. By then, Zhao Changming will definitely kill me. Big brother, what should we do now? The anxious subordinate asked. What else can we do? We need to find a way to kill him before Jiang Chen heads to the War God training camp. Zhang Yan said with a murderous gaze, I refuse to believe that as a War God level martial artist, I can't kill him myself. While Zhang Yan and the others were plotting against Jiang Chen, Lin Jinbei had hurriedly returned to Tianhe Bay City. The moment he got home, the captain of the law enforcement team, Gu Hong, personally brought Lin Zilong to the Lin family. Although Lin Zilong had only been imprisoned for a few days, he had suffered greatly during that time. His body was covered in wounds, and he looked emaciated, which made Lin Jinbei feel particularly heartbroken. Upon learning of this situation, Wang Ruoyao rushed out in a hurry. When she saw Lin Zilong's current state, she immediately burst into tears and embraced him. Mom, I thought I would never see you again in my life. During those days in prison, Lin Zilong had been living in fear day and night. Now that he had finally returned home, the grievances in his heart surged like a tide, and he broke down and cried. Brother Lin, I have to say, you really have some skills. I never expected that your relationship with young Master Sun would be so good. Why didn't you say something about this earlier? Gu Hong flattered with a smile. If I had known you were young Master Sun's favored one, I wouldn't have dared to arrest your son. Don't worry, your son only suffered some superficial injuries. With a martial artist's recovery ability, he will be back to normal in 2 days. Initially, Gu Hong did not plan to release Lin Zilong, as he needed a scapegoat after offending the Luo family, but he never expected that the Sun family would intervene in this matter. Sun Mingyu used his connections to ensure that Lin Zilong had to be released, and Gu Hong dared not defy that. Thus, he sent Lin Zilong back overnight. Gu Hong, let me tell you, this matter is not over. You have done this to my son, I will settle this account with you later. Now get out of the Lin family. Although Lin Zilong had safely returned to the Lin family, Lin Jinbei was still extremely angry with Gu Hong. If it weren't for Sun Mingyu's intervention, his son would have definitely been killed by Gu Hong. However, Gu Hong was the captain of the law enforcement team in Tianhe Base City, and Lin Jinbei did not dare to act recklessly against him, only able to threaten him with words. Gu Hong naturally understood that Lin Jinbei wouldn't dare to take action against him, and he smiled slightly. Since brother Lin is so angry, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. With that, Gu Hong turned and hurried away. Lin Zilong then walked up to Lin Jinbei. Dad, you must avenge me. After all, the reason I was arrested is all because of Jiang Chen. Zhao Wei was clearly killed by him. Why was I the one who got arrested in the end? I almost died in prison. Lin Zilong's eyes were red, and his hatred for Jiang Chen grew stronger. Son, don't worry, Jiang Chen won't escape. Now that he has joined the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps, he has been staying in the South China main city. Lord Zhao won't let him go. Lin Jinbei had long since lost any feelings for Jiang Chen, this so-called eldest son. He looked at him like a stranger, his gaze extremely cold. Then, Lin Jinbei briefly told Lin Zilong about what had happened during this time. Lin Zilong learned that Zhang Yan had participated in the Extreme Path Martial Arts School graduation assessment early and graduated with the first place. This made him increasingly jealous of Jiang Chen. In Lin Zilong's view, his talent and potential were definitely stronger than Jiang Chen's. It was just bad luck that led to him being surpassed by Jiang Chen. If he hadn't been imprisoned, he too could have participated in the graduation assessment of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School ahead of time. At that time, the one in the spotlight would be him, not Jiang Chen. Zilong, what you need to do now is to rest well. Once you recover, I can also let you participate in the graduation assessment early. Moreover, Sun Mingyu has already promised me that soon I will become the head supervisor of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School headquarters. By then, I will arrange for you to enter the headquarters as a direct disciple of the headmaster. Upon hearing this, Lin Zilong's previously grim expression softened considerably, even revealing a rather proud look. He had already planned that once he officially stepped into the rank of a battle general, he would seek revenge on Jiang Chen. He wanted to personally take down Jiang Chen. Just as the father and son were envisioning their future, the butler Zhang Ping hurriedly walked in. Sir, there is a distinguished guest visiting. Before Zhang Ping could finish, Sun Mingyu, the second young master of the Sun family, strode in as if he owned the place. Sun, young master's son. Lin Jinbei, Lin Zilong, and even Wang Ruoya were so startled that they immediately stood up. They never expected that Sun Mingyu would come to the Lin family in the middle of the night. Sun Mingyu, with a dark expression, walked to the main seat in the hall and slowly sat down. Accompanying him were several bodyguards from the Sun family. Young master Sun, why have you suddenly come here at this hour? Lin Jinbei asked nervously. In his view, Sun Mingyu was notoriously lecherous, and at this time, he must be planning to have a tryst with Luo Chingan. But he didn't do that, which clearly indicated that something unexpected had happened. Lin Jinbei was worried that Sun Mingyu would vent his anger on him, which made him quite terrified. Lin Jinbei, you have a good son. Do you know what Jiang Chen did tonight? Sun Mingyu, unable to suppress his anger, picked up a nearby chair and smashed it down hard onto Lin Jinbei's head. Boom! With a loud crash, the chair shattered instantly. Seeing this, Lin Zilong immediately clenched his fists. Sun Mingyu. Before Lin Zilong could finish speaking, Lin Jinbei quickly blocked him, angrily scolding, "Get out! Who allowed you to be disrespectful to young master Sun? Go back to your room immediately. Madam, you leave as well." Lin Jinbei, a battle god-level warrior, was physically strong and was hardly affected by the blow from the wooden chair. But realizing that Sun Mingyu was so furious, he immediately understood that something big had happened tonight. Most likely, Jiang Chen had ruined his good thing with Luo Chingan. Lin Zilong wanted to say something more but was forcibly taken away by Wang Ruoyao. At this moment, Sun Mingyu coldly spoke. Originally, tonight was supposed to be my wedding night with Luo Chingan. But just at this moment, Jiang Chen barged in. If it weren't for him, Luo Chingan would already be my woman. The more Sun Mingyu thought about it, the angrier he became, his whole body trembling with rage. After Jiang Chen left with Luo Chingan, Sun Mingyu had Zhang Fong investigate Jiang Chen's identity. A casual inquiry revealed everything. It turned out that the young man who had intruded into the Sun family estate tonight was Lin Jinbei's eldest son, Jiang Chen. He had no connection with the Luo family at all and hadn't even notified Luo Qingxing and the others from the Luo family. From start to finish, he had been played by Jiang Chen and Luo Chingan. Sun Mingyu couldn't swallow this anger, which was why he had barged into the Lin family in the middle of the night. Son, young master son, are you saying that Jiang Chen broke into the Sun family estate alone and rescued Luo Chingan? That seems a bit unlikely. Lin Jinbei was actually not very clear about Jiang Chen's current strength. But in his view, even if Jiang Chen had great potential, he was at most at the first level of a battle general. Moreover, the Sun family estate is heavily guarded, and there is also Zhang Fong, a god of war level 7th tier warrior present. How could Jiang Chen possibly break in alone? How could he even leave safely with Luo Chingan? Lin Jinbei simply couldn't believe it. Do you think I'm deliberately messing with you? Sun Mingyu slammed the table in front of him in anger. Let me tell you, everything I said tonight is true. I don't know what methods Jiang Chen used to evade so many bodyguards' sight, but he did rescue Luo Chingan. Lin Jinbei, you were handling tonight's matter quite well, but your son ruined my plan. I tell you, if you don't bring Jiang Chen before me, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei was dumbfounded. How could this happen? He simply couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen managed to do it. Even if more than half of the Sun family's bodyguards were asleep, as long as a warrior of Zhang Feng's caliber was present, Jiang Chen couldn't have done it. After a brief silence, Lin Jinbei hurriedly spoke, young master son, although I don't know how Jiang Chen accomplished this, but since this matter was done by him, I will definitely give you an explanation. However, Jiang Chen is currently at the Extreme Path Mercenary Core base. If he doesn't come out, it will be impossible to catch him. Please give me a few more days. Before Lin Jinbei could finish, Sun Mingyu immediately interrupted him. Are you kidding me? Trying to buy time? Do you know Jiang Chen is about to join the God of War training camp? I only give you 1 day tomorrow. If you capture Jiang Chen or deliberately let him go, then the Lin family will completely disappear from this world. With that, Sun Mingyu immediately left with many bodyguards from the Sun family. He came tonight not only to teach Lin Jinbei a lesson but also to inform him about Jiang Chen's situation. Whether Lin Jinbei took action or not, it didn't matter. Sun Mingyu had already prepared Zhang Yan for it. He received news that the day after tomorrow, the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Duan Hong, would take Jiang Chen to the God of War training camp. So the time left for him was only tomorrow, the last day. If Lin Jinbei also chose to act against Jiang Chen, then with Zhao Changning joining in, it would form a three-way force attacking Jiang Chen. Sun Mingyu believed that under such circumstances, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly die. At this moment, Lin Jinbei stood there in a daze. The news that Jiang Chen had broken into the Sun family and left safely tonight had already left him in disbelief. Now Jiang Chen was actually joining the God of War training camp? How could this happen? Didn't he just graduate from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall? Even with great talent, he shouldn't qualify for the God of War training camp. Moreover, the quota for this year's God of War training camp has already been determined. How could it suddenly change to Jiang Chen? So much had happened tonight that Lin Jinbei couldn't accept it all at once. At this moment, Lin Zilong and Wang Ruoyo slowly walked in. They hadn't left earlier but had been eavesdropping nearby. At this moment, both of them showed expressions of disbelief. Dad, why can Jiang Chen join the God of War training camp? What right does he have? Didn't he just participate in the graduation assessment early and get first place? That shouldn't qualify him for the God of War training camp of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Upon learning this, Lin Zilong felt nothing but jealousy. Although the situation at the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall was different from that of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, he knew very well what kind of place the God of War training camp was. As long as one successfully entered the God of War training camp, it meant that Jiang Chen would definitely become a God of War level warrior in the future. And not just an ordinary God of War level warrior, at least his strength would be above the 5th tier of the God of War level. He simply couldn't understand why Jiang Chen could enter such a top-notch training camp. Could it be that Hauer is hiding his strength? Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to infiltrate the Sun family and leave safely. Wang Ruoya thought for a while, and the most likely scenario was that Jiang Chen was concealing his own cultivation. Perhaps his strength had already far exceeded their imagination. Impossible. Lin Jinbei shook his head immediately upon hearing this. He said firmly, when Jiang Chen left the Tianhe base city, I had already sensed his aura repeatedly. I even sent someone to secretly investigate the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. When Jiang Chen graduated, he was merely an ordinary 10th tier warrior. Even if he had some fortuitous encounter in the past few days, at most he would be at the first tier of a battle general. And according to past years, to qualify for the Battle God training camp at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, one must be close to the level of a battle god. Even if Jiang Chen is hiding some strength, he cannot be close to the battle god level. At this point, Lyn Bay clenched his fists. In my opinion, this kid could enter the battle god training camp perhaps because he took a shortcut. It's highly likely that someone from the Luo family helped him. And that's why Jiang Chen would go to such lengths to save Luo Chingan tonight. Damn it! How can this kid be so lucky? Lyn Bay was completely unaware that Jiang Chen was a mentalist and could only suspect that the Luo family was assisting him. After all, the Luo family had a very good relationship with Mo Wanshan, the head of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Moreover, given the Luo family's status in Yen country, arranging for Jiang Chen to enter the Battle God training camp would be a simple matter. I refuse to accept this, I refuse. Lin Zilong shouted angrily, why do all these good things fall to Jiang Chen while I have nothing? If he really goes to the Battle God training camp, I will never be able to catch up to his strength in this lifetime. Dad, am I destined to be trampled under Jiang Chen's feet for the rest of my life? If that's the case, I'd rather die in prison. As soon as Lin Zilong finished speaking, Lyn Bay slapped him in a fit of rage. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the hall. The force of the slap was so strong that it knocked Lin Zilong to the ground. Lin Zilong, if you dare to be so self-destructive again, I will be the first to cripple you. I sacrificed everything to save you, and this is how you repay me? Let me tell you, Jiang Chen will never make it to the Battle God training camp. He has offended so many people. Even if I wanted to protect him, there's no chance left. On one side is the Sun family, on the other is Zhao Changming. Jiang Chen cannot escape this calamity. To avoid offending these two big figures and to secure the future of the Lin family, I can only take action against Jiang Chen myself. The next day, Jiang Chen received a message from Duan Hong early in the morning. It confirmed that he would head to the Battle God training camp tomorrow morning. This meant that today was Jiang Chen's last day in the South China main city. Coincidentally, he had nothing planned for today. So, Jiang Chen decided to find a reliable martial arts shop to try to repair a set of battle armor he had obtained earlier. However, since he was not familiar with the South China main city, he went to find Lu Gaozhua. Captain, do you know which martial arts shop in the South China main city is the best? I want to go shopping today. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Gaozhua replied without hesitation, you asked the right person. The best martial arts shop in the South China main city is located at No. 36, Qingyuan Street. Although the shop is not large and looks quite old, even lacking a sign, the owner is unfathomable. Not only does the shop have various powerful weapons and armor, but the owner himself is also a seasoned blacksmith. It is said that he is a rare high-level blacksmith. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Although the battle armor he had obtained was a replica of the dark gold demon armor, it was certainly not something just anyone could repair. And the high-level blacksmith Lu Gaozhua mentioned was a special profession that emerged alongside warriors. Nowadays, all weapons, armor, and even high-tech weaponry are crafted by blacksmiths. They are categorized from low to high as beginner, low tier, mid-tier, high tier, and the strongest, super tier. A high-tier blacksmith indicates the ability to create and repair S-rank equipment. Thank you for the information, Captain. I'll head to No. 36, Qingyuan Street right away. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, Lu Gaozhua suddenly called out to him, wait, Jiang Chen, your current status is special, it's too dangerous for you to go out alone. If you're going to No. 36, Qingyuan Street, I'll have Gao Fong accompany you. Tomorrow, Jiang Chen would be heading to the God of War training camp, and Lu Gaozhua didn't want anything to happen to him on this last day. However, Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. Captain, if I remember correctly, you all have a mission today, right? Brother Gao also has a heavy workload. I'm just going to a martial artist shop, it won't be dangerous. As for the Blackwolf mercenary corps, there's no need to worry. The Luo family swept through the South China main city yesterday. Those from the Blackwolf mercenary corps have probably already fled. Jiang Chen didn't want anyone following him wherever he went. He couldn't stand this kind of monitored life. Well, after a brief silence, Lu Gaozhua sighed, fine, just be careful. Also, the owner of the shop at No. 36, Qingyuan Street has a strange temper, so don't anger him. Lu Gaozhua was also aware of the Luo family's sudden sweep of the South China main city, crazily capturing members of the Black Wolf mercenary corps. Although he wasn't sure why the Luo family did this, there was no doubt that the members of the Black Wolf team had escaped from the South China main city. After all, the South China main city was heavily guarded, with law enforcement and martial artist troops visible everywhere. As long as Jiang Chen didn't leave the South China main city during the day, he wouldn't be in much danger. After receiving Lu Gaojua's permission, Jiang Chen hurriedly left the Extreme Path mercenary corps base. Soon, he arrived at the shop located at No. 36, Qingyuan Street. Just as Lu Gaojua described, the shop had no sign, the lighting was dim, and the interior was extremely outdated. There was even a pile of various foul-smelling garbage at the entrance. One might think they had returned to the Grey Plain district. Compared to the bustling South China main city, this place felt out of place. Jiang Chen observed for a moment and then strode into the shop. What greeted his eyes were various weapons and armor, all exquisitely crafted. The quality was high, generally around A rank. Truly worthy of a high-tier blacksmith, Jiang Chen exclaimed, and suddenly, an unkempt old man with graying hair walked out from a small room ahead. He looked Jiang Chen up and down and coldly said, "Here to buy weapons? Or armor? I don't have time to entertain you, take what you want. Each piece of equipment has a clear price tag, no bargaining, take it or leave it." After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he picked up a hammer beside him and walked back into the small room. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly called out to him, "Sir, I would like to ask you to help me repair a piece of battle armor." Repair battle armor? The old man raised an eyebrow at Jiang Chen's words and turned to look at him. "What battle armor do you want to repair? If it's some junk battle armor, I suggest you just throw it away, it's not worth repairing." "Don't worry, it's not junk battle armor." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and took out the battle armor he had obtained from Zhao Wei from his storage ring. "What? This is actually a replica of the dark gold demon armor. If I remember correctly, it should be called the black gold armor." The old man clearly showed signs of excitement, picking up a pair of glasses to examine it closely. Not bad, not bad. The craftsmanship of the person who made this black gold armor is quite good. The current damage to the armor isn't too severe. It can indeed be repaired. Jiang Chen noticed the old man with white hair was interested, so he asked, "Old sir, how long will it take to repair this battle armor?" "The price is not the issue. If you need some special materials, I can go buy them right now." For Jiang Chen at this stage, this black gold battle armor was crucial. It could greatly enhance his survival ability. But at that moment, the old man suddenly shook his head. "Sorry, I never said I would help you repair it. Repairing this imitation battle armor is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. I'm busy with other matters right now and don't have time to help you. You should find someone else." With that, the old man decisively turned and walked into a small room. Jiang Chen fell silent on the spot. Clearly, he had just shown great interest in the black gold battle armor, yet now he didn't want to repair it at all? It was hard to come across a high-level blacksmith. How could Jiang Chen let this opportunity slip away? He hurriedly walked towards the small room, but unexpectedly, the old man came rushing out with a hammer in hand. "You little brat, didn't I tell you to find someone else? This room is my workshop. Who allowed you to just walk in? If you dare come any closer, I'll smash your head." The old man shouted angrily. "Old sir, please calm down. I may not know what you're busy with, but I still want to ask you to help with the repair. You can set any conditions, I'll agree to them." Upon hearing this, the old man scoffed. "All right, if you want me to repair your battle armor, then go find me a psychic master. Otherwise, get lost." "Psychic master?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly. "Old sir, why do you need a psychic master?" The old man was already quite irritable, and now Jiang Chen kept asking questions, which made him extremely impatient. He shouted angrily, "Get lost. Do you know my time is precious?" Just as his words fell, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly flashed with a deep blue light. Several flying knives on the table beside him seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, instantly floating in midair, dancing according to Jiang Chen's thoughts. The old man was dumbfounded at this scene. "Damn, you are actually a psychic master." Upon learning Jiang Chen's identity, the old man's attitude changed immediately. He smiled warmly and took Jiang Chen's hand, saying, "Little brother, why didn't you say so earlier? Repairing a mere black gold battle armor is nothing. I can help you with that today. However, you need to help me with something first." Without waiting for Jiang Chen to respond, he eagerly pulled him into the workshop. Unlike the chaos outside, the workshop was neat and orderly. Jiang Chen looked around and suddenly noticed a special weapon placed on the workbench. It resembled a disc, about a meter in diameter, made up of 6 curved blades forming a ring-like structure. The blades could extend and rotate, resembling a giant dart. The old man noticed Jiang Chen's expression and proudly said, "Kid, you've never seen this kind of special weapon, have you?" "To be honest, this is the latest weapon I've developed recently. I call it the 6-blade arc disc. This is not an ordinary weapon, it's a psychic weapon. If successfully manufactured, its strength will reach at least S level." "What? A psychic weapon?" Jiang Chen's eyes widened at this. It was his first time seeing such a semi-finished psychic weapon, and one with S-level strength at that. Although he already possessed an S-level psychic weapon, Bloodstab, for some reason, he felt that this semi-finished six-blade arc disc exuded an extraordinary aura. Its power might surpass that of Bloodstab. Old sir, what exactly do you want me to help you with? Is it related to the six-blade arc disc? The old man quickly nodded. That's right. It is no exaggeration to say that this six-blade arc knife disc is the most satisfying work of my life. It's just a pity that to manufacture a complete psychic weapon, there is one essential step. It requires a psychic master to inject psychic energy in advance. Only then can we accurately test the various data of this psychic weapon. At this point, the white-haired old man sighed helplessly. Psychic masters are far too rare. In over 10 years, not a single psychic master has emerged in the main city of South China, and those well-known psychic masters would never come to help me. Out of desperation, I can only try some other means to test the six-blade arc knife disc, but the results have not been satisfactory, and it has dragged on until now. Now I finally have a psychic master. Little brother, as long as you help me test the six-blade arc knife disc, I can promise you anything. The white-haired old man tightly grasped Jiang Chen's hand, and at that moment, he seemed to have become much younger, his eyes filled with anticipation. Old sir, helping you test the six-blade arc knife disc is naturally no problem, but I will be leaving the main city of South China tomorrow, and I only have time today. Before Jiang Chen could finish, the white-haired old man immediately interrupted him. Enough. To be precise, I only need to take about 3 hours of your time. What about my black gold battle armor? Jiang Chen asked. Rest assured, I am not an ordinary blacksmith. You help me test the six-blade arc knife disc, and I will repair your battle armor. Whenever you finish the test, I will have it repaired. The old man spoke with great confidence. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen replied, all right, it's a deal. Immediately, the white-haired old man quickly listed the materials needed for repairing Jiang Chen's black gold battle armor based on its damage level. You are in luck. I just happen to have all the materials needed to repair the black gold battle armor in my shop, including my labor costs for the repair. Deducting your testing fee, you only need to give me 2 million for the materials. Upon hearing this price, Jiang Chen was genuinely shocked. It wasn't because the price was high, on the contrary, he felt it was a bit too cheap. After all, the black gold battle armor is an S-class armor, which is inherently valuable. The market price is at least over 20 million. He originally thought that repairing this set of black gold battle armor would require at least several million. That's why he decisively accepted the money from Luo Chingan last night. Now, the white-haired old man actually quoted 2 million, which was truly unbelievable to Jiang Chen. You don't need to be too shocked. I rely purely on my skills to make a living, not like those unscrupulous merchants. You help me test the six-blade arc knife disc, and I help you repair the battle armor. I have no reason to charge more. After you pay, you can take the six-blade arc knife disc to the next room for testing. I will give you a form, and you can test according to the items on the form. Hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly nodded. No problem. By the way, old sir, may I know your name? Fong Qingyu. Responding lightly, Fong Qingyu handed Jiang Chen a form, allowing him to take the six-blade arc knife disc and leave. He stayed in the workshop, focusing on repairing the black gold battle armor. Jiang Chen silently remembered this name, and after transferring 2 million to Fong Qingyu, he hurriedly walked into the next room. This was a combat room specifically used to test the strength of weapons and armor. The surroundings were filled with traces of battles, and there were even many damaged weapons and armor. After a brief observation, Jiang Chen slowly placed the six-blade arc knife disc in front of him. The moment Jiang Chen injected his psychic energy into the six-blade arc knife disc, it instantly erupted with a dazzling golden light. It was as if it had been activated. The 6 arc-shaped blades immediately flew around Jiang Chen. With a thought, the 6 arc-shaped blades quickly combined together, once again forming the shape of a disc. In this state, the attack power of the six-blade arc knife disc is the most formidable. Once dispersed, it resembles Jiang Chen's blood stab, allowing for high-frequency continuous attacks. Each strike is quite powerful. Additionally, while manipulating the six-blade arc knife disc, Jiang Chen discovered that these 6 special arc knives could not only form a disc shape but could also take on other special forms according to his will, showcasing remarkable functionality. They could even instantly form a shield, providing considerable defense. Wow, that's amazing! Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Just as he was focused on testing the 6-blade arc knife disc, Zhang Yan, hiding in the Star Source mountain range, received a message from his subordinates. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Good, this kid Jiang Chen has finally left the mercenary base. You all listen up. Infiltrate the main city of South China immediately. I don't care what methods you use, you must lure Jiang Chen to the black market. I want to personally take him down there. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen tested various data of the 6-blade arc knife disc according to the chart. To his astonishment, he found that this thing was not a semi-finished product but had already been fully crafted. All data met the standards, and its power was incredible. After using it for a while, Jiang Chen had already become enamored with the 6-blade arc knife disc. Even though the blood stab had a special effect that worsened wounds, it was far inferior to the 6-blade arc knife disc. In Jiang Chen's view, the 6-blade arc knife disc, whether in form or power, was likely infinitely close to SS level. He really loved such an excellent psychic weapon. I must ask about the price later. If it's reasonable, I'll buy it right away. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the door to the combat room suddenly opened. Fong Qingyu walked in with a rather unpleasant expression. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly spoke up. Mr. Fong, you look troubled. Did the battle armor fail to repair successfully? No, Fong Qingyu said somewhat awkwardly. I was completely focused on the 6-blade arc knife disc. As a result, I made some mistakes while checking the damage to the battle armor. To repair your black gold battle armor, we need a crucial material called secret steel. But secret steel is extremely rare. My shop doesn't have any at the moment. As far as I know, several martial arts shops in the main city of South China should also be out of stock. If you want to buy secret steel, I'm afraid you'll have to go to the black market. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned immediately. The black market? There's such a place in the main city of South China? Jiang Chen was naturally aware of the material secret steel. Battle armor made from secret steel can automatically adjust its shape and size according to the wearer's body and movements, ensuring that it always fits snugly and provides optimal protection. Even a slightly inferior piece of secret steel costs over $1 million and is hard to come by. Because of this, Jiang Chen was so shocked when he heard Fong Qingyu quote $2 million. In the main city of South China, there is actually a chaotic area where all sorts of people mix. This place originally did not belong to the main city of South China but was a small village nearby. Later, a very powerful martial artist came here and ruled this area with absolute strength. Here, as long as you have money, you can buy anything you need, including some contraband. Although this area is now included in the main city of South China, the martial artist who rules this special area is too powerful. Even the Yin country government does not dare to provoke him easily, so as long as nothing too serious happens in this area, the government will not intervene. Thus, the black market was formed. After briefly introducing this, Fong Qingyu said with a serious tone, Jiang Chen, I actually do not recommend you go to the black market alone. It is too dangerous there. As a mentalist, if something happens to you, it would be a huge loss for the Yin kingdom. How about this? You can leave your black gold battle armor with me for now. During this time, I will keep an eye on the merchants around. As soon as there is secret steel, I will buy it immediately. Then I will fully repair the black gold battle armor and personally deliver it to you, without any additional costs. What do you think? Fong Qingyu actually already knew that Jiang Chen had completed the testing of the 6-blade arc knife disc, but he had not been able to fulfill his promise to repair the black gold battle armor. For a moment, he felt an immense sense of guilt. Fong Qingyu always valued his promises. If he agreed to do something for someone, he had to follow through. Even if secret steel was extremely rare, he had to find a way to obtain it. Otherwise, he would be restless. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. Mr. Fong, I appreciate your kindness, but the black gold battle armor is very important to me at this stage. I really can't wait any longer, so I've decided to take a trip to the black market. As soon as he said this, Fong Qingyu's eyes widened. This is too inappropriate. If something happens to you. Before Fong Qingyu could finish, Jiang Chen interrupted him. Mr. Fong, don't worry, since I dare to go to the black market, I have complete confidence. However, just in case, I hope you can lend me the 6-blade arc knife disc. Jiang Chen was not overly confident. He currently possessed the secret technique of the Luo family, the flowing light and shadow. If he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. In this situation, combined with the 6-blade arc knife disc, even if he encountered a god of war level warrior, he would have a way to deal with it. Alright, take it. After hesitating for a moment, Fong Qingyu nodded slightly. The black market is located in the southwest direction of the main city of South China. Just keep walking in that direction, and you will naturally see the entrance to the black market. Although the black market belongs to the main city of South China, it essentially exists as an independent small town. Remember, if you encounter danger, you must evacuate the black market immediately. I will find another way to get the secret steel. After giving a few last reminders, Jiang Chen took the 6-blade arc knife disc and temporarily left the shop. He walked briskly in the direction Fong Qingyu indicated. Soon after, a black stone tablet appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen, with the words black market prominently carved on it. Although it was only separated by a street, the environmental difference between the two sides was immense. The road ahead was dim, and there were hardly any pedestrians on the street. The members of the law enforcement team who used to patrol the streets did not dare to casually step into the black market. It was as if it were an extremely terrifying place, making people hesitate to approach. The reason for this was that the ruler of the black market did not like law enforcement personnel at all. If law enforcement personnel entered the black market without his permission, the outcome would be death. However, although there were no law enforcement teams in the black market, it had its own system. The black market had clear rules. No harm was to be done to the elderly, weak, women, children, or ordinary people. Violators would be killed without mercy. Jiang Chen found it hard to imagine that such a place existed within the main city of South China. After observing for a while at the entrance of the black market, Jiang Chen strode inside. Some passers-by clearly looked at him with unusual eyes, as if they were staring at a rare object. After all, it was rare for a young man like Jiang Chen to dare to enter the black market alone. Just as Jiang Chen was wandering around the black market, several shadows appeared behind him, all from the Blackwolf mercenary corps. It came without effort. I really didn't expect this guy to come to the black market by himself. Should we just take action and kill him? No. The boss has already said that Jiang Chen must be dealt with by him personally. You two hurry and inform the boss that Jiang Chen has entered the black market. I will continue to follow him. This time, no matter what, we must kill him. From the moment he stepped into the black market, Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he was surrounded by countless probing eyes. He had naturally noticed the few figures quietly following him from behind, but he didn't take it to heart. Just at that moment, a hunched old woman staggered out from around the corner ahead. She forced a rather unpleasant smile on her face, her gaze locking onto Jiang Chen. "Young man, look at you. Could it be that you have something you seek in your heart, wanting to find treasure in this black market?" Her words carried a hint of confidence. "I know every inch of this black market like the back of my hand. Whatever you want, I can guide you. Of course, this service is not free. I charge you 3,000 yuan as a guide fee. Is that too much?" After a brief hesitation, Jiang Chen coldly replied, "I need secret steel. If you can take me to find secret steel, I'll give you 3,000 right away." Although this place was called a black market, it was actually not an ordinary market, but a small village. The roads were intricate and dimly lit. Jiang Chen did not want to waste too much time in such a place. A mere 3,000 was nothing to him now. Secret steel. The old woman pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "That is an extremely rare material. But you asked the right person. I do know where secret steel is sold. Let's go, follow me." Ever since Jiang Chen entered the black market, the old woman had been observing him in the shadows. The fact that he dared to come in alone and needed to buy such a rare material as secret steel was enough to prove his extraordinary identity. Thinking of this, the corners of the old woman's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible sinister smile. Under the old woman's guidance, Jiang Chen passed through several narrow streets and finally arrived at a dimly lit alley. There, a dilapidated martial artist shop stood quietly. At the entrance lay a wolf dog with red eyes, staring at Jiang Chen with a ravenous gaze, as if it had already regarded him as prey, drool greedily hanging from its mouth. "Young man, you need not be afraid. That big-toothed wolf dog won't easily attack others. This shop may seem run down, but it actually has everything you need, including secret steel. If you don't believe me, you can go in and ask." Seeing Jiang Chen stop, the old woman thought he was feeling intimidated and quickly explained. "Afraid? Since I dare to enter the black market alone, do you think I would be afraid?" Jiang Chen casually took out 3,000 yuan and handed it to the old woman beside him, then strode into the shop. The wolf dog beside him, just as the old woman said, merely stared at Jiang Chen and showed no signs of attacking. Once inside the shop, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking quite refined, slowly rose from his recliner. "You look unfamiliar, young man. I suppose this is your first time in the black market. As a new customer, I can offer you a 10% discount on any item you purchase here." Jiang Chen did not say much, only, "I want a piece of secret steel. If you have it, just name your price." The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Secret steel is indeed rare, seldom seen on ordinary days. But you've come to the right place. This shop does have a piece of secret steel. However," the middle-aged man revealed a sly smile, "secret steel is too precious. I hesitate to sell it casually. If you want to obtain secret steel, you must exchange it for an equally rare material. Of course, you can refuse, but I think in this vast black market, I am the only one with secret steel." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen merely smiled slightly and casually took out a complete piece of dream scales from his storage ring, tossing it onto the table. At first, the middle-aged man did not pay much attention, thinking it was some special beast's scale, but when he took a closer look at the scales on the table, his eyes immediately widened in shock. To ensure he wasn't mistaken, he carefully picked up the dream scale and examined it closely. It really is a dream scale. the middle-aged man exclaimed, his expression one of utter shock. At the same time, he developed a keen interest in Jiang Chen's identity. In today's world, complete dream scales are extremely rare, and Jiang Chen was able to casually pull one out. At that moment, the middle-aged man's gaze turned exceedingly greedy. In his eyes, since Jiang Chen could so easily produce a dream scale, it was very likely that he possessed other precious treasures as well. After all, Jiang Chen had entered the black market alone. What would it matter if he killed him? With this thought, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and turned to open a safe. He took out a dark golden object, brick-like in shape. This was the secret steel that Jiang Chen had been longing for. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to reach for the secret steel, the shop's door suddenly slammed shut. The wolf dog that had been lying at the shop's entrance had somehow appeared behind him, taking a combat stance. This was no ordinary wolf dog, but a beast raised by the owner, the steel-toothed dog. Its strength had already reached the third tier of beast general. "Young man, if you want the secret steel, that's fine," the middle-aged man sneered, "but you must exchange all your treasures for it. Otherwise, today you will definitely be torn to shreds by this steel-toothed dog." His words carried a hint of threat and confidence, clearly indicating he was prepared to seize all of Jiang Chen's treasures. "Running into a black shop as soon as I enter the black market, my luck is really something," Jiang Chen smirked coldly. "But do you really think this can scare me?" Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chen's figure instantly vanished from the middle-aged man's sight. Before he could react, he saw a flash of blade light. The steel-toothed dog, which had been eyeing Jiang Chen menacingly, instantly fell into a pool of blood, its head severed. "What?" The middle-aged man was stunned, his eyes wide with fear. That was a beast general he had raised for many years, and it was killed in an instant? Just as he was in shock, Jiang Yan silently appeared behind him. The razor-sharp wind-cutting blade was pressed against his neck. If Jiang Chen wished, this guy's head would fall immediately. "I don't have time to waste talking to scum like you." Jiang Chen's voice was as cold as ice. "Hand over the secret steel, or your fate will be the same as that beast." The middle-aged man was also a battle general-level warrior, but he never expected that such a young guy would possess such terrifying strength. He trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down. In extreme fear, he handed the secret steel to Jiang Chen without hesitation. As Jiang Chen took the secret steel, he also snatched the dream scale. Then, he kicked the middle-aged man hard. With a sound of bones cracking, the middle-aged man flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Chen glanced at him coldly, then opened the shop door and walked out slowly. At that moment, he noticed the old woman from before still guarding the shop entrance. "You old hag, you brought me to a black shop on purpose, thinking I wouldn't notice?" Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the old woman didn't even have a chance to react before her head fell to the ground. In the black market, although there were no law enforcement officers, there were regulators of the black market. This place, seemingly chaotic and lawless, was actually bound by the rules of the black market. If outsiders casually killed people living in the black market, the consequences would be unimaginable if caught by these regulators. Jiang Chen had no intention of staying long. After dealing with the old woman, he hurriedly made his way to the black market exit. Meanwhile, in the Sun family estate in the main city of South China, Zheng Fong walked in with a serious expression. "Young master, I've received intelligence that Jiang Chen has gone to the black market alone." Upon hearing this, Sun Mingyu clenched his fists tightly. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "Great, I've finally waited for this opportunity. Zheng Fong, I don't care what methods you use, you must capture Jiang Chen alive. I want to slice him into 1,000 pieces." Recalling that night, when Jiang Chen openly humiliated him in front of Luo Chingan and Sun Mingyu, he gritted his teeth in hatred. What was even more infuriating was that after Luo Chingan left, he was immediately subjected to a severe reprimand from his father. This made Sun Mingyu hate Jiang Chen even more. Initially, when he learned that Duan Hong would personally take Jiang Chen to the God of War training camp, Sun Mingyu felt quite troubled. After all, Duan Hong was extremely powerful, and it would be difficult for him to find an opportunity to strike at Jiang Chen. But he never expected that Jiang Chen would dare to venture into the black market alone. This undoubtedly provided him with an excellent opportunity. "Is there any movement from Lyn Bay? Has he made a move against Jiang Chen?" Sun Mingyu asked in a deep voice. Zheng Fong shook his head. "Not yet, but he has already arrived in the main city of South China. Currently, it should still be unclear that Jiang Chen has gone to the black market." Upon hearing this, Sun Mingyu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Then you should send someone to inform Lyn Bay about Jiang Chen's presence in the black market right now. I want to see if he will take action. If he chooses to stand by and do nothing, then he will have no value left." In Sun Mingyu's view, if Lyn Bei learned about Jiang Chen being in the black market and acted decisively, it would mean he was very obedient. In that case, he would still arrange for Lyn Bei to enter the Fong martial arts headquarters. But if Lyn Bei did not take action or secretly helped Jiang Chen, then Sun Mingyu would not hesitate to order the eradication of the Lin family. After receiving Sun Mingyu's orders, Zhang Fong hurriedly left the Sun family estate to take action. He immediately instructed his subordinates to inform Lin Jinbei about Jiang Chen's presence in the black market. Upon learning this, Lin Jinbei did not hesitate to head to the black market. Zhang Yan of the Blackwolf Mercenary Corps, Sun Mingyu's personal bodyguard Zhang Fong, and Lin Jinbei, the branch leader of the Fong Lei martial arts, all three God of War level martial artists stepped into the black market almost simultaneously. This unusual situation was quickly noticed by the rulers of the black market. Sister, 3 God of War level martial artists entering our black market at the same time is a rare occurrence. Should I send someone to drive them away? A scar-faced strong man looked respectfully at a woman with long purple hair sitting by the window. The woman he referred to as sister was the ruler of the black market. Her strength was unfathomable, not to mention the Yin country government dared not act against her lightly. Even the leaders of the Fong Lei and Jidao martial arts halls were extremely wary of her. After pondering for a moment, the purple-haired woman said in a deep voice, "The black market has never had a rule against others entering. Since they have come to the black market, we naturally welcome them. However, we still need to secretly monitor the 3 of them. If they dare to cause a massacre in the black market, we will not let them off lightly." The scar-faced strong man nodded slightly, then seemed to think of something and whispered, "Sister, today there is also a special guy who has come to the black market. It's the recently famous Jiang Chen. I suspect that the purpose of these 3 is actually Jiang Chen." The purple-haired woman frowned upon hearing this. This kid actually dared to come to the black market alone? I have to say, he really has guts. Send someone to keep an eye on him. There might be a good show to watch. Understood. The scar-faced strong man respectfully responded and then turned to leave in a hurry. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, who was planning to leave the black market, suddenly found several shadows springing up around him as he passed through a dimly lit street. All these people were wearing Black Wolf Squad masks. Zhang Yan, who was at the forefront, sneered, "Finally, I've caught my chance. Jiang Chen, today I want to see how you can escape from my grasp." As Zhang Yan said this, he casually removed his Black Wolf mask. He was not worried about his identity being exposed because this was the black market. To make your death clearer, let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Zhang Yan, one of the squad leaders of the Blackwolf Mercenary Corps. In Zhang Yan's eyes, even though Jiang Chen was exceptionally talented, he had only just stepped into the rank of a battle general. Meanwhile, he was a 5th-tier warrior at the God of War level, and the gap in strength between them was immense. He was confident enough to kill Jiang Chen. To ensure he wouldn't be disturbed by the regulators in the black market, Zhang Yan immediately unleashed a terrifying aura at the God of War level. The rules of the black market prohibited killing those who lived there, but it didn't say anything about attacking outsiders like Jiang Chen. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Yan decided to kill Jiang Chen here. Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. Looking at Zhang Yan and so many members of the Black Wolf Squad, Jiang Chen would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous at all. After all, standing in front of him was Zhang Yan, a God of War level warrior. However, even so, Jiang Chen showed no signs of fear. He coldly spoke, "Zhang Yan, if I'm not mistaken, it should be Zhao Changming who sent you to kill me, right? Ha ha ha." Zhang Yan laughed a couple of times. "Congratulations, you guessed right. Jiang Chen, actually, at the beginning, you and I had no grudges. I had no need to kill you. But unfortunately, you offended Zhao Changming and even killed 2 of my subordinates. Today, I will not let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, a black steel knife appeared in Zhang Yan's hand, and with a thunderous momentum, he charged towards Jiang Chen. But just when he thought this strike would easily kill Jiang Chen, the Jiang Chen in front of him suddenly vanished. What Zhang Yan struck was merely a shadow left by Jiang Chen. The real Jiang Chen seemed to have flashed away, capable of instantaneous movement. How is that possible? How can your speed be so fast? The martial arts Zhang Yan practiced were of the lightning type. The advantage of lightning-type martial arts was their astonishing explosive power, allowing for lightning-fast speed in a short time. But he never expected that Jiang Chen, a first-tier battle general-level warrior, could be faster than him? Is that even possible? TSK, Zhang Yan, you can't do it. How can a dignified God of War-level warrior be slower than me? You're so weak. Jiang Chen mocked Zhang Yan while making various provocative gestures towards him. With his peak mastery of the flowing light shadow technique, Jiang Chen might not be confident in defeating Zhang Yan, but escaping safely was not a problem at all. "Ah, you little brat, do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Zhang Yan was completely enraged by Jiang Chen's words, and in an instant, he was enveloped in golden lightning, his speed and power skyrocketing at that moment. He almost teleported in front of Jiang Chen and swung his knife down fiercely. But even so, his speed was still slightly lacking, and he only struck at Jiang Chen's shadow. In a fit of rage, Zhang Yan launched a frenzied attack. Even if he accidentally injured his own subordinates in the process, he had no intention of stopping. But shockingly, no matter how fiercely he attacked, Jiang Chen always managed to dodge just in time. This scene left everyone present in astonishment. What are you all standing there for? Get on it! We absolutely cannot let this kid escape today. At this moment, Zhang Yan no longer cared about the dignity of a god of war level warrior. He was solely focused on killing Jiang Chen. As his words fell, all members of the Black Wolf squad launched an attack on Jiang Chen. Faced with this situation, although Jiang Chen could rely on the speed of the flowing light shadow technique to evade their attacks, over time, the severe physical exhaustion would turn the situation against him. Therefore, he chose not to entangle himself too much with Zhang Yan and the others, instead dashing out of the black market at high speed. As long as he left the black market and entered the main city area of South China, Zhang Yan and the others wouldn't dare to act recklessly. However, just as Jiang Chen turned to flee, a familiar figure appeared. Zhang Fong, the personal bodyguard of Sun Mingyu, stepped out from the side and blocked Jiang Chen's path. Without a word, he raised his hand and struck. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's reaction was quick enough, and with the technique of flowing light and shadow, he dodged Zhang Feng's attack just in time. Another one has come. This guy is even harder to deal with than Zhang Yan. A 5th-tier battle god like Zhang Yan was already enough to give Jiang Chen a headache, and now a 7th-tier battle god like Zhang Feng had appeared. Jiang Chen's expression turned extremely serious. He had anticipated that entering the black market would be dangerous, but he never expected that Zhang Yan and Zhang Feng would appear almost simultaneously. It was as if they had made an appointment in advance. Zhang Feng, seeing Jiang Chen evade his attack, felt a bit shocked but did not show it. After all, that night when Jiang Chen infiltrated the Sun family estate, he had already demonstrated astonishing speed. Then, he sneered at Zhang Yan in front of him. You are the squad leader of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, a first-class powerhouse, yet you can't even handle a young brat? How could you appear here? Zhang Yan was equally shocked by Zhang Feng's arrival. He coldly questioned, Zhang Feng, I don't care what your purpose is for being here, but you will not interfere with my hunt for Jiang Chen. He is my prey. If you dare to stop me, the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps will never let this go. Zhang Yan knew nothing of what had happened that night at the Sun family estate. He also did not understand why Zhang Feng had suddenly appeared here and taken an interest in Jiang Chen. But one thing Zhang Yan could be sure of was that Zhang Feng did not seem to want to kill Jiang Chen directly. Otherwise, if he had secretly made a move just now, Jiang Chen would definitely not have been able to react in time. Zhang Yan's mission was to bring Jiang Chen's head to Zhao Changming. If Jiang Chen was taken away by Zhang Feng, how could he report back to Zhao Changming? Sorry, Jiang Chen is the target of young Master Sun. I absolutely cannot let you kill Jiang Chen. He must be brought back alive. Before leaving, Sun Mingyu had explicitly requested that he capture Jiang Chen alive. Only in this way could Sun Mingyu torment Jiang Chen to his heart's content. How could he allow Zhang Yan to kill Jiang Chen here? Damn it! Zhang Yan clenched his fists, glaring at Zhang Feng with rage. No matter how displeased he was powerless at this moment. The Sun family was one of the 4 top families in Yin country, and compared to them, the Zhao family was nothing. Even as the squad leader of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, Zhang Yan did not dare to offend the Sun family. In this situation, he was already helpless. Everyone, immediately evacuate the black market. With Zhang Yan's command, all the members of the Black Wolf squad turned and left in anger. Only Jiang Chen and Zhang Feng remained. Zhang Feng had witnessed Jiang Chen dodging Zhang Yan's attack just now. He knew very well that the movement technique Jiang Chen had used was definitely not the thunder step of the Wind and Thunder martial arts school, but a more profound and powerful martial art. Coupled with what had happened that night at the Sun family estate, Zhang Feng could now be almost certain that Jiang Chen had learned the flowing light and shadow technique of the Luo family. Although he did not know how this outsider had managed to learn the Luo family's secret technique, now was not the time to dwell on that. He needed to capture Jiang Chen quickly. Without any hesitation, after Zhang Yan turned to leave, Zhang Feng immediately charged at Jiang Chen. Kid, you can't escape. Zhang Feng believed that as a 7th-tier battle god-level warrior, even if Jiang Chen had mastered flowing light and shadow, he was still confident he could catch him. Moreover, Jiang Chen had already exhausted a significant amount of energy during his struggle with Zhang Yan. Can't escape? Jiang Chen sneered twice. I don't think so. If Zhang Yan and Zhang Feng had teamed up just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But now, Zhang Feng had actually driven away Zhang Yan and the others from the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, which undoubtedly gave him a great opportunity. At that moment, a terrifying aura far beyond his current realm erupted from Jiang Chen. The surrounding space seemed to twist at that instant. Zhang Feng was just about to catch Jiang Chen, but in an instant, Jiang Chen vanished before his eyes. There was not a trace of Jiang Chen to be seen around. How is this possible? Zhang Feng stood there in disbelief. As a 7th-tier war god-level martial artist, he was very familiar with the flowing light escape technique of the Luo family. He knew that when mastered to perfection, its speed could even distort the surrounding space. But the problem was, even the current head of the Luo family, Luo Beifeng, had not mastered the flowing light escape to that level, so how could Jiang Chen possibly do it? Just as he was in shock, Jiang Chen had already left the street, thinking he was safe after evading Zhang Feng, but he never expected that Lin Jinbei had appeared. Damn it, is this never ending? Lin Jinbei looked coldly at Jiang Chen ahead. He didn't know how Jiang Chen had escaped from Zhang Feng, but for the sake of the Lin family and his own future, he had to stop Jiang Chen today, no matter what. Unfilial son, kneel before me. As soon as Lin Jinbei's words fell, a war god-level aura suddenly erupted. You killed Zhao Wei, which has made Zhao Changming want to tear you apart. Now you've provoked young Master Sun Heir. How can I protect you? Ridiculous. Jiang Chen mocked. Lin Jinbei, do you feel any shame saying that? Have you ever protected me even once since we were young? Seeing your face now makes me feel disgusted. Impudent. Lin Jinbei shouted angrily. Jiang Chen, don't force me to take action against you myself. After all, I am still your father. If you kneel and beg for mercy today, I might consider pleading for you with young Master Sun. At least I could spare your life. Lin Jinbei suppressed his anger, fearing that in a fit of rage, he might really kill Jiang Chen with a single strike. Put away your hypocritical facade. If you truly cared for me, how could you be here now, blocking my way? Lin Jinbei, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You must be planning to hand me over to Sun Mingyu to secure your future. Do you deserve to be called a father for doing this? Jiang Chen's words pierced Lin Jinbei's heart like a sharp dagger. Beast! You dare to speak to your father like that? Lin Jinbei roared in anger. Do I need you to tell me how to act? All these years, it's those filthy rats from the Grey Plain district who have led you astray. You have become what you are today, and I bear some responsibility for that. Today, after handing you over to the Sun family, I will go to the Lin family ancestral hall to atone. Heh, if you're going to strike, then do it. Why waste your breath? Jiang Chen raised his hand at Lin Jinbei. Come on, if you have the guts, kill me. You brought this on yourself. Lin Jinbei was like a mad beast, glaring at Jiang Chen with immense anger. But just as he was about to make a move, Zhang Feng stepped out from the side. Lin Jinbei, I'm glad you could come here. This shows that young Master Sun did not misjudge you. But this kid seems to have mastered the Luo family's secret technique, the flowing light escape, to an unimaginable level. You can't catch him alone. We need to join forces to take him down. At first, Zhang Feng didn't know where Jiang Chen had run off to. The speed of the flowing light escape was too fast for him to react. The reason he was here now was that he sensed Lin Jinbei's aura. He truly hadn't expected that Lin Jinbei not only came but also blocked Jiang Chen. With two war god-level martial artists acting together, he didn't believe they couldn't catch Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen mastered the flowing light escape, there would be times when he would exhaust his stamina. What did you say? He has mastered the flowing light escape? Lin Jinbei's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. Recalling the moment he encountered Jiang Chen, he indeed appeared in an instant, as if teleporting. Moreover, Zhang Feng had been chasing Jiang Chen all alone. With his god of war level speed, how could he possibly not catch up to Jiang Chen? Everything confirmed that Jiang Chen had mastered the art of light flow escape. Lin Jinbei knew all too well how powerful this secret technique of the Luo family was. He simply couldn't imagine that Zhang Nian could actually master it. How could this be? But now was not the time to dwell on this matter. Since Jiang Chen had mastered light flow escape, it meant his speed would be incredibly fast. If he wasn't careful, Jiang Chen could slip away right under his nose. To ensure he could catch Jiang Chen, Lin Jinbei did not refuse Zhang Feng's request. They prepared to join forces to capture Jiang Chen. Damn it! You two are God of War level warriors. How can you be so shameless? Two God of War level warriors, ganging up on me? Bah! As Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng closed in on him, Jiang Chen clenched his fists, cursing while constantly surveying his surroundings. He had to find a suitable escape route. Otherwise, once his stamina was exhausted, everything would be over. However, just as Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng were about to strike, a large python with purple and gold patterns suddenly sprang out from a nearby alley. In the next moment, a stunning purple-haired woman, accompanied by a group of black market regulators, walked towards them. Impressive, truly impressive. I really didn't expect the two dignified God of War level warriors would team up to bully a young man. Do you two have any shame? The moment they saw the purple-haired woman, both Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng's eyes widened. It was clear that a hint of fear flashed in their gazes. This purple-haired woman was none other than the ruler of the black market, Duan Yunmeng. Her cultivation had reached the peak of God of War level 10. Even if Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng teamed up, it would not be her match. Even the purple gold venomous python she raised possessed terrifying lord-level strength. In the black market, Duan Yunmeng was the absolute ruler. Miss Duan, this brat is my unfilial son, he is not from the black market. Although 2 against 1 is a bit excessive, it is indeed out of necessity, this unfilial son is cunning. Rest assured, we will take this brat away immediately and will not harm anyone from the black market. Lin Jinbei was extremely wary of Duan Yunmeng's strength. He knew very well how powerful this woman was. Thus, he immediately clarified Zhang Chen's identity to prevent any misunderstanding from Duan Yunmeng. Zhang Fong quickly nodded, Miss Duan, this is just Lin Jinbei disciplining his disobedient son. I am merely a bystander. Oh, so that's how it is. Duan Yunmeng sneered twice, since this is a conflict between father and son, then you don't need to intervene. As soon as she finished speaking, her pupils instantly turned snake-like. Zhang Fong didn't even have a chance to react before he was bound by a purple chain. This purple chain carried a terrifying toxin, and the moment it wrapped around Zhang Fong, it felt as if countless sharp poisonous needles were piercing into his body. Ah! Accompanied by Zhang Feng's painful scream, he weakly collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. The reason they feared Duan Yunmeng was not only because of her peak god of war level 10 strength. The main reason was that Duan Yunmeng had awakened the power of transcendence. Every god of war level warrior has a chance to awaken the power of transcendence when their own realm reaches level 5 or above. Simply put, they gain a kind of superpower. For example, the Duan Yunmeng before them had gained the ability to manipulate venom, allowing her to inflict various toxins on her enemies at any time. God of War level warriors with the power of transcendence are also known as limitless gods of war. Duan Yunmeng, I am from the Sun family. If you dare to kill me, the Sun family will not let you go. Zhang Fong never expected that Duan Yunmeng would suddenly attack him. Although he had reached the 7th tier of the war god level, he had not awakened the power of transcendence. A war god level martial artist who cannot awaken the power of transcendence will never be able to step into the planetary level in their lifetime. He knew he could not defeat Duan Yunmeng and could only mention the Sun family in an attempt to intimidate her. Kill you? Duan Yunmeng sneered twice. Killing someone is shameless as you would only dirty my hands. Rest assured, I won't kill you, I will just make you temporarily lose all combat ability. In that case, the battle between Lin Jinbei and Zhang Chen will not be interfered with. At this point, Duan Yunmeng looked at Zhang Chen beside her. Kid, the next time is up to you. Let me see your limits. From the moment Zhang Yan appeared until now, Duan Yunmeng had been secretly observing Zhang Chen. She had originally planned to just watch from the sidelines to see how this farce would end. However, she never expected that Zhang Chen, an outsider, could actually master the Luo family's secret technique, the flowing light escape. Moreover, he had cultivated it to an unimaginable level, which truly shocked Duan Yunmeng. She now just wanted to see where Zhang Chen's limits lay. To avoid being influenced, she had temporarily made Zhang Feng lose his combat ability. After all, the black market was her territory. She could do whatever she wanted here. Even the Sun family that Zhang Feng mentioned would not dare to easily act against Duan Yunmeng. Thank you, Miss Duan, for your help. Since you want to see my limits, then I will do as you wish. Zhang Chen's gaze turned cold as he stared at Lin Jinbei ahead. He was just taking this opportunity to test the power of the 6-blade arc knife disc in actual combat. At this moment, a sharp killing intent flickered in Zhang Chen's eyes. Unfilial son, who allowed you to look at me with that kind of gaze? Do you think that just because Zhang Feng has fallen, I can't deal with you? Lin Jinbei was extremely shocked by Duan Yunmeng's sudden appearance. However, she had not come to save Zhang Chen but had given him a chance to fight her one-on-one. To Lin Jinbei, this was a huge joke. After all, he was a war god level powerhouse. Could he not deal with a martial artist who had just stepped into the war general level? At this moment, a dazzling blue-gold long sword appeared in Lin Jinbei's hand. The sword was engraved with lightning patterns, and an extremely powerful lightning attribute energy erupted instantly. This sword was exactly the same as the one Lin Zilong had before, both being S-class thunder equalizing swords. Among lightning weapons, it was considered quite powerful. Although, with his war god level cultivation, dealing with Zhang Chen was undoubtedly a case of the strong bullying the weak. But in this situation, he could no longer care too much. He had long been utterly disappointed in Zhang Chen and no longer cared about this son. Only by capturing Zhang Chen now could he ensure the safety of the Lin family and allow it to soar to new heights. Without any hesitation, Lin Jinbei immediately erupted with lightning-like speed, swinging the thunder equalizing sword towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, using the speed of flowing light escape, easily dodged Lin Jinbei's attack and, at that moment, took out the 6-blade arc knife disc. Under the ability of the mental energy master, the 6-blade arc knife disc spun and danced in Zhang Chen's hand, glinting coldly. Like a wheel of death, it stirred up a chilling wind. This scene not only shocked Lin Jinbei but also left Gu Yinhai and the others watching in disbelief, their eyes wide open. What? This kid is actually a mental energy master. Gu Yinhai had originally only planned to watch Jiang Chen use flowing light escape and see how he toyed with Lin Jinbei, a war god-level martial artist. But she never expected Jiang Chen to directly showcase his abilities as a mental energy master. How could this be? Lin Jinbei looked at Jiang Chen controlling the six-blade arc knife disc in utter shock, nearly losing grip on his thunder equalizing sword. As a god-level warrior, he was all too aware of how powerful a mentalist could be. Some ordinary small families even rose to prominence simply because they had a mentalist born into them. His son was now a mentalist, yet he had failed to notice it before? Reflecting on how Jiang Chen had been extremely weak and unable to cultivate normally like other warriors, it was clearly a sign of a mentalist's mutation. Yet he had thought Jiang Chen was useless, even believing that Jiang Chen was deliberately pretending. Damn it, why didn't I notice? At this thought, Lin Jinbei felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Compared to relying on the Sun family, if he could properly cultivate Jiang Chen, then the Lin family wouldn't need to depend on anyone else and could soar to great heights. Lin Jinbei, so you're regretting it now? I'm sorry, but it's too late. I have nothing to do with your Lin family anymore. Let me show you the power of a mentalist. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, 6 incredibly sharp curved blades simultaneously emitted a brilliant blue light. A terrifying aura, far beyond Jiang Chen's current realm, erupted instantly. Unfilial son, you dare to use this ability to fight me? Do you really intend to commit patricide? You beast. Although Lin Jinbei felt immense regret, he had no choice but to act now that the arrow was on the string. Having already reached this point with Jiang Chen, how could he back down? After all, mentalists were extremely rare and powerful. The Sun family would never allow Sun Mingyu to kill Jiang Chen. There was even a possibility they would try to recruit Jiang Chen, and as Jiang Chen's father, he would naturally benefit from it. What he needed to do now was defeat Jiang Chen. With that, Lin Jinbei swung his thunder sword fiercely. The sword glimmered with lightning, as if it could tear the heavens apart, bringing with it the power to destroy everything as it slashed toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen showed no fear. He controlled the six-blade curved knife disc to meet Lin Jinbei's thunder sword. The six-blade curved knife disc traced brilliant arcs in the air, intertwining with the lightning of the thunder sword, erupting in deafening roars. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation was lower, he managed to fight Lin Jinbei to a standstill with the immense power of the six-blade curved knife disc. Each clash left Lin Jinbei shocked. He truly hadn't expected Jiang Chen's strength to be so absurdly powerful. A god-level warrior like him couldn't defeat Jiang Chen? Even though he knew Jiang Chen's current stamina wouldn't last long, it was enough to make Lin Jinbei lose face. A god-level warrior being beaten so badly by a first-tier battle general would undoubtedly become a huge joke if it got out. It was precisely because Lin Jinbei felt so humiliated that he made a mistake in his attack, which immediately allowed Jiang Chen to find an opening. He controlled the six-blade curved knife disc and suddenly slashed toward Lin Jinbei's shoulder. Lin Jinbei was taken aback and hurriedly swung his thunder sword to block. But the power of the six-blade curved knife disc was simply too great, and he was a moment too slow to react. As a result, the thunder sword in his hand was knocked away, and his shoulder was cut open, blood gushing out. Is this all you've got? What kind of god-level warrior are you? You're just trash. Seeing that he had injured Lin Jinbei, Jiang Chen was overjoyed. However, that last move had nearly exhausted all his stamina, and he had no chance of winning if he continued to fight Lin Jinbei. So, taking advantage of Lin Jinbei's moment of doubt, Jiang Chen gathered all his strength and executed his final escape move, fleeing from the black market. I actually got injured by him. Lin Jinbei looked at the wound on his left shoulder, questioning his life. Although he had held back during the earlier clash due to Jiang Chen's identity as a mentalist, he was still a fifth-tier god-level powerhouse. How could he possibly be injured by a mere battle general? Even if the other party possessed the abilities of a mentalist, it still seemed too unbelievable. This tremendous blow left Lin Jinbei unable to accept it. On the other side, Gu Yinhai, who had witnessed the entire battle, was deeply shocked by Jiang Chen's displayed strength. She had originally thought that even with the abilities of a mentalist, Jiang Chen might not be able to deal with Lin Jinbei. However, the reality far exceeded her expectations. Not only did Jiang Chen successfully injure Lin Jinbei, but he also escaped from the black market in an instant. She was certain she hadn't seen it wrong. What Jiang Chen had just used was indeed the flowing light escape, and he had at least mastered it to a great extent. Otherwise, he would never have been able to distort the surrounding space. She found it hard to imagine that such a young martial artist could cultivate the flowing light escape to such a level. Such talent was simply unbelievable. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had run away too quickly, otherwise, she would have definitely wanted to keep him and have a good chat. Sister, how should we deal with Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng? At that moment, a burly man walked up to her and asked in a low voice. Don't worry about them, Duan Yunmeng replied lightly, turning to walk ahead. The farce is over, you all can disperse now. With that, Duan Yunmeng disappeared around the corner. Zhang Feng, who had been severely poisoned and on the brink of death, also returned to normal at this time. He had clearly seen everything that had just happened. In his view, it wasn't that Lin Jinbei had underestimated the enemy, but rather that Jiang Chen's strength was truly too formidable. Even he hadn't expected that a god of war-level martial artist could be injured. Given the current situation, he had to report Jiang Chen's abilities as a mentalist to Sun Mingyu immediately. If Jiang Chen were just an ordinary martial artist, then his life or death might not matter much. But as a mentalist, he absolutely could not be easily killed. After Lin Jinbei came to his senses, he quickly followed Zhang Feng's lead and left the black market. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, using the speed of the flowing light escape, had already distanced himself from the black market and entered the main city of South China. Although Jiang Chen was now exhausted, he was safe. Being within the main city of South China, even if Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng wanted to catch him, they had no opportunity to do so. Jiang Chen ate something by the street to regain his strength before heading back to No. 36, Qingyuan Street. How did it go? Did you buy it? Fong Qingyu asked eagerly as soon as Jiang Chen returned. Of course. Jiang Chen nodded confidently, then took out a piece of secret steel from his storage ring. The quality of this secret steel was quite good. According to market prices, it was worth at least 3 million. Jiang Chen had originally planned to exchange it with Dreamscale, but unexpectedly, the boss was greedy. With no other choice, Jiang Chen had to purchase it for $0. Good. Fong Qingyu excitedly picked up the secret steel. Just give me a little more time, and I promise to return you a complete black gold battle armor. After saying this, he immediately rushed into the workshop. In less than an hour, Fong Qingyu handed the repaired black gold battle armor to Jiang Chen. After a simple confirmation of the armor, Jiang Chen put it on. At that moment, the black gold battle armor activated, automatically absorbing some of Jiang Chen's blood. Then, it perfectly conformed to Jiang Chen's body, as if it were his skin. Although it couldn't change its form at the wearer's will like a true dark gold magic armor, lacking that fluidity, it was more than enough for Jiang Chen at this moment. Jiang Chen, although I repaired the black gold battle armor for you, I still owe you a favor. Speak. What do you want me to do? As long as it's within my ability, I can agree to it. Fong Qingyu had originally promised Jiang Chen that he could repair the black gold battle armor for just 2 million, but due to his mistake, which led Jiang Chen to go to the black market to buy secret steel, he felt guilty for not keeping his word. Old senior, if you can help me repair the black gold battle armor, I would be very grateful to you. Why would I let you help me with anything? I only hope, Jiang Chen said, taking out the 6-blade arc knife disc he had previously used, that the old senior can sell me this psychic weapon. What? You want the 6-blade arc knife disc? Fong Qingyu frowned. It's not that I don't want to, but this 6-blade arc knife disc is still in its initial stage. Initial stage? Jiang Chen showed a puzzled expression. What do you mean by that, old senior? Could it be that the 6-blade arc knife disc can still be upgraded? Fong Qingyu began to explain. Actually, my original design was not this 6-blade arc knife disc, but a psychic weapon far stronger than it. I call it the star-cutting knife. It is a psychic weapon with a strength rating of SS. Fong Qingyu sighed slightly. Unfortunately, my abilities are not enough, and I cannot directly forge an SS-level weapon. I can only weaken it based on the star-cutting knife. That's how the 6-blade arc knife disc came to be. Now the 6-blade arc knife disc is basically complete, and after your testing, there are no issues. This also means that my forging skills have greatly improved. I am now fully confident that I can create the star-cutting knife. And to create the star-cutting knife, I must upgrade it based on the 6-blade arc knife disc. So I don't want you to take it away, especially since the materials needed for the 6-blade arc knife disc are very hard to gather. After hearing Fong Qingyu's words, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. When he was testing the 6-blade arc knife disc earlier, he had already sensed that the strength of this psychic weapon was far beyond that of ordinary S-level psychic weapons. It had almost reached SS level. It turned out that all of this was because the 6-blade arc knife disc was made based on the SS level star-cutting knife. However, even though he understood Fong Qingyu's reasons for not wanting to sell it, Jiang Chen found the six-blade arc knife disc too convenient to use. He really didn't want to give it up easily. So, after a brief silence, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly took out a storage ring and placed it on the table in front of Fong Qingyu. Old sir, with your abilities, you could actually make another identical six-blade arc knife disc. You don't want to sell it to me simply because you're lacking materials, but I can fulfill that for you. Jiang Chen pointed to the storage ring on the table. Inside, there are a large number of precious rare metals, as well as other materials needed for forging weapons. Upon hearing this, Fong Qingyu hurriedly picked up the storage ring. The moment he probed into the storage ring, his eyes widened. There really are. And there are so many. Among them, there are even the key materials needed for the star-cutting knife. Watching Fong Qingyu's excited expression, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. In fact, the items in this storage ring were all taken from Zhao Wei at that time. Jiang Chen had originally planned to find a suitable opportunity to sell everything inside. Now it was just right to hand it over to Fong Qingyu in exchange for the six-blade arc knife disc. Old senior, so you. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Fong Qingyu immediately interrupted him, excitedly saying, yes, of course. You can take the six-blade arc knife disc with you. Originally, he wanted to keep the six-blade arc knife disc to upgrade it to the star-cutting knife. In the process, it was inevitable that the six-blade arc knife disc would need to be disassembled. Now that he had obtained so many rare metals and weapon materials, he could completely remake the six-blade arc knife disc. He could also reacquaint himself with the production process at that time. Moreover, since there were crucial materials for the star-cutting knife among them, he had no reason not to agree to Jiang Chen. Alright, then I'll take the six-blade arc knife disc with me. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he turned to leave. At that moment, Fong Qingyu hurriedly chased after him. Jiang Chen, actually I have one more request. I hope that after I finish making the star-cutting blade, you can come back and help me test it. If everything goes well, I will give you the star-cutting blade for free. Really? Excitement sparkled in Jiang Chen's eyes. Once a promise is made, it's hard to retract. Fong Qingyu nodded firmly. Alright, no problem. You have my contact information. Just reach out to me anytime. After saying this, Jiang Chen cupped his fists towards Fong Qingyu and left Qingyuan Street, returning to the Extreme Path mercenary core base. Meanwhile, in the Sun family estate, Sun Mingyu was lying on the sofa, enjoying massages from several beautiful women, looking utterly intoxicated. At that moment, Zhang Feng walked in with a serious expression. Following him was Lin Jinbei. Sun Mingyu opened his eyes and glanced at the two, speaking lightly. What's going on? Jiang Chen should have been captured. Bring him to me, I want to torture him myself. Young master, something big has happened. Zhang Feng, unable to meet Sun Mingyu's gaze, said nervously, we couldn't capture Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Sun Mingyu, who had been lost in pleasure, suddenly widened his eyes. What did you say? We couldn't capture Jiang Chen? Damn! Sun Mingyu kicked away the beauty kneeling in front of him and stormed towards Zhang Feng and Lin Jinbei. One of you is a 7th-tier war god, and the other is a 5th-tier war god. You actually couldn't handle a mere Jiang Chen? Sun Mingyu was furious, slapping both Zhang Feng and Lin Jinbei hard, his whole body trembling with rage. He simply couldn't imagine how two war god-level fighters could fail against Jiang Chen. Young master, the situation is not as you think. Actually, we were about to capture Jiang Chen, but then the black market ruler Duan Yunmeng appeared. It was her interference that prevented me from dealing with Jiang Chen. We could only rely on Lin Jinbei to catch Jiang Chen. At this point, Zhang Feng pointed to the wound on Lin Jinbei's left shoulder. Young master, you know Lin Jinbei's strength well. With his strength, he could easily handle Jiang Chen, but he was injured by Jiang Chen. All of this is because Jiang Chen mastered the Luo family's light shadow technique. And Jiang Chen is actually a mentalist. Sun Mingyu was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. A person from outside the Luo family mastering the Luo family's light shadow technique was already hard to fathom, but to think that Jiang Chen was also a mentalist, this completely exceeded Sun Mingyu's expectations, leaving him momentarily at a loss, slumping onto the sofa. If it were an ordinary martial artist, Sun Mingyu wouldn't have any problem killing him in the street. After all, with the Sun family's status, they could easily handle it. However, Jiang Chen was a mentalist now. In the entire Yin country, the number of mentalists wouldn't exceed 2,000. The South China main city hadn't seen a mentalist born in nearly a decade. Now that Jiang Chen had appeared, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. If Sun Mingyu killed him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it! How could this kid be a mentalist? Sun Mingyu smashed the table in front of him with a palm in anger. He then glared at Lin Jinbei. You're his father, how could you not see it? I can somewhat understand why Jiang Chen no longer acknowledges you as his father. You're really derelict in your duty. Damn! Sun Mingyu was not only angry because he couldn't take revenge on Jiang Chen, but more so because the Fenglai martial arts school had lost a mentalist. Previously, because of Luo Chingan, Sun Mingyu had already been scolded by his father. If his father found out that Jiang Chen was a mentalist, Sun Mingyu would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Sun Mingyu stayed in the main city of South China for a long time, not to enjoy himself, but because he took the initiative to serve as a supervisor at the South China Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. He wanted to show off in front of his father and prove his abilities. However, the result was that the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall lost a mental energy master for no reason. Just thinking about his father's severe punishment made Sun Mingyu feel panicked. He blamed all of this on Lin Jinbei's negligence, and in anger, he picked up a chair and smashed it down on Lin Jinbei. "Damn it, this is all because of you," Sun Mingyu shouted angrily, pointing at Lin Jinbei. "Young Master Sun, I know about this matter, and I bear a great responsibility. But I also didn't expect that Jiang Chen, who was weak and sickly since childhood, would awaken to become a mental energy master. Even though martial artists usually have some special signs before awakening as mental energy masters, it shouldn't be like Jiang Chen. Everything about this is too strange." After briefly explaining, Lin Jinbei hurriedly spoke, "Young Master Sun, at this point, it's useless for us to be anxious here. We must try to bring Jiang Chen back." Lin Jinbei had now clearly recognized how strong Jiang Chen's abilities were. As long as he was fully trained, not to mention reaching the God of War level, he could even surpass it and reach the planetary level. Jiang Chen's potential far exceeded Lin Jinbei's imagination. In his view, if they could bring Jiang Chen back, then as Jiang Chen's father, he would definitely benefit from it. The entire Lin family would also rise to prominence. He had to make Sun Mingyu give up the idea of revenge against Jiang Chen and instead start to win him over. "What did you say? You want me to win over Jiang Chen?" Sun Mingyu was instantly filled with rage. "He caused me to lose Luo Chingan. I wish I could kill him. How could I possibly win him over?" "Young Master Sun, I understand your feelings. But after all, Jiang Chen is a mental energy master. He was able to enter the Extreme Path God of War training camp because of this. It won't be long before everyone knows that Jiang Chen is a mental energy master. If we don't try to bring him back, the loss to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall will be too great." As soon as Lin Jinbei finished speaking, Zhang Fong, who was nearby, nodded in agreement. "Young Master, Lin Jinbei is right. We should indeed calm down. Tomorrow, Duan Hong will take Jiang Chen to the God of War training camp. That will be our last chance. Moreover, if this matter reaches the old master, the consequences would be unimaginable." Listening to their words, Sun Mingyu still felt angry in his heart, but he had no choice but to accept their suggestion. There was no way around it. The mental energy master was too important, forcing him to put aside his hatred for Jiang Chen and try to win him over. "Damn it, at this point, it can only be this way." Sun Mingyu cursed loudly and looked at Lin Jinbei beside him. "You will intercept Jiang Chen with me at the city gate tomorrow. I must make this kid return to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall." Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei quickly nodded. "Young Master Sun, don't worry, I will cooperate with you tomorrow." As for the matter of being transferred to the headquarters, of course, the supervisor. Before Lin Jinbei could finish, Sun Mingyu immediately interrupted him. "If you perform well enough tomorrow, I will still consider promoting you. After all, Jiang Chen is your son. It would be best if you could find a way to make him change his mind. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, Sun Mingyu turned and went upstairs. Lin Jinbei hurriedly left the Sun family estate and returned to the Lin family in Tianhe Bay City. He immediately informed Lin Zilong and Wang Ruoyo about Jiang Chen awakening as a mental energy master. What? Lin Zilong, upon learning this news, could not accept it at all and slumped down in his chair. "It's not fair. This is not fair. Why can Jiang Chen awaken as a mental energy master? I'm not any worse than him. Why am I not the one who becomes a mental energy master?" Lin Zilong was roaring in despair at this moment. He had always believed that his talent was far superior to Jiang Chen's, and the reason he lost to Jiang Chen in the previous martial arts competition was entirely due to a lack of practical experience. For this reason, he had been fighting desperately against demon beasts during this time, and his realm had even risen to the 9th level of a martial artist. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could seek revenge on Jiang Chen. But he never expected that Jiang Chen had actually become a mentalist. This huge blow was something Lin Zilong simply could not accept. Beside him, Wang Ruoyo also found it hard to believe. Memories from the past flashed before her eyes. It was only then that she realized that Jiang Chen's previous frailty and weakness were not a deliberate disguise. All of this was a sign of awakening to become a mentalist. And as Jiang Chen's parents, they not only failed to notice it in time but instead forced Jiang Chen to sever ties with them. Thinking of this, tears streamed down Wang Ruoyo's face uncontrollably. Why didn't you notice?" Wang Ruoyo glared at Lin Jinbei in anger. as a 5th level warrior of the war god rank, you are also his father. And you didn't even notice? Lin Jinbei, you keep saying that Jiang Chen is unworthy of being your son. I think it's you who is unworthy of being his father. Faced with Wang Ruoyao's accusations, Lin Jinbei fell silent. He indeed bore a significant responsibility in this matter. At that time, he had too much prejudice against Jiang Chen, thinking he was just an uneducated street punk. The reason for his frail body was due to malnutrition growing up in the Grey Plain district, coupled with a lack of effort in cultivation. If he had taken the time to seriously check Jiang Chen's body back then, he might have discovered that he was about to awaken as a mentalist. Madam, please calm down. What we need to do now is to salvage Howard as much as possible. Before Lin Jinbei could finish, Wang Ruoyao interrupted him. How can we salvage it? You are his father, yet you want to kill him. How is it possible to salvage this? Lin Jinbei, this is all your fault. Lin Jinbei was already feeling frustrated, and Wang Ruoyao's accusations made it unbearable for him. Enough! Wang Ruoyao, you keep saying this is all my fault. Don't you have any responsibility? Don't push everything onto me. Lin Jinbei said angrily. If you really cared about Howard, how could you not notice such a thing? You, how dare you say that to me? Lin Jinbei, I want a divorce. Wang Ruoyao shouted in exasperation. Lin Jinbei coldly retorted, right now, I don't have time to argue with you. The most important thing is to get Jiang Chen back to the Lin family. Tomorrow, Jiang Chen will leave the South China main city for the Extreme Path War God training camp. I must make him give up and return to the Wind Thunder martial arts school. Although Wang Ruoyao was still angry, Lin Jinbei was indeed right. The most important thing now was to get Jiang Chen home. At this moment, Lin Jinbei noticed Lin Zalong slumped in the chair, his face full of despair. His brows furrowed immediately. Are you going to give up on yourself again? Dad, it's not that I'm giving up on myself, but I find myself very laughable. From start to finish, Jiang Chen is the true genius. I'm just a joke. Shut up. Lin Jinbei grabbed Lin Zalong's collar and pulled him up from the chair. Zalong, although you haven't awakened as a mentalist, that doesn't mean you're weaker than Jiang Chen. This is all just temporary. Believe me, in the future, when you step into the war god rank, you will definitely awaken the power beyond. Lin Jinbei was not talking nonsense. He believed that Jiang Chen was his son, carrying his blood. This meant that all the talents Jiang Chen possessed were inherited from him. If Jiang Chen could awaken to become a mental master, it would prove that the Lin family's bloodline possesses such potential. In Lin Jinbei's eyes, he already considered himself a god of war at the 5th level. If his son could become a mental master, there was no reason for him not to awaken the power of transcendence. Similarly, Lin Zalong, as his other son, should also inherit this talent. Transcendence. Power of transcendence. Upon hearing this, the despair in his eyes suddenly lit up with a glimmer of hope. Before obtaining the power of transcendence, ordinary warriors could not compete with mental masters at all. But once one stepped into the god of war level and awakened the power of transcendence, the advantages of a mental master would not be so significant. If Jiang Chen could become a mental master, there was no reason for him not to awaken the power of transcendence. At that moment, Lin Zalong regained his confidence. Dad, I understand. Very good, that's my son. Lin Jinbei nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, the three of us will go pick Jiang Chen up together. Not long after, in the Fonglei Guild of South China's main city, Lu Jinshan hurriedly walked into Zhao Changning's office. Lord Zhao, a special situation has occurred. Jiang Chen he. Before Lu Jinshan could finish, Zhao Changning interrupted him. What happened to Jiang Chen? Is he dead? As Zhao Changning said this, a smug smile appeared on his face. I knew that as long as Zhang Yan took action personally, there would be no problem. No, Lord Zhao, it's not like that. Jiang Chen is not dead, and Jiang Chen is actually a mental master. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Changming's smile froze. What did you say? Jiang Chen is a mental master? This is impossible, this absolutely cannot be. Zhao Changming's face was filled with shock. Lord Zhao, this was personally informed to me by young Master Sun Air. He told you not to take action against Jiang Chen. Lu Jinshan hurriedly said, and I just confirmed it with Lin Jinbei. Jiang Chen has indeed awakened to become a mental master. He has been hiding it on purpose from the very beginning. If it weren't for the confirmation from Sun Mingyu and Lin Jinbei, Lu Jinshan himself would not have been able to believe it. Now that Jiang Chen had been confirmed as a mental master, it meant that they could no longer take action against him. No! After a brief silence, Zhao Changning roared in anger. Why? Why is heaven so unfair to me? Why has that little beast Jiang Chen become a mental master? Zhao Changming's eyes turned red, and he clenched his fists in fury. Even his nails dug into his flesh. blood dripping continuously onto the ground. He had originally thought that the Black Wolf squad was enough to take down Jiang Chen and avenge his deceased son, but who would have thought such a significant change would occur? It had been many years since a mental master had emerged in South China's main city, and Jiang Chen would undoubtedly become the center of attention. In this situation, if Zhao Changming took action to kill Jiang Chen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Zhao Changming felt even more furious. The explosive aura of a god of war shattered all the furniture in the room. Although he possessed the powerful strength of a 10th level god of war, Zhao Changming had not awakened the power of transcendence. This meant that he would never be able to step into the planetary level. His son Zhao Wei was exceptionally talented, the heir of the Zhao family whom he had devoted all his efforts to cultivate. In the future, he was very likely to awaken the power of transcendence, making the Zhao family even stronger. But now Zhao Wei had tragically died, and as his father, Zhao Changming found himself powerless to seek revenge. For a moment, Zhao Changming felt an overwhelming despair. Lord Zhao, at this point, we can only temporarily give up on taking action against Jiang Chen. At least at this critical moment, we must not act. Young Master Sun has already ordered us to intercept Jiang Chen at the city gate tomorrow morning. We must ensure that Jiang Chen changes his mind. Lu Jinshan understood Zhao Changming's feelings very well, but right now he had to stop Zhao Changming to prevent him from doing something foolish. After all, they were in the same boat. If Zhao Changming got into trouble, Lu Jinshan would also be in deep water. Damn it! Damn it! Zhao Changming slammed his fist into the ground, causing the entire Wind and Thunder Guild to tremble slightly. He then forced himself to suppress his anger and calm his emotions. He looked at Lu Jinshan and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. At this critical moment, I really can't make a move against Jiang Chen. As long as this guy returns to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, I will have a way to kill him." Zhao Changming did not give up on avenging his son just because Jiang Chen had become a mentalist. On the contrary, his hatred for Jiang Chen only grew stronger. Lu Jinshan said nothing more, just nodded slightly. "By the way, where are Zhang Yan and the others?" Zhao Changming asked. "They should be worried about being punished by you, so they have already left the South China main city," Lu Jinshan replied. "I currently have no news of Zhang Yan and the others." Sigh, forget it. Zhao Changming sighed deeply and turned to leave the Wind and Thunder Guild. The next day, early morning, Duan Hong personally arrived at the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps base. Jiang Chen left with Duan Hong, watched by many members of the Mercenary Corps. The God of War training camp of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was located in a very special place. This place was called Wanshan Base City, located in the northwest region. Many years ago, Wanshan Base City did not exist. It was once a forest teeming with demon beasts. There were even 3 extremely terrifying king-level demon beasts living there. Later, the founder of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Mo Wanshan, ventured in alone, not only slaying the 3 king-level demon beasts but also exterminating all the demon beasts in the forest. Wanshan Base City was established in this once fearsome forest. It was completely different from ordinary base cities. Ordinary citizens had no right to reside here. Only those affiliated with the Extreme Path Martial Arts School or their relatives could stay. In simple terms, the entire Wanshan Base City was the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Although it was located in the northwest region, it existed independently. Jiang Chen, we will depart from our South China main city to Wanshan Base City in the northwest. The journey is long. Along the way, we will have to traverse various forests and mountains teeming with demon beasts. To ensure your absolute safety, I will personally escort you on this trip. With the speed of my warplane, we can reach Wanshan Base City by tomorrow evening at the latest. Duan Hong led Jiang Chen toward the city gate. He would summon the warplane there and fly directly to Wanshan Base City with Jiang Chen. "Thank you, Lord Duan." Jiang Chen cupped his fists in response, closely following Duan Hong. However, just as Jiang Chen and Duan Hong arrived at the city gate of South China main city, Sun Mingyu, Lin Jinbei, Wang Ruoyo, and even Zhao Changming and others from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School all appeared here. Damn, why are all these guys here? Duan Hong suddenly felt a sense of unease and quickly shielded Jiang Chen. "If there's any danger, you must evacuate immediately." "Lord Duan, I think they came today to try to win me over. They already know about my identity as a mentalist." As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Duan Hong's eyes widened in shock. "What? It's exposed." Before he could finish speaking, Sun Mingyu swaggered up to Jiang Chen. "Brother Jiang, I misunderstood you before, which is why I sent someone to trouble you. If there was anything wrong before, I apologize. But the Extreme Path Martial Arts School is just a gathering place for trash. If you want to become a top powerhouse, you can only join the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Come on, the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School welcomes you back. Sun Mingyu, what nonsense are you talking about? How dare you slander the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall in front of me? Are you trying to force me to take action against you? Duan Hong could hardly tolerate Sun Mingyu's words at this moment, and the terrifying aura of a 10th-tier war god erupted instantly. Although both Duan Hong and Zhao Changming were unable to awaken their transcendent powers, they were still martial artists of the 10th tier, and their strength was considerable. Only Zhao Changming present could match him. Impudent! Duan Hong, what do you think you are, daring to speak to young master's son like that? Zhao Changming stepped forward, blocking Duan Hong's path. If you intend to make a move today, then let me be your opponent. As he said this, Zhao Changming clearly cast a glance at Zhang Chen. Although he did not speak, Zhang Chen still sensed a hint of murderous intent from his gaze. It was evident that Zhao Changming had no choice but to come here today. Zhang Chen already harbored extreme disdain for the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall, so how could he change his mind just because of Sun Mingyu's few words? He coldly spoke, Sun Mingyu, don't think I don't know what you've done. It was you who sent Zhang Fong to kill me yesterday at the black market, wasn't it? And you, Zhao Changming. Zhang Chen glared angrily at Zhao Changming. Don't think I don't know that Zhang Yan from the Black Wolf Squad was sent by you. You send war god level martial artists to kill me, and now you still have the face to try to win me over? As soon as Zhang Chen said this, Duan Hong was dumbfounded. He never expected that Sun Mingyu and Zhao Changming would do such a thing. It was at this moment that he realized why Zhang Chen's identity as a mentalist had been exposed. It turned out they had forced him to use this trump card. Bastard! Duan Hong roared. Zhang Chen is now a disciple of my Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. How dare you treat him like this? Just wait, I will definitely report this matter, and then don't blame Master Mo for taking action against you personally. Upon hearing the name Master Mo, both Sun Mingyu and the others present turned pale. Mo Wanshan, the headmaster of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, was the strongest in the Yin Kingdom. Even the top-tier Sun family dared not provoke Mo Wanshan. Moreover, Mo Wanshan was notoriously protective of his own. If this matter reached his ears, the consequences would be unimaginable. The only solution was for Zhang Chen to give up his identity as a disciple of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall and return to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Thinking of this, Sun Mingyu hurriedly glanced at Lin Shinbei beside him, signaling him with his eyes. Lin Shinbei immediately understood, and he brought Wang Ruoyo and Lin Zilong to stride in front of Zhang Chen. Damn it, these three filthy things are back again. Zhang Chen felt nauseated as he looked at Lin Shinbei and the others approaching. He didn't even need to think to know their purpose for coming here. Just then, Wang Ruoyo, standing next to Lin Shinbei, suddenly burst into tears, sobbing, Howard, it's all Mommy's fault. It's Mommy who neglected you since you were little. If you want to resent someone, then just hate Mommy alone. As long as you can come back, Mommy would even be willing to die for you. As Wang Ruoyo said this, she hurriedly reached out to grab Zhang Chen's hand. At the same time, a large number of media reporters suddenly gathered around. It seemed they had planned this in advance, all appearing at this moment. They broadcasted Wang Ruoyo's desperate plea to Zhang Chen live, and all of this was naturally orchestrated by Sun Mingyu. The aim was to use public opinion pressure to force Zhang Chen to agree to return to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Even if Zhang Chen refused, his reputation would be ruined today. Duan Hong was clearly shocked by this situation. He had originally planned to use force to drive these people away. But at that moment, Zhang Chen stopped Duan Hong, saying, Don't worry, I will find a way to resolve this. Then, without mercy, Zhang Chen shook off Wang Ruoyo's hand. He looked at Wang Ruoyo with icy eyes. Put away your hypocritical face. Do you really think that by staging a tragic scene here today and bringing so many reporters, I would be afraid? Do you think I would compromise under the pressure of media opinion? Ha! Zhang Chen sneered twice. Sorry, that's impossible. Howard. Lin Shinbei interrupted Zhang Chen. I know you've been wronged all these years, and we really haven't fulfilled our duties as parents. For this, I, Lin Shinbei, publicly apologize to you. If you don't accept our apology right now, I can understand. But at the very least, you should give us a chance to make amends. Your mother and I want to compensate for the years we've owed you. As Lin Shinbei said this, his eyes turned red, and he unexpectedly shed tears. As a god-level warrior, he could be so humble, even crying in public, just to bring his son home. This undoubtedly shocked everyone present. Standing aside, Sun Mingyu couldn't help but sneer. This guy is really acting well. It's not in vain that I trained him. However, just when she thought Zhang Chen would be panicking, he suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, Lin Jinbei, I really didn't expect your acting skills to be this good. I think you should stop being a warrior and become an actor instead. I believe you could definitely win an Oscar. At this point, Jiang Chen turned to all the media and reporters present. I'm sure in your minds, Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruoyao are both great parents. And I, Jiang Chen, am the ungrateful son. But is the truth really like this? Jiang Chen pointed at Lin Jinbei. Yesterday in the black market, I had already escaped from the Black Wolf squad in Zhang Feng's pursuit. And yet you blocked me at the most critical moment, even wanting to kill me yourself. If I hadn't revealed my identity as a mentalist, would you have wavered? Now you come to me with sorrowful faces, begging me to come home. It's nothing but your interest in my identity as a mentalist. If I were still that useless person from before, would you treat me this way? Lin Jinbei, I, Jiang Chen, have always been surnamed Jiang, and have no relation to your Lin family. I have long since left the Fong Martial Arts School. Now I am a member of the Jidao Martial Arts School, and I am about to head to the Jidao Martial Arts School's God of War training camp. After saying this, Jiang Chen turned to Duan Hon. Lord Duan, we can set off now. Ha ha ha, good. Accompanied by Duan Hon's laughter, a black and gold warplane appeared in the air. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Duan Hon took Jiang Chen aboard the warplane, which instantly flew away from the main city of South China. Meanwhile, Sun Mingyu and the others were left dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's last words seemed casual, but in reality, they indicated to everyone that he was about to enter the God of War training camp. Entering the God of War training camp also meant that Jiang Chen would no longer be an ordinary student of the Jidao Martial Arts School, but the future God of War. Coupled with Jiang Chen's identity as a mentalist, if they forcibly stopped him from leaving at this moment, it was likely that Imo Wanshan would appear here immediately. Why? Why did this happen? Sun Mingyu roared in anger. He never expected that by calling the media for a live broadcast, he would end up shooting himself in the foot. What happened here today had been clearly broadcasted. This also meant that his father would soon learn of this matter. Thinking of this, Sun Mingyu showed an expression of immense panic. It's over. It's over. This is a disaster. Sun Mingyu had never been favored by his father since he was a child. He had even been severely punished by his father multiple times because of issues related to women. This time coming to the main city of South China, I had planned to perform well, but I never expected such a thing to happen. If it were just about killing one or two insignificant women, Sun Mingyu wouldn't care. But this time, what was lost was a mentalist. In a fit of rage, Sun Mingyu shouted at the surrounding media, "Get lost. All of you, get lost. Whoever dares to take random photos, I'll kill them." As soon as these words were spoken, the many media reporters present were frightened and scattered. Immediately after, Sun Mingyu, unable to contain his anger, walked up to Lin Jinbei. Is this the method you spoke of? Yesterday you swore you would make Jiang Chen change his mind, but now what? Sun Mingyu reached out and patted Lin Jinbei's face. You are now a rat crossing the street. A devil so cruel that he would personally kill his own son. Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. You, Lin Jinbei, have lost all face. At this point, Sun Mingyu revealed a cold expression. From now on, you are no longer the branch master of the Fong Martial Arts Hall in Tianhe Base City. Get out immediately. In the South China region, the appointments and removals of positions in the Fong Martial Arts Hall are actually decided by Zhao Changming. But Sun Mingyu's identity is special, and he serves as the supervisor of the Fong Martial Arts Hall in South China. Although his power is not as great as Zhao Changming's, his orders are still effective. Zhao Changming, who hated Lin Jinbei's family because his son died at Jiang Chen's hands, now had the perfect opportunity to drive Lin Jinbei away. Since he couldn't find a way to take revenge on Jiang Chen, avenging himself on his father Lin Jinbei would be just as good. Sun Mingyu. Lin Jinbei was already furious because of Jiang Chen's words. Now, with Sun Mingyu wanting to strip him of his position as branch master, he could no longer endure it. Ignoring Wang Ruoyao's obstruction, he walked straight up to Sun Mingyu. Are you sure you want to do this? Of course. Sun Mingyu angrily retorted. What have you accomplished of what I asked you to do? I'm only dismissing you from your position. That's already very courteous of me. Zhang Fong immediately stood beside Sun Mingyu to protect him, the aura of a 7th-tier war god suddenly erupting. He thought Lin Jinbei would be afraid, but at this moment, Lin Jinbei merely smiled disdainfully. Sun Mingyu, although I couldn't save Jiang Chen, don't forget, he is still my son. He carries my Lin Jinbei's blood. If Jiang Chen can awaken to become a mentalist, how could I, Lin Jinbei, not awaken to transcendent power in the future? My younger son Lin Zilong is exceptionally gifted. Even if he is not a mentalist, he will definitely awaken transcendent power in the future. Are you really going to treat us this way? Sun Mingyu had originally despised Lin Jinbei, but upon hearing his words, he was suddenly stunned. Jiang Chen was indeed Lin Jinbei's son, and he had the potential to become a mentalist. Therefore, Lin Jinbei could not possibly be unable to awaken transcendent power. Realizing this, Sun Mingyu's expression changed dramatically. His previous anger completely dissipated. In its place was a flattering smile. Oh, that was all a misunderstanding. Come, Master Lin, let's go back and have a good talk about the matter of going to the headquarters. In Sun Mingyu's view, since Jiang Chen had already been lost, Lin Jinbei and Lin Zalong must be firmly grasped. Once both of them could awaken transcendent power in the future, it would mean that the Fenglai Martial Arts Hall could potentially give birth to 2 planetary-level warriors. As for taking revenge on Jiang Chen, Sun Mingyu had already thought of a better way. That was to use the Luo family. Jiang Chen, an outsider, could not possibly master the Luo family's secret technique of light-shadow escape. Clearly, Jiang Chen had learned it secretly. The Luo family valued the light-shadow escape immensely. How could they tolerate their family's secret technique being taken by an outsider? Lin Jinbei had long anticipated that Sun Mingyu would change his attitude. So, he directly took Wang Ruoyo and Lin Zalong, following Sun Mingyu as they left. At that moment, Zhao Changming roared, "Young master son, does that mean my son died for nothing? Is there really no way for me to take revenge?" He had initially thought of dealing with Jiang Chen since he couldn't handle him, but now that Lin Jinbei had the protection of Sun Mingyu, how could he seek revenge? Hearing this, Sun Mingyu coldly replied, "Do you have any evidence to prove that Jiang Chen really killed your son? Since there is no evidence, then don't make baseless accusations. Zhao Changming, I advise you to behave, or you know the consequences." After saying this, Sun Mingyu left gracefully with Lin Jinbei and the others. Only Zhao Changming remained, standing dazed in place. Jiang Chen had already been taken away by Duan Hong to the God of War training camp, leaving him with almost no chance for revenge. For a moment, Zhao Changming felt utterly desperate, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the news about Jiang Chen being a mentalist spread instantly throughout the entire South China region following the earlier live broadcast. In less than half a day, the vast Yin country had almost everyone aware of it. At this moment, in the Wanshan base city of the northwest region, a robust man with red hair let out a hearty laugh. "Ha, this Jiang Chen is truly cunning, to come up with such a trick." Although his identity as a mentalist has become widely known, this is just the opportunity to make Jiang Chen completely one of us at the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. The red-haired man speaking was none other than Mo Wanshan, the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. He had already learned about the events that transpired outside the main city of South China. In fact, a few days ago, he had heard from Duan Hong, the hall master of South China, about Jiang Chen. It was precisely because of Jiang Chen's identity as a mentalist that he allowed him to enter the God of War training camp as an exception. Now, Jiang Chen's actions made Mo Wanshan admire him even more. Just then, a resolute-looking man with a buzz cut hurriedly walked in. "Hallmaster, Duan Hong will arrive at the God of War training camp at this time tomorrow. Should I prepare in advance? After all, Jiang Chen's identity is special." Before the buzzcut man could finish, Mo Wanshan immediately interrupted him. "No need for preparation, and no need to give Jiang Chen any special treatment. Our Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall has always respected the strong. If he wants to establish himself in the God of War training camp, he must prove his strength." The next day, in the evening, a black warplane quietly flew into Wanshan Base City, finally landing slowly on the vast helipad of the God of War training camp. Duan Hong led Jiang Chen out of the aircraft, and what came into view were towering and magnificent buildings. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's gaze involuntarily locked onto the dilapidated black tower not far ahead. Despite its worn appearance, Jiang Chen sensed an indescribable aura of danger emanating from it. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at the black tower, Duan Hong quickly explained, "Jiang Chen, this tower is called the Trial Tower, and it has 7 levels. It is said to have existed even before the construction of Wanshan Base City. It is a genuine ancient civilization relic. Anyone who steps into the Trial Tower will be transported to a virtual training ground to face extremely severe challenges. If you truly wish to join the God of War training camp, you must pass the first level of the Trial Tower. This is your entrance examination." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, "If I fail to pass, does that mean I cannot enter the God of War training camp and must go back?" "Not exactly," Duan Hong said earnestly. "If you cannot pass, you will be temporarily arranged to train at the headquarters martial arts hall. After that, you can challenge again at any time. Only after 3 consecutive failures will you truly lose your qualification. The Extreme Path Martial Arts School respects the strong. Even if you are a mentalist, you may have some corresponding privileges, but the most fundamental principle cannot be changed." Duan Hong, along with a resolute-looking crewcut man, led a group of powerful warriors toward Jiang Chen. The crewcut man was Lu Tinghua, the head of the God of War training camp. His strength was second only to the main hall master, Mo Wanshan, within the entire Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Although he was currently at the same level as Duan Hong, still just a 10th-tier God of War, he had already awakened the power of transcendence. This meant he had the potential to advance to planetary level. Behind him were all students from the God of War training camp. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, their eyes scrutinized him repeatedly. No way, when did the threshold for our God of War training camp become so low? A mere first-tier warrior can actually enter the God of War training camp? Ordinary first-tier warriors certainly cannot, but don't forget, this guy is a mentalist. He has privileges. What does being a mentalist matter? A mere first-tier warrior, even with mentalist abilities, would find it hard to pass the trial tower assessment. I really don't know where this kid gets his courage. If I were him, I would definitely train for a few more years before coming here. Each year, there is only one quota from each region to enter the God of War training camp. This means that those who can enter the God of War training camp are undoubtedly geniuses from various regions. Now, those following Lu Tingyue were almost all God of War level warriors. Even if Jiang Chen was a mentalist, they did not believe he had any chance of passing the trial tower assessment. At this moment, Lu Tingyue slowly walked up to Jiang Chen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Tingyue, and I am the head of the God of War training camp. I am also the deputy master of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. You must have already understood the matters regarding the God of War training camp and the trial tower, so I won't waste your time with unnecessary talk. If you want to enter the God of War training camp, you must pass the first level of the trial tower. Under normal circumstances, students recommended from various regions to enter the God of War training camp can basically pass. But you are different. At this point, Lu Tingyue's expression became extremely serious. He warned Jiang Chen, you are currently only a first-tier warrior, and your strength is still too weak. The enemies encountered inside the trial tower, although illusory, if you die in the virtual world, it is still true death. So I advise you to think it over carefully. If you give up now, I will arrange for you to train at the headquarters martial arts school. Once you have sufficient strength, you can start the assessment again. During this time, the Extreme Path Martial Arts School will meet all your training needs. However, as soon as Lu Tingyue finished speaking, Jiang Chen decisively replied, no need to think it over. I want to accept the trial tower assessment. The purpose of my coming here is to enter the God of War training camp. Only in a place like this can I grow faster. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, everyone present clearly showed signs of shock. Even Duan Hong was somewhat taken aback. He had just told Jiang Chen about the trial tower to suggest that Jiang Chen stay at the headquarters martial arts school for a while, but he did not expect Jiang Chen to so easily accept the trial tower's assessment. The many students from the God of War training camp also felt confused by Jiang Chen's actions. Is he crazy? I don't think he's crazy. He just has an inexplicable confidence in himself. I've heard that mentalists seem to think they are invincible. It's really too laughable. Mentalists only have a significant advantage before reaching God of War level. Once they awaken the power of transcendence, mentalists have no real advantage. In my opinion, this Jiang Chen definitely won't be able to pass the first level. Back in the day, there were also those who were just as reckless, and they ended up dying inside the trial tower. I fear Jiang Chen's fate will be exactly the same as that guy's. The discussions among the crowd were naturally heard by Jiang Chen. He paid no mind to them and turned to Lu Tingyue. So can I enter the trial tower now? Although Jiang Chen was unclear about the situation inside the trial tower, he was full of confidence in his own strength. Now, he could even injure a martial artist of Lin Jinbei's caliber. Why would he fear a mere trial tower assessment? Lu Tingyue clearly did not expect Jiang Chen to agree so decisively. Once he regained his composure, he spoke with a serious tone. Since you insist on taking the test, then let's begin. Remember, as long as you pass the first level, you can leave the trial tower. From the second level onward, the danger far exceeds your imagination. With your current strength, it is absolutely impossible for you to pass. Once the trial begins, you cannot withdraw from the trial tower. If you are ready, you can enter now. Alright, I understand. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and casually walked toward the trial tower ahead. The moment he stepped into the trial tower, the door behind him immediately closed. The originally dark surroundings instantly became bright. The interior of the trial tower was completely different from what Jiang Chen had imagined, resembling an abandoned research facility. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed around him. Detected martial artist entry, would you like to start the trial assessment? This voice sounds so familiar. The sudden mechanical voice startled Jiang Chen. This voice was exactly like the system's voice. Jiang Chen almost thought the system had activated. After realizing it, Jiang Chen didn't think much and slowly spoke, start the trial assessment. Detected that the current martial artist is entering the trial tower for the first time, with no saved data. This trial will start from the first level. As the mechanical voice sounded, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. When he regained his senses, he found himself transported to a massive training ground. At first glance, it was very similar to the Void training ground that he and Jiang Chen possessed. Whether it was the previously similar system voice or the similar training ground, it made Jiang Chen very interested in this trial tower. Just then, a series of wolf howls echoed around him. The next moment, a pack of evil wolves, exuding black mist and with blood-red eyes, appeared around Jiang Chen. These were all shadow blood-eyed wolves at the beast general level. Trial tower first level clearance condition, please kill 30 shadow blood-eyed wolves. Reminder, before the trial officially begins, the martial artist can withdraw at any time. Once the trial starts, unless you pass, you cannot leave midway. Would you like to start? What? Kill 30 shadow blood-eyed wolves. Upon learning the trial task, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. The shadow blood-eyed wolves in front of him were all at least beast general level 7, equivalent to human battle general level 7 martial artists. Not only were they powerful, but there were also many of them. Jiang Chen immediately realized how dangerous the first level of this trial tower was. Generally, those who qualify to enter the God of War training camp are martial artists of the same level as Zhang Sun, but even the strongest would not exceed the God of War level. Most are around battle general level 8 or 9. Martial artists of this level would have no problem dealing with 1 or 2 shadow blood-eyed wolves, and it would even be quite easy. But facing such a large number of shadow blood-eyed wolves, one careless move could lead to being torn apart in an instant. No wonder those guys earlier didn't think I could pass the test. However, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. For me, the difficulty of this trial task seems to be just average. It's just 30 shadow blood-eyed wolves, a piece of cake. After saying that, Jiang Chen immediately took out the 6-blade arc knife disc. 6 incredibly sharp blades floated beside him, radiating a dazzling golden light. Without any sign of fear, Jiang Chen shouted, "Start the assessment." As Jiang Chen's voice echoed, the surrounding shadow blood-eyed wolves seemed to receive the command to attack at the same time. They charged madly towards Jiang Chen. Relying on his light flow shadow escape and the abilities of a mentalist, even surrounded by a large number of shadow blood-eyed wolves, Jiang Chen still appeared to be at ease. Coupled with the powerful attack of the 6-blade arc knife disc, these shadow blood-eyed wolves seemed utterly weak in Jiang Chen's eyes. As time passed second by second, the crowd waiting outside the trial tower could not see the specific battle process of Jiang Chen. However, as long as a warrior entered the trial tower and began the assessment, a red light would illuminate outside the tower. If the red light turned to black, it meant the warrior had died. If the red light flickered for a moment and then turned orange, it indicated that the warrior was challenging the next level. Each level had a different color, from low to high: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Currently, the warning light outside the trial tower was still red, indicating that Jiang Chen was still undergoing the assessment. I thought Jiang Chen would be scared and give up the challenge, but I didn't expect him to start. But there are 30 shadow blood-eyed wolves. I don't believe a warrior at the general level can pass. Don't speak too soon. Don't forget, he is a mentalist, and his combat power can't be the same as an ordinary warrior. So what? A mentalist's self-strengthening ability still requires their own strength to keep up. With so many shadow blood-eyed wolves, I don't believe Jiang Chen can react in time. What a pity, such a good seedling of a mentalist. It seems he will perish. The discussions among the crowd were clearly heard by Luo Chingan and Duan Hong. At this moment, both of them looked very tense, fearing that something unexpected might happen to Jiang Chen. Lord Lu, Jiang Chen is a rare mentalist. Why don't you look after him? Duan Hong frowned. I'm really worried that Jiang Chen will die in the trial tower. Hearing this, Luo Chingan spoke solemnly. Do you think I don't want to look after him? Actually, I intended to let Jiang Chen enter the God of War training camp directly. But this is the order of the Grand Master. He does not allow any backdoor for Jiang Chen. What? Duan Hong's expression immediately showed immense shock upon learning this. The Grand Master's order was naturally something no one dared to defy. He could only silently pray that Jiang Chen could pass the first level. Suddenly, the originally calm red light began to flicker continuously at this moment. Duan Hong was stunned when he saw the scene, then excitedly shouted, he passed. Jiang Chen passed the first level. At this time, Luo Chingan and the other members of the God of War training camp present also saw the flickering red light. From the moment Jiang Chen entered the trial tower until now, it had been less than 10 minutes. This astonishing speed of passing undoubtedly shocked everyone present. No way, this kid really passed. Damn, he passed in just over 9 minutes. The strength is a bit too outrageous. A first-level warrior at the general level can defeat so many shadow blood-eyed wolves? Even with the assistance of a mentalist's abilities, it shouldn't be this powerful. Could it be that this kid cheated? How could he cheat? This is the trial tower. This kid's strength is probably far beyond our imagination. The crowd looked at the continuously flashing red light, expressing their astonishment. Lu Tingyue's heart could finally settle down. As long as Jiang Chen passed the first level of the trial tower, he would officially become a member of the War God training camp. Jiang Chen's ability to pass the first level so quickly was enough to prove his strength to everyone. However, just when they thought Jiang Chen would leave the trial tower, they saw the originally red warning light unexpectedly turn orange. This indicated that after passing the first level, Jiang Chen did not choose to leave. He directly began the challenge of the second level. Is this kid crazy? Damn! He actually directly challenged the second level? Duan Hong had been anxious about Jiang Chen participating in the trial tower assessment, fearing that something would happen to him. After Jiang Chen finally passed the first level, he immediately turned around to start the second level's challenge, which left Duan Hong speechless. If Jiang Chen were just an ordinary warrior, it would be one thing. But the problem was, Jiang Chen was a mentalist. If he were to carelessly die in the trial tower, it would be a huge loss for the entire extreme martial arts school and the whole Yen country. Duan, what's going on with this Jiang Chen? Has he been this reckless since he was a child? Lu Tingyue looked at Duan Hong with a helpless expression. Lu, I also don't know what this kid is thinking, but one thing is certain, he would never do something suicidal. Perhaps he really has confidence in passing the second level. As soon as Duan Hong finished speaking, a student from the War God training camp standing nearby couldn't help but speak up. Lord Duan, you are one of the leaders of our extreme martial arts school. How could you not know the dangers of the trial tower? Starting from the second level, unless you are a War God level warrior, it is absolutely impossible to pass. Does this kid really think that passing the first level is impressive? To so easily start the second level's challenge, in my opinion, Jiang Chen is undoubtedly doomed. That's right, this guy will definitely pay the price for his arrogance. The discussions among the crowd made Duan Hong and Lu Tingyue's expressions increasingly grim. Once the trial tower was activated, unless Jiang Chen voluntarily retreated or died, the gates of the trial tower could not be opened. They had no chance to rush in halfway to stop Jiang Chen. They could only pray for his safety. Meanwhile, inside the second level of the trial tower, in front of Jiang Chen stood a giant ape with 4 arms and bright red fur all over its body. This creature was called the 4-armed mad ape, a genuine first-tier lord-level monster. Such strength was equivalent to a first-tier war god-level warrior. As long as he defeated this creature, he could pass the challenge of the second level of the trial tower. Jiang Chen was certainly not the type to seek death on purpose. The reason he dared to decisively start the challenge was that he was fully confident. Roar! As Jiang Chen initiated the challenge, the 4-armed mad ape let out a deafening roar. Its massive body ignited in flames at that moment. Its fists, as large as small mountains, ruthlessly slammed toward Jiang Chen. Too slow. Jiang Chen was well aware of how strong the 4-armed mad ape's power was. With his current physical condition, if he were hit by this creature's punch, the consequences would be unimaginable. But for Jiang Chen, who had mastered the flowing light shadow technique, the speed of the 4-armed mad ape was like a turtle crawling. When its fist came crashing down, Jiang Chen easily dodged its attack with his own speed. At that moment, he swung the windbreaker blade in his hand, leaped into the air, and struck at its neck. Unexpectedly, as a lord-level monster, the 4-armed mad ape had an incredibly strong body and excellent defense. Jiang Chen's strike did not sever its neck, it merely left a cut, causing a trickle of blood to flow. This was not because Jiang Chen's martial skills lacked power, but rather that his current strength was still too weak. After all, his current realm was only at the first tier of the war general level. Roar! The intense pain in its neck made the 4-armed wild ape incredibly furious. It let out a furious roar, and powerful fire attribute energy erupted from its body. Like a missile explosion, it formed a mushroom cloud, directly blasting Jiang Chen away. At the critical moment, Jiang Chen controlled the 6-blade arc knife disc to instantly form a shield in front of his body. Coupled with the protection of the black gold battle armor, Jiang Chen was not seriously injured. Otherwise, that move from the 4-armed wild ape would undoubtedly have caused him terrifying damage. Damn, truly worthy of a lord-level beast, Jiang Chen cursed inwardly, then swung his knife to attack the 4-armed wild ape. He could see that after the wild ape executed that move, it had clearly exhausted a lot of stamina. In this situation, it was the perfect opportunity for Jiang Chen to strike. Jiang Chen moved like lightning. The 6-blade arc knife disc in his hand seemed to transform into a wheel of death. With a howling sound that tore through the air, it accurately sliced into the wild ape's tough body. Although the black ape had 4 arms and immense strength, under Jiang Chen's unmatched fierce attack, it gradually appeared clumsy and unable to effectively defend itself. It could only allow the sharp blades to leave deep, bone-revealing scars on its body. Additionally, while controlling the 6-blade arc knife disc to attack, Jiang Chen repeatedly unleashed the powerful gale-breaking knife. Even though this creature had tough skin and strong defense, it could not withstand the rapid strikes of the gale-breaking knife and the continuous attacks from the six-blade arc knife. In less than a moment, the four-armed wild ape was already battered and bruised, with one of its arms even severed. Although Jiang Chen was also injured, compared to the four-armed wild ape, his wounds were negligible. Just then, the enraged four-armed wild ape, engulfed in flames, charged at Jiang Chen like a tank. Jiang Chen's figure flickered, skillfully dodging the black ape's attack, and at the same time, he focused his mind, causing the six-blade arc knife disc to draw a brilliant arc in the air, heading straight for the black ape's vital heart. Beast, it's time for you to go. Jiang Chen seized the opportunity to draw the gale-breaking knife from his back. The blade light was like a dragon, carrying a tearing wind, and struck fiercely at the injured spot on the four-armed wild ape's neck. The dual assault of the six-blade arc knife disc and the gale-breaking knife left the four-armed wild ape with no chance to evade. Roar! Accompanied by a mournful cry, the four-armed wild ape's head was severed by Jiang Chen's knife. Its massive body then crashed to the ground, the light in its eyes extinguished, devoid of life. Congratulations to the warrior for passing the second level of the trial tower. At the moment the system's voice sounded, the corpse of the four-armed wild ape before him also transformed into light points and disappeared. In an instant, Jiang Chen was teleported to the third level of the trial tower. A giant python covered in black scales and possessing two heads appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. This creature was the black-scaled two-headed python. Not only was it enormous, but its aura also far surpassed that of the previous four-armed wild ape. It had already reached the fifth tier of Lord level. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought for a moment. Due to their lower intelligence compared to humans, generally speaking, the actual combat power of a fifth-tier Lord-level beast was not as strong as that of a fifth-tier warrior. But regardless, this creature's strength exceeded Jiang Chen's imagination. He had to think carefully about whether to continue fighting or retreat now. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, the crowd waiting anxiously watched as the orange warning light continued to flash. Everyone displayed expressions of disbelief. The warning light hasn't turned black, but is flashing continuously. Doesn't that mean Jiang Chen passed the second level? My god, the second level of this trial tower is the Lord-level four-armed wild ape, and Jiang Chen actually managed to defeat it? And it didn't even take too long. How could this guy's strength be so ridiculously strong? A martial artist who has just reached the battle general level being able to pass the first layer is already quite incredible. How on earth did this guy manage to do it? While everyone was discussing, Duan Hong and Lu Tingyue, who were originally very tense, suddenly cheered with excitement. Ha ha ha, good, good. Brother Duan, you really have an amazing guy in the South China region this time. I dare say, this guy's actual combat power is probably already equivalent to an ordinary battle god level martial artist. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe it. At this moment, Lu Tingyue admired Jiang Chen immensely. Such a talent being able to jump from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was truly a great event. Lord Lu, Jiang Chen still hasn't come out. He wouldn't continue to challenge, would he? At this time, a battle god training camp student beside them suddenly spoke up. His words wiped the joyful expressions off Lu Tingyue and Duan Hong's faces. Damn, this guy better not do something stupid. Being able to pass the second layer is already impressive. If he starts the challenge for the third layer, then everything will be over. The black-scaled two-headed python of the third layer is definitely not something Jiang Chen can match. That brat better come out quickly. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't enter the trial tower in this situation, Lu Tingyue and Duan Hong would have rushed in to drag Jiang Chen out. Just as they were anxiously worried that Jiang Chen would continue to challenge, the originally closed door of the trial tower slowly opened. Jiang Chen walked out with a cheerful stride. You little brat! Duan Hong and Lu Tingyue rushed to Jiang Chen almost simultaneously. Who the hell told you to challenge the second layer? Jiang Chen, do you know how dangerous what you did was? What if you had died inside the trial tower? Lu Tingyue suppressed his anger and didn't hit Jiang Chen. If it were any other disobedient student, he would have slapped them already. I know the trial tower is dangerous, and I also know that passing the first layer is enough, but the second layer posed no difficulty for me. Look, I came out safe and sound. I'm particularly afraid of death. I wouldn't do something that seeks my own demise. Jiang Chen had pondered for a long time when he was on the third layer of the trial tower. With his current strength, defeating the Lord-level 5th-tier black-scaled two-headed python was almost impossible. In that situation, Jiang Chen certainly wouldn't choose to seek his own death, so he opted to give up the challenge. You little brat really scared us. Duan Hong, standing beside him, shot Jiang Chen an annoyed glare. Alright, since you've successfully passed the first layer of the trial tower, it means you officially become a student of the Battle God Training Camp. follow me. After calming down, Lu Tingyue led Jiang Chen toward a huge building ahead. This was the Battle God training camp of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The exterior of the Battle God training camp was extremely impressive, with a giant black tiger statue standing in front of its gate. This black tiger was actually the strongest king-level demon beast in this area, the Black-Eyed Demon Tiger. Later, the Black-Eyed Demon Tiger was slain by the founder of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Mo Wanshan. Its body was made into this imposing statue. Even an ordinary person, just by looking at this statue from afar, would be intimidated by its terrifying aura, especially the pair of eyes of the Black-Eyed Demon Tiger, which could emit a heart-pounding pressure. Jiang Chen felt a significant pressure just from a single glance. This was enough to prove how powerful Mo Wanshan was, who could slay the Black-Eyed Demon Tiger back then. Meanwhile, Duan Hong and the other students of the Battle God training camp also began to leave. Subsequently, under Lu Tingyue's guidance, Jiang Chen stepped into the Battle God training camp. What came into view was a spacious training ground in various high-tech training facilities. The entire War God training camp is divided into 9 levels. Each level is designed with specialized training rooms, including challenge rooms, gravity rooms, and simulation rooms, among others. The gravity room had already been experienced at the Tianhe Base City Extreme Martial Arts Hall. However, the gravity room in the War God training camp is far more intense than the usual gravity rooms in Tianhe Base City. The challenge room serves as a platform for martial artists to spar and communicate, allowing them to fight freely here. As for the simulation room, it is quite similar to the previous trial tower. After entering the simulation room, trainees can simulate various combat scenarios, even against monsters, allowing martial artists to train in a highly realistic environment to enhance their combat abilities. Lu Tingyue explained the various situations within the War God training camp while showing Jiang Chen around. Jiang Chen, as a trainee of the War God training camp, you can use all the facilities here for free without any conditions. At this point, Lu Tingyue pointed to a huge light screen in the center of the first floor hall. This is the leaderboard of the War God training camp. A strict ranking system is implemented within the camp. You must continuously challenge others to improve your ranking. The higher your rank, the more resources and better training conditions you can obtain. The trainee ranked first each month will also receive generous rewards from the camp. You have just joined the camp, so you are automatically ranked last. If you want to improve your ranking, you can challenge others at any time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. He looked at the leaderboard ahead, his eyes becoming increasingly fiery. Since he had come to such a competitive place, he was determined to become the strongest. Alright, that's the general situation in the War God training camp. You took a risk today by challenging the second level of the trial tower. Although your body did not suffer any substantial harm, your spirit must have been severely drained. Hurry back to rest. Gather here at 8 a.m. tomorrow. A teacher will give a class for new trainees. The dormitory is on the left side of the training camp. Someone will naturally arrange a room for you there. After saying this, Lu Tingyue turned and hurriedly left. He needed to report Jiang Chen's success in passing the second level of the trial tower to Mo Wanshan immediately. After Lu Tingyue left, Jiang Chen also walked out of the training camp. Just as he was heading to the dormitory, a handsome brown-haired young man swaggered up to him. "Kid, I saw your performance just now. I am the young master of the Jin family, one of the 4 top families of the Yin kingdom. My name is Jin Hongi. Now, I give you an opportunity to join the Jin family. I guarantee you will soar to great heights in the future. Jiang Chen, your talent is indeed remarkable, but after all, you are just a martial artist from a small place. If you want to become a top martial artist, you will definitely need the help of a top family like mine. Only by joining the Jin family will you make the wisest choice of your life." Jin Hongi looked at Jiang Chen with arrogance. In his view, as the esteemed young master of the Jin family, personally inviting Jiang Chen was undoubtedly a great honor for him. How could Jiang Chen not appreciate this and refuse? However, unexpectedly, Jiang Chen completely ignored his presence and walked straight towards the dormitory building not far ahead. "Jiang Chen, this young master is talking to you, did you not hear?" Jin Hongi, who had been pampered since childhood, was used to being the one who ignored others. How could he ever have experienced such neglect? Anger surged in his heart, and he immediately blocked Jiang Chen's path. "This young master personally came to invite you, that is a huge favor to you. Don't be ungrateful." Jiang Chen replied calmly, "Sorry, I have no intention of joining your Jin family. Please step aside." He knew very well that the Jin family was one of the 4 top families in Yin country and the richest in the nation. However, Jiang Chen had no interest in these top families and did not want to join them. Now, seeing Jin Hongi's arrogant demeanor only made Jiang Chen feel disgusted. "What?" Jin Hongi was instantly furious upon hearing this. you actually refused this young master's invitation? From childhood to adulthood, Jin Hongyi had always gotten whatever he wanted. He had his eyes on Jiang Chen's potential, knowing that Jiang Chen would definitely become a formidable warrior in the future. With such potential, he had to win him over. So he suppressed his anger and casually handed Jiang Chen a check. As long as you are willing to join the Jin family, write down any amount you want. My Jin family is wealthy enough to rival a nation, and we can definitely meet all your needs. Oh, a check. Jiang Chen reached out to take the check and glanced at it casually, discovering that the maximum amount was only 8 digits. So, he wrote down 999,999,999 yuan and 9 jiao. Then he looked at Jin Hongyi. The Jin family is wealthy enough to rival a nation, and just one check seems a bit stingy, doesn't it? Just give me 100 more checks like this, and that would be about 100 billion. Before Jiang Chen could finish, Jin Hongyi angrily interrupted him. Jiang Chen, are you toying with me? In Jin Hongyi's view, even though Jiang Chen was exceptionally talented, he was definitely not worth 100 billion. How could he agree to that? TCH. Jiang Chen scoffed disdainfully and tore the check into pieces. I already made it very clear. I have no interest in joining your top families. Please do not disturb me. Goodbye. With that, Jiang Chen decisively walked towards the dormitory building. Before leaving, he used the system's ability to copy Jin Hongyi into the virtual training ground. This guy had reached the first level of the War God rank, making him very suitable for Jiang Chen's current challenge. Moreover, as the young master of the Jin family, he probably had many remarkable martial skills. Additionally, Jiang Chen had just checked the leaderboard, and Jin Hongyi was ranked 7th. This was enough to prove how strong he was. Jiang Chen was worried about who to copy first on the first day in the camp, and it was just right to choose Jin Hongyi. At this moment, Jin Hongyi watched Jiang Chen's departing figure, gritting his teeth in anger. Jiang Chen, you wait for me. I will make you regret it. Just then, a long-haired man with deep features walked out beside him. He looked at Jin Hongyi with a cold smile. What's wrong? The young master of the Jin family personally invites someone, and he actually gets rejected? Is your sincerity not enough? Shut your mouth. Jin Hongyi was already furious, and now someone was coming to mock him, which made him feel extremely angry. He turned to glare at the long-haired man. Luo Chingan, are you here to watch me make a fool of myself? The Luo Chingan he mentioned was from the Luo family. Luo Qingsheng and Luo Qinghan were his cousins. Years ago, due to an accident, Luo Chingan's father unfortunately passed away, and the young Luo Chingan was raised by Luo Beifong. Over the years, Luo Beifong treated Luo Chingan as his own, caring for him greatly. Although he was not of the direct bloodline of the Luo family, Luo Chingan had shown extraordinary talent from a young age. He had even mastered the flowing light and shadow technique to great success, being hailed as the strongest among the younger generation of the Luo clan. Don't get me wrong, I'm just interested in that Jiang Chen. Earlier, when Luo Qingsheng returned to the Luo family with Luo Qinghan, Luo Chingan had already learned about Jiang Chen from Luo Qinghan. Seeing him today, he was indeed extraordinary. At least at Jiang Chen's age, it was impossible for him to pass the second level of the trial tower. Although it must have been the ability of a mentalist that played a crucial role, it still proved Jiang Chen's strength. The fact that Jiang Chen did not choose to join the Jin family just now truly relieved him. Luo Chingan, don't think I don't know your intentions. Jin Hongyi had a clear mind, like a mirror, understanding that Luo Chingan's appearance here was definitely to win over Jiang Chen. Thus, he spoke with a hint of threat. What I can't have, you shouldn't even think about getting. Upon hearing this, Luo Chingan's gaze instantly turned cold. What, are you planning to kill him? I wouldn't go that far, but I will make sure he absolutely cannot join your Luo family. The 4 top families of the Yin kingdom seemed calm on the surface, but in reality, there were undercurrents and constant competition. Jin Hongyi was well aware of Jiang Nian's potential. How could he allow him to easily become an asset for the Luo family? Ha! Luo Chingan scoffed disdainfully. I advise you not to underestimate that kid. Which organization he wants to join is his freedom. A forced fruit is not sweet, you should understand that. Humph. Jin Hongyi snorted coldly. How I act is not for you to dictate. I will make him willingly join the Jin family. With that, Jin Hongyi was unwilling to waste more words with Luo Chingan and turned to leave the training camp. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen walked into the dormitory of the God of War training camp. The person in charge here was an old man with glasses, who appeared kind-hearted. He looked ordinary, but Jiang Chen sensed that this old man was no ordinary person. Otherwise, how could he stay in the God of War training camp? Under the old man's guidance, Jiang Chen took the elevator to the 7th floor of the dormitory. He was assigned to room 703, similar to the room he had at the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps base, but larger and more comfortable. Young man, the 7th floor of this dormitory is for your batch of new students who just entered the God of War training camp. You can take your time to familiarize yourself tonight. After the old man finished speaking, he turned to leave, and just then, the door of the adjacent room 702 opened. A man with a sharp gaze like an eagle stepped out. Jiang Chen met his eyes and instantly felt a strong sense of pressure. Is there something you need? Jiang Chen carefully examined the sharp-eyed man before him. Although this person was not a god of war level warrior and currently had a cultivation level around the 9th stage of the battle general, Jiang Chen sensed an extremely dangerous aura from him. Those who could join the God of War training camp were certainly not ordinary people. Jiang Chen, you don't need to be nervous. I just wanted to come and say hello. The man smiled and said, my name is Qi Jun, from the East China region. Your performance on the second floor of the trial tower just now really brought honor to us newcomers. Qi Jun's eyes were sharp like an eagle, but this was not due to any hostility towards Jiang Chen. It was simply his natural gaze. In fact, he was filled with admiration for Jiang Chen and couldn't wait to rush out when he saw Jiang Chen arrive on their floor. Jiang Chen was clearly taken aback. He thought Qi Jun was here to provoke him and did not expect him to come to make friends. Before Jiang Chen could react, the doors of several other rooms opened one after another. These people, like Jiang Chen and Qi Jun, were students from other regions of the Yin Kingdom who had qualified to enter the God of War training camp. In previous years, newcomers like them were often bullied by older students. But today, with Jiang Chen's arrival, he had publicly slapped those older students in the face, which made them admire him greatly. Although Jiang Chen was only at the first stage of the battle general level and his cultivation was far inferior to theirs, no one present dared to underestimate him. After all, on the second floor of the trial tower, everyone else present, except Jiang Chen, had been unable to pass. This undoubtedly proved how powerful Jiang Chen's strength was. With the enthusiastic self-introductions from everyone, Jiang Chen basically understood their identities. The first to greet him, Qi Jun, was the strongest among them, currently at the 9th stage of the battle general level. Among the other 5, had a cultivation level of the 8th stage of the battle general. Only the last man, slender and sporting a watermelon hairstyle, had the weakest cultivation level. He was currently only at the 4th rank of the battle general level. Jiang Chen, with his first rank battle general cultivation, had qualified to enter the battle god training camp. Apart from his identity as a mentalist, his own strength was also formidable. There was no doubt that this somewhat socially anxious watermelon-haired man must possess extraordinary strength. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, it would have been impossible for him to enter the battle god training camp. After a brief chat with them, Jiang Chen returned to his room. He decisively activated the void training arena. Moments later, right in front of Jiang Chen, a combat puppet that looked exactly like Jin Honi appeared. The battle god training camp he was in was a gathering place for various prodigies, perfectly suited for him to fully utilize the system's capabilities to replicate these elites one by one. This was undoubtedly a tremendous boost for Jiang Chen. Without any hesitation, he immediately engaged in battle. At that moment, Jin Honi, who had been standing still, suddenly had his eyes filled with killing intent. A set of magnificent golden battle armor materialized, and in his hand appeared a dazzling golden lightsaber. He exuded an aura of wealthy person. TSK, truly worthy of the son of the richest man. Even his equipment is so luxurious. If I'm not mistaken, that guy's lightsaber and armor are at least S rank or above. I want to see just how strong you, the son of the richest man, really are. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Chen took out the windbreaker blade and charged at Jin Honi. However, before Jiang Chen could make a move, an extremely powerful energy erupted from Jin Honi. This energy exploded like a missile, instantly forming a mushroom cloud. It directly blasted Jiang Chen away, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. With just one strike, Jiang Chen was severely injured. Immediately after, Jin Honi swung his lightsaber, instantly rushing in front of Jiang Chen and mercilessly slashing down at his head. Although in the void training arena, Jiang Chen could resurrect infinitely, being killed so easily by Jin Honi truly shocked him. Damn, this is definitely not some martial skill, it's the ability of Jin Honi's armor. Jiang Chen immediately realized that the armor on Jin Honi was an extremely rare piece of high-tech equipment. It was likely capable of unleashing energy of similar power at regular intervals. If this were a real battle, failing to dodge would mean certain death. In this situation, relying solely on the power of a pure martial artist to defeat Jin Honi was utterly impossible. Thus, Jiang Chen quickly took out the 6-blade arc knife disc, using his astonishing speed to evade Jin Honi's attacks while looking for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Even so, Jiang Chen still found it difficult to match Jin Honi. They fought fiercely in the void training arena for over an hour. After dying countless times, he finally succeeded in killing Jin Honi. During this process, Gu Yinhai not only showcased the incredible power of his armor but also demonstrated a sword technique that was extremely fast. This sword technique emphasized the perfect combination of body movement and swordplay, with the sword light flickering like a shadow, changing in an instant, making it hard to grasp. The connections between the sword moves were smooth, with each strike containing high speed and explosive power. Gu Yinhai's own speed was already fast, and he also mastered strong body techniques. In this context, the armor he wore greatly enhanced his speed, making his sword technique extremely powerful. Indeed, those who could enter the Battle God training camp were anything but ordinary. The Gu Yinhai before him was the kind of martial artist who was not only wealthy but also talented and exceptionally hard-working. No wonder he was so confident. Yet even so, Jiang Chen did not show the slightest fear. The stronger the opponent, the greater the improvement for Jiang Chen at this stage. Just now, after killing Gu Yinhai once, Jiang Chen gained a huge amount of experience and was almost about to reach the second tier of the battle general level. If he completed all 10 kills, he might directly reach the third tier of the battle general level. Anyway, the time in the Void training ground is completely different from the outside world. Here, he can fight to his heart's content without any concerns. While Jiang Chen was immersed in his training in the Void training ground, a shocking piece of news reached the Luo family. At this moment, a middle-aged man with graying temples and a stern face crushed his phone in anger. The peak aura of a war god erupted, causing everyone present to tremble and kneel on the ground. Even Luo Chingan and Luo Chingan were the same. Answer me, why is Jiang Chen able to master the secret techniques of our Luo family? Where did he steal this knowledge from? At this moment, Luo Beifong, sitting in the main seat, was filled with extreme anger. The flowing light escape was a secret technique of the Luo family that was not to be passed on. Yet now, Jiang Chen had actually learned their flowing light escape. In Luo Beifong's view, someone must have leaked it. Otherwise, how could Jiang Chen have learned it? Originally, Luo Beifong had a good impression of Jiang Chen. After all, it was Jiang Chen who saved Luo Chingan in the South China main city. However, now, all he felt for Jiang Chen was killing intent. He knew very well that if Jiang Chen was not eliminated, the secret technique of flowing light escape would surely be completely leaked. If that happened, wouldn't everyone be able to access the secret techniques of the Luo family? Just then, an elder of the Luo family sitting nearby looked displeased at Luo Chingan and questioned, "You have been at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall in Tianhe Base City for the past 3 years. That Jiang Chen is also from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. This means that only you had the opportunity to leak the flowing light escape." Before Luo Chingan could explain, her brother Luo Qingsheng spoke up first. "Impossible. Although my sister has been at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, very few people know his true identity. Moreover, as a member of our Luo family, how could she not know the importance of the flowing light escape to us? How could she possibly give such an important thing to Zhang Yan?" At this point, Luo Qingsheng quickly turned to his father. "Dad, the flowing light escape is not something everyone can learn. The difficulty of cultivation is extremely high. If someone secretly taught the flowing light escape to Jiang Chen, it would at least take 3 to 5 years to even get started. And Jiang Chen only recently joined the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. He only met Qinghan on the day of the graduation assessment. How could Qinghan possibly have had the chance to teach Jiang Chen the flowing light escape? Could it be that Qinghan knew Jiang Chen years ago? This is clearly impossible." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into silence. Originally, everyone present, including Luo Beifong, had been suspicious of Luo Chingan. But now, after hearing Luo Qingsheng's words, everyone felt they made a lot of sense. After all, Jiang Chen had indeed only recently joined the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Even if Luo Chingan had given him the flowing light escape on the day of the graduation assessment, it would be impossible for him to successfully cultivate it in such a short time. Everyone present knew how difficult it was to cultivate the flowing light escape. Even the strongest of the younger generation, Luo Chingi, had spent 12 years barely managing to cultivate the flowing light escape to a great success. Currently, only Luo Beifong and Luo Chingi in the entire Luo family had achieved this. But just now, the head of the Sun family had informed him that Jiang Chen had cultivated the flowing light escape to a level beyond great success. Now that he thought about it, it indeed seemed a bit unlikely. "Dad, in my opinion, this might be the Sun family trying to sow discord." Luo Qingsheng recalled how Sun Mingyu had bullied Luo Chingan before, and he felt an immense anger. He continued, "The current Jiang Chen is not just a mentalist. His own strength is also quite formidable. He must be afraid that Jiang Chen will join our Luo family, which is why he said that on purpose." Luo Qingsheng's words received agreement from many present. However, Luo Beifong did not clearly express his stance. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "From my understanding of the head of the Sun family, although this person is cunning, he wouldn't speak nonsense. He certainly wouldn't use such matters to mock me. Immediately after, Luo Beifong looked at the silent Luo Chingan. Hanin, are you sure you didn't leak the flowing light escape to Jiang Chen? Dad, although I am grateful to Jiang Chen, I absolutely did not secretly give him the flowing light escape. At most, I demonstrated it once in front of Jiang Chen when dealing with the nightmare beast, but that time I deliberately suppressed the speed of the flowing light escape, and Jiang Chen's attention was entirely on the nightmare beast, so he naturally had no time to observe me. It's impossible that after I demonstrated the flowing light escape once, Jiang Chen would master it on his own. Upon hearing this, Luo Beifong nodded slightly. If Luo Chingan did not leak it, then what Jiang Chen had mastered might not be the flowing light escape at all. In Luo Beifong's view, it was possible that Jiang Chen had gained some opportunity to master a special movement technique similar to the flowing light escape. If I remember correctly, Jiang Chen should have entered the God of War training camp by now. Qingsheng, you immediately notify Er to confirm whether the movement technique Jiang Chen has mastered is indeed the flowing light escape. If it is, we must bring this kid back to the Luo family. As soon as Luo Beifong finished speaking, Luo Qingsheng immediately took action. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the God of War training camp, Jiang Chen had been engaged in a fierce battle with Jin Honi in the virtual martial arts arena for over 10 hours. He finally succeeded in defeating him 10 times. Not only did his cultivation level rise to the 3rd stage of the battle general rank, but he also mastered 2 martial arts techniques that Jin Honi possessed. They were the S-rank Shadow Sword technique and the S-rank Flowing Light Step. He wasn't particularly interested in the Shadow Sword technique, but the Flowing Light Step movement technique left Jiang Chen genuinely shocked. Not because this martial art was particularly powerful, but because it was extremely similar to the Luo family's Flowing Light Escape, almost like a weakened version of it. It combined extreme speed with light and shadow manipulation, allowing the user to move like light and shadow, changing rapidly and being hard to grasp. If this movement technique could be cultivated to perfection, it could almost be indistinguishable, making people mistakenly believe they had mastered the flowing light escape. Previously, when he was in the South China main city, Jiang Chen had already exposed the flowing light escape to evade the pursuit of Zheng Fong in Lin Jinbei. Knowing the character of Sun Mingyu, he would undoubtedly embellish this matter when informing the Luo family. The flowing light escape was extremely important to the Luo family, being a top-tier martial art that was not to be passed on. Once the Luo family learned that he had mastered the flowing light escape, it would undoubtedly lead to their pursuit. Currently, Jiang Chen only planned to cultivate diligently in the God of War training camp for a while and did not want to get into such big trouble. Now he could use this flowing light step to create a false impression. Jiang Chen conducted a simple test in his room and found that it was indeed very similar to the flowing light escape. Ha ha ha, now it's foolproof. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then took a shower and went to sleep. The next day, at 8 o'clock, Jiang Chen, Shijun, and other new students gathered in the lobby on the 1st floor of the God of War training camp. The teacher responsible for their classes was a dark-skinned, scarred, muscular man. Even more shocking was that his left leg and left arm were both mechanical prosthetics. He exuded a chilling aura that made one shiver. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Deng Ming. From now on, I will be the mentor for the 7 of you. If you have any needs, you can come to me. His voice was steady, revealing an undeniable authority. In the God of War training camp, each new cohort of trainees is assigned a dedicated mentor to accompany them through their first year. After that, the trainees enter a phase of independent training. Only those who reach at least the first tier of the God of War level within 3 years and pass rigorous assessments can proudly graduate from the camp. The headmaster, Mo Wanshan, often visits the training camp to teach and guide the trainees, helping them continuously improve their strength. The new trainees, including Jiang Chen and Qi Jun, are already well aware of these rules and processes. What they are more focused on now is the man before them, named Deng Ming. Jiang Chen vaguely remembers that there was once an unparalleled genius at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, with rumors suggesting he might surpass Mo Wanshan in the future. However, a sudden accident left him severely injured, and he vanished from the public eye. That unparalleled genius is none other than Deng Ming. Back then, rumors of Deng Ming's death were rampant, but it seems now that he did not die. Instead, he chose to become a mentor at the God of War training camp. However, from the disabilities on his left arm and leg, as well as the scars on his face, it is easy to imagine the severe injuries he sustained from that accident. Perhaps it was that incident that completely altered Deng Ming's fate. Teacher, what exactly happened back then? Qi Jun couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. Unexpectedly, Deng Ming reacted with extreme intensity. He glared at Qi Jun, his eyes wide with anger, and said sternly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Don't think that just because you joined the God of War training camp, I won't dare to take action against you. In the coming year, I have the authority to kick you out at any time." Despite Deng Ming's physical disabilities, his aura was exceptionally powerful. Although his own cultivation was only at the 7th tier of the God of War level, the aura he emitted was not at all inferior to that of a peak 10th tier God of War. This was because Deng Ming was not an ordinary God of War warrior, he had awakened the power of transcendence. Seeing this, Shi Jun was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Starting today, every Wednesday at 8 a.m., you must gather here. In addition to regular classes, I will also check how much you have grown over the week. If you fail to comply, you will be kicked out of the God of War training camp. Do you understand? As soon as Deng Ming finished speaking, the 7 present nodded in agreement. Then, Deng Ming led them to a simulation room on the first floor hall. In the simulation room, as long as they put on the exclusive helmets, they could enter the simulated combat arena. Here, various real combat scenarios could be simulated, even including demon beasts. It could almost completely replicate the real battles of the outside world. You should all be clear about the situation in the simulation room, so I won't say much more. In a moment, I will set the parameters and let you each conduct a simulated battle to assess your strength. Although simulated battles won't result in death, the sensations are very real. If you die in the simulated battle, then I'm sorry, you can leave the God of War training camp. I don't need weak trainees under my command. Deng Ming has always been very strict. In his view, jade must be carved to become a gem. Only through high-intensity training can they grow the fastest. Then, Deng Ming's gaze turned to Jiang Chen. Let's start with you. Let me see just how strong this renowned genius of yours really is. Deng Ming had naturally heard about Jiang Chen passing the 2nd level of the trial tower yesterday. Being able to pass the 2nd level of the trial tower was enough to prove Jiang Chen's strength as the strongest among the 7. He wanted to take this opportunity to test Jiang Chen's limits. All right. Jiang Chen said nothing more, immediately sitting down in a chair and putting on the helmet. Under Deng Ming's operation, Jiang Chen gradually closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he found himself transported to an endless desert. Whether it was the texture of the sand or the temperature around, everything was almost identical to the desert in the real world. At that moment, the ground began to shake violently. A massive centipede, covered in a hard, crimson shell, emerged from the yellow sand. In an instant, the yellow sand filled the air, severely obstructing Jiang Chen's vision. So my opponent, is it? Jiang Chen assessed the black centipede ahead and said lightly, the 2nd-tier Lord-level Crimson Flame Sand Centipede. To test my limits with just this, I'm afraid it's far from enough. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately took out the 6-blade arc knife disc. 6 incredibly sharp arc knives, under the control of his mental power, moved like 6 silver bolts of lightning. With a howling sound that tore through the air, they struck fiercely at the Crimson Flame Sand Centipede. The centipede, unwilling to back down, suddenly swung its massive body. Flames erupted on its crimson shell, forming a wall of fire in an attempt to block Jiang Chen's assault. However, this was all within Jiang Chen's expectations. While manipulating the 6-blade arc knife disc, he casually took out the gale-breaking knife. Channeling all his strength, he swung at the wall of fire ahead. In an instant, a wild wind was stirred up, and the cyan-green sword energy shattered the wall of fire. Immediately after, the 6 arc knives locked onto the Crimson Flame Sand Centipede like tracking missiles, slashing towards its vital points. Clang! Clang! The arc knives collided with the centipede's shell, producing a piercing metallic clash, with sparks flying. Even though this creature had formidable defense, it could not withstand the powerful attack of the 6-blade arc knife disc. The areas struck by the 6 sharp arc knives showed clear cracks, and foul black blood flowed out. Previously, when Jiang Chen was only at the 1st-tier battle general level, he already had the ability to kill 1st-tier lord-level monsters. Now that he had reached the 3rd-tier battle general level, dealing with the Crimson Flame Sand Centipede was even less of a challenge. At the moment the 6-blade arc knife disc injured the centipede, Jiang Chen executed the flowing light step. He almost teleported in front of the Crimson Flame Sand Centipede and unleashed the strongest move of the Gale Absolute Knife, Wind Extinction Slash. At that moment, he was surrounded by violent wind elements, as if resonating with heaven and earth. With a deafening roar, Jiang Chen mercilessly slashed down. The blade light transformed into a massive wind dragon, sweeping across the entire desert. Wherever the wind dragon passed, it seemed as if space itself was being torn apart. The already injured Crimson Flame Sand Centipede never expected Jiang Chen could unleash such a powerful move. It had no chance to resist and was immediately sent flying by the blade light transformed wind dragon. Its shell shattered, blood gushing everywhere. To ensure the centipede was killed, Jiang Chen, at the moment of severely wounding it, commanded the 6 sharp arc knives to launch a relentless assault. Accompanied by the centipede's screams, its massive body was sliced into several segments, dying a tragic death. This scene was clearly witnessed by everyone in the simulation room. Each person displayed an expression of utter shock. No one had expected that a second-tier Lord-level monster could be so easily killed by Jiang Chen. Although it was just a simulated battle, it left them deeply shaken. This kid's strength is simply outrageous, Deng Ming said as he watched the battle between Jiang Chen and the Crimson Flame Sand Centipede on the big screen. He had thought that facing such a formidable monster, Jiang Chen would definitely be in for a tough fight. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chen had killed it so effortlessly. However, what truly shocked Deng Ming was the similarity between Jiang Chen's movement techniques and the flowing light shadow, which was a secret technique never shared by the Luo clan. He knew Jiang Chen could not possibly master it. Perhaps it was just a movement technique similar to the flowing light shadow. Furthermore, while Jiang Chen was fully engaged in battle with the Crimson Flame Sand Centipede, due to the simulation battle being too realistic, Jiang Chen's true aura involuntarily emanated. Everyone clearly sensed his powerful aura at the third tier of the battle general level. This brought them a slight sense of relief. If Jiang Chen were still only at the first tier of the battle general level, it would have been hard for them to accept. While everyone was still in shock, Jiang Chen had already left the simulation battlefield, his consciousness returning to the real world. When he opened his eyes and removed the helmet, Shi Jun and the other students immediately surrounded him. Jiang Chen, you were amazing. You killed a second-tier Lord-level beast just like that? Your fluid combo moves in the simulation battle were simply breathtaking. By the way, you really can use the Luo family's light shadow escape, right? When did outsiders learn the secret techniques of the Luo family? Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. No. What I used was just the light step. It's just that I have a good comprehension ability, so I cultivated it to perfection. That's why it looks a bit like the light shadow escape. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the crowd immediately showed a helpless expression. Although the light step was not as powerful as the SSS level light shadow escape, it was still at the S level. How could someone as young as Jiang Chen cultivate an S level martial skill to perfection? That's not just good comprehension. That's extraordinary talent. Even though everyone present was a genius from various regions, they all seemed dim in comparison to Jiang Chen. Alright, you can step down. Next, Shi Jun. Deng Ming was very satisfied with Jiang Chen's performance and immediately began the second student's test. Unlike Jiang Chen, the other students faced beasts that were not at the Lord level, but rather at the 10th tier of the beast general level. After all, they did not possess Jiang Chen's astonishing strength, and fighting a Lord-level beast would undoubtedly be seeking death. Deng Ming had them each conduct a simulation battle just to understand them better, so he could formulate the most perfect training plan based on their abilities. Jiang Chen stood beside Deng Ming, carefully observing Shi Jun's battle process. He was surprised to find that the weapon Shi Jun used was not a conventional sword or blade, but a sniper rifle. In this world where martial artists prevailed, ordinary firearms had basically been eliminated. Because both martial artists and beasts moved at incredible speeds, they could easily dodge bullet attacks. Moreover, with the existence of martial skills, martial artists would almost always choose close combat weapons to perfectly unleash the power of their skills. Now, seeing that Shi Jun used a sniper rifle truly astonished everyone present. However, when they witnessed Shi Jun's battle, their eyes widened in shock. Shi Jun's opponent was a 10th tier Shadow Escape Windwolf, which was extremely fast. Normally, martial artists like Shi Jun, who used ranged weapons, would be most afraid of encountering this type of beast. Once it got close, it would almost be game over. But Shi Jun showed no fear at all. With his footwork, he could easily evade the various attacks of the Shadow Escape Windwolf. Furthermore, Shi Jun's shooting skills were top-notch. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as he fired, it was 100% hit. He didn't even need to aim. Additionally, although Shi Jun's sniper rifle looked ordinary, it was actually a high-tech weapon with an S-level strength. He could shoot various types of bullets with it, such as burning bullets, freezing bullets, flashbangs, and even powerful laser waves. Coupled with the gun techniques he mastered, the Shadow Escape Windwolf had no chance to defend itself. In the end, Shi Jun shot it in the head, quickly ending the battle. Impressive! This is the first time I've seen a martial artist use firearms so skillfully. After Shi Jun finished his test, Jiang Chen walked over to him. How about we spar sometime? He. Shi Jun chuckled foolishly. Although I know I can't possibly defeat you, but I really hope to spar with you. That way, I can improve my strength faster. While the two were chatting, the other students began their tests one after another. Without exception, each person displayed extraordinary strength. Even when facing a beast general level 10th tier monster, they could defeat it. Only the last student to take the test showed an expression of immense fear. This person was the frail-looking man with a watermelon head from yesterday. His name was Shin Xiu, and he was currently only a 3rd tier warrior at the battle general level. Although being able to join the God of War training camp proved he had strength far beyond others, otherwise, he wouldn't have passed the first level of the trial tower yesterday. However, everyone was curious about Xinxiu's strength. What are you doing? Are you really afraid of a mere simulated test? Deng Ming despised cowardly warriors the most. Seeing Xinxiu so frightened in the face of a simulated battle truly infuriated him. In fact, when Xinxiu first arrived at the God of War training camp yesterday, he was already terrified of the trial tower and almost wanted to give up. It was only under Lu Tingyue's pressure that he chose to enter the trial tower. He thought Xinxiu would fail, but unexpectedly, he succeeded. If Xinxiu was afraid because he worried about dying in the trial tower, Deng Ming could understand that. But now, just a simulated battle made Xinxiu show such fear, which Deng Ming could not accept at all. He sternly warned, Xinxiu, listen carefully, if you don't accept the simulated battle test, then get out of the God of War training camp right now. Hearing that he was about to be expelled, Xinxiu hurriedly put on his helmet and began the simulated battle. Considering that Xinxiu was the weakest and not even a mental energy master, Deng Ming lowered the difficulty for him. His opponent was merely an 8th-tier beast general-level monster. Like the monsters in the first level of the trial tower, it was a shadow blood-eyed wolf. Even so, Xinxiu still performed poorly, completely being chased and beaten by the shadow blood-eyed wolf. In less than a moment, he was already covered in wounds. Although it was a simulated battle, the pain felt very real, making Xinxiu scream in agony. This scene left everyone present speechless. This guy is too weak. How did he pass the first level of the trial tower yesterday? He couldn't have gotten in through the back door, could he? Just when they thought Xinxiu would be defeated by the shadow blood-eyed wolf, this kid, as if possessed by luck, always managed to dodge the wolf's attacks at the most dangerous moments. Even casually swinging his sword at the air would somehow hit the wolf's most vulnerable spots. It can still be like this? Thus, while Xinxiu ran and fought, he actually wore down the shadow blood-eyed wolf to death. Although the battle process was hard to watch, at least he succeeded. Everyone present, including Deng Ming, witnessed Xinxiu's battle and felt speechless. By the way, when Xinxiu passed the first level of the trial tower yesterday, did he fight like this too? What is up with this guy? How can someone like him enter the God of War training camp? His martial skills are lacking, his movement skills are lacking, and he just has good luck, randomly hitting the shadow blood-eyed wolf's weaknesses. Could it be that this kid is deliberately hiding his strength? I don't think so. Just now, Xinxiu was clearly very afraid, not at all like he was pretending. Teacher Deng, so what exactly is his situation? Originally, when they learned yesterday that Xinxiu was only a 3rd-tier battle general, they all thought he was a hidden expert. Otherwise, how could someone of his level enter the God of War training camp? However, after witnessing Xinxiu's battle just now, everyone dismissed that idea. Xinxiu was weak from beginning to end, so weak that he would be very afraid even when seeing a monster beast. They really couldn't understand why someone like him could enter the God of War training camp. At this moment, not to mention them, even Deng Ming found it hard to believe that such a weak warrior like Xinxiu could enter the God of War training camp. He knew very well that there was absolutely no way to enter the God of War training camp through any backdoor means. Even someone like Zhang Chen, a mentalist with certain privileges, had to pass the first level of the trial tower. Yet Xinxiu's cultivation level and combat power clearly did not meet the standards for entering the God of War training camp. Just then, Xinxiu slowly took off his helmet, looking at Deng Ming with a face full of lingering fear. Teacher, does this mean I passed? Deng Ming sighed helplessly. Xinxiu, the strength you have shown so far is severely below the standards for entering the God of War training camp, but I believe you couldn't have entered through backdoor means. For now, I will reluctantly consider you as having passed the assessment. After lunch, everyone wait for me at the entrance of the God of War training camp. I will take you into the Long Spine mountain range for practical training. With that, Deng Ming decisively turned and left. He had to meet with Lu Tingyue to confirm Xinxiu's situation. If Xinxiu really entered through improper connections, Deng Ming would kick him out without mercy. After hearing Deng Ming's words, Xinxiu let out a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness, at least I passed the assessment. Xinxiu, did you really not take any shortcuts? With your weak strength, how could you enter the God of War training camp? If you didn't deliberately hide your strength, I advise you to leave here quickly. This afternoon is practical training in the Long Spine mountain range, and it's very dangerous. If you go, aren't you just looking for death? I really don't know what you're thinking. After Deng Ming left, everyone gathered in front of Xinxiu. The already timid Xinxiu turned pale with fear facing so many questions. In the end, he ran out of the simulation room without looking back. This kid, although Zhang Chen had not spoken the entire time, he remained skeptical of Xinxiu's strength. He couldn't believe that such a weak warrior could qualify for the God of War training camp. Perhaps there was some hidden truth behind this. Forget it, no need to think too much. Zhang Chen then looked at Qi Jun beside him. since there's nothing to do now, shall we spar a bit? Let's keep it light. It won't affect the practical training this afternoon. Chi-jun readily agreed. Let's go. The two then headed towards the challenge room together. However, just as Jiang Chen and Chi-jun stepped out of the simulation room, they were suddenly blocked by Jin Hongi. You again, Jiang Chen said, somewhat speechless. Didn't I say I wouldn't join your Jin family? Do you really need to be so persistent? Jin Hongi sneered. Jiang Chen, I'm not here to recruit you into the Jin family today. I'm here to challenge you. I heard you can easily defeat a second-tier Lord-level Red Flame Sand Centipede. I want to see just how strong your strength really is. Do you dare accept my challenge? Before Jiang Chen could respond, Chi-jun beside him immediately became displeased. Jin Hongi, aren't you being a bit too much? After all, you are a God of War level warrior. This fight is simply unfair. He. Jin Hongi chuckled dismissively. If it were a battle with a new student like you, that would indeed be unfair. But Jiang Chen is not an ordinary person, he is a mentalist. And his actual combat power has likely already reached the God of War level, otherwise how could he have passed the second level of the trial tower? At this point, Jin Hongi looked at Jiang Chen with a contemptuous gaze. Of course, if someone is afraid, they can naturally refuse. Afraid? Jiang Chen snorted coldly. The word afraid has never existed in my dictionary. But just sparring and challenging is too boring. Why don't we add some stakes? If I win, you must give me a bottle of S-grade gene serum. I believe with the Jin family's financial power, that shouldn't be a problem, right? In fact, even if Jin Hongi hadn't come, Jiang Chen would have chosen to challenge him proactively. After all, this guy ranks 7th in the God of War training camp, and defeating him would instantly elevate Jiang Chen's ranking. As for Jin Hongi's strength, Jiang Chen didn't take it seriously at all. Last night in the Void Martial Arts Arena, he had already defeated Jin Hongi many times. He was thoroughly familiar with Jin Hongi's fighting style. He had even mastered and refined Jin Hongi's martial skills and movement techniques to perfection. Defeating this guy was really too easy for Jiang Chen. It was also a perfect opportunity to obtain a bottle of S-grade gene serum. This thing would provide a tremendous boost for Jiang Chen at this stage. S-grade gene serum? Jin Hongi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha! Jiang Chen, you really are quite greedy. In this situation, you dare to ask for such a high price. An S-grade gene serum is worth at least 50 million. But for my Jin family, an S-grade gene serum is indeed nothing. As long as you can defeat me, then I will gladly hand over the S-grade gene serum. But if you lose, you must swear to join the Jin family. Lifelong loyalty to the Jin family. Jiang Chen had already anticipated the stakes proposed by Jin Hongi. He smiled faintly. All right, no problem. So where shall we fight? Jin Hongi had come to challenge Jiang Chen today, actually wanting to use this as an excuse to force Jiang Yan to join the Jin family. But he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would take the initiative to raise the stakes. Although Jin Hongi felt a bit surprised, he didn't care at all. He had absolute confidence in his own strength and didn't believe Jiang Chen could defeat him. Since you agreed, let's head straight to the challenge room. I want to see just how strong you, a once-in-a-century talent from South China, really are. As soon as Jin Hongi finished speaking, he walked directly towards the challenge room on the first floor. Jiang Chen, you can't be serious about accepting his challenge, Chi-jun said with a worried expression. Although Jin Hongi is a playboy, his strength is extremely formidable. At just 26 years old, he has already entered the ranks of God of War level warriors. Warriors start training at 16, which means Jin Hongi has become a God of War level warrior in less than 10 years. Moreover, the Jin family is incredibly wealthy. This guy's weapons and armor are probably ridiculously strong. To put it bluntly, you might have no chance of winning against him. Are you really going to join the Jin family? Chi-jun truly couldn't understand Jiang Chen's decision to accept Jin Hongi's challenge. The Jin family's waters run too deep. I, an ordinary person, don't want to get involved. The reason I'm accepting his challenge is that I have absolute confidence. After saying this, Jiang Chen decisively walked towards the challenge room. The news of Jiang Chen fighting Jin Hongi quickly spread throughout the God of War training camp. Damn, is Jiang Chen crazy? Challenging Jin Hongi on his first day in the camp? No, it wasn't Jiang Chen who initiated the challenge, it was Jin Hongi who sought him out first. What's the difference? Jiang Chen daring to fight Jin Hongi is simply unbelievable. I don't know where this kid gets his confidence. Does he really think Jin Hongi is some unlearned playboy? It is said that if Jiang Chen loses, he will have to join the Jin family. In my opinion, perhaps Jiang Chen has long wanted to cling to the Jin family, this towering tree, and this is just an excuse. As everyone discussed, they all headed towards the challenge room on the first floor. They wanted to witness the battle between Jiang Chen and Jin Hongyi with their own eyes. This news quickly reached Luo Chingan's ears. He was troubled by not being able to verify whether Jiang Chen could indeed use the flowing light escape, and now he had a perfect opportunity. At this moment, almost everyone from the War God training camp went to the challenge room on the first floor. Many of the camp's instructors also arrived. The students in the War God training camp were all talented martial artists from various regions, each possessing remarkable strength. Therefore, the challenge room was built with the most solid materials, equipped with special barriers to prevent the leakage of combat energy, making it extremely hard. At this moment, everyone was seated around the chairs in the challenge room, while Jiang Chen and Jin Hongyi stood in the central combat area. Jiang Chen, after all, you are not a War God level martial artist, and you have just entered the War God training camp. My cultivation level is far superior to yours, and I have undergone the training camp's refinement, so I will definitely go easy on you. Moreover, I heard you were going for outdoor combat training this afternoon, so I really can't hurt you. Why don't you just surrender? It would save us both some trouble. My Jin family has always been very generous towards talented martial artists like you. Jin Hongyi looked at Jiang Chen with a rather disdainful gaze, not believing that Jiang Chen had any chance of defeating him. Stop wasting words. If you want to fight, then hurry up and make your move. Jiang Chen immediately took out the windbreaker blade and pointed it at Jin Hongyi. An S-level weapon, not bad, not bad. But in my eyes, the weapon in your hand is equivalent to scrap metal. Today, I will let you see what a real weapon is. The ring on Jin Hongyi's right index finger emitted a dazzling golden light. In the next moment, a brilliant golden lightsaber appeared in his hand. Not only that, but Jin Hongyi was also covered in a layer of magnificent golden battle armor. An aura far surpassing that of an ordinary War God level martial artist erupted instantly. Jiang Chen, a martial artist from a small place like you, probably hasn't seen high-tech weapons before. Today, I will give you a good introduction. Jin Hongyi swung the golden lightsaber in his hand, speaking with great pride. This sword is called Holy Light Judgment, an SS-level high-tech weapon. And this set of battle armor is also SS-level, named Golden Radiance Armor. It is no exaggeration to say that the value of my weapon and armor is at least over $1 billion. Only my Jin family has such strong financial power. Jin Hongyi's confidence largely stemmed from his possession of the world's most advanced weapons and armor. Even though Jiang Chen was a mentalist with outstanding potential, he felt no concern at all. TSK, such magnificent weapons and armor. You are right, as a martial artist from a small place, I really haven't seen such impressive equipment. But so what? Jiang Chen scoffed. You don't think that just because your equipment is powerful enough, you can definitely win against me? That's right. In my eyes, if you want to become a top martial artist, you must always have the most powerful equipment. After saying this, Jin Hongyi stepped on the flowing light step, moving at a speed that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, and instantly rushed in front of Jiang Chen. The holy light judgment in his hand emitted an incredibly dazzling golden light. Without hesitation, he swung the sword towards Jiang Chen. Although Jin Hongyi heavily relied on the enhancement of weapons and equipment, it did not mean he was weak himself. He had already mastered the S-level flowing cloud step and S-level instant shadow sword technique to great perfection. He did not believe that Jiang Chen had the ability to dodge this sword. Although he did not want to hurt Jiang Chen, he did not hold back with this sword. After all, Jiang Chen was not an ordinary person. If he couldn't withstand this strike, he would be a complete waste. However, just when Jin Hongyi thought he had succeeded, Jiang Chen dodged his sword with astonishing speed. It was as if he had anticipated Jin Hongyi's move. In the moment he evaded, his body was immediately covered in black gold battle armor. Then, he kicked fiercely at Jin Hongyi's waist. Jin Hongyi had never expected Jiang Chen to be so fast. He had no time to react and was kicked away by Jiang Chen on the spot. How is this possible? Although Jiang Chen's kick did not inflict any substantial harm on Jin Hongyi, being kicked away in front of everyone was undoubtedly a great humiliation for him. After all, he was a warrior of the God of War level, and in terms of cultivation and equipment, he completely overwhelmed Jiang Chen. This was something he simply could not accept. At that moment, not only Jin Hongyi but even the onlookers were wide-eyed in shock. Damn, Jiang Chen is so fast? Jin Hongyi is using the flowing light step, and he has already mastered it. His speed, in the God of War training camp, is unmatched except by Luo Chingan and that top-ranked monster. And with Jin Hongyi's ridiculously strong battle armor, I really can't figure out how Jiang Chen managed to dodge. Moreover, he was so fast that we couldn't even see it clearly. At this moment, Luo Chingan, sitting in the crowd, furrowed his brows. He kept recalling Jiang Chen's evasive movements against Jin Hongyi's attack. As the strongest of the younger generation of the Luo family and one of the few who had mastered the flowing light shadow to perfection, he saw clearly what others could not. No, this is clearly not the flowing light shadow. What Jiang Chen just used was the same flowing light step as Jin Hongi. After a brief silence, Luo Chingan visibly sighed in relief. If Jiang Chen had really stolen the flowing light shadow, then regardless of how talented he was or whether he was Luo Chingan's benefactor, he would have killed Jiang Chen without hesitation. He would never allow the Luo family's secret technique to be mastered by an outsider. Fortunately, the rumors were false. The flowing light shadow remained unique to the Luo family. After confirming that what Jiang Chen had used was not the flowing light shadow, Luo Chingan's gaze towards Jiang Chen turned extremely appreciative, even a bit envious. He could see that Jiang Chen had already perfected the flowing light step. Only by doing so could he create a semblance of the flowing light shadow. A young warrior in his early 20s, capable of mastering the flowing light step to such an extent, made Luo Chingan feel deeply jealous. Meanwhile, in the fighting arena, Jin Hongi was already extremely furious. Now, the discussions of the onlookers only fueled his anger. He shouted at Jiang Chen, "Are you ****ing toying with me?" In Jin Hongi's view, if Jiang Chen had seriously injured him just now, he wouldn't feel as bad. But since Jiang Chen had indeed kicked him away, wasn't that a clear humiliation? No, I'm not toying with you. I was just worried that I might accidentally hurt you, the young master of the Jin family. Before Jiang Chen could finish, Jin Hongi interrupted him rudely. Enough. Jiang Chen, you are still a member of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Do you not understand the rules of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall? The Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall has always advocated for warriors to spar and fight, yet you deliberately held back. You clearly looked down on me. The more Jin Hongi thought about it, the angrier he became, and the golden gem on his battle armor began to shine continuously, its color gradually shifting from gold to crimson. Earlier, in the Void Martial Arts arena, Jiang Chen had already understood the capabilities of Jin Hongi's battle armor. Once the gem on his chest turned completely crimson, it signified an impending eruption of terrifying energy waves. The range would be astonishing. Even if Jiang Chen moved at full speed, it would be difficult to evade entirely. This was the real world, not a void training ground. If he were to take a hit, it would undoubtedly affect the afternoon's practical training. Therefore, Jiang Chen could not give him any opportunity. Since young Master Jin wants me to go all out, then here I come. Jiang Chen immediately took out the 6-blade arc knife disc, controlling 6 incredibly sharp arc knives that shot towards Jin Hongi. Jin Hongi swung his sword, unleashing a powerful golden sword energy that sent the 6 arc knives flying. He intended to pursue the advantage but found that Jiang Chen had instantaneously moved behind him. The windbreaker blade was already poised at his neck. If Jiang Chen wished, in that fleeting moment, Jin Hongi would have lost his head. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Young Master Jin, I am well aware of the power of your battle armor. Once the energy erupts, I won't be able to participate in the practical training this afternoon. If I'm not mistaken, the position my blade is pointing at should be the weakest point of this battle armor. So, I hope you can remain calm. Jiang Chen had fought against Jin Hongi countless times in the Void Training Ground. It was no exaggeration to say that now, whenever Jin Hongi raised his hand, Jiang Chen already knew what move he would use. He even knew the various weaknesses of the golden radiant battle armor. It was no exaggeration to say that in Jiang Chen's eyes, Jin Hongi was full of flaws. Defeating him was incredibly easy. What? From the moment Jiang Chen dodged his attack, Jin Hongi had already realized Jiang Chen's remarkable agility. His speed was certainly not slower than his own, but he never expected Jiang Chen's speed to be so absurdly fast. Jin Hongi had perfected the flowing light step, and outside the vast God of War training camp, there were hardly any who could match his speed. Yet now, Jiang Chen had achieved it. Even more shocking was that Jiang Chen was also using the flowing light step. Being faster than him meant that Jiang Chen had mastered the flowing light step to an extraordinary level. At that moment, Jin Hongi truly understood why Jiang Chen could pass the second level of the trial tower. Such a terrifying talent was simply monstrous. The fact that he even knew the weaknesses of his own battle armor left Jin Hongi in disbelief. In truth, if Jin Hongi wanted to fight Jiang Chen to the death now, he might not lose. As long as the energy wave of the golden radiant battle armor erupted, he believed that no matter how fast Jiang Chen was, he would find it hard to evade completely. However, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall allowed free sparring but absolutely forbade harming others. Moreover, given Jiang Chen's remarkable talent, Jin Hongi had intended to recruit him. So how could he truly injure Jiang Chen? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jin Hongi removed his battle armor and sheathed his weapon. He then took out a small vial of golden liquid from his storage ring and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, your strength indeed far exceeds my expectations. In this match, I have truly lost to you. I, Jin Hongi, have never been a man of empty words. This vial of S-grade gene serum was originally meant for my own use, but now, it is yours. With that, Jin Hongi decisively turned and left. Although he had lost face in this battle, What mattered more to him than losing the match was his promise. Wow, truly worthy of being the young master of the Jin family. He really has great poise. Jiang Chen carefully stored the S-grade gene serum. Just as he was about to leave, Luo Chingan suddenly blocked his path. Wait, who are you? Jiang Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the person who appeared before him, completely unfamiliar with him. Jiang Chen thought this person was also here to challenge him, so he immediately spoke. I have practical training this afternoon and don't have time to continue sparring with you here. No, I'm not here to spar with you. Luo Chingan quickly explained. My name is Luo Chingan, and I am Luo Chinghan's cousin. I came to find you mainly to thank you in person. This is a small token of my appreciation. As he spoke, Luo Chingan took out a delicate small jade bottle from his storage ring and handed it to Jiang Chen. This is the Heavenly Spirit Jade Dew, which possesses extremely powerful healing abilities. No matter how severe your injuries are, as long as you still have a breath left, drinking this Heavenly Spirit Jade Dew will pull you back from the gates of hell. What? Looking at the small jade bottle that Luo Chingan handed over, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Although he had never seen this Heavenly Spirit Jade Dew before, he had learned about it from some ancient texts. This thing is not an artificially synthesized potion, it is a spiritual liquid born from the heavens and earth. Everything Luo Chingan said was not an exaggeration. This Heavenly Spirit Jade Dew is almost equivalent to a revival coin. As long as you drink it, you can almost fully recover. It is no exaggeration to say that even a small drop of Heavenly Spirit Jade Dew is worth over 50 million. Moreover, it is priceless and hard to find. He never expected that Luo Chingan would give him such a precious item right away. Brother Luo, saving Qinghan was just a small effort on my part, and besides, Luo Qingsheng has already given me a reward before. No merit, no reward, the Heavenly Spirit Jade Dew is too precious, and I can't just take it casually. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Luo Chingan smiled and shook his head. I know very well what kind of temperament Luo Qingsheng has. That guy is always proud and arrogant. You must have been wronged at that time. As his cousin, I have the obligation to apologize to you on his behalf. As for the little money Luo Qingsheng gave you, it is simply not enough to repay your kindness in saving Qinghan. You must accept this Heavenly Spirit Jade Dew. This. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Alright, then thank you, Brother Luo. Jiang Chen was very clear about Luo Chingan's purpose in giving him the Heavenly Spirit Jade Dew. It was definitely not just simple gratitude. More importantly, he wanted to draw him into the Luo family. Moreover, Luo Chingan must have seen the entire battle with Jin Hongi just now. If he had accidentally exposed the flowing light shadow, what awaited him would not have been the Heavenly Spirit Jade Dew, but Luo Chingan's overwhelming killing intent. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had disguised himself exceptionally well, and Luo Chingan had not noticed at all. He had also obtained such a precious treasure as the Heavenly Spirit Jade Dew for nothing. Adding in the previous S-grade gene potion, Jiang Chen had truly made a huge profit on this trip. After seeing Jiang Chen accept the Heavenly Spirit Jade Dew, Luo Chingan smiled with satisfaction and decisively turned to leave. He was not in a hurry to win Jiang Chen over. In his view, since Jiang Chen had decisively rejected Jin Hongi's invitation, it meant that Jiang Chen absolutely did not want to join any forces in the short term. No matter how much Luo Chingan said now, it would be meaningless. Moreover, if Jiang Chen wanted to join the Luo family, he wouldn't need to say a word. Back when they were at the Tianhe base city, he would have agreed to Luo Qinghan's invitation. After Luo Chingan left, Shi Jun came to Jiang Chen's side. He looked at Jiang Chen with envy and said, Jiang Chen, you are really amazing. On your first day in the camp, 2 top families are vying to invite you. In a way, you could be considered the first person in the history of the War God training camp. By the way, are you really not planning to join either of the 2 top families? Jiang Chen smiled and said, as it stands, I'm not interested in either of them. My current goal is to reach the War God level as soon as possible. During the conversation with Luo Chingan just now, Jiang Chen had already used his system's copying ability to successfully copy Luo Chingan. However, since the system's cooldown time had not yet expired, he could not enter the Void Martial Arts arena. Just in time for the upcoming outdoor combat training, he could hunt monsters to refresh the time for entering the Void Martial Arts arena. Well, alright then. After Qi Jun finished speaking, he glanced at the time. I originally planned to spar with you, but it seems like we might be running out of time. Let's go, we can eat at the cafeteria. Once we're full, we'll have the energy for the practical training later. Sure, I'm a bit hungry too. With that, the 2 of them headed towards the cafeteria of the War God training camp together. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall in Wanshan Base City, Lu Tinghua hurriedly walked into the main hall and respectfully looked towards Mo Wanshan in front of him. Hallmaster, Jiang Chen just defeated Jin Hongi. What did you say? Mo Wanshan's eyes widened in shock. He can already defeat Jin Hongi? That's unlikely. Mo Wanshan was very familiar with Jin Hongi's strength, he knew very well that Jin Hongi was not some useless playboy. On the contrary, Jin Hongi was one of the most outstanding individuals in the entire War God training camp. Now, he had already entered the ranks of War God level warriors. He simply couldn't believe that Jiang Chen could defeat Jin Hongi on his first day in the camp. It was utterly inconceivable. Hallmaster, actually, with Jin Hongi's strength, if he were to unleash his full power and fight Jiang Chen would definitely have no chance of winning. But even so, Jiang Chen's strength indeed far exceeds our expectations. Lu Tingyue pulled up the video of the battle between Jiang Chen and Jin Hongi and played it for Mo Wanshan. Even though Mo Wanshan was the strongest in the Yin Kingdom, he was greatly shocked when he saw Jiang Chen's fighting process. He had thought that Jiang Chen's strength was largely due to his abilities as a mentalist, but now it seemed that what truly made Jiang Chen formidable was his talent and comprehension. At such a young age, he had managed to cultivate the extremely difficult flowing light step to perfection. Such talent was simply astonishing. Ha ha ha, I never expected that our Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall would stumble upon such a talented warrior. I should thank Jiang Chen's father, Lin Jinbei. This person is truly foolish to the extreme. Thinking of Lin Jinbei, Mo Wanshan's smile suddenly vanished. In its place was a sharp killing intent. Jiang Chen is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. His future achievements will surely surpass mine. Such a talent must be nurtured with all our might in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Anyone who can obstruct Jiang Chen must be dealt with. At this point, Mo Wanshan coldly looked at Lu Tingyue. You should know what I mean, right? Hallmaster, to be honest, when I learned that Jiang Chen's parents were such despicable people, I considered secretly eliminating the Lin family. Unfortunately, I was a step too late. Lin Jinbei somehow used some means to go from a mere branch hallmaster to the supervisor of the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall headquarters. Now that the Lin family has moved to the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall headquarters, I'm afraid there's no chance to take action anymore. Lu Tingyue said this with a rather helpless expression. If he had known earlier that Jiang Chen was such a genius, he would have rushed to Tianhe base city at the first opportunity. A mere Lin family was equivalent to ants in Lu Tingyue's eyes. He had countless ways to make the Lin family disappear from this world without a trace. But now, with Lin Jinbei becoming the supervisor of the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall, it was almost impossible to take action against him. Damn it! Mo Wanshan's killing intent grew even stronger upon hearing this. He knew very well that Lin Jinbei could not have become the supervisor of the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall for no reason. There must have been help from the Sun family behind this. After a brief silence, Mo Wanshan slowly spoke. Forget about the Lin family's matters for now. Anyway, with Jiang Chen in my War God training camp, no one dares to make a move against him. After Jiang Chen finishes the outdoor practical training, arrange for him to meet me. Understood. After Lu Tingyue cupped his fists towards Mo Wanshan, he turned and left. After lunch, Jiang Chen, Qi Jun, and other new recruits gathered outside the War God training camp. Under Deng Ming's leadership, they boarded an armored vehicle and headed towards the Long Ridge mountain range, located outside the Wanshan base city. The Long Ridge mountain range is one of the largest gathering places for demon beasts in Yin country. The entire mountain range resembles the spine of a dragon, which is how it got its name. The mountain range is divided into 3 sections, the front, middle, and back. Their destination this time is the front section of the Long Ridge mountain range. Although this area is relatively safe, it is still home to a large number of demon beasts. Moreover, the weakest demon beasts here are at least at the 3rd tier of the beast general level. Listen up, from noon today until this time tomorrow, Deng Ming said, you 7 must stay here and complete the hunting mission. The task is very simple, each of you must earn 100 points. The way to earn points is by hunting demon beasts at the beast general level, starting from tier 5, which gives you 1 point. From tier 5 onwards, for every level increase in the demon beast you hunt, the points will double. For example, a tier 6 demon beast will earn you 2 points, a tier 7 demon beast will earn you 4 points, and so on. If you fail to complete the hunting mission within 24 hours, you will all be expelled from the War God training camp. Remember, your hunting range is limited to the front section of the Long Ridge mountain range. Once you reach the middle section, it is guarded by the Yin country troops, and you won't be able to enter even if you wanted to. At this point, Deng Ming's expression suddenly became serious. Before the assessment officially begins, I want to remind you of one thing. This is not a simulated battlefield. If you die, it is real death. If any of you feel afraid, you can choose to give up now. Those who give up will also be expelled from the War God training camp. Upon hearing this, the crowd did not seem too surprised by the task of hunting demon beasts. From the moment they learned they were coming to the Long Ridge mountain range, they had already guessed that the practical training would be very difficult. However, they did not show any signs of fear. All present were talented individuals from various regions, and during the first level of the trial tower, they had already faced the task of killing a large number of demon beasts. This hunting mission posed no difficulty for them at all. Only one person appeared quite nervous, his clothes already soaked with cold sweat. "Shinshio, are you scared?" Deng Ming said sternly. "If you are afraid, you can give up now. Otherwise, if you die in the Long Ridge mountain range, the War God training camp will not be held responsible." "No, I'm not afraid. I will definitely complete the hunting mission. I cannot leave the War God training camp," Shinshio said, his voice trembling. Even though he insisted he was not afraid, every action he took revealed his deep fear. Jiang Chen, Shi Jun, and the others had no idea what Shinshio was thinking. Clearly terrified and with weak abilities, he insisted on taking on the task of hunting demon beasts. "Alright, I want to see how you will get through this practical training." Deng Ming looked at everyone present. "Listen carefully, in this practical training, no one is allowed to team up. All of you must complete the hunting mission individually. Demon beasts killed in cooperation cannot be converted into points. After killing a demon beast, you do not need to bring back the corpse, just the beast core will suffice. The entire front section of the Long Ridge mountain range is patrolled by designated personnel. If anyone dares to cheat, the consequences will not be as simple as expulsion. Do you understand?" As soon as Deng Ming finished speaking, everyone present nodded in agreement. Then, Deng Ming did not say anything further. He personally drove the 7 of them to the entrance of the Long Ridge mountain range, officially announcing the start of the practical assessment. At that moment, Jiang Chen, Shi Jun, and the other 7 rushed into the Long Ridge mountain range. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the central region of the Yen Kingdom, within the Xingyao base city, this place is the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School and is one of the most developed base cities in the Yen Kingdom. Here, not only is there the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, but also one of the 4 top families of the Yen Kingdom, the Sun family. The establishment of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School relied heavily on the strong support of the Sun family. Therefore, within the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, aside from the headmaster, the members of the Sun family hold significant positions. At this moment, in the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, in a magnificent hall, Lin Jinbei is kneeling on the ground with an extremely tense expression. In front of him stands a tall, bald man with a beard wearing sunglasses. Even though Lin Jinbei is a 5th-tier warrior of the God of War level, he feels as insignificant as an ant in front of this man. He doesn't even dare to lift his head. This bald man with a beard is the headmaster of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, Lei Wu. In the Yen Kingdom, Lei Wu's strength is second only to Mo Wanshan, the headmaster of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Both are renowned top powerhouses in the world today. Lin Jinbei, do you know that because of the mistake you made, my Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School has lost an extraordinary genius? Let me tell you the truth. Jiang Chen has already entered the God of War training camp. He even passed the 2nd level of the trial tower without breaking a sweat. I don't need to say much. You should be clear about the trial tower of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Such a genius, and you just handed him over to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. If it weren't for the Sun family's intervention, do you think I would let you be in charge? As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura far beyond the God of War level erupted from Lei Wu, pressing Lin Jinbei down to the ground, his whole body trembling. Headmaster, please calm your anger. This matter ultimately stems from Jiang Chen, this ungrateful son, not listening. He grew up in the slums, weak and sickly. Who would have known he would suddenly become a mentalist? Back then, because of the beast tide in the Tianhua base city, I had to entrust Jiang Chen to someone I trusted to save the people. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the person protecting Jiang Chen died, and I thought Jiang Chen had died too, which is why I couldn't find him in time. By the time I discovered Jiang Chen was still alive, he had already been corrupted by those filthy rats in the slums. He would rather believe outsiders than his own biological parents. Even if I wanted to be good to him, I had no chance. Seeing Lei Wu's anger, Lin Jinbei began to defend himself. But at that moment, Lei Wu interrupted him sharply. Shut up. At this point, you still want to argue. It's clear that you, as parents, are unqualified. If you had known earlier that Jiang Chen had the potential to awaken as a mentalist, would this situation have occurred? Lin Jinbei, don't think I don't know anything. You clearly favor your younger son. Lei Wu walked up to Lin Jinbei. If it weren't for the Sun family's intervention, I would have already killed you with a single palm. Looking at Lin Jinbei before him, Lei Wu felt an extreme anger in his heart. What a great talent! If properly nurtured, he would surely have an unlimited future. But the result allowed the Extreme Path Martial Arts School to take advantage, and Lei Wu simply couldn't swallow this anger. Headmaster, I know that because of Jiang Chen, the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School has suffered greatly. But your attention cannot be solely on Jiang Chen. Lin Zilong is also very outstanding. he is not inferior to Jiang Chen at all. Although he is not a mental warrior, they are both my sons, and I believe Zalong will surely awaken powerful transcendent abilities in the future. Lyn Bei hurriedly spoke. Over the years, I have overly indulged Zalong, leading to problems in his education. As a result, Zalong lacks practical experience, which is why he lost to Jiang Chen. I believe that if Zalong can receive the headmaster's personal guidance and enter the genius class, he will surely surpass the God of War level in the future. In the genius class at Lin Town's North Gate, the most outstanding students of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School gather. It is somewhat similar to the War God training camp of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, as both are places for cultivating elites. However, the difference is that all students in the genius class do not need to possess strength close to that of a war god. As long as their talent is exceptional enough or they have someone to recommend them, they can enter the genius class. Generally, students are recruited every 5 years, and the number usually does not exceed 7. These individuals will be personally taught by the headmaster, Lei Wu, for 1 to 2 years. Being able to enter the genius class means being equivalent to Lei Wu's direct disciple. Previously, Lin Town North held a martial arts competition, inviting many people to watch, all to make Lin Zalong famous. Everything he did was to pave the way for Lin Zalong to enter the genius class. Genius class? Lei Wu scoffed at the words. Lin Town North, you don't really think every one of your sons is a genius, do you? To be honest, in my eyes, Lin Zalong's talent can only be considered mediocre. Any random disciple from the headquarters martial arts school could probably match Lin Zalong's strength. Moreover, he isn't even a war general level warrior yet. He truly has no qualifications to enter the genius class. Lei Wu unhesitatingly rejected Lin Town North. In his view, Jiang Chen's ability to become a mentalist was, to some extent, due to the Lin family's bloodline. He could make Lin Town North the head of the headquarters, although it was because of the Sun family's influence, but more so because he believed Lin Town North could awaken the power of transcendence. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Jiang Chen was also his son, and having such an outstanding son meant Lin Town North must be strong as well. As for Lin Zalong, he had yet to make a name for himself and lacked practical combat experience. Compared to Jiang Chen, Lin Zalong was simply weak. Headmaster, all of this is just temporary. If I can help Zalong break through to become a war general level warrior in the next few days, can he enter the genius class? Lin Town North still did not give up and asked. If he really can break through to war general level in the next few days, then an 18-year-old war general level warrior would indeed be considered exceptionally talented. Fine, I agree. After saying this, Lei Wu turned and left without looking back. Thank you, headmaster. Thank you, headmaster. After receiving Lei Wu's agreement, Lin Town North was overjoyed. Since he had already lost Jiang Chen, he had to do everything he could to cultivate Lin Zalong. Only in this way could Lin Town North ensure his position in the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Additionally, he planned to have Lin Zalong challenge Jiang Chen in the future. As long as he could defeat Jiang Chen, he could prove to everyone that his judgment had never been wrong. Lin Zalong was indeed stronger than Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, in the front area of the Dragon Spine mountain range, Jiang Chen skillfully controlled the 6-blade arc knife disc, effortlessly slicing a black giant python into several segments. This giant python had the strength of a beast general level 6, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was utterly no match. Jiang Chen thought that if he only chose to hunt these low-level demon beasts, he could indeed reach 100 points within the specified time, but that would be too lacking in challenge. Since he had already come to the Dragon Spine mountain range, he naturally needed to seek out some powerful demon beasts. After all, they had to be around beast general level 9. If he could encounter a lord level demon beast, that would be even better. After confirming his target, Jiang Chen skillfully extracted the beast core from the giant python's body and placed it into a clean storage ring. He then transformed the 6-blade arc knife disc into a circular shape, standing on the blade, flying in midair. For a normal warrior, flying would require either awakening the power of transcendence or having special armor. However, for Jiang Chen, as a mentalist, flying was as easy as pie. With a high vantage point, Jiang Chen clearly observed the situation in the front area of the Dragon Spine mountain range. Just at that moment, he suddenly discovered that not far ahead in the valley, there was a rhinoceros, massive as a mountain, covered in hard, armored skin. This creature had a huge horn on its head, emitting a faint blue-golden glow. Even while it was sound asleep, lightning still crackled around its body. This was the lord-level beast, the Thunderhorn giant rhinoceros. Jiang Chen could clearly sense that this creature's aura had already reached the second tier of lord level. In the front section of the Dragon Spine mountain range, the Thunderhorn giant rhinoceros was undoubtedly the overlord. Interesting, let's take it down. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen flew swiftly towards the Thunderhorn giant rhinoceros. This scene was clearly observed by Deng Ming, who was hiding in the shadows. Earlier in the simulation room, although Jiang Chen had already slain a second-tier Lord-level beast, that was merely a simulated battle. He was very curious to see how Jiang Chen would deal with the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros in a real fight. At this moment, the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros, originally immersed in dreams, suddenly seemed to sense an unusual aura. It abruptly opened its eyes, which sparkled with a vigilant light. It looked up and saw a tiny human staring at it with a predatory gaze. As the overlord beast of this area, the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros never allowed any beast to enter its territory, let alone a human. Moreover, it could clearly sense that this human was merely a warrior at the general level, a strength that was utterly insignificant in its eyes. This filled it with immense anger, as if it had been severely humiliated. It let out a series of deafening roars, venting its dissatisfaction in fury. Then, the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros opened its massive mouth and unleashed a wildly violent wave of lightning towards Jiang Chen. It believed that with the speed of lightning, a mere general-level human warrior would have no chance of dodging. However, every move of the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros was within Jiang Chen's expectations. He sidestepped effortlessly, easily avoiding the attack, a mocking smile on his face. Is that all? A second-tier Lord-level beast is nothing much. While taunting the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros, Jiang Chen manipulated the six-blade arc knife to spin gently around him, each blade glinting with a chilling light, as if ready to kill the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros at any moment. Both Jiang Chen's words and his arrogant actions thoroughly enraged the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros. As the overlord of this area, how could it endure such humiliation? Roar! The Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros let out an even more deafening roar, thundering forward. Its body was wrapped in blue-golden lightning, each step accompanied by the rumble of thunder. It vowed to use its sharp horn to smash this tiny human into pieces, to vent its pent-up rage. Too slow. Do you really think you can hurt me? Absolutely impossible. With a thought, Jiang Chen transformed the six-blade arc knife into 6 streams of light, shooting towards the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros. The Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros believed its defense was strong enough and, being so large, completely disregarded Jiang Chen's 6 arc knives. It was as if 6 insignificant toothpicks were flying towards it, and it paid no attention at all. Hee. Seeing the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros so careless, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. He directly combined the 6 arc knives into a massive golden blade. With a single swing, he unleashed a razor-sharp blade light. The Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros was utterly shocked, unable to react in time, and was directly slashed away by Jiang Chen's strike. Deep cracks appeared on its proud armor, blood gushed out, and it howled in pain. TCH, I thought your defense was strong, but it turns out to be so fragile. After injuring the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros, Jiang Chen pressed the attack, manipulating the 6-blade arc knife to disassemble and split into 6 arc knives. The continuous strikes pierced the body of the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros. The Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros was massive, but in its eyes, Jiang Chen's 6 curved blades were as small as toothpicks. Yet, this tiny toothpick possessed considerable lethality. Even though the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros had strong defenses, it simply could not withstand such a dense and fierce assault. In an instant, the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros was left riddled with wounds, its body covered in injuries. What infuriated it even more was that it could not break through Jiang Chen's concentrated and skillful attacks. This feeling of helplessness made it roar in anger and frustration. Deng Ming, who was watching from the side, saw everything clearly. Previously, he thought Jiang Chen could defeat the Crimson Flame Sand Centipede partly due to the simulated battle. After all, that was just a false fight. Even if one died, it would have no substantial impact. Therefore, Jiang Chen could attack recklessly and fiercely. But now, seeing the battle between Jiang Chen and the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros, he realized he was completely wrong. Jiang Chen was utterly dominating this level of monster. He didn't even need to engage directly. He could control the flying blades from a distance. At the same time, Deng Ming keenly noticed that the 6 curved blades manipulated by Jiang Yan were incredibly powerful, their strength likely reaching SS level. It was the first time Deng Ming had seen such a powerful psychic weapon, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Moments later, Jiang Chen seized the moment, using the flowing cloud step to teleport in front of the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros. He unleashed the strongest move of the Gale Blade, Wind Extinction Slash. The blade light transformed into a massive wind dragon, howling as it swept toward the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros. Just like when he fought the Crimson Flame Sand Centipede, this move was too powerful for the Thunderhorn Giant Rhinoceros to withstand. Not only was its proud horn severed by Jiang Chen, but even its hard armor was completely shattered by this strike. Finally, under the combined attack of the 6 curved blades, this dominant beast fell to the ground with a thud, dying a tragic death. It seems that with my current strength, I should be able to challenge even more powerful monsters, Jiang Chen thought to himself. I wonder if there are any beasts stronger than this one in this place. Saying this, Jiang Chen walked over to the corpse of the Thunderhorn giant rhinoceros, skillfully extracting its beast core and all the valuable materials from its body. Just then, Deng Ming's figure suddenly appeared behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen instinctively thought there was an enemy ambush and immediately controlled the 6 curved blades to shoot out. Fortunately, just as he was about to injure Deng Ming, he stopped in time. Deng, Teacher Deng, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock, his heart racing with fear, almost thinking he had accidentally harmed his teacher. Deng Ming did not expect Jiang Chen's reaction to be so intense. Although his strength was far above Jiang Chen's, even he could not completely evade the speed of those 6 curved blades. Moreover, this made Deng Ming realize that Jiang Chen must often go out to hunt monsters, which had developed his habit of striking decisively. It's fine, your vigilance is actually a good habit. After all, this is a gathering place for monsters. Deng Ming walked in front of Jiang Chen and gently patted his shoulder. Jiang Chen, I have to admit, your strength far exceeds my expectations. This practical assessment poses almost no challenge for you. Moreover, you have hunted the 2nd-tier Lord-level Thunderhorn giant rhinoceros, which translates to 100 points, so you don't need to participate in the upcoming assessments. You can return directly to Wanshan Base City. The Grand Master is waiting for you at the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Upon hearing Deng Ming's words, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. The Grand Master is looking for me? In fact, from the moment you first stepped into the War God training camp, the Grand Master intended to meet you. Now that the time is right, you should hurry and go. Deng Ming looked at Jiang Chen with admiration, as if he saw the shadow of his younger self in him. Back then, he too was like Jiang Chen, eager to challenge various powerful demon beasts, fighting beyond his level. Unfortunately, that accident changed everything. Otherwise, Deng Ming might have already surpassed the War God level by now. Now, he only hoped that Jiang Chen could grow steadily and safely. Alright, I'll go ahead, Jiang Chen said, cupping his fists in salute to Deng Ming, and then he controlled the 6-blade arc knife disc to leave the Long Spine mountain range. Along the way, he casually killed a few demon beasts, clearing the cooldown time of the Void Martial Arts Arena. Soon after, Jiang Chen arrived at the magnificent building complex in the center of the Tianhe Base City. The architectural style of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall was quite similar. The headquarters was just slightly grander than the martial arts halls in other regions, with no significant differences. As soon as he stepped into the place, Jiang Chen noticed a tall, red-haired man nearly 2 meters in height, standing with his hands behind his back in front of the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Even from a distance, Jiang Chen could sense a terrifying aura emanating from him, far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. Hall Master. The moment Jiang Chen saw Mo Wanshan, he hurriedly leaped down from the 6-blade arc knife disc and cupped his fists in salute. Up close, he could deeply feel Mo Wanshan's overwhelming presence, akin to an insurmountable mountain, along with a strong sense of oppression. You have actually reached the 3rd stage of the War General level. It seems you were hiding your strength before. As Mo Wanshan examined Jiang Chen, he was also sensing his aura. At just 20 years old, Jiang Chen's achievement of the 3rd stage of the War General level was already quite remarkable. Moreover, he was also a mental energy master, which greatly pleased Mo Wanshan. Follow me. Under Mo Wanshan's lead, Jiang Chen slowly walked into the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. The headquarters was divided into 2 parts. The front was where the headquarters trainees trained. Generally, it was quite similar to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall in Tianhe Base City. There were dedicated coaches responsible for training these trainees. Those who could enter the headquarters martial arts hall were undoubtedly outstanding martial artists from various places. If Jiang Chen had not chosen to join the Extreme Path Mercenary Corps, he would have been recommended by Duan Hong to enter the headquarters martial arts hall. The back part was similar to the Extreme Path Association in South China, where martial arts halls from all over the country obeyed its commands. Usually, Hall Master Mo Wanshan did not directly manage these affairs but entrusted them entirely to his 2 most trusted supervisors. At this moment, Mo Wanshan brought Jiang Chen into his exclusive office, located on the top floor of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall building, overlooking the entire Wanshan Base City. Jiang Chen, the matter between you and Lin Jinbei has now become widely known among the people of Yin country. I just want to ask you one thing. What do you think of Lin Jinbei? Do you plan to return to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall in the future? Mo Wanshan asked coldly while sitting in a chair beside him. Lin Jinbei? Jiang Chen smiled at first. To me, he is like a stray dog on the street. Then, with a firm gaze, he continued, I have no relationship with him anymore. His life or death has nothing to do with me. As for returning to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall, that is absolutely impossible. Very well. Mo Wanshan nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, and a huge light screen appeared in front of Jiang Chen. On the light screen, a martial skill named Phantom Overlord Blade Technique slowly emerged. Zhang Chen, if I am not mistaken, the knife technique you practice should be called the Gale Absolute Blade. With an S-level strength, you have already cultivated it to perfection. I must admit, your mastery of knife techniques is extremely high. You have even surpassed me. But the Gale Absolute Blade has its limitations. If you want to become even stronger, you undoubtedly need to cultivate more top-tier martial skills. At this point, Mo Wanshan pointed to the Phantom Overlord Blade technique on the light screen. This Phantom Overlord Blade technique is an SSS level knife technique, the strongest knife technique of our Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. This was something I obtained from an ancient ruin, but unfortunately, a part of it is missing. After my improvements and refinements, this top-tier sword technique was born. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the most powerful sword technique in the world today, bar none. As he spoke, Mo Wanshan's expression was quite proud. So, the headmaster, are you really planning to teach me the Phantom Overlord Blade technique? Zhang Chen looked in shock at the detailed introduction of the Phantom Overlord Blade technique displayed in the light screen. Although there were only 5 moves, each one was far more powerful than the Gale Blade. This was undoubtedly the most powerful martial skill within the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, something ordinary students could never access. The last time Zhang Chen encountered an SSS level martial skill was the Liuguang Shadow technique from the Luo family. I specifically came to see you this time to teach you the Phantom Overlord Blade technique. But before that, there is a prerequisite. Mo Wanshan casually took out a contract and placed it in front of Zhang Chen. What is this? Zhang Chen frowned at the sight. This is the elite contract of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Signing this contract means you will forever become a member of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. In this way, you will unlock all permissions within the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. You can learn any martial skill in the hall, and you will also receive a monthly subsidy of 5 million. Additionally, in Wanshan Base City, you will have your own villa. If you have friends or family, they can also come to live in Wanshan Base City. Since the establishment of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, no more than 10 people have signed the elite contract. What? Zhang Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he carefully reviewed the contract's contents. The contract seemed like a bond of servitude, but the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall would not actually restrict one's freedom. One could go wherever they wanted. The only limitation was that they could not join other organizations, effectively binding them to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Zhang Chen understood very well why Mo Wanshan would do this. Clearly, it was to guard against Zhang Chen mastering the top martial skills of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall and then turning to join other forces. That would undoubtedly be a huge loss for the hall. Moreover, Zhang Chen was originally from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and there was also the presence of Lin Jinbei. To put it simply, it was to prevent Zhang Chen from returning to the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall later. Currently, the Jin family, the Luo family, and even the annoying Sun family were all trying to recruit Zhang Chen. He had no interest in these top families and did not want to get involved in their disputes. If he signed the elite contract of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall now, he would completely become a member of the hall. This way, he would have enough reason to refuse the invitations from these families. Most importantly, this SSS level martial skill, the Phantom Overlord Blade technique, was indeed too powerful. If he could master it, even if he couldn't do so proficiently yet, its power would still be astonishing. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Chen said firmly, "Headmaster, I am willing to sign this contract." Mo Wanshan smiled slightly upon hearing this. I actually guessed you would agree. I also understand that your move is mostly to escape the invitations from the Jin and Luo families. However, to sign this contract, you currently do not meet the qualification standards. The minimum threshold for signing the elite contract is to be a war god level warrior. But with your talent, I believe that within 2 years, you will definitely reach the war god level. Therefore, I plan to let you sign this contract in advance and allow you to take the Phantom Overlord Blade technique with you. If you fail to achieve this within 2 years, I regret to inform you that I will retract all the resources provided. After hearing Mo Wanshan's words, Zhang Chen did not seem overly surprised. After all, the benefits of this contract were too numerous, including an unconditional monthly subsidy of 5 million. Such conditions were naturally not easily obtained. After a brief silence, Zhang Chen unhesitatingly signed his name on the contract. Headmaster, 2 years is too long for me. I don't need that much time at all. At this, Zhang Chen extended 3 fingers. At the latest, in 3 months, I will step into the God of War level. What? 3 months? Mo Wanshan exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. In his view, even the most talented martial artists would need at least 7 or 8 years to reach the God of War level. Just like the top-ranked student in the God of War training camp, who only became a God of War level martial artist at the age of 23. He had started training at 16 and took 7 years to achieve this. This had already broken the record since the establishment of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School and was hailed as a monster within the training camp. Yet now, Jiang Chen claimed he only needed 3 months to advance from a third-tier general-level martial artist to the God of War level. If this were to happen, it would undoubtedly shock the entire world. "You're not joking, are you?" Imo Wanshan asked in disbelief. "Master, I understand that 3 months may sound incredible," Jiang Chen replied earnestly, "but I enjoy challenging limits. If I fail, you can deal with me as you wish." As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, Imo Wanshan excitedly slapped the table. "All right, I'll give you 3 months. I want to see if you can truly become a God of War level martial artist. If you can do it, I will reward you handsomely. All resources after signing the contract will be prepared for you within 3 days." Saying this, Imo Wanshan took out a watch and handed it to Jiang Chen. This is called a holographic energy watch, which has functions like a phone and a computer. With it, you can log into the core website of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School to access the SSS level Phantom Blade technique. Additionally, you can use this watch to enter the Extreme Path Martial Arts School's mall to purchase everything you need, including martial skills, weapons, battle armor, and even war machines. Martial artists who sign the elite contract enjoy a 50% discount. As Imo Wanshan spoke, he demonstrated the various functions of the holographic energy watch to Jiang Chen. "Alright, I understand." Jiang Chen nodded slightly and put the holographic energy watch on his left wrist. "I'll go back to training now." But at that moment, he suddenly thought of something. "Master, can I know who else in the God of War training camp has signed the elite contract? Or who has mastered the SSS level Phantom Blade technique?" The reason Jiang Chen wanted to inquire about this was to find a suitable target for replication. The Phantom Blade technique was an SSS level martial skill with immense power, but mastering it was undoubtedly very difficult. However, if he could find someone at the God of War level who had mastered the Phantom Blade technique and replicated in the Void training ground, then as long as Jiang Chen defeated that person, he could instantly grasp the Phantom Blade technique and cultivate it to the peak level. In that case, Jiang Yan's strength would surely reach a terrifying level. Imo Wanshan slowly replied, "So far, only Fong Xingxiu, who is ranked first, has signed the elite contract. And besides Fong Xingxiu, the one who has mastered the SSS level Phantom Blade technique is Luo Chingan." "Who? Luo Chingan?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned. "Master, isn't Luo Chingan from the Luo family? Can he also obtain the strongest martial skill from our Extreme Path Martial Arts School?" "Ha ha ha." Imo Wanshan laughed a couple of times and explained, "Under normal circumstances, to master such martial skills, one would naturally need to sign the elite contract. But the Luo family has a very good relationship with our Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The successful establishment of Wanshan Base City was also thanks to the help of the Luo and Jin families. So the Phantom Blade technique can also be taught to members of the Luo and Jin families, but that person must be outstanding enough." Luo Chingan is ranked second in the God of War training camp and is extremely strong. After hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded in realization. "I see." As for the top-ranked Fong Xingxiu, Jiang Chen had yet to encounter him. Moreover, this person seemed quite mysterious, with very few people in the War God training camp knowing his whereabouts. After continuing to chat with Imo Wanshan for a few more moments, he finally turned and left the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Previously, when he met Luo Chingan, Jiang Chen had already copied his abilities. Just in time for the practical training in the Longji mountain range, Jiang Chen continuously killed demon beasts and had already cleared the cooldown time. Now, as long as he defeated Luo Chingan in the Void Martial Arts arena, Jiang Chen would be able to master the Phantom Dominance Blade technique. He could hardly wait to experience the terrifying power of this SSS level martial skill. Without any hesitation, at the moment he left the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Jiang Chen stepped onto the 6-blade arc knife disc and flew towards the War God training camp. Meanwhile, in the vast estate of the Luo family, a warplane that had flown in from Wanshan Base City slowly landed on the estate's helipad. After Luo Chingan stepped out of the aircraft, he hurried into the central villa of the estate. "Uncle, I'm back," Luo Chingan said as he entered the hall, respectfully looking at Luo Beifong, who was seated in the main position. "So, did Jiang Chen really master the flowing light escape?" At that moment, not only was Luo Beifong eager to know the answer, but Luo Qingsheng, Luo Qinghan, and several elders of the Luo family were also watching Luo Chingan intently. Based on my previous observations, Jiang Chen's movement martial skills are indeed remarkable, and his speed is astonishing. But it's not the flowing light escape, it's the S-level movement martial skill, flowing light step. Jiang Chen has cultivated the flowing light step to perfection, which allows him to exhibit effects similar to the flowing light escape. This kid's talent is truly extraordinary. As soon as Luo Chingan said this, the entire room erupted in an uproar. In fact, Luo Beifeng had suspected that Jiang Chen must have mastered a similar movement martial skill. However, he never expected that Jiang Chen could cultivate such a difficult movement martial skill to perfection at such a young age. The levels of martial skill range from low to high, entry level, proficient, great achievement, and perfection. Generally speaking, being able to cultivate a martial skill to great achievement is already quite impressive, and to break through to perfection is nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Reaching perfection means that the martial artist must comprehend the core essence of the martial skill, just as the original creator of the skill did, in order to achieve perfection. The astonishing talent displayed by Jiang Chen undoubtedly shocked everyone present. Ha ha ha, I said, how could this kid Jiang Chen possibly master our Luo family's secret techniques? Dad, at this point, it's already very clear. It's obvious that the Sun family is deliberately guiding us to deal with Jiang Chen. This must have been instigated by that little beast Sun Mingyu. Luo Qingsheng said through gritted teeth, I will make him pay the price. Shenger, calm down, Luo Beifeng said slowly, although Sun Mingyu is indeed despicable, he is after all the second young master of the Sun family. We don't need to tear our faces with the Sun family over this matter. The primary task at hand is to win Jiang Chen over. I dare say, this person will surely surpass the war god in the future and become a planetary-level powerhouse. At this moment, Luo Qingyi suddenly spoke up, Uncle, it should be impossible to get Jiang Chen to join our Luo family now. I just received news that the main headquarters master Mo Wanshan met with Jiang Chen privately and persuaded him to sign an elite contract. Now Jiang Chen has completely become a member of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School and will not join any other forces. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Luo Beifeng's eyes widened in shock. He hasn't even reached the war god level yet? How can he sign an elite contract now? At this moment, not only was Luo Beifeng greatly shocked, but everyone present also widened their eyes in disbelief. They never expected that Mo Wanshan had secretly taken action behind the scenes. With Jiang Chen's talent, it was only a matter of time before he reached the level of a war god. The headmaster must have seen Jiang Chen's potential, which is why he gave him the opportunity to sign early. At this point, Luo Qingyi sighed deeply. In fact, the treatment offered by the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall's elite contract is far inferior to what our Luo family provides. The reason Jiang Chen chose to sign the elite contract should be that he doesn't want to join our top family. Previously, Jin Hongyi also invited Jiang Chen, but he was similarly rejected. What's so great about that? Luo Qingsheng said irritably upon hearing this, since he doesn't want to join our Luo family, we have no need to pay him any attention. Giving face but not respecting it. Does he really think he's invincible? Luo Qingsheng had a bad impression of Jiang Chen from the start. Now, learning that Jiang Chen had signed an elite contract with the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall to refuse joining the Luo family made him feel extremely angry. Shut up! Luo Beifeng shouted sternly, how many times have I told you to change that foul temper of yours? Back when we were in the main city of South China, weren't you the one who deliberately humiliated Jiang Chen? No matter what, he is still Hanin's savior, and it's because of you that he has no good feelings towards the Luo family. Being able to cultivate the flowing light step to perfection, Jiang Chen is far stronger than we imagined. His future strength may even surpass Mo Wanshan. Luo Beifeng felt helpless about his son's temper. Can't change a bit. Anyway, I think I did nothing wrong. Since Jiang Chen had already discovered my sister's whereabouts, he should have informed me immediately. Yet he boldly entered the Sun family's estate, clearly looking down on me. Luo Qingsheng wanted to say more, but at that moment, a member of the Luo family rushed in. Head of the family, the Sun family has suddenly visited. The visitor is the young master of the Sun family, Sun Mingze. Who? Sun Mingze? Upon hearing this name, Luo Qingsheng immediately exploded with rage. Bastard, how dare the Sun family come here? Dad, we should just make Sun Mingze get lost. It was his brother, Sun Mingyu, who bullied my sister back then. Calm down a bit, Sun Mingyu is a beastly wastrel, but that doesn't mean Sun Mingze is the same. Sun Mingze is the young master of the Sun family, exceptionally talented. He personally came to our Luo family, there's no reason to refuse him. Let Sun Mingze in. With Luo Beifeng's command, a refined and handsome young man slowly walked into the hall. Although he bore some resemblance to Sun Mingyu, their temperaments were completely different. Junior Sun Mingze, greetings to Uncle Luo. Sun Mingze cupped his fists towards Luo Beifeng. He then glanced at Luo Qinghan beside him. Miss Luo, I sincerely apologize, my brother has been too unruly and accidentally harmed you. Someone, quickly bring in the items to apologize to Miss Luo. As soon as he finished speaking, several servants from the Sun family entered, carrying large boxes one after another. Inside were extremely rare treasures, worth over 1 billion. Humph, our Luo family does not welcome you, Sun Mingzi. Take your things and get out immediately. Luo Chingan hated the Sun family to the bone. The moment she saw Sun Mingzi, she thought of Sun Mingyu, filling her with rage. That's right. Who cares about your Sun family's things? If you don't leave, Sun Mingzi, don't blame me for being rude. Luo Qingshang, Luo Chingi, and many other members and elders of the Luo family glared angrily at Sun Mingzi. If it weren't for Sun Mingzi's status as the young master of the Sun family, they would have already taken action. Sun Mingzi, do you really think our Luo family values these things you brought? Luo Beifong shouted sternly. While I can still hold back from hitting you, leave here immediately. Uncle Luo, please don't be angry. Today, I came not only to apologize to Miss Luo but also because of Jiang Chen's matter. As we all know, the flowing light escape is the Luo family's ultimate skill, yet it has been secretly learned by Jiang Chen. If Uncle Luo feels unable to act due to Jiang Chen having saved Miss Luo, then I can take action. Shut up! Luo Chingan shouted angrily. When did Jiang Chen steal the flowing light escape? What he has mastered is merely the flowing light step. Sun Mingzi, don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. You clearly want to use the Luo family's name to eliminate Jiang Chen. You're simply despicable. Hearing Luo Qinghan's words, Sun Mingzi was stunned. What? Jiang Chen's martial skill is the flowing light step? This is impossible. At that time in the black market of South China, many witnesses saw Jiang Chen using the flowing light escape. The warriors responsible for protecting Sun Mingyu have sharp eyes. How could they be mistaken? Sun Mingzi was quite familiar with the flowing light step, which indeed bore some resemblance to the flowing light escape. However, the two were fundamentally different, and he did not believe that experts like Lin Jinbei and Zhang Fong would make such a low-level mistake. If it were otherwise, how could Jiang Chen have escaped from their hands? Sun Mingzi, as the young master of the Sun family, do you not know that mastering the flowing light step to perfection will yield effects similar to the flowing light escape? Luo Beifong said coldly, I have sent people to verify Jiang Chen's martial skill from multiple sources, and it is undoubtedly the flowing light step. If you are just causing trouble and want to use the Luo family's name to kill Jiang Chen, then don't blame me for disregarding the friendship between our two families. The Luo family does not welcome members of the Sun family. Take your things and leave quickly. Before Luo Beifeng's words fell, a powerful aura of a peak war god suddenly erupted. Even though Sun Mingzi was not weak, he appeared on the verge of collapse in the face of this terrifying aura. Moreover, the other party was the head of the Luo family. The Luo family placed great importance on the flowing light escape. If Luo Beifong learned that Jiang Chen had stolen this skill, he would certainly take action against him. Even if not, he would capture Jiang Chen and interrogate him severely. But Luo Beifong had not acted against Jiang Chen at all. This could only indicate one thing: what Jiang Chen had mastered was indeed the flowing light step. Damn it! This fool! How could he misjudge such an important matter? A strong killing intent flashed in Sun Mingzi's eyes. Now that Jiang Chen had become a key training target of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, if the Sun family openly acted against him, it would undoubtedly be tantamount to making an enemy of Mo Wanshan. He was the strongest in the Yin Kingdom, and even the Sun family did not dare to provoke him easily. Thus, the Sun family planned to eliminate Jiang Chen through the Luo family. Even if the Luo family did not act, they could still operate under the Luo family's name. In Sun Mingzi's view, since they could no longer win Jiang Chen over and had already made an enemy of him, they must eliminate him as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. But who would have thought that Jiang Chen had not stolen the flowing light escape at all? All his plans had turned to dust. In this situation, staying in the Luo family had become meaningless. After a brief silence, Sun Mingzi turned and left the Luo family with his subordinates. Although Jiang Chen is about to sign an elite contract with the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall and is unlikely to join our Luo family, we still need to maintain a good relationship with him. This person has astonishing talent and is bound to become a major figure. At this point, Luo Beifong looked at Luo Chingi. During this time in the War God training camp, remember to take good care of Jiang Chen. Luo Chingi quickly replied, Uncle, don't worry, I know what to do. Luo Beifong nodded slightly and then said with a serious tone, 3 months from now, experts from various countries will gather in the Starsource Forest. We must find the legendary heart of the ancient life tree. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present became grave. The Starsource Forest is located on the South American continent of Blue Star, and it is a vast primitive forest. It may seem unremarkable, but hidden within this ancient forest lies a site of an ancient civilization. No one knows when this ancient civilization site appeared on Blue Star. If not for the martial artists who ventured into the Starsource Forest decades ago, it might have remained undiscovered to this day. This special ancient civilization site is like a small world in itself. It is home to numerous powerful beasts and countless rare treasures. Every 3 years, this ancient civilization site opens once. At that time, all the strong individuals on Blue Star choose to enter this ancient civilization site in search of opportunities. Some have even obtained SSS-level treasures from within. Luo Beifeng's goal, however, is the heart of the ancient life tree within the ancient civilization site. Legend has it that absorbing the power of the heart of the ancient life tree can significantly enhance physical strength and even improve cultivation. Its effects far surpass any gene potion on Blue Star. Even S-level gene potions are less effective than 1/10 of the heart of the ancient life tree. Even more astonishing, the heart of the ancient life tree has the ability to revive the dead, far surpassing the heavenly spirit Jade Dew. Even if one's limbs are completely severed, after absorbing the power of the heart of the ancient life tree, one can regenerate in an instant. Such a treasure, who wouldn't love it? Dad, don't worry, I've made all the preparations for the opening of this ancient civilization site. When the time comes, my cousin will join us, and we will definitely find the heart of the ancient life tree, Luo Chingan said confidently. He then earnestly discussed the matters regarding the ancient civilization site with everyone present. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the war god training camp, as soon as Jiang Chen returned, he couldn't wait to enter the void martial arts arena. This time, his opponent was Luo Chingan, who ranked second in the war god training camp. This person's cultivation had reached the second stage of the war god level, and he mastered the SSS level flowing light escape and SSS level phantom blade technique. This undoubtedly proved how strong Luo Chingan's abilities were. With Jiang Chen's current strength, defeating Luo Chingan was nearly impossible. However, in the void martial arts arena, Jiang Chen was immortal, with countless lives to fight against Luo Chingan. This was his greatest advantage, he could outlast Luo Chingan. Let's begin! With Jiang Chen's command, Luo Chingan's gaze instantly became sharp and filled with killing intent. A long-handled great sword appeared in his hand, its blade a fiery red, as if containing the power of molten lava. The hilt was wrapped in flame-like patterns, radiating a suffocating high temperature. This was the S-level weapon held by Luo Chingan, Flame Prison Blade. This guy's weapon is so special. I thought he would use a more agile longsword. Upon seeing Luo Chingan's weapon, Jiang Chen was genuinely shocked. This weapon was clearly at odds with Luo Chingan's temperament. Although it seemed somewhat incongruous, Luo Chingan exuded a chilling aura. With the enhancement of flowing light escape, even though the flame prison blade was extremely heavy, it did not affect Luo Chingan's speed at all. He wielded the flame prison blade like a burning flame, rushing towards Jiang Chen at high speed. In the moment of closeness, Luo Chingan gathered all his strength and swung the blade. Jiang Chen intended to escape using flowing light escape, but he found that the attack range of this strike was simply too vast. Moreover, the crimson blade energy was incredibly domineering. Wherever it passed, it seemed to tear through space, its power astonishing. Affected by the blade energy, he could not completely evade it. The crimson blade energy struck Jiang Chen in an instant. Even at the critical moment, he activated the power of his S-level high-tech armor, the Phantom Shield Ring. A special light shield formed, but it could not withstand the power of this strike. The black gold battle armor he wore was as if it were non-existent. With just one strike, Jiang Chen was cut in half on the spot. This power is simply too exaggerated. The illusion shield ring can withstand the full force of beasts below the Lord level, plus the defensive power of the black gold battle armor itself. To think it could still be slain with a single strike, as if it could tear through space. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the second move of the Phantom Overlord blade technique, the blade-breaking void strike, truly worthy of an SSS-level martial art. Although Jiang Chen was killed in an instant by Luo Chingan's blade, he showed no signs of fear. In the void martial arena, he instantly resurrected on the spot. When he first entered the void martial arena, the death process felt incredibly real, causing Jiang Chen great pain. But after dying and resurrecting time and again, he had become numb to it. Now, all he could think about was defeating the Luo Chingan before him. After their brief exchange, Jiang Chen had come to realize Luo Chingan's astonishing explosive power. To find an opportunity to defeat him, he could only rely on speed and must not let him get close. Immediately, Jiang Chen took out the 6-blade arc knife disc, controlling the 6 arc knives to launch a fierce attack on Luo Chingan. He thought this would temporarily disrupt Luo Chingan's offense, allowing him to find an opportunity for a sneak attack. However, Jiang Chen still underestimated Luo Chingan's strength. At the moment the 6 arc knives shot towards Luo Chingan, he suddenly burst forth with incredible speed. His blade light was as swift as flowing light, darting rapidly through space. The speed was so fast that Jiang Chen could not capture it with the naked eye, as if a series of phantoms were flashing before him. Luo Chingan not only instantly knocked down the 6 arc knives but also, like a ghost, charged directly in front of Jiang Chen. Without giving Jiang Chen any chance to react, Luo Chingan raised his hand and struck, and Jiang Chen was instantly decapitated. This was precisely the first move of the Phantom Overlord blade technique, called the Flowing Shadow Slash. It allowed one to quickly approach the enemy in battle and unleash a frenzied series of slashes, leaving the enemy defenseless. Coupled with the Luo family's Flowing Light Escape, the power of this move was even more formidable. If you want speed, there's speed. If you want power, there's power. This Phantom Overlord blade technique is indeed impressive. Let me experience a few more moves of the Phantom Overlord blade technique. After resurrecting on the spot, Zhang Chen continued to engage in fierce combat with Luo Chingan. In just 10 minutes, Zhang Chen had already died more than 10 times. Throughout this process, he had clearly witnessed 5 moves of the Phantom Overlord blade technique from Luo Chingan. They were Flowing Shadow Slash, Blade Breaking Void Slash, Blade Shattering Mountain Slash, Phantom Confusion, and Overwhelming Heaven and Earth. The first move quickly approaches the enemy, the second move sweeps with sword energy from a distance, the third move explodes at close range, the fourth move quickly moves to create phantoms to confuse the enemy, and the fifth move gathers all one's strength, with a single strike that can destroy everything. This is the SSS level sword technique. Although Luo Chingan had only mastered the Phantom Overlord blade technique to a proficient level, he still displayed extremely powerful strength. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhang Chen currently had no chance of defeating Luo Chingan. Even with the ability of a mentalist, his odds remained slim. However, in the Void Martial Arena, Zhang Chen could resurrect without limit. This was his greatest advantage. Continuous battles had already drained a significant amount of Luo Chingan's stamina. Since I can't defeat you, I'll just wear you down. As long as I can defeat you in the Void Martial Arena, I can gain battle experience. I can also acquire all the martial arts you have learned. A smug smile crept onto Zhang Chen's face as he continued to attack Luo Chingan. After dying countless times, Zhang Chen finally found a flaw in Luo Chingan's defense, wielding the gale-breaking void blade to strike at his head. He successfully killed Luo Chingan for the first time. Although he did not obtain the Phantom Overlord blade technique, the experience gained directly allowed Zhang Chen to break through to the 4th tier of the Battle General level. What a thrill! Although the battle process was a bit painful, it was worth it. At this rate, I won't need 3 months to step into the Battle God level. Zhang Chen smiled faintly, adjusting his state to continue battling Luo Chingan. The improvement in his cultivation level allowed Zhang Chen to be a bit more composed when facing Luo Chingan than before. Yet, even so, he still could not match Luo Chingan. Throughout this process, Zhang Chen made every effort to clearly observe Luo Chingan's various movements and techniques. For Zhang Chen at this moment, this was undoubtedly a tremendous enhancement. While others accumulate combat experience through years of continuous fighting, Zhang Chen was different. With the Void Martial Arts arena, he could easily master combat skills. Meanwhile, far away in the central region at the headquarters of the Xingyao base city, in an extremely luxurious manner, Sun Mingzi stepped down from a golden warplane, his expression extremely displeased as he walked into the villa. Brother, how did it go? Are the Luo family ready to take action against Zhang Chen? This person has repeatedly humiliated our Sun family. If he doesn't die, he will surely become a great threat in the future. Sun Mingyu rushed over to ask as soon as he saw his brother return. However, at that moment, Sun Mingzi raised his hand and slapped Sun Mingyu deeply. You fool! Who told you Zhang Chen mastered the Flowing Light Escape? The Luo family places great importance on the Flowing Light Escape. How could you speak such nonsense? The originally refined Sun Mingzi now appeared extremely terrifying. A sharp killing intent radiated from his brows and eyes. If the person before him were not his own younger brother, he would have already killed him. Brother, I didn't speak nonsense. Zhang Chen really can use the Flowing Light Escape. It must be that vile woman Luo Chingan who taught him in secret. Otherwise, how could Zhang Chen possibly evade the pursuit of Zhang Fong and Lin Jinbei in the black market? Sun Mingyu covered his swollen cheek, trembling as he spoke. He was well aware of his brother's methods. He had always feared Sun Mingzi since childhood. Even now, after being slapped in public, he did not dare to retaliate. Fool! All fools! The Luo family has already carefully examined Zhang Chen. He has not learned the Flowing Light Escape at all. From beginning to end, the martial skill Zhang Chen has mastered is merely the Flowing Light Step. Zhang Chen's extraordinary talent has allowed him to cultivate the Flowing Light Step to an unparalleled level, which is why it has a similar effect to the Flowing Light Escape. The Flowing Light Escape is a secret technique of the Luo family. If Zhang Chen had truly stolen it, he would have been dead long ago. Looking at the utterly foolish Sun Mingyu before him, Sun Mingzi felt a deep sense of helplessness. Sun Mingyu had wanted to say something more, but at that moment, a deep male voice came from the side. Mingzi, what did you say? Zhang Chen has cultivated the Flowing Light Step to an unparalleled level? How old is this guy? How could he possibly achieve that? The middle-aged man speaking was none other than the head of the Sun family, Sun Hong. Initially, after learning about Jiang Chen, Sun Hong had already felt wary of him. He believed Jiang Chen would undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse, a significant figure in the future. Under normal circumstances, Sun Mingyu should have spared no effort to win Jiang Chen over. But Sun Mingyu was too foolish, wanting to kill Jiang Chen instead. In this situation, it was clearly impossible to continue courting Jiang Chen. To prevent Jiang Chen from holding a grudge against the Sun family in the future, he informed Luo Beifong about Jiang Chen supposedly stealing the flowing light escape. However, he never expected that what Jiang Chen was using was not the flowing light escape at all, but rather the flowing light step that he had already cultivated to an unparalleled level. At just 20 years old, possessing such astonishing strength, he would surely surpass Mo Wanshan in the future. Such talent should have belonged to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy, but now it had been lost for nothing. This made Sun Hong feel an immense rage. "Dad, you should know better than I do who Luo Beifong is. If Jiang Chen really stole the flowing light escape, he will undoubtedly die. Now that Jiang Chen has entered the God of War training camp, I even heard that he signed an elite contract with the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy. Mo Wanshan must be planning to pass on everything he has learned in his lifetime to Jiang Chen. Once this person grows up, it won't just be our Sun family. I'm afraid even the Fonglei Martial Arts School will suffer." At this point, Sun Mingzi glared at Sun Mingyu with uncontrollable anger. "All of this is because of you, and that dog Lin Jinbei. If it weren't for this, Jiang Chen would still be one of us at the Fonglei Martial Arts School. Damn it, it's too damn much." Sun Mingzi could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He suddenly saw Zhang Fong standing nearby and, in an instant, dashed in front of him. In front of everyone, he pierced his claw through Zhang Feng's chest. The entire process was completed in a flash. Even Zhang Feng, a warrior of the God of War level, had no chance to react. Put! After spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Zhang Feng collapsed into a pool of blood. Huff! Huff! Sun Mingzi gasped for breath, adjusting his breathing. Everyone present witnessed Sun Mingzi commit murder but showed no signs of shock. It was as if such things happened frequently in the Sun family. Even the Sun family's servants immediately brought a basin of water for Sun Mingzi to wash his hands. "Dad, since Jiang Chen has no chance of returning to the Fonglei Martial Arts School, and he can't choose to join our Sun family, then this person must be eliminated," Sun Mingzi said coldly while washing the blood off his right hand. "So, according to you, we should kill Jiang Chen?" Sun Hong sighed slightly. "Son, I actually want to eliminate Jiang Chen to prevent future troubles. But Jiang Chen is in the God of War training camp. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the safest place in Yin country. There are no warriors who can recklessly kill in the God of War training camp." Sun Hong understood his son Sun Mingzi's temperament very well. Ever since he was young, whenever Sun Mingzi was extremely angry or lost control of his emotions, he would choose to kill. Only in this way could Sun Mingzi calm down. "Dad, the God of War training camp is indeed the safest place in Yin country. But who said we have to force our way into the God of War training camp to kill?" Sun Mingzi sneered. "Our Fonglei Martial Arts School and the Jidao Martial Arts School seem peaceful, but secretly, they are competing against each other. Therefore, what's wrong with Fonglei Martial Arts School sending a few warriors to challenge the Jidao Martial Arts School?" Upon hearing this, Sun Hong's brows furrowed. "Mingzi, do you mean to go to the headquarters of the Jidao Martial Arts School to challenge them? To force Jiang Chen to take action and then take the opportunity to kill him?" "Exactly." Sun Mingzi sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. "It's perfectly normal for injuries and deaths to occur in martial arts competitions. This is also the only reasonable way to kill Jiang Chen. Dad, I'll trouble you to discuss this with Master Lei. Make sure to send experts to ensure Jiang Chen can be taken down. If we win this battle, we can take the opportunity to announce to the whole country that our Fonglei Martial Arts School is the #1 martial arts school." Ha ha ha. Sun Hong laughed heartily. "Good, as expected of my son, truly clever. I will go to the headquarters of the Fonglei Martial Arts School to have a good talk with Master Lei." Just as Sun Hong was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and angrily walked up to Sun Mingyu. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped him. "Unfilial son! How could I, Sun Hong, have such a foolish son like you? You are more of a hindrance than a help. From now on, you are not allowed to leave the house even a step." After saying this, Sun Hong hurriedly left. Meanwhile, in the God of War training camp of the Jidao Martial Arts School, Jiang Chen had been fighting in the empty training ground for an unknown amount of time. He finally defeated Luo Chingan 10 times. His cultivation level rapidly rose from the 3rd stage of the battle general level to the 5th stage. At first, Jiang Chen thought that defeating Luo Chingan 10 times would at least allow him to reach the 6th stage of the battle general level or higher. But unexpectedly, he was still a little short. However, Jiang Chen was not too disappointed. After all, the higher a martial artist's cultivation level, the harder it was to improve. In an instant, he had become a 5th-tier battle general level martial artist, and this rate of improvement had already crushed everyone else. The key point was that during his battle with Luo Chingan, Jiang Chen had successfully obtained the Phantom Dominance Blade technique. Just like before, the moment he acquired the technique, he instantly cultivated it to the peak level. Now, let alone battle god level martial artists, as long as the opponent had not awakened any transcendent power, they could not possibly be Jiang Chen's match. Moreover, aside from the Phantom Dominance Blade technique and the Flowing Light Shadow, Luo Chingan possessed several rare and powerful martial techniques. Now, all of them had been mastered by Jiang Chen, leading to a significant leap in his strength. This time, Jiang Chen spent the longest duration in the Void Martial Arts arena. Although only a moment had passed in the real world, Jiang Chen's spirit was severely drained. After leaving the Void Martial Arts arena, he collapsed into a deep sleep. The next day, in the morning, as soon as Jiang Chen woke up, a sudden urgent knocking came from outside his door. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find it was Qi Jun. "Old Qi, how did you come back from the Long Spine Mountains?" Qi Jun hurriedly replied, "If I can come back, it's naturally because I passed Teacher Deng's practical assessment." "Jiang Chen, something strange happened yesterday. That Shin Xiu, who entered the Battle God training camp at the same time as us, he was the fastest to pass the practical assessment after you. He returned to the training camp last night, and it said that he even killed a beast general level 10th tier monster. My god, I have no idea how that kid did it. Simply amazing." Originally, Qi Jun thought he should be the second fastest to pass the practical assessment after Jiang Chen. He was full of confidence in his own strength, believing that among the other trainees, no one could match him except Jiang Chen. But he never expected that the previously timid and weak Shin Xiu, who had almost been driven away, would actually be faster than him. This left Qi Jun in disbelief. So, as soon as he returned, he told Jiang Chen about it. "What? That guy passed the assessment last night? And he killed a beast general level 10th tier monster? This is too unbelievable." Previously, in the simulation room, everyone had seen Shin Xiu's timidity and weakness. At that time, when he fought against the simulated monster, he had shown extreme cowardice. Almost everyone believed Shin Xiu would not be able to pass the practical training and would definitely be expelled from the Battle God training camp. But now, Shin Xiu's actions undoubtedly slapped all of them in the face. Could it be that guy was just acting the whole time? Is he actually incredibly strong? The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more he felt this possibility. In the previous simulated battlefield, Shin Xiu had been chased by the Shadow Blood-Eye Wolf. Although the battle was chaotic, he always managed to hit the wolf's weakest points with every strike. This was clearly not just a matter of good luck. "Let's go, we need to find that guy and ask him properly. I want to see just how strong this Shin Xiu really is." Jiang Chen had already begun to secretly plan. His next target for replication was this Shin Xiu. "Alright," Qi Jun readily agreed and led Jiang Chen toward Shin Xiu's room. Just as they were about to knock, Shin Xiu happened to open the door and walk out. "Oh, perfect timing." Qi Jun immediately asked, "Shin Xiu, what exactly did you do in the Long Spine Mountains yesterday? How could you pass the assessment so quickly? And how did you kill a beast general level 10th tier monster?" Faced with Qi Jun's questioning, Shin Xiu trembled all over in fear. I don't know." "You don't know?" Qi Jun hated this kind of evasive, lying person the most. Clearly having strength but pretending to be a fool infuriated him greatly. So, he grabbed Shin Xiu by the collar. "Those monsters were all killed by you. How could you not know? Are you relying on luck to win like you did in the simulated battle before? That's obviously impossible. You better tell me the truth." While Qi Jun was interrogating him, Jiang Chen was sensing Shin Xiu's aura. He could confirm that Shin Xiu's cultivation level was only at the 4th stage of the battle general rank. To defeat a beast general level 10 beast with such cultivation was enough to prove how strong he really was. If he truly acted as timid and cowardly as he appeared, he would have long been dead at the hands of the beast. Now, Shin Xiu kept insisting he didn't know, which genuinely puzzled Jiang Chen. "Brother Qi, I really don't know what happened yesterday in the Long Ridge Mountains. That beast general level 10 beast, I don't know why it suddenly died in front of me." Shin Xiu didn't dare to meet Qi Jun's gaze, lowering his head as he spoke. "What the hell?" Qi Jun frowned. "Are you saying that beast just died on its own? Are you ****ing kidding me? Do you think Teacher Deng is a fool who would count a suicidal beast against you? I think you're asking for a beating." Qi Jun initially intended to use force to compel Shin Xiu to show his strength, but at that moment, Jiang Chen stopped him. "Don't be impulsive. We are all fellow students. We can't just fight. Let's go ask Teacher Deng, and it will be clear." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he pulled Qi Jun towards the training camp. Before leaving, Jiang Chen used his system ability to copy the Shin Xiu in front of him. He had a premonition that this Shin Xiu was definitely very strong. Finally leaving. "You scared me to death." After Jiang Chen and Qi Jun left, Xiao collapsed to the ground in fear. Cold sweat had already soaked through his clothes. He was well aware of how strong Qi Jun was and didn't dare to provoke him. After resting for a while, he hurried back to his room to change clothes. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Qi Jun initially planned to go to the cafeteria for breakfast. They happened to see Deng Ming walking out of the cafeteria. There were still 4 students who had not completed their practical training and remained in the Long Ridge Mountains. He had to return to the Long Ridge Mountains to check on their battle situation. Teacher Deng. At that moment, Qi Jun's voice suddenly came from behind. Teacher Deng, what's going on with that Xiao? How could someone with such weak strength kill a beast general level 10 beast? As they spoke, Qi Jun and Jiang Chen had already appeared in front of Deng Ming. Xiao. Upon hearing Qi Jun's question, Deng Ming's expression darkened. I don't want to say much about Xiao, but one thing I can tell you is that he definitely did not take any shortcuts. He entered the War God training camp solely based on his absolute strength. Alright, I'm in a hurry to get back to the Long Ridge Mountains. We can talk about this later. Deng Ming said a few brief words and hurriedly left. What the hell is going on? Why won't even Teacher Deng say anything? Qi Jun felt extremely confused. Teacher Deng has already said that Xiao did not take shortcuts. This means his strength must be very strong. It's fine, we are all in the War God training camp, and there will be plenty of opportunities to spar with Xiao. Let's go, we should eat breakfast first. Jiang Chen didn't think much of it. After all, he had already copied Xiao. When the time came to enter the Void Martial Arena, he would know Xiao's true strength. After breakfast, the other students who entered the War God training camp at the same time as Jiang Chen gradually completed their practical assessments and returned to the camp. Jiang Chen originally planned to go to the gravity chamber to train and solidify his rapidly increasing cultivation. After resting for a while, he intended to go out to hunt beasts and refresh the cooldown time for entering the Void Martial Arena. But at that moment, the head of the War God training camp, Luo Chingan, urgently summoned everyone currently in the camp. Listen up. I just received a message from the main headquarters. The Wind Thunder Martial Hall will send experts in 3 days to challenge our Extreme Path Martial Hall headquarters. This battle concerns the honor of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, and you are the strongest students within it. You will be the ones to fight in this battle. We cannot afford to lose. As soon as Luo Chingan finished speaking, everyone present showed an expression of extreme shock. Although there had always been discord between the 2 martial arts schools, such an open challenge had never occurred before. Moreover, they had come directly to the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School to issue a challenge. This truly surprised everyone present. However, the thought of fighting against the masters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School ignited the fighting spirit in everyone. Lord Lu, so this time everyone from our God of War training camp will participate? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked. Being able to fight against the masters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School was undoubtedly a good thing. It was also a perfect opportunity for Jiang Chen to test his current strength. But if he didn't get a chance to participate this time, it would be a real pity. Not everyone. Luo Chingan explained. The 3 sent by the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School are all warriors under the age of 25. How could our Extreme Path Martial Arts School bully the weak? Therefore, the headmaster has decided that anyone over the age of 25 in the God of War training camp cannot participate. After saying this, Luo Chingan's gaze fell on Jiang Chen and Qi Jun. You two happen to meet the criteria. In this battle against the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, you two will take the stage. Upon hearing this, the other students present couldn't help but show disappointed expressions. Jiang Chen and Qi Jun, on the other hand, were overjoyed. But at that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something and frowned slightly. Lord Lu, didn't the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School send 3 people to challenge us? Then we should need 1 more person, right? Who is that person? Luo Chingan did not respond immediately but scanned the students present. Finally, he looked at Xiao, who was hiding in the corner. The last person is him. Xiao is also under 25 years old, so he is just right. Who? Xiao? Upon hearing Luo Chingan's words, whether it was Jiang Chen, Qi Jun, or the others present, they all widened their eyes in shock. Xiao had always been timid and weak in the training camp. He had even made a fool of himself in the simulation room before. No one expected Luo Chingan to let Xiao take the stage. Lord Lu, are you sure you're not joking? Qi Jun pointed at Xiao with a face full of disdain. Look at him, he's as timid as a mouse. How can he represent our Extreme Path Martial Arts School in battle? I'm afraid before the fight even starts, this guy will already be scared out of his wits. In my opinion, picking anyone randomly from the headquarters would be better than him. Yeah, I definitely can't beat the people from the Wind and Thunder martial arts school. Shinshio was so scared that he collapsed directly to the ground. He was trembling as he spoke. Lord Lu, please choose someone else. Seeing Shinshio's cowardly appearance made everyone present look at him with extreme disdain. Those who could enter the God of War training camp were undoubtedly all talented individuals from various places. But now, Shinshio had mixed in among them. It was like a drop of rat droppings spoiled a pot of porridge, making them feel extremely displeased. What right does this guy have to enter the God of War training camp? Why not let him get lost? Since when can anyone just walk in through the back door of the God of War training camp? People like him should be directly expelled from the martial arts school. He's simply a waste. Shinshio heard the insults from the crowd, and he trembled all over in fear. Although Jiang Chen didn't speak, he kept observing Shinshio. He was certain that Shinshio's cowardice was not an act. This guy was genuinely timid as a mouse. But how could such a timid person kill a beast general level 10th tier monster? Jiang Chen became increasingly curious about Shinshio. Everyone, shut up! Lu Tingyue shouted angrily, and the aura of a peak god of war instantly erupted. Everyone present was shaken back by this aura, immediately closing their mouths. Listen up, the War God training camp is not a place where you can take shortcuts to enter. Shinshio entered the War God training camp based on his strength, and I can assure you of that. If anyone has any objections or slanders the reputation of the War God training camp, don't blame me for being rude. After lecturing the many students present, Lu Tingyue strode up to Shinshio. He reached out and grabbed Shinshio. You little brat, I don't care what you're thinking. You must participate in this battle. You don't have the chance to refuse. If you dare to refuse or run away halfway, you'll be expelled from the War God training camp. Hearing that he would be expelled from the War God training camp, Shinshio was so frightened that he hurriedly spoke. No, I'll participate. As long as you don't kick me out, I can agree to anything. This kid seems very afraid of being kicked out. Jiang Chen observed Shinshio and said lightly, he's so weak, he'll be kicked out sooner or later. Shi Jun said with exasperation, I really don't know what these leaders are thinking. Sigh. Shi Jun sighed deeply and looked at Jiang Chen beside him. Brother Jiang, we don't need to worry about that coward in this battle. As long as the two of us can win, it will still be a victory for our Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Jiang Chen didn't speak, just nodded slightly. His gaze remained fixed on Shinshio, scrutinizing him repeatedly. Then, Lu Tingyue turned and left. The crowd also began to disperse. Shi Jun intended to find Shinshio again but was stopped by Jiang Chen. Forget it, don't go looking for him anymore. He looks like he's about to faint from fear. If we have this time, we might as well go train in the gravity room. Upon hearing this, Shi Jun nodded slightly. Alright then. The two then set off together towards the gravity room to begin their training. The situation in the gravity room was generally similar to that of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School branch in Tianhe Bay City. However, it was larger in scale and could accommodate multiple people training at the same time. There was no need to queue. Any student in the training camp could come and go freely to train. Moreover, the gravity level was higher, exerting greater pressure on the body. Training in such an environment could yield more improvements. Previously, Jiang Chen had already been able to train in the gravity room for up to 2 hours. Now, he was determined to break that limit. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Although Jiang Chen wanted to continue, his body had already reached its limit. In this situation, he could no longer continue training. After having lunch, Jiang Chen returned to his room for a short rest. Once his stamina had mostly recovered, he immediately sought out Deng Ming. Teacher Deng, may I go out to hunt demon beasts? Rest assured, I will only hunt in the front section of the Long Spine mountain range. I won't go deep. Deng Ming hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. You should have rested more after finishing your training in the gravity room. But since you insist on going, then go ahead. But you must return before dark. In any case, Jiang Chen couldn't enter the middle section of the Long Spine mountain range at his current level. He knew very well that Jiang Chen could kill even Lord-level demon beasts, so the demon beasts in the front section of the Long Spine mountain range posed no threat to him. After receiving Deng Ming's permission, Jiang Chen immediately headed to the Long Spine mountain range and began to hunt demon beasts frantically. Before dark, Jiang Chen returned to the training camp dormitory. He immediately entered the Void Martial Arts arena and summoned a battle puppet that looked exactly like Shinshio. But at that moment, Jiang Chen was shocked to find that the Shinshio standing before him was clearly different from the Shinshio he knew, both in expression and aura. It was as if he had become a different person, with killing intent radiating from his brows and eyes. What's going on? How could this guy have such a huge change? Jiang Chen was astonished. He was well aware of the system's capabilities. The replicated object, whether it be techniques, equipment, or cultivation level, should be exactly the same as the original. Yet, the Shinshio standing before him now exuded an unprecedented sense of oppression. Compared to the timid Shinshio from before, he seemed like a completely different person. Forget it, I'll just fight this guy first. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the battle puppet resembling Shinshio was immediately activated. A slender silver longsword appeared in his hand, its blade etched with golden lightning patterns. Jiang Chen had already seen this sword in the simulation room. It was an S-class lightning-type longsword, named Thunderblade, not particularly strong. Aside from this longsword, Shinshio had no other equipment on him, not even battle armor. This meant that the sense of oppression Shinshio brought to Jiang Chen came entirely from himself. What the hell is going on with this guy? I am now a 5th-tier warrior at the battle general level. How can I feel oppressed by him? Jiang Chen's face showed confusion as he hurriedly took out the windbreaker blade. However, before Jiang Chen could make a move, a deafening thunderclap suddenly echoed from the front. Jiang Chen had no chance to react. Shinshio had already appeared behind him like a ghost and made a sheathing motion with his sword. In the next moment, Jiang Chen felt a sharp pain as his body was instantly sliced in half. Damn! Although Jiang Chen could revive on the spot thanks to the capabilities of the Void Training Ground, Shinshio's speed and explosive power had truly shocked him. It should be noted that Jiang Chen had already mastered the flowing light escape to an extraordinary level. In terms of speed, there were hardly any warriors in the world who could match him. Even powerful battle god level warriors could not catch up to Jiang Chen. Yet now, Shinshio's speed was even faster than his, which was hard for Jiang Chen to believe. Although Jiang Chen had been somewhat lax and did not unleash his full power immediately, Shinshio still displayed an incredibly terrifying strength. The most crucial point was that Shinshio relied entirely on his physical strength, without any enhancement from battle armor. At that moment, Jiang Chen truly understood why Deng Ming and Lu Tinghua said Shinshio entered the battle god training camp based on his strength. This guy, let alone killing a 10th-tier beast general, could probably take down even a lord-level beast without breaking a sweat. His speed and explosive power were simply terrifying. Wait, if this kid has such powerful strength, why is he so timid? Jiang Chen pondered this question, feeling genuinely puzzled. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. What he needed to do now was defeat Shinshio. Jiang Chen dared not be lax any longer and immediately took out the 6-blade arc knife and shot towards Shinshio. Bang! A flash of lightning passed, and all 6 sharp arc knives were knocked down in an instant. Shinshio even directly teleported in front of Jiang Chen, drawing his sword to strike. But this time, Jiang Chen was already fully prepared. He would not give Shinshio any chance. The flowing light escape erupted with full force, distorting the surrounding space. At the moment he dodged Shinshio's attack, Jiang Chen unleashed the third form of the Phantom Overlord Blade technique, Overlord Blade Mountain Split. As he executed it, the blade light transformed into hundreds of beams. Each beam contained the power to split mountains and rocks, crashing down on the opponent like 100 peaks collapsing simultaneously. Although Shinshio swung his sword to defend at the first moment, the power of the Phantom Overlord Blade technique was simply too overwhelming. In the end, he could not completely block it and was beheaded by Jiang Chen's strike. In the next 9 battles, Jiang Chen basically completely overwhelmed Shinshio, winning effortlessly. Yet even so, Shinshio's strength still astonished Jiang Chen. After all, his victory relied more on the power of 2 SSS level martial techniques. Although the experience gained from killing 10 times was not enough for Jiang Chen to reach the 6th tier of the battle general level, he still gained a lot from this battle, especially from Shinshio's movements, which greatly inspired him. After finishing the battle in the Void Training Ground, Jiang Chen originally planned to have a good rest for the night. However, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Jiang Chen opened the door and learned from a fellow trainee that Qi Jun was beating up Shinshio. Damn it! How can this guy just hit people like that? Jiang Chen felt speechless and immediately ran towards the training camp. What he was worried about was not that Shinshio would be killed by Qi Jun, but that Qi Jun would be killed in one strike by Shinshio. Jiang Chen knew very well how strong Shinshio was. If he couldn't react in time, how could Qi Jun? If Shinshio turned into that form in the Void Martial Arts arena, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, in the lobby of the God of War training camp on the first floor, "You useless piece of trash, why don't you fight back? Teacher Deng, Lord Lu, they all say you entered the God of War training camp based on your strength, but I don't believe it. If you have the ability, accept my challenge." Qi Jun cursed at Shinshio while viciously kicking him. Throughout the process, Shinshio didn't dare to fight back, curling up in the corner and allowing Qi Jun to beat him. Many trainees were watching, but not a single one intervened. The Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall respected the strong, and the God of War training camp was even more so. They absolutely could not accept a useless person muddling through in the God of War training camp. "Brother Qi, I really can't beat you," Shinshio pleaded desperately, "please spare me." "Sure, I can spare you, but you have to fight me." Qi Jun had already determined that Shinshio was deliberately hiding his strength. He was now trying to force Shinshio to make a move. If this guy was truly useless, he had to be made to leave the God of War training camp. I can't beat you, so why should I accept your challenge? Shinshio, bruised and battered, showed no intention of fighting back, which only fueled Chi-jun's anger further. Shinshio, don't think I don't know your background. Your father is Shin Yuanzhong, the master of the Extreme Path Association in North China. Your brother Shinli was once a glorious soldier of the Yin Kingdom. Unfortunately, due to an accident, your brother was killed by a monster. It is rumored that your brother died saving you from that monster. I really think your brother was too ridiculous. He actually sacrificed his life to save you, a useless piece of trash? Simply foolish. In my opinion, your father must have pulled strings for you. The words Chi-jun spoke at that moment were like sharp knives, piercing into Shinshio's heart. He could tolerate being bullied by others and could endure their insults, but he would not allow anyone to insult his brother. At that moment, a terrifying killing intent suddenly appeared in Shinshio's eyes. The originally calm night sky suddenly rumbled with thunder. Just at this critical moment, Jiang Chen appeared between Shinshio and Chi-jun in an instant, and without saying a word, he kicked Chi-jun away. What the hell? Brother Jiang, why did you kick me? Jiang Chen's strength was so great that he kicked Chi-jun several meters away, causing him to fall to the ground in a very awkward manner. Don't talk, go back to the dormitory and wait for me. Jiang Chen shouted sternly. This sudden action left Chi-jun puzzled, but he knew that Jiang Chen must have a reason for doing this, so he could only leave reluctantly. After Chi-jun left, Shinshio, who had almost lost his sanity, gradually returned to normal. The killing intent in his eyes disappeared in an instant, returning to how it was before. I really can't beat you guys, can you please stop hitting me? Shinshio curled up in the corner, completely forgetting the near loss of control from earlier. Although the sudden rumbling of thunder had puzzled everyone present, not a single person thought it was caused by Shinshio. They all assumed it was just a sudden change in the weather. As for the killing intent in Shinshio's eyes, they didn't see it at all. In their eyes, Shinshio was nothing more than a coward, a useless piece of trash who was beaten but didn't dare to fight back. Brother Jiang, can you please make him stop hitting me? Shinshio fearfully clutched Jiang Yan's pant leg, trembling as he spoke. Don't worry, I'll teach that guy a lesson for you. You should hurry back and rest, Jiang Chen said as he pulled Shinshio up and walked with him towards the dormitory building. The onlookers, seeing the farce come to an end, began to leave. To them, Shinshio was nothing more than a clown in the training camp. Shortly after, Jiang Chen personally escorted Shinshio to his room before stepping into his own. Not long after, Chi-jun walked in with an unhappy expression. Brother Jiang, what did you mean by that earlier? Do you think I was bullying the weak? Chi-jun said seriously, if Shinshio were truly a weak person, Chi-jun, would never bully him. I would even protect him. But this is the God of War training camp. It's not a place for ordinary people to waste time. All the teachers say Shinshio didn't take any shortcuts, yet he is so weak. So in my opinion, he must be hiding some secret. The reason I hit him tonight was actually to force him to show his true abilities. Chi-jun was not from a prestigious family, he was just a martial artist from an ordinary family. He had shown remarkable talent since childhood, and over the years, he had trained day and night to enter the God of War training camp. He even ventured alone into beast lairs to hunt monsters to improve his combat skills. It was through this grueling training that he defeated many talented individuals and earned his place in the camp. Therefore, he truly did not believe that anyone could take shortcuts to enter the God of War training camp. Chi-jun, I understand your point, but you really went too far just now. You beating Shinshio in public is one thing, but you even insulted his deceased brother. Do you know that you almost died just now? Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Chi-jun's pupils suddenly constricted. What did you say? I almost died? Brother Jiang, are you saying that Shinshio could have killed me in an instant? That's impossible. Jiang Chen did not explain much but took Chi-jun back to the spot where he had just beaten Shinshio. It was clear to see that in the corner where Shinshio had curled up, there were numerous charred marks. All of these were caused by lightning strikes. The God of War training camp was built with the strongest materials in the world. Ordinary lightning could never leave such charred marks. How could this be? Could it be that the thunder rolling in the sky earlier was caused by this kid? Even though I sensed a surge of lightning energy from him just now, it couldn't be that powerful, right? To verify the sturdiness of the God of War training camp's construction, Chi-jun punched the ground hard. The result, however, had no effect whatsoever. Teacher Deng Ming and Lord Lu, while they did not explicitly say Shinshio was powerful, they did say he didn't take any shortcuts. So in my view, perhaps Shinshio possesses an uncontrollable power. When you insulted his brother earlier, there was a clear flash of murderous intent in Shinshio's eyes. He really intended to kill you. At these words, Chi-jun staggered back 2 steps, as if he had just escaped death, his face pale. After all, this is the God of War training camp. the weak cannot remain in such a place. Let's go, get some sleep. Rest well for the next 3 days to prepare for the challenge from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Chi-jun still hadn't recovered, nodding expressionlessly. He then followed Jiang Chen back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Lu Tingyue hurriedly found the headmaster, Mo Wanshan. Headmaster, the 3 students who will face the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School Challenge in 3 days have been confirmed. They are Jiang Chen, Chi-jun, and Shin Xiu. Upon hearing the names Jiang Chen and Chi-jun, Mo Wanshan's expression showed no change. He was very clear about the strength of these 2 individuals, but upon hearing Shin Xiu's name, his brows immediately furrowed. If I remember correctly, Shin Xiu's father is Shin Yuanzhong, the master of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School in North China, right? His eldest son had exceptional talent and was fully expected to become a top martial artist, but then an accident happened. Now this Shin Xiu. Mo Wanshan sighed slightly. This kid's strength is extremely unstable, and I'm worried he might encounter some mishap. As the headmaster of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Mo Wanshan was well aware of all the information regarding the students in the God of War training camp. He knew them like the back of his hand. He knew Shin Xiu was strong, but reaching that level was too difficult. Moreover, it was extremely unstable. He hadn't wanted Shin Xiu to join the God of War training camp, but the boy had pleaded so earnestly that he finally relented. Shin Xiu is actually just a filler, Lu Tingyue spoke up. As long as Jiang Chen and Chi-jun can win, it doesn't matter whether Shin Xiu takes the stage or not. Upon hearing this, Mo Wanshan nodded in agreement. He then solemnly reminded, it's best to keep everything about Shin Xiu confidential. As for his training, it can be a bit more relaxed. There's no need to push him too hard. Only when this kid has overcome his inner demons can he truly grow. Lu Tingyue quickly responded, rest assured, headmaster, I know what to do, and Deng Ming is already aware of Shin Xiu's situation. After discussing with Mo Wanshan for a while longer, Lu Tingyue finally left. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early one morning, a golden warplane emblazoned with the emblem of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School slowly landed in front of the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Lei Wu, the headmaster of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, stepped down from the warplane. The aura he exuded made everyone present feel a sense of dread. This was the top master of the Yin Kingdom, second only to Mo Wanshan. Accompanying Lei Wu to the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School were several outstanding students from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Each one appeared extremely proud, walking into the Extreme Path Martial Arts School with an air of confidence as if they were in their own territory. Where is Mo Wanshan? Lei Wu shouted angrily, have him come out to see me personally. Lei Wu, do you think this is still your Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School? Daring to act recklessly in my Extreme Path Martial Arts School, do you intend to fight me? The moment Mo Wanshan heard Lei Wu's voice, he had already appeared before him. The clash of their auras made many martial artists present feel uncomfortable. Mo Wanshan, I did not come today to compete with you, but for the mutual sparring between our students. Although both of our martial arts schools are the top in the Yin Kingdom, we have never had a public competition to see whose students are stronger. Today, I have brought the elite of the younger generation from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. I wonder if Headmaster Mo dares to accept the challenge. As soon as Lei Wu finished speaking, 2 men and 1 woman stood behind him. These 3 were the contestants that the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School had brought for this competition. Among them, the 2 men were at the 8th stage of the battle general level, while the remaining fiery-haired blonde woman possessed the strength of a first-stage god of war. Everyone knew that the contestants sent by the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School were all under the age of 25. The fact that this blonde woman could become a god of war martial artist before turning 25 was truly shocking to everyone at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Even Mo Wanshan couldn't help but furrow his brows. The 3 participants from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School had the strongest cultivation level in Chi-jun, but he was only at the 9th stage of the battle general level. The other 2, Jiang Chen and Shin Xiu, although they had strong actual combat abilities, were far inferior in cultivation to the 3 contestants from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Truly remarkable. I didn't expect there to be such a talented person in your Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. In fact, there were also martial artists in the Extreme Path Martial Arts School who had reached the God of War level before the age of 25. This person was none other than Fong Xingxiu, the current top-ranked strongman in the God of War training camp. But Fong Xingxiu is already 26 now and will graduate from the God of War training camp this year. He does not qualify to participate in this battle. If it weren't for that, Mo Wanshan wouldn't have let Shin Xiu come to make up the numbers. Ha ha ha. Lei Wu laughed out loud upon hearing this. Since I dare to bring people to challenge, I must be fully prepared. Of course, if Master Mo thinks it's unfair, he can send out God of War level warriors to fight. It's fine if they're a bit over 25, My Wind Thunder martial arts school is very generous and doesn't care about such things. As he said this, Lei Wu's smile was extremely proud. He had already done thorough research on the God of War training camp. He knew very well how strong Fong Xingqiu, currently ranked first in the camp, was. This person became a God of War level warrior at the young age of 23, which had once shocked the entire Yin country. But now, Fong Xingqiu is already 26 and about to graduate from the God of War training camp. He sent out warriors under 25 to avoid encountering Fong Xingqiu. Currently, there are only 3 warriors under 25 in the God of War training camp. This move also forces Jiang Chen to fight. In this way, he can eliminate Jiang Chen. Lei Wu actually felt very reluctant in his heart and hoped that Jiang Chen could return one day. But unfortunately, the Sun family had already issued orders, and Lei Wu could not afford to offend the Sun family's face. In desperation, he could only choose to eliminate Jiang Chen. As for whether Mo Wanshan would play by his own rules and send fighters over 25, Lei Wu was not worried at all. He understood Mo Wanshan's character too well. This person would never do that. Mo Wanshan was well aware of Lei Wu's little thoughts. He spoke coldly. The extreme martial arts school is full of talent. Even if their cultivation level is not as good as yours, they can still win. In real combat, actual combat power is the most critical. After Mo Wanshan finished speaking, he waved his hand casually. Following that, Jiang Chen, Shi Jun, and Xin Xiu, representing the extreme martial arts school, slowly walked out from the side. At the moment she saw Jiang Chen, the blonde woman among the 3 from the Wind Thunder martial arts school revealed a fierce killing intent. Her purpose for this trip was to deal with Jiang Chen and ensure that she could kill him. Now that she confirmed Jiang Chen would take the stage, she felt incredibly excited. As long as she killed Jiang Chen today, she could smoothly enter the Sun family. There was even a possibility of marrying the Sun family's young master, Sun Ningxia. In this way, she could soar to great heights, with limitless prospects. At this moment, Lei Wu felt genuinely regretful upon seeing Jiang Chen. He could only lament how foolish Lyn Bay had been. If it weren't for that, Jiang Chen would still be a member of the Wind Thunder martial arts school. But now that things had come to this, Lei Wu was powerless. No matter what, Jiang Chen had to die today. Then, Lei Wu mockingly said, "No way, Mo Wanshan, you actually sent these 3 to fight? One of them is even just a 4th-tier battle general. Do you not plan to win?" Lei Wu did not know much about Qi Jun, but he could tell that reaching the 9th tier of battle general at such a young age was enough to prove his strength. As for Jiang Chen, there was no need to mention, he was the strongest among the 3. What shocked Lei Wu was Xin Xiu among the 3. Not only was her cultivation weak, but she also had a face full of fear. The battle hadn't even started, and she was already trembling in fear. He couldn't understand what Mo Wanshan meant by sending such a person to fight. "Lei Wu, what nonsense are you talking? Do I need to explain who I send to fight to you? Less talk, let's get started." Mo Wanshan had already anticipated that Lei Wu would mock him, and he didn't care too much. The many students from the extreme martial arts school present, including those from the God of War training camp, actually knew that Jiang Chen and Qi Jun were not to be underestimated, especially Jiang Chen, whose strength had already matched that of God of War level warriors. Although Xin Xiu's situation was unclear, as long as Jiang Chen and Qi Jun could win, that would be enough. Since Master Mo has said so, let's start the battle. Lei Wu was confident in the strength of his 3 companions, all of whom were the most outstanding warriors of the Wind Thunder martial arts school. Except for Jiang Chen, who was a bit unstable, the other 2 could easily defeat their opponents. Soon, under Mo Wanshan's lead, Lei Wu and the others from the Wind Thunder martial arts school arrived at the largest combat arena within the Extreme Path martial arts school. "Qi Jun, you will be the first to fight." With Mo Wanshan's command, Qi Jun stepped into the arena first. Qi Jun understood the importance of this battle. If he won, then with Jiang Chen's strength, victory would surely follow. Winning 2 out of 3 rounds would mean victory for their Extreme Path martial arts school, and Xin Xiu would not need to appear. But if he lost the first match, it would be a huge problem. Moreover, losing to warriors from other martial arts schools on their own turf would undoubtedly have a significant impact on morale. Seeing Qi Jun enter the arena, Lei Wu did not rush to send someone in. Instead, he coldly said, "Master Mo, in martial arts, injuries are inevitable during sparring. If you are afraid of any accidents, I can show mercy." "Lei Wu, what are you joking about? When have I ever needed your Wind Thunder martial arts school to show mercy? In a martial arts competition, injuries will occur. No one needs to hold back." Mo Wanshan was well aware of Lei Wu's purpose for coming, which was likely aimed at Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately restricted warriors under the age of 25. However, he was extremely confident in Jiang Chen's strength and did not believe that the war god-level warriors from Lei Wu's side could defeat him. After all, Jiang Nian had already demonstrated the ability to clear the 2nd level of the trial tower. This proved that Jiang Chen's actual combat power was already on par with ordinary war god-level warriors. Moreover, with the means of a mentalist, victory was naturally assured. Since Lei Wu wanted to challenge them, Mo Wanshan intended to take this opportunity to eliminate all three of his warriors who had come to compete. Qi Jun understood Mo Wanshan's unspoken meaning and nodded slightly at him. What Lei Wu wanted was exactly this statement from Mo Wanshan, and he then looked at the red-haired strong man beside him. You will be the first to fight this round. Remember, no mercy is needed. Rest assured, Master, I am fully confident I can handle him. Even if his cultivation level is slightly higher than mine, I don't take it seriously at all. Li Long laughed arrogantly as he stepped into the arena. Although his cultivation was only at the 8th level of the battle general, the aura he exuded was not weaker than Qi Jun's at all. With Li Long's appearance, the first match officially began. Kid, state your name. Li Long waved his hand, and a large red blade appeared in his grasp. I don't kill nameless fools. Where did this idiot come from? Do you really think you're impressive? Qi Jun completely ignored Li Long and instantly produced a sniper rifle, aiming it at Li Long and firing a shot. Oh, this is interesting. I didn't expect you to be a martial artist who uses firearms. Li Long was genuinely curious about Qi Jun's weapon. As he sidestepped to avoid Qi Jun's shot, he swung his blade. The red flame blade energy swept toward Qi Jun. The temperature around them seemed to rise significantly at that moment. Although martial artists who used firearms were rare, Li Long was well aware of the weaknesses of this type of warrior. They were extremely afraid of close combat. In his view, only those with very weak physical strength, who could not effectively wield bladed weapons, would choose to use firearms. This strike was meant to force Qi Jun to dodge, creating an opportunity for a surprise attack. As long as he could close the distance, victory was practically assured. Just as Li Long had anticipated, Qi Jun easily dodged Li Long's fiery blade attack with his quick reflexes. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, Li Long charged at him with incredible speed, appearing right in front of him. Kid, your time is up. Li Long showed no mercy, his large knife engulfed in flames as he swung it down. If this strike landed, even if Qi Jun didn't die, he would surely be severely injured. However, just when Li Long thought Qi Jun couldn't evade this blow, he suddenly felt a wave of paralysis wash over him. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, his face contorted in pain, and the skill he was about to unleash was forcibly interrupted. It was then that he realized he had stepped into a trap set by Qi Jun. Immediately after, Qi Jun's gun was already aimed at Li Long's head. Sorry, you lost. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qi Jun decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! A loud sound erupted from Qi Jun's gun, shooting out a powerful laser beam. At such close range, it was enough to take down Li Long with a single shot. From the moment Qi Jun saw that Li Long was wielding a large knife, he anticipated that this guy would definitely engage him in close combat. Everything he had done earlier was just to lure Li Long in, allowing him to throw a thunderbolt grenade in front of himself. Sure enough, Li Long had fallen for it. Qi Jun was confident in the power of his weapon. This shot would definitely take down Li Long. And everyone present witnessed this scene clearly. The students watching from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School erupted in excited cheers. Mo Wanshan couldn't help but show a look of appreciation. But at that moment, Lei Wu sneered dismissively, I have to admit, the contestant you sent is indeed impressive. Both his reflexes and speed are quite remarkable. It's just a pity that he ran into Li Long, which means he is destined to lose. As soon as Lei Wu finished speaking, Li Long, who had been hit by the laser, suddenly let out a roar. A wave of heat erupted from his body, instantly blasting Qi Jun away. When the heat dissipated, Li Long, clad in crimson battle armor, appeared unscathed before Qi Jun. It was evident that there was a layer of flame shield on the outermost layer of Li Long's armor, capable of blocking Qi Jun's attack, all thanks to the astonishing defensive power of that flame shield. Kid, you forced me to use my battle armor. Your strength truly exceeded my expectations, but you are still too weak. Before Li Long's words could finish, he swung his large knife towards Qi Jun. Although Qi Jun reacted quickly and dodged Li Long's attack, creating distance in the process, under the enhancement of the battle armor, Li Long's speed and strength far surpassed before. In an instant, he caught up to Qi Jun and swung his knife fiercely. Despite Qi Jun also wearing battle armor, it was clearly inferior to Li Long's, leaving him to dodge while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. The entire situation was clearly in Li Long's favor. Mo, you should just make that guy admit defeat quickly. If this continues, he will definitely die under Li Long's knife, Lei Wu said smugly. But Mo Wanshan ignored Lei Wu's taunts and focused intently on the battle. In his eyes, although Qi Jun was being chased and attacked by Li Long, he showed no signs of panic. His expression remained calm. Just then, Chi Jun, who had been dodging continuously, suddenly stopped. Having learned from his previous lesson, Li Long believed Chi Jun must have set another trap. He didn't rush in immediately but activated the power of his armor, once again summoning the flame shield. Just as before, Li Long indeed stepped into Chi Jun's trap, instantly freezing in ice. However, due to the capabilities of Li Long's armor, the ice quickly melted, and he ruthlessly swung his large knife, preparing to finish off Chi Jun with a single blow. At that moment, something shocking happened that stunned everyone present. Chi Jun did not choose to dodge. Instead, he decisively pressed a button on the grip of his gun. Suddenly, a laser blade emerged from the gun's muzzle. The moment the laser blade appeared, it directly severed the large knife in Li Long's hand. Immediately after, Chi Jun pulled out a laser gun with his left hand and fired a shot. The energy of the battle armor was limited. A significant portion had already been consumed to block Chi Jun's laser wave. Then, more energy was spent to counter the freezing effect of the ice bullet. As a result, the flame shield around Li Long was now barely there. Being hit by the laser wave at such close range would undoubtedly cause severe injury. However, Li Long was unwilling to lose to Chi Jun like this. At the moment he was struck by the laser, he unleashed all his strength and threw the broken knife in his hand. The flaming broken knife pierced into Chi Jun's chest. Although the battle armor absorbed part of the damage, he was still seriously injured. The two fell to the ground almost simultaneously, losing consciousness. What? Lei Wu never expected that Chi Jun, a long-range fighter, could possess such powerful close combat abilities. The fact that he could sever Li Long's weapon not only indicated the strength of Chi Jun's weapon but also proved that Chi Jun himself was incredibly strong. He might be no weaker than Li Long. Despite having such astonishing power, he chose to use long-range firearms, which left Lei Wu utterly shocked. Save him! Quickly take him down for treatment. Mo Wanshan had long known that Chi Jun had a good chance of winning, and although he was ultimately heavily injured by Li Long, at least he did not lose face for the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Such an excellent student, Mo Wanshan would never let him die, and he immediately ordered the medical team to take the seriously injured Chi Jun away. Meanwhile, Li Long was also quickly taken away by the people from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. This match ended in a draw. Master Lei, is this what you said would definitely win? Mo Wanshan looked at Lei Wu with great disdain. The fighter you sent should be wearing SS-level battle armor, right? With such powerful armor, he still ended up heavily injured. If it weren't for the power of the armor, he would have probably died long ago. Mo Wanshan's words pierced into Lei Wu's heart like a sharp dagger. He could see that Chi Jun's battle armor was actually quite weak. In this situation, for Li Long to be heavily injured by Chi Jun was indeed embarrassing for him. After all, he had taken the initiative to challenge them. If he lost, it would be a complete loss of face. To ensure victory in the second round, he immediately looked at the blonde woman standing beside him. You go first in the second round. Remember, you must win. He. The blonde woman smiled lightly. Don't worry, master, I'm not a reckless person like Li Long. With that, the blonde woman swayed her way into the battle arena. Her gaze fell on Jiang Chen. Though she did not speak, Jiang Chen could already see the contempt in her eyes. Jiang Chen, the reason the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School suddenly came to challenge us is most likely to deal with you. That blonde woman is extremely strong. Fighting her is not a simple spar, you must fight for your life. Are you afraid? Mo Wanshan said to Jiang Chen beside him. Afraid? Jiang Chen laughed out loud upon hearing this. She's just a first-tier god of war warrior. What do I have to fear? Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen walked directly into the battle arena. In fact, when he learned that the three fighters sent by the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School were all under 25, Jiang Chen already knew that their target was him. There must be some deliberate scheming by the Sun family behind this. However, Jiang Chen felt not the slightest fear. With his current strength, dealing with someone who had just stepped into the first tier of the God of War level was truly too easy. At this moment, the blonde woman in the battle arena smiled smugly when she saw Jiang Chen walk in. I knew that in this second match, you would definitely be the one to step up. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Luo Chingan, the youngest war god level warrior in the history of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. If you don't want to die, then kneel down and beg for mercy right now, and announce your departure from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, returning to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly die later. As Luo Chingan said this, her eyes revealed a sharp killing intent. Although Jiang Chen's strength was formidable, she had heard of him in the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. She knew that on his first day in the camp, he had passed the trial tower's second level, but she didn't care about that. In Luo Chingan's eyes, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was merely a war general level warrior. Meanwhile, she had long stepped into the war god level. This was the gap in their strengths. What? Are all of you from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School a bunch of fools? The battle hasn't even started, and you say I will definitely die? At this point, 6 incredibly sharp curved blades appeared beside Jiang Chen. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted from him, emanating from the 6th stage of the War General level. What? He has actually reached the 6th stage of the War General level? How could it be so fast? Mo Wanshan was greatly shocked upon sensing Jiang Chen's aura. Just a few days ago, he had signed an elite contract with Jiang Chen, who was only at the 3rd stage of the War General level at that time. In just a few days, his cultivation level had instantly risen by 3 stages. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would believe it? The many members of the War God training camp watching were also astonished by Jiang Chen's strength, especially those from top families like Gu Yinhai and Luo Chingan. They knew that for Jiang Chen to reach the 6th stage of the War General level at such a young age, it wouldn't be long before he stepped into the War God level. Such a talented warrior had already signed an elite contract with the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, which truly made them feel regretful. As for Fong Xingxiu, who ranked first in the War God training camp, he still hadn't shown up to watch the match. At this moment, the faces of the people from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School standing opposite were equally pale. Lei Wu, the headmaster, was even more furious, clenching his fists tightly. Since Jiang Chen left the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, it hadn't been long at all. Yet he had instantly risen to the 6th stage of the War General level. The thought of such a talented warrior being abandoned by Lin Jinbei only fueled his anger. Unfortunately, since the matter had already happened, there was no chance to turn back. He can only choose to eliminate Jiang Chen. He glanced at Luo Chingan and gave her a knowing look. Luo Chingan immediately understood, and a sword that resembled a snake, looking extremely soft, appeared in her hand. Jiang Chen, since you insist on not surrendering, then don't blame me. Spirit Snake emerges. Luo Chingan took the initiative to attack, and the long sword in her hand instantly grew several meters. As she swung it, it seemed to truly transform into a golden snake, lunging at Jiang Chen to bite. The speed was incredibly fast, and ordinary warriors couldn't dodge it at all. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, Luo Chingan's attack was full of flaws. He merely sidestepped and evaded Luo Chingan's attack. At the same time, he controlled the 6 curved blades to shoot towards Luo Chingan. Luo Chingan's reaction was quick. Seeing the spirit snake's emergence being dodged by Jiang Chen, she swiftly swung her long sword. In an instant, a fierce wind rose, blocking the attack of the 6 curved blades. She intended to continue her assault on Jiang Chen, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen had silently appeared behind her. Gripping the windbreaker blade tightly, he pierced through Luo Chingan's body with one strike. I won. The many students of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School present, witnessing this scene, all erupted in excited cheers. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would win this match so easily. Even more surprising was how absurdly fast Jiang Chen's speed was. However, the head of the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall, Lei Wu, also revealed a meaningful smile. I don't think it's that simple. Do you really think that our young god-level warrior at the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall is just a vase? Ha ha ha. Accompanied by Lei Wu's loud laughter, Luo Chingan, who had been pierced through the body by Jiang Yan's blade, suddenly transformed into a dense mass of golden pythons that fell to the ground. Then, these golden pythons quickly gathered together. Luo Chingan appeared unharmed before everyone's eyes, as if the injury she had sustained earlier didn't exist at all. How could this be? Is this guy immortal? Nonsense. How could anyone be immortal? This guy clearly has cultivated a special martial technique. So what exactly is this martial technique, and how can it turn the body into a golden snake? As everyone was puzzled, Mo Wanshan spoke with a serious tone. If I remember correctly, this should be the SS level martial technique, Golden Snake Dance. It is said that once this martial technique is mastered, one can instantly transform into a golden snake to evade various physical attacks. In a certain sense, this Luo Chingan can indeed be considered immortal. This is troublesome. Mo Wanshan truly did not expect that there would be a warrior mastering the Golden Snake Dance within the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall. As far as he knew, mastering the Golden Snake Dance was extremely difficult, on par with the Flowing Light Shadow technique. Moreover, Luo Chingan, at such a young age, had reached god-level cultivation and had perfected the Golden Snake Dance. She was indeed a rare and extraordinary talent. What? An immortal body? How are we supposed to fight this? If Jiang Chen can't hurt him, then isn't he doomed? Hearing the words of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall members, Lei Wu burst into laughter. Ha ha, you are right. In this round, Jiang Chen is bound to lose. Luo Chingan is the most outstanding warrior of our Fonglei Martial Arts Hall in recent years. What if Jiang Chen is fast? So what? If he can't hurt Luo Chingan at all, it means he will definitely lose. Lei Wu's smile grew increasingly smug, as if he could already see Jiang Chen's defeat. At this moment, in the arena, Jiang Chen looked at Luo Chingan, who showed no signs of injury, and couldn't help but furrow his brows. He heard the murmurs from the audience. He truly did not expect that such a special martial technique could exist in this world. With this thought, Jiang Chen felt no panic. Instead, he revealed a charming smile. He directly activated the system function to copy Luo Chingan before him. Such a special martial technique must be acquired. At a critical moment, this martial technique could save his life. Jiang Chen, what are you laughing at? Luo Chingan said with a very displeased expression. Don't think that just because you're fast, you can defeat me. In front of my golden snake dance, any attack will turn to nothing. So according to you, you are already invincible? Jiang Chen sneered twice. Stop bragging. Today I will definitely break your golden snake dance. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen was covered in black gold battle armor, wielding the windbreaker blade. With a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye, he charged towards Luo Chingan. Although Luo Chingan could rely on the special ability of the golden snake dance to evade Jiang Chen's physical attacks, constantly transforming into golden snakes consumed a great deal of her stamina. With her current ability, she could at most transform 10 times. Luo Chingan had to defeat Jiang Chen within these 10 opportunities. The two then engaged in a fierce battle. Even though Jiang Chen's cultivation was lower than Luo Chingan's, he did not fall behind at all. Just then, Jiang Chen seized the opportunity, tightly gripping the windbreaker blade, concentrating his power into a single point, and swung the blade towards Luo Chingan. The blade light was domineering and unmatched, as if it could tear apart space. Luo Chingan was stunned by the power and aura of this move, momentarily unsure of how to evade, and ultimately was sliced in two by a single strike. Although she relied on the ability of the golden snake dance to transform into a golden snake and stood up unharmed, the technique Jiang Chen had just displayed still left everyone present in awe. At this moment, both Mo Wanshan and Lei Wu widened their eyes. That is the Breaking Void Slash. Isn't that the signature martial art of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall? How could he have learned it? Moreover, that strike definitely doesn't look like something a novice who just learned it could execute. How could this guy's talent and comprehension be so outrageously strong? Before this, Lei Wu had already investigated Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen had already mastered the flowing light step to perfection at such a young age. However, seeing Jiang Chen execute the SSS level phantom breaking blade technique so skillfully left Lei Wu in shock. After all, Jiang Yan had only recently left the Fong Lei Martial Arts Hall to join the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. The thought of such a talented martial artist being acquired by the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall made Lei Wu feel extremely pained. Meanwhile, Mo Wanshan, after a brief moment of shock, was overjoyed. He had underestimated Jiang Chen. The strength, talent, and comprehension Jiang Chen displayed far exceeded Mo Wanshan's imagination. He had a premonition that Jiang Chen might have already mastered all 5 moves of the phantom breaking blade technique. Jiang Chen, today, let everyone witness the power of our Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall's strongest martial arts. Don't be shy, use each move one by one. Mo Wanshan shouted excitedly. Alright, no problem. Since the Hall Master has spoken, I shall obey. Jiang Chen sneered, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the battlefield. At that moment, Jiang Chen moved like a streak of light, darting through the combat arena, dazzling everyone. Jiang Chen's speed was already fast enough, but now it was so quick that Luo Chingan couldn't even see his figure clearly. Before she could react, her body was instantly sliced into several segments. Relying on the ability of the golden snake dance, Luo Chingan stood up unharmed once again. However, just after she had revived, Jiang Chen appeared before her like a ghost. He then unleashed 100 blade lights. Each one contained the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, as if 100 peaks were collapsing simultaneously, crushing down on Luo Chingan. Luo Chingan was unable to evade, lacking even the ability to move. In an instant, she was struck by countless blade lights. No one expected that a formidable warrior of the God of War level would be utterly defenseless against Jiang Chen. If it weren't for Luo Chingan's unique martial skills, she would have died countless times by now. Earlier, when Jiang Chen executed the Breaking Void Slash from the Phantom Breaking Blade technique, it had already left Lei Wu in disbelief. Now, as Jiang Chen consecutively unleashed the Flowing Light Slash and the Mountain Crushing Blade, it completely stunned Lei Wu. He knew all too well how powerful the Phantom Breaking Blade technique of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall was. Mo Wanshan had become the strongest in the Yin Kingdom precisely because of this martial art. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen had already mastered the first 3 moves at such a young age. Each move was something Luo Chingan could not possibly defend against at her current level. Coupled with Jiang Chen's incredible speed, Luo Chingan was utterly powerless. It's over. It's over. Lei Wu felt an overwhelming sense of despair in an instant. Even if Luo Chingan had not yet been defeated, it was only a matter of time. The ability of the Golden Snake Dance could only be used a maximum of 10 times. Jiang Chen only needed to maintain this level of offense, and Luo Chingan would eventually be defeated. Lei Wu now felt as if he were lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. If the Fong Lei Martial Arts Hall truly lost to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall today, then from this moment on, the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall would undoubtedly become the strongest martial arts hall. Thinking of this, Lei Wu clenched his fists in anger. He immediately looked at another crewcut man beside him. Luo Chingan has almost no chance of winning. It won't take long before she is defeated. I want you to defeat the last contestant from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall at all costs. This way, at the very least, we can tie with the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. The crewcut man frowned, looking displeased. Chief, Luo Chingan hasn't lost yet, has she? Although Zhang Chen's martial skills are strong, using them must be extremely exhausting. I don't believe Zhang Chen can defeat Luo Chingan. Lei Wu was about to explain but suddenly noticed Zhang Chen in the arena, moving at high speed. In an instant, 10 identical clones of Zhang Chen appeared in the arena. This is the phantom displacement from the phantom blade technique. He has actually mastered the fourth move. This guy is a monster. While Lei Wu was astonished, Luo Chingan, confused by the clones, couldn't tell which one was the real Zhang Chen. As a result, she accidentally had her head chopped off by the real Zhang Chen. Although she quickly recovered using her martial skills, Zhang Chen continued to launch relentless attacks. In less than a moment, Luo Chingan had already died 10 times. This also meant that Luo Chingan could no longer transform her body into a golden snake. She had lost her most crucial life-saving ability. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen still appeared to be at ease, showing no signs of exhaustion. The crewcut man, who had been confident in Luo Chingan, was now so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Remember what I just said, you must defeat the third contestant from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. After reminding the crewcut man, Lei Wu immediately shouted to Luo Chingan in the arena, enough, we concede this match. He knew that if he didn't stop the match now, Luo Chingan would surely die at Zhang Chen's hands. Although surrendering was very embarrassing, Luo Chingan was the most outstanding student of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and nothing could go wrong. However, Luo Chingan in the arena showed no signs of conceding. After hearing Lei Wu's words, she shouted angrily, Chief, why should I concede? I refuse. In this match, I will definitely defeat him. Luo Chingan's purpose for this match was to kill Zhang Chen. Only then could she win the favor of the young master of the Sun family. But if she chose to surrender, not only would she lose face, but it would also ruin her future. She had long wanted to become the young mistress of the Sun family and would never give up this opportunity to rise to greatness. After saying that, Luo Chingan let out a furious roar. She fully activated the power of her battle armor and, combined with the golden snake soft sword in her hand, unleashed the strongest move of the golden snake frenzied snake dance. In an instant, the sword light burst forth, and the attacks were as fierce as a storm. Luo Chingan swung her sword wildly. Her seemingly chaotic sword moves were incredibly powerful, leaving her enemies unable to defend. In Luo Chingan's view, continuously using the phantom blade technique at such intensity must consume a lot of physical strength. Under these circumstances, Zhang Chen's speed would definitely not be as fast as before. She believed that under this frequency of attacks, even with the abilities of a mentalist, Zhang Chen would not be able to completely block them. Ha ha ha, Zhang Chen, die. Accompanied by Luo Chingan's maniacal laughter, she swung her golden snake soft sword with all her might, vowing to tear Zhang Chen to pieces. However, just when Luo Chingan thought she could succeed, Zhang Chen, who had been standing in front of her, suddenly vanished. The surrounding space seemed to twist at that moment. Before she could react, Zhang Chen was already standing behind her. Lei Wu saw it first and shouted in fear, surrender. We surrender. This round counts as a loss for the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall. But unfortunately, Lei Wu's shout had no effect whatsoever. He was ultimately a step too late. Zhang Chen had already plunged a knife through Luo Chingan's chest. Puff! Luo Chingan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. I can't believe I will die at your hands. She turned around and glared fiercely at Zhang Chen, then collapsed into the pool of blood, dying a tragic death. No! Lei Wu found it hard to accept that the most outstanding disciple of the martial arts school had been killed by Zhang Chen. Furious, he prepared to rush into the battlefield immediately. But Mo Wanshan blocked Lei Wu at a critical moment. What's wrong? Lei Master, can't you accept defeat? Didn't you say that martial artists fight for life and death? If that woman had listened to your orders and decisively chosen to surrender, would she have died? Everything is just self-inflicted. Mo Wanshan glared at Lei Wu with eyes full of killing intent. If you dare to act recklessly against my martial arts school here, don't blame me for being merciless. At that moment, all the martial artists of the Extreme Martial Arts School stood behind Mo Wanshan. They did not think Zhang Chen's methods were cruel. On the contrary, they felt Zhang Chen was incredibly powerful. To slay the pride of the Fong Lei Martial Arts School with a single strike, who wouldn't feel excited? After this battle, the Extreme Martial Arts School would undoubtedly become the strongest martial arts school without question. Damn it! Lei Wu, whose strength had already fallen to Mo Wanshan, now found himself within the Extreme Martial Arts School. Even though he was furious, he could only forcefully swallow his anger. He had originally admired Jiang Chen greatly, hoping that one day Jiang Chen could return to the Fong Martial Arts School. But now, he only felt hatred for Jiang Chen. Oh dear, Master Lei, I'm really sorry. I struck too quickly and couldn't hold back, accidentally killing your school's pride. I, Jiang, am here to apologize. Zhang Yan pretended to bow to Lei Wu. Lei Wu was already a bit exasperated, and now hearing Zhang Yan's mocking words, he was furious. You, Zhang Yan, I never expected you to be so despicable. Now I understand why your father, Lin Jinbei, abandoned you. You are indeed a born troublemaker. As soon as Lei Wu said this, the smile on Zhang Chen's face instantly vanished. Master Lei, please do not speak nonsense. My parents have long since passed away. As for the Lin Jinbei you mentioned, he has nothing to do with me. Mo Wanshan was most averse to hearing the name Lin Jinbei. He was instantly filled with rage. Lei Wu, if you give up on competing with my Extreme Martial Arts School now, then get lost immediately. If you dare to speak nonsense again, you should know what kind of end awaits you. Seeing Mo Wanshan getting angry, Lei Wu finally stopped mentioning Lin Jinbei. Instead, he spoke coldly. Who said I would give up the competition? There's still the last match, and who wins or loses is still uncertain. The most outstanding disciple of the Fong Martial Arts School had been killed by Jiang Chen, and Lei Wu was unwilling to leave just like that. If he left like this, not only would the Fong Martial Arts School lose face, but they would also only be known as the second-ranked school in the future. For this reason, he had to win the third match to ensure a tie with the Extreme Martial Arts School. As for Jiang Chen, he would find a way to deal with him slowly in the future. Then, Lei Wu looked at the crew-cut man beside him. This third match will be up to you. If you can't even defeat that cowardly waste, then don't come back to the Fong Martial Arts School. Although the crew-cut man was shocked by Luo Chingan's death, he was a level 8 warrior of the Battle General rank, and he was fully confident in dealing with a level 4 warrior of the Battle General rank. Rest assured, Master, I can win this round even with my eyes closed. After saying that, the crew-cut man indeed walked into the battlefield. His gaze fell on Xin Xiu, who was hiding in the crowd, and he raised his hand at him, his eyes full of disdain. Master, can I forfeit this match? That guy is too fierce, I can't possibly win. Xin Xiu didn't dare to meet the buzzcut man's gaze, trembling in fear. Xin Xiu, Zhang Yan has already killed a god-level warrior, and you're scared at such a critical moment? If you give up the match, it means all our efforts up to now will be in vain. As long as you win this round, our Extreme Dao Martial Arts School will be the #1 martial arts school in Yen country. Xin Xiu, if you're still a man, get on the field. The many students from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School were extremely angry at Xin Xiu's cowardly behavior. Many had already begun to question Xin Xiu's strength. How did such a timid, mouse-like waste of a warrior get into the God of War training camp? Even Xin Xiu's strength was only at the 4th stage of the War General level. Lei Wu, witnessing this scene, felt secretly pleased. If they could win this round without a fight, at least they could preserve the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. They could still stand on equal footing with the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School in the future. Then, Lei Wu looked at Mo Wanshan in front of him. So, are you planning to give up in this third round? That's really too bad. This challenge can only end in a draw between our two martial arts schools. Who said our Extreme Dao Martial Arts School would give up the third round? Mo Wanshan said coldly, this time, your Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School is bound to lose. After saying this, Mo Wanshan turned to Xin Xiu, get on the field immediately. This is an order. Otherwise, leave the God of War training camp. Hearing that he would be expelled from the God of War training camp, Xin Xiu was so frightened that he immediately ran towards the fighting arena. Just before he left, Jiang Chen suddenly grabbed Xin Xiu, if I'm not mistaken, the reason you became a warrior is for your deceased brother. You're afraid of being expelled from the God of War training camp because it's your brother's dying wish, right? If you don't want to leave the God of War training camp, you must defeat the enemy in front of you. Only then can you become a warrior like your brother in the future. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Xin Xiu was still very scared in his heart, but for the sake of his deceased brother, Xin Xiu had to grit his teeth and fight. He solemnly nodded at Jiang Chen and then walked into the fighting arena. However, once he entered the arena and faced the fierce gaze of the buzzcut man, he was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground. Ha ha ha! The buzzcut man laughed out loud upon seeing this. Is this what the God of War training camp people from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School are like? I never expected that one day, a place like the God of War training camp could also let someone in through the back door. Kid, it's not that I'm deliberately bullying you, but you simply don't know your own limits. If you don't want to die, you should surrender quickly. Otherwise, as the buzzcut man said this, a silver spear appeared in his hand. The sharp tip pointed directly at Shinshio. Otherwise, once the battle starts, taking your life will be as easy as pie. I won't surrender, Shinshio said, trembling. He wanted to stand up but found that his legs wouldn't listen to him, and he collapsed onto the ground again. It's over. I'm done for. Why are there such useless warriors in the God of War training camp? I really don't understand why the main hallmaster would let such a waste enter the God of War training camp. With this kind of waste, even I could easily beat him. Why wasn't it me who entered the God of War training camp? Seeing Shinshio in such a pathetic state made many students from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School feel very dissatisfied. At this moment, in the fighting arena, the buzzcut man holding the silver spear saw that Shinshio refused to surrender, and his eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. Luo Chingan was killed by someone from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, and he had to kill someone from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School to take revenge. Right now, this timid waste was the perfect choice. However, just as the buzzcut man was about to make his move, he suddenly noticed something about Shinshio, his brows slightly furrowing. Your face looks quite similar to that of the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in North China. Could it be that you are Shin Yuanzhong's youngest son? I've heard that Shin Yuanzhong's eldest son was an extraordinary genius back in the day, but he unfortunately died at the hands of a demon beast while trying to save his brother. I never expected that your brother sacrificed his life to save you, and yet you turned out to be such a waste. I really don't know what your brother was thinking. It's simply too foolish, too ridiculous. The buzzcut man, being from North China himself, was naturally aware of this matter. Now that he recognized Shinshio, he began to mock him frantically. Little did he know, the moment he mentioned Shinshio's deceased brother, the previously terrified Shinshio suddenly seemed like a different person. His eyes no longer held any fear, instead, they became extremely cold and filled with killing intent. Boom! Accompanied by a flash of lightning, the buzzcut man's laughter abruptly stopped, and his head instantly rolled to the ground. What? Lei Wu, witnessing this scene, stared wide-eyed in shock, his face filled with disbelief. He had thought Shinshio was just a timid waste who would be easily defeated. But he never expected that in that brief moment, Shinshio seemed to transform into another person. Both his strength and speed far exceeded Lei Wu's imagination. Before he could even react, he had already seen the buzzcut man being slain. This buzzcut man was named Lu Gang. He had become an 8th-tier warrior at a young age. Moreover, he was a mentalist. Yet, he had died before he even had a chance to strike. At that moment, Lei Wu finally understood why this so-called waste, Shinshio, could enter the God of War training camp. The other Extreme Martial Arts Hall students present, including Jin Hongyi and Luo Chingan from the God of War training camp, were equally astonished. Their thoughts mirrored Lei Wu's. They did not believe Shinshio had any chance of winning this round. However, the strength Shinshio displayed now greatly shocked them all. What the hell? What just happened? If I'm not mistaken, Shinshio only made one strike and instantly killed his opponent? The speed of Shinshio's sword just now was truly like lightning. It was too fast. I take back what I said earlier. This kind of monster is simply not something we can compete with. So impressive. After a brief moment of shock, everyone began to cheer excitedly. Chief Hall Master, so you knew about Shinshio's special situation all along? Zhang Chen walked up to Mo Wanshan and asked. He was now almost certain that Shinshio's inherent strength was indeed formidable. But under normal circumstances, it was difficult for Shinshio to enter that special state. Only by falling into absolute rage could he achieve it. The easiest way to provoke Shinshio was to insult his deceased brother. Whether it was during Qi Jun's incident or now, Shinshio had erupted with astonishing strength only after his brother was insulted. Mo Wanshan sighed slightly upon hearing this. Shinshio's personality is actually not suited to be a warrior. Back when a terrifying beast tide broke out in North China, Shinshio witnessed his brother being torn apart by a demon beast while trying to protect him. From that moment on, Shinshio developed a heart demon. He trained desperately to fulfill his brother's last wish, fighting his way through challenges to earn his place in the God of War training camp. After entering the God of War training camp, he believed he had fulfilled his brother's wish, so he reverted to his timid and cowardly self. But if anyone dares to insult his deceased brother or make jokes about him, then Shinshio will switch to another persona. If Shinshio wants to truly grow, he must overcome his heart demon. After listening to Mo Wanshan's words, Zhang Chen nodded in realization, so that's how it is. At that moment, Zhang Chen truly understood why Shinshio, whom he encountered in the Void Martial Arts arena, was so formidable. In fact, that was Shinshio after overcoming the obstacles of his inner demons. As for earlier in the simulated battlefield, when Shinshio was running and could always accurately hit the weak points of the monsters, it was not mere luck but a result of Shinshio's physical instincts. At this moment, in the combat arena, I I won? Shinshio looked at the headless man with a buzz cut behind him, his face filled with astonishment. He had no idea what had just happened. He only knew that he had momentarily spaced out. Then the buzzcut man had died right before his eyes. But regardless, he had won the match. So, Shinshio hurriedly looked at Mo Wanshan. Master, I shouldn't have to leave the war god training camp now, right? No need, you can step down. Mo Wanshan waved at Shinshio with satisfaction. Yay! Shinshio jumped up excitedly and quickly ran out of the combat arena. Immediately after, Mo Wanshan looked at Lei Wu with a rather proud expression. I'm really sorry, Master Lei, for losing such an outstanding student. You have to understand, after all, my student's condition is sometimes good and sometimes bad. It's quite normal to accidentally lose control of strength. So according to the best of 3 system, your Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy has already lost to us. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy burst into excited laughter. Meanwhile, Lei Wu and those who had come with him looked extremely grim. Today, the 3 contestants sent by the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy had 2 dead and 1 severely injured. This outcome was simply unacceptable for Lei Wu. Damn it! Damn it! Lei Wu was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Master, are you alright? The people from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy immediately reached out to support Lei Wu. I'm fine, get away from me. Lei Wu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared fiercely at Mo Wanshan and Jiang Chen beside him. Today, my Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy was outmatched, but don't get too complacent. I will reclaim the lost honor one day. Everyone, follow me. After saying this, Lei Wu led the members of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy to leave the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy in a hurry. Even if they were unwilling to accept it, losing to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy was already a done deal. Moreover, there were many media reporters present today. As soon as Lei Wu and the others stepped out of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy, they were surrounded by numerous media reporters. Master Lei, why did you suddenly bring people to challenge the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy? You lost to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy today, and 2 of your outstanding disciples died. Don't you feel heartbroken? Master Lei, how do you feel right now? Master Lei, can you say a few words? Losing to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy and suffering the loss of 2 such excellent students was already hard for Lei Wu to accept. Now, being surrounded by so many reporters only fueled his anger. Get away! I don't have time to waste talking to you. Although Lei Wu was extremely furious, the news of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Academy losing to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy had already been broadcast live. If he had known this would happen, Lei Wu should never have agreed to the Sun family's request. This way, not only would the reputation of the Martial Arts Academy remain unaffected, but Luo Chingan and another elite student would not have died either. The more Lei Wu thought about it, the more regretful he felt. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the Extreme Path Martial Arts Academy was completely opposite. Everyone was celebrating their victory. From this moment on, they could rightfully call themselves the students of the first martial arts academy in Yin country. Just then, Mo Wanshan suddenly pulled Jiang Chen aside. Jiang Chen, tell me something honestly. The final move of the Phantom Overlord Blade Technique, have you comprehended it? The Phantom Overlord Blade Technique is an SSS level martial art and its cultivation difficulty is extremely high. Under normal circumstances, if a person with average talent wants to comprehend the first move, it might take several months. Even someone as gifted as Luo Chingan spent several years just barely mastering all 5 moves. Only by mastering all 5 moves can one be considered to have cultivated the Phantom Overlord Blade Technique to a proficient level. To advance further to the Great Achievement level, one must integrate the 5 moves, allowing them to be executed at will. It is even possible to simultaneously perform 2 moves in an instant. As for reaching the pinnacle of mastery, so far, only Mo Wanshan has achieved that. Now, Mo Wanshan is asking Jiang Chen whether he has learned the final move of the Phantom Overlord Blade Technique, to confirm if Jiang Chen has cultivated it to a proficient level. If Jiang Chen can truly achieve this in such a short time, he will undoubtedly cultivate the Phantom Overlord Blade Technique to its pinnacle in the future. To be honest, I have indeed learned it. Jiang Chen did not hide anything and nodded slightly. Good, good. Mo Wanshan excitedly patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. I have to admit, I really underestimated you. Jiang Chen, you are far more impressive than I imagined. I didn't expect that in just a few days, you could cultivate the Phantom Overlord Blade Technique to a proficient level. I can confidently say that your future strength will definitely surpass mine. Jiang Chen actually wanted to say that he had already mastered the Phantom Overlord Blade Technique to its pinnacle, but fearing that revealing this would shock Mo Wanshan, he chose to remain silent. Jiang Chen, your current strength has greatly exceeded my expectations. I have decided to let you participate in the Treasure Seizing Conference in 3 months. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. Treasure Seizing Conference? What kind of event is that? The Starsource Forest is located in the South American continent of Blue Star, and in 3 months, an ancient civilization ruin within the Starsource Forest will open. At that time, powerful individuals from various countries in Blue Star will choose to enter this ancient civilization ruin to search for the legendary treasures. And this treasure is the heart of the ancient life tree. The moment Jiang Chen heard heart of the ancient life tree, his eyes immediately lit up. Although he had never seen this legendary treasure with his own eyes, he had learned about it from ancient texts. This item not only possesses extremely strong healing and restorative powers, capable of regrowing severed limbs, but it can also greatly enhance physical strength when consumed. Even S-level gene potions pale in comparison to the heart of the ancient life tree. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen excitedly said, Master, can I really participate in the Treasure Seizing Conference? Of course you can. However, the Starsource Forest is very dangerous, and the ancient civilization ruin is even more perilous. Although some have claimed to have seen the heart of the ancient life tree inside, no one has ever brought it out alive. I want you to participate in the Treasure Seizing Conference mainly to temper you. Do not recklessly pursue the heart of the ancient life tree, Mo Wanshan said earnestly. Don't worry, Master, I fear death more than anything. If I don't have complete confidence, I will never take risks. Jiang Chen felt genuinely excited at the prospect of participating in the Treasure Seizing Conference. Then you should prepare well during this time, Mo Wanshan said with a smile as he patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and then turned to leave. To ensure he has enough strength to seize the precious heart of the ancient life tree in 3 months, Jiang Chen must seize the time to become stronger. The first thing he needs to do is to elevate his cultivation to the war god level. However, before that, Jiang Chen needs to absorb the S-level gene potion he obtained from Jin Hongyi. Fortunately, he has no other matters to attend to tonight, allowing him to focus entirely on cultivation. Meanwhile, the news of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School's defeat to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School quickly spread throughout the Yen Nation. At this moment, every Extreme Path Martial Arts School in any base city of Yen was celebrating their victory with fervor. In contrast, the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School was shrouded in gloom. After returning to the headquarters, Lei Wu immediately summoned the head of the Sun Family, Sun Hong, and Sun Mingze. This is all because of you. If it weren't for your desperate desire to eliminate Jiang Chen, how could the reputation of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School have been so severely impacted? What's even more infuriating is the loss of such a peerless talent as Luo Chingan. Although Lei Wu knew the Sun family held a prominent status, he could no longer afford to be polite. If it weren't for their pressure, he would never have brought people to challenge them. Sun Hong and Sun Mingze fell silent upon hearing this, their faces dark with anger. Clearly, this disastrous defeat for the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School was also beyond their expectations. Damn it, this is all that fool Mingyu's fault. If it weren't for him provoking Jiang Chen, we wouldn't be in this situation. The most infuriating one is that Lin Jinbei. Sun Hong slammed his hand on the table in anger. Where is Lin Jinbei right now? Get him in here immediately. He is currently not in the martial arts school, Lei Wu replied curtly. Master Lei, in my opinion, we should directly expel Lin Jinbei from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. The root of all this is actually because of him. The more Sun Hong thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing Lin Jinbei were present so he could beat him up. It's too late to say anything now. Lin Jinbei is indeed at fault, but after all, he is Jiang Chen's father. With Jiang Chen being such a genius, it shows that the Lin family's bloodline is exceptionally strong. Lin Jinbei should soon awaken his transcendent power. Since we have already lost Jiang Chen, we cannot afford to lose Lin Jinbei as well. As soon as Lei Wu finished speaking, Sun Mingze, who had been silent, nodded in agreement. Master Lei is right, Lin Jinbei cannot leave the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. We also cannot take action against Lin Jinbei, after all, he is Jiang Chen's father. Keeping him around will surely provide an opportunity to counterbalance Jiang Chen in the future. Then, he spoke with a tone of apology. Master Lei, this challenge to the Extreme Path Martial Arts School was indeed poorly considered on my part. I never expected Jiang Chen to become so outrageously powerful. At present, ordinary God of War level martial artists would probably be unable to defeat Jiang Chen. But if this person is not dealt with, he will undoubtedly become a great enemy of our Wind Thunder Martial Arts School in the future. 3 months from now, the ancient civilization ruins in the Starsource Forest will open, and I can guarantee that Mo Wanshan will definitely let Jiang Chen participate. Once he enters the ancient civilization ruins, we can deal with Jiang Chen openly. Initially, Lei Wu did not want to take action against Jiang Chen. However, after this incident, he felt nothing but hatred for him. Luo Chingan was Lei Wu's beloved disciple. With his beloved disciple dead, how could he not seek revenge? In that case, let's plan carefully. 3 months later, Jiang Chen's strength will surely be even greater. To eliminate him, we will need to send out martial artists of at least 5th tier God of War level, and it would be best if they also awakened their transcendent power. Upon hearing this, Sun Mingze revealed a cunning smile. Master Lei, I already have a suitable candidate in mind. With that, he stood up and walked over to Lei Wu, whispering, what do you think about having Lin Jinbei take action personally? Hearing this, Lei Wu's brows furrowed slightly, then he revealed a meaningful smile. The next day, after a night of cultivation, Jiang Chen finally succeeded in perfectly absorbing the S-grade gene serum. Although his cultivation level did not significantly increase, he could clearly feel a substantial enhancement in his physical strength. Unfortunately, the properties of the S-grade gene serum meant that each subsequent use of the same level serum would yield diminishing returns. For Jiang Chen, such potions were not something to be overly pursued. Only the heart of the ancient life tree was the true treasure. Even if he could obtain just one, it would bring immense improvement to Jiang Chen. After finishing his morning routine, Jiang Chen stepped out of the dormitory and decisively headed to the gravity chamber. His training plan for this period had already been mostly mapped out. In the morning, he would train in the gravity chamber, rest at noon, and then spend the rest of the time hunting demon beasts. This way, combined with the capabilities of the Void Martial Arts Arena, Jiang Chen could significantly increase his strength in a short time. If there were lectures from mentors or personal guidance from Master Mo Wanshan, Jiang Chen would listen intently, striving to master more combat techniques. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. During this time, through training in the gravity chamber and the Void Martial Arts Arena, Jiang Chen had raised his cultivation level to the 8th stage of the Battle General rank. He had also acquired Luo Chingan's martial skill, the Golden Snake Dance, and had trained it to perfection. Although the attack power of the Golden Snake Dance was far inferior to the Phantom Dominator Blade technique, it was currently Jiang Chen's most crucial life-saving skill. When seizing the heart of the ancient life tree in the ruins of the ancient civilization, it would undoubtedly play a vital role. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen planned to hunt demon beasts in the Long Spine mountain range as usual. Just then, a haggard-looking, emaciated man slowly walked into the Battle God training camp. His appearance caused everyone in the camp to show expressions of awe. It's Fong Xingxiu. I heard he applied to go alone to the middle section of the Long Spine mountain range for training, but I didn't expect him to come back alive. Truly worthy of being the top expert in our Battle God training camp. When he went out for training, he was already at the 4th stage of the Battle God rank. Now he might even be at the 5th stage. Your perspectives are too narrow. I think Fong Xingxiu might have awakened transcendent power. So impressive. Since entering the Battle God training camp, Jiang Chen had never seen Fong Xingxiu. Now, witnessing this top-ranked powerhouse, he could clearly feel the oppressive aura emanating from him. You are Jiang Chen? After entering the Battle God training camp, Fong Xingxiu had a very clear target and walked directly to Jiang Chen. Although I wasn't present when the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall came to challenge, he slowly began. I watched the video of your battle with Luo Chingan after returning yesterday. Your talent is indeed outstanding, but you are not my opponent yet. I will give you some time to grow, and then come to challenge you again. After succinctly saying these few words, Fong Xingxiu decisively left. Wait! At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly called out to Fong Xingxiu, if I also want to go to the middle section of the Long Spine mountain range for training, how should I apply? You? Fong Xingxiu showed obvious surprise at his words. The middle section of the Long Spine mountain range is the habitat of Lord-level demon beasts. Are you sure you want to go? Of course. Jiang Chen nodded firmly. He. Upon hearing this, Fong Xingxiu coldly laughed. Then he slowly spoke. The middle section of the Long Spine mountain range is now managed by the military. If you want to enter, you need the military's consent. After saying this, Fong Xingxiu turned and left the Battle God training camp. With his current strength, he could have graduated from the Battle God training camp long ago. His purpose for coming to the camp today was to confirm Jiang Chen's current strength. In his view, if Jiang Chen had not reached the Battle God rank, he was not worthy of being his opponent. I see. Jiang Chen nodded in realization. In fact, he had long planned to go to the middle section of the Long Spine mountain range for training. However, due to the presence of the Yin Kingdom's troops guarding the area, he had been unable to enter. He had thought that such a military stronghold was difficult for ordinary people to access, but upon learning that Fong Xingxiu could train there alone, he couldn't help but feel tempted. So, he hurriedly left the Battle God training camp and headed to the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. He shared his desire to venture into the midsection of the Dragon Ridge Mountains for training with Mo Wanshan. Mo Wanshan was not the least bit surprised by Jiang Chen's request. He smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, you must have already met Fong Xingxiu, right? What do you think of him? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen replied, although I haven't fought him yet, his strength should be very formidable. The Grandmaster, Fong Xingqiu, should have awakened his transcendent power, right? As his cultivation approached the level of a war god, Jiang Qin was filled with a strong desire to awaken his own transcendent power. Ordinary war god level warriors posed no threat to him anymore. However, a war god level warrior who had awakened transcendent power was definitely beyond his current capabilities. The sense of oppression he felt from Fong Xingqiu earlier must have been the manifestation of that transcendent power. That's right. Imo Wanshan nodded slightly. Fong Xingqiu has indeed awakened his transcendent power, and he awakened it quite some time ago. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin immediately showed a look of shock. Grandmaster, what do you mean by that? Could it be that one can awaken transcendent power even before reaching the 5th stage of war god level? Imo Wanshan explained, to truly obtain transcendent power, one must reach the 5th stage of war god level. But some exceptionally gifted warriors might show signs of awakening before that. For example, some warriors might discover early on that they have a very high resistance to flames, and ordinary flames can hardly harm them. Such warriors, under normal circumstances, will unlock their transcendent power the moment they reach the 5th stage of war god level, and their transcendent power should be related to flames. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin finally understood. I see, thank you for the information, Grandmaster. Although Jiang Qin had not yet shown any signs of awakening, he believed he would surely awaken his transcendent power. As far as he knew, the probability of a mentalist awakening transcendent power was almost 100%. So Jiang Qin was not in a hurry. The most crucial thing now was to reach the level of a war god as soon as possible. Originally, warriors like you who have not yet reached the war god level are not allowed to enter the midsection of the Dragon Ridge Mountains. Even war god level warriors need to form teams to go there. But you are an exception. Your strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. At this point, Mo Wanshan casually took a dragon pattern jade pendant from a drawer and handed it to Jiang Qin. Take this pendant and go directly to the midsection of the Dragon Ridge Mountains. When you get there, someone will naturally let you in. Soon, Jiang Qin, with the dragon pattern jade pendant, arrived at the midsection of the Dragon Ridge Mountains. Here, soldiers from the Flame Nation were stationed, primarily to prevent the midsection's demon beasts from escaping. After all, the demon beasts inside were all at the Lord level. If such a level of demon beast were to escape from the midsection, the balance among the demon beasts in the front section would be immediately disrupted. In such a case, it would easily trigger a beast tide, causing devastating damage to the warriors training in the front section. There was even a possibility that these demon beasts would rush out of the Dragon Ridge Mountains and attack human cities wildly. Similar incidents had occurred in the past, so it was essential to have the Flame Nation's troops guarding the area. The soldiers capable of guarding the midsection of the Dragon Ridge Mountains must at least be at the 8th stage of war general level. The leading officers must be war god level warriors. Only in this way could they ensure the ability to deal with lord level demon beasts. Upon arriving here, Jiang Qin was immediately stopped by the soldiers of the Flame Nation. You again? Haven't I told you that entry into the midsection is not allowed? At this moment, a short-haired officer with a scarred face and dark skin approached Jiang Qin with an extremely displeased expression. Before this, Jiang Qin often came here, attempting to enter the mid-zone area. Without exception, he was stopped each time. After coming and going, the officer had memorized Jiang Qin's appearance. Now seeing Jiang Qin again, he felt truly helpless. In his view, Jiang Qin had not yet reached the level of a war god. A martial artist of that caliber entering the mid-zone alone was simply seeking death. As a soldier of the Yin Kingdom, he had the duty to protect the lives of civilians and would never allow Jiang Qin to enter and meet his demise. Not to mention, Jiang Qin was so young yet possessed impressive cultivation, it was even more unacceptable for anything to happen to him. Jiang Qin said little and directly revealed the dragon pattern jade pendant in his hand. The moment the officer saw the pendant, his pupils constricted. This is the token of Master M.O. Did Master M.O. send you to enter the mid-zone for training? The officer, named Dengen, looked shocked, as if he were scrutinizing Jiang Qin. Under his serious perception, he sensed that Jiang Qin's strength was around the 8th stage of a war general. Previously, a martial artist who could enter the mid-zone for training had to at least reach the war god level. He truly could not understand why Mo Wanshan would do this. Sir, I should be able to go in now, right? Jiang Qin was eager to enter the mid-zone for training. Besides being able to fight against lord-level monsters, he could also use the system's ability to replicate some powerful beasts. In the Void Martial Arena, he could not only battle martial artists but also engage in fierce fights with monsters. Killing monsters would also yield a large amount of experience. Currently, among those in the War God training camp, apart from Fong Xingqiu, Jiang Qin had replicated everyone else. He had already mastered the necessary martial skills. The most suitable targets for replication now were these powerful monsters. However, just as Jiang Qin was about to enter the mid-zone, Deng Yin suddenly reached out to stop him. Wait, you can't go in yet. Why? Zhang Chen frowned. Master Mo has already said that I can enter alone for training. Rest assured, even if I die in there, it has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Deng Yin smiled faintly. Since Master Mo has spoken, then you can indeed go in. But you are not a war god level martial artist. The danger level in the mid-zone far exceeds your imagination. I can see that you are also a gifted martial artist, and to prevent any of our Yin Kingdom's talents from dying unexpectedly, I must assess you. If you want to enter the mid-zone for training, you must defeat him. As soon as Deng Yin finished speaking, a burly man with a tiger's back stood in front of Zhang Chen. He exuded the aura of a second-stage war god. The martial artist who could enter the mid-zone for training was none other than Fong Xingxiu, ranked first in the war god training camp. At that time, he was well aware of Fong Xingxiu's strength, so he allowed him to enter the mid-zone for training. But Zhang Chen was someone he did not know well. As a graduate of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Deng Yin had to ensure that the outstanding students of the school would not encounter any accidents. Only if Zhang Chen could defeat the second-stage war god officer would he qualify to enter the mid-zone. This officer is named Xiaohu. Although he is a second-stage war god, his cultivation level is far superior to yours. But in the mid-zone, the monsters are casually at the Lord level. In fact, most of them are at least above the third stage of the Lord level. If you cannot defeat Xiaohu, I will not allow you to enter and seek death. As soon as Deng Yin finished speaking, all the soldiers present immediately blocked the path to the mid-zone. They would not allow Zhang Chen to force his way in. Zhang Chen, upon hearing this, did not immediately speak but instead took a look at Xiaohu. He smiled faintly. Do you really think that sending a second-tier god of war level warrior can stop me? Director Deng, do you really think I entered the mid-region for training just to die? Since you've set such a test for me, I'll show you just how strong I am. Come on, I'm ready anytime. For Zhang Chen, he was completely confident that he could defeat any god of war level warrior who had not awakened transcendent power, not to mention the Xiaohu in front of him, who was merely a second-tier god of war. Defeating him would be as easy as flipping a hand. This kid really dares to accept the challenge. Xiaohu showed a clear look of shock, turning to Deng Yin beside him. Boss, what should I do? Since he has accepted the challenge, you should spar with him. Remember, you must not take his life. Deng Yin was quite familiar with Xiaohu's strength. He was not an ordinary god of war level warrior, but a soldier from the Yin Kingdom who had fought against beasts in the wild for years. Deng Yin did not believe that Zhang Chen, who had not yet stepped into the god of war level, could defeat Xiaohu. Alright, then I'll make my move. Xiaohu's lips curled slightly as he clenched his fists and walked towards Zhang Chen. Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender now and leave here. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't be able to avoid some suffering. Fists and feet have no eyes. If I accidentally break your leg, don't blame me. Break my leg? Zhang Chen laughed coldly. Sure, if Director Zhao can really do that, I won't have any complaints. Young man, you are really too arrogant. Today, I will teach you a good lesson. As soon as Xiaohu finished speaking, he pounced on Zhang Chen like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. The officers stationed in the mid-region of the Longji mountain range were almost all from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Moreover, Xiaohu himself was an officer of the Yin Kingdom. He could not truly harm Zhang Chen. His goal was merely to make Zhang Chen retreat in the face of difficulty. However, just when he thought Zhang Chen would be unable to dodge his fierce attack, Zhang Chen's figure suddenly vanished before Xiaohu's eyes like a ghost. So fast. Xiaohu had spent years fighting in the wild against beasts, and his reflexes far exceeded those of ordinary warriors. His arms immediately manifested a pair of golden armors, and black gold battle armor instantly covered his entire body. He then turned around, predicting where Zhang Chen might appear, and threw a punch. Boom! The massive golden fist shadow instantly shattered a large number of trees ahead. At the same time, it successfully hit Zhang Chen, sending him flying several meters away, collapsing weakly to the ground. This is the price of your arrogance. Young man, you should give up on entering the mid-region and focus on training in the martial arts school. That is the most correct choice. Xiaohu's previous punch did not use all his strength, only about 50%. But in his view, the power of this punch was still formidable and had completely hit Zhang Chen. In this situation, Zhang Chen would undoubtedly lose all combat capability. As a fellow warrior from the same martial arts school, Xiaohu felt it was his duty to teach this reckless young man a lesson. But at that moment, the Zhang Chen who had fallen to the ground gradually transformed into light points and disappeared. The real Zhang Chen appeared behind Xiaohu without him noticing. The incredibly sharp windbreaker blade was pressed against Xiaohu's neck. If Zhang Chen had made a move just now, Xiaohu would have been severely injured, if not dead. All of this was due to Zhang Chen using the Phantom Blade technique's Phantom Disappearance, creating a clone identical to his body in an instant, which confused Xiaohu. What? Xiaohu, after realizing it, was filled with horror. He knew very well that there was a most powerful martial skill in the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. It was the SSS level Phantom Blade technique. Unfortunately, at that time, Zhao's talent was insufficient, and he had graduated from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School early to join the military. This meant that Zhao was not qualified to learn this most powerful martial art. However, even so, Zhao was very familiar with the Phantom Dominance Blade technique. He clearly understood that what Jiang Chen had just displayed was the Phantom Disappearance. This made him mistakenly believe that his attack had succeeded, and this scene was clearly witnessed by everyone present. Dang Yin looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face full of disbelief. Could it be that you have already mastered all 5 moves of the Phantom Dominance Blade technique? Dang Yin asked. That's right. Jiang Chen did not hide anything and nodded slightly. At the same time, he put away the Void Wind Blade in his hand and coldly said, "So does this mean I have passed the test?" After a brief hesitation, Dang Yin immediately spoke, "Alright, you can now enter the midsection area. Remember to be very careful, the beasts in here are not only powerful but also quite cunning. Make sure you don't die." At first, Dang Yin indeed thought Jiang Chen was a bit overconfident. A martial artist who hadn't even reached the God of War level entering the midsection of the Dragon Ridge Mountains was definitely going to his death. But now he had completely changed his view of Jiang Chen. A martial artist so young who could skillfully master all 5 moves of the Phantom Dominance Blade technique was simply a genius. He had a premonition that Jiang Chen might create history, surpassing Fong Xingxiu, who was currently ranked first in the God of War training camp. "Thank you for your concern, Officer Deng. I'll take my leave now." After receiving Deng Yin's permission, Jiang Chen cupped his fists towards the officers present and strode into the midsection area. "Big brother, this kid is really fierce. You must have seen it too. This kid can not only use the Phantom Disappearance in an instant. His speed is astonishing. Could it be that he has mastered the Flowing Light Escape? But that doesn't make sense. He's not from the Luo family." Although Zhao Hu had been defeated by Jiang Chen, he didn't take it too seriously. "No, that's not the Flowing Light Escape. It's S-rank Flowing Light Step. This Jiang Chen has perfected the Flowing Light Step, which is why it has a similar effect to the Flowing Light Escape. That's truly remarkable. No wonder the Great Hall Master allowed him to enter the midsection area alone." Dang Yin genuinely admired Jiang Chen. The crowd was also shocked as they looked at Jiang Chen's back. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already entered the midsection area. The environment here was roughly similar to that of the previous section, but the energy of heaven and earth here was clearly much stronger than before. The so-called energy of heaven and earth is a very special energy produced after Blue Star experienced a great catastrophe. It is precisely because of this special energy that ordinary plants and animals have mutated into terrifying beasts. Humans can become martial artists also because of this special energy. In Blue Star, this energy of heaven and earth is also known as spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the midsection area is far stronger than in the previous section, which is why the powerful beasts here do not leave easily. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly seemed to sense something and activated the Flowing Light Step, quickly dodging to the side. Immediately afterward, 2 black poison needles whizzed past him. If Jiang Chen hadn't been fast enough just now, he would have been pierced by these 2 black poison needles. Seeing that his attack had missed, an angry roar came from the bushes not far behind him. The next moment, a large black python with 2 heads appeared in front of Jiang Chen. "It's it." The moment Jiang Chen saw it, he immediately recognized the identity of this creature. It was the Lord-level beast, the black-scaled 2-headed python. Previously, when Jiang Chen was in the 3rd level of the God of War training camp's trial tower, he had encountered this creature. At that time, Jiang Chen's strength was insufficient, and he did not dare to challenge it recklessly. Now, he never expected to encounter a real black-scaled 2-headed python in the wild. Moreover, this guy's aura was almost identical to that of the creature on the 3rd level of the trial tower. It was also a 5th-tier Lord-level beast. "This is perfect. I was just looking for an opportunity to continue challenging the trial tower. Today, I'll use you to practice." Looking at the black-scaled 2-headed python before him, Jiang Chen sneered twice. He then took out the 6-blade arc knife disc, controlling the 6 arc knives to shoot towards the black-scaled 2-headed python. Using the high-frequency attacks of the 6 arc knives, he restrained the black-scaled 2-headed python. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Chen wielded the gale-breaking blade, executing the Phantom Dominance Blade technique, striking at its vital points with every move. The black-scaled 2-headed python, which had once posed a significant threat to Jiang Chen, was now no longer a concern in his eyes. In less than a moment, both heads of the black-scaled 2-headed python were severed, falling into a pool of blood. "It seems that a 5th-tier Lord-level beast poses no threat to me at all. It's time to challenge even more powerful beasts." Without a hint of fear, Jiang Chen advanced into a valley ahead, beginning to hunt beasts frantically. Meanwhile, in the main city of the Northern Flame Kingdom, in a magnificent manor, Zhao Changming had been waiting in the manor for nearly 2 hours before a servant finally led him into the central villa. Zhao Pavilion Master, I sincerely apologize, I have been too busy to meet you in a timely manner. You wouldn't be angry, would you? At that moment, in the villa's hall, a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing lounged on the sofa. His eyes were filled with disdain for Zhao Changming, completely disregarding this so-called pavilion master of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in South China. This man was none other than Fong Jingwu, the chairman of the Yunqi Group. Initially, the Yunqi Group was just an obscure small company, specializing in manufacturing high-tech instruments, quite unremarkable. It wasn't until later that a scientist from the Fong family combined high-tech power with the weapons and equipment of martial artists, giving birth to high-tech weapons far superior to ordinary ones. From then on, the Fong family soared to great heights, and the Yunqi Group became the most valuable company in the Flame Kingdom. Although the Fong family was not one of the 4 top prestigious families in the Flame Kingdom, with the increasing number and strength of high-tech equipment, the Fong family had clearly become the 5th top prestigious family. As the chairman of the Yunqi Group and the head of the Fong family, Fong Jingwu naturally would not regard a mere Zhao Changming as significant. If it weren't for Zhao Changming being the pavilion master of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, he would never have considered meeting him. It is already Zhao's great fortune to meet the head of the Fong family. How could Zhao dare to be angry? Upon seeing Fong Jingwu, Zhao Changming did not hesitate at all and directly knelt before him. Head of the Fong family, please lend me your assistance. As he spoke, Zhao Changming kowtowed to Fong Jingwu. As the pavilion master of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in South China, Zhao Changming held a prominent position. Yet now, before Fong Jingwu, he was willing to abandon all dignity and face, just to seek Fong Jingwu's help in avenging his deceased son. Zhao Changming, I have actually heard about your situation, but unfortunately, I am powerless to help. You keep saying that Jiang Chen killed your son, but there is no evidence. Moreover, Jiang Chen has now joined the War God training camp of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Just a few days ago, he even defeated Luo Chingan of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Such strength definitely makes him the top among his peers. In this situation, who do you think could possibly kill Jiang Chen? I can guarantee that anyone who dares to act against Jiang Chen now will be crushed to pieces by Mo Wanshan. Fong Jingwu understood Zhao Changming's purpose in coming to see him, bowing and scraping. As a businessman, Fong Jingwu was very clear about what could and could not be done. Although the Fong family was currently at the peak, regarded as the 5th top prestigious family in the Flame Kingdom, they could never compete with the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Even if Zhao Changming had a slight acquaintance with him, he could not afford to offend Mo Wanshan for that reason. Once he angered Mo Wanshan, it would undoubtedly bring disaster to the entire Fong family. Zhao Changming had already anticipated that Fong Jingwu would act this way, so he hurriedly spoke, Fong family head, as long as you can help me kill Jiang Chen, I am willing to give you all the assets of the Zhao family. I can even apply for a large sum of funds from the headquarters under the pretext of needing to replace equipment for the martial arts school, and then use it all to order equipment and weapons from Yunqi Group. Upon hearing this, the disdainful look in Fong Jingwu's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of interest. In fact, Fong Jingwu did not care about the Zhao family's assets. What he cared about was that all the Fenglai martial arts schools in South China could order weapons and equipment from Yunqi Group. This way, the students and instructors in these martial arts schools would also use Yunqi Group's weapons and equipment. Currently, Yunqi Group had launched a batch of low-cost, yet powerful high-tech weapons and equipment. Although many martial artists had purchased them, making Yunqi Group a fortune, not all martial artists recognized these high-tech weapons and equipment. In fact, many top martial artists looked down on the weapons and equipment produced by Yunqi Group. In their view, martial artists must rely on their own strength. Any martial artist using high-tech weapons and equipment was seen as unprofessional. The strongest martial artist in Yin country, Mo Wanshan, was the most opposed to this type of weaponry. Even the Leiwu of Fenglai Martial Arts School did not use any high-tech weapons or equipment. Over the years, Fong Jingwu had wanted all the martial arts schools in a region to use the weapons and equipment from Yunqi Group to prove that this type of weapon was not just flashy, but the future of martial artists. If Zhao Changming could truly achieve this, then Fong Jingwu might as well agree to his request. After a moment of silence, Fong Jingwu slowly spoke, Zhao Changming, there are indeed ways to deal with Jiang Chen, but the cost will be very, very high. I am a businessman, I cannot make a losing deal. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changming said solemnly, Fong family head, rest assured, I will prepare the contract in the next few days. I guarantee that all the martial artists in the Fenglai martial arts schools in South China will use Yunqi Group's weapons and equipment. But the price cannot be too high, otherwise, the headquarters will not accept it. Ha ha ha. Fong Jingwu laughed upon hearing this. Zhao Changming, as long as you can get the headquarters to approve, I can even provide it for free. Whenever your contract arrives, I will take action against Jiang Chen. You don't have much time left. Fong family head, rest assured, the contract will definitely be delivered within 3 days. After Zhao Changming finished speaking, he hurriedly turned and left. At the same time, a fair-skinned, beautiful short-haired woman walked up to Fong Jingwu's side. Dad, you were so foolish. How could you agree to Zhao Changming's request? Do you know how important Jiang Chen is in Mo Wanshan's heart? If we really kill Jiang Chen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar, do you think your father is a fool? I naturally understand the cost of taking action against Jiang Chen. Once Mo Wanshan finds out, our Fong family will indeed be doomed. But since I dared to agree to Zhao Changming, I must have complete confidence. Fong Jingwu looked gently at the short-haired woman in front of him. This person was his only daughter, Fong Yuro. Although Fong Yuro was a girl, she had a strong personality and exceptional talent in martial arts since childhood. Over the years, Fong Jingwu had regarded her as his successor and had high hopes for her. Dad, actually, to make all the martial artists in a region choose to use our company's weapons and equipment, it doesn't necessarily have to rely on Zhao Changming. I think the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School is more reliable. Why not let me try to contact them? Fong Yuro was not from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, nor was she from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. She was a martial artist hired by her family's higher-ups to specifically guide her training. Even so, Fong Yuro still had a good impression of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. In her view, the way the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School taught martial artists was clearly much better than that of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she was met with opposition from Fong Jingwu. Ruer, Dad knows you have always had a good impression of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. But don't forget, the headmaster of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, Mo Wanshan, is the most opposed to high-tech weaponry. It's naturally not a problem for a few students in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School to use high-tech weapons. But if all the students of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School were to use our company's weapons on a large scale, that would be absolutely impossible. As for the headmaster of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, Lei Wu, although he also doesn't use high-tech weapons, he is clearly easier to talk to than Mo Wanshan. Zhao Changming is after all the head of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, and to avenge his son, he will definitely do anything for us. As for Jiang Chen, Fong Jing was sneered twice. Even if he is a genius that everyone in Yen country is watching, I have ways to make him disappear without a trace. Don't worry, Dad always does things very cleanly. I won't let anyone suspect our Fong family. Seeing that her father had said this, Fong Yuro felt helpless and sighed softly. Dad, if I'm not mistaken, you plan to take action against Jiang Chen when he is in the Americas, right? Are you really so sure he will go to that ancient civilization site? If he hasn't reached the level of a war god, he probably doesn't even have the qualifications to enter. Fong Jingwu smiled faintly upon hearing this. You can rest assured, I have quite a few friends in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. I've already received news that Mo Wanshan has allowed Jiang Chen to participate in this treasure hunting conference in the Americas. As long as he enters the ancient civilization site, dealing with Jiang Chen will be a piece of cake. It's just a pity for such a genius, but for the future prosperity of our Fong family, he must die. Although Fong Yuro felt differently from her father's actions, his attitude was too strong for her to say much. She turned and left. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, Lin Jinbei brought Lin Zilong before Lei Wu. Previously, Lin Jinbei had promised Lei Wu that he would make Lin Zilong a war general-level martial artist within a few days. The reality proved that Lin Jinbei had overestimated Lin Zilong's talent. Although he had barely reached the war general level, it had taken him more than a month. This clearly exceeded the promised timeline. Lin Jinbei thought that today Lei Wu had called him over to explain that Lin Zilong was not qualified to enter the genius class. Although he was unwilling, Lin Jinbei could only accept this fate. Moreover, after the incident at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, where Jiang Chen had killed Lei Wu's most beloved disciple, Luo Chingan, Lin Jinbei believed this would only increase Lei Wu's hatred for their Lin family. Headmaster, I know Jiang Chen killed Luo Chingan, but his actions have nothing to do with our Lin family. Lin Zilong was worried about being expelled from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, so he hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, he has long been expelled from the Lin family. I hope Headmaster Lei can give me a chance to join the genius class. I guarantee my talent is not weaker than Jiang Chen's. As long as you give me time to grow, I will definitely be able to defeat Jiang Chen in the future. Lin Zilong was very clear about how powerful Jiang Chen was now, but he just couldn't accept it. Clearly, at the beginning, he had crushed Jiang Chen in every aspect, but now, just a few months later, Jiang Chen had already become a well-known genius, while he had turned into a neglected clown. Lin Zilong was inherently strong-willed, and this tremendous blow was something he simply could not accept. During this time, he had been training desperately, all in an effort to catch up to Jiang Chen. He had to prove that he was not inferior to Jiang Chen in any way. If he couldn't enter the genius class now, or if he were expelled from the Fong Martial Arts Academy, then Lin Zilong would be finished. Standing beside him, Lin Jinbei initially wanted to speak up for his son, but was stopped by Lei Wu. Lin Zilong, I have seen your efforts. To become a battle general level martial artist in such a short time, you indeed have considerable talent. You have already qualified to enter the genius class, go back and prepare well, and come to report tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lin Zilong, who was kneeling on the ground, was momentarily stunned. Then, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Thank you, Master Lei. Thank you, Master Lei. As he spoke, Lin Zilong excitedly bowed to Lei Wu. Lin Jinbei was also completely taken aback. He hadn't expected Lei Wu to directly allow his son into the genius class, and he burst into excited laughter. Lin Zilong was his only hope now. Only if Lin Zilong could surpass Jiang Chen in the future and become a top-tier powerhouse could he prove to everyone that his judgment had never been wrong. Thank you, Master Lei, for believing in me. Rest assured, Zilong will not disappoint you. Lin Zilong expressed his gratitude to Lei Wu. But at that moment, Lei Wu's expression suddenly darkened, and he spoke coldly, Zilong, you can go back now. I have some matters to discuss with your father. Without any hesitation, Lin Zilong turned and hurriedly left. Lin Jinbei reacted quickly. He immediately sensed that something was off. So, after Lin Zilong left, Lin Jinbei quickly spoke up, Master Lei, is there something you need me to do? Upon hearing this, Lei Wu did not respond immediately. Instead, he casually took out the weapon that Luo Chingan had used earlier and threw it in front of Lin Jinbei. Lin Jinbei, do you know how important Luo Chingan is to my Fong Martial Arts Academy? She is the most talented individual in the history of Fong Martial Arts Academy, having become a battle god level martial artist at such a young age, with an unlimited future. Yet she was killed by your son. As Jiang Chen's father, do you bear no responsibility at all? After saying this, a terrifying aura erupted from Lei Wu. Lin Jinbei was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Master Lei, Jiang Chen is extremely malicious. I have already severed all ties with him. If you want to take action against him, I will never protect him. He has committed so many heinous acts. He should have died long ago. Lin Jinbei's voice trembled as he spoke. He understood very well Luo Chingan's position in Lei Wu's heart. She was not only the most outstanding disciple of Fong Martial Arts Academy but also Lei Wu's most cherished apprentice. Jiang Chen had killed Luo Chingan. How could Lei Wu not be enraged? For the sake of the Lin family and Lin Zilong's future, Lin Jinbei had to stand firm in his position. Just like when Zhao Changming wanted to take revenge on Jiang Chen, he decisively abandoned him. After all, he had no feelings for Jiang Chen and wouldn't feel any heartache at all. Ha! Upon hearing Lin Jinbei's words, Lei Wu coldly laughed. Lin Jinbei, you really are quite heartless. Since you believe Jiang Chen should have died long ago, then you should do it yourself. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Jinbei's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? You want me to personally kill Jiang Chen? Although Lin Jinbei could unhesitatingly abandon Jiang Chen for the future of the Lin family, Jiang Chen was still his son. Previously, in the black market of South China, he had only intervened to stop Jiang Chen. Even when he eventually clashed with Jiang Chen, he had never truly considered killing him. Now, to have him personally kill his own son, Lin Jinbei found it hard to take that step. What, do you not want to take action? Lei Wu spoke coldly. Lin Jinbei, stop pretending to be a good father in front of me. If you truly cared about Jiang Chen, why have so many things happened? Now, who in Yin country doesn't know that you favor your younger son, abandoning the ugly behavior towards your eldest? Lin Jinbei's face turned extremely ugly. Even though he was very displeased, he could only endure it. After a brief hesitation, he slowly spoke, Chief, after all, I am Jiang Chen's father. If I were to kill him myself, once it gets out, it would likely affect the reputation of the Fong Martial Arts School. Lei Wu looked at Lin Jinbei with disdain. The reputation of my Fong Martial Arts School is extremely important, which is why I found you a very good opportunity to act. It will be at the upcoming treasure hunting conference on the South American continent. I have received news that Jiang Chen will also participate in this treasure hunting conference. I want you to kill Jiang Chen at the ancient civilization ruins. If this person does not die, he will surely become a great enemy of my Fong Martial Arts School in the future. If you fail, then pack your things and take Lin along with you and get out of the Fong Martial Arts School. This is your last chance. At this moment, Lin Jinbei finally understood everything. It turned out that Lei Wu was not interested in Lin Zilong's talent when he let him join the genius class. Lei Wu was actually using Lin Zilong to threaten him. If Lin Jinbei could kill Jiang Chen this time, then Lin Zilong could naturally stay in the genius class and receive his careful guidance. But if he failed, Lin Zilong would be expelled immediately, along with him leaving the Fonglei martial arts school, the Lyn family would be completely finished. Whether for his own son or for the Lyn family, Lin Jinbei had to harden his heart. He looked at Lei Wu with cold eyes. "Chief, please rest assured, I know what to do." "Very good. Then you can go back and prepare well." Lei Wu nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. At this moment, Lin Jinbei hurriedly left the headquarters of the Fonglei martial arts school. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jiang Chen had been training day and night in the midsection of the Longji mountain range. By continuously hunting demon beasts and battling powerful demon beasts in the void martial arts arena, Jiang Chen successfully stepped into the God of War level. Although there was still a month before the treasure hunting conference began, Jiang Chen could have continued training here and easily reached the second tier of the God of War level before the conference started. However, Jiang Chen did not do this. Instead, he decisively left the midsection of the Longji mountain range and returned to the God of War training camp. During this time, Jiang Chen had been pursuing his own cultivation level and practical combat ability, completely neglecting the training of his mentalist abilities. Now, Jiang Chen could only control objects with the most basic telekinesis. In the following time, he planned to properly train his mental power abilities. He could also continue to challenge the trial tower to test his limits. At this moment, at the Yen country military camp in the midsection area, officers such as Dengen and Zhao who were conducting their routine patrols. Just then, Jiang Chen walked out from the midsection area. "Officer Deng, Officer Zhao, my training here has come to an end. If there is a chance in the future, let's meet at the Wanshan base city, and I will treat you to drinks." Jiang Chen cupped his fists towards them and then stepped on the six-blade arc knife, rapidly flying away from the Longji mountain range. "No way. No way, that kid is actually a mentalist. And it seems his aura has already reached the God of War level. The speed at which this kid is improving his cultivation level is simply too fast." At this moment, not only Dengen and Zhao who found it hard to believe, but everyone present was also filled with astonishment. It was at this moment they realized how foolish it was to stop Jiang Chen from entering the midsection area. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen had the terrifying strength to crush any one of them. It seems that the position of the top spot in the God of War training camp is about to change. I never expected that this young man, Jiang Chen, would be so remarkable. Dangan looked at Jiang Chen's departing figure, feeling genuinely impressed. After leaving the Long Ridge mountain range, Jiang Chen returned to the dormitory to freshen up. Then, using the holographic skill list in his hand, he opened the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall shop. Here, besides powerful weapons, there were various martial arts techniques. However, Jiang Chen's focus was not on weapons or techniques, but on the special list item, Fundamentals of Mentalism. This was a cultivation method exclusive to mentalists, capable of enhancing their unique mental power. It would grant them special skills such as telepathy, mental shock, mental manipulation, and even foresight. In the last month before the treasure-seeking competition, Jiang Chen had to study Fundamentals of Mentalism thoroughly. The price for Fundamentals of Mentalism was 100,000 yen country coins, but Jiang Chen had signed an elite contract with the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, which entitled him to a 50% discount. He only spent 50,000 to purchase it. Originally, Jiang Chen planned to go to the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall to collect Fundamentals of Mentalism. However, as soon as he stepped out of the dormitory, he ran into Fong Xingxiu. God of War level. You actually reached God of War level. Fong Xingxiu looked at Jiang Chen in shock. He had thought that becoming a God of War level martial artist at the age of 23 was a miracle, but he never expected that Jiang Chen, at just 20 years old, had also become a God of War level martial artist. This news quickly spread throughout the entire God of War training camp. In an instant, a large number of students from the camp gathered around Jiang Chen. Almost everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. This kid is way too fast. Can anyone tell me how he did it? Why did he become so powerful after just a month of training in the middle section of the Long Ridge mountain range? What on earth is in the middle section of the Long Ridge mountain range? This kid really broke Fong Xingxiu's record. Becoming a God of War level martial artist at 20 years old is simply unbelievable. At this moment, not only the students of the God of War training camp were shocked by Jiang Chen's cultivation level, even instructors like Lu Tingyue and Deng Ming were greatly astonished. After all, they were all God of War level martial artists and knew very well the difficulties they faced when breaking through to that level. Yet, Jiang Chen achieved it effortlessly. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Jiang Chen, since you've reached God of War level, let's have a match. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I want to see just how strong you, this so-called genius, really are. Fong Xingxiu did not hesitate at all. After confirming that Jiang Chen had reached God of War level, he immediately challenged him. Before this, Fong Xingqiu was recognized as a genius, without a doubt. He even set the record for the fastest time to reach God of War level in the history of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. However, that record he was so proud of was broken by Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen became a God of War level martial artist at the age of 20. It was likely that no one in the entire Yin country, or even the entire Blue Star, could reach God of War level faster than Jiang Chen. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was also a mentalist. This meant that he would definitely awaken a power beyond. Jiang Chen's emergence undoubtedly took away all the glory that belonged to Fong Xingqiu. Fong Xingqiu had to defeat Jiang Chen to prove that he was the strongest in the God of War training camp. Alright, then I accept your challenge. Jiang Chen had originally planned to challenge Fong Xingqiu upon his return. As long as he defeated him, Jiang Chen would become the strongest in the God of War training camp. Although the resources that came with being number one were not particularly significant for Jiang Chen's current improvement, defeating Fong Xingqiu would still represent that a God of War level martial artist who awakened a power beyond was not invincible. At the same time, he could also see what kind of transcendent power Fong Xingqiu had awakened. Ha ha ha. Very well, then let's meet in the challenge room on the first floor. After laughing a few times, Fong Xingqiu turned and hurriedly left. Jiang Chen originally planned to follow Fong Xingqiu's footsteps to the challenge room on the first floor. However, at that moment, he was also stopped by Qi Jun beside him. Brother Jiang, we must remain calm. I heard that Fong Xingqiu is a madman. He strikes without holding back, and those martial artists who have fought him have suffered greatly. You have just become a battle god level martial artist, while Fong Xingqiu is at the 5th tier of battle god level. He might even have awakened transcendent power. I'm worried you might get hurt. Qi Jun had long regarded Jiang Chen as his brother, and he didn't want anything to happen to him. Xinqiu, standing next to Qi Jun, also showed a rather nervous expression. Ever since Xinqiu had killed a contestant from the Wind Thunder martial arts school with a single strike, Qi Jun no longer dared to underestimate him. He even treated Xinqiu as a brother, taking him everywhere, training and cultivating together. If Jiang Chen were to simply lose to Fong Xingqiu, that would be one thing. What they were worried about was that Fong Xingqiu might be jealous of Jiang Chen's talent and take malicious action against him. After all, in martial artists sparring battles, anything could happen. Moreover, it was a battle between battle god level martial artists. One careless move could lead to killing the opponent. What, in your eyes, do you think I, Jiang Chen, am someone looking for death? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Don't forget, when I was a battle general level martial artist, I already had the ability to kill Luo Chingan. Now that I have reached battle god level, am I supposed to be afraid of Fong Xingqiu? Rest assured, since I dare to accept the challenge, I have complete confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen decisively headed to the challenge room on the first floor. Qi Jun and Xinqiu sighed helplessly and hurriedly followed. From a distance, Lu Tingyue frowned and immediately looked at Deng Ming beside him. You go keep an eye on those two, they must not harm each other. I must report this matter to the head of the main hall. Both of them are unparalleled geniuses from our battle god training camp. Nothing must go wrong. Deng Ming did not dare to hesitate for a moment and hurriedly ran towards the challenge room. Meanwhile, Lu Tingyue rushed to the headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School as fast as he could. Moments later, in the largest challenge room on the first floor of the battle god training camp, before Jiang Chen and Fong Xingqiu officially engaged in combat, Deng Ming stopped them. You two listen carefully, this battle can only be a spar, keep it light. You must not maliciously harm each other, do you understand? If you dare to go too far, don't blame me for being ruthless. Deng Ming said to them with an extremely serious expression. Teacher Deng, do you think I, Fong Xingqiu, don't understand the rules of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School? I challenged Jiang Chen just to prove my strength, not because I have any deep-seated hatred with him. You can rest assured. As Fong Xingqiu said this, he was immediately enveloped in a layer of black gold battle armor. At that moment, the black gold battle armor was identical to Jiang Chen's, although it was manufactured to imitate the SSS level dark gold magic armor. Nevertheless, it was still an S-level battle armor and quite practical, suitable for any martial artist. Thus, the black gold battle armor was the first choice for the vast majority of martial artists. At the moment he was covered by the black gold battle armor, a seemingly ordinary black short knife appeared in Fong Xingqiu's right hand. Although it looked very ordinary, Jiang Chen could clearly sense an unusual aura emanating from this black short knife. Moreover, the energy fluctuations were extremely strong, at least an S-level weapon. Seeing that Fong Xingqiu had already revealed his weapon, Deng Ming didn't say much and promptly exited the combat area. At that moment, Jiang Chen also activated the black gold battle armor to cover his entire body. The gale-breaking blade also appeared in Jiang Chen's hand at that time. In order to ensure he could defeat Fong Xingqiu, Jiang Chen did not dare to be the slightest bit careless and took out the 6-blade curved knives as well. Controlling the 6 sharp curved knives, they floated around his body. Mentalists are indeed rare, but you are not the only one, he said. In the years since I entered the God of War training camp, I have defeated many mentalists. I know all too well the attack methods of you mentalists. You absolutely cannot harm me. Fong Xingqiu's expression was extremely confident as he spoke, waving the black short knife in his hand. At that moment, a dark glint flashed in Fong Xingqiu's eyes. The originally unremarkable black short knife suddenly ignited with black flames. Ordinary flames would give a sense of intense heat, but Fong Xingqiu's black flames had no warmth at all. Instead, they gave Jiang Chen a chilling feeling. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, realizing that this was not a special effect of Fong Xingqiu's weapon. The strange black flames were the transcendent power he had awakened. Jiang Chen, as you can see, this is my awakened transcendent power, called Black Flame. This special flame, once it touches something, is difficult to extinguish, and its power far exceeds that of ordinary flames. Under normal circumstances, as a God of War level warrior who has awakened transcendent power, it is very unfair to fight against someone like you who has just stepped into the God of War level. But you are, after all, a mentalist, and a recognized genius of this era. I believe you should have the ability to deal with my black flame, right? Fong Xingqiu sneered twice. If you are afraid, then surrender now. As he said this, Fong Xingqiu was completely enveloped in the special black flames. Both his aura and the unique nature of the black flame brought an immense sense of pressure to everyone present. When he first became a God of War level warrior, Fong Xingqiu had already discovered that he had a high resistance to flames. Ordinary flames could hardly harm him. It wasn't until he reached the 5th stage of the God of War level that his transcendent power truly awakened. Only then did he realize that the ability he had awakened was not to control ordinary flames, but this black flame from hell. Surrender? Jiang Chen snorted coldly. Sorry, the word surrender does not exist in my dictionary. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen took the initiative to attack. The 6 curved knives, under his control, quickly combined to form a large blade that slashed towards Fong Xingqiu. The power of the 6 curved knives was already quite formidable, and now combined, their power was undoubtedly even greater. Moreover, their speed was so fast that an ordinary person could not dodge them at all. However, Fong Xingqiu showed no signs of wanting to evade. With a casual wave, a large amount of black flames quickly gathered together, forming a barrier of black fire. The large blade formed by the 6 curved knives was easily blocked by the flame barrier. Immediately after, 2 black flames, resembling venomous snakes, shot out from the flame barrier, rushing straight at Jiang Chen. At first glance, they looked like 2 bolts of black lightning. Too slow. Jiang Chen showed no fear, stepping on the flowing light step, easily dodging the attack of the black flames. Although the 2 black flames, like venomous snakes, did not hit Jiang Chen and fell to the ground, they did not extinguish. Instead, they burned even more fiercely. The entire battlefield was filled with a chilling sensation, making one shiver. Jiang Chen had long anticipated that these black flames would be quite troublesome. If the entire battlefield were covered in black flames, it would undoubtedly greatly restrict his movements. Therefore, he had to defeat Fong Xingqiu as quickly as possible. Utilizing the ability of Phantom Shadow, Jiang Chen instantly created several identical clones of himself. Combined with the flowing light step, he rushed towards Fong Xingqiu at lightning speed. Jiang Chen, your Phantom Blade technique is indeed quite impressive. But do you think this can confuse me? Fong Xingqiu also mastered the Phantom Blade technique and appeared exceptionally calm at this moment, still showing no intention of fleeing. He tightly gripped the black short knife, rapidly spinning his body, instantly conjuring a massive vortex of black flames. In an instant, it shattered all of Jiang Chen's clones, and even the main body of Jiang Chen couldn't completely evade it. On Jiang Chen's left arm, the black flames had tainted him, burning continuously. Even though Jiang Chen was wearing the black flame battle armor, it still couldn't fully block the black flames. It was as if he were poisoned, gradually eroding his body bit by bit. This sensation was completely different from the usual feeling of being burned by fire. No matter how Jiang Chen struck at it, the black flames showed no sign of extinguishing. Ha ha ha, it's useless. I advise you not to waste your energy. Fong Xingqiu laughed heartily as he looked at the black flames on Jiang Chen's left arm. In his eyes, once Jiang Chen was hit by the black flames, he had essentially lost. The many members of the training camp watching around couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sight of the black flames on Jiang Chen's left arm. Fong Xingqiu's black flames are not ordinary flames. Once tainted, they are like a poison that cannot be eliminated. Unless Jiang Chen concedes now, otherwise these black flames will only burn more fiercely and even spread to other parts of his body. Jiang Chen is done for. Indeed, the gap between him and Fong Xingqiu is still quite large. I have to say, Fong Xingqiu is really impressive. He awakened the power of transcendence not long ago and has developed it to this extent. He's simply a monster. When will I awaken the power of transcendence? I'm really envious. At this moment, even instructors like Deng En showed signs of tension, fearing that Jiang Chen would be seriously injured due to the black flames. No, we must stop them from continuing to fight. Deng En, worried for Jiang Chen's safety, was about to intervene, but to his astonishment, he discovered that the black flames on Jiang Chen's left arm were gradually weakening. Even Jiang Chen himself did not show any signs of excessive pain. What's going on? Deng En's expression turned doubtful upon seeing this. If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Chen should have an extremely strong resistance to flames. Coupled with the defense of the black gold battle armor, this allows him to ignore the burning of the black flames. While Deng En and the others were puzzled, the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, Mo Wanshan, along with Lu Tingyue, strode in. Headmaster, do you mean Jiang Chen is showing signs of awakening the power of transcendence? Upon hearing this, Deng En and the others widened their eyes in shock. Under normal circumstances, aside from the special abilities granted by the battle armor, a warrior's body absolutely cannot withstand the burning of flames for long, let alone this special black flame. If a warrior suddenly gains a strong resistance to flames, it can only mean that he is about to awaken the power of transcendence. Moreover, the awakened power of transcendence must also be related to flames, just like the former Fong Xingqiu. If a mentalist can reach the 5th stage of the God of War level, they will definitely awaken the power of transcendence. Jiang Chen is exceptionally talented. Now that he has reached the God of War level, it is normal for some signs to appear early. I just didn't expect Jiang Chen's power of transcendence to also be related to flames. It seems that Fong Xingqiu will find it not so easy to defeat Jiang Chen. After learning that Jiang Chen was fighting Fong Xingqiu, Mo Wanshan rushed to the God of War training camp. He happened to witness this scene unfold, and the anxious heart he had could finally relax. Jiang Chen's strong resistance to flames indicated that he wouldn't be easily injured by the black flames. At this moment, in the battle arena, Fong Xingqiu, after a brief shock, also reacted. His eyes clearly revealed jealousy towards Jiang Chen. Why can this kid awaken early too? Fong Xingqiu had always been regarded as a peerless genius by others since childhood. After joining the God of War training camp, he further demonstrated his unmatched strength through his actions. He, like Jiang Chen, had signed the elite contract with the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall early on. But now, with Jiang Chen's appearance, all of Fong Xingqiu's glory seemed to be stripped away. Even the transcendent power that Jiang Chen had awakened was closely related to flames. This filled Fong Xingqiu's heart with unwillingness and anger. He would not allow Jiang Chen to take away everything that originally belonged to him. Today, he vowed to defeat Jiang Chen. At this moment, Fong Xingqiu's gaze became extremely cold. The black short knife in his hand began to grow gradually, resembling a giant blade engulfed in black flames. Jiang Chen, since you can be somewhat immune to my black flame attacks, then I will show no mercy from now on. All of Fong Xingqiu's previous attacks were merely tests. The change in the appearance of his weapon signified that he was now serious. Immediately, Fong Xingqiu erupted with astonishing speed, also employing the Phantom Shadow technique. In an instant, 6 identical Fong Xingxias appeared on the field, each executing the flowing shadow slash. Several beams of light from the blades moved as swiftly as flowing light, darting through the space, dazzling the onlookers. The Phantom Shadow technique was already very effective at confusing enemies, and combined with the rapid flowing shadow slash and the terrifying black flames, almost everyone believed that Jiang Chen could not possibly evade Fong Xingqiu's attacks. This is bad. I should have stopped Jiang Chen earlier. Fong Xingqiu is clearly jealous of Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen is definitely going to suffer. Qi Jun clenched his fists nervously, while Xinqiu curled up in a corner, too scared to look. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened that shocked everyone present. Jiang Chen did not show the slightest panic despite Fong Xingqiu simultaneously using the Phantom Shadow technique and the flowing shadow slash. Instead, he appeared surprisingly calm. Even the black flames still burning on his left arm did not affect Jiang Chen. With an absolute advantage in speed, Jiang Chen was able to dodge Fong Xingqiu's attacks at critical moments every time, as if he had already seen through all of Fong Xingqiu's moves. He could even instantly shatter Fong Xingqiu's confusing clones. The combination of the Phantom Shadow technique and the flowing shadow slash, such an unsolvable move, was unexpectedly cracked by Jiang Chen. How could this be? Fong Xingqiu was dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. In the past, when he executed this series of moves, he could basically defeat his opponent in an instant. Even Luo Chingan, who was known as the fastest in the God of War training camp, could not compete with Fong Xingqiu. It should be noted that Luo Chingan had mastered the Luo family's secret technique, the flowing light escape, and had cultivated it to great success. Yet even so, Fong Xingqiu could still defeat Luo Chingan. He relied on this nearly unsolvable series of moves. Only by mastering the Phantom Overlord blade technique to perfection could one achieve this. But now, being easily countered by Jiang Chen was something Fong Xingqiu could not accept at all. At this moment, those present, who were said to be Fong Xingqiu himself, also felt it was hard to believe. Even the movements Jiang Chen made to dodge Fong Xingqiu's attacks were not clear to almost everyone present. My god, how did he do that? If I remember correctly, Luo Chingan was defeated by Fong Xingqiu under this series of moves, right? Could it be that Jiang Chen's speed is already faster than Luo Chingan's? That can't be possible. Luo Chingan has mastered the flowing light escape to perfection, and Jiang Chen doesn't even know it. How could he possibly be faster than Luo Chingan? Even if he relied on the peak of the flowing light steps, it shouldn't be possible. While everyone was discussing, Luo Chingan, standing among the crowd, was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He knew all too well how difficult it was to cultivate the Phantom Overlord blade technique. Even now, he had just reached a proficient level. Therefore, it was impossible to instantly execute two different techniques. Fong Xingqiu was able to cultivate the Phantom Dominance blade technique to great success at such a young age, undoubtedly proving how strong his talent was. At that time, he had suffered a crushing defeat under Fong Xingqiu's series of attacks. Even relying on the speed of the flowing light escape, he could not completely evade them. Yet Jiang Chen managed to do it. Just now, Jiang Chen's speed clearly exceeded Luo Chingan's expectations. He simply could not believe that Jiang Chen could completely dodge Fong Xingqiu's combo relying solely on the flowing light step. Even if Jiang Chen had perfected the flowing light step, it was impossible for him to match the SSS level flowing light escape. The extreme shock left Luo Chingan at a loss for words. Jin Hongyi, standing beside him, was equally astonished. Little did they know, Jiang Chen's ability to evade Fong Xingqiu's seemingly invincible attacks relied not just on speed. More importantly, it was his deep understanding of the Phantom Dominance blade technique. In the Void Martial Arena, Jiang Chen had already mastered the Phantom Dominance blade technique to its peak. It was no exaggeration to say that now, whenever Fong Xingqiu raised his hand, Jiang Chen could anticipate what move he intended to execute. Moreover, with his familiarity with the Phantom Dominance blade technique, he could instantly perceive any flaws. Even though Fong Xingqiu had cultivated the Phantom Dominance blade technique to great success, in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was still full of openings. Looking at Fong Xingqiu's astonished expression, Jiang Chen sneered coldly, "So that was your proudest, strongest attack? It doesn't seem that impressive. In that case, let me show you my strength." Jiang Chen grinned, instantly creating 10 identical clones. Each clone, including the main body, executed the flowing shadow slash in an instant. Coupled with Jiang Chen's astonishing speed, Fong Xingqiu was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? He can actually execute two techniques simultaneously, and both his speed and the proficiency of his clones far exceed mine. Fong Xingqiu reacted quickly, immediately countering Jiang Chen's attack. He even summoned black flames, attempting to ambush Jiang Chen, but it had little effect. He could not completely block Jiang Chen's assault. Not to mention, while Jiang Chen attacked, 6 curved blades under his control continued to assault Fong Xingqiu relentlessly. With flashes of blade light, Fong Xingqiu was covered in numerous cuts. Even his black gold battle armor was severely damaged, blood flowing everywhere. At that moment, Jiang Chen appeared right in front of Fong Xingqiu. Gripping the breaking Sky Swift Wind blade tightly, he coldly spoke, "Sorry, you lost." During the relentless assault just now, Jiang Chen had the capability to kill Fong Xingqiu, but he chose not to. After all, he had no enmity with Fong Xingqiu, it was merely a sparring match. Now, he had publicly defeated Fong Xingqiu, leaving him utterly defenseless and covered in wounds. Jiang Chen had already proven his strength to everyone. I lost. Fong Xingqiu slumped to the ground, his face filled with disbelief. Yet the numerous cuts on his body and the excruciating pain forced him to accept what had happened. He lost to Jiang Chen, and it was a crushing defeat. If Jiang Chen had awakened the power of transcendence like him, losing to Jiang Chen wouldn't have felt so bad. But Jiang Chen was merely at the first tier of the war god rank, without the assistance of transcendence power. He had completely relied on his absolute strength to defeat him. Reflecting on how Jiang Chen had instantly condensed 10 clones and could even execute the flowing shadow slash, he immediately realized that Jiang Chen's mastery of the Phantom Dominance blade technique was certainly above his own. From the looks of it, he was very likely close to perfection. Only with such mastery, combined with astonishing speed, could he easily break through his combos. With Fong Xingqiu's admission of defeat, the entire arena erupted in an uproar. In fact, when Jiang Chen simultaneously executed the Phantom Shadow and Flowing Shadow Slash, everyone present was left stunned, their mouths agape in shock. They were all from the War God training camp, so they naturally understood the terrifying nature of the Phantom Dominance Blade technique. Although Jiang Chen had previously showcased various moves of the Phantom Dominance Blade technique during his duel with Luo Chingan from the Wind and Thunder martial arts school, at that time, everyone, including Mo Wanshan, merely thought Jiang Chen had mastered the technique to a proficient level. But now, the strength Jiang Chen displayed undoubtedly proved to everyone that his Phantom Dominance Blade technique was far superior to Fong Xingqiu's. It was definitely not as simple as just reaching the great perfection stage. This kid, could it be that he has already reached the pinnacle? Mo Wanshan thought, his face clearly showing shock. Just now, Jiang Chen's use of Phantom Disappearance and Flowing Shadow Slash was not only stronger than Fong Xingqiu's but also executed with greater ease. He could even multitask, controlling the 6-blade arc knife disc during the process. This was simply unbelievable to Mo Wanshan. The Phantom Dominance Blade technique was originally created by Mo Wanshan himself. Over the years, no one besides him had been able to cultivate this martial art to its peak. Even a genius like Fong Xingqiu found it difficult to achieve. Generally speaking, reaching the great perfection stage was already the limit. Although what Jiang Chen had demonstrated so far was merely the simultaneous execution of Phantom Disappearance and Flowing Shadow Slash, it was still insufficient to determine whether he had reached the pinnacle. However, Mo Wanshan had a premonition that perhaps Jiang Chen had truly done it. Chief, the most critical part of the Phantom Dominance Blade technique is the final move, and Jiang Chen has never demonstrated it publicly. He didn't use it during his battle with Luo Chingan either. In my opinion, he should still not have a good grasp of the final move. If he can cultivate the Phantom Dominance Blade technique to its peak right now, then this kid is truly a monster. Lu Tingyue, Deng Ming, and others, who also mastered the Phantom Dominance Blade technique, had only reached the great perfection stage. Jiang Chen had only been cultivating the Phantom Dominance Blade technique for just over 2 months. If within such a short time, Jiang Chen could cultivate the SSS level martial art, the Phantom Dominance Blade technique, to its peak, wouldn't that make all of them seem foolish? It does seem a bit unlikely. However, his level in the Phantom Dominance Blade technique must be above Fong Xingqiu's. This kid has managed to cultivate the Phantom Dominance Blade technique to such a degree in such a short time. He truly is a once-in-a-lifetime genius with a blade. Ha ha ha. Mo Wanshan couldn't help but laugh heartily. With such talent in the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, even if something unexpected happened to him in the future, the Extreme Path Martial Arts School would still stand strong. The Yen Kingdom would always have top-tier experts to protect it. Then, Mo Wanshan strode into the fighting arena and reached out to help Fong Xingqiu up. Chief, I'm sorry, I have let down your training. Fong Xingqiu's eyes immediately turned red. It was not because of physical pain, but because he felt he had no words to face Mo Wanshan. From the moment he entered the War God training camp, Fong Xingqiu had received Mo Wanshan's attention. Over the years, Mo Wanshan had spared no effort in nurturing him. Whether it was the black gold battle armor on his body, the weapons, or even the gene potions and a large amount of cultivation resources, all were provided to him free of charge by Mo Wanshan. Fong Xingqiu was unwilling to be defeated by Jiang Chen. Besides jealousy, he felt he had let down Mo Wanshan even more. The excessive shame made him weep uncontrollably. Who says you have let down my training? You, Fong Xingqiu, are still a genius of our Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Although you lost to Jiang Chen today, this is only temporary. Have you forgotten the original intention of our Extreme Path Martial Arts School? Failure is not terrifying. What is terrifying is being unable to rise again. Over the years, you have indeed had it too easy. Losing to Jiang Chen at this moment is not a form of motivation for you. Mo Wanshan knew all too well how proud Fong Xingqiu was. Losing to Jiang Chen today was a huge blow to Fong Xingqiu, and Mo Wanshan had to help him regain his confidence. After a brief silence, Fong Xingqiu quickly wiped away his tears. His eyes became resolute again. You're right, I do need a crushing defeat. At this point, Fong Xingqiu turned to look at Jiang Chen. You are indeed strong. I admit I underestimated you before. But don't get too complacent. One day I will defeat you. I will reclaim my rightful position as number one. After saying this, Fong Xingqiu hurriedly turned and left. Jiang Chen intended to say something, but was stopped by Mo Wanshan. Jiang Chen, I know Fong Xingqiu's character very well. He doesn't actually mean you any harm and respects your strength. But he is too competitive. You don't need to take his words to heart. Both you and he are the pride of my Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Immediately after, Mo Wanshan pulled him away from the battlefield and into his office. A large knife, its blade entwined with blazing flames, resembling a crimson dragon swirling around it, appeared before Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, during your duel with Fong Xingqiu, you must have noticed the changes in your body. You have developed a significant immunity to fire damage. This is a sign of your awakened transcendent power. The knife before you is the SS grade weapon, the Blazing Dragon Slayer. You must have sensed the terrifying waves of fire attribute energy it emits. If you can pick up this knife now, then it will be your weapon. Blazing Dragon Slayer. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Chen's eyes immediately lit up. If he remembered correctly, this was not just an SS grade weapon. It was also the weapon used by Mo Wanshan when he became the strongest in the Flame Nation. Originally, this knife was called the Blazing Spirit Knife, but because Mo Wanshan had used it to slay a giant dragon, it was renamed the Blazing Dragon Slayer. It was said that during its creation, it was soaked in dragon blood, causing it to emit an extremely intense heat. Ordinary warriors would not only be unable to wield this knife, even a slight touch would result in severe burns. Only top-tier experts like Mo Wanshan, who had awakened a powerful fire-type transcendent power, could wield it. Even Fong Xingxiu before could not handle this knife well. Mo Wanshan now wanted Jiang Chen to pick up this knife to verify whether his transcendent power was indeed related to fire. If he was strong enough, then Jiang Chen should be able to lift it. What? Are you afraid? Mo Wanshan frowned slightly as he saw Jiang Chen hesitating to act. How could I be afraid? I just didn't expect to see this legendary weapon with my own eyes today. Jiang Chen was incredibly excited, feeling no fear as he reached out to grasp the hilt of the Blazing Dragon Slayer. The moment he held it, he could clearly feel an extremely hot energy invading his body through his right hand, causing a look of pain to cross his face. His right hand, gripping the hilt, turned bright red. Jiang Chen, if you can't withstand the fire attribute energy of this knife, let go quickly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Mo Wanshan's expression turned serious as he saw Jiang Chen's red hand. At that time, Fong Xingxiu's right arm was also red, and the situation was almost the same as Jiang Chen's now. He had almost lost an arm due to his stubbornness. Mo Wanshan did not want to see that scene happen again. Just as he was about to intervene, he noticed that Jiang Chen's red hand quickly returned to normal. The painful expression on his face gradually disappeared. Then, right in front of Mo Wanshan, Jiang Chen began to swing the Blazing Dragon Slayer. Throughout the process, he felt no discomfort at all. What? You actually did it. Mo Wanshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Jiang Chen. He did not regret taking out the Blazing Dragon Slayer. However, he never expected that Jiang Chen could wield this blade even before fully awakening his transcendent power. Although the Blazing Dragon Slaying Blade is only an SS level weapon, if one can master it completely, its power is not inferior to that of a true SSS level weapon. The reason it did not reach SSS level is that some accidents occurred during its forging process, resulting in the blade's fire attribute energy being excessively violent. Apart from Mo Wanshan, almost no one can fully control it. Either they suffer backlash from the fire attribute energy during use, or the blade's fire attribute energy goes out of control. However, Jiang Chen not only quickly withstood the intense fire attribute aura but could even wield the blade freely without any adverse effects. In Mo Wanshan's eyes, the transcendent power that Jiang Chen would awaken in the future would definitely be fire-based and would never be weaker than his own. Master of the Pavilion, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Can I really take this Blazing Dragon Slaying Blade? Jiang Chen asked while continuing to swing the blade. He was worried that this was just Mo Wanshan testing him to verify his transcendent power and not genuinely intending to gift him the blade. Ha ha ha. Mo Wanshan laughed a few times upon hearing this. When have I, Mo Wanshan, ever gone back on my word? Since you have the ability to control this blade, it belongs to you from now on. With only a month left until the treasure hunting conference, having this blade will make your entry into the ancient civilization ruins much safer. After receiving Mo Wanshan's affirmative response, the tension in Jiang Chen's heart finally eased. With this blade, his strength would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Just as Jiang Chen was overjoyed and put away the Blazing Dragon Slaying Blade, Mo Wanshan's expression suddenly became extremely serious. Jiang Chen, if I am not mistaken, you must have already cultivated the Phantom Dominator blade technique to a great level. You might even be just one step away from reaching the pinnacle. Whether in terms of martial skills or your own combat techniques, you are an absolutely top-tier existence. Therefore, I personally suggest that you should spend your time wisely studying the abilities of a mentalist. Mo Wanshan paused for a moment before continuing. As we all know, the most basic ability of a mentalist is telekinetic control. It is precisely because of this ability that mentalists can control powerful telekinetic weapons. But beyond telekinetic control, there are even more powerful abilities. For example, telepathy, mental shock, mental manipulation, and even the ability to foresee the future. Only with an increasing strength of mental power can one master more powerful abilities. Thus, mentalists are classified into different levels based on the strength of their telekinetic power. From low to high, they are divided into beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, and the strongest, transcendent, which is similar to the levels of forgers. Only mentalists who reach the advanced level or above can control all abilities except for foreseeing the future. Currently, in the entire Flame Nation, only 3 people have reached the advanced mentalist level. As for the final transcendent level, no one in the Flame Nation has achieved it so far. With your astonishing talent, I hope you can diligently cultivate your mental power. Perhaps in the future, you can surpass the advanced level and become the supreme transcendent mentalist. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately showed a determined expression. Master of the Pavilion, actually, even without you saying it, I will also diligently cultivate in the coming time. To be honest, I have already purchased the basics of being a mentalist through the martial arts hall shop. Next, I will enter seclusion for a month to thoroughly study the abilities of a mentalist and will not let you down. Jiang Chen was also very eager to reach the supreme transcendent mentalist level. If he could truly foresee the future, it would be almost invincible. In order for the treasure conference to successfully obtain the heart of the ancient life tree, Jiang Chen must enhance his mental power. This is not something that can be achieved instantly like martial skills in a void training ground. It can only be cultivated slowly through personal effort. Very well, I look forward to your good news. Imo Wanshan nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Chen initially planned to leave the martial arts hall directly, but suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to Imo Wanshan. Master, I want to know if anyone has completely cleared the trial tower yet? Although the trial tower has only 7 levels, the difficulty increases dramatically with each level. So far, no one has been able to clear the 7th level of the trial tower. Even I have only reached the 6th level. After Imo Wanshan finished speaking, he frowned slightly. Jiang Chen, are you planning to challenge the trial tower? That's right. Jiang Chen nodded, his tone serious as he said, I just didn't expect that even a master of your level hasn't completely cleared it. It must be said that this indeed exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations. This also proves how terrifying the 7th level of the trial tower is. Even warriors beyond the God of War level are helpless against it. Jiang Chen, you can challenge the trial tower without any problem, but remember not to be reckless. You are at a crucial moment of growth. You must avoid any accidents. Imo Wanshan said with a worried expression. Master, don't worry, I'm the most afraid of dying. I haven't even become the world's strongest yet. How could I die so easily? After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he turned and left Imo Wanshan's office, heading towards the trial tower. Imo Wanshan wanted to see where Jiang Chen's limits were, so he immediately followed. The news of Jiang Chen wanting to challenge the trial tower quickly spread throughout the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. During this time, the available warriors gradually made their way to the God of War training camp's trial tower. Even Fong Xingxiu, who had just been defeated by Jiang Chen, dragged his injured body to the scene. He wanted to see how far Jiang Chen could go. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen walked confidently into the trial tower. As the doors of the trial tower closed, the familiar mechanical voice slowly sounded, detecting that the current warrior has previously cleared the 2nd level of the trial tower. This trial will start from the 3rd level. Shall we begin immediately? Let's start. As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, he had been transported to a huge training ground. At this moment, in front of him was the black-scaled 2-headed python with a Lord-level 5th-tier strength. Jiang Chen had encountered this type of beast in the mid-region of the Dragon Ridge Mountains before. Now, this Lord-level 5th-tier black-scaled 2-headed python posed no threat to Jiang Chen. He immediately chose to start the battle, drawing out the recently acquired flame-slashing dragon blade, and engaged in a fierce fight with the black-scaled 2-headed python. In less than a moment, the black-scaled 2-headed python was slain by Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered outside the trial tower clearly saw the yellow signal light flashing continuously. According to the order of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, this meant that Jiang Chen had already cleared the 3rd level of the trial tower. If I remember correctly, the 3rd level of the trial tower is the black-scaled 2-headed python. This is a Lord-level 5th-tier beast, and it was defeated so quickly. Jiang Chen's strength is truly outrageous. Don't forget, Jiang Chen also applied to go to the mid-region of the Dragon Ridge Mountains for training and returned safely. I'm afraid that even ordinary Lord-level beasts pose no threat to Jiang Chen. The crowd knew very well what kind of person Jiang Chen was. When he had just entered the God of War training camp, he dared to challenge the 2nd level directly. So now they all believed that Jiang Chen would definitely not come out directly but would challenge the 4th level. Sure enough, as the crowd buzzed with discussion, the once flickering yellow signal light turned green. This meant that Jiang Chen had already been transported to the 4th level of the trial tower and had begun his challenge. Master of the Pavilion, although the 4th level of the trial tower also features Lord-level monsters, their abilities are extremely tricky. I'm really worried something might happen to Jiang Chen. Lu Tingyue stood beside Mo Wanshan, his expression filled with concern. They had all faced the trial tower before and were very clear about the monsters at the 4th level. Even though Jiang Chen had proven his astonishing strength, Lu Tingyue still felt a bit anxious. The other mentors present, including Deng Ming, also frowned deeply. This kid has said before that he is very afraid of death, so he must be confident in defeating the monsters at the 4th level. Moreover, he can now perfectly control the flame-slashing dragon blade, which should give him even more confidence against the monsters at the 4th level. As soon as Mo Wanshan finished speaking, Lu Tingyue, Deng Ming, and the others beside him widened their eyes in shock. They had been following Mo Wanshan for many years and naturally knew the situation regarding the flame-slashing dragon blade. They never expected that Jiang Chen could control this blade before fully awakening his transcendent power. Standing nearby, Fong Xingxiu instinctively clenched his fists upon hearing this. He had also had the opportunity to obtain the flame-slashing dragon blade, but unfortunately, his fire attribute energy was not strong enough to control it. Now that he learned Jiang Chen had acquired the flame-slashing dragon blade, he felt a twinge of jealousy, but this also fueled his determination to become stronger. Jiang Chen, let me see how you pass the 4th level. Fong Xingxiu's gaze was fixed intently on the green signal light. Meanwhile, in the 4th level of the trial tower, although Jiang Chen was still in the vast training ground, it was now covered in frost, with howling blizzards. The entire training ground had turned bone-chillingly cold. Standing before Jiang Chen was a skeletal warrior clad in ice crystal armor, with 4 arms, known as the Frostbone General. Not only was its appearance terrifying, but the aura it emitted also sent chills down Jiang Chen's spine. This creature had reached the 7th tier of Lord level, and although Jiang Chen had fought against monsters of this level in the mid-region of the Dragon Spine Mountains, none had ever given him such an unsettling feeling. Moreover, this was the first humanoid monster Jiang Chen had encountered. Roar! At that moment, the Frostbone General let out a spine-tingling roar. A large amount of ice crystals gathered before it, forming 4 translucent long blades. What the hell, a 4-blade style? This is interesting, let me see your swordsmanship. Despite the overwhelming pressure from the Frostbone General, Jiang Chen showed no signs of panic. Since he dared to challenge the 4th level of the trial tower, he was fully confident. The Frostbone General was clearly enraged by Jiang Chen's words, its aura becoming even more violent. The blizzard in the training ground intensified, as if it could freeze a person in an instant. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Chen would definitely be affected. But to his surprise, the initially bone-chilling sensation gradually faded away. The howling blizzard seemed to have almost no effect on Jiang Chen. What's going on? Could it be because of the fire attribute energy of the flame-slashing dragon blade? Jiang Chen looked at the flame-slashing dragon blade in his hand, his brow furrowed. Whether it was during his previous battle with Fong Xingxiu or while controlling the flame-slashing dragon blade, he could tell that the transcendent power he would awaken in the future was definitely related to the fire attribute. But now, surrounded by the cold ice attribute energy, Jiang Chen seemed to be largely unaffected. This clearly indicated that his ice attribute resistance might also be quite high. If not for the previous events, Jiang Chen would have certainly believed that the transcendent power he would awaken in the future would be related to the ice attribute. But now, he was genuinely puzzled. Roar! At that moment, the Frostbone General let out a deafening roar. With a wave of its hand, 4 icy blades shot straight at Jiang Chen. In this situation, Jiang Chen could no longer afford to ponder these issues. He had to defeat the Frostbone General as quickly as possible. Relying on the speed of the flowing light shadow, Jiang Chen easily dodged the attack of the Frostbone sword. He intended to close in and unleash the dominant blade mountain-crushing slash. However, unexpectedly, a powerful wave of ice attribute energy suddenly erupted from the Frostbone General. It was as if, like the ability of Jin Hongyi's battle armor, it unleashed astonishing energy from itself as the origin point. Not only was the power immense, but the range was also vast. Although Jiang Chen managed to evade it at first, he was still affected by this wave of ice attribute energy. His left arm and left leg were covered in a layer of bone-chilling frost. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Chen would be in immense pain, severely affected in speed. Yet, to his astonishment, he found that the frost was melting away on its own. It was as if his body temperature was extremely high, instantly melting the frost. If he could previously ignore the effects of the blizzard, it could still be attributed to the ability of the blazing flame dragon-slaying blade. But now, the melting of the frost was entirely due to Jiang Chen's physical strength. No, my transcendent power is definitely not as simple as just a fire attribute, Jiang Chen immediately realized. While for the vast majority of martial artists who awaken transcendent power, their abilities were generally a single attribute, it was not absolute. Take Fong Xingxiu, for example, his black flame, while fire attribute, was mixed with energies of other attributes. This gave birth to the very special Black Flame. Jiang Chen could now basically confirm that his resistances to both fire and ice attributes were extremely high. The transcendent power he would awaken in the future would surely be a combination of these two attributes. However, fire and ice naturally counter each other, and Jiang Chen couldn't fathom what kind of ability would arise from the combination of these two attributes. The Frostbone General was already greatly shocked that it could remain unharmed after enduring its own ice attribute energy wave against Jiang Chen. Now, seeing Jiang Chen dazed in front of it, it felt a deep humiliation. Roar! Accompanied by a furious roar, the Frostbone General stomped the ground, and instantly, several sharp ice spikes shot towards Jiang Chen. Even though Jiang Chen used flowing light shadow to dodge at the first moment, he couldn't completely evade them. These ice spikes had tracking capabilities, accurately locking onto Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen had high resistance to ice attributes, it didn't mean he was invincible. If hit by these ice spikes, he would either die or be severely injured. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen immediately devised a countermeasure. At the moment he unleashed flowing light shadow, he simultaneously cast phantom misdirection. In an instant, over a dozen identical Jiang Chens appeared before the Frostbone General. This undoubtedly greatly affected the Frostbone General's judgment. Even the ice spikes lost their direction. The Frostbone General, for a moment, had no idea which was the real Jiang Chen and could only wildly swing its four large blades. Wave after wave of icy blade energy continuously struck Jiang Chen's clones. Unbeknownst to it, Jiang Chen's real body had already appeared behind the Frostbone General, and the dominant blade mountain crushing slash he had been preparing was unleashed with full force. The Frostbone General couldn't react in time and was immediately sent flying by Jiang Chen's strike. The dominant blade mountain crushing slash was already the most powerful move in the Phantom Dominance technique, aside from the ultimate move. Moreover, the blazing flame dragon slaying blade in Jiang Chen's hand was imbued with extremely powerful fire attribute energy, which inherently countered ice attribute beasts. At close range, even though the Frostbone General was clad in ice crystal armor with formidable defense, it couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. This strike shattered the Frostbone General's armor on the spot. Even the bones beneath were extensively fractured. The areas that remained intact were severely burned and charred due to the fire attribute energy of the blazing flame dragon-slaying blade. With just one strike, the Frostbone General was severely injured. Jiang Chen would not give it any chance to catch its breath. The blazing dragon-slaying blade in his hand ignited with fierce cracks. He quickly stepped forward and unleashed the Shadow Slash. Accompanied by flashes of blade light as fast as lightning, the Frostbone General was utterly powerless to defend itself. During this process, Jiang Chen also commanded the six-blade arc knife to continuously slice through the Frostbone General's body. Ultimately, under Jiang Chen's terrifying onslaught, the Frostbone General collapsed to the ground, its body completely shattered, dying a tragic death. Congratulations to the warrior for passing the 4th level of the trial tower. At the moment the system's voice sounded, the corpse of the Frostbone General before him transformed into light points and vanished. At that moment, Jiang Chen was also teleported to the 5th level of the trial tower. Although this level looked completely identical to the previous ones, being a vast training ground, the air was filled with a foul stench. Soon after, a massive slime, its body resembling a puddle of purple muck, appeared before Jiang Chen. What the hell is this thing? Jiang Chen stared at the uniquely shaped beast in shock. The foul odor he smelled was emanating from this creature. Among all the beasts Jiang Chen had encountered so far, none resembled this one. Before confirming the start of the challenge, Jiang Chen had no idea about this creature's information. But one thing he was certain of was that this creature's aura had surpassed the Lord level, being a king-level beast. A king-level beast was equivalent to a planetary-level warrior among humans. Currently, in the Yin Kingdom, there were only 2 warriors who had broken through the God of War level to reach planetary level. These 2 were Mo Wanshan, the headmaster of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, and Lei Wu, the headmaster of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. At this moment, Jiang Chen truly realized the terrifying nature of this trial tower. No wonder even Mo Wanshan, the strongest in the Yin Kingdom, could only barely pass the 6th level. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering whether to start the challenge, the onlookers outside the trial tower displayed expressions of immense shock. They all clearly saw the green signal light outside the trial tower flashing continuously. The signal light had not turned black, which meant Jiang Chen had passed the 4th level. Among those present, aside from Mo Wanshan, Lu Tingyue, Deng Ming, and other capable mentors, only Fong Xingxiu and Luo Chingan had managed to pass the 4th level of the trial tower, yet even they had taken a long time to do so. Now, Jiang Chen had passed so easily, which truly astonished everyone present. However, at that moment, the originally flashing green light unexpectedly turned blue. What? Mo Wanshan exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. Didn't this guy say he was most afraid of dying? Why is he challenging the 5th level? Is he crazy? As the headmaster of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, Mo Wanshan knew very well what kind of beasts awaited at the 5th level of the trial tower. If he remembered correctly, the beast at the 5th level was the extremely terrifying venom slime. Not only was it a king-level beast, but it also possessed deadly poison. Even a powerhouse like Mo Wanshan would not dare to underestimate a beast like the venom slime. He never expected that Zhang Chen, having just stepped into the God of War level, would dare to challenge a king-level beast. Headmaster, what is Zhang Chen thinking? He dares to challenge such a terrifying beast as the venom slime? With his cultivation, if he gets even a little bit of venom on him, it's all over. Moreover, the aura emitted by the venom slime is also toxic. The longer he stays on the 5th level, the deeper the poisoning will be. Zhang Chen is undoubtedly in an extremely dangerous environment. This is a huge problem. Luo Chingan had thought that after passing the 4th level, Zhang Chen would know to retreat and voluntarily give up the challenge of the 5th level. However, Zhang Chen chose to continue the challenge, and this action undoubtedly shocked everyone present. He's gone mad, he must be crazy. Fong Xingxiu said angrily, how can this kid be so reckless? Is he worthy of the master's cultivation by doing this? Damn it! Fong Xingxiu slammed his fist into the ground. He had already regarded Zhang Chen as his lifelong rival, and for the time to come, he would strive to defeat Zhang Chen through hard training. But now Zhang Chen chose to challenge the 5th level? In Fong Xingxiu's eyes, Zhang Chen was undoubtedly doomed. It's over. It's over. Brother Jiang will definitely die in the trial tower. I need to quickly note down today's date, and come here every year to commemorate Brother Jiang, Xinxiu said as he took out a small notebook and silently wrote down today's date. Before he could finish writing, Shi Jun, who was standing beside him, punched him hard. What are you talking about? The traffic light hasn't even turned black yet, which means Zhang Chen is definitely not dead. I absolutely do not believe Zhang Chen would be someone who seeks death on purpose. Although he said this, Shi Jun was also extremely anxious inside. He did not want his brother to die in the trial tower. Just as everyone was tense, Zhang Chen, who was in the 5th level of the trial tower, maintained a calm expression. When he first arrived here, Zhang Chen indeed felt extremely uncomfortable due to the foul odor. He even experienced dizziness and blurred vision, making it impossible to deal with the ugly creature in front of him. Zhang Chen was about to give up and leave the trial tower. However, at that moment, he astonishingly discovered that his dizziness and blurred vision suddenly disappeared. Even though the foul odor still surrounded him, he no longer felt the initial discomfort. Combining this with what had just happened with the Frostbone General, Zhang Chen realized that perhaps his resistance to poison attributes was quite high. The emergence of both fire and ice attributes had already surprised Zhang Chen immensely. Now, with the addition of a poison attribute, he was indeed caught off guard. Since his resistance to poison attributes had significantly increased, Zhang Chen decided to challenge his limits. Thus, he decisively began the challenge. He also learned all the information about the ugly monster in front of him. It turned out to be a venom slime. This special type of monster, although very rare, usually had weak strength. Yet the venom slime before him possessed terrifying strength at the king level 1st tier. In certain circumstances, this creature could indeed be considered the king of the slime clan. After officially starting the challenge, Zhang Chen initially thought this creature would immediately attack him like the Frostbone General did. However, the venom slime showed no signs of attacking at all. It didn't even move its body, merely continuously emitting toxic gas. The vast training ground was filled with extremely terrifying poison gas. Slime monsters are generally very clumsy. This guy must think that relying solely on poison gas can kill me. He really underestimates me. In that case, I'll take the initiative to attack. Zhang Chen sneered twice, then controlled 6 sharp curved blades to shoot towards the venom slime. Roar! The venom slime let out a very disdainful roar. It showed no intention of dodging, casually spewing out a wall of purple slime. The seemingly soft slime wall appeared exceptionally solid. Zhang Chen's 6 curved blades could not penetrate it, and due to the properties of the slime, the moment they pierced the wall, they were directly absorbed. What? Zhang Chen was immediately shocked, trying to control the 6 curved blades to pull them out from the wall, but he found it was impossible. Damn, this guy's ability is indeed terrifying. It seems that before defeating this creature, the 6 curved blades cannot be used. In certain circumstances, this guy's ability really restrains mental practitioners. Perhaps feeling that victory was assured, the venom slime suddenly let out a piercing laugh. Immediately, chunks of purple slime rapidly separated from its body. These slimes reassembled before Zhang Chen, transforming into various forms of slimes: wolf, tiger, leopard, snake, bear, and so on. Although they were merely the split bodies of the venom slime and not very powerful, their sheer numbers surged toward Zhang Chen in a dense wave. Damn! Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly swung his flame-slashing dragon blade and unleashed the dominant blade-breaking void slash. The crimson blade energy seemed capable of tearing through space, instantly cleaving through the numerous split bodies of slimes in front of him. Jiang Chen thought these split bodies would disappear, but to his surprise, the severed bodies reassembled without any impact, still crazily charging toward him. Even more terrifying was that under the control of the venom slime, these split bodies could self-destruct. Each time a split body exploded, not only was the power immense, but it also released a terrifying poisonous gas. It was no exaggeration to say that these split bodies were like individual poison gas bombs. Damn it, now I understand why this guy isn't moving at all. It turns out it has no need to move. It's strong enough just relying on these split bodies. While dodging the attacks of the slime split bodies with his flowing light shadow, Jiang Chen pondered a countermeasure. At that moment, he suddenly seemed to think of something, his gaze landing on the distant venom slime. Since I can't deal with the split bodies, then I'll go all out and attack the main body directly. After all, this guy is just a sitting target. Although the split bodies created by the venom slime were quite troublesome and could not be killed, its main body was extremely clumsy. With the speed of flowing light shadow, Jiang Chen easily dodged the attacks of the split bodies. Right now, in this trial tower, no one could see his battle process. Jiang Chen could unleash flowing light shadow without restraint, and in an instant, he rushed to the front of the venom slime. Beast, let you experience the ultimate move of the Phantom Dominant Blade technique. Dominant over heaven and earth. Jiang Chen gathered all his strength, and the flame-slashing dragon blade in his hand seemed to be summoned, transforming into a fire dragon as it struck fiercely at the venom slime. This move had a majestic blade force, as if it could split mountains and rivers, severing the sun and moon. Where the blade light passed, the air was torn apart, producing a series of roars. With one slash, everything was destroyed. In addition to its astonishing power, it also made the enemy feel an irresistible domineering aura. This was the strongest move of the Phantom Dominant Blade technique. The reason Jiang Chen had not used this move before was that its power was too overwhelming. Using it could easily affect innocent bystanders. Moreover, Jiang Chen wanted to keep some of his attack trump cards hidden, which was why he had never unleashed it. Now, in the trial tower, with no one watching, he could naturally use any technique without worry. The process happened so quickly that the venom slime couldn't react at all. Furthermore, the domineering power was so overwhelming that it had no idea how to defend against it. It was directly sliced in half by Jiang Chen's blade. Roar! Accompanied by the venom slime's painful roar, its massive body crashed to the ground, like two huge piles of mud. Is it dead just like that? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. No, it can't be. If this guy died like this, then why do the surrounding slime split bodies still exist? Just then, the venom slime, which had been cut in half, quickly gathered back together. Some of the surrounding slime split bodies were absorbed by the main body of the venom slime. This allowed its damaged body to be repaired in an instant, as if it had never sustained any injuries at all. What? This guy can resurrect on the spot. Jiang Chen was utterly shocked by the scene unfolding before him. Although he had anticipated that this peculiar slime beast would be difficult to kill when he first saw it, he never expected it could rapidly recover by absorbing its split bodies. Such a powerful entity, dominating the world, had not suffered a single bit of damage. No, this guy can't possibly recover endlessly. Jiang Chen observed his surroundings and noticed that many of the slime's split bodies were missing. Moreover, the venomous slime could no longer summon these split bodies. This meant that once these split bodies were exhausted, this creature would have no way to recover. Well, it turns out you're good at wearing down your opponents. In that case, let's drag this out to the end. Jiang Chen sneered twice and continued to charge toward the main body of the venomous slime. With so many split bodies earlier, Jiang Chen had been able to rely on his speed, evading any harm. Now that the number of split bodies had decreased, his advantage was even greater. Additionally, his resistance to poison was extremely high, and the toxic gas enveloping the training ground had almost no effect on him. At this level, Jiang Chen was fully confident he could get through. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, everyone was staring at the green signal light, their expressions heavy. Previously, when Jiang Chen passed the 3rd and 4th levels, he did so with remarkable speed. But he had been stuck on the 5th level for quite a while. Among those present, many had managed to pass the 4th level, but only 3 had succeeded in the 5th, Mo Wanshan, Lu Tingyue, and Deng Ming. They were all too aware of the situation in the 5th level of the trial tower. It was no exaggeration to say that the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it became. Once poisoned, it was basically game over. Chief, what should we do now? Is there really no way to stop this trial tower midway? It has been some time since Jiang Chen started the challenge at the 5th level. The signal light has not changed to a flashing state, which means Jiang Chen is still fighting the venomous slime, Deng Ming said, his expression extremely tense. I really worry something might happen to him. As Jiang Chen's mentor in the War God training camp, Deng Ming sought his younger self in Jiang Chen. He genuinely hoped nothing would go wrong and that Jiang Chen would grow steadily. Standing beside him, Luo Chingan felt the same way, his heart racing. If Jiang Chen were to die in the trial tower, it wouldn't just be a heavy loss for the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The entire Yin nation would lose a once-in-a-generation genius. If we could stop midway, I would have acted long ago. But once the trial tower starts a challenge, it cannot be stopped, nor can anyone rush in to save him. Although the beasts appearing in the trial tower are merely simulations, if a challenger dies, their real body will also perish. Jiang Chen has already started the challenge at the 5th level. No one can save him now. Mo Wanshan's face was extremely grim as he spoke. Had he known Jiang Chen would be so reckless, he would never have allowed him to challenge the trial tower. Just when everyone thought Jiang Chen was in grave danger, the green signal light outside the trial tower suddenly began to flash. My God, look, the signal light is flashing. How did Jiang Chen manage that? This is simply unbelievable. Even if he's strong, he just stepped into the War God level, and he hasn't fully awakened his transcendent power. I really can't understand how he passed the 5th level. At that moment, not only were the onlooking students in shock, but even Mo Wanshan, Luo Chingan, and Deng Ming were left dumbfounded. They had all prepared for the possibility that Jiang Chen would encounter an accident, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen succeeded. This kid, how on earth did he do it? Mo Wanshan's face was filled with disbelief. Could it be that he has some hidden methods we don't know about? Master of the Pavilion, I think it's not about discussing how Jiang Chen passed the 5th level, but whether he will continue to challenge the 6th level. Luo Chingan said with a terrified expression, the 6th level of the trial tower, no one can pass it except for you. If this guy really continues to challenge the 6th level, that would be seeking death. This kid, he shouldn't continue to challenge, right? Although Mo Wanshan said this, he wasn't really sure in his heart. After all, Jiang Chen's challenge of the 5th level had already exceeded his expectations. Now, no one knew what Jiang Chen was really thinking. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who was in the 6th level of the trial tower, had a very serious expression as he stared at a white tiger wrapped in lightning in front of him. The aura of this creature was far stronger than that of the previous venom slime. This proved that its strength was already above the 1st rank of the king level. In Jiang Chen's view, this creature's strength was at least above the 5th rank of the king level, perhaps even stronger. The reason Jiang Chen was able to defeat the venom slime earlier was largely due to luck. If it weren't for his own strong resistance to poison, he wouldn't have been able to engage in a prolonged battle with the venom slime. Being in the poisonous mist, he would have undoubtedly died. Now, the pressure from the white tiger in front of him was overwhelming. Moreover, as a lightning-type beast, it proved that its explosive power was astonishing. Jiang Chen feared that even with his ability to evade, it would be difficult to completely avoid its attacks. If he were hit by any of its skills, he would be finished. So after pondering for a long time, Jiang Chen chose to give up the challenge. He had basically realized his limits and saw no need to show off in such a place. At least until his transcendent power was fully awakened, Jiang Chen could not easily challenge the 6th level. Subsequently, Jiang Chen's consciousness returned to the real world. The moment he walked out of the trial tower, countless pairs of eyes were staring at him in shock. You little brat! Mo Wanshan rushed over as soon as he saw Jiang Chen come out of the trial tower. Did you not promise me you wouldn't take risks? Who allowed you to act so recklessly? What would we do if something happened to you in the trial tower? Mo Wanshan and the other instructors from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall were very angry at Jiang Chen's reckless behavior. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had left the trial tower unscathed, otherwise, the loss would have been too great. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Master of the Pavilion, I didn't take any risks. I was fully confident when I challenged it. I'm the type of person who fears death the most. How could I take risks? Although the people in front of him showed angry expressions, Jiang Chen knew they weren't really angry. Mo Wanshan and the others were just overly worried about his safety. Next time you do something like this, you must discuss it with us first. Do you know we almost thought you would die on the 5th level? Mo Wanshan sighed helplessly. Then, as if he thought of something, he hurriedly asked, by the way, how did you pass the 5th level? The venom slime, although slow, has very tricky abilities. In addition to continuously spewing poisonous mist, it can also summon a large number of slime clones. Even its slime is extremely restraining against the mental weapons of mentalists. I really can't figure out how you defeated the venom slime. This question was not only what Mo Wanshan wanted to know. Everyone present looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity, especially Fong Xingxiu, who, although he hadn't challenged the 5th level of the trial tower, was quite familiar with the situation of the 5th level. Under normal circumstances, it would be absolutely impossible for Jiang Chen to defeat the venom slime with his current strength. Even if Jiang Chen relied on his speed to dodge the attacks from the slime's split bodies, he would still be weakened by the poisonous gas surrounding him. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how Jiang Chen managed to get through. Jiang Chen did not rush to answer the question. Instead, he asked Mo Wanshan with a serious tone, "Master, is it possible for a person to possess multiple attributes of transcendent power? Usually, it's not possible, but there are some special cases, like Fong Xingqiu's Black Flame, which actually contains dark attributes. I've even seen a martial artist who could control plants. His plants had extremely high fire attribute resistance. Ordinary flames cannot harm the plants he summons. These mutated transcendent powers are often very powerful. As for possessing multiple conventional attributes at the same time, I have never seen that so far." At this point, Mo Wanshan frowned. "Jiang Chen, why are you asking these questions? Do you perhaps have signs of awakening multiple attribute transcendent powers?" After a brief silence, Jiang Chen slowly spoke. "Just now, when dealing with the venom slime, I was indeed surrounded by poisonous mist, but in reality, I wasn't affected too much. And what I was wearing was just black gold battle armor, with no special effects. Does this mean that my own poison attribute resistance is extremely high? So, my future transcendent power might also be related to the poison attribute?" Hearing this, Mo Wanshan excitedly grabbed Jiang Chen's hand. He then took out a purple pill from his storage ring. "Quick, you need to swallow this pill. I'll tell you directly, this pill is poison. If your poison attribute resistance is indeed very high, then this pill will not affect you at all." Without hesitation, Jiang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the purple pill. Aside from feeling a bitter taste, he experienced no discomfort. After fighting the venom slime for so long and inhaling so much poisonous gas, he had not been significantly affected. Why would he fear a single pill now? Moreover, he didn't believe that Mo Wanshan would actually present him with a highly toxic pill. After seeing Jiang Chen swallow the purple pill without any signs of discomfort, Mo Wanshan was overjoyed. Lu Tingyue, Deng Ming, and the other mentors, after a brief hesitation, also showed expressions of immense excitement. Jiang Chen was indeed not lying. He really had a very high poison attribute resistance. Combined with the astonishing fire attribute resistance he had shown earlier against Fong Xingqiu, everyone present could basically confirm that Jiang Chen possessed two attributes. "Master, earlier Fong Xingqiu had a trace of dark attribute in addition to the fire attribute. These two combined to form the very special Black Flame. Now that Jiang Chen not only has the fire attribute but also the poison attribute, what will happen when fire and poison merge? Could it be that kind of poisonous fire that can poison people?" Lu Tingyue said in shock. "If the fire attribute is dominant, then it should be like that, but other possibilities cannot be ruled out." At this moment, Mo Wanshan and the others were speculating about what Jiang Chen's transcendent power would be, but just then, Jiang Chen interrupted their discussion. "Master, actually, it seems that my ice attribute resistance is also very high." As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the room fell into dead silence. "Jiang Chen, you're not joking, are you?" Mo Wanshan, the strongest in the Flame Nation, had seen many top experts over the years. Yet, he had never encountered anyone who possessed three types of attribute energy at the same time. Generally, having two types of attribute energy would already give rise to a very special transcendent power. Jiang Chen wanted to say something, but Lu Tingyue stepped forward first and struck Jiang Chen with a palm. This palm strike did not cause any substantial harm to Jiang Chen. Instead, it was Lu Tingyue who activated his transcendent power, injecting ice attribute energy into Jiang Chen's body. Lu Tingyue was a master in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, second only to Mo Wanshan in strength, and he had naturally awakened his transcendent power. His transcendent power was called Ice Soul, which granted Lu Tingyue a formidable ice attribute energy. If Jiang Chen truly had a high resistance to ice attributes, then Lu Tingyue's palm strike would have no effect on him. However, if that were not the case, then Lu Tingyue's ice attribute energy would instantly freeze Jiang Chen into an ice sculpture. But the fact proved that Jiang Chen was indeed not lying. Lu Tingyue's ice attribute energy had almost no effect on Jiang Chen. It merely formed a layer of frost on Jiang Chen's clothes. Jiang Chen brushed off the frost with his hand. "So, with three attributes, what kind of transcendent power will awaken?" This is simply unbelievable," Lu Tingyue said, his face full of shock. "He actually withstood my ice attribute energy. No wonder he passed the 4th level of the trial tower so quickly. It turns out the frost bone generals of the 4th level were completely restrained by his abilities." At that moment, not only was Lu Tingyue stunned, but everyone present was also dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Many even looked at Jiang Chen with the eyes of someone observing a monster. No one expected that there would be someone in this world who possessed 3 attributes simultaneously. Jiang Chen, your situation is extremely rare, and it is very likely that it is not merely a mutated transcendent power like Fong Xingxiu's Ghostfire. Perhaps it is because you have awakened a more special transcendent power, such as the ability to control all attribute energies. Upon hearing Mo Wanshan's words, Jiang Chen was immediately taken aback. Chief, is there really a transcendent power that can control all attributes in this world? Currently, in Yin country, and even in the entire world, there should be no one who has awakened such a transcendent power. But that does not mean this transcendent power does not exist. On the contrary, a long time ago, there was indeed someone who possessed such a terrifying ability. As soon as Mo Wanshan finished speaking, Lu Tingyue beside him suddenly seemed to think of something and said, Chief, you aren't referring to the strongest person in Blue Star from hundreds of years ago, are you? It is said that this person's strength had already surpassed the stellar level. Unfortunately, he insisted on exploring the universe, left Blue Star, and has since vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, everyone present gradually recalled the legends about this person. However, due to the passage of time, the existing ancient texts contained less and less information about him, and it became increasingly vague. Nowadays, almost no one knows the real name of that strongest person in Blue Star. Even the country he came from in Blue Star cannot be verified. It is only known that he was once referred to as the Lord of Blue Star. Chief, do you think my transcendent power will be like that legendary figure? Jiang Chen felt very excited in his heart. If that were the case, then once he awakened his transcendent power, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. The attribute energies currently appearing in you are still just fire, ice, and poison. And there are many more types of attribute energies in this world that have yet to be determined. During this time, you should pay more attention to the changes in your body and try to come into contact with other attribute energies. Moreover, if you can obtain the heart of the ancient life tree in the ruins of ancient civilization and absorb it, it will definitely greatly stimulate your body's potential. Perhaps the other attribute energies will also appear as a result. Mo Wanshan patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. He admitted that he had underestimated Jiang Chen's potential. He never expected that Jiang Chen's transcendent power would be so special. If he could truly awaken the extremely special all-attribute transcendent power of the past Lord of Blue Star, then Jiang Chen might become an existence at the level of the Blue Star Lord in the future. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Then, under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, he slowly left the place. In the following month, apart from diligently cultivating his mental power, Jiang Chen also tried to engage with other elemental energies every day. Unfortunately, the elemental energies currently present in his body were only fire, ice, and poison. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to obtain the heart of the ancient life tree to awaken his body's potential. Meanwhile, in the luxurious villa located in the central region of the Yin Kingdom's Xingyao base city, Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruoyo both had extremely grim expressions. After a long silence, Wang Ruoyo looked at Lin Jinbei. Are you really going to do this? No matter how many faults Howard has, he is still your son. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Are you really going to kill your own son with your own hands? As Wang Ruoyo spoke, her eyes were red, and tears streamed down her face. She never expected that Lin Jinbei would agree to Lei Wu's terrifying request. Madam, do you think I want to do this? Now that I have been transferred to the headquarters of the Fonglei Martial Arts School and become the head supervisor, my status is prominent. We are able to live in such a comfortable environment in Xingyao base city because of this identity. I can even use this identity to help Zalong develop better. Lei Wu has already let Zalong join the genius class. If I do not agree to his request, not only will I lose my position as supervisor, our entire family will be expelled from the Fonglei Martial Arts School. My Lin family has worked hard to achieve our current status and successfully moved into the wealthy district of Xingyao base city. I will never be willing to lose everything I have now. As Lin Jinbei spoke, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This ungrateful son Jiang Chen, I have given him too many chances, but he has repeatedly slandered me, repeatedly betrayed me, and colluded with outsiders against me. I have long been utterly disappointed in this ungrateful son. Now he has even killed Lei Wu's direct disciple, Luo Chingan. This is an unforgivable crime. I am his father, I gave him life, so it is up to me to take it all away. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The ancient civilization ruins located in the Xingyuan forest of the South American continent would officially open in 2 days. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Jidao Martial Arts School, 4 powerful martial artists gathered here: Jiang Chen, Fong Xingxiu, Luo Chingan, and Jin Hongi. You 4 listen carefully. You must all know about the ancient civilization ruins in the Xingyuan forest. But since this is your first time entering, you know nothing about what the situation inside is like. Before we officially set off, there are a few things I must remind you of. The headmaster, Mo Wanshan, stood in front of the four, speaking with a serious tone. First, once you enter the ancient civilization ruins, you are very likely to get separated. At that time, you must find your teammates as soon as possible and try not to act alone. Second, the interior of the ancient civilization ruins is like a small world that exists independently, inhabited by a large number of terrifying beasts that do not exist on Blue Star. You must not engage these beasts lightly. Third, if martial artists from other countries attack you in the ancient civilization ruins, do not show mercy, kill without hesitation. Fourth, the heart of the ancient life tree is located in the central area of the ancient civilization ruins. Before you set off, I will give you the map. This map is not complete. It has been drawn little by those who have entered the ancient civilization ruins over the years. Fifth, this trip to the ancient civilization ruins will have mentor Deng Ming accompanying you. All actions must follow the mentor's instructions. The last and most important point is that you must all return safely. Is that clear? As soon as Mo Wanshan's words fell, Jiang Chen and the others present nodded in agreement. Understood. Very good. Mo Wanshan smiled with satisfaction, and then Deng Ming stepped out from the side. Although Deng Ming had physical disabilities, his strength remained formidable. Despite his urgent desire to obtain the heart of the ancient life tree to restore his severed limbs, his more important task was to ensure the absolute safety of Jiang Chen, Fong Xingxiu, and the other two. Deng Ming, I leave these four to you. Especially Jiang Chen, you must pay extra attention to him to prevent this kid from doing something impulsive again. Mo Wanshan said softly to Deng Ming beside him. Don't worry, I know what kind of character this kid has, Deng Ming replied with a serious nod. Once we enter the ancient civilization ruins, if we get separated, I will find him at the first opportunity. This was actually Deng Ming's second time entering the ancient civilization ruins. 6 years ago, it was Deng Ming's first time, and like Jiang Chen and the others, he was a novice. The one responsible for leading Deng Ming and the others into the ancient civilization ruins was Luo Chingan. However, after entering the ruins, a serious accident occurred. Most of those who entered at the same time as Deng Ming died. Although Deng Ming escaped death, he suffered severe injuries to his left arm and leg, necessitating amputation. Due to this accident, Deng Ming fell into despair for a long time and even contemplated suicide. Now, he had emerged from the darkness and regained his spirits. He could not allow Jiang Chen, Fong Xingxiu, and other exceptionally talented martial artists to suffer the same fate as him. Following this, under Deng Ming's guidance, Jiang Chen and the others boarded the warplane of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School and rapidly flew away from Wanshan Base City. On the plane, Deng Ming distributed the map of the ancient civilization ruins to Jiang Chen, Fong Xingxiu, and the other two in turn. Jiang Chen took the map, examined it carefully, and found it very simple. It only marked a few important locations within the ancient civilization ruins: the damp marsh, Yinyang Valley, the land of red fire, and the Nether Forest. The Nether Forest was located in the central area of the ancient civilization ruins, where the heart of the ancient life tree was situated. Teacher Deng, does that mean if we enter the Nether Forest, we might find the heart of the ancient life tree? Jin Hongyi, sitting beside him, asked while looking at the map. In fact, the Fong and Jin families, as top families in the Yin Kingdom, had the qualifications to enter the ancient civilization ruins even without relying on the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Both families had sent strong individuals to participate, and Jin Hongyi and Luo Chingan were merely accompanying them on the way. When they reached the South American continent, they would first meet up with their respective family members and then enter the ancient civilization ruins together with the people from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. This was Jin Hongyi's first time entering the ancient civilization ruins, and he was genuinely curious about the situation inside. That's right, the heart of the ancient life tree is indeed hidden in the Nether Forest, and there have been people who have seen it before. But no one has ever been able to bring the heart of the ancient life tree out alive. The danger level of the Nether Forest far exceeds your imagination. As he said this, Deng Ming instinctively clenched his fists. It was in this place that he had experienced the accident that left him a cripple. Naturally, he would not allow them to enter the Nether Forest carelessly. Then, Deng Ming slowly spoke. When we are teleported into the ancient civilization ruins, we will most likely get separated. Based on past experience, we will most likely be teleported to the Yinyang Valley. At that time, I will fire a signal flare from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, and everyone must gather towards the direction of the flare. If we are unlucky and get teleported to another location, it is very likely that we won't see the signal flare from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. At that time, what you need to do is wait in place. The maps in your hands have all been embedded with special chips, and I will quickly locate you through positioning. After Deng Ming finished speaking, the four people present nodded slightly. The warplane flew smoothly out of Yin country, heading towards the South American continent at an extremely fast speed. During this process, major organizations and military personnel from Yin country also set off for South America. The allure of the ancient tree of life to martial artists was too great. The treasure hunting conference held once every 3 years would undoubtedly attract countless top-tier experts. To prevent excessive casualties, the 5 existing superpowers of Blue Star united to establish rules. Only martial artists at the God of War level could participate in the treasure hunting conference, and those stronger than the God of War level were strictly prohibited from entering. Violators would face joint pursuit by the 5 nations. It was precisely this restriction that disqualified planetary-level martial artists like Mo Wanshan from participating. At this moment, outside the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, Lyn Bay and other representatives of the school boarded the warplane, preparing to depart. Before leaving, Lei Wu called Lyn Bay aside. "I believe you are well prepared. I will be waiting for your good news at the martial arts school." Lyn Bay nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Master Lei, I will not let you down." As the warplane of the Extreme Martial Arts School flew rapidly, Jiang Chen, Fong and others arrived at the Star Source Forest on the night before the opening of the ancient ruins in South America. Before Blue Star experienced the Great Catastrophe, there were many countries in South America. However, all of this was destroyed in the catastrophe. Now, South America had completely fallen into a realm of monsters. Blue Star now had only 5 countries: Yin country, America, Europa, Grey Bear country, and Indra country. All other small countries or those with too few inhabitants were either annexed or completely destroyed. To ensure the smooth holding of the treasure hunting conference, the top experts of the 5 nations had already swept through the Star Source Forest in advance, driving away and killing all the monsters near the ancient civilization ruins. Now, the martial artists from the 5 nations participating in the treasure hunting conference were arriving one after another. When Jiang Chen, Fong Xingxiu, and others stepped off the warplane, what greeted their eyes were all martial artists with powerful auras. Each person's aura was no weaker than that of the God of War. Those who could participate in the treasure hunting conference were undoubtedly the top experts of the younger generation. "Oh, I didn't expect that this year the Extreme Martial Arts School of Yin Country is actually led by a disabled person instead of Luo Chingan. It seems the Extreme Martial Arts School is getting weaker with each generation. Apart from Mo Wanshan, there are hardly any decent martial artists left. To have to rely on a disabled person to lead, I think you people from the Extreme Martial Arts School might as well give up early, lest you suffer total annihilation. Ha ha ha." Accompanied by laughter, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed American martial artists walked towards Deng Ming, Jiang Chen, and others. The leader, a muscular man with a buzz cut named Josh Howard, possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the God of War. The few people following him were all from the top Howard family in America. Years ago, Mo Wanshan had a conflict with the patriarch of the Howard family, leading to enmity between the two sides. During the last opening of the ancient civilization ruins, the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Howard family engaged in fierce battles, resulting in casualties on both sides, reaching a point of no return. Josh Howard had intended to seek revenge on Luo Chingan, but unexpectedly, Luo Chingan did not come this time. Due to the peace agreement signed by the 5 nations, random killings of foreign martial artists were strictly prohibited, and entering another country's territory was not allowed. Therefore, the only way to seek revenge was to enter the ancient civilization ruins, where one could kill freely. Now, the martial artists of this session of the Extreme Martial Arts School were so weak. Even the leader was merely a disabled martial artist, which truly disappointed Josh Howard. Moreover, Deng Ming's cultivation level was only at the 7th stage of the War God rank, which made Josh Howard feel even more disinterested. Although he could sense that Deng Ming was an awakened War God level martial artist, he still did not take it to heart. The other members of the Howard family present looked at the people from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall with disdain. Even though the words spoken by the American martial artists were not in the Yin language, martial artists had already transcended ordinary humans. Even if the languages were different, they understood the meanings behind the words. It was as if all martial artists had a real-time translator in their minds. At this moment, facing the ridicule from the Howard family, Deng Ming was instantly enraged. "Josh, you'd better watch your mouth. If you dare to insult my Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall again, do you believe I can tear your mouth apart right now?" Despite being at the same cultivation level as Josh Howard, the aura Deng Ming unleashed at that moment was extremely powerful, not in the least inferior to Josh Howard. After sensing Deng Ming's aura, Josh Howard was somewhat shocked but did not pay much attention to it. He sneered, not bad, truly worthy of being the genius martial artist from the former Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. I've heard of your great name even in America. It's just a pity that the accident 6 years ago cost you your left arm and left leg, reducing you to a. Do you think you can deal with me just because of your mechanical prosthetics? You really underestimate my Howard family. At this point, a strong killing intent flashed in Josh Howard's eyes. The last time I entered the ancient civilization ruins, that despicable Luo Chingan killed so many of my clansmen. How could I let him go? I originally planned to kill Luo Chingan myself, but that guy was lucky enough not to come this time. But it doesn't matter, killing all of you will be just the same. The reason Josh Howard was so furious was that he was the young master of the Howard family. The purpose of this trip, besides searching for the heart of the ancient life tree, was primarily for revenge. After all, in the ancient civilization ruins, everything that happened would not be known to the outside world. His goal this time was to annihilate the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Truly arrogant to the extreme. Deng Ming showed no fear of Josh Howard's threats and coldly spoke, "If you dare to touch anyone from my Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, I guarantee that all of your Howard family will die a miserable death." As soon as Deng Ming said this, Zhang Chen, Fong Xingxiu, Luo Chingan, and Jin Hongyi all looked at Josh Howard with murderous intent. Ha ha ha, Deng Ming, I think you are the one being too arrogant. These insignificant guys aren't even worthy to carry my Howard family's shoes. Just wait, I will make sure all of you from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall die in the ancient civilization ruins. After saying this, Josh Howard leisurely turned around with his clansmen and left. Before the ancient civilization ruins were opened, no one would make a move. This was a strict rule set by the 5 great nations. Anyone who dared to act outside the ancient civilization ruins would face a joint pursuit by the top experts of the 5 great nations. Bastard, that dog just now was too arrogant. Does he really think we are easy to bully? Jin Hongyi said, unable to contain his anger, my Jin family will also enter the ancient civilization ruins, and we will definitely take down all those bastards. Brother Jin, you'd better stay calm. Although those people from the Howard family are despicable, their strength is indeed formidable. Even if we want to deal with them, we should plan ahead. Luo Chingan was relatively calm, although he felt extremely angry just now. He would not act impulsively like Jin Hongyi. Just then, the Luo family members arrived, and Luo Chingan hurried over to join them. Although Zhang Chen had heard of the Howard family from America, he knew nothing about why the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall had a grudge against them. Originally planning to ask Deng Ming about the Wadahua family, Zhang Chen suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching him. It was Lin Jinbei. How could he be here? At the moment he saw Lin Jinbei, Zhang Chen was greatly shocked. Although Lin Jinbei was a 5th-tier warrior at the God of War level, he had not yet awakened his transcendent power. A warrior who has not awakened transcendent power, even if they reach the God of War level, is not particularly strong. With so many powerful figures in the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School and the enormous backing of the Sun family, it was impossible for Lin Jinbei to participate in the treasure-seeking conference. After a brief shock, Zhang Chen immediately understood the intention of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. Clearly, Lin Jinbei's appearance here was aimed at him. Once Deng Ming realized what was happening, he quickly stepped in front of Lin Jinbei. Sorry, but people from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School have nothing to discuss with you from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. Please do not approach anyone from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. Deng Ming was well aware of the relationship between Lin Jinbei and Zhang Chen. He would not allow a scoundrel like Lin Jinbei to bully Zhang Chen. Deng Ming was already quite displeased due to the matters concerning the Wadahua family. If Lin Jinbei dared to lay a hand on Zhang Chen, even if he was Zhang Chen's father, Deng Ming would not hesitate to kill him. Deng Ming, after all, I am Zhang Chen's father. Is it wrong for me to talk to my own son? I am now the head supervisor of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. How dare you stop me? As soon as Lin Jinbei finished speaking, several warriors from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School who had come with him stood beside him. Deng Ming wanted to say something but was stopped by Zhang Chen. Teacher Deng, it's fine. I want to hear what this guy has to say. After Zhang Chen spoke, he coldly looked at Lin Jinbei, spit it out quickly, just seeing you makes my eyes dirty. Lin Jinbei, upon hearing this, was so furious that he nearly blew his top. Suppressing his anger, he said, Zhang Chen, I know that what happened before was my fault, but after all, I am your father. Blood is thicker than water. The blood running through your veins is also from me, Lin Jinbei. If you can find your way back after the treasure-seeking conference and are willing to come home with me, I promise that everything that happened in the past will be forgiven. The treatment you receive at the Extreme Path Martial Arts School will be multiplied tenfold by the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. But if you remain stubborn, then you will bear the consequences. As Lin Jinbei said this, a powerful wave of lightning energy suddenly erupted from his body. He had actually awakened his transcendent power. Just a month before the treasure-seeking conference began, Lin Jinbei completed his awakening. The transcendent power he awakened was called Thunder Shadow, which granted him extremely powerful lightning energy. Even before awakening his transcendent power, Lin Jinbei was already quite strong. Now, with the enhancement of his transcendent power, Lin Jinbei's strength had grown even greater. Because of this, his status in the Wind Thunder martial arts school had risen significantly. If he could perfectly resolve the issue with Jiang Chen this time, he would not only secure his position as head supervisor but might even become the second in command of the Wind Thunder martial arts school in the future. Ha! Jiang Chen sneered coldly. So what? So you think that just because you've awakened your transcendent power, I will go back with you? What are you playing at? Hurry up and get lost, I can't stand the sight of you. Initially, when Jiang Chen sensed Lin Jinbei's transcendent power, he was indeed a bit shocked. After all, there had been no signs of Lin Jinbei awakening his transcendent power before this. However, Jiang Chen was only slightly shocked. Even if Lin Jinbei had awakened his transcendent power, he did not take him seriously at all. There was no way he would follow him back to the Wind Thunder martial arts school. Jiang Chen! Lin Jinbei wanted to angrily scold Jiang Chen for disrespecting his parents, but at that moment, he suddenly sensed the god of war level aura emanating from Jiang Chen. What? You have become a god of war level warrior? How is this possible? Although Lin Jinbei knew that Jiang Chen's cultivation was improving rapidly, he believed that Jiang Chen was at most at the 7th or 8th level of a battle general. The reason he could participate in the treasure hunting conference should be because he had taken a shortcut. After all, there had been martial artists in the past who had not yet reached the battle god level but still came to participate in the treasure hunting conference. These martial artists often came from prominent families and had powerful family members to protect them. He thought that Jiang Chen's participation in the conference meant that the people from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall would protect him. But he never expected that Jiang Chen had not taken any shortcuts at all. He had truly reached the battle god level. His most beloved youngest son, Lin Zalong, had only just reached the battle general level. He thought that by bringing him into the genius class, receiving the careful guidance of Lei Wu, and with the resources of the Fong Martial Arts Hall, Lin Zalong would be able to catch up to Jiang Chen in a short time. But now, Jiang Chen had already become a battle god level martial artist. How could he possibly catch up? Jiang Chen undoubtedly proved how strong he was with his actions. At the same time, it also highlighted how foolish Lin Jinbei's earlier decision was. Look, isn't that Lin Jinbei? I really doubt if this guy is brain dead. His eldest son is so outstanding, becoming a battle god level martial artist at such a young age, and he actually abandoned him? I used to think these were just rumors, but it seems Jiang Chen and Lin Jinbei have indeed fallen out. I never expected there could be such a foolish person in this world. If I were Lin Jinbei, I would definitely unconditionally double my care for Jiang Chen, but he only favors that Lin Zalong. It's too funny. That Lin Zalong seems to have just stepped into the battle general level, and Jiang Chen is only 2 years older than him. The gap between them is really not ordinary. I really doubt how such a fool as Lin Jinbei could have such an outstanding son. Jiang Chen severing ties with this fool and joining the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall is truly wise. Many martial artists from the Yin Kingdom were present, and upon seeing the conflict between Lin Jinbei and Jiang Chen, they gathered around. As people from the Yin Kingdom, they were well aware of the situation between Lin Jinbei and Jiang Chen during this time. Although Lin Jinbei currently held a high position as the head of the Fong Martial Arts Hall, in the eyes of many, Lin Jinbei was actually a joke, a fool who drove his extraordinary genius son out of the house. Naturally, Lin Jinbei heard the discussions around him. However, he did not know how to refute them. What they said was indeed correct. The gap between Lin Zalong and Jiang Chen was truly vast. No matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he had to admit this. No matter how hard Lin Zalong tried, he could never catch up to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I was wrong as a father in the past. Is there really no way for us to mend things? Your mother cries every day. I truly hope you can go back and see her. Lin Jinbei suddenly softened his tone. Even if it's your father begging you, okay? After the treasure hunting conference, come back with me. Although saying these words to Jiang Chen in public made the usually proud Lin Jinbei feel very aggrieved, Jiang Chen's potential far exceeded Lin Jinbei's imagination. Moreover, Jiang Chen was still his son. How could he bear to truly harm him? If losing face today could make Jiang Chen change his mind, then Lin Jinbei was willing to do so. Looking at Lin Jinbei's current appearance, Jiang Chen scoffed. What, do you think saying these things now will make me go back with you? Sorry, we have no relationship anymore. You have publicly declared that you sever all ties with me. Besides, my surname is Jiang. What does that have to do with your Lin family? Lin Jinbei, I advise you not to embarrass yourself here. Just get lost. You and that woman are not worthy of being my parents. After speaking, Jiang Chen turned and walked away, not bothering to continue engaging with Lin Jinbei. He was well aware of Lin Jinbei's character. This guy would never admit to doing anything wrong. The only reason he was so humbly begging him now was that Lin Jinbei had seen his potential. He realized that abandoning him back then was an extremely foolish idea. so he wanted to make amends for everything. How could Jiang Chun give him that opportunity? In his eyes, Lin Jinbei, Wang Ruoyao, and Lin Zilong were no different from stray dogs on the street. How could Lin Jinbei casually say a few words and expect him to compromise? That would make Jiang Chen a joke. After Jiang Chen left, Deng Ming, Fong Xingxiu, and several others from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall hurriedly followed him. Watching Jiang Chen's departing figure, Lin Jinbei was filled with rage. Supervisor Lin, it's not that I speak harshly, but you are really an incompetent father. How could you abandon such a genius as Jiang Chen back then? I truly don't understand what you were thinking, but now that things are beyond repair, I advise you to prepare for the worst. Jiang Chen killed Luo Chingan, he has offended the Grandmaster, and he refuses to return to the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall, so he has only one way out: death. You should get ready as soon as possible. The 5 martial artists from the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall who came with Lin Jinbei to participate in the treasure-seeking conference all had to obey Lin Jinbei's orders due to his high position. However, they had another task: to monitor Lin Jinbei. If Lin Jinbei were to do anything detrimental to the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall because of Jiang Chen, they would immediately take action against him and kill him. To ensure they had the capability to deal with Lin Jinbei, Lei Wu specifically arranged for a martial artist with the strength of a war god at the 7th level to participate in the treasure-seeking conference. Although it seemed that Lin Jinbei was the leader, this person was the true leader. Shut up, all of you. I will handle Jiang Chen's matter cleanly. It will absolutely not affect the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall. Lin Jinbei was very clear about the current situation. Since Jiang Chen was already beyond saving, he could only act decisively. His youngest son, Lin Zilong, although not as talented as Jiang Chen, was not too far behind. He believed that as long as he gave Lin Zilong a little more time, he would definitely become a world-renowned top powerhouse in the future. Meanwhile, after leaving Lin Jinbei, Jiang Chen walked up to a great mountain. In the very center of the mountain stood an extremely ancient bronze door. This was the mysterious ruins of an ancient civilization. It was said that a terrible earthquake had occurred here, causing a large part of the mountain to collapse, which led to the appearance of this mysterious bronze door. The bronze door only opened once every 3 years, and inside was like a small world that existed independently. Each time it opened, it would last for 5 days. If one failed to leave through the bronze door by the 5th day, they would be trapped inside forever. Over the years, all the martial artists who failed to evacuate in time from the bronze door met their demise. Now, only a few hours remained until the bronze door would open, and everyone was waiting. Jiang Chen, Lin Jinbei's eyes clearly revealed a killing intent just now. I'm worried he might do something to you in the ancient civilization ruins, Deng Ming said gravely. If you allow it, I can help you take him out. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Deng, but I will deal with this guy myself. Back in the black market of South China, he already planned to kill me. At that time, I didn't have the strength to deal with him, but now I do. If he really dares to kill me, then he has no reason to continue living in this world. The moment Jiang Chen encountered Lin Jinbei, he had already made plans for revenge. The original body died tragically in the dungeon, and all of this was caused by Lin Jinbei. How could he not take revenge for this? The reason he had not acted before was due to insufficient strength. But at this moment, he had gained the power to rival Lin Jinbei, and even though Lin Jinbei had awakened his transcendent power, Jiang Chen still felt no fear. No matter what, he would not allow Lin Jinbei to walk out of the bronze door alive. If an ordinary person said this, Deng Ming would surely think he was delusional. Although Lin Jinbei had only recently awakened his transcendent power, he was already a well-known strongman in the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Even with just the strength of a 5th-tier war god, he was far stronger than many martial artists with higher cultivation levels than him. Now, with the enhancement of the transcendent power, even Fong Xingxiu would likely find it difficult to defeat Lin Jinbei. But Jiang Chen was no ordinary person. He had passed the 5th level of the trial tower, which was enough to prove that Jiang Nian had the ability to kill a king-level monster. How could he not be Lin Jinbei's opponent? By the way, Teacher Deng, what grievances do we have with the Howard family? Why are these guys so intent on putting us to death? Upon hearing this, Deng Ming immediately clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a fierce killing intent. They are just a bunch of despicable, stinking rats. Back then, a very powerful king-level monster appeared on the Australian continent. The top experts from the 5 great nations also went to the Australian continent to hunt this monster. Master Mo also went to the Australian continent at that time, uniting the strong from various countries, and after killing the monster, unexpectedly discovered a piece of meteorite. The meteorite came from outer space and contained extremely terrifying energy. If weapons could be forged from the meteorite, their power would be quite formidable. However, the meteorite that should have belonged to Master Mo was deceived by the patriarch of the Howard family. They even claimed that Master Mo had robbed their treasure and publicly condemned him. In a fit of rage, Master Mo fought with the patriarch of the Howard family and almost killed him. The meteorite was also destroyed in the battle. From then on, the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall and the Howard family became enemies. Later, there were several more conflicts, and the contradictions intensified, reaching a point of no return. Jiang Chen nodded in realization. He was about to say something when suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. The huge bronze door ahead actually opened ahead of time. What's going on? I just checked the time. Wasn't there still about 3 hours before the bronze door would open? Why did it open early? This situation seems to have never happened before. Never mind, since the bronze door has opened, what are we waiting for? The heart of the ancient life tree. Here I come. Although the early opening of the bronze door shocked everyone present, after the shock, they all rushed excitedly towards the bronze door. The small world inside the bronze door contained many rare treasures that either did not exist on Blue Star or had long since gone extinct. Even if they did not obtain the heart of the ancient life tree, if they could acquire these items, this trip would undoubtedly be a great harvest for them. At this moment, the earlier they entered the world behind the bronze door, the higher their chances of finding treasures. Seeing the sudden opening of the bronze door, the Jin family and Fong family members rushed over immediately. Along with Deng Ming, Jiang Chen, and Feng Xingxiu, there were a total of 12 people. Among them, aside from Deng Ming, who had reached the 7th tier of War God, there were several experts sent by the Fong and Jin families. Although their strength was not as great as Deng Ming's, they all possessed strength far exceeding that of ordinary War God level martial artists. At this time, Deng Ming looked seriously at Jiang Chen, Feng Xingxiu, and several other young martial artists. He spoke, "What I told you on the aircraft earlier, be sure to remember it. Once we enter the bronze door, the first thing we need to do is to regroup as quickly as possible. If there are no unexpected events, you must never act alone. Once everyone is ready, follow me into the bronze door." Under Deng Ming's lead, Jiang Chen and the others exchanged determined glances before resolutely following him into the bronze door. The moment they stepped through, Jiang Chen felt as if he were caught in a massive underwater whirlpool, quickly losing consciousness. When Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in an extremely foul-smelling jungle, surrounded by bizarrely shaped plants. The entire jungle seemed shrouded in a layer of black mist, with no sunlight visible, making it very dim. In the distance, he could vaguely see a large swamp. The stench he smelled was emanating from the swamp. So this is the Yinyang Valley? No! Jiang Chen clenched his fists immediately. This is not the Yinyang Valley at all. It's a damp swamp. Earlier, while on the aircraft, Deng Ming had briefly described the damp swamp, Yinyang Valley, Red Fireland, and the Nether Forest. The place he found himself in now was exactly like the damp swamp Deng Ming had described. Wasn't it said that there was a high probability of being teleported to the Yinyang Valley? Why am I the only one who ended up here? Jiang Chen looked around. Apart from him, there was no one else. Damn it, my luck is really terrible. Unfamiliar with his surroundings and recalling Deng Ming's warning to wait in place, Jiang Chen did not act recklessly. Instead, he stayed put, took out a map, and studied it carefully. Although the map was very simple, Jiang Chen could tell that the damp swamp was far from the Yinyang Valley. It would be nearly impossible for Deng Ming and the others to find him in a short time. No, I can't just wait here. At the very least, I need to find a relatively safe place, otherwise, I could easily be ambushed by a monster. Just as Jiang Chen finished speaking and was about to leave, a shadow suddenly flashed by. Accompanying it was a chilling, baby-like cry. In the next moment, a giant black bat with an ugly baby head appeared before Jiang Chen. What the hell? What is this thing? Jiang Chen was genuinely startled by the horrifying bat in front of him. He was certain that such a bizarre-looking monster did not exist on Blue Star. But even without knowing what it was, Jiang Chen could sense its powerful aura. It was a Lord-level 9th-tier monster. Just entering the ancient civilization ruins, he encountered such a powerful monster, proving how terrifying this place was. Roar! At that moment, the baby corpse bat let out another baby-like cry. A black beam of light shot out from its mouth at incredible speed. Jiang Chen, using his swift movement technique, dodged to the side, avoiding the attack of the black beam. The beam struck a large rock not far behind him, instantly dissolving it. It also emitted a foul odor. Good grief, not only does this thing look ugly, but it also carries such a terrifying toxin. But do you think you can kill me with this trick? Sorry, you're too naive. Jiang Chen sneered twice, showing no fear of the baby corpse bat, and immediately took out the flame-slashing dragon blade, charging towards it. Since Deng Ming and the others had not yet arrived, Jiang Chen could take this opportunity to hunt the monster to his heart's content. He could also use the capabilities of the Void Martial Arts Arena to replicate some powerful monsters to enhance his own strength. Relying on his own formidable power, Jiang Chen quickly killed the baby corpse bat. He intended to take the monster core and leave, but suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Impressive, truly impressive. I didn't expect that you, a warrior who just became a god of war not long ago, could actually kill a baby corpse bat. This kind of monster doesn't exist on Blue Star, you can only see it in places like this. The next moment, a tall middle-aged man with a scruffy beard slowly walked out from the bushes. He was covered in the blood of many monsters. Clearly, he had already fought with beasts before coming here. But what concerned Jiang Chen was not that, but that this person was not a warrior from another country. He was from Yin country, just like him. Jiang Chen was sure he didn't know this person at all. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Dongkai, from the Blackwolf Mercenary Corps. If I remember correctly, someone from the Blackwolf Corps should have already attacked you before, right? Don't worry, I personally took care of Zhang Yan, who attacked you earlier. Such useless trash that couldn't complete the mission is of no use staying in this world. At this point, Lin Dongkai sneered twice. Originally, I had no need to attack you, but unfortunately, a big shot wants your head. I thought it would be hard to find you in the ancient civilization ruins, but I didn't expect to run into you as soon as I came in. Kid, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? That might make your death a bit more painless. As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Dongkai, who was at the 8th level of the God of War. Flames ignited around him, making him look like he was clad in fiery battle armor, exuding immense intimidation. He was not an ordinary warrior but one who had awakened the power of transcendence. Since the last time he was ambushed by Zhang Yan, the captain of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, Jiang Chen had specifically investigated matters related to the Black Wolf Corps. He knew very well that apart from the leader, there were only two people with the strongest power in the Black Wolf Corps. Only these two had awakened the power of transcendence, and they were known as the Black Wolf Twin Fiends, one of whom was a woman. So without a doubt, the burly man standing before him was the other half of the Black Wolf Twin Fiends. I really didn't expect the famous Black Wolf Twin Fiends to personally come after me. It seems that the big shot behind you must be a remarkable figure from Yin country. Let me guess, could it be Lei Wu, the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall? In Jiang Chen's view, anyone who could summon the Black Wolf Twin Fiends to act would not be an ordinary person. Even Zhao Changming, the head of the Wind and Thunder Hall in South China, would not be able to summon the Black Wolf Twin Fiends. Although Zhao Changming was at the peak of the 10th level of the God of War, he had not awakened the power of transcendence. Such a warrior could never step into the planetary level in their lifetime. Their actual combat power was far inferior to that of a warrior who had awakened the power of transcendence. Jiang Chen had no enmity with other powerful forces, so the most likely candidate was Lei Wu. What puzzled Jiang Chen was that hadn't Lei Wu already sent Lin Jinbei to deal with him? Why would he still contact someone from the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Dongkai laughed maniacally. Jiang Chen, the big shot behind me is not someone you can guess so easily. I don't have time to talk to a dead man like you. I finally managed to sneak into the ancient civilization ruins. My target is the heart of the ancient life tree. Lin Dongkai was a member of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, and far too many innocent civilians had died at his hands. He had long been a key target for arrest in Yin country. Under normal circumstances, Lin Dongkai would never be able to enter the ancient civilization ruins openly. If he dared to act directly, he would undoubtedly be besieged by the top experts of Yin country on the spot. The reason Lin Dongkai could safely enter the ancient civilization ruins was entirely due to the big boss behind him. This big boss was none other than the head of the Fong family, Fong Jingwu. Lin Dongkai had promised Fong Jingwu to kill Jiang Chen without receiving any payment. He only needed Fong Jingwu to take him into the ancient civilization ruins. Fong Jingwu had already achieved this. The rule of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps was that once they accepted someone else's order, they had to complete it, otherwise, they would face terrifying punishment. The previous squad leader, Zhang Yan, was killed by Lin Dongkai for failing to complete Zhao Changming's task. Now that Fong Jingwu had sent him into the ancient civilization ruins, Lin Dongkai naturally had to fulfill the task of killing Jiang Chen. To avoid wasting time, Lin Dongkai immediately took out a giant axe engulfed in flames and ruthlessly swung it at Jiang Chen. Choosing a giant axe as his weapon undoubtedly proved how strong Lin Dongkai was. Moreover, he had awakened the power of transcendence. Faced with such an enemy, Jiang Chen would not be foolish enough to confront him head-on. With the speed of the flowing light escape, Jiang Chen easily dodged Lin Dongkai's attack. At the moment he evaded, he wielded the Blaze Dragon slaying blade and unleashed the dominant blade-breaking slash. What? Lin Dongkai was not surprised that Jiang Chen could evade his attack. Since he chose to strike at Jiang Chen, he was already well aware of Jiang Chen's recent situation. He knew that Jiang Chen had perfected the flowing light step and had cultivated the SSS level martial skill, Phantom Dominant Blade Technique. What shocked him was that Jiang Chen was actually wielding Imo Wanshan's famous weapon, the Blaze Dragon Slaying Blade. Lin Dongkai was all too familiar with the weapon's formidable reputation. Imo Wanshan had become the strongest in the Flame Nation with this very blade. To this day, no one could shake Imo Wanshan's position. But the problem was that the Blaze Dragon Slaying Blade contained terrifying fire attribute energy, which was not something an ordinary warrior could wield. The fact that Jiang Chen could use this blade before awakening the fire-type transcendence power left Lin Dongkai in shock. This kid's talent is indeed terrifying. It seems he must have shown signs of awakening fire-type transcendence power just as he stepped into the war god level. I cannot let this kid continue to grow, otherwise, the Blackwolf mercenary corps will be in big trouble. In Lin Dongkai's eyes, besides the killing intent, there was actually more greed. The power of the Blaze Dragon Slaying Blade was too great, enough to rival SSS level weapons. Lin Dongkai just happened to be a warrior with fire-type transcendence power. Although he wasn't very accustomed to using bladed weapons, with a little practice, he could fully master the Blaze Dragon Slaying Blade. With the terrifying power of this blade, Lin Dongkai's strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Immediately, Lin Dongkai swung the flaming giant axe in his hand, delivering a horizontal sweep. The massive flame axe shadow collided with the blade energy Jiang Chen unleashed, and the powerful energy explosion caused both Lin Dongkai and Jiang Chen to be knocked back several meters. Goodness, to be able to practice the Phantom Dominant Blade technique to such a level at such a young age. I have to admit, you are indeed the most talented warrior I have ever seen. But unfortunately, even if you are a genius, you will fall here today. Let me show you my self-created martial skill, Flame Dragon's Soul. Accompanied by Lin Dongkai's furious roar, a layer of crimson battle armor instantly covered his body. Then, Lin Dongkai raised the flaming giant axe with both hands and swung it rapidly, instantly forming a powerful flame vortex. Under his control, the flame vortex transformed into a giant fire dragon, sweeping toward Jiang Chen. During this process, the flames Lin Dongkai controlled were so intense that the surrounding temperature rose sharply. The flowers, grass, and trees around them ignited at that moment, as if they were in a sea of fire. The demon beasts that originally lived nearby were frightened by Lin Dongkai's aura and fled the area in droves. Self-created martial skill. Jiang Chen frowned upon seeing this. The so-called self-created martial skill was actually a skill developed by a warrior who had mastered transcendence power, based on their own transcendence power. These skills often possess terrifying power. Lin Dongkai's Flame Dragon Soul, both in attack range and power, far exceeded Jiang Chen's imagination. In this situation, Jiang Chen could no longer hide his strength. To evade this deadly strike, Jiang Chen no longer deliberately suppressed the speed of his flowing light shadow, unleashing an astonishing speed without reservation. At that moment, it was as if the surrounding space had been distorted. The powerful flame dragon was even twisted and suspended in mid-air at that instant. Before Lin Dongkai could react, Jiang Chen had already teleported behind him. He directly unleashed the strongest move of the Phantom Blade technique, absolute domination of heaven and earth. Lin Dongkai initially thought that with this move, Jiang Chen would have nowhere to escape, but to his utter disbelief, Jiang Chen had instantly moved to his side. He had no time to react and was directly sent flying by Jiang Chen's absolute domination of heaven and earth. Absolute domination of heaven and earth was the most powerful move of the Phantom Blade technique, with incredible power. Caught off guard, Lin Dongkai was hit by Jiang Chen and suffered severe injuries. Not only was his flame battle armor shattered, but a deep wound that exposed bone also appeared on his back, blood flowing incessantly. How is this possible? Lin Dongkai struggled to stand up, looking at Jiang Chen with a face full of terror. The flame dragon soul he had just unleashed had an enormous attack range. Even if Jiang Chen had perfected the flowing light step, it would have been impossible to completely evade it. Recalling the spatial distortion that had just occurred, Lin Dongkai's pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be? Could it be that the movement technique you used is flowing light shadow? That can't be. Flowing light shadow is a secret technique of the Luo family. How could you possibly learn it? Moreover, to achieve the level of spatial distortion, one must also reach perfection. What kind of monster are you? Lin Dongkai's gaze towards Jiang Chen clearly revealed his fear. The Flame Dragon Soul had already been his strongest killing move. In the past, when he unleashed this move, his prey was basically doomed. But now, the Flame Dragon Soul couldn't even harm Jiang Chen. How could he fight back? Furthermore, he had been severely injured by absolute domination of heaven and earth, greatly affecting his combat power. In this situation, he could not continue to fight Jiang Chen. To survive, he could only choose to flee. After a brief hesitation, Lin Dongkai quickly retracted his flame giant axe and sprinted at full speed towards the forest ahead, attempting to use the dim environment around him to escape. Watching Lin Dongkai's retreating figure, Zhang Chen showed no signs of panic. Since he dared to use flowing light shadow, he would not give Lin Dongkai any chance to escape. Lin Dongkai, you are at least a well-known top assassin. Do you really think you can outrun a psychic warrior? Zhang Chen stepped on the six-blade arc knife disc, moving like a shooting star, instantly appearing in front of Lin Dongkai. Damn it! How could I forget this guy is a psychic warrior? Looking at Zhang Chen hovering in midair, Lin Dongkai gritted his teeth in hatred. Ordinary warriors wishing to fly freely must either reach planetary level or rely on the special abilities of their battle armor. Originally, Lin Dongkai's battle armor also had flying capabilities, but it had already been destroyed by Zhang Chen's absolute domination of heaven and earth. At this moment, facing a psychic warrior who could fly using psychic weapons, Lin Dongkai knew he could hardly escape. Lin Dongkai, today you have nowhere to run. However, if you are willing to tell me who your big boss is behind you, then I might consider letting you go. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. Zhang Chen said coldly, gripping the blazing dragon slayer. Zhang Chen, Lin Dongkai said angrily, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? I am a member of the Blackwolf mercenary corps, and ensuring that the employer's information does not leak is my duty. I will never tell you, no matter the price. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent. Good, very good. You really have principles. In that case, you can die. As soon as Zhang Chen finished speaking, he swung his blade towards Lin Dongkai. However, at that critical moment, Lin Dongkai suddenly let out a furious roar, and his body instantly ignited. At that moment, he seemed to have completely transformed into flames. When Zhang Chen's blade struck him, it was as if he was cutting through fire, causing no harm at all. Zhang Chen, wait for me. One day, I will kill you. As his words fell, Lin Dongkai's body instantly turned into countless small fireballs, each heading in different directions. Although Zhang Chen immediately launched an attack on these small fireballs, he still couldn't eliminate them all. Damn it, this guy's development of transcendent power is really impressive. To be able to develop such a powerful escape skill, he truly deserves to be one of the Black Wolf's twin calamities. Although Zhang Chen was unclear about the skill Lin Dongkai had just used, he was certain that as long as those small fireballs weren't completely eliminated, Lin Dongkai would definitely restore his body somewhere. Earlier, to dodge Lin Dongkai's flame dragon soul, Zhang Chen had used the flowing light shadow escape. Now that he hadn't killed Lin Dongkai, it meant he was very likely to inform the Luo family about this. This would undoubtedly bring great trouble to Zhang Chen. However, he didn't think too much about it. With his current strength, he was already capable of dealing with the Luo family. After resting for a while, Zhang Chen still hadn't waited for Deng Ming and the others to appear. So he decided to explore the tidal marsh first to see if he could discover some precious treasures. Meanwhile, in a snow-covered valley, a tall woman with short hair led 3 people into an ice cave. Has Lin Dongkai not arrived yet? The short-haired woman looked at the 3 people present, speaking with a serious tone. She was Fong Yuro, the young lady of the Fong family. The 3 who followed her into the ancient civilization ruins were all experts sent by the Fong family. Their purpose for this trip was to find the heart of the ancient life tree. As for Lin Dongkai, he was someone inserted into the team by Fong Jingwu under the guise of a bodyguard for the Fong family. The Black Wolf team often wore masks when they acted, so not many people knew Lin Dongkai's true identity. Moreover, with the Fong family being so powerful in the Flame Nation, no one dared to touch their people. Lin Dongkai had thus blended into the ancient civilization ruins. However, unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, he got lost. Miss, Lin Dongkai should have been teleported to another location. Don't worry, we implanted special GPS locators in each of us when we entered the ancient civilization ruins. Lin Dongkai is one of the top experts. He will definitely come over at the first opportunity. Let's wait a little longer in the Yinyang Valley. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuro said nothing more and nodded slightly. The Yinyang Valley they were currently in was very special, half covered in ice and snow with extremely low temperatures. The other half, however, was like a hell of magma, bordering the land of red fire, a paradise for fire-type monsters. Normally, everyone entering the ancient civilization ruins would almost always be teleported to the Yinyang Valley. The fact that Lin Dongkai hadn't been teleported here made Fong Yuro feel quite troubled. After all, Lin Dongkai was part of the Black Wolf team, and she was already very dissatisfied with her father for sending Lin Dongkai to take action. If Lin Dongkai caused trouble in the ancient civilization ruins, it would have a significant impact on the Fong family. Right now, they had to ensure Lin Dongkai met up with them first. Just then, several fireballs suddenly appeared not far ahead, quickly gathering together. Lin Dongkai's figure slowly emerged, then he collapsed weakly onto the ground. Help! Help me! After seeing the severely injured Lin Dongkai, Fong Yuru's expression changed dramatically. She rushed over immediately and helped him up. What on earth happened? Why are you so seriously injured? Did you encounter a terrifying beast? Fong Yuro asked anxiously. She knew very well that Lin Dongkai was one of the Blackwolf's double killers and currently a god of war level 8th tier warrior. His own transcendent power was also quite formidable. She simply couldn't understand why a powerhouse of Lin Dongkai's caliber would suffer such severe injuries upon entering the ancient civilization ruins. It's not a beast. The one who attacked me is Jiang Chen. As soon as Lin Dongkai said this, everyone present was even more shocked. Fong Yuro said in disbelief, Lin Dongkai, are you joking? You are a god of war level 8th tier warrior, while Jiang Chen has just stepped into the god of war level. How could he possibly injure you like this? Fong Yuro had always been wary of the Black Wolf mercenary group, and she didn't believe what Lin Dongkai was saying at that moment. Do I need to lie to you? That kid Jiang Chen is a monster. After swallowing some healing potions, Lin Dongkai eased his injuries. He gravely informed them about the battle with Jiang Chen. The most crucial piece of information was that the movement technique Jiang Chen used was not the flowing light step but the SSS level flowing light escape. I absolutely won't mistake this. Jiang Chen not only mastered the flowing light escape but has also perfected it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge my flame dragon soul, nor could he have caused spatial distortion. That kid is extremely cunning. To hide his flowing light escape, he deliberately disguised it as the flowing light step. Lin Dongkai spoke with great anger. If it weren't for the ridiculously powerful flowing light escape, he would have already eliminated Jiang Chen. How could he have been severely injured by him? To escape earlier, he had to use another self-created martial technique called fire meteor disintegration. After using this technique, his body could completely turn into flames for a short time, becoming immune to all physical attacks. Then, he could split his body into numerous small fireballs, flying in all directions like meteors. As long as one small fireball successfully escaped, Lin Dongkai could restore his body. However, this technique had significant side effects. After using it, he would be like a useless person for at least 24 hours, with no combat power at all. Now, in such a dangerous place, he had to rush to Fong Yuro and the others immediately. Otherwise, if he lost his combat power, even a random beast could easily kill Lin Dongkai. Miss, this is simply unbelievable. Jiang Chen has no connection to the Luo family. How could he possibly master the flowing light escape? This can only mean one thing. Jiang Chen learned it secretly. The flowing light escape is a secret technique of the Luo family. Not only did that kid learn it, but he also perfected it. If I were the head of the Luo family, I would surely faint on the spot. The discussions among the crowd were naturally heard by Fong Yuro. At first, she didn't believe Lin Dongkai's words, but Lin Dongkai wouldn't have used such a technique with significant side effects just to deceive her. This could only mean one thing: Lin Dongkai was not lying. Miss, the master has clearly ordered that we must eliminate Jiang Chen here. Now that we know such a shocking secret, why not inform the Luo family? I believe that once the Luo family learns of this situation, they will definitely take action against Jiang Chen. Even Luo Chingan, who has a close relationship with Jiang Chen, would fight him for the honor of the family. We can completely reap the benefits. At this moment, an elderly man with graying hair spoke with a serious tone. This person is named Lu Xian, one of the most trusted subordinates of Fong Jiangu, the head of the Fong family. He is also the steward of the Fong family. His own strength is quite formidable, having reached the 8th tier of the war god level. His purpose for this trip, aside from protecting Fong Yuro, is primarily to ensure that Jiang Chen is killed. As soon as Lu Xian said this, the other two members of the Fong family present nodded in agreement. However, Fong Yuro remained silent. From the very beginning, she had opposed her father's decision to take action against Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Zhao Changming had indeed sent the contract, allowing all the Fong Lay martial arts halls in South China to use the high-tech equipment produced by their group. At this point, Fong Yuro had to be resolute. After taking a deep breath, she looked at Lu Xian and slowly spoke. Well then, since that's the case, let's proceed according to your plan. If I didn't see it wrong just now, the people from the Luo family should also be in this valley. Lu Xian smiled slightly. Miss, rest assured, I know what to do. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Yin Yang Valley, it was incredibly hot here, as if one had arrived at Flame Mountain, with extremely high surface temperatures. After arriving, Deng Ming immediately found Feng Xingxiu. Later, Jin Hongyi and others from the Jin family, as well as Luo Chingan and others from the Luo family, gradually gathered. Only Jiang Chen was nowhere to be found. Damn it, the worst thing I feared has happened. Why does it have to be Jiang Chen? Deng Ming knew very well how strong Jiang Chen's potential was. He would inevitably become a powerhouse on the level of Mo Wanshan in the future. He might even surpass Mo Wanshan. For someone so important to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall and the entire Yin country, he could not have an accident in the ancient civilization ruins. By locating the map in Jiang Chen's possession, Deng Ming immediately learned that Jiang Chen was in the title marsh. He originally planned to take everyone present to the title marsh at once. However, on the way, they encountered a large number of flame wolves attacking. These flame wolves were not very strong, generally at the 3rd or 4th tier of the Lord level, but their numbers were overwhelming, no less than 50. Even though Deng Ming and the others were strong enough, they still spent a lot of time dealing with these flame wolves. Just as they were about to continue to the title marsh, Lu Xian suddenly appeared in front of Deng Ming and the others. "It's you!" Deng Ming recognized Lu Xian and spoke coldly. "If I remember correctly, you should be from the Fong family. What? Are you here to stop us? Can you do that alone?" The other members of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, including those from the Luo and Jin families, were all on high alert towards Lu Xian. After all, they were currently in the ancient civilization ruins, where anything could happen. "Sorry, you've misunderstood me. My purpose here is to find someone from the Luo family." After Lu Xian finished speaking, he looked at Luo Chingan beside him. "Young Master Luo, what I am about to say concerns your Luo family's secret technique that is not to be disclosed." Upon hearing this, Luo Chingan immediately clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. "Lu Xian, what do you mean by that?" "It's simple. I discovered a thief who has been secretly learning your Luo family's light shadow technique, and that person is Jiang Chen." As soon as Lu Xian said this, everyone present, whether from the Luo family or the others, showed an expression of immense shock. "Lu Xian, do you know what you're saying? Jiang Chen is one of us from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. What he has mastered is merely the light step. If you don't have solid evidence, then don't spout nonsense here." Deng Ming knew very well how important the light shadow technique was to the Luo family, and Lu Xian's statement was clearly intended to incite the Luo family against Jiang Chen. Although Deng Ming did not understand why Lu Xian was doing this, he could not allow Lu Xian to succeed. Luo Chingan spoke coldly. "Lu Xian, both Jiang Chen and I are from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. I've also seen Jiang Chen's battles. What he has mastered is merely the flowing light step. Stop trying to sow discord here." Luo Chingan did not believe Lu Xian's words at all. "Ha ha ha." Lu Xian laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Young Master Luo, you are the most outstanding martial artist of the younger generation in the Luo family, and you have already cultivated the flowing light shadow to a great level, so you must be very familiar with the flowing light shadow. I don't believe you haven't doubted Jiang Chen. I am from the Fong family, and I have no grievances with your Luo family. I just can't stand certain thieves. If you are a smart person, you can verify it yourself. Let me tell you the truth. Jiang Chen has already cultivated the flowing light shadow to perfection. If I remember correctly, no one in your Luo family has been able to achieve this in recent years. Are you really willing to let a stranger control your family's secret technique?" At this point, Lu Xian gave Luo Chingan a meaningful glance. "I've said what I needed to say. The next step is up to your own judgment. Goodbye." With that, Lu Xian hurriedly left. At first, Luo Chingan did not believe Lu Xian's words at all, but after thinking carefully, he felt that Lu Xian had no reason to come all this way to deceive him. Moreover, there was no conflict between the Luo family and the Fong family. Recalling the previous battle between Jiang Chen and Fong Xingxiu, Jiang Chen's speed was indeed absurdly fast. His movement technique had clearly surpassed the scope of the flowing light step. At that time, Luo Chingan had already harbored some doubts, but he had not thought much of it. After all, Jiang Chen was just a stranger. Even if he had some contact with Luo Chingan, it was impossible for him to master the flowing light shadow in such a short time. But now the situation was different. Jiang Chen's talent far exceeded Luo Chingan's imagination. He could be considered a prodigy. If he really came into contact with the flowing light shadow, then based on the foundation of the flowing light step, it was indeed possible for him to master it. Seeing that Luo Chingan's expression was off, Deng Ming quickly spoke up. "Chingan, you must remain calm. Lu Xian is notoriously cunning. His words cannot be trusted." Luo Chingan coldly replied, "Teacher Deng, I naturally know Lu Xian is untrustworthy, but this matter is extremely important for my Luo family. If Jiang Chen really learned the flowing light shadow, I will never let him go." As he said this, a sharp killing intent flashed in Luo Chingan's eyes, forming a stark contrast to his previous gentle demeanor. The other members of the Luo family present also clearly showed signs of anger. Regardless of whether Lu Xian's words were true or false, he had to verify it. At a critical moment, it was better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one go. The flowing light shadow was too important for the Luo family. If it were leaked, the family's status would be greatly affected. "Luo Chingan, you and Jiang Chen are both from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Until the matter is clarified, you must not take action against Jiang Chen. If you dare to harm Jiang Chen, don't blame me for being ruthless." As Deng Ming's words fell, an extremely powerful aura erupted from him. Luo Chingan showed no fear. Instead, he directly questioned, "Teacher Deng, what are you panicking about? If Jiang Chen did not steal the flowing light shadow, then of course I would not harm him. And your current panic, can I understand it as you also suspect Jiang Chen can use the flowing light shadow? Upon hearing this, Deng Ming was struck by lightning, standing dumbfounded in place. In fact, during the battle between Jiang Chen and Fong Xingxiu, Deng Ming also had doubts about Jiang Chen's movement techniques. At that time, it wasn't just him, other instructors, including Lu Tingyue and Mo Wanshan, also thought Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. The flowing light step was only an S-level martial technique, yet Jiang Chen's execution was absurdly strong. The only martial art that can surpass the flowing light step and is extremely similar to it is the flowing light shadow. However, due to the fact that the flowing light shadow is a secret technique of the Luo family, even if they had suspicions at the time, they did not speak out. After all, there was no evidence, and mastering the flowing light step to perfection indeed resembled the flowing light shadow. What's wrong? Is Teacher Deng's expression indicating that I guessed correctly? Luo Chingan clenched his fists tightly. The secret techniques of my Luo family will never be obtained by an outsider. Everyone from the Luo family, follow me to find Jiang Chen. I must confront him in person. Wait. Jin Hongyi, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Luo Chingan, I don't care whether Jiang Chen has secretly learned your Luo family's techniques or not. All I know is that Jiang Chen is someone my Jin family has set their sights on. If you dare to harm him, I will be the first to oppose you. Jin Hongyi waved his hand, and the Jin family warriors following him immediately blocked Luo Chingan and the others. Jin Hongyi, do you really dare to stop me? Luo Chingan said angrily. If it were about anything else, he could endure it. But the flowing light shadow was too important. Even if it meant offending Mo Wanshan, he had to reclaim it. Heh, what's there to be afraid of? Jin Hongyi smiled lightly. I may not be able to defeat you, but that doesn't mean the warriors of my Jin family are inferior to you. I'll say it again, if you dare to harm Jiang Chen, I won't be polite. In Jin Hongyi's view, this was a perfect opportunity to win over Jiang Chen. If he could resolve the issues with the Luo family for Jiang Chen would surely be grateful to the Jin family. Even if he didn't choose to join the Jin family, it would still leave Jiang Chen indebted to them. Teacher Deng, what should we do now? Fong Xingxiu never expected such a situation to arise. Originally, with some of them acting together, it would be very safe and much easier to find the heart of the ancient life tree. But who would have thought that because of Lu Xian's few words, the Jin family and the Luo family would actually be on the verge of a major conflict? At this moment, even Deng Ming felt a bit at a loss. Although he was the leader, the warriors accompanying the Jin and Luo families were quite powerful. Deng Ming was not confident in dealing with all of them. Just as they were in the midst of a great conflict, Jiang Chen, far away in the tidal marsh, encountered a very familiar beast. The venom slime. Kid, this is a first-tier king-level beast. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and run. This kid must be crazy. Let's not bother with this foolish warrior from the Yin Kingdom and get out of here. Damn it, there's clearly a wand poison spirit fruit right in front of us, just within reach, and suddenly a venom slime appears. Fuck, this guy is not something we can handle. Brothers, retreat. There were many warriors who entered the ancient civilization ruins, and it was impossible for everyone to be smoothly transported to the Yinyang Valley. Many warriors, like Jiang Chen, were transported to the tidal marsh. At this moment, they were in the central area of the tidal marsh, which had a large stinking swamp. In the swamp, there was a black dead tree. On this dead tree, a black-purple fruit was growing, which was the legendary wand poison spirit fruit. It is said that after consuming it, one can significantly enhance their resistance to poison attributes. Although it cannot make one immune to all poisons, it can greatly reduce the effects of toxins on oneself. Moreover, if one is severely poisoned, consuming the wand poison spirit fruit can directly eliminate all toxins from the body. Upon discovering the wand poison spirit fruit, everyone rushed forward and immediately began to snatch it. As a result, suddenly a massive venom slime emerged from the swamp. Faced with a king-level beast, everyone present was terrified and scattered in all directions. Only Jiang Chen did not choose to leave. In their eyes, Jiang Chen must have been scared silly. A first-tier king-level monster is equivalent to a planetary-level warrior among humans. For them, defeating such a beast is absolutely impossible. But Jiang Chen is different. He has already fought this guy in the trial tower, and they were both at the first-tier king level. At this moment, Jiang Chen is fully confident in dealing with this creature. Although Jiang Chen has a very high resistance to poison, he cannot achieve complete immunity to toxins. However, if he can consume this 10,000 poison spirit fruit, his resistance to poison will undoubtedly become even stronger. It could almost be considered invulnerable to all poisons. Such an opportunity, how could Jiang Chen let it slip by? This swamp is the territory of the venom slime, and the 10,000 poison spirit fruit is its treasure. The venom slime initially thought Jiang Chen would flee in panic like other humans, but Jiang Chen stood still, which infuriated the venom slime. Roar! With a furious roar, the venom slime quickly summoned countless slime splits, swarming towards Jiang Chen. During this process, the venom slime continuously spewed out purple poisonous gas, trying to poison Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was all too familiar with this guy's attack methods and knew exactly how to fight the venom slime. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt no fear at all as he swung the blazing flame dragon slaying blade and charged at the venom slime. No matter how many slime splits there were or how strong the surrounding poisonous gas was, it hardly affected Jiang Chen. He dodged the attacks of the slime splits time and again, getting closer to the main body of the venom slime to launch fierce attacks. With previous battle experience, Jiang Chen found it even easier to deal with the venom slime. In less than a moment, the venom slime, severely injured, absorbed all the slime splits. Yet even so, it still couldn't stop Jiang Chen's assault, being beaten to a pulp and on the verge of collapse. Ultimately, under Jiang Chen's overwhelming power, the venom slime was directly slain. Although Jiang Chen was greatly exhausted after this battle, at least he succeeded. Jiang Chen skillfully removed the venom slime's beast core and was about to head towards the direction of the 10,000 poison spirit fruit when suddenly a golden shadow flashed by, and the 10,000 poison spirit fruit, which was originally hanging on a black dead tree, vanished in an instant. Immediately after, a handsome figure clad in dazzling golden battle armor appeared before Jiang Chen. TSK, kid, I have to admit you are indeed impressive. You actually managed to kill the venom slime. I suppose the transcendent power you awaken in the future will definitely be related to poison attributes. Otherwise, your resistance to poison couldn't possibly be this high. Plus, what you used is the flowing light shadow technique. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the Luo family of the Flame Nation. Just now, you seem to be following Deng Ming, which means you are also a warrior of the Extreme Path Martial Hall. Sorry, but running into me is your misfortune. The one speaking is none other than Josh Howard. Like Jiang Chen, he was also transported to the tidal swamp, temporarily separated from his clan. Originally, Josh Howard planned to head to the Yinyang Valley to reunite with his people, but he unexpectedly learned that there was a 10,000 poison spirit fruit here. Despite the presence of a king-level monster like the venom slime, Josh Howard did not take it seriously. So, he rushed over, intending to slay the venom slime and seize the precious 10,000 poison spirit fruit. However, when he arrived, the venom slime was already dead. What shocked him even more was that the warrior who killed the venom slime was only at the first-tier war god level. He immediately realized how terrifying Jiang Chen's talent was. If it were any other warrior from the Flame Nation, it would be one thing. But the problem is, Jiang Chen comes from the Extreme Path Martial Hall. If such a warrior continues to grow, a second Mo Wanshan will surely emerge in the future. Josh Howard, as the young master of the Howard family, must eliminate Jiang Chen before he fully grows. It's you! Jiang Chen recognized Josh Howard, his eyes revealing a sharp killing intent. Golden-haired foreigner, I advise you to return the 10,000 poison spirit fruit to me. Otherwise, I guarantee you will die a very miserable death. Upon hearing this, Josh Howard burst into mad laughter. Ha, kid, if you hadn't fought the venom slime, I might have been wary of you. After all, the strength you've shown is indeed quite formidable. Even Mo Wanshan's famous weapon was given to you, which proves how much Mo Wanshan values you. It's a pity that after your battle with the venom slime, you must have exhausted your stamina. You will never be able to defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, Josh Howard waved his hand, and 3 golden short blades, entwined with the power of thunder, slowly rose beside him. These were all psychic weapons. Jiang Chen was taken aback. The Josh Howard before him was not an ordinary warrior. He was actually a psychic master. Kid, you are too weak now. I don't even need to take you seriously. Dying under my 3 Thunder Dragon Gold blades would be considered your fortune. Josh Howard was a rare talent in the Howard family, appearing once in 100 years. Not only was his cultivation talent astonishing, but he was also a psychic master. In his view, even if Jiang Chen mastered the flowing light shadow, he would never be his opponent. The 3 Thunder Dragon Gold blades, under Josh Howard's control, instantly combined, unleashing an extremely powerful current. Then, like a lightning golden dragon, they shot towards Jiang Chen. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye, they pierced through Jiang Chen's body. Ha ha ha! Josh Howard laughed madly upon seeing this. Just as he was about to walk over and seize the blazing dragon-slaying blade from Jiang Chen's hands, Jiang Chen's body suddenly transformed into countless golden pythons. Immediately after, these golden pythons merged together, and Jiang Chen appeared unharmed before Josh Howard. What? What kind of martial skill is this? Josh Howard's expression showed immense shock at this scene, but he quickly reacted. Could it be the golden snake dance? Well, I never expected you could learn such a special martial skill. As he spoke, Josh Howard's expression became noticeably serious. Although the golden snake dance was not a martial skill with extremely high attack power, it was very tricky. Any attack received could instantly split the body into golden pythons, thus avoiding damage. In certain situations, it could be considered an immortal body. From his understanding of the golden snake dance, if this martial skill were cultivated to perfection, it could at least revive 10 times. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had just fought a fierce battle with the venom slime, exhausting a great deal of stamina. In this situation, unless Jiang Chen cultivated the golden snake dance to the peak, it would be impossible to revive without consumption. In his view, Jiang Chen could not cultivate the golden snake dance to the peak. He was well aware of how difficult it was to cultivate this martial skill. Jiang Chen had to cultivate both the flowing light shadow and the phantom dominance blade technique. How could he possibly divide his attention to cultivate the golden snake dance? At most, he could only revive 3 or 4 times, which would already be the limit. Although it was a bit tricky, he still believed he had a complete chance of winning. Little did he know, Jiang Chen had already cultivated the golden snake dance to perfection. In the previous battle, Jiang Chen had not suffered any fatal injuries. It was his first time using the golden snake dance's ability in a real fight. He had to admit that copying Luo Chingan earlier was an extremely wise choice. After mastering the golden snake dance to its peak, although the number of revivals is the same as the Great Completion Realm, limited to just 10 times, it allows for revivals without any consumption. This means that even after Jiang Chen had a fierce battle with the venom slime, suffering severe physical exhaustion, it still does not affect his ability to perform the golden snake dance. If he hadn't just fought the venom slime, dealing with Josh Howard would have been a piece of cake. The problem is, he is now left with very little stamina. Even though he had just consumed a potion to restore his stamina, it still requires some time to recover. During this period, Jiang Chen can use the ability of the golden snake dance to buy time. Josh Howard, are all the people from the Howard family this despicable? I clearly killed the venom slime, yet you took the opportunity to strike and seize it. Your actions are just like your old man, shameless. If it weren't for our guild master showing mercy back then, your old man would probably be dead by now. I advise you to return the 10,000 poison spirit fruit to me, or you will pay an extremely painful price. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Josh Howard instantly flew into a rage. What the hell are you? How dare you slander the Howard family? Today, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. With a furious shout, Josh Howard controlled 3 Thunder Dragon Gold Blades, rapidly flying towards Jiang Chen. Even though Jiang Chen tried his best to dodge, he was still pierced by the 3 Thunder Dragon Gold Blades. Fortunately, with the ability of the Golden Snake Dance, Jiang Chen revived once again. Fuck! I want to see how many times you can revive with your current stamina. Josh Howard continued to control the Thunder Dragon Gold Blades, launching a frenzied attack on Jiang Chen. During this time, even though Jiang Chen could use the flowing light shadow to evade, he refrained from doing so in order to recover his stamina as quickly as possible. Thus, under Josh Howard's relentless assault, Jiang Chen died time and again. But thanks to the ability of the Golden Snake Dance, he revived again and again. How? How is this possible? You just fought the venom slime. Why do you still have the stamina to continue using the Golden Snake Dance? Josh Howard initially thought Jiang Chen could revive at most 3 or 4 times, but now Jiang Chen had already revived for the 9th time. Even more shocking was that Jiang Chen showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he seemed to be in better condition. His aura grew stronger. Even if Josh Howard was slow to react, he immediately realized something was wrong. Could it be that you have mastered the Golden Snake Dance to its peak? Thinking of this, Josh Howard displayed an expression of immense shock. It was clear that Jiang Chen was deliberately stalling for time to recover his stamina. You bastard, you're too cunning. Today, I will definitely kill you. Josh Howard knew very well that the Golden Snake Dance could revive a maximum of 10 times. Now that it was the 9th time, if he killed Jiang Chen 2 more times, he would be completely dead. But just as he controlled the Thunder Dragon Gold Blades to strike at Jiang Chen, suddenly the surrounding space began to distort, and the Thunder Dragon Gold Blades flying in midair seemed to be trapped. Before Josh Howard could react, Jiang Chen had already appeared behind him. Wielding the blazing flame dragon slaying blade, he unleashed a devastating strike, mercilessly swinging the blade towards Josh Howard. As long as this strike hit, even if Josh Howard didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, the situation did not unfold as Jiang Chen had anticipated. At the moment he swung his blade, an extremely dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Josh Howard. It was as if a golden light shield had appeared, blocking Jiang Chen's lethal blow. Although Josh Howard was still knocked back by the force of the devastating strike, he did not suffer significant damage. What kind of monster are you? Mastering the Golden Snake Dance to its peak is one thing, but you actually managed to master the flowing light shadow to its peak as well. Not right. I know the situation of the Luo family, and there is no one who can do it. Josh Howard said in shock, You are not one of the Luo family, who exactly are you? Is it necessary for me to tell you who I am? Jiang Chen looked at Josh Howard with extreme disdain. You only need to know that you will undoubtedly die today. By now, Jiang Chen's physical strength had almost fully recovered. How could he let Josh Howard go? Kid, you are too arrogant. Josh Howard said angrily, do you think you can kill me? I don't care who you are. I will never let you leave here alive. As soon as the words fell, the golden armor on Josh Howard erupted with a dazzling golden light. Accompanying it was a deafening roar of thunder. A large amount of lightning energy gathered around him, forming a dense array of lightning arrows. 10,000 shadow thunder arrows. Josh Howard shouted angrily, and these lightning arrows shot towards Jiang Chen in an instant. At first, Josh Howard did not want to fight Jiang Chen seriously, he only wanted to use his mentalist abilities to kill Jiang Chen. But now, Jiang Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations. If Jiang Chen continued to grow, the Sun Flame Kingdom would surely give birth to an extremely powerful warrior, even surpassing Imo Wanshan. By then, the Howard family would likely face disaster. To prevent this from happening, he had to kill Jiang Chen at all costs. At this moment, the technique he was using was Josh Howard's self-created martial art. The awakened power he possessed was of the lightning element, granting him immense thunder power. Using the 10,000 shadow thunder arrows also meant that Josh Howard was serious. In his view, even if Jiang Chen mastered the flowing light escape, it was impossible to completely evade such a wide-ranging and high-frequency attack from the 10,000 shadow thunder arrows. Each lightning arrow was extremely fast and powerful. It was the strongest martial art developed by Josh Howard. Just now, when he blocked Jiang Chen's overwhelming attack, it was also his self-created martial art, called the Thunder Shield. This move was a passive skill that stored thunder power within his body during normal times. Once faced with life-threatening danger, it would immediately erupt to form an indestructible shield. Oh, now it's serious. Let me see just how strong you, the top expert of the younger generation of the Howard family, really are. Facing the barrage of lightning arrows, Jiang Chen showed no fear at all. Just as Josh Howard had anticipated, he could not completely evade such a dense and high-frequency attack. Even with the flowing light escape speed, he would still be affected. But even so, Jiang Chen still did not take Josh Howard's 10,000 shadow thunder arrows seriously. What others could not evade was as easy as pie for Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen immediately used the phantom disappearance technique, and in an instant, 10 identical Jiang Chens appeared before Josh Howard. Each one executed the flowing light escape, dodging the attacks of the 10,000 shadow thunder arrows. Do you think this can confuse me? Then you are underestimating me too much. Josh Howard knew that Jiang Chen mastered the phantom blade technique, so he would definitely use the phantom disappearance skill. He had long anticipated that Jiang Chen would use this move to confuse him. Josh Howard was not the least bit flustered. He fully activated his powerful thunder power, condensing more lightning arrows and launching a more intense attack. In his view, since he could not distinguish which was Jiang Chen's true body, he would kill them all. After all, Jiang Chen could not completely evade. Under the terrifying onslaught of the 10,000 shadow thunder arrows, Jiang Chen's clones disappeared one after another. Seeing this scene unfold, Josh Howard laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, even if you are exceptionally gifted, what does it matter? In the face of absolute power, any flashy techniques are meaningless. You're dead. With Josh Howard's furious roar, the last clone of Jiang Chen completely vanished. Wait, something's not right. Why did they all disappear? Were all 10 just clones? What about that kid's real body? Once Josh Howard realized this, his expression turned to one of utter shock. Just then, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back, and when he turned around, he saw Jiang Chen's eyes glowing with a deep blue light. Josh Howard had no chance to react before he felt a sharp pain in his head. Josh Howard knelt on the ground in agony, clutching his head tightly. Beyond the pain, he felt a sense of disorientation and dizziness. This was not a new martial technique Jiang Chen had learned, but a power unique to mentalists, mental shock. After reaching the God of War level, Jiang Chen focused on cultivating his mental power. In less than a month, he progressed from the beginner level to the initial stage. Although he was still far from the supreme transcendent mentalist level, an initial stage mentalist was already vastly stronger than a beginner level mentalist. As a result, Jiang Chen mastered the skill of mental shock. From the moment he saw Josh Howard display his mentalist abilities, he realized that Josh Howard's mental power was merely at the beginner level. It was clear that this guy had focused solely on enhancing his own strength and researching martial techniques over the years, leaving no time to cultivate his mental power. For Josh Howard, mental power was merely a supplementary combat ability. Rather than wasting time on mental power cultivation, it was more practical to work hard on improving his own cultivation level. Jiang Chen discovered this weakness in Josh Howard and used Phantom Mirage to confuse him, allowing him to unleash mental shock at close range. If Josh Howard's mental power had been at the initial stage like Jiang Chen's, then Jiang Chen's mental shock would have had little effect on him. But since Josh Howard was only at the beginner level, Jiang Chen's mental shock undoubtedly inflicted great damage. How? How could this happen? You actually have mental power. Josh Howard tried to get back on his feet, but the overwhelming dizziness and the pain in his head left him unable to stand. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen could cultivate his mental power to the initial stage. If Jiang Chen had excessively focused on mental power cultivation, then his own cultivation level and martial techniques couldn't possibly be so strong. After all, a person's energy is limited. No matter how talented Jiang Chen was, it shouldn't be possible. Little did he know, Jiang Chen hardly needed to spend much time on his own cultivation level and martial techniques. With the Void Martial Arts arena, he could rapidly enhance his cultivation and instantly master martial techniques to their peak. Naturally, he had plenty of time to delve into mental power. However, it was unexpected for him to reach the initial stage of mental power cultivation in just a month. Perhaps he truly had an extraordinary talent in mental power. Kid, I advise you to calm down. I am the heir of the Howard family. If you dare to kill me, my father will never let you go. Josh Howard exerted all his strength to try to stand up, but the impact of the mental shock was too great. Although the pain in his head had lessened, he still felt an intense dizziness. It was as if he had spun around countless times, and everything appeared to be spinning. In this state, as soon as he stood up, he would lose control and fall. It was nearly impossible to recover in a short time. If he had known earlier that Jiang Chen was a mentalist, he would never have been so careless. It was even more impossible for him to have taken Jiang Chen's mental shock head-on without any defenses. Now, all he felt was endless regret. If he had been a bit more vigilant, this situation would not have occurred. Hearing Josh Howard's words at this moment, Jiang Chen scoffed. Golden-haired foreigner, did you turn into an idiot after taking my mental shock? This is an ancient civilization ruin. How could the outside world know what happens inside? Even if I kill you now, who would find out? As Jiang Chen spoke, he swung the flame-slashing dragon blade, his eyes filled with killing intent. Since he had already made an enemy of this guy, he had to eradicate him today. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would definitely face significant trouble in the future. No, you can't do this. Josh Howard noticed the look in Jiang Chen's eyes and turned pale with fear. Before he could say anything more, a flash of blade light suddenly passed. Josh Howard didn't even have a chance to react before he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Immediately after, his head rolled to the ground, blood staining the floor. Jiang Chen had severed his head with one strike. What's the use of talking so much nonsense? If you were truly a smart person, you wouldn't have provoked me. Jiang Chen looked at Josh Howard's corpse as if it were a dead dog. He never showed mercy to such scum. Not to mention that the Extreme Path Martial Arts School and the Howard family already had a grudge. Jiang Chen could take this opportunity to deal with these despicable people. Then, Jiang Chen took off the storage ring from Josh Howard's hand, and after confirming that the universal poison fruit was safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the venom slime and Josh Howard's corpse were here, it was clear that he could not stay any longer. Many people had seen the universal poison fruit just now, and surely more would come here one after another. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Jiang Chen decided to leave the tidal marsh first. In his view, the fact that Deng Ming and the others had not appeared in the tidal marsh for so long indicated that they must have encountered special circumstances. This was why they couldn't come to find Jiang Chen. Rather than waiting here indefinitely, it was better to head to the Nether Forest first. Jiang Chen's purpose for this trip was to obtain the heart of the ancient tree of life. The sooner he went to the Nether Forest, the higher the probability of obtaining the heart of the ancient tree of life. Anyway, with Jiang Chen's current strength, even if he encountered a king-level monster, he would still have the power to fight. He felt no fear at all, and after making his decision, he immediately set off for the Nether Forest. Meanwhile, at the junction of the Yinyang Valley and the Red Fireland, Lin Jinbei walked alone towards the direction of the Yinyang Valley. His situation was quite similar to Jiang Chen's. He had not been teleported into the Yinyang Valley but had instead been sent to the Red Fireland. The Red Fireland was like a mountain of flames, a paradise for fire-type monsters, extremely hot. After being teleported to the Red Fireland, Lin Jinbei immediately headed for the Yinyang Valley, not only to reunite with the people from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, but more importantly, to investigate Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Previously, outside the Bronze Gate, he had already given Jiang Chen a chance, but Jiang Chen's actions had infuriated him to the extreme, and the last trace of familial affection he had for Jiang Chen had vanished. Even if Jiang Chen displayed astonishing talent, Lin Jinbei could not forgive him. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was an extremely unstable time bomb. Since he could not control him or make Jiang Chen change his mind, he would take action to eliminate this hidden danger. Jiang Chen, your father has given you countless chances, yet you have never cherished them. You have truly disappointed me. But don't worry, After your death, I will ensure you return to the Lyn family. Consider it my final compensation to you." At that moment, Lin Jinbei suddenly saw several people from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall approaching. Lin Jinbei hurriedly stepped forward. "Great, you're all here. Have you seen Jiang Chen?" As he spoke, Lin Jinbei noticed a serious-looking middle-aged man beside him. This man was Zhao Yi, a warrior of battle god level, rank 7, and the strongest fighter sent by the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall on this trip. Although he took orders from Lin Jinbei, he was actually responsible for monitoring him. Lin Jinbei was well aware of this, so he had to handle the matter of Jiang Chen carefully. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to leave the ancient civilization ruins alive. Zhao Yi smiled slightly upon hearing this. "Director Lin, I must say your luck is indeed quite good. Perhaps this time you won't have to deal with Jiang Chen personally." Hearing this, Lin Jinbei was taken aback. "What do you mean by that? Could it be that Jiang Chen is already dead?" Even though Lin Jinbei's purpose for this trip was to kill Jiang Chen, if someone else had killed him, he would still feel heartbroken. After all, no matter what, Jiang Chen was his own son. No. Zhao Yi shook his head. "Jiang Chen is not dead yet, but he's close. Before coming here, I accidentally learned a huge secret. Your son Jiang Chen has actually been secretly learning the flowing light shadow technique from the Luo family, and it seems he has cultivated it to an unimaginable level. This is a secret technique that the Luo family does not pass on, and Jiang Chen's theft of the flowing light shadow has completely enraged the Luo family. Now Luo Chingan and others from the Luo family are frantically searching for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Moreover, even the Fong family is going to take action against Jiang Chen. Do you think Jiang Chen has any chance of surviving this time?" Zhao Yi patted Lin Jinbei on the shoulder. "Director Lin, you can rest assured, Jiang Chen will definitely die this time. Our next goal is to fully search for the heart of the ancient life tree." Upon learning this, Lin Jinbei fell into silence. He never expected that Jiang Chen had unknowingly provoked so many big figures. Unfilial son. How could I have such an unfilial son? Fortunately, I have severed all ties with him, otherwise, my Lin family would surely be implicated. At this moment, on the other side of the Yinyang Valley, Deng Ming was hurrying towards the tidal marsh with Fong Xingxiu. Damn it, how could this happen? All of this is because of those people from the Fong family. So damn annoying. Deng Ming recalled what had just happened, and his heart was filled with immense anger. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Lu Xian, the steward of the Fong residence, Luo Chingan and the others from the Luo family wouldn't have suspected Jiang Chen. The Jin family wouldn't have fought with the Luo family over Jiang Chen. In the end, the two families parted ways unhappily, leaving only Deng Ming and Fong Xingxiu. "Teacher Deng, I think the priority should be to find Jiang Chen. From the looks of it, both the Fong family and the Luo family are likely to take action against him. Plus, with the people from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall and the Howard family, Jiang Chen really has enemies all around. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let him participate in this treasure-seeking conference." Fong Xingxiu felt quite speechless about this. Although he had lost to Jiang Chen before, he truly acknowledged his inferiority and accepted his defeat. During this time, he had been aiming to surpass Jiang Chen and absolutely did not want Jiang Chen to die without reason. "Don't worry, Jiang Chen has a map with him, so we will definitely be able to find him," Deng Ming said, then used the holographic energy meter in his hand to locate Jiang Chen's exact position. He initially thought Jiang Chen would be waiting in the tidal marsh, but unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was leaving the tidal marsh at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, Jiang Chen was not heading towards the Yinyang Valley, but rather the Nether Forest. This kid actually wants to go to such a dangerous place. Didn't we agree that he would wait in place? Deng Ming was already very angry, and Jiang Chen's actions only fueled his rage. This wasn't his first time entering an ancient civilization ruin. He had previously been to the Nether Forest. He knew all too well how terrifying the Nether Forest could be. If it hadn't been for the accident that occurred there, Deng Ming wouldn't have lost his left arm and left leg. Almost all of his companions who entered the Nether Forest with him had died. Now, Jiang Chen was going there alone. How could he not feel furious? But upon reflection, he could understand Jiang Chen. After all, the earlier events had delayed them for too long. Jiang Chen had only just left the tidal marsh, clearly having waited for a while. He couldn't blame Jiang Chen for not following orders. "Teacher Deng, what should we do now?" Fong Xingxiu said helplessly upon learning of the situation. "That kid Jiang Chen must be eager to enter the Nether Forest to search for the heart of the ancient tree of life. We can't let him go into such a dangerous place alone. Let's go, we must head to the Nether Forest immediately." With that, Deng Ming led Fong Xingxiu swiftly toward the direction of the Nether Forest. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, using his mentalist flying ability, left the tidal marsh before dark. However, as he entered the range of the nether forest, the sunset that had been on the horizon vanished in an instant. It was as if he had stepped into a forest that existed only in darkness, devoid of any sunlight. An extremely oppressive atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The trees here were starkly different from the lush greenery of ordinary forests. They were entirely a deep black, like darkness solidified in the night. The trunks were covered in twisted patterns, as if time and unknown forces had etched their marks upon them. Even more horrifying, each tree trunk bore a face, some fierce, some mournful, some indifferent. These faces seemed to twitch slightly in the breeze, emitting low murmurs or silent wails that sent chills down one's spine. This damned place is too eerie, Jiang Chen thought. Even though he had seen many dangerous forests, the situation in the nether forest shocked him greatly. Moreover, it was unusually quiet. He didn't hear a single roar from any beasts. It was as if the entire nether forest was devoid of any monsters. But Jiang Chen knew that was impossible. The nether forest was the most perilous place in the ancient civilization ruins. How could it be without monsters? Just then, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. He turned cautiously to see a warrior from Europa limping toward him. In the dim light of the night, Jiang Chen vaguely saw that the European warrior's face was extremely pale, devoid of color. It was completely different from the complexion of a normal warrior. Coupled with the oppressive environment and the black trees with human faces, it appeared extremely bizarre. "Stop!" Jiang Chen tried to shout. However, the approaching European warrior seemed not to hear him and continued to stumble toward Jiang Chen. Something's not right with this guy. Jiang Chen instinctively took 2 steps back. When the European warrior saw this movement, his originally hollow eyes suddenly glowed with a chilling red light. Roar! In the next moment, the European warrior's face twisted grotesquely, letting out a beast-like roar as he charged at Jiang Chen. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen realized that this guy had a pitch-black hole in his chest. It looked as if all the blood had drained away, extremely horrifying. Jiang Chen then realized that this guy was not alive, he was already dead. What the hell is this place? Why has a dead warrior turned into this? Jiang Chen immediately took out the 6-blade arc knife disc, controlling the 6 arc knives to form a large blade. The moment the European warrior charged in front of him, he swung down and severed his head. As the head rolled to the ground, the European warrior gradually lost his ability to move and collapsed. Just as Jiang Chen had anticipated, the blood in this guy's body had already been drained. Even with his head severed, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Jiang Chen initially intended to closely examine this strange corpse. However, unexpectedly, the corpse suddenly began to tremble violently, and several thin branches extended from the severed head. These branches immediately inserted themselves into the decapitated head. Following that, the head astonishingly reattached itself to the body, and the European warrior's corpse stood up once more. What? Is this even possible? Jiang Chen was utterly shocked as he witnessed this scene unfold. Before he could recover from his astonishment, 2 more corpses appeared on his left and right sides. Their conditions were the same as the European warriors, with twisted, pale faces, and each had a horrifying blood hole at the entrance. Jiang Chen immediately realized that this must be the ability of a beast. Perhaps a very powerful beast was controlling these corpses. Roar! Accompanied by a series of beast-like roars, those once dead warriors crazily lunged toward Jiang Chen. Damn it, no matter what, I have to make sure these guys lose their ability to move completely. Jiang Chen looked around, noticing that more and more controlled warrior corpses were appearing. He had no time to think further and immediately took out the flame-slashing dragon blade, which instantly ignited in fierce flames. With the overwhelming power of the flames, he slashed through these warrior corpses while burning them to ashes. In Jiang Chen's view, since there was a beast controlling these corpses, as long as he made these corpses completely disappear, the crisis would naturally be resolved. Everything was just as Jiang Chen had imagined. Once these warrior corpses were burned to ashes, they would not be restored. At that moment, Jiang Chen astonishingly discovered that each corpse left behind a strange black mushroom after being reduced to ashes. Jiang Chen dared not touch this bizarre thing casually but observed it from a distance. He noticed that these black mushrooms also bore grotesque human faces, quite similar to the black trees around. What on earth is this thing? Jiang Chen felt genuinely puzzled about the situation in the netherworld forest. From the moment he entered, everything had been extremely strange. But one thing Jiang Chen was very clear about was that this netherworld forest was indeed extremely dangerous. If he hadn't dealt with those controlled corpses earlier, his fate could very well have been the same as those dead warriors. As it stood, Jiang Chen could completely confirm that there must be a very cunning beast lurking in the surroundings. This guy has yet to show himself, merely controlling the corpses of these dead warriors. Perhaps this guy's true form isn't very strong. However, since entering the ancient civilization ruins, there has been continuous fighting. Even if potions can restore stamina, one must still rest properly. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen decided to leave this place first and find a relatively safe spot to rest for the night. He then looked around and headed toward the jungle in the right front. However, just after Jiang Chen left, the black trees with grotesque human faces all opened their eyes, as if watching their easily obtainable prey, revealing eerie smiles. But soon, they returned to their original state, as if nothing had changed. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Chen had already delved deep into the netherworld forest. Aside from the controlled warrior corpses he had just discovered, he had not found any beasts. Just then, he suddenly noticed a firelight ahead. As Jiang Chen approached, he found 3 warriors from the Indian kingdom resting in place. The 3 of them were clearly shocked by Jiang Chen's arrival, thinking he was one of the controlled warrior corpses and prepared to fight at once. "Wait, I am not one of those corpses, I am a living person." Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly spoke up. The 3 warriors from the Indian and Tibetan countries finally saw Jiang Chen's appearance and confirmed that he was indeed not a dead body. "Damn, this ghostly place is really too eerie. How dare you, a warrior from the Flame Nation, come here alone? Where are your companions?" One of the Indian and Tibetan warriors, with a full beard, looked Jiang Chen up and down, speaking with suspicion. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just a newly initiated warrior at the God of War level. It was impossible for him to dare to enter the ancient civilization ruins alone, let alone venture into the nether forest by himself. The other 2 Indian and Tibetan warriors also looked at Jiang Chen with deep confusion. "I got separated from my companions and accidentally wandered into the nether forest. I want to know what exactly happened with those corpses that appeared just now." Jiang Chen could suppress his own aura, allowing the 3 Indian and Tibetan warriors to lower their guard. After all, they were unaware of Jiang Chen's identity, and he could easily disguise himself as a novice to learn more about the nether forest. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the 3 Indian and Tibetan warriors did not speak immediately but exchanged meaningful glances. Then, the bearded warrior waved his hand at Jiang Chen, signaling him to sit by the fire. He then spoke in a serious tone, "Young man, since your companions are lost, it will be impossible to reunite in a short time. It's even possible that your companions are already dead. To ensure that we all can leave the nether forest alive, I think we should cooperate. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Rajiv, from the Destruction sect of the Indian and Tibetan countries. These 2 are my junior brothers." Jiang Chen had some understanding of the Destruction sect of the Indian and Tibetan countries. It was one of the 3 major sects in the Indian and Tibetan countries, equivalent to the 3 top-tier sects, the Creation sect, the Preservation sect, and the Destruction sect. They corresponded to the 3 legendary deities of the Indian and Tibetan countries, Burning Heaven, Vishnu, and Shiva. After Rajiv finished his introduction, Jiang Chen immediately spoke. "My name is Jiang Chen, from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall of the Flame Nation." "I see." Rajiv nodded slightly. "Jiang Chen, if I'm not mistaken, this should be your first time entering the nether forest. Let me tell you the truth. The danger level of this nether forest far exceeds your imagination. The moving corpses of warriors you encountered earlier are actually controlled by an extremely powerful beast. That beast's abilities are quite tricky and strong. The 3 of us have already found its lair. Unfortunately, we are still a bit lacking in strength. If you can join forces with us, that beast will undoubtedly die. It is said that there are extremely precious treasures in that beast's lair, perhaps even the heart of the ancient tree of life. Are you interested in teaming up? If we succeed, we will split the treasures in the lair." Rajiv and the other 3 Indian and Tibetan warriors all focused their attention on Jiang Chen, waiting for a response. They thought Jiang Chen would take a long time to consider, but unexpectedly, without hesitation, Jiang Chen directly replied, "Sure, I can team up with you." The 3 Indian and Tibetan warriors were momentarily stunned, then their hearts filled with joy. "Ha ha ha, good, good, Brother Jiang is truly a straightforward person. In that case, let's rest here for the night, and tomorrow we will go find that beast," Rajiv said excitedly. Jiang Chen did not continue to speak but quietly found a safe spot to close his eyes and rest. Rajiv and the other 3 Indian and Tibetan warriors looked at Jiang Chen, who was meditating with closed eyes, and all unconsciously revealed strange smiles. Due to the entire nether forest being shrouded in black mist, it was impossible to distinguish between day and night. Everyone could only check the time using their watches. Around 9 o'clock the next morning, Rajer and the 3 warriors from the Indifans led Jiang Chen towards a dense forest. "Jiang Chen, the place we are heading to is a cave deep within the forest, concealed by vines. Inside this cave, there is a poisonous spider with a human face, and its strength is extremely formidable, at least at the first tier of the king level. We must not take this powerful beast lightly. From now on, you must follow my commands," Rajer said to Jiang Chen with a serious tone. After seeing the 3 warriors from the Indifans last night, Jiang Chen had already sensed their cultivation levels. Among them, Rajer was the strongest, exuding the aura of a peak 7th tier war god. The other two were around the 3rd tier of war gods. It is quite normal for a team to follow the commands of the strongest member. Jiang Chen did not speak but merely nodded slightly. Seeing Jiang Chen comply so obediently, Roger smiled with satisfaction. The two Indifan warriors beside him instinctively raised the corners of their mouths. In fact, Jiang Chen had noticed these subtle changes in their expressions last night. However, he did not pay any attention to it. With his strength, dealing with these three was more than enough. Right now, Jiang Chen's goal was to discover what treasures lay deep within the cave in the forest. Under Roger's guidance, Jiang Chen swiftly navigated through the dense forest. Along the way, they occasionally encountered those manipulated, eerie corpses. Whenever these corpses appeared, they were immediately dealt with by Roger and the others. Their method was the same as Jiang Chen's, using flames to burn them to ashes. Throughout the journey, Jiang Chen hardly needed to take action and was smoothly led to the depths of the forest. At this moment, a cave concealed by vines appeared before Jiang Chen, exactly as Roger had described. Even before entering the cave, Jiang Chen could sense the unusual aura emanating from within. Jiang Chen, that human-faced poisonous spider is sleeping inside this cave. After we discovered it yesterday, we covered the entrance with vines to prevent others from getting there first. We will all enter at the same time and launch a surprise attack while it is still asleep. Even a king-level beast won't be able to withstand our combined assault. After Roger finished speaking, he took the lead and entered the cave. The other two Indifan warriors followed closely behind. Jiang Chen did not think much of it and calmly followed them. Once inside the cave, Jiang Chen found that the internal space was vast. But at that moment, Roger and the three Indifan warriors suddenly executed a special movement technique. The three of them vanished before Jiang Chen's eyes like ghosts in an instant. Without giving Jiang Chen any chance to react, they immediately fled the cave. Following that, Roger activated his transcendent power, instantly forming an indestructible iron wall at the cave entrance. He sealed the entrance tightly, leaving Jiang Chen no opportunity to escape. Ha ha ha, I've seen foolishness, but I've never seen anyone as foolish as this guy. In such a dangerous place, he actually trusts us so easily. He's simply a complete fool. Kid, just wait to die in the cave, ha ha ha. After laughing maniacally a few times, Roger hurriedly left with his companions. As soon as they entered the ancient civilization ruins yesterday, Roger led his companions straight to the Nether Forest. This was not his first time here. He was well aware that the Nether Forest was divided into 3 areas. This dense forest was one of those areas, home to a very powerful human-faced demon spider. This creature was the overlord beast of this forest. Anyone who entered would be killed by it. Moreover, it would implant special spores into the corpses, turning the deceased warriors into puppets under its control. But in this dangerous place, there exists a treasure known as the Spider King Spirit Crystal. This is a rare spirit crystal condensed from the body of a human-faced demon spider, containing immense energy. It is not only highly beneficial for martial artists' cultivation but can also unleash potential at critical moments, helping them break through bottlenecks. Typically, it takes hundreds of years for a human-faced demon spider to produce a single Spider King Spirit Crystal. These crystals are hidden within the dense forest, and the human-faced demon spider would usually guard them closely. It would only leave the Spider King Spirit Crystal under one circumstance, when it is about to lay its spider eggs. After Roger discovered this secret, he had been planning how to safely seize the Spider King Spirit Crystal. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Jiang Chen appeared. Roger seized this opportunity to lure Jiang Chen into the cave. As long as the human-faced demon spider was occupied by Jiang Chen, Roger and the others could take the Spider King Spirit Crystal. At this moment, in the dim cave, Jiang Chen was not too surprised by Roger and the others' actions. He had already anticipated that these 3 martial artists from the Yinfan kingdom had ill intentions. Indeed, everything was just a trap. Just now, Jiang Chen had the ability to break through the iron wall and settle accounts with those 3. But he was not in a hurry to do so. He was quite curious about this cave. Jiang Chen wanted to see if there was indeed the human-faced poison spider they had described. If there was, it would mean that the Spider King Spirit Crystal might exist here. This thing would greatly aid martial artists in their cultivation, and Jiang Chen had to obtain it. Thus, Jiang Chen walked alone deeper into the cave. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an extremely foul odor. Immediately after, a large spider, black and purple all over, appeared before Jiang Chen. This creature had 6 eyes on its head and a hideous human face. Its tail had a massive blood-red mouth, oozing black and purple venom. The foul odor Jiang Chen smelled was the scent of this venom. The terrifying spider before him was the human-faced demon spider. Its aura was incredibly powerful, on par with the venom slime Jiang Chen had encountered earlier, both reaching the first rank of the king level. Roar! The human-faced demon spider let out an extremely angry roar upon seeing Jiang Chen intrude into its territory. Jiang Chen did not show any signs of fear. He clearly saw that not far behind the human-faced demon spider were several black and purple spider eggs. It was evident that this creature had just laid these spider eggs. In this situation, the human-faced demon spider would undoubtedly be very weak. This was the perfect opportunity for Jiang Chen to take it down. Just as Jiang Chen had anticipated, the human-faced demon spider had just given birth and was extremely weak. In this case, a human martial artist suddenly intruding here would provoke the human-faced demon spider, which already harbored animosity towards humans, and it would not allow a human to harm its offspring. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, several strands of black and purple silk shot out from the massive blood-red mouth of the human-faced demon spider. These silks were not only extremely sharp but also laced with deadly poison. As long as one was ensnared, the venom would invade their body. The human-faced demon spider had just given birth and needed to replenish some nutrients. A war god-level martial artist would undoubtedly be the best supplement for it. Facing the sudden attack of the human-faced demon spider, Jiang Chen did not show the slightest panic. His eyes instantly became sharp as an eagle, and his mental energy surged. The six-blade arc knife floated beside him under his mental control, emitting a faint cold light. The blazing flame dragon-slaying knife in his hand ignited with a roaring flame. The powerful force of the flames caused the temperature in the entire cave to rise rapidly. Oomph! Just in time, let me see how strong this beast really is, Jiang Chen said in a low voice, his figure flashing like a ghost, skillfully dodging the several strands of poisonous silk. At the same time, he swung the blazing flame dragon-slaying knife fiercely, unleashing the dominating blade-breaking slash. A blazing knife-like light sliced through the air, instantly severing all the spider's silk and charging straight towards the human-faced demon spider. The human-faced demon spider, upon seeing this, immediately showed a look of shock. It quickly realized that this human warrior was extraordinary, otherwise, it would not have been able to cut through its silk so easily. To ensure it could kill this human warrior, it shook its tail again, releasing more spider silk like a torrential rain, attempting to bind Jiang Chen. At the same time, the six eyes of the human-faced demon spider emitted a purple glow. These lights seemed harmless, but they possessed a special hallucinogenic ability. Staring at these purple lights for an extended period would lead to disorientation, trapping one in an inescapable illusion. As long as Jiang Chen was affected by the purple glow, he would definitely be unable to fend off the attack of the spider silk. At that point, it could bind Jiang Chen tightly and devour him bite by bite. In the past, it had used this method to kill countless human warriors. The corpses of those controlled warriors were deliberately left behind by the human-faced demon spider, intending to slowly consume them after laying its spider eggs. Now it aimed to use the same method to kill Jiang Chen. Oh, I really didn't expect you to possess such a special skill, but do you think this level of mental attack is effective against me? You're too naive. Jiang Chen was a mentalist, and his mental power had already reached the initial stage. When facing the nightmare beast before, Jiang Chen had already been unaffected by its influence. Now, how could he fear the mental attacks of the human-faced demon spider? Jiang Chen sneered twice, ignoring the purple glow of the human-faced demon spider, and fully activated his mental power. The six-blade arc knife spun under his control like a whirlwind, severing the incoming spider silk one by one. Coupled with the power of the blazing dragon-slaying knife in Jiang Chen's hand, no matter how the human-faced demon spider spewed out silk, it could not touch Jiang Chen at all. Everything was cut down, turning into specks of black and purple starlight that dissipated. What, is this all the attack methods you have? You're really too weak. Next, let me show you my true strength. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he erupted with astonishing speed. The surrounding space seemed to twist at that moment. The human-faced demon spider had no chance to resist as Jiang Chen charged right in front of it. The blazing dragon-slaying knife in his hand was wrapped in raging flames, mercilessly swinging towards the human-faced demon spider. In a desperate situation, the human-faced demon spider could only passively defend against Jiang Chen's attack. It engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle with Jiang Chen using its 8 hard spider legs. Even though the opponent was a king-level demon beast, Jiang Chen showed no signs of falling behind. Not only was his attack speed extremely fast, but his attack power also far exceeded the human-faced demon spider's imagination. During the battle, Jiang Chen perfectly showcased his astonishing strength. At the same time, he utilized his abilities as a mentalist to continuously disrupt the actions of the human-faced demon spider, making this already weakened demon beast even more difficult to cope with. For a moment, the cave was filled with flashes of blades and shadows of fire, and mental power surged. A life-and-death struggle was unfolding fiercely. The human-faced demon spider never expected that this human strength would be so absurdly powerful. Although the cave was spacious, it was still too narrow for the large-bodied human-faced demon spider. Many of its skills could not be effectively executed. Normally, it would immediately choose to burst out of the cave and fight Jiang Chen in an open space, but now it could not do that. Behind it were the spider eggs, all its children. If it forced its way out of the cave and the cave collapsed, all its children would perish. It could only choose to continue fighting Jiang Chen in this extremely unfavorable environment. While constantly fending off Jiang Chen's attacks, its blood-filled mouth at the tail continued to spew out spider silk. Additionally, one after another, things resembling dandelions flew out. These were the human-faced demon spider's extremely malicious skill, parasitic spores. As long as these spores attach to Jiang Chen, he can turn Jiang Chen into a walking corpse, just like those controlled warrior corpses. However, the attack methods of the face spider were all within Jiang Chen's expectations. He manipulated the six-blade arc knife disc, spinning around the face spider like a whirlwind. Whether it was the spider's silk or those black spores, they were instantly sliced apart. He also continuously unleashed mental shocks towards the face spider. Although it couldn't cause significant damage to the face spider, it slowed its movements, preventing it from launching accurate attacks. As time passed, the face spider's offensive gradually weakened, while Jiang Chen's blade light grew increasingly fierce. Finally, Jiang Chen found an excellent opportunity to close in and unleash his ultimate move, dominating the world. After a fierce slash, the blazing dragon-slaying knife deeply cut into the face spider's body, flames instantly enveloping it, emitting a series of wails. The face spider struggled but could no longer escape Jiang Chen's blade. Gradually, its body turned to ashes in the flames, leaving behind a beast core that shimmered with a strange light. To ensure nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Chen destroyed all the spider eggs, cutting the roots. Strange, there's actually no Spider King Spirit Crystal here? After collecting the face spider's beast core, Jiang Chen looked around, his expression filled with confusion. Soon, he realized, it seems this place is just where the face spider temporarily came to lay these spider eggs. It's not its true lair. You three warriors from the Indian kingdom must know where the real lair is, which is why you deliberately led me here to hold the face spider back. In that case, none of you three will survive. Jiang Chen walked towards the cave entrance, slicing through the iron wall that blocked the exit. He happened to see the three warriors from the Indian kingdom approaching. The leader, Rager, was shocked to see Jiang Chen standing unharmed outside the cave. How are you not dead? Looking at the unharmed Jiang Chen, Rager was dumbfounded. The purpose of him and his companions returning here was to confirm whether Jiang Chen was dead or not. They also planned to rush into the cave to ambush the face spider. In their view, the face spider was already extremely weak from laying the spider eggs. Plus, after battling Jiang Chen, it surely had little strength left. This was the best time to kill the face spider. After all, killing the face spider would yield a king-level beast core, worth a fortune. But he never expected that Jiang Chen was still alive. Moreover, he didn't see the face spider, which indicated that it must have been killed by Jiang Chen. How? How is this possible? How could a first-tier god of war-level warrior kill the face spider? That's a first-tier king-level beast. Rager and the other three warriors from the Indian kingdom were utterly shocked. Oh, you three came at just the right time. I was just looking for you. Jiang Chen showed no fear towards the three warriors from the Indian kingdom and didn't rush to attack. Instead, he spoke disdainfully. I advise you three to hand over the Spider King Spirit Crystal obediently. If you do, I won't hold the earlier events against you. I won't go easy on you three if you refuse to hand over the Spider King Spirit Crystal. As he said this, the blazing dragon-slaying knife in Jiang Chen's hand ignited with fierce flames. A powerful surge of fiery energy erupted instantly. I can't be seeing this wrong. That kid's weapon must be the famous blazing dragon-slaying knife. Isn't that Nemo Wanshan's weapon? How did it end up in this kid's hands? Big brother, it seems this kid must have a deep connection with Mo Wanshan. He might even be a direct disciple of Mo Wanshan. Even if he isn't, he must be one of the top experts from the War God training camp of the Extreme Path. What should we do now? The two warriors from the Indra kingdom following Rager spoke with panic in their expressions. Both of them were actually stronger than Jiang Chen, with the weakest being at the third tier of the War God level. But what they feared was the power of the blazing flame dragon-slaying blade. The fact that Jiang Chen could walk out of the cave unscathed was enough to prove that the faceless demon spider was dead. To be able to kill the faceless demon spider, how powerful must that strength be? They absolutely dared not provoke Jiang Chen. But the problem was, the Spider King Spirit Crystal was extremely rare. They had worked hard to obtain it, so how could they just hand it over? Rager naturally understood that Jiang Chen was formidable. But in this situation, it was absolutely impossible to make him hand over the Spider King Spirit Crystal. At this moment, Roger revealed an incredibly fierce expression. This kid, no matter how strong he is, has just finished battling the faceless demon spider. His stamina must be nearly depleted. He might even be seriously injured. After all, the faceless demon spider is a king-level beast. I can't believe this kid could kill it without injury. As long as we join forces to kill him now, no one will know we took the Spider King Spirit Crystal. And we can also take this kid's blazing flame dragon slaying blade. As soon as Roger finished speaking, he was immediately covered in black gold battle armor. A dark golden, snake-shaped curved blade appeared in his hand. Seeing that Roger was about to make a move, the two warriors from the Indra kingdom naturally chose to strike as well. Their battle armor was the same as Roger's, black gold. Their weapons were a long sword and a spear. Kid, don't think that killing the faceless demon spider makes you impressive. There are 3 of us, and each of us is stronger than you. What chance do you have? Roger sneered. If you don't want to die, hand over the blazing flame dragon slaying blade now. Otherwise, once the 3 of us make a move, you will undoubtedly die. As Roger spoke, he swung the snake-shaped curved blade in his hand. At the same time, a faint purple aura emanated from him, and a powerful poisonous energy erupted instantly. The fact that Roger could lead a team into the ancient civilization ruins proved that his strength was also extremely formidable. The awakened power he possessed was of the poison attribute. Combined with the snake-shaped curved blade in his hand and his own martial skills, he was fully confident he could take down Jiang Chen. So this is your choice? Jiang Chen sighed slightly. Alright, then I can only choose to send all 3 of you on your way. So arrogant! Roger shouted angrily. Who the hell do you think you are to speak to me like that? Die! Under Roger's ability, the snake-shaped curved blade in his hand instantly transformed into a giant black golden python, lunging at Jiang Chen to bite him. This move was not only extremely powerful but also carried a terrifying toxin. Roger believed there was no way Jiang Chen could dodge this attack. However, to Jiang Chen, Roger's movements were as slow as a turtle. With the astonishing speed of the flowing light shadow, Jiang Chen easily dodged Roger's attack. Without giving him any chance to react, he directly teleported in front of him and swung his blade. Accompanied by a flash of fiery blade light, Roger's right arm, which was tightly gripping the snake-shaped curved blade, was directly severed. Ah, my hand! Roger knelt on the ground in pain, clutching his severed right arm, letting out a scream. The sight of this shocked the other 2 warriors from the Indra kingdom. They knew all too well how strong Roger was, yet he had been severed in one blow, and the speed was so fast that they couldn't even catch it with their naked eyes. At that moment, they truly realized how terrifying Jiang Chen's strength was. In order to save their lives, they no longer cared about Roger and turned to flee. Unfortunately, their speed was too slow. Jiang Chen gave them no chance to escape, instantly teleporting in front of the 2 and unleashing the phantom blade, easily slaying them. He skillfully removed the storage rings from their corpses. Roger looked at his dead companion and his own severed right arm, no longer daring to confront Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I am a direct disciple of the Lord of the Destruction God sect. If you kill me, you will face the revenge of the Destruction God sect. As long as you don't kill me today and let me go, I am willing to hand over all the Spider King Spirit Crystals. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Ha! Roger, do you think I'm stupid? This is an ancient civilization ruin. If I kill you here, who would know? Besides, if I want the Spider King Spirit Crystals, I can still get them by killing you. Jiang Chen didn't waste any more words with Roger. With a casual swing of his blade, Roger was instantly decapitated, collapsing into a pool of blood. Jiang Chen took the storage ring from Roger's corpse and glanced inside. To his surprise, there were actually 2 Spider King Spirit Crystals. Adding the 2 he had taken from the other 2 warriors from the Inked India, he now had a total of 4. Very good. I never expected to obtain so many Spider King Spirit Crystals. Even if I can't find the heart of the ancient tree of life this time, it's still not a loss. Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction and carefully stored the 4 Spider King Spirit Crystals. He then hurriedly left the dense forest. In Jiang Chen's view, since those 3 warriors from the Inked India knew there were face demons and Spider King Spirit Crystals here, it meant that other warriors might also come. Having taken all the Spider King Spirit Crystals, he didn't want to become a target for everyone to attack. Leaving quickly was the wisest choice. According to what Roger had said last night, the Nether Forest was actually divided into 3 areas. Currently, Jiang Chen was in the area of the Face Demon. The Face Demon was actually the weakest beast in the Nether Forest, and there were no other beasts in its territory. Continuing deeper into the Nether Forest would undoubtedly be more dangerous. However, Jiang Chen showed no signs of fear. If he wanted to obtain the heart of the ancient tree of life, he had to venture deeper into the nether forest. After leaving the area of the face demon, the surrounding environment did not change much. It was still dim, with dense black trees that had human faces. For some reason, Jiang Chen felt as if these black trees were all staring at him, sending chills down his spine. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed several shredded remains of warriors ahead, which were extremely horrifying. Undoubtedly, there had been a fierce battle here before. These warriors had been killed by beasts. Jiang Chen didn't think much of it and continued walking forward. He didn't know how long he had been walking when he suddenly found the shredded remains of the warriors appearing before him again. Even the surrounding environment and the positions of the black trees were exactly the same as before. Not good, I think I'm lost. Realizing this, Jiang Chen immediately turned to walk in the opposite direction. But the result was the same, he ended up back in the same place. No matter which direction Jiang Chen walked, he would end up going in circles. Even more shocking was that he couldn't leave this place. The route back to the area of the face demon had completely vanished. This is troublesome. Jiang Chen looked around with a very serious expression. As a mentalist with initial stage mental power, this meant that mental attack skills or illusions were almost useless against him. So he wasn't lost due to hallucinations, he was truly trapped in this place. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen utilized his mentalist abilities, stepping onto the six-blade arc knife disc, flying in midair, trying to escape this bizarre area. But it was still a futile effort. No matter how Jiang Chen flew, he would ultimately return to the same position. Under normal circumstances, such a thing could never happen. There must be a demon beast secretly causing trouble. If Jiang Chen could not find a way to leave this place, his fate would surely be as tragic as those martial artists who had been torn apart, dying miserably here. This cursed place is truly fraught with danger. Just as I left the area of the human-faced demon spider, I entered this bizarre location. Jiang Chen took a few deep breaths to quickly calm himself. He then carefully observed his surroundings while recalling the demon beasts with extremely special abilities. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the bodies of the torn-apart martial artists had some black powder on them. Clearly, this must have been left behind by the demon beast that killed these martial artists. Combining the situation around him with the black powder, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be? Could it be that a shadow nightmare beast is lurking here? The shadow nightmare beast is an extremely special type of demon beast. Its form resembles a twisted shadow, capable of moving freely anywhere. Although its strength is not particularly powerful, its unique body structure allows it to hide easily, waiting for the right moment to launch a surprise attack on its enemies. Therefore, anyone attacked by a shadow nightmare beast will be left with black powder on them. Additionally, the shadow nightmare beast possesses a rather terrifying ability. It can distort the surrounding space, creating complex mazes or illusions, making it impossible for enemies to distinguish between reality and fantasy. In the realm of the shadow nightmare beast, one's sense of direction becomes completely ineffective, leaving enemies helplessly wandering. It is precisely because of this special ability that Jiang Chen had been going in circles. This was not an illusion or a mirage, but the shadow nightmare beast's realm of shadows. Damn it, this cursed place really has all kinds of demon beasts. Right now, the top priority is to root out this shadow nightmare beast. Although Jiang Chen had never seen this type of demon beast in the outside world, he was well aware that the shadow nightmare beast was very cunning. This creature would never act recklessly. Once it did, it would surely aim to kill. In that case, I'll give it that opportunity. After a brief moment of contemplation, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He then pretended to know nothing and continued to run forward. No matter how he ran, Jiang Chen always returned to the same position. After nearly an hour of this, Jiang Chen collapsed weakly to the ground. This scene was clearly observed by the shadow nightmare beast lurking in the shadows. To it, Jiang Chen sitting on the ground must have been in despair. So it rushed towards Jiang Chen with incredible speed, like a ghost. At that moment, its hands transformed into extremely sharp black claws, attempting to tear Jiang Chen apart just like those martial artists. However, just as it charged in front of Jiang Chen, ready to slash him apart, Jiang Chen's body suddenly vanished. Roar! The shadow nightmare beast let out a surprised roar. Before it could react, Jiang Chen had already teleported behind it. Beast, do you think your speed is fast? In my eyes, you're nothing. Jiang Chen mercilessly swung the flame-slashing dragon blade, unleashing a devastating strike. A flash of fiery blade light passed, and the shadow nightmare beast was directly cut away. Although the shadow nightmare beast had special abilities and was adept at ambushes, it was not particularly powerful. In such an unguarded situation, it could not withstand Jiang Chen's overwhelming blow. Accompanied by the shadow nightmare beast's agonizing death cry, its body was instantly cleaved in two. It finally turned into a cloud of black dust and a shadow nightmare beast core. Is that it? Easily defeated. Jiang Chen reached down to pick up the beast core on the ground. He intended to leave this place, but at that moment, a flash of light suddenly appeared ahead. Luo Chingan instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen, her sharp azure sword pressed against his neck. Answer me, how did you learn the flowing light escape? After learning that Jiang Chen was very likely to have secretly learned the flowing light escape, Luo Chingan took his clan members to search for him. He knew very well what kind of person Jiang Chen was. It was unlikely that he would truly wait in the tidal marshes. In his view, Jiang Chen would definitely come to the Nether Forest, so he led his clan into the Nether Forest in advance. Since they entered from a different direction, he did not encounter Jiang Chen at first. Just as he entered this area, he happened to see Jiang Yan slay the Shadow Nightmare Beast with a single strike. Luo Chingan was eager to know how Jiang Yan had learned the flowing light escape, so he immediately stepped forward to question him. For the honor of the family, and to ensure that the flowing light escape would not be leaked, he had to know everything today. Since you've already discovered me, I won't pretend anymore. That's right, I have indeed mastered your Luo family's secret technique, the flowing light escape. Jiang Chen was not too shocked by Luo Chingan's appearance. Previously, when he fought against Lin Dongkai, one of the Blackwolf twin killers, Jiang Chen had failed to kill him and let him escape. At that time, Jiang Chen had guessed that this secret might not be kept. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. However, Jiang Chen could understand, after all, the flowing light escape was too important to the Luo family. Once Luo Chingan learned of this, he would definitely find him immediately. Rather than continue to hide, it was better to be straightforward. In any case, with Jiang Chen's current strength, even if the Luo family members attacked together, he could easily escape. Why? Why can you learn the secret technique of my Luo family that is not to be passed on? Could it really be that Luo Chingan taught you? Luo Chingan did not want to kill Jiang Chen, as their relationship had been quite good in the past. But since Jiang Chen had secretly learned the flowing light escape, it meant he had to deal with Jiang Chen. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen leaked the flowing light escape in the future, everything would be over. The flowing light escape I have mastered was not taught to me by Luo Chingan. She knows nothing about it. I merely caught a glimpse of her using the flowing light escape by chance. You can understand it as me being self-taught. Jiang Chen naturally could not tell Luo Chingan about the Void Training Ground. After all, for them, Jiang Chen, who possessed the Void Training Ground, could indeed be considered self-taught. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, both Luo Chingan and the other Luo clan members showed expressions of disbelief. Jiang Chen, are you fooling us? My Luo family's secret technique is unparalleled in the world. How could you learn it just by looking at it once? Stop talking nonsense. In my opinion, it's clear that Luo Chingan secretly taught it to you. Luo Chingan is truly reckless. How dare she give the family's secret technique to someone like you? Now, Jiang Chen, you only have two choices before you, either die or voluntarily sever your own legs. The Luo clan members present looked at Jiang Chen with uncontrollable anger. To prevent Jiang Chen from escaping, they immediately surrounded him. Luo Chingan, however, did not speak or take any action. Instead, he slowly lowered the green long sword in his hand. If it were an ordinary person saying such things, Luo Chingan would not believe it at all. But Jiang Chen was different. After all, the talent Jiang Chen had displayed was indeed astonishing. It was already quite difficult for others to cultivate a martial skill to a high level, but Jiang Chen could almost reach the pinnacle. Even the Phantom Dominator blade technique, which he had just obtained not long ago, was cultivated to an almost peak level. Moreover, since Jiang Chen could indeed perform the flowing light step, it was possible that he could be self-taught. After all, the flowing light step was essentially a lower version of the flowing light escape. Chingy, what are you doing? Do you really believe this kid's nonsense? How could he possibly learn the flowing light escape just by looking at it once? This is clearly a trick. The Luo clan members present were very confused by Luo Chingy's decision to lower his weapon. But Luo Chingy did not respond to them. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chen with cold eyes. Jiang Chen, can you demonstrate the flowing light escape in public? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. Sure, no problem. With that, Jiang Chen immediately performed the flowing light escape, and at that moment, it seemed as if the surrounding space was distorted. Jiang Chen vanished before their eyes in an instant. Did I see that right? That kid can distort space when he performs the flowing light escape? Being able to distort space means he has mastered the flowing light escape to an extraordinary level. This is impossible. Since we, the Luo family, obtained the flowing light escape, no one has been able to master it to such a degree except for our ancestor, Luo Chen. The descendants, no matter how talented, can at most reach the great completion stage. Why can Jiang Chen, an outsider, achieve this? And where did that kid go? Everyone stared blankly as Jiang Chen disappeared before their eyes. Elders of the family, it's not that I easily believe Jiang Chen's words, but he is truly too powerful. I have no choice but to believe what he says. Mastering the flowing light escape to such an extraordinary level, not to mention me, even if all of us combined, we couldn't catch up to his speed. Sister Qinghan isn't very familiar with the flowing light escape herself, so how could she have taught it to Jiang Chen? This can only mean one thing: Jiang Chen is truly self-taught. That kid is a genius. Luo Chingan recalled the moment when the space was distorted, and his shock was beyond measure. Over the years, he had practiced the flowing light escape, only to reach the extraordinary level like his ancestor, Luo Chen. But no matter how hard he tried, he could only reach the great completion stage. Instead, an outsider had achieved it before him. Luo Chingan felt both shocked and extremely unwilling. The Luo family members present had also understood everything the moment they saw Jiang Chen distort space. From the very beginning, no one had taught Jiang Chen the flowing light escape. Everything was self-taught. Chingy, even if Jiang Chen is such a genius, we can't just ignore it. The flowing light escape is a secret technique of our Luo family. If we let it go unchecked, what will we do if Jiang Chen leaks it? If the Luo family loses the flowing light escape, our family's status will be at risk. To prevent this from happening, I suggest we eliminate Jiang Chen here. Upon hearing this, Luo Chingan smiled self-deprecatingly. Eliminate Jiang Chen? Do you think that's possible? If it were truly possible to eliminate him, would he have escaped? Would we not even know the direction he ran off in? Stop deceiving yourselves. For now, we can only wait until we leave the ancient civilization ruins and find an opportunity to talk to Jiang Chen. As Luo Chingan and the others were deep in discussion, Jiang Chen had quietly distanced himself from them using his extraordinary flowing light escape. He knew well that rather than lengthy explanations, it was better to prove everything through action. Jiang Chen had a full understanding of Luo Chingan and believed he would grasp the deeper meaning. Even if they tried to chase him, Jiang Chen was confident he could easily shake them off. And the facts proved that Luo Chingan was indeed a clever person. The Luo family did not pursue him, allowing Jiang Chen to explore the nether forest with peace of mind. Meanwhile, in a nearby thicket, where is the young master? Didn't we agree to meet here after entering the ancient civilization ruins? Why hasn't the young master shown up yet? Could something have happened? The people present were all from the Howard family of America. Their purpose for this trip, although ostensibly to seek revenge on the extreme Dao martial arts school, was more about searching for the heart of the ancient life tree. 3 years ago, the Howard family discovered clues about the heart of the ancient tree of life in a valley located at the very center of the nether forest. This valley was no different from others, equally dim and filled with black trees that bore grotesque human faces. However, what set it apart was the thick fog that enveloped the entire area, creating an even more oppressive atmosphere. In the center of the valley stood a towering tree. It resembled the other black trees but was much older, extremely large, and robust. It was said that someone had once obtained the heart of the ancient tree of life here but had not survived to leave. Therefore, as soon as the Howard family entered the ancient civilization ruins, they rushed to this valley. But now, all the members of the Howard family had arrived, except for Josh Howard, who had yet to appear. After all, Josh Howard was the current heir of the Howard family. How could they not worry? Could it be that the young master encountered someone from the extreme martial arts school? Even so, the young master definitely has the ability to escape. The leader of the extreme martial arts school is just a disabled person. How could he possibly defeat the young master? Moreover, I heard that there seems to have been infighting among the people of the extreme martial arts school. Then if it's not the extreme martial arts school, where could the young master have gone? Just as they were discussing and feeling anxious, the valley suddenly shook violently. Immediately, several thick branches, resembling wooden dragons, shot up from the ground, launching a fierce attack on the members of the Howard family. This sudden scene caught everyone off guard, and cries of alarm erupted. What on earth is happening? Could there be monsters hiding in the surroundings? Impossible, we had already dealt with all the monsters when we entered this valley, and I just carefully sensed the surroundings. There's no trace of any monsters. Stop dawdling. The priority now is to deal with these branches. Before the words were finished, a Howard family member with a beard was pierced through the chest by a sudden branch before he could even react. Ah! Accompanied by an incredibly tragic scream, the bearded man's body quickly shriveled, instantly turning into a desiccated corpse. What? Everyone present changed their expressions drastically, filled with terror. The warriors who could enter the ancient civilization ruins were at least God of War level fighters. This bearded man was quite strong, having reached the 5th stage of the God of War realm. Although he had not awakened his transcendent power, he was still far beyond an ordinary God of War warrior. However, at this moment, he was killed in an instant by what seemed to be an ordinary branch, turning into a dry corpse. This undoubtedly filled everyone present with immense fear and unease. In order to survive, the members of the Howard family had no time to think about Josh Howard anymore. They were all doing their utmost to fight against the bizarre branches surrounding them. These branches were not only extremely thick and hard, making them difficult to cut, but even if they were severed, new branches would quickly grow back in a short time. In no time, the members of the Howard family suffered heavy casualties. Finally, the last two Howard family warriors unleashed powerful fire-based martial techniques, barely forcing back the strange branches. They exchanged glances, still shaken, and one of them spoke up, "Damn, now I understand why no one can survive to bring the heart of the ancient tree of life out. This cursed place is dangerous everywhere. We still don't even know what is attacking us. So many people have died, we can't stay here any longer. What about the young master? Don't worry, the young master will be fine. Let's leave this place first." After a brief hesitation, the two decided to leave the perilous valley. But just as the two of them were leaving, Jiang Chen leisurely walked out from the side and blocked their path. He had clearly seen everything that had just happened. He was quite shocked by those strange branches. It was obvious that there must be extremely terrifying demon beasts hidden in this valley, and it was highly likely that they were the dominant demon beasts of this place. Just like the human-faced demon spider in the dense forest, the shadow nightmare beast that Jiang Chen had encountered earlier was merely a small minion. Compared to the demon beast that could manipulate the branches, the gap was simply too great. Originally, Jiang Chen did not intend to pay attention to these two, but they were members of the Howard family. Since he had already killed Josh Howard, Jiang Chen naturally would not let these people go. He wanted to catch them all and eradicate them completely. "It's you!" A thin warrior from the Howard family recognized Jiang Chen's identity. "You are the one who was following Deng Ming before. You are from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall." As soon as these words were spoken, the two Howard family warriors present immediately prepared for battle. Although they had just consumed a lot of energy to deal with the strange branches, the aura emanating from Jiang Chen was only that of a first-tier war god. Meanwhile, both of them had the strength of fifth-tier war gods. In their eyes, Jiang Chen, a newly ascended war god, was simply no match for them. "Kid, do you really not fear death by appearing so openly before us? If you have the guts, we can kill you right now." Before they could finish their words, a flash of light suddenly passed by. The two didn't even have time to react before their heads fell to the ground. "Is that it? Simply pathetic." Jiang Chen spat disdainfully at their corpses. He had intended to take the storage rings from their bodies, but the valley shook violently once again. "Not good. The strange branches are coming again." Just like before, the valley shook violently, and thick branches, resembling wooden dragons, charged towards Jiang Chen. He had just witnessed how terrifying these branches were. If hit, one would be instantly drained to a dry corpse. However, Jiang Chen also discovered the weakness of these strange branches. They were afraid of fire. He immediately activated the flowing light shadow escape. While dodging the branch attacks, he unleashed a powerful fire attribute energy with the flame-slashing dragon blade in his hand. In an instant, a raging fire ignited around him, forcing the branches back. "Damn it, what kind of demon beast is controlling these branches?" Jiang Chen knew very well that there were many demon beasts in the world today that possessed the ability to manipulate plants, but he had never heard of any that could control plants to drain others' life force. Moreover, the fact that there were almost no demon beasts visible in this valley indicated that either they had all been drained of their life force and died tragically, or they were too afraid to step foot here. According to the clues he had obtained earlier, the heart of the ancient life tree was located in the Nether Forest. The gathering of the Howard family members here suggested that it was very likely that the heart of the ancient life tree was hidden here. If this situation is true, then as long as we find the demon beast controlling these branches, we might very well find the heart of the ancient life tree. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen immediately took action, carefully investigating the situation in the valley. He found that this valley was not much different from other places in the Nether Forest. The only strange thing was the towering tree in the center of the valley. This tree is really a bit frighteningly large. Jiang Chen approached the big tree and reached out to pat it, but still found nothing unusual. He did not sense any demon beast aura from this giant tree. No matter how Jiang Chen looked at it, it was just an ancient tree towering into the sky. At that moment, the people from the Luo family who had previously blocked Jiang Chen, including Luo Chingan, slowly walked over. "It's you!" When the members of the Luo clan saw Jiang Chen, they were immediately taken aback. However, they did not act against him as they had before. Seeing their hesitation, Jiang Chen understood everything in his heart. It must be that Luo Chingan had persuaded his clan members not to act against him for the time being in the ancient civilization ruins. So, he turned to Luo Chingan beside him and said, "You must know that the heart of the ancient life tree is hidden here, right?" "Exactly," Luo Chingan nodded slightly. "According to the information we have received from the Luo family, the heart of the ancient life tree is indeed in this valley, but no one knows exactly where it is. Over the years, no one has ever successfully taken the heart of the ancient life tree." As soon as Luo Chingan finished speaking, a mocking voice suddenly came from a distance. "Oh, isn't that Luo Chingan? Weren't you just saying you would bring your clan to deal with Jiang Chen? Why haven't you made a move now? Instead, you've teamed up with Jiang Chen? The speaker was none other than Jin Hongyi, the young master of the Jin family, followed by others from the Jin family. Since the Luo family knew that the heart of the ancient life tree was hidden here, the equally prestigious Jin family would naturally know as well. Upon seeing Jin Hongyi and the others, Luo Chingan's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. Do I need to explain my actions to you? Luo Chingan said irritably. Of course, no explanation is needed. It's just that there are some things I must clarify with Brother Jiang. Jin Hongyi strode over to Jiang Chen's side. Brother Jiang, you may not know, but just now these members of the Luo family were saying they wanted to kill you. Although I don't know what means you used to make them hesitate, you should be careful of them. If you need anything, my Jin family will fully assist you. Jin Hongyi would not miss this opportunity to win Jiang Chen over. Jiang Chen naturally understood Jin Hongyi's intentions and smiled slightly. I appreciate Brother Jin's goodwill. Since Luo and I have already turned hostility into friendship, our primary task now is to find the heart of the ancient life tree. By the way, why haven't I seen Teacher Deng or Fong Xingxiu? Jiang Chen had thought they would come with the Jin family but was surprised not to see either of them. Hearing this, Jin Hongyi shot a glare at Luo Chingan. This is all his fault. If he hadn't easily believed the instigation of the Fong family, we wouldn't have had to fight to stop him. In the end, to chase after the Luo family, I could only leave with the Jin family members first. Teacher Deng and Fong Xingxiu should be on their way here from the Yinyang Valley. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was suddenly alarmed. After entering the ancient civilization ruins, everyone who had seen the fleeting shadows had died. Only one member of the Blackwolf mercenary corps had managed to escape. At first, Jiang Chen thought it was the people from the Fong Lay martial arts school who had hired the Blackwolf mercenary corps. But now it seemed that it was not the people from the Fong Lay martial arts school, but rather the Fong family. Jiang Chen actually had some understanding of the Fong family. They were a top family that had rapidly risen in the last decade or so and had already been hailed as the 5th largest family in Yin country. Their family was most famous for high-tech weapons, which could be found all over the world. But the problem was, Jiang Chen had no connection with the Fong family at all. Why would they hire the Blackwolf mercenary corps to kill him? This truly puzzled Jiang Chen. However, he did not dwell on these questions for too long. Now that he had confirmed that Deng Ming and Fong Xingxiu were safe, he felt relieved. Everyone, since our purpose here is to find the heart of the ancient life tree, we must join forces now, as there may be extremely dangerous beasts hidden in this valley. Before Jiang Chen's words fell, the vast valley shook violently once again. Several branches, resembling wooden dragons, stretched out from the ground, rushing towards everyone. Fire attack. This beast is afraid of fire. Jiang Chen immediately swung the flame-slashing dragon blade, attacking the strange branches. The reactions of Luo Chingan, Jin Hongyi, and the others present were very quick, as they all took out their fire attribute weapons. After a fierce battle, they finally managed to drive back the branches. However, even so, a few people were accidentally pierced by the branches, instantly turning into dried corpses. This made them all acutely aware of how terrifying the hidden beasts in this valley were. Damn it! What on earth could it be? Jin Hongyi said angrily, as those who had died or been injured were almost all warriors from the Jin family. After all, Jiang Chen and the people from the Luo family possessed the flowing light escape, moving at incredible speeds. The more Jin Hongyi thought about it, the angrier he became, and he swung his blade fiercely at the black tree in the center of the valley. To his surprise, the seemingly ordinary tree actually oozed bright red blood. What the hell? What is going on? Jin Hongyi exclaimed in shock. When they learned that there were beasts hidden here, they had already carefully sensed the surroundings. They knew there was a towering ancient tree in the center of the valley. However, this ancient tree had shown no signs of abnormality and emitted no beastly aura. Now, with the ancient tree bleeding bright red blood, everyone present was truly astonished. Could it be that the one controlling those strange branches is this ancient tree? As soon as Jin Hongyi said this, everyone immediately retreated, distancing themselves from the towering ancient tree. To verify this, Jiang Chen quickly combined 6 curved blades and aimed to slice the ancient tree in half. If the ancient tree could not defend itself against this strike, it would surely be severed. Just then, the towering ancient tree, sensing the danger, suddenly began to tremble violently. The huge, grotesque human face on the tree gradually twisted. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the grotesque face on the ancient tree suddenly opened its eyes, and an extremely terrifying beastly aura erupted instantly. A large number of branches gathered together, forming an indestructible shield that easily blocked Jiang Chen's attack. Following that, countless sharp and thick branches surged toward everyone present. Even more horrifying was that the black trees in the valley, which had human faces, seemed to have been activated as well, launching attacks against Jiang Chen and the others. However, these ordinary black trees emitted no beastly aura. It was clear that everything was the doing of this special ancient tree beast before them. Moreover, at the center of this special ancient tree beast's forehead, a golden crystal that pulsed like a heart appeared. Even those who were slow to react immediately realized that this golden crystal was the life ancient tree heart they had been searching for. I didn't expect it to really be hidden here. But the problem is, what exactly is this beast? Could it be the legendary wood spirit tree essence? Luo Chingan recalled a book she had read, but that doesn't make sense. How could a wood spirit tree essence be so huge? And this guy's aura is way too strong, at least above the third tier of the king level. A beast of this level, perhaps only the master of the Mo family could deal with it. While dodging the branch attacks, Luo Chingan said in shock, "This is no wood spirit tree essence. I see it as clearly being the wood spirit tree king. Without a doubt, this guy is the most terrifying beast in the nether forest. If we want to obtain the life ancient tree heart, we can only kill this guy." Jinhai shouted as he fought against the branch attacks with all his might. At that moment, everyone understood why no one had been able to obtain the life ancient tree heart over the years. It turned out that the life ancient tree heart was right above the wood spirit tree king's head. How could such a powerful beast be defeated by a god of war level warrior? All who had seen this creature were likely dead, which was why no one knew the specific situation in this valley. At the same time, as the people from the Luo and Jin families were resisting the attack of the wood spirit tree king, the surrounding space suddenly twisted. Jiang Chen exerted all his strength to perform the flowing light escape, moving to the front of the wood spirit tree king at a speed that was impossible to capture with the naked eye. In Jiang Chen's view, this wood spirit tree could become so powerful surely because of the power of the heart of the ancient life tree. If he could catch it off guard and directly seize the heart of the ancient life tree from it, it would undoubtedly have a tremendous impact on it. However, every move Jiang Chen made was within the wood spirit tree king's expectations. The moment Jiang Chen rushed in front of it, the wood spirit tree king suddenly opened its massive mouth, and several vines shot out, instantly binding Jiang Chen. What? Jiang Chen had intended to cut through these vines, but he was still a step too slow and was directly pulled into the wood spirit tree king's mouth. Jiang Chen, don't just stand there, hurry and save him. Luo Chingan and Jinhai immediately rushed towards Jiang Chen upon seeing this, but their speed was too slow. Before they could act, the wood spirit tree king's mouth had already closed. Jiang Chen was swallowed whole. How could this happen? Luo Chingan's face was filled with horror. Although Jiang Chen had secretly learned the flowing light escape from the Luo family, if he died, the technique would naturally not be leaked. But Jiang Chen was currently the only one who could cultivate the flowing light escape to its peak. If Luo Chingan wanted to make further progress in the flowing light escape, he would definitely need Jiang Chen's guidance. Now that Jiang Chen was dead, this was undoubtedly a huge loss for the Luo family. Meanwhile, the faces of Jinhai and the others from the Jin family were equally grim. Such a talent had died just like that. Who wouldn't feel heartbroken? Perhaps because it had consumed Jiang Chen, the wood spirit tree king was incredibly excited, and its attacks became even more powerful. Even if the Luo and Jin families joined forces, they found it difficult to deal with the wood spirit tree king and had no choice but to retreat from the valley. Even so, both families paid an extremely heavy price before they could leave the valley. While Luo Chingan, Jinhai, and the others were resting outside the valley, Deng Ming and Fong Xingqiu happened to arrive. When they saw the heavy casualties among the Luo and Jin families, their expressions were filled with shock. What on earth happened? Why did Jiang Chen's map signal suddenly disappear? Deng Ming hurriedly asked. He and Fong Xingqiu had been tracking Jiang Chen's map signal all the way to find this place. But as soon as they arrived, Jiang Chen's map signal vanished, which made Deng Ming feel extremely uneasy. Deng, Teacher Deng, Jiang Chen. He has been swallowed alive by the wood spirit tree king. The situation is like this. Luo Chingan, with a pained expression, briefly informed Deng Ming of what had just happened. No, how could this happen? Upon learning that Jiang Chen had been swallowed alive, Deng Ming seemed to lose his soul in an instant, collapsing to the ground. He simply could not imagine that Jiang Chen, who had always performed so excellently and powerfully, would die so easily. He could not accept the occurrence of all this. Fong Xingqiu beside him was also dumbfounded. No one had expected that Jiang Chen would die in the ruins of an ancient civilization. Teacher, at this point, it is already irreversible. What we need to do now is to take revenge for Jiang Chen. Jinhai said angrily, we must make that beast pay the price. Hearing this, Deng Ming's eyes instantly revealed endless killing intent. Exactly, we must take revenge. Since there is no way to save Jiang Chen, we must kill that beast no matter what. Although Deng Ming was eager to take revenge for Jiang Chen, he did not recklessly lead Luo Chingan, Fong Xingqiu, and the others into the valley. From their talk of instant kills, Deng Ming knew that the wood spirit tree king in the valley was extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for even Jiang Chen to die at its hands. In this situation, if they wanted to kill the Wood Spirit Tree King, they would need to gather more people. After all, it was a king-level third-tier monster. Without a sufficient number of powerful warriors joining forces to attack, there was absolutely no chance of victory. As for the heart of the ancient life tree, that could only be fought over after killing the Wood Spirit Tree King. Just as Deng Ming and the others were planning how to besiege the Wood Spirit Tree King, Jiang Chen, who had been swallowed alive by the Wood Spirit Tree King, felt as if he had fallen into an endless black hole, experiencing a long and terrifying descent. The sounds of wind and thunder echoed in his ears, along with the deep rumbling from within the Wood Spirit Tree monster, as if it were the deepest sigh of nature, foretelling that Jiang Chen's fate was hanging by a thread. In this desperate situation, even if Jiang Chen wanted to resist, he felt utterly powerless and futile. Soon after, a violent shaking and a sense of compression nearly suffocated him. The surroundings were slick and warm, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. Finally, he landed on a pile of soft, wet matter. It was the undigested remnants in the Wood Spirit Tree monster's stomach, mixed with surrounding bones, creating a horrifying scene. Jiang Chen struggled to stand up and looked around. Dim light filtered through the sparse gaps in the tree monster's body, adding a touch of hazy terror to the cramped space. The foul odor and heat intertwined, making every breath extraordinarily difficult, as if he were in a living furnace. At that moment, Jiang Chen fully understood his predicament. He had fallen into the Wood Spirit Tree King's stomach. Although he had not yet met his end, Jiang Chen knew he was not far from death. It wouldn't be long before he would die miserably like those corpses. "No, I can't wait to die here," Jiang Chen shouted in his heart, quickly rising to summon the black gold battle armor to cover his entire body. With its powerful defense, he aimed to prolong the time before he was digested as much as possible. In Jiang Chen's view, there were only two ways to escape this terrifying place. The first method was to cut open the Wood Spirit Tree King's belly, but that was nearly an impossible task. The Wood Spirit Tree King was extremely powerful. If Jiang Chen had a way to cut open its belly, he wouldn't have been swallowed alive. The second method was for Jiang Chen to exert all his strength to stir up the Wood Spirit Tree King's stomach. As long as this creature felt discomfort, there was a chance it would spit Jiang Chen out or force him out of its body. In this dire situation, Jiang Chen had to fight with all his might. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately took out the blazing flame dragon slaying blade and the six-blade arc knife disc, launching a vigorous attack all around. He wielded his weapons, pouring all his strength into each strike, hoping to touch the sensitive spots of this massive tree monster. Time passed, and the black gold battle armor covering Jiang Chen had almost completely dissolved, rendered utterly useless. His clothes had long been dissolved, and his skin was severely burned, leaving him incredibly weak. Even the six-blade arc knife disc, which he was most adept at using, was gradually dissolving under the terrifying stomach acid of the Wood Spirit Tree King. Only the powerful blazing flame dragon slaying blade remained unaffected. However, Jiang Chen's attacks were not entirely in vain. At this moment, the Wood Spirit Tree King's stomach began to convulse violently, feeling extreme discomfort due to Jiang Chen's agitation. Jiang Chen sensed the intense fluctuations coming from within the Wood Spirit Tree King, and a glimmer of hope surged in his heart. He exerted all his strength to continue swinging the blazing flame dragon slaying blade, launching even more ferocious attacks. Finally, after a fierce strike, Jiang Chen felt a powerful repulsive force surging from all around him. This force was so great that Jiang Chen could barely stand. He knew he had touched the Wood Spirit Tree King's bottom line. This creature could no longer tolerate the foreign object inside it. After a violent rolling and twisting, Jiang Chen felt his body being forcefully expelled from the Wood Spirit Tree King. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Jiang Chen fell weakly to the ground. Although he had successfully escaped, Jiang Chen was already on the brink of death, seemingly left with just one last breath. His black gold battle armor and six-blade curved knife disc were completely destroyed. Not only that, but all the storage rings on him had been dissolved. This meant that everything in the storage rings had turned to nothing. The loss for Jiang Chen was undoubtedly immense. Fortunately, the flame dragon slaying knife remained intact, which once again proved the power of this weapon. Damn it, I almost got digested by that beast. Good thing I'm lucky. It's just a pity about the wealth and treasures I've accumulated during this time. That Wood Spirit Tree King really deserves to die. Just wait, one day I will tear you to pieces. Jiang Chen struggled to stand up, completely naked, and intended to grab some leaves for cover. But he soon realized he had not returned to the previous valley. Instead, he found himself in a dim cave. Rather than a cave, it was more like deep underground. What's going on? Wasn't I just spat out by the Wood Spirit Tree King? Why did I end up in this godforsaken place? Jiang Chen looked around in shock and discovered thick tree roots above him. They were the roots from the Wood Spirit Tree King. Damn it, could it be that I wasn't spat out but rather pulled out by that guy? What bad luck! But why is there such a special space beneath the Wood Spirit Tree King? And why can I still breathe freely in this airtight place? The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the stranger it became. Suddenly, he noticed a passage ahead and, without thinking much, he slowly walked forward. About half an hour later, Jiang Chen passed through the passage and arrived in an extremely vast space. It was like an underground palace, leaving Jiang Chen in utter shock. However, before he could figure out the situation, he was astonished to find that on the walls of the palace hung one golden crystal after another, pulsating like hearts. They were exactly the same as the golden crystal on the forehead of the Wood Spirit Tree King. Even if Jiang Chen were slow to react, he immediately realized that these golden crystals hanging on the walls were all the hearts of ancient life trees. Holy crap! I'm going to get rich. Jiang Chen never dreamed that beneath the Wood Spirit Tree King, there would be an underground palace. Even the walls were covered with the hearts of ancient life trees, which was simply unbelievable. Ha ha ha! Although I was swallowed by the Wood Spirit Tree King, causing so many of my things to be destroyed. But if I can obtain these hearts of ancient life trees, then this trip will not only not be a loss, but a huge gain. It seems I have turned misfortune into fortune. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen hurriedly reached out to touch the hearts of ancient life trees on the wall, trying to take them all. However, the moment he touched the hearts, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body was thrown back. Puff! Earlier, Jiang Chen had already been severely injured in his attempt to escape from the Wood Spirit Tree King's stomach. Now, facing such a powerful impact, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fell heavily to the ground. How could this happen? Jiang Chen struggled to get up from the ground. Could it be that I can't take these hearts of ancient life trees with my ability? With the walls full of hearts of ancient life trees, Jiang Chen could only watch helplessly, which made him feel extremely unwilling. No matter what, he had to take these hearts away today. But just at that moment, the vast underground palace began to shake violently. The next moment, a stone door in front of him slowly descended, and a man covered in black gold battle armor walked out from inside. Since he was completely covered in armor, Jiang Chen could not see his true appearance. But there is one thing Jiang Chen can confirm: this guy's aura is extremely powerful, having surpassed the God of War level, reaching at least the planetary level. What confuses Jiang Chen is that he cannot sense any trace of life from this person. It is as if he is a robotic puppet. What is this thing? How can a puppet without any life aura possess such immense strength? Jiang Chen's body is currently too weak. With his present power, he cannot possibly contend with the puppet robot before him. Intruder detected, kill without mercy. Accompanied by a mechanical voice, the originally vacant-eyed puppet suddenly glows with a crimson light. It then draws a sharp long knife from its back and rushes towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is too severely injured. Even if he wanted to use the flowing light escape, he simply cannot. He is pierced through the chest by the puppet robot, blood staining the ground. How could this happen? Jiang Chen says unwillingly, then collapses to the ground. The wound on his chest continues to spurt blood, and his consciousness gradually blurs. When he was swallowed by the Wood Spirit Tree King, Jiang Chen still had a glimmer of hope. But now, he is in a situation where death is inevitable, and there is no way to break free. In this circumstance, no matter how unwilling Jiang Chen feels, he can only accept the fate of death. Just as Jiang Chen loses consciousness, a large number of golden light points fly out from his body. These golden light points gradually gather together, forming a small fairy radiating golden light, appearing in mid-air. Oh dear, you really are too ruthless. The little fairy angrily shouts at the puppet robot beside her. But the puppet robot does not understand what the fairy is saying. Its only task is to kill anyone who intrudes into the underground palace. After completing its task, the puppet robot seems to lose energy, standing still in place. Forget it, talking to you is just a waste of breath. The little fairy complains as she flies to the side of the puppet robot and opens a control panel on the back of its head. Under the fairy's manipulation, the puppet robot's program is altered. Its originally crimson eyes turn a deep blue. Alright, you go prepare, we'll perform surgery on the master together later. If the master really dies, we're both doomed. The puppet robot says nothing more, quickly taking a life ancient tree heart from the wall, lifting Jiang Chen's body, and running towards the back of the palace. The little fairy follows closely behind, entering a secret chamber with the puppet robot. It is unclear how much time has passed. Jiang Chen slowly opens his eyes, finding himself lying on a stone bed. What's going on? I'm not dead? Jiang Chen looks around in confusion, realizing that the fatal wound on his chest has healed completely. The injuries he sustained in the Wood Spirit Tree King's stomach have also fully recovered. Even his previously bare body is now dressed in a comfortable tracksuit. So what exactly happened? Jiang Chen stands up and suddenly sees the puppet robot that had killed him standing in the corner. You again! Jiang Chen instinctively reaches for his weapon, only to find that his remaining flame-slaying dragon blade is missing. He was already struggling to deal with this strange puppet robot, and now without a weapon, he has even less chance of victory. Fortunately, the puppet robot at this moment seems to be inactive, not launching any attacks against Jiang Chen. Forget it, I just want to get out of this cursed place. Although Jiang Chen does not understand what has happened, he knows that the place he is in is extremely dangerous. He really does not want to experience that feeling of death again. Suddenly, the previously motionless puppet robot suddenly blocks Jiang Chen's path. Before Jiang Chen could react, the puppet robot immediately knelt halfway in front of him. In a mechanical voice, it said, "Greetings, Master." What the hell? Master? Is it calling me? Jiang Chen was completely shocked, having no idea what was happening. Master, you need not be surprised, it was originally your servant. At that moment, a small sprite radiating golden light flew out from the side and landed on the shoulder of the puppet robot. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jin Ling, and I was created by you, Master. Jin Ling flapped its tiny wings and slowly flew in front of Jiang Chen. Wait, I don't understand a word you are saying. When did I create you? Jiang Chen said warily, still not fully lowering his guard against the sprite and the puppet robot. Jin Ling showed no sign of shock at Jiang Chen's words. It smiled slightly. The reason you have forgotten is that you have actually died once. In other words, we and that big fool were all created by you in your previous life. In your previous life, you had a resounding title, Lord of Blue Star. What? You say I was the Lord of Blue Star in my previous life? Are you kidding me? Upon learning this, Jiang Chen found it hard to believe. Shouldn't he have been on Earth in his previous life? How could he be the Lord of Blue Star? It was simply nonsensical. Master, I am very clear about your origins. You did not come from this world. Before you arrived in this world, you actually lived another life. And in that life, you became the supreme strongest being on this planet. Jin Ling had already anticipated that Jiang Chen would not believe it, and it calmly began to explain. Is there really such a thing? Jiang Chen frowned, then tell me, since I have already become the Lord of Blue Star, how did I die? Jin Ling smiled slightly. Since you were the strongest of Blue Star, you were naturally invincible within Blue Star. But in the vast universe, Blue Star is far too small. Currently, the most powerful planetary-level warriors on Blue Star are equivalent to ants in the universe. Your previous life had already reached half-step immortality. Unfortunately, you ultimately died at the hands of those immortal-level powerhouses who did not want to see you step into the realm of immortality, and they joined forces to surround and kill you. You returned to Blue Star heavily injured and ultimately fell in this underground palace. This underground palace, including the entire ancient civilization ruins, was actually built by you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen fell into silence. He never expected that the former strongest of Blue Star would meet such an end. But Jiang Chen still had doubts about Jin Ling's words and questioned, "You keep saying I am the reincarnation of the Lord of Blue Star. What evidence do you have? Are you so sure you haven't mistaken the person?" Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Jin Ling burst into laughter. "I am an intelligent life form created by you. How could I make a mistake? You possess the exact same aura as the Master, and your brain domain is extremely broad, indicating that your mental power is exceptionally strong, far surpassing ordinary mentalists. Moreover, the characteristics of your transcendent power are also completely identical to the Master. Even your appearance is exactly the same. Do you think I could possibly be mistaken?" To help Jiang Chen accept all of this, Jin Ling waved its hand, and a light screen instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. It was as if a movie was playing quickly, showcasing the life of the Lord of Blue Star. Jiang Chen clearly saw that the man from the Yin Kingdom in the footage looked exactly like him. At that moment, it felt as if long-sealed memories were gradually loosening, and fragments of memories from his previous life flashed through his mind. Although incomplete, it at least proved that Jin Ling's words were not false. Now, Jiang Chen's identity is actually his second life in this world. The so-called system activation before was actually Jin Ling finding him. Does the Master believe now? Jin Ling leaned on Jiang Chen's shoulder, smiling as she spoke. "I have no choice but to believe." Jiang Chen looked at Jin Ling on his shoulder. "So the so-called Void Martial Arena was also created by you, right?" No. The Void Martial Arena was established by the Master in his previous life. I am just here to safeguard it. The fact that you were able to successfully open the Void Martial Arena further proves that you are the reincarnation of the Master. The Void Martial Arena essentially simulates the opponents you have encountered in your mind, but with your previous abilities, you couldn't simulate too many. So I specifically added restrictions, requiring you to continuously hunt demon beasts to clear the cooldown time. As for within the Void Martial Arena, as long as a martial skill drops, you will immediately learn it and reach the pinnacle. That's because the Master was already the strongest in Blue Star in his previous life. How could the Master not know these martial skills? As the reincarnation of the Master, you have the Master's memories in your mind. As long as you see these martial skills, that part of the memory will be awakened. Thus, you can immediately learn it and reach the pinnacle. Under Jinling's explanation, Jiang Chen finally understood everything. Since this underground palace was built by me, does that mean everything here belongs to me? The events of his previous life felt too ethereal to Jiang Chen. What he cared about now was whether he could become the strongest in this world and surpass his previous life. If he could obtain the heart of the ancient life tree covering the walls, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost for Jiang Chen now. Of course. Jinling nodded. The hearts of the ancient life trees hanging on the walls of the underground palace were all left by the master in his previous life, so they all belong to the master. Including the one in the brow of the wood spirit tree demon, that one also belongs to the master. The master can take away all the hearts of the ancient life trees. However, at this point, Jinling waved her hand at the puppet robot kneeling nearby. The puppet robot seemed to receive a command and hurriedly stood up. Then, it punched through the wall ahead, revealing a huge bronze door in front of Jiang Chen. Aside from being a bit smaller, it was almost identical to the bronze door he had seen when entering the ancient civilization ruins. What is this? Jiang Chen asked. This is another small world left by the master in his previous life. If the master wants to obtain the heart of the ancient life tree or other treasures, then you must pass the trials you set for yourself back then. Based on my estimation of the master's current strength, you will likely be unable to leave for a long time. Before entering this bronze door, you better be fully prepared. As soon as Jinling finished speaking, the previously taken Qian Zhanlong knife appeared before Jiang Chen. Additionally, the S-class telekinetic weapon Bloodstab, which Jiang Chen had obtained earlier, also appeared. But what shocked Jiang Chen even more was that in front of him was a set of armor very similar to the black gold battle armor. Jiang Chen recognized at a glance that this was the true dark gold demon armor. Is this dark gold demon armor for me? Jiang Chen said in shock. This was originally the master's own item. I am just safeguarding it for the master. The trials inside the bronze door are extremely difficult. With the master's current strength, you might not even pass the first level. Wearing the dark gold demon armor will greatly enhance the master's strength, Jinling patiently explained. I see. Jiang Chen showed no hesitation, putting away the Qian Zhanlong knife and Bloodstab. He immediately donned the dark gold demon armor, which was quite similar to the black gold battle armor he had worn before. The moment he put it on, it automatically absorbed some of Jiang Chen's blood, fitting perfectly to his body like a layer of skin. Unlike the black gold battle armor, which is a mere imitation, the dark gold magic armor can change its form at will. It can easily transform along with its host, whether into swords or shields, making the black god set possess extremely strong combat support capabilities. Moreover, the dark gold magic armor has super strong defensive power, providing 360-degree protection with no blind spots. This makes it extremely difficult for a warrior with dark gold magic armor to be killed, unless one can break the limits of what the armor can withstand. But this is almost impossible. In addition, the dark gold magic armor can distort light, achieving a state similar to invisibility, and can even conceal one's presence. It is no exaggeration to say that none of the battle armors on Blue Star can compete with the dark gold magic armor. Since the trial has not yet begun, can I leave here first? You just said that once the trial starts, I won't be able to leave for a long time. So before officially accepting the trial, I have some personal grudges to settle. That shouldn't be a problem, right? With a thought, Jiang Chen's dark gold magic armor, which floated on him, automatically merged into his skin, as if it had never appeared. Of course, the master can start the trial whenever he wants. Jinling knew what Jiang Chen wanted to do, and her body instantly transformed into countless light spots, merging into Jiang Chen's body. So this guy has been hiding in my body all along. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and then walked up to the puppet robot. Do you have a name? The master used to call me 007. Good old 007. Jiang Chen patted his shoulder. From now on, you will be called 007. Remember, without my permission, if anyone else or any beast comes here, kill them all. 007 respectfully replied, Master, rest assured, 007 knows what to do. He was not as intelligent as Jinling. He simply could not disobey the master's orders. Even if the master commanded him to self-destruct immediately, he would execute it without hesitation. Very well, then take me out of here. Upon hearing this, 007 opened a hidden door in the underground palace, revealing a staircase leading to the surface. Jiang Chen saw this and said nothing more, quickly leaving the underground palace. He activated the invisibility ability of the dark gold magic armor at the first opportunity, silently returning to the valley. At this moment, outside the valley where the Wood Spirit Tree King was located, a large number of warriors had gathered. Deng Ming, you want us to join forces against the Wood Spirit Tree King, which is naturally no problem. But the heart of the ancient life tree on the Wood Spirit Tree King's head is only one, who should it go to? If among us, someone takes advantage of the chaos and tries to snatch the heart of the ancient life tree while we are battling the Wood Spirit Tree King, what then? If there is no reasonable solution, it would be better to act alone. As for avenging Jiang Chen, sorry, we don't even know this person. The warriors gathered here are all survivors who entered the ancient civilization ruins. They all know that the heart of the ancient life tree is in the valley, and everyone is eager to obtain it. But due to the overwhelming strength of the Wood Spirit Tree King, no one dares to enter first. I know that everyone's purpose here is for the heart of the ancient life tree. I am also here for the heart of the ancient life tree. But that heart is on the Wood Spirit Tree King's head. How can we obtain it if we cannot defeat him? If we forcefully attack, we might even be swallowed alive by the Wood Spirit Tree King. So if we want to obtain the heart of the ancient life tree or other treasures in the valley, we can only join forces to defeat the Wood Spirit Tree King. Once the Wood Spirit Tree King is dead, we can then compete for the spoils based on our abilities. In order to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos, we should swear a blood oath that we will not act to seize the heart of the ancient tree of life before the death of the Wood Spirit Tree King. As soon as Deng Ming said this, the entire venue fell into silence. Among those present were not only warriors from the Yen Kingdom but also warriors from the other 4 great nations. No one did not desire the heart of the ancient tree of life, but faced with the king-level, 3rd-tier Wood Spirit Tree King, no one dared to provoke it. Deng Ming was not wrong. If they wanted to take down the Wood Spirit Tree King, only the warriors present could join forces to achieve it. Thus, many warriors present agreed with Deng Ming's statement, temporarily uniting and each swearing a blood oath. After all, once the Wood Spirit Tree King died, they could freely seize the heart of the ancient tree of life. Only one person remained silent, his face extremely grim. After a long silence, he suddenly shouted angrily, "Deng Ming, why did my son die? As his teacher, why didn't you protect him?" The speaker was Lin Jinbei. Upon learning of Jiang Chen's death, Lin Jinbei was utterly shocked. Although Jiang Chen was killed by the Wood Spirit Tree King, which spared Lin Jinbei from bearing the infamy of killing his own son, Jiang Chen was still his son, and upon hearing this news, he felt a sudden wave of grief. If Deng Ming and the others had all died, he could understand that. But now, the people from the extreme Dao martial arts school were all alive, and only Jiang Chen had died, which inevitably made Lin Jinbei suspect that it was intentional. Lin Jinbei, what qualifications do you have to question me? Jiang Chen is your son, yet you have never fulfilled your duties as a father. You even forced Jiang Chen to sever ties with you and even plan to take action against him. You better shut your mouth, or do you believe I can kill you right now? Deng Ming had been eager to kill Lin Jinbei the moment he saw him. After all, the person Jiang Chen hated the most in his life was Lin Jinbei. Since Jiang Chen's death was irreversible, he planned to kill Lin Jinbei to appease Jiang Chen's spirit in the afterlife. But now was not the right time to act. Once the Wood Spirit Tree King was dead, Deng Ming would be the first to strike at Lin Jinbei. Fong Xingxiu, Luo Chingan, Jin Hongi, and others present shared similar thoughts to Deng Ming. Lin Jinbei intended to say something but was pulled back by Zhao Yi beside him. Lin Jinbei, in this situation, it's best if you don't say much. Jiang Chen was a member of the extreme Dao martial arts school and exceptionally talented. Now that he is dead, this is undoubtedly a huge blow to them. If you don't keep quiet now, if they surround you later, I won't be able to save you. Although Deng Ming is disabled, his strength is still formidable. To be honest, you should feel fortunate right now. At least Jiang Chen is dead, Zhao Yi said with a cold smile. This way, you won't have to bear the blame. Lin Jinbei stood among the group, his face extremely grim, without saying a word. Jiang Chen was dead, and he truly felt unwell about it. But due to the strength of Deng Ming and the others, he could not say much and could only follow the main group into the valley. Just as the crowd entered the valley in full force, Jiang Chen, hidden by the dark gold demon armor, witnessed everything. His primary goal for this trip was to seize the heart of the ancient tree of life from the forehead of the Wood Spirit Tree King. The hearts of the ancient trees in the underground palace had to be obtained through trials. However, the one on the Wood Spirit Tree King's head could be taken in advance. Additionally, Jiang Chen aimed to take this opportunity to completely eliminate Lin Jinbei. If this person did not die, Jiang Chen could not accept the trial with peace of mind. As the main force entered the valley, they soon encountered an attack from the Wood Spirit Tree King. Having been awakened from its previous slumber and with Jiang Yan causing a ruckus inside it, the Wood Spirit Tree King harbored an even greater hatred for humans. He was filled with pent-up anger with nowhere to vent it, and now that a large number of martial artists had entered, it provided him with the perfect opportunity for a frenzied revenge. However, the Wood Spirit Tree King was a tree spirit beast, and its greatest weakness was its inability to move, along with a strong fear of fire. The many martial artists present were already aware that the Wood Spirit Tree King was entrenched in the valley, so the moment they charged into the valley, they unleashed various fire-based martial techniques. Coupled with various fire weapons, explosives, and so on, they inflicted tremendous damage on the Wood Spirit Tree King. Even though it possessed the strength of a third-tier monarch, equivalent to a planetary-level martial artist, due to its inherent weaknesses and the overwhelming strength of the martial artists present, the Wood Spirit Tree King quickly fell into a disadvantage. The entire valley turned into a sea of flames, causing the Wood Spirit Tree King to howl in agony. After a fierce battle, the Wood Spirit Tree King was severely injured, its body charred, and it had almost lost the ability to continue fighting. In this situation, no one wanted to miss the opportunity to slay the Wood Spirit Tree King. In an instant, everyone launched a fatal strike against it. With a reluctant roar, the Wood Spirit Tree King was severed in half and perished on the spot. But just as everyone was preparing to fight over the life-ancient tree heart on the Wood Spirit Tree King's forehead, a flash of light suddenly appeared, and the life-ancient tree heart vanished in an instant, with Jiang Chen's figure appearing before everyone. What? Everyone had fought desperately against the Wood Spirit Tree King with the goal of obtaining the life-ancient tree heart. Yet, the moment the Wood Spirit Tree King died, before they could even act, the life-ancient tree heart was snatched away by someone else. This left the many martial artists present feeling extremely resentful. Most importantly, Jiang Chen had appeared out of nowhere, having seemingly not contributed at all during the battle with the Wood Spirit Tree King. At that moment, almost everyone present glared at Jiang Chen in anger. Meanwhile, Deng Ming, Fong Xingxiu, and others from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School immediately recognized Jiang Chen. Earlier, when Jiang Chen was swallowed whole by the Wood Spirit Tree King, they had thought he was dead. Now that Jiang Chen had come back to life, Deng Ming and the others were overjoyed. Great! Jiang Chen, you're not dead! Deng Ming shouted excitedly. I knew you must have had some tricks up your sleeve. But soon, Deng Ming and the others realized something was amiss. Jiang Chen's sudden appearance and his snatching of the life-ancient tree heart meant he intended to make enemies of everyone. Realizing this, Deng Ming quickly spoke up. Jiang Chen, you should put down the life-ancient tree heart first. We can compete fairly with everyone present. Although Deng Ming was thrilled that Jiang Chen had come back to life and obtained the life-ancient tree heart, he also understood that if Jiang Chen did not relinquish it, everyone except those from his Extreme Dao Martial Arts School would turn against him. In his view, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he could not withstand the siege of so many people. Just as Deng Ming had anticipated, the many martial artists present were now looking at Jiang Chen with murderous intent. Kid, I advise you to put down the life-ancient tree heart. It's not something you can lay your hands on. If you cooperate, there might still be a way out for you. Otherwise, today you will surely die without a burial place. Despite having just fought the Wood Spirit Tree King, the martial artists still possessed extraordinary combat power. What problem would there be in besieging a Jiang Chen who had just stepped into the God of War level? However, at that moment, Jiang Chen did not show any fear in the face of their murderous gazes. Instead, he calmly put away the life-ancient tree heart. Then, with a disdainful look, Jiang Chen said, Teacher Deng, this life-ancient tree heart is an unknown object now that the Wood Spirit Tree King is dead. How could I casually hand over the life-ancient tree heart that I obtained through my own abilities? I appreciate your good intentions, but I can handle the next matters myself. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the martial artists from various countries felt even more furious. Damn it, we worked hard to kill the Wood Spirit Tree King, and in the end, the treasure was snatched away by this little brat. You are absolutely despicable. I will definitely kill you today. At that moment, a warrior from the Grey Bear Kingdom shouted angrily and rushed towards Jiang Chen. He was a 6th-tier warrior at the God of War level and had awakened the power of Earth-type transcendence. In an instant, his body expanded to over 3 meters, and his skin was covered with a layer of hard rock armor. It was as if he had transformed into a rock giant. Swinging his massive fist, he aimed a punch at Jiang Chen. In his eyes, Jiang Chen, a mere 1st-tier God of War, could never be his opponent. Once he crushed Jiang Chen with a single punch, he could seize the heart of the ancient tree of life and quickly escape the valley using his earth escape ability. But just as he fantasized about obtaining the heart of the ancient tree of life, a sharp killing intent flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in dark gold demonic armor, and a terrifying aura far beyond Jiang Chen's current cultivation erupted. What? Isn't that the black gold battle armor? How can it emit such a terrifying aura? Before the warrior from the Grey Bear Kingdom could react, Jiang Chen swung the flame-slashing dragon blade and unleashed a devastating attack. Even transformed into a rock giant, the warrior could not withstand the enhanced power of Jiang Chen in dark gold demonic armor. Moreover, the power of the devastating attack was already extremely formidable. This strike shattered the warrior's defenses on the spot, and the rock armor instantly crumbled. The warrior from the Grey Bear Kingdom fell to the ground, covered in blood, and fainted. Then, Jiang Chen swung his blade again, and the warrior's body was instantly severed in two. No one expected that Jiang Chen could kill a 6th-tier God of War warrior who had awakened the power of transcendence with just one move. Such overwhelming strength undoubtedly intimidated everyone present. Immediately after, Jiang Chen used Phantom Shadow to create dozens of identical clones of himself, surrounding all the warriors present. If you all still want to seize the heart of the ancient tree of life, I, Jiang, am always ready to accompany you. If you are sensible, you can leave the valley safely now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The dozens of clones shouted in unison, creating an even more terrifying intimidation for everyone present. What? What kind of monster is this guy? How can he possess such terrifying strength as a mere first-tier god of war? Haven't you all realized? That kid's armor is probably the real dark gold demonic armor. What? Dark gold demonic armor? That kid is wearing the legendary dark gold demonic armor. My god, no wonder he has such terrifying strength as just a first-tier god of war. Everyone, listen to me, this kid not only has the heart of the ancient tree of life but also the dark gold demonic armor. Now, as long as we kill him, we can seize these two treasures. What are we waiting for? Let's act quickly. Just like we did with the Wood Spirit Tree King, let's attack together. I don't believe this kid can defeat all of us. Just now, Jiang Chen displayed astonishing strength, instantly killing the warrior from the Grey Bear Kingdom, which truly shocked everyone present. Many felt fear towards Jiang Chen and did not dare to act rashly. However, upon learning that Jiang Chen's armor was the SSS level dark gold demonic armor, all the warriors from various countries felt a surge of desire. Except for those from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall like Deng Ming, the other warriors began to attack Jiang Chen. I have given you all a chance. Since you didn't seize it well, don't blame me. Seeing this, Jiang Chen remained fearless, facing the siege of warriors from various countries alone. Immediately, while using Phantom Shadow, Jiang Chen also executed Flowing Shadow Slash. In an instant, dozens of clones of Jiang Chen darted around like lightning, their speed making it difficult for everyone present to resist. Although these clones do not possess actual lethality, they greatly affect the judgment of the martial artists. Damn it, this kid's speed is incredibly fast. If I'm not mistaken, what he's using should be the Phantom Overlord technique. This is an SSS level martial skill, and it's the most powerful technique of the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. To simultaneously execute these two moves, this kid must have cultivated to a great mastery. This kid is simply a monster. If he doesn't die today, the Flame Nation will give birth to an unparalleled powerhouse. At that time, martial artists from other countries will all be overshadowed by him. Everyone, no matter what, Jiang Chen must die today. The many martial artists present, to ensure they could kill Jiang Chen, continuously attacked him while surrounding Deng Ming and others from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School. The martial artists surrounding the Extreme Path Martial Arts School were from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, the Sun Family, and the Fong Family. In addition, there were martial artists from other forces in the Flame Nation. Although Jiang Chen is from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, in the end, we are all people of the Flame Nation. Are you going to watch as martial artists from other countries surround and kill Jiang Chen? What you should do now is to protect Jiang Chen with me. Deng Ming and others from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, including the Luo family and the Jin family, were extremely angry at the actions of those in front of them. Zhao Yi from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School sneered twice. Jiang Chen is indeed one of us from the Flame Nation, but his actions are truly despicable. He has even provoked public anger. If he doesn't die, then martial artists from all countries will target us, the people of the Flame Nation. So we can only choose to sacrifice Jiang Chen. If you people are unconvinced, you can come and fight us. I want to see how you from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School can withstand so many experts from the Flame Nation. Zhao Yi had just been completely intimidated by Jiang Chen's displayed strength, making it clear to him that Jiang Chen not only survived but must have gained some fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to obtain the SSS level Dark Gold Demon Armor. If Jiang Chen were to leave the ancient civilization ruins alive, his strength would definitely surpass Mo Wanshan in the future. At that time, the Extreme Path Martial Arts School would be unshakable. No one wanted to see the Extreme Path Martial Arts School become so powerful, so they all chose to sacrifice Jiang Chen. Damn it, you are all simply despicable. Deng Ming roared in anger. At that moment, he saw Lin Jinbei standing next to Zhao Yi and immediately shouted, "Weren't you just blaming us for not being able to save Jiang Chen and wanting to take revenge for him? What about now? Jiang Chen is still alive, yet you still want to join them in killing Jiang Chen. What the hell are you, you dog of a father? You play both the good and the bad. How can there be such shameless people in this world? Jiang Chen was absolutely right to sever ties with a dog like you." Lin Jinbei was furious at Deng Ming's insults, his anger boiling over. He immediately shouted back at Deng Ming, "Do you think I don't want to save Jiang Chen? But look at what he's done. He brought this upon himself. How can I help? Should I let an unruly son drag the entire Lin family down? All I can do is bring his corpse back to the Lin family after he dies. After all, he is still my son, that's all I can do." Before Lin Jinbei could finish, Deng Ming angrily interrupted him. "You dog don't even deserve to be Jiang Chen's father. Today, I will definitely kill you, this shameless person, for Jiang Chen." Deng Ming and others from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, including the Luo family and the Jin family, were completely enraged and engaged in a fierce battle with those in front of them. At this moment, Jiang Chen, facing the siege of martial artists from the Grey Bear Nation, America, Europa, and the Indian subcontinent, still appeared to be at ease. Jiang Chen moved like lightning, the Phantom Overlord blade technique unfolding in his hands, the blade light flickering, conjuring countless sharp blade shadows that densely covered the entire battlefield. Each blade shadow contained a terrifying power capable of tearing through the air, causing the martial artists surrounding him to change color in fear, frantically trying to cope with the overwhelming assault. The SSS grade dark gold demon armor clung to him like a second skin, emanating a faint dark golden glow. It provided him with unprecedented defensive power and strength enhancement. Even the strongest martial artists, when striking with all their might, could only create a few sparks upon hitting the dark gold demon armor, unable to penetrate its incredibly tough defense. Bang! 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 A series of collision sounds erupted, as Jiang Chen descended like a deity. With each swing of his blade, a martial artist was struck by the blade's aura, either severely injured or directly sent flying, unable to approach him at all. His speed, strength, and defense reached an unbelievable height at that moment, instantly reversing the situation on the battlefield. How? How is this possible? How can one person's power be so immense? Can someone tell me why he is allowed to be this absurdly strong? The martial artists from various countries were horrified. They had never witnessed such a defiant scene. A first-tier war god-level martial artist could single-handedly confront and defeat so many experts. Who could believe this? The astonishing power Jiang Chen displayed undoubtedly struck fear into the hearts of the martial artists from various nations, causing many of them to feel intimidated. Finally, under Jiang Chen's relentless onslaught, all the martial artists attacking him fell to the ground, either severely injured and unable to continue, or directly frightened into losing the courage to fight, retreating to the edge of the battlefield, no longer daring to step forward. Jiang Chen sheathed his blade and stood still, surrounded by a faint blade intent. His gaze was like a torch, sweeping around, his voice cold and firm. "Who else wants to try my blade?" At that moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. No one dared to respond. Even those who still harbored dissatisfaction towards Jiang Chen, still yearning to seize the heart of the ancient tree and the dark gold demon armor, found his strength too overwhelming, single-handedly battling against the masses. From then on, the name Jiang Chen resounded throughout the 5 great nations. "Since no one dares to fight, then all of you can leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried immense intimidation. The martial artists from various nations, no matter how displeased they felt, could only retreat for now. In this situation, anyone who angered Jiang Chen would only face death. Damn it, how can this bastard really be this absurdly strong? It seems we can only retreat from the valley for now and slowly figure out how to deal with this Jiang Chen. We can't let Jiang Chen leave the ancient civilization ruins alive after offending so many of us. That's right, let's go. Under Jiang Chen's threat, many martial artists present suppressed their endless anger and hurriedly retreated from the valley. Zhao Yi from the Extreme Path Martial Arts School, unable to withstand Jiang Chen, looked at Lin Jinbei with great anger. "Didn't you say you would definitely kill Jiang Chen? Now this kid is so strong that even I can't match him. How do you plan to kill him?" "Lin Jinbei, if you can't completely eliminate this disobedient son, our Fong Martial Arts School will be finished. I tell you, if Jiang Chen leaves the ancient civilization ruins alive, the main hallmaster will never let you off." Lin Jinbei naturally understood how tricky the situation was. Jiang Chen's strength far exceeded his imagination. Although Lin Jinbei had not directly fought Jiang Chen, he knew he was no longer a match for him. However, for the future of the Lin family, Lin Jinbei had to find a way to deal with Jiang Chen. After a brief silence, Lin Jinbei, with a very grim expression, said, "Zhao Yi, I will find a way to deal with Jiang Chen. Let's leave here first." With that, Lin Jinbei and the others from the Fong Martial Arts School also planned to leave. Meanwhile, Deng Ming watched Jiang Chen single-handedly defeat so many powerful martial artists, feeling a myriad of shock in his heart. It is no exaggeration to say that below the planetary level, no one would be a match for Jiang Chen. And Jiang Chen was only 20 years old, having just stepped into the God of War level. The taller the tree, the harder the wind blows. He worried that Jiang Chen's prominence might lead to unforeseen accidents. After all, this was an ancient civilization ruin, and anything could happen. Just as Deng Ming was about to say something, Jiang Chen spoke first. "Teacher Deng, I know what you want to say. It's just that the gun shoots the bird that sticks out. Since I, Jiang Chen, dare to do this, I am not afraid of this group of useless people teaming up against me. Now I plan to deal with some trivial matters in the valley, and if you want to stay and watch, feel free. If you're not interested, you can leave the valley as soon as possible. After saying this, Jiang Chen activated his flowing light escape and flew directly towards the Fong martial arts school. He blocked the path of Lin Jinbei, Zhao Yi, and the others. Sorry, others can leave, but you people from the Fong martial arts school cannot. Jiang Chen, holding the blazing flame dragon slaying blade and wearing dark golden demonic armor, undoubtedly exuded a tremendous sense of pressure. Coupled with the astonishing strength Jiang Chen had just displayed, even Zhao Yi, the strongest among the Fong martial arts school, did not dare to make a move. Jiang Chen, what do you want? Although we are not from the same martial arts school, we are all people of Yin country. Do you really want to kill your own compatriots? Seeing that he was no match for Jiang Chen, Zhao Yi could only start moral coercion. Moreover, Lin Jinbei beside me is, after all, your biological father. Blood ties are unbreakable. Do you really want to kill your own father? Do you want to bear the eternal infamy of patricide? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Ha ha, Zhao Yi, you've said so much nonsense. You just want to take the people of the Fong martial arts school safely away. Fine, I can let your people leave. But you have to agree to 2 conditions. First, take off all your storage rings and hand them over to me. Second, Lin Jinbei must stay. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Zhao Yi was greatly shocked. The first condition, although Zhao Yi was very reluctant, was worth it as long as they could safely retreat from the valley. After all, they could continue searching for treasures as long as they remained in the ancient civilization ruins. But he never expected that Jiang Chen would want to keep Lin Jinbei behind. It was clear to everyone that Jiang Chen intended to completely resolve his issues with Lin Jinbei. Before Zhao Yi could speak, Lin Jinbei spoke first. Unfilial son, I am your father. Do you really intend to make a move against me? He. Jiang Chen scoffed. Teacher Deng is absolutely right. You, this dog, are not worthy of being my father. Did you not come to the ancient civilization ruins to kill me? Let me tell you the truth. Today there is me, not you. I want to settle this once and for all. As for the infamy of patricide, sorry, I don't care at all. Unfilial son. Unfilial son. Lin Jinbei roared in anger. But just as he was about to ask Zhao Yi to stay and assist him, he found that Zhao Yi had already led the people of the Fong martial arts school to retreat. Before leaving, he even handed over all his storage rings to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I, Zhao Yi, agree to these 2 conditions. As for Lin Jinbei, his life or death has nothing to do with me. After Zhao Yi finished speaking, he quickly left the valley with the people of the Fong martial arts school. Only Lin Jinbei was left to face the murderous Jiang Chen alone. In Zhao Yi's view, Jiang Chen's strength was too formidable. Just now, so many people were unable to do anything to him. Even if he stayed to assist Lin Jinbei, what would be the point? It would be better to abandon Lin Jinbei altogether and ensure the safe retreat of the Fong martial arts school members. Ha ha ha. Very well, it seems that even in the Fong martial arts school, you are not well liked, you dog. Jiang Chen coldly looked at Lin Jinbei. So how do you plan to die? Jiang Chen, it's one thing for you not to acknowledge me as your father. Now you even want to commit patricide. This act will undoubtedly bring down divine retribution. Besides, do you really think you can kill me? Lin Jinbei was thoroughly enraged by Jiang Chen's words. He never expected that Jiang Chen would actually want to strike at him today. At first, Lin Jinbei was completely confident, believing he could handle Jiang Chen. But after the earlier battle, he understood just how strong Jiang Chen was. His initial confidence had dwindled to less than 30%. His only chance lay in a sneak attack. So now, Lin Jinbei had to make Jiang Chen let his guard down to create an opportunity for him to strike. During this process, Lin Jinbei continuously compressed his thunderous power, ready to strike at any moment. He no longer had any feelings for Jiang Chen. He had to find a way to kill him. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Lin Jinbei's words, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Lin Jinbei, do you still think you are the once mighty warrior of the past? In my eyes, you have always been nothing but a waste. A waste who would harm even his own son for personal gain. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Jinbei with disdain. Do you dare to fight me, waste? After saying this, Jiang Chen raised his hand towards Lin Jinbei, indicating he could strike at any time. Jiang Chen, you are too arrogant. Let me show you the power of my transcendent strength. Lin Jinbei saw that Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant, and this was precisely the opportunity he had been waiting for. The compressed thunderous power erupted instantly. With a swift motion, a slender lightning golden snake shot out from his body, racing towards Jiang Chen at a speed almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. This move was a martial technique Lin Jinbei had created after awakening his transcendent power, named Flying Electric Snake. Once it hit, it could cause immense damage to the opponent and even paralyze them. This technique could be unleashed instantly or have its thunderous power compressed, waiting for the perfect moment. The stronger the compressed thunderous power, the greater the power of the flying electric snake, and the faster it would be. He believed that with the lethality of the flying electric snake, even if he couldn't completely defeat Jiang Chen, it would be enough to severely injure him. As long as Jiang Chen was injured, Lin Jinbei would have a chance to escape. However, just as Lin Jinbei thought he could successfully launch a sneak attack, the surrounding space suddenly twisted, and the flying electric snake came to a halt before Jiang Chen. With a casual swipe of his knife, Jiang Chen severed the flying electric snake. Utilizing the speed of his flowing light shadow, Jiang Chen instantly moved behind Lin Jinbei. Lin Jinbei, you are truly ridiculous. Do you think such a technique can be effective against me? Jiang Chen's flowing light shadow had already been cultivated to perfection. When fully unleashed, the surrounding space would warp. Even if Lin Jinbei's flying electric snake was fast, it was nearly impossible to harm Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's speed was simply too fast for Lin Jinbei to see. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye. Before Lin Jinbei could react, he already heard Jiang Chen's voice coming from behind him. How is this possible? Lin Jinbei recalled the twisted space from earlier. Isn't what you mastered the flowing light step? How can you distort space? Could it be that what you have mastered is the flowing light shadow, and you have already cultivated it to perfection? Lin Jinbei said, his face filled with terror. He. Jiang Chen sneered, it seems you're not too stupid after all. Since you've seen through me, I might as well lay it all out. That's right, I've indeed mastered the flowing light escape to perfection. Do you still think I can't kill you? When Jiang Chen teleported behind Lin Jinbei, he had the ability to slay him with a single strike. But that would be too quick and painless for Lin Jinbei. Wouldn't that be boring? After all, he had plenty of time now to play with Lin Jinbei slowly. No, this is impossible. The flowing light escape is a secret technique of the Luo family. How could you possibly learn it? And how could you cultivate it to perfection in such a short time? Even with great talent, it's simply impossible. You are not my son. What kind of monster are you? At this moment, Lin Jinbei looked at Jiang Chen with an expression of extreme fear. What's wrong? Are you scared now? Jiang Chen laughed coldly. How about this? Kneel down and kowtow to me. Once I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. This is your only chance to live, you know. I advise you to seize it. Jiang Chen, Lin Jinbei shouted angrily, no matter what, I am still your father. Are you really going to be this ruthless? Since ancient times, where has there been a father kneeling to his son? If you want me to kneel, aren't you afraid of shortening your own life? Ridiculous. Jiang Chen mocked. Just a moment ago, you said I wasn't your son, but a monster, right? Why are you suddenly claiming kinship now? Besides, wasn't that move you just used meant to take my life? You were the one who struck first. Don't blame anyone else. Lin Jinbei, you don't have much time left. If you don't kneel, don't blame me for being heartless. Although Lin Jinbei was extremely angry, he simply couldn't bring himself to kneel and beg Jiang Chen for mercy. At this moment, he glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. If you kill me today, you will surely face divine retribution. Come on, kill me. Lin Jinbei roared. You refuse to drink the wine offered and instead choose the punishment wine. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame me. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent as he swung the blazing dragon's slashing knife at Lin Jinbei. Lin Jinbei had no choice but to fight back with all his might. During the battle, Lin Jinbei unleashed a powerful thunder force, forming a thundercloud in midair. The thundercloud could continuously unleash lightning strikes to bombard Jiang Chen. This was also a martial technique developed by Lin Jinbei, called thundercloud strike. Unfortunately, these techniques developed by Lin Jinbei had little effect on Jiang Chen. In less than a moment, Lin Jinbei was already severely injured and fell to the ground. Just as Jiang Chen was about to personally finish off Lin Jinbei, Deng Ming rushed over and blocked Jiang Chen. Wait, Jiang Chen, Lin Jinbei is indeed a beast, and even though you have completely severed all ties with him, he is still your biological father. If you personally kill him, it may bring endless inner demons and affect your future cultivation. So, leave this guy to me. I will make him completely disappear from this world. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen coldly smiled. That's true, killing him would only dirty my hands. Teacher Deng, then I'll leave this guy to you. After saying that, Jiang Chen intended to return to the previous underground palace. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed a short-haired woman standing nearby. This person was none other than the young lady of the Fong family, Fong Yuro. I have no grievances with your Fong family, but your Fong family hired assassins to try to kill me. I just gave you a chance, yet you didn't escape. Are you planning to seek death by staying here? Previously, when martial artists from various countries were attacking Jiang Chen, people from the Fong family had also made a move against him. Jiang Chen witnessed Lin Dongkai from the Blackwolf mercenary corps mingling among the Fong family's warriors. This undoubtedly confirmed that the Fong family had hired the Blackwolf mercenary corps to kill him. If it weren't for Jiang Chen being in a hurry to attend the trial in the ancient tomb, he would have already taken action against the Fong family members. Jiang Chen, I stayed behind to apologize to you. The reason we hired the Black Wolf mercenary corps to deal with you is entirely because my father was misled by others. If you are willing, my Fong family can offer you sufficient compensation. Whatever you want, my Fong family can fulfill it. As for Lin Dongkai, who attacked you, I will make sure he disappears from this world. After witnessing Jiang Chen's astonishing strength, Fong Yuro felt extremely regretful for not being able to dissuade her father at that time. If her father had resolutely rejected Zhao Changming back then, at the very least they wouldn't have offended Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen is so powerful, once he leaves the ancient civilization ruins, he will inevitably surpass Mo Wanshan and become the strongest in Yen country. He might even become the strongest in Blue Star. Angering such a powerful figure puts the Fong family in jeopardy. Therefore, she risked her life to stay and persuade Jiang Chen. Ha! Jiang Chen coldly laughed upon hearing this. Do you think saying these things now has any meaning? I don't care who your father was hired by, I only know he attempted to kill me. If it weren't for my strength being sufficient, I would have probably died at Lin Dongkai's hands by now. This debt, I will settle with your Fong family sooner or later. Now, while I'm still in a good mood, you still have a chance to escape. Otherwise, once my patience wears thin, I will kill you immediately. With that, Jiang Chen turned and walked towards the entrance of the ancient tomb. Jiang Chen, can I tell you that the person who hired my father is Zhao Changming? Everything is his fault. My Fong family is willing to give you any compensation. Can't you spare my Fong family? Fong Yuro shouted at Jiang Chen's back. However, Jiang Chen ignored her cries. Even if he didn't say it, Jiang Chen had already guessed. No matter what, he would kill Zhao Changming. As for the Fong family, he would also make them pay the price. Then, Jiang Chen activated the invisibility ability of the dark gold demon armor and disappeared before Fong Yuro. It's over. Everything is over. A single misstep leads to eternal regret. Fong Yuro slumped to the ground, her face filled with despair. Jiang Chen's refusal to forgive the Fong family meant that the day he left the ancient civilization ruins would bring disaster upon them. To ensure the safety of the Fong family, after pondering for a moment, Fong Yuro immediately left the valley to join the rest of the Fong family and discuss countermeasures. Meanwhile, severely injured Lin Jinbei, even if he wanted to escape, found it impossible. He could only watch helplessly as Deng Ming and others from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall approached him. Lin Jinbei, do you have any regrets now? Deng Ming questioned coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinbei fell silent. At this moment, to say he had no regrets would be a lie. On the contrary, he was filled with immense regret. He regretted abandoning Jiang Chen, regretted fearing Zhao Changming's schemes against Jiang Chen. He regretted taking action against Jiang Chen in the black market. He regretted everything he had done to Jiang Chen during this time. If everything could be done over again, he would never commit such a heinous act. You are right, I am unworthy to be Jiang Chen's father. Ending up like this is all my own doing. I don't blame Jiang Chen, nor do I blame anyone else. But I, Lin Jinbei, will never die at the hands of you Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall members. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jinbei suddenly drew a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into his heart. As blood gushed out, Lin Jinbei's consciousness gradually blurred. In the end, amidst endless regret, he breathed his last. Humph, it seems you still have some backbone. Deng Ming had no intention of personally killing Lin Jinbei. He aimed to force him to take his own life. Lin Jinbei's existence would greatly affect Jiang Chen. Now that he was dead, Jiang Chen would have no more worries. Let's go, leave this valley. After burning Lin Jinbei's body to ashes, Deng Ming led the members of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall slowly out of the valley. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had returned to the underground palace. The golden bell that had been hiding on him also emerged at this moment. So, are you planning to start the test now? No, wait for me a moment. Let me absorb the power of this ancient tree of life first. Although Jiang Chen was unclear about what the test would entail, he knew it would be extremely difficult. While it was unlikely to pose a life-threatening danger, he could not afford to be careless. He first entered the Void Training Ground and fought against a previously replicated God of War level 7th tier warrior. After defeating it 10 times, Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the 2nd tier of God of War. Only then did he choose to eat the heart of the ancient tree of life piece by piece. Its texture was crunchy and slightly sweet, not unpleasant at all. Once he had completely consumed the heart, an incredibly powerful force erupted within Jiang Chen's body. It felt as if he had just downed dozens of S-grade gene potions. Even Jiang Chen found it hard to bear, revealing a look of pain. However, the feeling of pain did not last long, and soon Jiang Chen adapted. After about 3 or 4 hours, he finally absorbed the power of the ancient tree of life completely. He could clearly sense that his physical strength had greatly increased. Moreover, the previously unawakened transcendent power was activated ahead of time under the influence of the ancient tree of life. At that moment, it was as if a colorful crystal had appeared within Jiang Chen, with various attribute energies bursting forth. Just like the Lord of Blue Star, Jiang Chen gained the ability to control any attribute power. Furthermore, even though Jiang Chen had not yet reached the 5th tier of God of War, he had fully awakened his transcendent power ahead of time, making him the first in history. Congratulations, Master, on successfully awakening your transcendent power. Although the Golden Bell already knew what Jiang Chen's transcendent power was, witnessing the entire awakening process still left it in shock. In this life, it had to help Jiang Chen grow quickly. Alright, everything is almost ready. It's time to accept the test. After adjusting his state to perfection, Jiang Chen strode toward the bronze door ahead. When he opened his eyes again, he had been transported to a dim cave. Upon entering the cave, Jiang Chen discovered 3 openings not far ahead, seemingly leading to different places. Master, this first trial is called the Endless Maze. Among these 3 entrances ahead, only one leads to the exit. You may choose any entrance to enter. If you find that the route you chose is wrong and leads to a dead end, you can withdraw at any time and choose another entrance. As long as you can successfully reach the exit, you will have passed the first trial. After saying this, the golden bell instantly transformed into light and disappeared before Jiang Chen's eyes. Although this trial appeared to pose no immediate danger, merely requiring passage through a maze, Jiang Chen was no fool. It was clear that this maze must be extremely perilous. He then walked toward the first entrance on his left. Since there was no time limit, Jiang Chen could enter and take a look first. If he was lucky and chose the correct route, that would be best. But if he chose wrong, he could see what dangers lay within the wrong path. Following that, Jiang Chen stepped into the first opening. The cave was still dim, but the internal space was relatively large and not very complicated. It seemed as if there was only a straight passage, which was vastly different from the intricate complexities he had encountered. Could it be that I'm on the right path directly? Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately quickened his pace. However, it didn't take long for Jiang Chen to realize something was amiss. This seemingly simple straight passage appeared to have no end at all. No matter how long Jiang Chen walked, the darkness ahead remained impenetrable, devoid of any light. Even when he ran at full speed for quite a while, it was still the same. Something's wrong. This passage can't possibly be this long. There must be something strange about it. Could it be that there are special beasts like the Shadow Nightmare Beast hidden around, distorting the space and making me go in circles? Jiang Chen recalled his previous encounter with the Shadow Nightmare Beast in the Nether Forest, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt this possibility. Yet, no matter how he observed, he found no signs of any beasts around. He couldn't even sense a breath. Even when Jiang Chen deliberately exposed a flaw, trying to lure the Shadow Nightmare Beast out, it was still ineffective. He knew very well what kind of character the Shadow Nightmare Beast had. If there were any around, they would have already been unable to resist attacking after Jiang Chen exposed a flaw like that. This could only indicate one thing: the reason this passage felt endless was not due to the Shadow Nightmare Beast. After a long period of contemplation, Jiang Chen casually took out a blood spike and carved the character Jiang into the nearby rock wall. Immediately after, he continued to run forward, his speed even faster than before. About half an hour later, Jiang Chen finally stopped and turned to look, discovering that the Jiang he had carved was right beside him on the rock wall. This meant that since entering this cave, Jiang Chen had been going in circles. What the hell? What is going on here? Jiang Chen's expression was one of utter shock as he turned and ran towards the cave entrance. But no matter how long he ran, he was still going in circles. Wasn't it said that I could retreat at any time? Damn it, this is all nonsense. Jiang Chen felt a surge of anger in his heart. He was now trapped and had to find a way to leave, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Subsequently, Jiang Chen began to carefully observe the surrounding rock walls, trying to find a way out. In his view, the only 2 reasons that could cause him to go in circles were, the first being the special abilities of beasts, which Jiang Chen had basically ruled out. That left only the second reason: there was a special mechanism within this cave. I refuse to believe there's no way to leave, Jiang Chen said, and began to search earnestly. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Nether Forest, a group of martial artists from various countries gathered. Even though they had initially harbored mutual animosity and would fight upon meeting, now they all had a single goal: revenge against Jiang Chen. Everyone, you have all witnessed how strong Jiang Chen's power was in the Valley of the Wood Spirit Tree King, and now, Jiang Chen has obtained the heart of the ancient life tree, which will undoubtedly make his strength even greater. On top of that, he possesses an SSS level dark gold magic armor and the blazing dragon slaying blade, and he himself is a mentalist. Such a terrifying enemy, if he is allowed to leave the ancient civilization ruins alive, won't that mean that we will all be suppressed by Jiang Chen in the future? The strongest in the Flame Nation, Mo Wanshan, is already enough of a headache for us. What if someone surpasses Mo Wanshan in the future? Therefore, I suggest we unite to eliminate Jiang Chen. The speaker was a nearly 2-meter tall, brown-haired muscular man from the Bear Country. The martial artist who could transform into a rock giant in the valley was his younger brother, who had died at Jiang Chen's hands, filling the brown-haired man with immense rage. He was determined to eliminate Jiang Chen at all costs. You put it quite cleverly. That Jiang Chen kid is simply absurdly strong. Just now, so many of us couldn't do anything to him. Is it useful to join forces now? Moreover, it is said that Jiang Chen even killed his father. This guy is a freak. In my opinion, rather than thinking about how to deal with Jiang Chen, we should think about how to build a good relationship with him after leaving the ancient civilization ruins. I can guarantee that this kid might surpass planetary level in the future. Although everyone present harbored hatred for Jiang Chen, what had just happened in the valley made them particularly fearful of him. At this moment, no one dared to act against Jiang Chen easily. Are you all willing to be trampled underfoot by Jiang Chen? What a bunch of spineless guys. If we can't defeat Jiang Chen head-on, can't we set a trap in advance at the exit of the ancient civilization ruins? As long as we can prevent Jiang Chen from leaving the ancient civilization ruins, he will die here. The words of the brown-haired strong man awakened everyone present. The ancient civilization ruins opened once every 3 years, and each opening lasted for 5 days. If they couldn't leave within the specified time, they would never be able to leave again. Those who couldn't leave seemed to be forcibly erased by a terrifying power. If they could really stop Jiang Chen from leaving the ancient civilization ruins, they could indeed kill him. But can this be done? Jiang Chen is so powerful, ordinary traps would be meaningless to him. And he is also a mentalist, with even stronger perception. The crowd still harbored apprehension towards Jiang Chen and hesitated to agree to join forces. But just then, a crisp female voice suddenly came from behind. I have a way to ensure that Jiang Chen can never leave the ancient civilization ruins again. I have a way to ensure that Jiang Chen can never leave the ancient civilization ruins again. Fong Yuro said as she walked towards them. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, then with the capabilities of the Fong family, we can completely ensure that Jiang Chen can never leave here. When she said this, Fong Yuro's gaze was extremely cold. Just now in the valley, she had shamelessly begged Jiang Chen, hoping he could forgive the Fong family. If he could forgive them, she was willing to meet all of Jiang Chen's conditions. However, what she received was Jiang Chen's ruthless rejection. If it were just a loss of face, it would be one thing, but Jiang Chen's strength was truly too formidable. Once Jiang Chen left the ancient civilization ruins, the Fong family would inevitably face his revenge. The Fong family's current status was not easy to achieve. To ensure the prosperity and strength of the Fong family, she had to harden her heart and eliminate Jiang Chen. Fong Yuro's words undoubtedly shocked everyone present. But soon, someone raised a doubt. Fong Yuro, you are from Yin country, and so is Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen becomes the strongest in Yin country in the future, isn't that a good thing for your Yin country? Would you really be willing to act against Jiang Chen? I think you're just trying to play us. Everyone present was a martial artist from the 4 countries of America, Bear Country, Europa, and Indus. They united to deal with Jiang Chen to prevent Yin country from having an excessively powerful martial artist, which would disrupt the current balance among the 5 major countries. Yet, a person from the Fong family in Yin country wanted to join them in dealing with Jiang Chen and even claimed to have a way to prevent him from leaving the ancient civilization ruins. Almost everyone present did not believe Fong Yuro's words. Fong Yuro had already anticipated that everyone would question her, so she coldly smiled. That's right, Jiang Chen and I are both from Yin country. But so what? Just now in the valley, Jiang Chen showed no mercy to any Yin country person except for those from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Moreover, in the Battle of the Valley, not only our Fong family, but also the Sun family, the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall, and various major forces of the Yin Kingdom have already offended Jiang Chen. From what I know of Jiang Chen, he will definitely retaliate against us, and it will be a devastating revenge. This person could even kill his own father. How could he possibly leave us a way out? I'm afraid that apart from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, all of us will suffer. If that's the case, we must ensure that Jiang Chen remains trapped in the ruins of the ancient civilization forever. As she spoke, Fong Yuro's eyes revealed a sharp killing intent. The people following her also harbored a strong desire to kill Jiang Chen. Before the martial artists from the United States, Bear Country, Europa, and Indus could speak, other organizations from the Yen Kingdom, including the Sun Family and the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall, arrived one after another. Prior to this, the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall had already gathered these individuals to discuss joining forces against Jiang Chen. Although many initially opposed it, after all, Jiang Chen was still a person from the Yen Kingdom. However, Jiang Chen's strength was truly overwhelming. In the Battle of the Valley, they had almost all offended him. Furthermore, Zhao Yi from the Fonglei Martial Arts Hall had personally told them that Jiang Chen had killed his own father. This immediately made them realize that Jiang Chen was a devil. If he could kill his own father, he would undoubtedly retaliate against them. Thus, everyone quickly agreed to join forces against Jiang Chen. Under Zhao Yi's leadership, they came to meet with the martial artists from the other 4 countries. Seeing so many martial artists from the Yen Kingdom also preparing to deal with Jiang Chen reassured the martial artists from the other 4 countries. At this moment, the martial artists from the 5 major countries set aside any past grievances and united together. Their only goal was to eliminate Jiang Chen. Fong Yuro, do you really have a way to keep Jiang Chen from leaving the ruins of the ancient civilization? There are less than 2 days left until the ruins close. The time is really too short. Zhao Yi said gravely to Fong Yuro. The remaining time is more than enough. Fong Yuro looked firmly at everyone present. Originally, I didn't plan to reveal this, but now that we have a common enemy, I won't keep this secret anymore. As we all know, mentalists, due to their powerful mental energy, are generally not affected by mental attacks. Moreover, some special illusions have no effect on mentalists. But our Fong family does not believe in this evil. So we invested heavily in researching special weapons that can greatly affect mentalists, and we have basically succeeded. This weapon is called the Mental Illusion Device. It is a high-tech weapon that uses advanced electromagnetic waves, sound waves, or light wave technology, combined with complex brainwave interference and simulation systems, to directly act on the mentalist's brain. By precisely controlling the frequency, intensity, and waveform patterns of these waves, it can simulate various realistic illusions. This interferes with the normal thinking and perception of the mentalist, trapping them in a pre-designed virtual world. At this point, Fong Yuro signaled the people from the Fong family beside her to take out the mental illusion device and show it to everyone present. This mental illusion device, being only a prototype, had many details that were not yet perfected, making it appear extremely bulky. It looked like a large computer combined with various strange instruments. Fong Yuro actually had another purpose for this trip, which was to test the capabilities of the mental illusion device. Although it had been tested countless times in the Fong family's experimental base and had proven effective against mentalists, it had not yet been tested in actual combat. Originally, she intended to bring it into the ruins of the ancient civilization to deal with the martial artists from other countries, but unexpectedly, it was now to be used against Jiang Chen. The high-tech weapons of the Fong family were well known for their power, and many present also possessed high-tech weapons from the Fong family. The special mental illusion device today truly shocked everyone present. Even the mentalists could become deeply trapped in the illusion, let alone ordinary warriors. While everyone was observing the mental illusion device, Fong Yuro continued, "In the upcoming period, I will activate the mental illusion device on the only path leading away from the ancient civilization ruins. With the current strength of the mental illusion device, as long as Jiang Chen's mental power does not reach the intermediate level or above, he will definitely be affected and fall deeply into the illusion. But to fully activate it, a period of preparation is needed. If during this time, Jiang Chen leaves the valley early, you must stop him at all costs. Otherwise, if the mental illusion device fails to activate, we will all be doomed. To let you all understand the power of the mental illusion device, I will demonstrate it for you in advance." Then, under Fong Yuro's lead, the Fong family members immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, trapped in the cave undergoing trials, Jiang Chen, after pacing for a long time, finally discovered something unusual on the rock wall. "Strange, I clearly left a mark on this wall just now. Why has it disappeared?" Jiang Chen looked puzzled at the character Jiang carved on the left rock wall. This was what he had just carved, but the character on this rock wall had always existed, while the character on the right side had mysteriously vanished. Jiang Chen tried several times and ultimately reached a conclusion. The right rock wall definitely had a problem. But no matter how Jiang Chen observed this wall, he could not find any mechanism. It was just a plain rock wall. Having been trapped in this cave for a long time, Jiang Chen was already tired of it. "Damn it, since I can't find the problem, then I'll just destroy this rock wall." As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he was immediately covered by dark gold magic armor and took out the flame-slashing dragon blade at the first opportunity. Then, Jiang Chen unleashed the Phantom Overlord blade technique, attacking the right rock wall fiercely. It was as if a powerful beast was in front of him, and Jiang Chen showed no mercy. Under Jiang Chen's powerful attacks, the rock wall ahead shattered instantly, and the entire cave began to shake violently. What the hell? Is this cave going to collapse? Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately assumed a defensive posture, preparing to use the defense of the dark gold magic armor to withstand the falling rocks from the collapse. However, things did not go as Jiang Chen had said. The cave did not collapse. Instead, after the violent shaking, a narrow passage suddenly appeared at the previously shattered rock wall. Could it be that I accidentally triggered the mechanism here? Jiang Chen looked at the narrow path that had appeared ahead, thinking he had found the correct exit, and hurriedly ran over. But after entering the narrow passage, Jiang Chen's expression turned extremely ugly. Because as he walked along this narrow path, he actually returned to the place where he had first entered the cave. In front of him were still 3 pitch-black openings. This also meant that all the time Jiang Chen had spent earlier was in vain. The left path could not lead to the correct exit at all. Wow, so frustrating. How could I set such a detestable trial in my past life? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth in anger. The reason Jiang Chen was so angry now was not because the trial was too difficult, but because he was worried that time would not be enough. This ancient civilization ruin could only last for 5 days, and the time spent returning to the underground palace for the trial had already left him with less than 2 days. And after entering the cave, Jiang Chen had no idea about the flow of time outside. Having wasted so much time just now, he was genuinely worried that when the 5 days were up, he would no longer be able to leave the ancient civilization ruins. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately called out, "Jinling, come out for me." Soon, a large amount of golden light flew out from Jiang Chen's body, gradually coalescing in midair, and the figure of the golden bell slowly emerged. "Master, is there a problem? I ask you, if the exit of the ancient civilization ruins closes in 5 days, how should I leave? Or can I interrupt the trial now?" Jiang Chen immediately inquired. "Unfortunately, once the trial begins, it cannot be interrupted. Master, these trials were set by you in your previous life. I have no authority to change what you have set. As for the ancient civilization ruins, they were actually built by you, and the beasts here were captured by you with great effort. The ancient civilization ruins will completely close in 5 days, and there is no way to leave early. If you cannot pass all the trials within the limited time, you will have to stay here for 3 years. In that case, the ancient civilization ruins will reopen, and you can take the opportunity to leave." Hearing the golden bell's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. "It's over. I really can't get away now. If I had known the trials would be so difficult, I shouldn't have accepted them lightly." Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. "Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. After all, this place is all mine. I won't be in any danger here, and I can focus on facing the trials." After adjusting his state, Jiang Chen looked at the golden bell beside him. "Go tell 007 to prepare some food for me and bring it here. From now on, I'm going to tackle this challenge head-on. I refuse to believe that I can't find the correct exit. As you command, I'll take care of it right away." The golden bell smiled slightly and then transformed into a beam of golden light and disappeared. Subsequently, Jiang Chen strode into a central cave entrance, which was completely different from the one on the left. Upon entering the central cave, it was as if he had arrived in a massive circular arena. In front of him stood a stone door. No way, could that stone door be the correct exit? Jiang Chen thought, his heart filled with joy. Without any hesitation, he ran straight towards the stone door. But just as Jiang Chen reached the center of the arena, the surroundings began to shake violently. The candles on the rock walls of the arena suddenly ignited, illuminating the previously dim arena. Immediately after, a huge iron cage rose from the ground, and inside it was a lion engulfed in flames. This creature's aura was at least at the second tier of the king level. "Ha, there are beasts in a place like this? And it's so powerful?" Before Jiang Chen could react, the iron cage shattered with a loud crash, and the fiery lion roared before charging wildly at Jiang Chen. "I understand now. It seems that to open that stone door, I must deal with the beast here. Damn it, why is every cave entrance so different?" Although Jiang Chen cursed under his breath, he immediately activated the dark gold armor and swung the blazing dragon-slaying knife to engage in battle with the fiery lion. Since the fiery lion was also a powerful fire-type beast, its fire resistance was extremely high. The power of the blazing dragon-slaying knife was greatly weakened against this creature. Even so, Jiang Chen's formidable strength could not be stopped. After a fierce battle, he severely injured the fiery lion thanks to his speed advantage. Coupled with the power of the psychic weapon Blood Spear, he successfully killed the fiery lion. He thought that after slaying the fiery lion, he could open the stone door. But unexpectedly, just as the fiery lion died, another huge iron cage appeared. Inside was actually a third-tier king-level beast. What? A third-tier king-level beast? How can it keep getting stronger? Jiang Chen looked at the giant bear before him, its body covered in white fur, with a grave expression. This giant bear not only exuded the aura of a king-level tier 3 beast but also emanated a terrifying chill. The moment it appeared, the entire arena was cloaked in frost due to its coldness. This was indeed a king-level bloodline beast, the rampaging ice bear. If it had been before, Jiang Chen would have certainly been unable to deal with such a powerful beast. But now, he had awakened his transcendence power in advance and was clad in SSS level dark gold armor. Even facing a king-level tier 3 beast, Jiang Chen was merely shocked, showing no signs of fear. Without giving the rampaging ice bear any chance to react, Jiang Chen launched the first attack. Ever since his transcendence power fully awakened, Jiang Chen had gained the ability to control various attributes. Although he had just awakened and had not developed any martial skills, at the very least, his resistance to various attributes had greatly improved. Coupled with the defensive power of the SSS level dark gold armor, the rampaging ice bear's chill had almost no effect on him. Well, it's impossible to pass all the tests in 5 days anyway, so I might as well take this opportunity to enhance my combat ability and try to develop my transcendence power. Jiang Chen was well aware that although the rampaging ice bear was powerful, he definitely had a way to defeat it. Thus, during the battle with the rampaging ice bear, he repeatedly attempted to harness ice attribute energy. He learned the various ice skills the rampaging ice bear used, trying to develop his own martial skills. Soon, the rampaging ice bear was killed by Jiang Chen, and then other beasts appeared. But the strongest among them was only a king-level tier 3. Jiang Chen quickly realized that the purpose of these beasts was to help him master his transcendence power in a short time. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to open the stone door ahead but stayed to fight the beasts. If he got tired, he would leave the cave after slaying the beasts, rest until his stamina was restored, and then continue fighting. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the Crimson Fireland of the ancient civilization ruins, martial artists from various countries gathered, anxiously watching Fong Yuro. Miss Fong, the 5 days are almost up. I estimate there's only about an hour or two left. Have you set up the mental illusion device? Once the time is up, as long as Jiang Chen arrives here, he can leave the ancient civilization ruins. At that time, we will be doomed. They were currently at the deepest part of the Crimson Fireland. In front of them stood a massive bronze door. When the 5 days were up, the bronze door would open, allowing everyone to pass through and leave the ancient civilization ruins. If they failed to leave within the allotted time, once the bronze door closed, they would never be able to escape. Now, seeing that the bronze door was about to open, if Jiang Chen suddenly arrived here, even if they surrounded him, they would be unable to stop him from leaving the ancient civilization ruins. Their hopes rested entirely on Fong Yuro, which was why they were so anxious. Don't worry, the mental illusion device has long been prepared. I guarantee that as soon as Jiang Chen steps into the Crimson Fireland, he will be trapped in the illusion and unable to extricate himself. Although I can't control Jiang Chen for long, preventing him from stepping into the bronze door within the allotted time is more than enough. Everyone need not worry, from now on, Jiang Chen will no longer exist. After Fong Yuro finished speaking, everyone present burst into wild laughter. But just then, a furious shout came from the distance. Fong Yuro, you shameless woman! Jiang Chen has no grievances with your Fong family, yet you inexplicably hired the Blackwolf mercenary group to kill him. Now you even want to unite with martial artists from other countries to deal with Jiang Chen. You are simply unworthy of being a person from the Flame Nation. Aren't you afraid that after leaving the ancient civilization ruins, Master Mo will take revenge on you? Deng Ming and the others from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, including those from the Luo and Jin families, looked extremely angry. If it were just the martial artists from the other 4 nations uniting against Jiang Chen, Deng Ming could still ally with the martial artists from the Flame Nation to deal with them. But he never expected that, apart from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, the Luo and Jin families, the other martial artists from the Flame Nation would also turn against Jiang Chen. Deng Ming had to stop the Fong family before the bronze door opened. However, Fong Yuro did not care about Deng Ming's threats. She coldly spoke, Deng Ming, do you think I want to do this? It's Jiang Chen who gives our Fong family no way out. That's right, my father did do some foolish things, but it hasn't yet led to an irreparable situation. I begged Jiang Chen to spare our Fong family, but he has pushed us to a dead end. If Jiang Chen really leaves here, our Fong family will surely face disaster. What I am doing now is merely to ensure the safety of my Fong family. As for Mo Wanshan. At this point, Fong Yuro paused for a moment. Then she continued, Mo Wanshan is indeed very strong, but he is not invincible. Does he dare to challenge so many top families alone? Saying this, Fong Yuro looked at Luo Chingan, Jin Hani, and the others. Don't get too complacent. Don't think that just because you helped Jiang Chen now, he will be grateful to you. Don't forget, Jiang Chen is someone who can cruelly kill his own father. What kind of beast is he that he wouldn't do anything? I advise you to join forces with us to take down Jiang Chen. Although the Flame Nation has lost such a talented martial artist, it is still better than living in the shadow of Jiang Chen in the future. Fong Yuro, relying on the top martial artists from various nations beside her, was not worried at all about Deng Ming and the others from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Luo Chingan and Jin Hanyi both understood Jiang Chen well. They were very clear about the relationship between Jiang Chen and Lin Jinbei. Lin Jinbei deserved to die, and Jiang Chen had no problem taking action against him. Moreover, Lin Jinbei ultimately committed suicide. What does that have to do with Jiang Chen? They did not turn against Jiang Chen because of Fong Yuro's few words and continued to stand by Deng Ming and the others. Seeing that the people from the Luo and Jin families were unwilling to cooperate, Fong Yuro and the martial artists from various nations immediately united to besiege the people from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. At that moment, the surroundings suddenly shook violently, and then the originally closed bronze door slowly opened. Why did it open early? At this moment, all the martial artists present felt an immense shock. The opening of the bronze door also meant that the ancient civilization ruins were about to close, and everyone had to enter the bronze door within 3 minutes. Once the 3 minutes were up, the bronze door would close immediately, and they would no longer be able to leave. The ancient civilization ruins opened a few hours early before, so it will definitely close early as well. Everyone, we can't get entangled with them any longer. We must leave here immediately. As soon as Fong Yuro finished speaking, she took the lead and left with the people from the Fong family. Many martial artists present also surged toward the bronze door at that moment. At the very top of the bronze door, a countdown appeared. 3 minutes flew by rapidly, but Jiang Chen's figure had yet to appear, which made Deng Ming extremely anxious. How could this happen? If Jiang Chen doesn't leave here within the stipulated time, he won't be able to leave. Thinking of this, Deng Ming's expression was filled with sorrow. Originally, Jiang Chen had escaped from the Wood Spirit Tree King's grasp, which made Deng Ming extremely excited. Moreover, Jiang Chen had displayed astonishing strength in the battle in the valley. Undoubtedly, he would become the strongest in Blue Star in the future. But who would have thought that these warriors would unite to stop Jiang Chen from leaving the ancient civilization ruins? In his view, Jiang Chen's prolonged absence must mean he had fallen into the trap set by Fong Yuro and the others. If he had known that Jiang Chen would encounter so many dangers after entering the ancient civilization ruins, he should have done everything to prevent Jiang Chen from coming here. As time ticked away, there were less than 30 seconds left before the bronze door closed. The bronze door was gradually closing at that moment. Under such circumstances, even if Deng Ming and the others were reluctant, they had to retreat immediately. Otherwise, they would all die here. The grudge of today, our Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall will definitely remember. We will seek revenge on you. Let's hurry and leave. After Deng Ming finished speaking, he led everyone present to rush into the bronze door. And as Deng Ming and the others left, the bronze door completely closed. Meanwhile, in the arena, after Jiang Chen killed a third-tier king-level monster in front of him, everything returned to calm. The candles around the arena extinguished in an instant, and the iron cages that held the monsters no longer appeared. This also meant that all the monsters in this arena had been eliminated by Jiang Chen. Although he had not developed his own martial skills during the battle with the monsters, Jiang Chen had become very proficient in controlling his power of transcendence, able to unleash various astonishing attribute energies at any time. In actual combat, if the opponent was a fire-type monster, Jiang Chen could immediately activate powerful water-type energy to suppress the opponent. This allowed Jiang Chen to utilize attribute restraint, greatly enhancing his own strength. Even when facing monsters of a much higher level, he could still put up a fight. After enduring so many hardships and killing so many monsters, I should have passed this first test, right? After a deep sigh, Jiang Chen walked towards the stone door ahead. But when he pushed open the stone door and stepped inside, he found himself teleported back to the starting point, with those 3 familiar openings appearing before him once again. What the hell? I killed so many monsters, and yet I still didn't find the exit? Damn it! Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. He had thought that by passing this first test, he would obtain a wealth of treasures and the heart of the ancient life tree, thus enhancing his strength and cultivation level. But unexpectedly, after so long, he hadn't even passed the first test. Master! At that moment, Jin Ling flew to Jiang Chen's side. Now that the ancient civilization ruins are closed, you can safely accept the test here. Are you insulting me? Jiang Chen said with an unhappy tone. Although he knew he couldn't leave the ancient civilization ruins on time and would have to stay here for at least 3 years, the thought of being trapped in this place was hard for Jiang Chen to accept. Master is joking. How could I dare to insult you? In fact, Master is already very powerful. If it were someone else, they would have been killed by those monsters long ago. In my eyes, Master is the best in the world, unmatched by anyone. Jin Ling said seriously. Alright, stop flattering me. Jiang Chen asked. I want to know, what happens if an ordinary person doesn't leave the ancient civilization ruins within the specified time? Will they definitely die? This question genuinely puzzled Jiang Chen. That's right, they will definitely die, Jinling said gravely. When Master built this ancient civilization ruins, special restrictions were already set. Any warrior who does not leave this place within the specified time will be attacked by the restrictions and erased in a short time. Over the years, all the warriors who tried to hide in the ancient civilization ruins and occupy all the spiritual objects here have died. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded with a heavy expression. The ancient civilization ruins had now been closed, and Jiang Chen had failed to leave in time. This meant that, in the eyes of the world, Jiang Chen was surely dead. Master, there's one more thing I think I should tell you. The situation is like this. Jinling informed Jiang Chen about how the martial artists from various countries had united to set up a net to block his exit from the ancient civilization ruins. Jiang Chen chuckled dismissively upon hearing this. I knew those guys wouldn't play fair. Since they all think I'm dead, let them be happy for a while. When I pass the trial and leave this place, I will settle the score with each of them. At this point, Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. After a brief rest, he resolutely walked towards the third entrance. The first two entrances were all wrong, which meant that the correct path must be through this third entrance. Meanwhile, deep in the Star Source forest, the martial artists who had entered the ancient civilization ruins were gradually returning. Although many had died inside, for those who survived, the journey was undoubtedly worthwhile. Even though Jiang Chen had taken a large number of treasures from them, they still gained a lot from this trip. After the bronze door was completely closed, Jiang Chen did not leave the ancient civilization ruins. The crowd could no longer contain their excitement and began to cheer. Ha! Great! It's wonderful! That kid Jiang Chen is finally dead. It is well known that once the bronze door closes, anyone who fails to leave in time is doomed. At this moment, the bronze door had long since closed. Even if Deng Ming and the others from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School were unwilling to accept it, they had to acknowledge the fact that Jiang Chen was dead. You despicable scoundrels! I, Deng Ming, vow here that I will make you pay the price. Deng Ming glared fiercely at the crowd, then left with the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, as well as the Fong family, Jin family, and others. Since Jiang Chen's death was irreversible, they had to seek revenge at all costs. Deng Ming believed that Mo Wanshan would be furious upon learning of this situation. By then, they would all face Mo Wanshan's crazy retaliation. Although the martial artists from various countries had shown no fear during their time in the ancient civilization ruins and had resolutely united to kill Jiang Chen, now, after hearing Deng Ming's words, panic was evident on everyone's faces. For the martial artists from the other four countries, they could still retreat to their own nations. At the very least, Mo Wanshan wouldn't dare to casually step into their countries. But those from Yen country who had colluded with foreign martial artists were terrified to the extreme. Mo Wanshan was the strongest in Yen country, with immense power. If he unleashed a frenzied retaliation against them, it would be a huge problem. As Yen nationals, they were well aware of Mo Wanshan's temperament. Thus, in search of protection, they could only hope for help from the top families like the Fonglei Martial Arts School, the Sun family, and the Fong family. What should we do now? Who here can take on Mo Wanshan? It's not an exaggeration to say that even combined, we wouldn't stand a chance against Mo Wanshan. What if this guy takes us out one by one? It's over. It's really over. If I had known, I shouldn't have been so impulsive in the ancient civilization ruins. What good is regretting now? The main thing is to deal with Mo Wanshan. This guy is notoriously protective. Even the head of the Fonglei Martial Arts School might not be able to withstand Mo Wanshan. We should unite immediately. Only then do we have a chance to defeat Mo Wanshan. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Fong Yuro remained remarkably calm. Zhao Yi from the Wind Thunder Martial Arts Hall furrowed his brow upon seeing this. Why aren't you saying anything? He asked. You are actually the root cause of Jiang Chen being trapped in the ancient civilization ruins. Fong Yuro, you must be well aware of how strong Mo Wanshan is. Before Zhao Yi could finish his sentence, Fong Yuro immediately interrupted him. What's the rush? I just want to ask. What are you all so flustered about? What are you afraid of? Do you really think Mo Wanshan would dare to come after us one by one? As soon as Fong Yuro said this, the entire room erupted in an uproar. What do you mean by that? Zhao Yi inquired. Mo Wanshan is the head of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall, the strongest in Yen country. Jiang Chen is an extraordinary talent not seen in a century, and he has signed an elite contract with the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. Moreover, Mo Wanshan even gifted Jiang Chen the Blaze Dragon Slaying Blade. In a sense, Jiang Chen can already be considered the heir to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. But now he has been killed by us, and Mo Wanshan will surely be furious. On what basis do you say that Mo Wanshan won't come after us? The crowd looked at Fong Yuro in confusion. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuro burst into laughter. You must be mistaken. How is Jiang Chen's death related to us? Did he not die at the hands of the Wood Spirit Tree King in the ancient civilization ruins? The reason I used the mental illusion device was merely to prevent foreign martial artists from harming my Fong family. If Mo Wanshan were to act against us without any evidence, then we could all join forces. Do you think we couldn't handle Mo Wanshan? We are in a society governed by law. Even Mo Wanshan must comply. Otherwise, he will surely provoke public outrage. Upon hearing Fong Yuro's words, the crowd was initially taken aback, then they all began to laugh. Miss Fong is right, Jiang Chen is already dead, and it has nothing to do with us. From the very beginning, it was those from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall who were slandering us. Ha ha ha. Everyone understood what Fong Yuro meant. It was simple, they would never admit to anything. After all, the events that transpired in the ancient civilization ruins were completely unknown to the outside world. Mo Wanshan could only learn about the situation through the accounts of Deng Ming and others. As long as they insisted on their innocence, what could Deng Ming and the others do with just a few words? There was no evidence to prove their involvement. Soon after, the crowd began to leave the Star Source Forest. Before long, Deng Ming returned to the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. He immediately informed Mo Wanshan of Jiang Chen's death. Originally, Mo Wanshan had been eagerly awaiting Jiang Chen's return, but upon hearing this terrible news, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Just as they had said, Mo Wanshan had long regarded Jiang Chen as the future heir of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. As long as Jiang Chen could safely leave the ancient civilization ruins this time, he would announce Jiang Chen's identity to the world. But he never expected that Jiang Chen would die within those ruins, and moreover, be besieged and killed by martial artists from various countries. What infuriated him the most was that even the martial artists from Yen country wanted Jiang Chen dead. At that moment, a terrifying killing intent flashed in Mo Wanshan's eyes, and a horrifying aura erupted instantly. Deng Ming, Lu Tingyue, and other high-ranking members of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall present could hardly withstand Mo Wanshan's aura at that moment, collapsing to their knees. Damn it! How dare they? Do they really think Mo Wanshan is easy to bully? I will make these despicable and shameless people pay the price. Mo Wanshan roared with a deafening voice, his aura growing more violent. The entire headquarters of the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall trembled violently. Headmaster, you must remain calm. Lu Tingyue is the second in command of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, and this is the first time he has seen Mo Wanshan so furious. As the strongest in Yen country, if he cannot stop him, blood will surely flow like rivers in Yen country. Lu Tingyue, my heir to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, has been killed by those shameless scoundrels. How can you expect me to remain calm? If Jiang Chen had not encountered an accident, he would surely surpass me in the future. With him around, Yen country would no longer fear any beast attacks. But they cannot tolerate Jiang Chen. I must kill them all. If Jiang Chen had only been injured, Mo Wanshan would never have been so impulsive. After all, he is the strongest in Yen country and the head of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. A large-scale massacre would undoubtedly have a huge impact on Yen country. But now Jiang Chen is dead. His most favored heir has been killed by so many people. Just thinking about Jiang Chen being trapped in the ruins of an ancient civilization, waiting in despair for death, fills his heart with immense sorrow. Headmaster, we are all deeply pained by Jiang Chen's death, but if you act directly against so many people, it will surely lead to rivers of blood. Please try to remain calm. Lu Tingyue was also extremely angry about Jiang Chen's death, but he could not lose his rationality at such a time. He knew very well that since those people dared to unite and surround Jiang Chen, they must have a foolproof plan. Most importantly, they had no evidence and did not even know what had happened in the ancient civilization ruins. If Mo Wanshan sought revenge recklessly, he would definitely fall into their trap. Headmaster, we must avenge Jiang Chen, and we must make these people pay a heavy price. But we cannot act impulsively and put our Extreme Dao Martial Arts School in a passive position. Lu Tingyue knelt on the ground, desperately persuading Mo Wanshan. The others from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School present felt the same way. Mo Wanshan, who was on the verge of losing his reason, gradually regained his composure after hearing Lu Tingyue's words. He suppressed the anger in his heart. You are right. In this situation, without any evidence, it is indeed impossible to recklessly kill. I, Mo Wanshan, am not a murderous demon, but that does not mean I can just sit idly by. I heard that the mastermind behind this is Fong Yuro from the Fong family? Fine, I want to see how the Fong family can withstand me. As soon as Mo Wanshan finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed out of the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. It was as if a meteor had streaked across the sky, disappearing in an instant. Although Mo Wanshan had calmed down, everyone present knew that the Fong family would surely pay a heavy price. This was also their own doing. Meanwhile, in the Xingyao base city, where the headquarters of the Fonglei martial arts school is located, headmaster Lei Wu walked into a villa. Upon seeing Lei Wu in person, Wang Ruoyao and Lin Zilong in the villa were both extremely shocked. Headmaster Lei, why have you come in person? Wang Ruoyao hurriedly instructed the servants to brew tea, respectfully welcoming Lei Wu to the main seat. No need for that. I have come to discuss important matters with you. Lei Wu's expression was very serious. Madam Lin Zilong, you must be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Wang Ruoyao and Lin Zilong exchanged glances, filled with confusion. However, since Lei Wu, as the head of the Fonglei martial arts school, had personally come to inform them, it must be something significant. At this moment, Lin Zilong suddenly thought of something and said nervously, Headmaster Lei, could it be that my dad has encountered trouble in the ancient civilization ruins? Ever since Lin Jinbei entered the ancient civilization ruins, Wang Ruoya and Lin Zilong had been worried. Now that 5 days had passed and the ancient ruins had closed, Lei Wu's sudden visit made Lin Zilong worry about his father's safety. Sigh. Lei Wu sighed deeply. Zilong, your father has indeed encountered trouble. He was brutally killed by Jiang Chen at the ancient civilization ruins. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Ruoya and Lin Zilong seemed to be drained of all their strength, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground. No! Lin Zilong shouted hoarsely, it can't be. My dad awakened the power of transcendence, his strength is unmatched. Jiang Chen, how could that beast possibly kill my dad? I don't believe it, I absolutely don't believe it. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with grief and anger. Wang Ruoya was also in tears, unable to accept this cruel reality. Zilong, even if you are unwilling to believe it, this is the truth, Lei Wu said painfully. Lin Jinbei is indeed dead, killed by Jiang Chen himself. But don't worry, that beast who killed his own father has also paid the price. He failed to leave the ancient civilization ruins before the deadline, and now he is dead too. He had thought that explaining Jiang Chen's death would ease Lin Zilong and Wang Ruoya's pain, but unexpectedly, at that moment, Lin Zilong shouted frantically, he's dead? Why did he have to die so easily? The hatred of killing a father cannot be shared. Why can't I kill him with my own hands? Why? Lin Zilong could not suppress his anger and slammed his fist into the ground. Blood instantly stained his knuckles, and Wang Ruoyao, seeing this, hurriedly grabbed Lin Zilong. Calm down, my son. Calm down? How can I calm down? Jiang Chen is a demon. I should have ground him to dust. How could he just die? Watching Lin Zilong's frenzied actions, Wang Ruoyao felt an immense sorrow. Jiang Chen was also her son, yet he had cruelly killed his own father. Wang Ruoyao never imagined that Jiang Chen would commit such a heinous act. In an instant, she lost her eldest son and her beloved husband, a reality she could not accept. But now she was Lin Zilong's only support. In this situation, she could not falter. She could only try her best to soothe Lin Zilong's grieving heart. Ah, may you find peace. Zilong, I will do my best to nurture you at the Fonglei martial arts school. Lei Wu took one last look at Wang Ruoyao and Lin Zilong before turning to leave. This trip had led Lin Jinbei to the ancient civilization ruins. He indeed wanted Lin Jinbei to kill Jiang Chen, but he never expected Lin Jinbei would die at Jiang Chen's hands. Although he had Zhaoyi accompany him largely to guard against Lin Jinbei, in case Lin Jinbei did not follow orders, he could be killed directly. But being counter-killed by Jiang Chen truly left Lei Wu astonished. It was enough to prove how powerful Jiang Chen was. If this person was not eliminated, he would surely surpass Mo Wanshan in the future. By then, the Fonglei martial arts school would be doomed. Fortunately, Jiang Chen ultimately died, besieged by the martial artists of the 5 great nations, which was utterly foolish. Jiang Chen was so powerful, so Lin Zilong, as Jiang Chen's brother, must not be far behind. Anyway, now that Jiang Chen was dead, no one could threaten the Fonglei martial arts school. Lei Wu also had enough time to cultivate Lin Zilong. Just as Lei Wu left the Lin family, preparing to return to the Fonglei martial arts school, a fire meteor streaked across the sky, landing in the Fong family estate. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the vast Fong family estate shook violently. It was as if a meteorite had struck the ground, and flames erupted all around. Mo Wanshan, bathed in flames, walked step by step toward the villa in the center of the estate. The terrifying aura of a planetary-level martial artist erupted without reservation. Such a commotion and such a powerful presence naturally alarmed everyone in the Fong family estate. The head of the Fong family, Fong Jingwu, Fong Yuro, and others rushed out of the house. Upon seeing Mo Wanshan, Fong Jingwu's expression changed dramatically. Master Mo, what are you trying to do? He. Hearing this, Mo Wanshan let out a cold laugh. Do you really not know what I want to do? At this point, Mo Wanshan shot a glare at Fong Yuro. Even though he had not yet made a move, the killing intent emanating from him still sent chills down Fong Yuro's spine. She instinctively grabbed Fong Jingwu's hand. Seeing this, Fong Jingwu hurriedly spoke, Master Mo, I know that Jiang Chen's death has hit you hard, but Jiang Chen's death has nothing to do with my Fong family. Everyone saw it. Jiang Chen was killed by the Wood Spirit Tree King. When Fong Yuro returned to the Fong family, she had immediately informed Fong Jingwu about everything that had happened at the ancient civilization ruins. At first, Fong Jingwu was incredibly shocked. He never expected his daughter to be so bold. But upon reflection, he felt that Fong Yuro was absolutely right. The Fong family had already made an enemy of Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen had no intention of letting the Fong family off the hook. Therefore, he had to die. After all, what happened at the ancient civilization ruins would never be known to the outside world, and naturally, there would be no evidence. However, Mo Wanshan's strength was too overwhelming for the Fong family to contend with. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fong Jingwu immediately called in a large number of media personnel to hide in the Fong family estate. At this moment, with a command from Fong Jingwu, the media reporters surged out. Master Mo, you are the strongest in Yin country, a renowned figure. Are you really going to slaughter my Fong family without any evidence? If you truly intend to do so, then go ahead, but I will make sure you are disgraced. Looking at the surrounding media reporters, Mo Wanshan seemed to have anticipated this. He scoffed, "Who said I was going to slaughter your Fong family? I came here today merely to challenge your Fong family. Is there any problem with martial artists sparring with each other?" Upon hearing this, Fong Yuro immediately spoke up. "Master Mo, you are the strongest in Yin country. Who could possibly defeat you? We refuse to accept your challenge." Ha ha ha. Mo Wanshan laughed dismissively. "Fine, no problem. Since you are unwilling to accept the challenge today, I will take my leave." With that, Mo Wanshan transformed into a streak of crimson light and vanished before everyone's eyes. He just left? At that moment, whether it was Fong Jingwu, Fong Yuro, or the other members of the Fong family present, they were all utterly shocked. They had even prepared for the worst, but they never expected Mo Wanshan to leave so suddenly. "Dad, it seems Mo Wanshan has backed down. After all, he is a renowned figure in our Yin country. He must be concerned about his reputation." Fong Yuro let out a deep sigh of relief after watching Mo Wanshan leave. Fong Jingwu also revealed a proud smile at this moment. But just then, a member of the Fong family rushed in, rolling and crawling. "Not good. Not good. Head of the family, the Yunchi Group's building has been destroyed." "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Fong Jingwu's expression changed drastically. How could the building be destroyed for no reason? The Yunchi Group building of the Fong family was located in the center of the main city in North China and was the tallest building there. Moreover, within the Yunchi Group building, there were various laboratories, combat rooms, and so on, built at great expense by the Fong family. There were even a large number of high-tech weapons stored in the building's warehouse. Now that the entire Yunchi Group building had been destroyed, the loss to the Fong family was undoubtedly enormous. Head of the family, it was Mo Wanshan. When he passed by the Yunchi Group building, he said he was too angry and lost control for a moment. As a result, the powerful fire energy condensed into a fireball, completely destroying the Yunchi Group building. He said he would bear our losses alone, but we must go to the headquarters of the Extreme Way Martial Arts Hall to claim compensation. He also said that if we don't accept his challenge today, he will come back tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Even those who were slow to react immediately understood everything. The earlier Mo Wanshan had not backed down but had done so intentionally. His purpose from the very beginning was to destroy the Yunchi Group's building. On the surface, he claimed he could bear all the compensation, but who would dare to go to the Extreme Way Martial Arts Hall's headquarters to ask Mo Wanshan for money? Wasn't that asking for death? Damn it, how can Mo Wanshan be so cunning? Fong Yuro's face flushed with anger. The entire Yunchi Group building has been destroyed. This loss is truly enormous. If losing just one Yunchi Group building could quell Mo Wanshan's fury, that would be worth it. But the problem is, will Mo Wanshan easily let it go? What I'm worried about now is that he will come to our Fong family tomorrow and force us to accept the challenge. If we still refuse, I'm afraid the Yunchi Group buildings in other cities owned by the Fong family will also be destroyed. Fong Jingwu increasingly felt this possibility. After all, the Extreme Way Martial Arts Hall was spread throughout Yin country. With just one word from Mo Wanshan, all the Yunchi Group buildings, stores, and any property belonging to the Fong family in Yin country could vanish without a trace. No, it can't be. Fong Yuro said in terror. No matter what, he is a prominent figure in Yin country. Ruhr, don't you understand what Mo Wanshan means? He said that all our losses will be borne by him alone. He destroyed our things and can compensate us at market value. But the premise is that we must personally go to the Extreme Way Martial Arts Hall to demand it. Who would dare to ask the strongest person in Yin country for financial compensation? Isn't that asking for death? Just as Fong Jingwu finished speaking, another member of the Fong family rushed in a panic. Head of the family, another Yunchi group building has been destroyed. On the way back to the headquarters of the Extreme Way Martial Arts Hall, Mo Wanshan destroyed every building related to the Yunchi group he saw along the way. To ensure that no innocents were harmed, Mo Wanshan would emit a terrifying aura before taking action, scaring away the common people. From the main city of North China to the Wanshan base city, dozens of Yunchi group buildings along the way vanished in an instant. After each destruction, Mo Wanshan would inform the Fong family members so they could go to the Extreme Way Martial Arts Hall's headquarters to claim compensation. In Mo Wanshan's view, since he couldn't directly kill these damned people, he would torment them bit by bit. The Fong family, now powerful, had become the 5th largest family in Yin country. What Mo Wanshan needed to do now was to destroy everything about the Fong family. Even when the Fong family members learned of this situation, they felt utterly powerless. No one dared to go to the Extreme Way Martial Arts Hall to ask Mo Wanshan for compensation. To protect the Fong family's property, Fong Jingwu could only immediately contact other families in Yin country and the Fong Lay Martial Arts Hall to discuss how to stop Mo Wanshan. That night, at the headquarters of the Fong Lay Martial Arts Hall, the Fong family, the Sun family, and other powerful forces in Yin country gathered here. It could be said that everyone except the Luo and Jin families was present. Everyone, now that Jiang Qin is dead, Mo Wanshan will vent all his anger on us. Today he dared to treat my Fong family this way, causing us heavy losses. He will also take action against you. I think what we need to do now is to unite and deal with Mo Wanshan together. Fong Jingwu said with a very grim expression. The dozens of Yunchi group buildings destroyed by Mo Wanshan today had a tremendous impact on the Fong family. It is no exaggeration to say that hundreds of billions turned to dust in an instant. The most frustrating part was that he didn't dare to confront Mo Wanshan. If he really went to the headquarters of the Extreme Way Martial Arts Hall, he would truly have nowhere to bury his body. Fong Jingwu was very clear that Mo Wanshan would definitely come to the Fong family again tomorrow to challenge them. If they refused again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Fong Jingwu hoped that everyone present could go to the Fong family tomorrow to work together to stop Mo Wanshan, especially Lei Wu, the head of the Fong Lay Martial Arts Hall. He and Mo Wanshan were both planetary-level martial artists and were currently the only ones capable of stopping Mo Wanshan. Everyone present had actually heard about what happened today. Mo Wanshan's crazy actions undoubtedly shocked them all. At the same time, they understood that once Mo Wanshan dealt with the Fong family, he would definitely turn his attention to them. It was precisely for this reason that they had gathered here to discuss how to deal with Mo Wanshan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lei Wu said solemnly, Mo Wanshan has completely gone mad because of Jiang Chen's death. If we cannot stop him, it will not only affect us, the entire Yen nation will suffer heavy losses. To prevent Mo Wanshan from harming the interests of the Yen nation, we must join forces against him. As soon as Lei Wu finished speaking, Sun Hong, the head of the Sun family, immediately spoke up. Actually, with so many of us, we can join forces to besiege Mo Wanshan. Even if he is strong, he definitely can't withstand so many of us. But what worries me is the Luo family and the Jin family. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present instantly turned very grim. With their combined strength, they could barely block Mo Wanshan or those from the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall like Lu Tingyue. But if the Luo family and the Jin family intervened, it would be a huge problem. The members of the Luo family and the Jin family basically train in the Extreme Path Martial Arts Hall. In my opinion, they will definitely take action. Since we can't win over the two families, we should try to win over another top family. Lei Wu smiled slightly and said, as we all know, our Yen nation has 4 top families. Besides the Luo family, Jin family, and Sun family, there is also the Duan family. Although the Duan family is obsessed with forging and rarely participates in martial artist activities, it doesn't mean their strength is weak. On the contrary, the Duan family's strength is extremely formidable, and they even possess the legendary SSS level weapons. If we can persuade the Duan family to join us, it will be secure. Upon hearing Lei Wu's words, everyone finally thought of the renowned Duan family. The Duan family had already been a prestigious family even before martial artists appeared. Their ancestral forging techniques could create extremely powerful weapons during the Cold Weapon era. Now, with the arrival of the martial artist era, the Duan family's forging techniques had become even more powerful. Nowadays, apart from high-tech weapons and equipment, almost all S-level and above weapons and equipment came from the Duan family. However, while everyone was discussing, Fong Jingwu's expression was quite grim. The Fong family had risen through high-tech weapons and equipment, and initially, there had been conflicts with the Duan family. From the perspective of the Duan family, the so-called high-tech weapons of the Fong family were actually unorthodox. For a long time, the Duan family had deliberately suppressed the Fong family. However, high-tech weapons and equipment were too powerful, even allowing some weaker martial artists to unleash strength far beyond their current realm in a short time. This caused the Fong family's status to soar, and seeing that they could not stop it, the Duan family chose to give up. Because of this, the Fong family held a deep grudge against the Duan family. Now that Lei Wu said he wanted the Duan family to take action, Fong Jingwu felt extremely displeased. But it was undeniable that the Duan family's strength was indeed quite formidable. Although the Fong family was called the fifth largest family in the Yan nation, there was still a significant gap compared to the old four families. After a brief silence, Fong Jingwu looked at Lei Wu and asked, "Head Lei, are you sure the Duan family will take action? Have you forgotten the conflict between the Duan family and my Fong family?" Lei Wu was unconvinced and said lightly, "I naturally know about your matters, but right now we have a common enemy, and that is Mo Wanshan. If I remember correctly, the Duan family seems to have participated in the encirclement plan against Jiangchen at the ancient civilization ruins. Even if they only made a move against Jiangchen in the valley, that is enough for Mo Wanshan to hold a grudge against the Duan family. From what I know about Mo Wanshan, he will definitely take action against the Duan family. Now is a good opportunity to win over the Duan family." Lei Wu confidently looked at Fong Jingwu. "I will personally visit the Duan family, and tomorrow we will join forces against Mo Wanshan." After he finished speaking, everyone present immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, far away in the underground palace, Jiang Chen had already entered the third cave entrance. He initially thought this entrance was the correct route. However, to his surprise, after entering the cave, he had barely taken a few steps before a massive rock wall blocked his path. This was actually a dead end. This can't be possible. The first two entrances couldn't lead to the exit. How could the last one also be wrong? Wasn't it said that among the three entrances, one must lead to the exit? Isn't this just playing tricks? Jiang Chen wanted to smash the stone wall in front of him with a punch like before, but he found that the wall was exceptionally sturdy. No matter how fiercely he attacked, he couldn't even scratch it. What shocked him even more was that he couldn't leave this entrance at that moment. A stone wall had also risen behind him, completely sealing off his escape route. He felt as if he were imprisoned in a cage, caught in a dilemma. The surrounding stone walls were indestructible, and he couldn't find any way to escape. Impossible, there must be a way to escape. Jiang Chen forced himself to calm down and carefully observed his surroundings. Jin Ling had previously mentioned that among these three entrances, only one was the correct route to the exit. Since he had already ruled out the first two, the last entrance must be the correct one. Since these stone walls were indestructible, there must be a hidden mechanism. Under Jiang Chen's careful observation, he suddenly noticed that the stone wall directly in front of him was engraved with handprints that perfectly matched the size of his right hand. He tried placing his right hand on the handprint, but there was no reaction. Jiang Chen immediately unleashed a battle god level aura and struck the handprint with a powerful palm, but still, there was no response. No, this handprint can't just be for show. It must be the mechanism to open this stone wall. Could it be that a certain energy is missing? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. He then summoned a powerful fire attribute energy, igniting a blazing fire in his right hand, and struck the handprint on the rock wall. At that moment, the entire rock wall began to tremble violently. Jiang Chen thought he had cracked the mechanism, but unexpectedly, after shaking for a while, the wall returned to its original state. What is going on? Could it be useless? Jiang Chen, unwilling to give up, summoned ice attribute energy and struck the handprint again. The situation was exactly the same as before. The wall trembled for a while and then returned to normal. The next few types of attribute energy yielded the same results. In Jiang Chen's view, perhaps his own attribute energy was not strong enough, or maybe he needed to activate multiple types of attribute energy simultaneously to open it. Currently, Jiang Chen's transcendent power had only recently awakened. Although he could skillfully wield various attribute energies, their power was not strong. Moreover, he couldn't activate more than two types of attribute energy at the same time, let alone fuse them together. Because of this, Jiang Chen had yet to develop his own martial skills. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something, and his pupils constricted. Could it be? This challenge is actually meant to make me calm down and cultivate the transcendent power that has just awakened? The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more he felt there was a possibility. Since he couldn't leave this place anyway, he might as well start secluding himself for cultivation. Jin Ling, I won't be leaving here for a long time. Remember to prepare water and food for me. I don't believe I can't find a way to break through this stone wall. As soon as Jiang Nian finished speaking, Jin Ling flew in through the wall. Master, don't worry, just focus on your cultivation. Jiang Nian simply responded and immediately began to seriously cultivate his transcendent power. It was also a good opportunity to use these indestructible stone walls to try and develop martial skills. Meanwhile, in a deep mountain somewhere in the southwest region, there was a manor that resembled a paradise. This was the territory of the Duan family, one of the four great families of the Yin Kingdom. Lei Wu came here personally to invite the Duan family to join forces against Mo Wanshan. At this moment, in a pavilion within the manor, Lei Wu was leisurely sitting there enjoying tea. After about 10 minutes, an elderly man with graying hair hurriedly walked in. I'm really sorry to keep you waiting, Master Lei. I've been too busy, please forgive me. The old man speaking was none other than the current head of the Duan family, Duan Qinghao. Besides being a god of war-level powerhouse, he was also a high-level forger. It was said that he was infinitely close to the super level. It is no exaggeration to say that most of the renowned powerful weapons and equipment in the Yin Kingdom today came from Duan Qinghao's hands. The most famous weapon among them was the flame-slaying dragon blade that Mo Wanshan had used earlier. Therefore, Duan Qinghao held a prominent position in the Yin Kingdom, and no one dared to disrespect him. As the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall and a planetary-level powerhouse, Lei Wu had no complaints even after waiting for so long. Upon seeing Duan Qinghao, he immediately stood up and showed great respect. Master Duan, you jest. It is only right for me to wait for you. Lei Wu first exchanged pleasantries, then his expression became serious. Master Duan must have heard about Mo Wanshan causing a ruckus at the Fong family, right? Hearing this, Duan Qinghao sneered twice. Of course I have. In my opinion, this is all the Fong family's own doing. If it weren't for Fong Yuro's suggestion to use the spirit illusion device to kill Jiang Chen, how could Mo Wanshan have acted against them? The Fong family has been too comfortable these years, it's only right to teach them a lesson. Duan Qinghao had never had a good impression of the Fong family. He was a very traditional person, and in his eyes, the so-called high-tech weapons of the Fong family were nonsensical and misleading to the youth. Now that Mo Wanshan had caused chaos in the Fong family, Duan Qinghao actually thought Mo Wanshan was doing well. Lei Wu naturally understood the conflict between the Duan and Fong families, and he was not surprised that Duan Qinghao would say such things. After a slight sigh, Lei Wu slowly said, Master Duan, the Fong family indeed needs some lessons. But now, more than a dozen Yunqi group buildings have been destroyed by Mo Wanshan, causing great losses to the Fong family and severely injuring their vitality. The Fong family's lesson has been enough, but Mo Wanshan is becoming increasingly insane. Previously, in the ancient civilization ruins, your Duan family's martial artists also acted against Jiang Chen. Mo Wanshan is vengeful, he will eventually come to settle accounts with your Duan family. So in my opinion, we should join forces now. Otherwise, after Mo Wanshan finishes dealing with the Fong family, he will come after us. He is the strongest in the Yin Kingdom. If we don't join forces, no one can stop him. Hearing this, Duan Qinghao fell silent, not speaking for a long time. He was well aware of what had happened in the ancient civilization ruins. He truly did not expect that the younger generation of the Duan family would be so foolish. Although the Duan family was one of the four top families in the Yin Kingdom, they were actually very low-key. Under normal circumstances, they would not participate in the conflicts between martial artists or other activities. The Ancient Civilization Ruins Treasure Hunting Conference was one of the few events that the Duan family participated in. He thought that the martial artists of the Duan family would honestly search for treasures in the ancient civilization ruins. However, he did not expect that they would join forces with martial artists from other countries to besiege Jiang Chen in the Valley of the Wood Spirit Tree King. Although he did not participate in Fong Yuro's plan later, this would indeed make Mo Wanshan hold a grudge. After all, Jiang Chen was already dead. Such a talented martial artist had fallen just like that. Mo Wanshan would certainly not let go of anyone who harmed Jiang Chen. Lei Wu noticed the expression on Duan Qinghao's face and smiled slightly. Duan, old patriarch, you really don't need to worry. Mo Wanshan is indeed very strong, but no matter how strong he is, can he withstand the combined forces of us all? Moreover, we are not really planning to fight Mo Wanshan to the death. We just want to stop him from continuing such mad actions. As for the deceased Jiang Chen, Lei Wu sneered twice. His death was entirely due to his own arrogance. If he hadn't snatched the heart of the ancient life tree in the valley and provoked martial artists from various countries, would he have been besieged? Would he have been resented? So, does Duan old patriarch agree to join forces with us? After Lei Wu finished speaking, he fell silent, waiting for Duan Qinghao's response. Duan Qinghao pondered for a long time in his heart. Then he sighed helplessly. Well, since it was caused by my Duan family's younger generation, I will personally step in to resolve it. Duan old patriarch truly understands the greater good. In that case, we will meet again at Feng's manor tomorrow morning. After saying that, Lei Wu hurriedly left. Watching Lei Wu's departing figure, Duan Qinghao's expression turned extremely grim. Normally, the Duan family would never intervene in such matters, but he truly had no choice, so he could only choose to step in. He also wanted to take this opportunity to apologize to Mo Wanshan. The next day, a fire meteor fell into Feng's manor. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Feng's manor was once again engulfed in flames. Mo Wanshan appeared in front of everyone, his body ablaze with fierce fire. The terrifying aura from a planetary level erupted without reservation. Even though the people of the Fong family were prepared, they still found it difficult to withstand the powerful aura emanating from Mo Wanshan. Mo Wanshan, do you really want to be so ruthless? Fong Jingwu shouted angrily at Mo Wanshan. Mo Wanshan coldly laughed. What I do is only to seek justice for Jiang Chen. If it weren't for your Fong family using the spiritual illusion device to set up a net, how could Jiang Chen have been unable to escape? I will never let you go easily. At this point, a sharp killing intent flashed in Mo Wanshan's eyes. So today, does your Fong family accept my challenge? Mo Wanshan. Fong Jingwu said angrily, I already said yesterday that Jiang Chen's death has nothing to do with our Fong family. He brought it upon himself. Since you insist on being so ruthless, then you can't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, several streams of light fell into Feng's manor. Lei Wu, Sun Hong, Duan Qinghao, and other prominent figures from the Yin country all appeared. Looking at these prominent figures appearing one after another, there was no ripple on Mo Wanshan's face. He had already anticipated this situation. He smiled faintly and said, I really didn't expect the Fong family's influence to be so great. You were actually able to invite all these big shots. So today, are you all planning to take action against me together? Mo Wanshan, the strongest in the Yin country, faced so many experts alone without any fear. Mo Wanshan, we actually do not wish to take action against you today, but rather to stop your reckless behavior. Lei Wu said coldly, the Fong family certainly has its faults, but they have already learned their lesson, yet you want to eradicate them completely. If you can leave the Fong family today, then we will not take action against you. Although Lei Wu was a planetary-level warrior, there was still a certain gap between his strength and Mo Wanshan's. In a one-on-one fight, he would definitely not be Mo Wanshan's opponent. Therefore, he needed help. Right now, the warriors gathered at the Fong family were all top-tier experts from the Yin kingdom, and with their assistance, dealing with Mo Wanshan would be sufficient. The most important thing was that Mo Wanshan was currently alone. No matter how strong he was, 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands. He could not possibly win. Lei Wu, don't you find it ridiculous to say that? Mo Wanshan said angrily, the Fong family conspired to harm Jiang Chen in the ancient civilization ruins. He is the real culprit. As the head of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, shouldn't I seek revenge for Jiang Chen? Don't tell me about lack of evidence. You all know very well whether it was done or not. Jiang Chen is so outstanding, so powerful. If he were not dead, our Yin kingdom would surely give birth to an exceptionally strong warrior in the future. He could even completely break through to planetary level and become the supreme stellar level powerhouse. But now, he has been harmed by you people. This is not just a loss for my Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, but a loss for the entire Yin kingdom and even all of humanity. Whoever dares to stop me today, I will kill first. Mo Wanshan shouted angrily, and his body was immediately covered in crimson battle armor. A terrifying surge of fire attribute energy erupted instantly. At this moment, everyone was in the Fong family estate, as if they were in the legendary Flame Mountain, unbearably hot. The temperature had already exceeded the limits that ordinary humans could withstand. It forced the warriors present to activate their battle armor's power to resist Mo Wanshan's fire attribute energy. Master Mo, please calm down and listen to me. Duan Qinghao wanted to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Mo Wanshan. Shut up. Old Master Duan, I thought that your Duan family would not interfere in this matter. But I didn't expect that the warriors of your Duan family would also participate in the encirclement of Jiang Chen. And even you, a highly respected elder, have come to the Fong family to try to stop me. Since that's the case, then we have nothing to talk about. Where are the people from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall? As soon as Mo Wanshan's words fell, the experts from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, led by Lu Tingyue and Deng Ming, surged into the Fong family. Not only were there experts from the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, but also branch leaders and guild leaders from various places. Almost all of them were present. To become a branch leader or even a guild leader of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall meant that these warriors had at least reached the God of War level. After Mo Wanshan returned to the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall yesterday, he had already anticipated that the Fong family would not let this go easily. They would definitely unite with other families and forces to encircle him. Therefore, after returning, Mo Wanshan immediately issued an emergency order as the headmaster to summon all warriors above the God of War level within the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Even if he had to face all the people present as enemies, Mo Wanshan had enough confidence. What? Where did so many people from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall come from? Why was there no prior notice? At this moment, whether it was Fong Jingmu or Lei Wu and others, they all felt caught off guard by the situation. In their view, Mo Wanshan was extremely strong, and they thought he had come alone to cause trouble at the Fong family. They never expected that all the God of War level warriors from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall had come. Moreover, they had not received any news beforehand, leaving them unprepared. Otherwise, Lei Wu would have definitely called for the Fong Lei Martial Arts Hall people to come as well. In this way, they would no longer be so passive. If it were just Mo Wanshan alone, they could unite to completely suppress him. But now that all the God of War level warriors from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall had appeared, it was impossible to suppress Mo Wanshan. The situation had suddenly turned around. Master Mo, let's talk this out. Let's talk this out. Fong Jingwu, seeing that the situation was not right, hurriedly spoke up. Master Mo, this whole thing is a misunderstanding. What nonsense misunderstanding? Mo Wanshan roared. Now it's probably too late to be afraid. If it weren't for you people, how could Jiang Chen have died? And it's not just your Fong family. If you want to let your Fong family off, fine, you can kill Fong Yuro with your own hands. Otherwise, everything is off the table. In Mo Wanshan's mind, the Fong family was the root of the problem. If it weren't for the mental illusion device they developed, Jiang Chen would never have died. And this plan was proposed by Fong Yuro, so Mo Wanshan had to make her pay for Jiang Chen's life. Dad, save me. Fong Yuro was terrified by Mo Wanshan's words and immediately hid behind Fong Jingwu. Don't worry, Dad won't let anyone hurt you. Fong Jingwu glared at Mo Wanshan in anger. You are forcing my Fong family to a dead end. So what if I am? Mo Wanshan's eyes burst with a fierce killing intent. I won't let go of anyone involved in plotting against Jiang Chen. Even if my reputation is ruined from now on, I don't care. Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, obey my command. At this point, Mo Wanshan immediately raised his right hand. All the members of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall summoned their battle armor at that moment, ready for battle. Lu Tingyue, as the second in command of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, initially opposed this course of action, but upon learning that so many people were surrounding Mo Wanshan, it indicated their guilt. In the ancient civilization ruins, it was these people who conspired to kill Jiang Chen. Now they wanted to unite against Mo Wanshan. This was intolerable. Today, no matter what, they had to give these people a profound lesson. At the same time, they would avenge the deceased Jiang Chen. Not good. This guy Mo Wanshan is really crazy. He really intends to go all out against us. Fong Jingwu said in horror, everyone, since it has come to this, we cannot back down. Exactly. Lei Wu clenched his fists, angrily saying, Mo Wanshan has gone mad, and the people of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall are going crazy with him. As the top experts of Yin country, how can we stand by and do nothing? If we ignore Mo Wanshan, he will destroy Yin country. Everyone, follow my lead, I will resist Mo Wanshan. After Lei Wu finished speaking, he charged towards Mo Wanshan. The others, seeing that things had escalated to this point, felt that fleeing would be too embarrassing. They were all prominent figures in Yin country. For the sake of their dignity, they could only choose to follow Lei Wu and engage in a fierce battle with Mo Wanshan and the others from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. Lei Wu, I haven't come looking for you, yet you come knocking on my door. Since you want to stand up for the Fong family, then I'll take you down first. Mo Wanshan, the strongest in Yin country, showed no fear even though Lei Wu was also a planetary-level warrior. Many experts from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall followed Mo Wanshan into battle. A great war was about to break out. But just as both sides were about to engage in fierce combat, several military green aircraft emblazoned with the Yin country flag suddenly appeared in the sky. Following that, a large number of warriors in military uniforms flew out of the aircraft and slowly landed on the ground. The leading officers exuded an extremely powerful aura, definitely not lower than that of God of War level warriors. Subsequently, all the soldiers present, including the leading officers, stood straight on both sides, as if clearing a path for some important figure. What's going on? At this moment, both Lei Wu and the others, as well as Mo Wanshan, felt quite shocked. You are all the most powerful warriors of the Yin Kingdom. If you were to fight fiercely, any casualties would be a tremendous loss for the Yin Kingdom. So, could you all give this old man some face and stop? Accompanied by a deep and authoritative voice, an amiable-looking old man with graying hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, slowly walked out from the warplane. Upon seeing this person, whether it was Lei Wu, Fong Jingwu, or Mo Wanshan and the others from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, they all stood frozen in place. This amiable-looking old man was none other than the president of the Yin Kingdom, Gao Hongyuan. They never expected that the highest leader of the Yin Kingdom would appear here. Even if Mo Wanshan was the strongest in the Yin Kingdom, he would never dare to act recklessly in front of the president. Mr. President. Everyone bowed and saluted Gao Hongyuan in unison. It seems that this old face of mine still has some use, Gao Hongyuan said with a slight smile. However, his expression soon became extremely serious as he turned to Mo Wanshan. Master Mo, I have already understood the events that occurred in the ancient civilization ruins. This young man, Jiang Chen, is indeed a once-in-a-century talent for our Yin kingdom. If he does not die, our Yin kingdom will surely give birth to an extremely powerful warrior, just like the former Lord of the Blue Star. Therefore, I am deeply pained by Jiang Chen's unfortunate death. Rest assured, I will definitely give you an explanation regarding this matter. After saying this, Gao Hongyuan looked at Fong Jingwu, Fong Yuro, and the others from the Fong family. Even without speaking, they could sense a killing intent from Gao Hongyuan's gaze. Mr. Gao, please let me explain. Fong Jingwu was about to speak, but was sternly interrupted by Gao Hongyuan. At this point, what is there left to explain? I have heard that you even hired Lin Dongkai, one of the Blackwolf twins, to infiltrate the ancient civilization ruins and assassinate Jiang Chen. From the very beginning, your goal was Jiang Chen. Later, when Lin Dongkai failed, you were worried that Jiang Chen would retaliate against the Fong family, so you planned all of this. In a certain sense, Jiang Chen indeed died because of your Fong family's spiritual illusion device. To kill such an outstanding warrior is not only a heavy loss for the Yin kingdom, but a tremendous loss for all of humanity. Shouldn't your Fong family pay the price? As he spoke, Gao Hongyuan's previously amiable expression vanished, turning extremely cold. The military's duty is to protect the people and resist the beasts, so they did not participate in the treasure-seeking event at the ancient civilization ruins. However, as the highest leader of the Yin kingdom, it would be very easy for Gao Hongyuan to learn about the events that occurred in the ancient civilization ruins. Moreover, the recent incident where Mo Wanshan caused chaos in the Fong family and destroyed several Yunchi group buildings was known throughout the country. Gao Hongyuan was well aware that if he did not quell Mo Wanshan's anger now and find a way to resolve everything, the warriors present today would surely suffer heavy casualties. He absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. That is why he came here at the first opportunity to stop the fighting between both sides. Mr. Gao, hiring Lin Dongkai of the Black Wolf twins was actually a misunderstanding. It was Zhao Changming who made me do this. As for why we had to use the spiritual illusion device, that was also a last resort. Jiang Chen clearly stated in the ancient civilization ruins that he would seek revenge on my Fong family. My daughter did this only for self-preservation. Fong Jingwu said in a state of panic, now my Fong family has suffered heavy losses, with hundreds of billions in assets turned to ashes, and we have already learned our lesson. I hope Mr. Gao can spare my Fong family. Ha! Gao Hongyuan coldly laughed upon hearing this. If I let your Fong family go now, will Jiang Chen come back to life? Such talent, yet you have caused her death. No matter how great the lesson you receive, you deserve it. Send my orders, immediately confiscate all assets of the Fong family. Fong Yuro colluded with foreign martial artists, causing the death of our nation's pillars. This has already violated our laws. Someone, arrest Fong Yuro at once. As Gao Hongyuan's words fell, the officers beside him immediately sprang into action. Although they were not planetary-level martial artists like Mo Wanshan or Lei Wu, their strength was among the top in the world today. Moreover, with their identity as military personnel of Yin country, no one dared to stop them from arresting Fong Yuro while Gao Hongyuan was present. Even if Lei Wu was unhappy in his heart, he could only endure it at this moment. In his view, this was certainly Gao Hongyuan's way of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, to eliminate the Fong family and intimidate martial artists like them. At the same time, it could quell Mo Wanshan's anger. Dad, save me. Fong Yuro, terrified, cried out for her father's help. Fong Jingwu had only this one daughter, more important to him than his own life. He could accept the Fong family's assets being reduced to nothing, but he could not accept his daughter being taken away. He knew very well that once Fong Yuro was captured, death would not be far behind. At this moment, Fong Jingwu directly knelt before Gao Hongyuan, shouting, Lord Gao, I beg you to spare my daughter. However, Gao Hongyuan did not pay any attention to Fong Jingwu at this moment. He coldly waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to arrest everyone from the Fong family present. Any who resisted would be killed on the spot. Just as Lei Wu had guessed, Gao Hongyuan's intention was to use the Fong family to appease the anger of Mo Wanshan and others. But sacrificing just one Fong family was still not enough. Gao Hongyuan now looked very serious at everyone present, this time at the ancient civilization ruins. All families and forces involved in the encirclement of Jiang Chen must all go to the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall to apologize, and all must pay a compensation of 500 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. Even if they were unhappy, they had to accept it now. Compared to the Fong family, this punishment was already very light. Seeing that Lei Wu and others had accepted this punishment, Gao Hongyuan smiled and turned to Mo Wanshan. I wonder if the old man is satisfied with my actions. If you have any objections, you can raise them now. After a brief silence, Mo Wanshan cupped his fists towards Gao Hongyuan. Since Lord Gao has personally intervened to resolve this matter, I naturally have to give you this face. Rest assured, I will immediately take the people of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall away. Cao Hongyuan personally destroyed the Fong family and ordered all those involved in the encirclement of Jiang Chen to apologize to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall and provide compensation. This was already the best outcome. If Mo Wanshan were to forcefully act now, he would be opposing the entire Yin country. Anyway, the Fong family, the root cause of the trouble, had been eliminated, and Mo Wanshan had avenged the deceased Jiang Chen. However, the end of the matter in Yin country did not mean the end of the incident. The martial artists from America, Europa, Bear Country, and India had also participated in the plan to encircle Jiang Chen. Now, Mo Wanshan had to deal with them. Thus, after bidding farewell to Gao Hongyuan, Mo Wanshan hurriedly took the people of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall away. With the departure of Mo Wanshan and others, this farce came to a close. For a period of time afterward, Yin country was peaceful. The Fong family seemed to have been erased in an instant. Everything belonging to the Fong family was returned to the state. This included the high-tech weapons and equipment developed and designed by the Fong family. After being arrested and imprisoned, Fong Yuro was quickly sentenced to death. The rest of the Fong family members basically died alongside Fong Yuro. Gao Hongyuan's handling of the Fong family undoubtedly shocked the entire Yin country. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the underground palace of the Wood Spirit Tree King's Valley, after more than half a year of closed-door cultivation, Jiang Chen's mastery of the power of transcendence has become increasingly proficient. During this time, he has also developed various martial techniques that belong to him. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Jiang Chen operated multiple attributes of energy within himself and struck a palm against the handprint on the stone wall. The stone wall, which could not be opened before, finally began to rise slowly at this moment. A light gate then appeared before Jiang Chen. After entering the light gate, Jiang Chen was transported to a grand hall. In front of him, a bronze door appeared. Seeing this, Jiang Chen let out a deep sigh of relief. This more than half a year of closed-door cultivation has finally allowed him to perfectly control his power of transcendence, and he can now simultaneously activate more than 3 types of attribute energy. The martial techniques he created are countless. The strongest move, named Elemental Symphony, was given to him by Jiang Nian. This move requires the simultaneous eruption of all his attribute energies, including fire, water, wind, earth, thunder, light, darkness, and poison, to be executed. It is no exaggeration to say that the Elemental Symphony is a skill that perfectly integrates various abilities such as attack, defense, and recovery. It showcases Jiang Chen's ultimate control over attribute energy. Because of this, Jiang Chen has passed the first trial. The position he is currently in is the same as the one he entered before in the underground palace. Congratulations, Master, for passing the first trial. At this moment, Jinling flew out from the side. Didn't you say before that as long as you pass the trial, you can receive a reward? What is the reward for the first trial? Jiang Chen asked eagerly. Master, don't be anxious. I will give you the reward for the first trial right now. After saying this, 007 came out from the stone chamber ahead, carrying a large box. When this large box was opened, it was filled entirely with the hearts of ancient life trees. Master, you have successfully passed the first trial, and you can freely allocate these hearts of ancient life trees. In total, there are 288 pieces. In addition, this SSS grade spirit pattern dragon roar blade is also the reward for the first trial. At Jinling's gesture, 007 took out a long knife about 3 feet long, with a narrow and sharp blade. The entire blade glowed faintly with spiritual light, and besides the dragon pattern mark engraved on the blade, there were many intricate runes. These runes seemed to contain the mysteries of the universe. Even the blazing dragon slashing blade that Jiang Chen currently possesses cannot compare to this knife. The energy gap between the two is too great. Jiang Chen has a premonition that if he wields the spirit pattern dragon roar blade and strikes it against the blazing dragon slashing blade, it would be enough to sever it in one blow. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately took the spirit pattern dragon roar blade handed to him by 007. When he grasped the hilt of the spirit pattern dragon roar blade, its texture was as warm as jade, and he could feel a gentle energy flowing into his body, enhancing his attribute energy. Master, this blade was forged by the former Lord of Blue Star in collaboration with the strongest blacksmith of that time. It is currently the most powerful weapon on Blue Star, without exception. Only a unique power of transcendence like yours can wield this blade. Jinling said this with a confident expression. Ha ha ha, great. Although I haven't fought with it yet, just holding the hilt can enhance my attribute energy, which is certainly not something an ordinary weapon can match. Jiang Chen casually waved it in the air a few times, nodding in satisfaction. Immediately after, Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the large box filled with the hearts of ancient life trees. He truly did not expect that he would have more than 200 of such treasures that others could only dream of. The wood spirit tree king he encountered in the valley had only one, yet it had turned into an absolutely dominant beast. Now that Jiang Chen possesses so much, it is certain that his strength will reach an extremely terrifying level. Jiang Chen has already made up his mind to keep 50 of these 288 ancient tree hearts and absorb the rest. Just right in this underground palace, no one can disturb him, and Jiang Chen can take this opportunity to rapidly enhance his power. Moreover, he has a perfectly suitable training partner, the puppet robot 007. With him as a sparring partner, Jiang Yan's strength will definitely soar in a short time. By the way, having passed the first trial, there should be other trials, right? Jiang Chen thought of this question and immediately asked. There is also the second trial. However, with the current strength of the master, the second trial cannot be activated yet. The master needs to reach planetary level or above. Now, there are about 2.5 years until the ancient civilization ruins open. If the master wants to leave here before the next opening of the ancient civilization ruins, he must first reach planetary level and pass the second trial. Hearing Jinling's words, Jiang Chen fell into silence. Planetary level is the pinnacle for the current blue star. In the Yen kingdom he is familiar with, only Mo Wanshan and Lei Wu have reached such a realm. This is enough to prove that breaking through to the God of War level and reaching planetary level is likely harder than ascending to heaven. Even some exceptionally gifted God of War level warriors find it difficult to achieve. And Jiang Yan only has 2.5 years. If during this time he cannot reach planetary level, he will be trapped for another 3 years. This cycle could go on indefinitely. If he cannot leave this place, Jiang Chen will eventually go mad. Therefore, he must become stronger at all costs. Is there a sufficiently sturdy combat room in this underground palace? Jiang Yan asked Jinling with a serious tone. Of course there is. Jinling spread her hands and flew around in midair. The hall where the master is currently located is the most solid combat room. Here, the master can fight to his heart's content. Very good. Jiang Yan smiled slightly and immediately looked at 007. From now on, you will be my opponent. I am going to start a devilish training. The puppet robot named 007 in front of him possesses planetary level strength. In Jiang Yan's view, the moment he can defeat him will signify that Jiang Yan has officially stepped into the ranks of planetary level warriors. Although this process is extremely difficult, Jiang Yan has over 200 ancient tree hearts. Their powerful energy will undoubtedly significantly accelerate Jiang Chen's cultivation speed. After preparing, Jiang Yan immediately took out an ancient tree heart and began to eat it voraciously. In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. At this moment, in a combat arena of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School, Lin Zilong was kicked out by a robust warrior, crashing heavily against the solid wall of the arena, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Is that it? Lin Zilong, your strength is really too weak. I thought as Jiang Chen's brother, you should be an exceptionally talented warrior. At the very least, you should have half of Jiang Chen's strength. But I didn't expect you to be so easily defeated. The warrior who defeated Lin Zilong, like him, was also a student from the genius class of the Wind Thunder Martial Arts School. Apart from him, all the warriors present were from the genius class. They looked at Lin Zilong with disdainful eyes. Ever since Jiang Chen died, Lin Zilong, Jiang Chen's younger brother, became popular. In the eyes of these warriors, Jiang Chen was a once-in-a-century genius with extremely powerful strength. As Jiang Zilong's younger brother, his strength should also be quite good. This led many to choose to challenge Lin Zilong, to see how strong this genius's brother really was. But the result left them greatly disappointed. Lin Zilong was only 2 years younger than Jiang Chen, but his strength was worlds apart from Jiang Chen's. Until now, he was merely a battle general-level warrior. In the nearly half a year since, Lin Zilong had been defeated by almost all the warriors in the genius class, turning him into a complete laughingstock. It also proved a point. The brother of a genius could very well be a waste. A thoroughgoing waste. I have nothing to do with that beast Jiang Chen. Why do you compare me to him? Lin Zilong gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his body, glaring angrily at everyone present. Just wait, one day I will make you all pay for this. After throwing down that harsh remark, Lin Zilong turned and left. The crowd watched Lin Zilong's disheveled figure retreating, unable to hold back their laughter. He had said this countless times before, yet he had never succeeded. Within the genius class, his strength remained weak. In the eyes of everyone, Lin Zilong was like a clown, utterly ridiculous. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Lei Wu clearly saw the battle process of Lin Zilong through the surveillance. At this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed. and he was evidently extremely disappointed with Lin Zilong's performance. In fact, with Lin Zilong's conditions, he was not qualified to enter the genius class. Lei Wu had made an exception to let him in, partly because his brother was Jiang Chen and partly due to Lin Jinbei's guarantee. In his view, Lin Zilong's brother and father were both exceptionally strong. How could he be weaker than Jiang Chen, who had single-handedly defeated warriors from various countries in the ancient civilization ruins? With the same bloodline as him, how could Lin Zilong be so weak? Lei Wu had thought that as long as he gave Lin Zilong some time to grow, he might become the second Jiang Chen. But the facts proved that Lei Wu was gravely mistaken. During his time training in the genius class, Lin Zilong's performance was simply too weak. Not to mention becoming the second Jiang Chen, Lin Zilong couldn't even catch up to his father Lin Jinbei's strength. Even now, he was only around the 5th stage of battle general level. Such strength was truly at the bottom of the genius class. Many warriors who had just entered the genius class, with lower cultivation levels than Lin Zilong, could defeat him. After repeated observations, Lei Wu reached a conclusion: Lin Zilong had been spoiled by Lin Jinbei. His practical combat ability was too weak, and his cultivation talent was insufficient. Even if he could become a battle god-level warrior in the future, it would be difficult for him to awaken any extraordinary power. Now that Lin Jinbei was dead, and the prodigy Jiang Chen had also died in the ancient civilization ruins, the Lin family was basically finished, leaving only Lin Zilong. Initially, he had chosen to help the Lin family because he thought Lin Zilong might become the second Jiang Chen. But now, Lin Zilong had completely disappointed him. Allowing such a waste to remain in the genius class would only waste resources. Thus, after making his decision, Lei Wu immediately called over a middle-aged man with 2 mustaches. This man was the supervisor responsible for the genius class, named Deng. "Send my orders. Lin Zilong is not suitable to continue training in the genius class. Let him leave immediately." Furthermore, the villa where the Lin family lived was provided for the senior executives of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Now that Lin Jinbei is dead, they naturally have to move out. They must be completely moved out within 24 hours. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Deng frowned tightly. "Master Lei, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, Lin Jinbei went to the ancient civilization ruins to carry out orders, and that's how the accident happened. It's only been a year since his death. Treating his orphan this way, isn't it too heartless?" Hearing this, Lei Wu slammed the table in anger. "What? Do you think my Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall is some kind of charity organization? Previously, there was an accident involving Lin Jinbei, and I have already compensated the mother and son. During this past year, I have done my best to take care of them, a widow and her child. Even though Lin Zilong did not meet the standards for the genius class, I still allowed him to train among them. But he is such a waste, disappointing my investment in him, wasting so many training resources. I have been more than reasonable. Execute my orders immediately, no more nonsense." Seeing this, Deng could only sigh helplessly and hurriedly leave. Moments later, in a luxurious villa in Xingyao Base City, Deng entered with a group of martial artists from the Fong Martial Arts School, his expression cold. He directly conveyed Lei Wu's orders to Wang Ruoyo and Lin Zilong. "Why should we? Why do you have the right to make us move? I can accept leaving the genius class, but this house was left to me by my father. I will never leave." Lin Zilong shouted angrily at the people from the Fong Martial Arts School present. He never expected Lei Wu to be so heartless. "Zilong, I understand your feelings, but your performance in the genius class has been disappointing. You really are not suited to stay in the genius class any longer. I will arrange for you to return to the Fong Martial Arts branch in Tianhao Base City and become an instructor. And this house originally belonged to the Fong Martial Arts School. If your father had not died, you could naturally continue living here, but now..." At this point, Deng sighed deeply. "Now that your father is dead, his position has been taken by someone else, and you naturally cannot continue living here. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. You cannot blame the main hall master for being too heartless. If you could be half as capable as Jiang Chen, the main hall master would not be so disappointed in you. Lin Zilong, take care of yourself in the days to come. No one will continue to help you for free." After saying this, Deng's expression turned cold again. "If you do not move out within 24 hours, do not blame me for being rude." Under Deng's threat, Lin Zilong wanted to resist but was held back by his mother, Wang Ruoya. With red eyes and tears streaming down her face, she looked at Lin Zilong. "Forget it, this place never belonged to us. Your father is already in trouble. If you get into trouble too, how will I live? Son, calm down, let's go back to our old home in Tianhao Base City." Since Lin Jinbei's unexpected death, Wang Ruoyo had been in tears every day, and a year seemed to have aged her decades, her hair turning gray. If Lin Jinbei had died at the hands of a beast, Wang Ruoya would not have felt so pained. What she could not accept was the conflict between father and son. With Jiang Chen and Lin Jinbei both dead, Wang Ruoya completely broke down. Now, she only had Lin Zalong left and would never let him come to harm. After being stopped by his mother, Lin Zalong, no matter how angry he was, could only endure this humiliation. Seeing that Wang Ruoya and Lin Zalong had compromised, Deng An finally turned to leave. Then, Wang Ruoya began to pack her things, preparing to take Lin Zalong back to Tianhe Bay City. But Lin Zalong was unwilling to return home like this, even more unwilling to resign himself to being just an instructor at a branch for the rest of his life. Previously, in the Fong martial arts school in Tianhe Bay City, Lin Zalong had been the young master. Now, he had become an ordinary instructor, and this huge disparity was something Lin Zalong could not accept. So, as Wang Ruoya finished packing and prepared to leave, Lin Zalong left a letter and departed Xingyao Bay City ahead of her. During this time, he had endured humiliation. In the eyes of others, he was just a waste. Lin Zalong vowed to defeat these people with his own hands and become the supreme top expert. Therefore, he had to do everything he could to become stronger. For this, he planned to go to a place teeming with beasts to train. He swore to reclaim everything he had lost. He vowed to surpass Jiang Chen. After leaving the Starshine Base City, Lin Zalong headed straight for the most dangerous place in the Yin Kingdom, the Blizzard Plains. This area is located in the extreme north of the Yin Kingdom, with extremely low temperatures, covered in snow year-round. At the same time, it is a paradise for ice-type demon beasts, where ordinary warriors do not dare to tread. In Lin Zalong's view, the more dangerous a place is, the greater the hidden opportunities. To become stronger, he had to take a risk. Just as Lin Zalong set off for the Blizzard Plains, a meteor streaked across the sky and fell deep into the Blizzard Plains. Boom! With a loud explosion, a hill deep within the Blizzard Plains was instantly flattened. The demon beasts that once lived around it also vanished without a trace. Immediately after, amidst the swirling dust, a man covered in purple gold battle armor slowly emerged. He removed the armor covering his face, revealing a visage completely unlike that of a human. His skin was dark purple, with 3 eyes and terrifying fangs. No matter how one looked at him, he was definitely not human. At this moment, he took a deep breath of the air of Blue Star, immediately revealing a look of disgust. Is this the scent of Blue Star? Indeed, it is an extremely backward planet, even the air is so polluted. The three-eyed man could not accept the foul stench of Blue Star and covered his face with the armor again. If it weren't for needing to conduct some experiments, I wouldn't have come to such a backward planet. After a few complaints, the three-eyed man took out a black box from his pocket. Upon opening it, he found it filled with ugly black worms, wriggling incessantly, sending chills down his spine. Just then, he suddenly noticed not far away a giant bear with pure white fur. This was the extreme cold ice bear, a lord-level beast of 8th rank. Such strength was equivalent to a human warrior of god-level 8th rank, definitely a formidable demon beast. Yet, even so, the extreme cold ice bear displayed an expression of immense fear the moment it saw the three-eyed man. It sensed a terrifying aura emanating from him, far stronger than that of a planetary-level human warrior. Without any hesitation, the extreme cold ice bear turned to flee, but its speed was too slow. The three-eyed man instantly appeared in front of it, blocking its path. Then, the three-eyed man casually raised his right hand. The powerful extreme cold ice bear seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, unable to move. No matter how it struggled, it was completely futile. Is this what counts as a creature from this backward planet? Simply pathetic. The three-eyed man examined the extreme cold ice bear, and in his eyes, it was no more than an ant. Well, this guy's strength should still be considered decent on this backward planet. In that case, let's use it for an experiment first. The three-eyed man smiled slightly and casually grabbed an ugly worm from the black box. He completely ignored the extreme cold ice bear's struggles and roars, instead placing the worm directly next to its ear. Immediately, the ugly worm seemed to catch the scent of some delicacy and suddenly became lively. Under the gaze of the three-eyed man, the worm burrowed into the extreme cold ice bear's ear. Roar! As the worm entered the bear's body, it let out a roar of agony. Its massive body convulsed violently. No way! Could it be that the creatures of this planet are too weak to endure? Just as the three-eyed man felt disappointed, the extreme cold ice bear, which had been in agony, gradually returned to normal. It seemed there was no change, but the three-eyed man knew very well that the worm had successfully parasitized. Ha ha ha, this is truly an unexpected surprise. I never thought it could parasitize so perfectly. It seems my choice of this backward planet was indeed a wise one. Seeing that the bug had successfully parasitized, the three-eyed man no longer suppressed the extreme cold ice bear, allowing it to escape. After fleeing, the extreme cold ice bear suddenly found its strength elevated to the 9th tier of Lord level. This inexplicable enhancement left the extreme cold ice bear quite astonished. But before it could figure out what had happened, it felt an overwhelming hunger in its belly. It uncontrollably began to search for food, attacking any beast that appeared before its eyes with wild ferocity. Then it cruelly devoured them clean. Despite having eaten many beasts, it still felt hungry, and during its frenzied consumption of the beasts, its own strength surprisingly grew even more powerful. Initially, the extreme cold ice bear was driven by excessive hunger to continuously hunt and devour beasts, but now, it had adapted to its persistent hunger and began to pursue the enhancement of its power. In order to become stronger and evolve into a king-level beast, it frantically hunted every living being that appeared before it. All of this was clearly observed by the three-eyed man, who remained in a state of invisibility. He understood perfectly why the extreme cold ice bear had transformed in this way. Everything was due to its parasitism by the black bug. The black bug could greatly amplify the potential of the extreme cold ice bear, making it increasingly powerful. But the cost of becoming stronger was that the extreme cold ice bear would gradually turn into a monster that only knew how to kill. Once the extreme cold ice bear could no longer sustain the energy required by the bug, it would be completely drained by the extreme cold ice bear. Subsequently, the bug would automatically seek out the next host. Once the bug absorbed enough powerful energy, it would enter a dormant state. At that time, the three-eyed man could retrieve the bug and take it back to his planet. Now that the bug had perfectly parasitized the extreme cold ice bear, it meant that his experiment could be considered a success. Creatures known as beasts on Blue Star can be parasitized without issue, but it seems Blue Star also has an extremely weak human race. It might be worth a try. After all, this is just a backward and weak planet. Even if it were completely destroyed, what would it matter? The three-eyed man sneered coldly and then walked toward the exit of the blizzard plain. Before arriving at Blue Star, he had secretly investigated this planet. He knew that there had once been a very powerful human on Blue Star, revered as the Lord of Blue Star. This individual had even reached the terrifying strength of half-immortal. Unfortunately, this renowned Lord of Blue Star had long since fallen. Now, the humans on Blue Star were becoming weaker with each generation. The strongest human was barely at the planetary level. In the vast universe, a planetary-level warrior was only slightly stronger than an ordinary ant. In the eyes of the three-eyed man, Blue Star had long since become an extremely weak planet after losing the protection of that top-tier powerhouse. He could naturally conduct his experiments here without restraint. Just as the three-eyed man was preparing to leave the blizzard plain and head to the areas densely populated by humans, he suddenly spotted a human, nervously exploring the blizzard plain. Thanks to the special nature of his battle armor, the three-eyed man could now achieve complete invisibility, concealing his presence entirely. He didn't have to worry about being discovered by ordinary humans. He had originally intended to find a human for experimentation, and now one had conveniently presented itself, which excited the three-eyed man greatly. TSK, these Blue Star people are really too weak. This kid is even inferior to that beast from earlier. The gap in strength is too great. I wonder if he can withstand the parasitism. The three-eyed man furrowed his brow, then coldly laughed. What if you can't withstand it and die? Anyway, this planet has hundreds of billions of Blue Star people, so there's no shortage of experimental subjects. Ha ha ha. He didn't rush to let the bug parasitize him, but rather followed him with curiosity. The three-eyed man was very eager to see where this extremely weak human got the courage to venture alone into the blizzard wasteland. When he observed the extreme cold ice bear earlier, he already knew that this area of Blue Star was very dangerous. At least for this weak human in front of him, entering such a place was simply seeking death. Just as the three-eyed man had imagined, at this moment, Lynn alone, who had entered the blizzard wasteland, was soon besieged by a large number of demon beasts. With his battle general level 5 strength, he was utterly unable to contend with these demon beasts. In less than a moment, he was severely injured. Looking at the terrifying demon beasts around him with blood-red eyes, Lynn alone finally realized how foolish he was. As a battle general level warrior, he actually dared to come alone to such a place. What was the difference from seeking his own death? He thought that training in such a place would rapidly enhance his strength in a short time. Yet, just as he entered the blizzard wasteland, Lynn alone was about to be attacked and killed by the demon beasts. Could it be that I, Lynn alone, am really going to die here today? I am unwilling. I refuse. Why can Jiangchen be so powerful, while I have such a huge gap in strength compared to him? What exactly is it that I lack compared to Jiangchen? Why does heaven treat me this way? Lynn alone roared in madness, but it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as those demon beasts continued to close in on him. At that moment, Lynn alone was truly in despair. Rather than living a muddled life, it would be better to die right now. However, just as Lynn alone closed his eyes, preparing to welcome death, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Young man, if I give you power now, making you the strongest in this world, but you need to pay a little price. are you willing to accept it? Hearing this, Lin Zalong, who was already in despair waiting for death, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Who is here? Lin Zalong looked around in shock but saw no one. However, what puzzled him was that the demon beasts that had been eyeing him hungrily seemed to have been forcibly frozen by an invisible energy. Even if Lin Zalong was slow to react, he immediately realized that there must be a hidden master here. Lin Zalong was too eager to become stronger, let alone a small price. He could accept any terrifying cost. Without any hesitation, he knelt on the ground. If the senior can grant me supreme power, then I will serve you for a lifetime. Ha ha ha, serving is unnecessary. I just need you to do one thing for me. After saying that, a pill-emitting black gas floated in front of Lin Zalong. Swallow this pill, and you will be able to unleash the hidden potential in your body, instantly gaining immense power. But this process will be extremely painful. You need to be mentally prepared. Moreover, this pill will have a slight side effect after being taken, so you must also be prepared for that. Seeing this, Lin Zalong immediately reached out to grab the black pill in midair. As long as I can become stronger, what does the painful process matter? Without hesitation, Lin Zalong swallowed the pill. The black pill actually concealed an ugly black bug. The moment Lin Zalong swallowed the pill, the black bug was immediately activated. It began to roam within Lin Zalong's body, searching for a suitable place to parasitize. This process was excruciatingly painful, akin to being skinned alive. Lin Zalong never expected it to be so torturous, writhing on the ground in agony. In order to become stronger, Lin Zalong remained silent, allowing the black insect to parasitize within him. About an hour passed. Lin Zalong's face, which had been twisted in pain, gradually returned to calm. Similar to the situation with the extreme cold ice bear, the mysterious black insect had quietly completed its parasitism within him. At first, Lin Zalong did not notice anything unusual, but soon, an invisible energy surged in like a tide, filling his entire body. This was the first time he had ever felt such overwhelming power, so strong that it was almost beyond his control. The aura of a 5th-tier battle general seemed to ignite like a rocket, rapidly ascending to the 6th, 7th, and 8th tiers, nearing the level of a battle god. At the same time, he could clearly feel his body being continuously strengthened, as if it had been given new life. This is simply unbelievable. A surge of indescribable ecstasy welled up in Lin Zalong's heart. He seemed to see the brilliance of his future. Senior, I am truly grateful to you for granting me such powerful strength. His voice was filled with gratitude. I will do my utmost to repay your kindness in the future. But amidst his excitement, Lin Zalong couldn't help but curiously ask, Senior, what are the side effects you mentioned earlier? I don't feel any discomfort right now. On the contrary, I feel energetic, as if I have endless strength. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden wave of hunger struck him, catching him off guard. Before entering the snowstorm plains, he had clearly eaten enough to ensure he had sufficient stamina for the upcoming challenges. Yet at this moment, it felt as if he hadn't eaten for days, and the hunger was almost unbearable. What is happening? Lin Zalong was horrified and quickly took out a large amount of dry food from his storage ring, trying to alleviate this sudden hunger. However, when he bit into the dry food, a look of pain immediately crossed his face. It was as if the dry food had turned into the most unbearable bitterness in the world. He forced down the nausea but still couldn't swallow that bite of dry food, only able to helplessly spit it out. Although this dry food was not particularly tasty, he had been able to accept it in the past. But now, he found it exceptionally difficult to eat, as if every bite was an extreme torment to his taste buds. He struggled in pain, trying to swallow that bite of dry food, but each time ended with him violently vomiting. This sudden change plunged Lin Zalong into unprecedented agony. Why is this happening? Senior, why have I become like this? His voice was filled with terror and confusion, as if he were being consumed by endless darkness. The three-eyed man curled his lips into a cold smile. Weren't you asking about the side effects earlier? This is the price you must pay for gaining power. From now on, any cooked food will be out of your reach. You can only tear into raw meat like a beast to satisfy your hunger. I also want to tell you a secret. If you dare to gnaw on human flesh, your power will receive an unprecedented boost. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by the chilling laughter of the three-eyed man, he felt immense excitement at the black insect's perfect parasitism within Lin Zalong. This meant that humans had also become perfect hosts for parasitism, and all living beings on Blue Star would become his experimental subjects. Upon hearing this, Lin Zalong was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected that to gain power, he would have to pay such a terrifying price. Would he have to live his life gnawing on raw flesh like a monster? What terrified him even more was that at this moment, he was starving, and that uncontrollable hunger almost made him lose control of his body. He frantically rushed towards the demon beast that the three-eyed man had immobilized, cruelly killing and dismembering it, then tearing into the bloody, nauseating flesh bite by bite. If it were in the past, he would never have been able to swallow such flesh and blood. But now, the blood and flesh of these beasts seemed to have transformed into the most exquisite delicacy, irresistible to him. With each bite, Lin Zalong's face would reveal a look of satisfaction. But soon, that was replaced by terror. No, I don't want to become a monster. I give you back your power. Let me return to my original form. As soon as Lin Zalong finished speaking, he felt an overwhelming hunger in his stomach and began to gnaw on the blood and flesh of the beasts again. He could hardly control his body now. Although his power was continuously growing, he feared even more that he would truly become a monster. The three-eyed man, seeing this, directly released his invisibility and walked in front of Lin Zalong. Don't you crave power? Now I have given you power, allowing you to become the strongest on this planet. You still don't want it? As soon as he finished speaking, the three-eyed man grabbed Lin Zalong by the neck and lifted him up. Insignificant human from the Blue Star, let me tell you the truth. You have already become a monster. If you stubbornly resist eating this flesh and blood, you will explode and die a miserable death. No one can save you. The only one who can save you is yourself. I advise you to accept this fate. Obediently accept the fact that you have become a monster, and then crazily hunt humans, devouring their flesh and blood. In doing so, you can become the strongest on this planet. At this point, a suffocating and terrifying aura erupted from the three-eyed man. His tone turned as cold as ice. If you insist on not wanting to eat flesh and blood, I can kill you right now. I guarantee you will die a most miserable death. Upon hearing this, despair and pain deeply etched themselves on Lin Zalong's face, as if he were shrouded in heavy darkness, unable to break free. However, at this point, no matter how much he regretted in his heart, he could not change the established fact. Faced with this sudden turn of events, he found that he was more afraid of death than of becoming a flesh-eating monster. Is what you said really true? Lin Zalong's voice trembled. As long as I eat the flesh and blood of humans, I can become stronger and even the strongest on this planet? He looked up at the three-eyed man before him. Although he did not know the man's true identity, he was certain that this person was definitely not from the Blue Star. Ha ha ha! The three-eyed man let out a burst of arrogant laughter. He casually threw Lin Zalong to the ground, like discarding a useless toy. Do I need to lie to you? As long as you are willing to eat the flesh and blood of humans, especially the blood of those martial artists, your strength will surely soar, reaching an unprecedented level. Moreover, we are fated to meet. I can also grant you an additional set of martial skills to help you become the strongest on this planet. The three-eyed man's voice was filled with temptation, as if he were pointing Lin Zalong towards a path to great power. Yet it also plunged his heart into deeper struggles and fears. After pondering for a long time, Lin Zalong finally broke free from the shackles of fear, the earlier terror in his eyes dissipating like morning mist. In its place was an almost icy killing intent, like the most biting cold wind in winter, sending chills down one's spine. In Lin Zalong's heart, he had already crossed the boundary between human and monster, falling into an abyss from which there was no return. Thus, he cast aside all thoughts of pity and pleading. Instead, he decided to hunt down those human martial artists he had once looked up to in an extreme and mad way. He sought to prove his existence and become the undisputed ruler of this blue planet. I must become stronger, he roared, his voice filled with determination and desire. I want to be the ruler of the Blue Star. Give me power, give me martial skills. His shout was like the brightest lightning in the night sky, piercing the silence and proclaiming his ambition. Ha ha ha! In response, the three-eyed man's wild and arrogant laughter echoed, as if everything was under his control. As you wish. Before the words had left his mouth, the three-eyed man bestowed upon Lin Zalong a martial technique unheard of and unseen on Blue Star, immensely powerful. Although in the eyes of the three-eyed man, Lin Zalong was merely an insignificant ant, he felt an inexplicable interest in this ant and decided to treat him as a plaything, nurturing him carefully. After all, these experimental subjects on Blue Star needed a strong manager, and Lin Zalong just happened to fit the bill. After imparting the martial technique, the three-eyed man handed Lin Zalong a black box exuding a strange aura. The moment Lin Zalong opened the box, a group of chilling black insects came into view. What you need to do next is find suitable warriors to host these black insects within their bodies. The mother insect I had previously implanted in you means that any warrior infested by these insects will unconditionally obey your commands. This means you will have an invincible, unmatched army. Go, conquer Blue Star, fulfill your ambition, ha! With the three-eyed man's booming laughter, his figure slowly vanished before Lin Zalong. Looking at the black box in his hands, a smug smile crept onto Lin Zalong's lips, filled with madness and a thirst for revenge. Now, I finally possess the power for revenge, he whispered, his voice brimming with endless hatred. Those people from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, I will make you pay a painful price. I will make you understand that I, Lyn's alone, am no longer the waste you can humiliate and expel at will. His heart was filled with a deep-seated hatred for the Wind and Thunder martial arts school. The humiliations and abandonment he had once suffered had now transformed into the fiercest fire of revenge within him. He not only wanted the people of the Wind and Thunder martial arts school to pay, but he also intended to implant the black insects within Lei Wu, making him his most loyal pet, forever submissive at his feet. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. With a large number of demon beasts and warriors infested by the strange black insects, Blue Star was plunged into unprecedented panic. The highest leader of the Yen nation, Gao Hongyuan, quickly summoned the nation's top powers upon learning of this shocking news. These powers were all above the 5th tier of the war god level and had awakened transcendent abilities. They came from all corners of the Yen nation, now gathered in the Beijing River base city in North China, facing this unprecedented crisis together. In the conference room, everyone's expression was grave to the extreme. The events that had transpired during this time far exceeded their imagination and capacity to bear. Initially, they naively thought it was merely a virus spreading among the demon beasts, causing them to become violent and even turn on each other. But as time passed, the terrifying reality finally descended upon humanity. Those infected humans, like beasts that had lost their reason, began to devour their own kind, enveloping the entire Blue Star in a blood-soaked storm. Even more terrifying was that this virus not only drove the demon beasts and humans mad but also caused their strength to surge dramatically in a short time, becoming extraordinarily powerful. In just 2 months, more than a dozen king-level demon beasts emerged within the Yen nation. Their presence cast a shadow of death over the entire Yen nation. Although the infighting among the demon beasts led to a sharp decrease in their numbers, those that survived became increasingly powerful and terrifying. Similarly, the warriors infected by the virus among humans have undergone a transformation, their strength far exceeding the ordinary realm of battle gods. This catastrophe is not limited to the Flame Nation. Every country on Blue Star is experiencing the same suffering. Everyone present knows that if decisive and effective measures are not taken soon, the entire Blue Star will face the crisis of destruction. Everyone, the current situation is clear to you without me having to elaborate, Gao Hongyuan said. Right now, it is a crisis for all humanity. I don't care what grudges you may have had before, they must be set aside for the time being. Our top priority now is to eliminate those infected by the virus, the demon beasts and human warriors. As Gao Hongyuan spoke, his gaze clearly fell on Mo Wanshan and Lei Wu. They are the two most powerful warriors in the Flame Nation, both having reached the planetary level. Currently, only they have the ability to deal with the powerful demon beasts infected by the unknown virus. If he could persuade them to join forces, they could quickly eliminate these demon beasts in a short time. Then, they could turn their attention to dealing with the infected human warriors. In Gao Hongyuan's view, the intelligence of the demon beasts is not very high. Even if infected by the virus, it would not cause too terrifying an impact. But human warriors are different. Humans are far more cunning than demon beasts. Even more frightening is that if a planetary-level warrior like Lei Wu were to be infected by the virus, it would be a devastating blow. He must unite the warriors present before they are affected by the virus to confront this crisis. I have no objections, but I wonder what Master Lei thinks, Mo Wanshan said coldly. Although he wanted to avenge Zhang Chen, the situation on Blue Star is too urgent. They must first save Blue Star. However, as everyone waited for Lei Wu's response, a sudden roar like that of a beast erupted from a corner of the conference room. A warrior sitting in the corner, with bloodshot eyes, uncontrollably launched an attack on the person beside him. This sudden turn of events was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone present. No one had expected that in this gathering of heroes, there was a warrior hidden who had been eroded by a strange virus. The warrior, caught off guard, had his chest suddenly pierced. A living heart was cruelly extracted by the seemingly gentle and handsome man beside him. Then, one bite after another, he greedily devoured it as if savoring the finest delicacies of the world. A sense of indescribable satisfaction and excitement radiated from his face. From the moment he stepped into the conference room, the beast within him had been stirring. But to conceal the truth, he had to suppress the hunger and desire that stemmed from his instincts. Until this moment, the opportunity finally presented itself, and he did not hesitate to strike down his colleague beside him. What a thrill! He murmured to himself, as if immersed in some extreme pleasure. Is this the taste of high-level warrior flesh? Simply intoxicating. His sinister laughter echoed in every corner of the conference room. To him, the people in his eyes were merely a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. This man is Sun Mingzi, the eldest son of one of the 4 top families in the Flame Nation. Since the black bug had parasitized him, he had transformed into a monster, his strength soaring, but he also fell into an endless craving for human flesh. To maintain and enhance this power, he secretly hunted his own kind, even going so far as to target his own family. His father and brother became his sacrifices. Now, he could brazenly attend this meeting in place of his ailing father. In front of everyone, he had killed a warrior who had awakened transcendent power, a display of arrogance and cruelty that was appalling. Sun Mingze, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. It seems your father wasn't sick at all, but rather killed by you. You beast. Everyone, we must join forces to eliminate this beast. Those present were all powerful figures from various places, including top martial artists like Mo Wanshan. Logically, once Sun Mingze's identity was exposed, it would be a dead end for him. However, he showed no fear and continued to devour the flesh in his hands, ignoring the threats from Mo Wanshan and the others. What's wrong, Master Lei? How long are you going to hide? Sun Mingze sneered. The taste of these top martial artists' flesh is truly delightful. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Wu, who had been silent, suddenly let out two cold laughs. You are quite impatient. Can't you hold on a little longer? In that case, I will join you and enjoy this rare delicacy. Lei Wu's face twisted instantly, and with his planet-level strength, he easily killed two God of War-level martial artists with a single move. What? Master Lei has also been infected? How is this possible? The changes in Sun Mingze were already shocking, but who would have thought that a powerhouse like Lei Wu would also be unable to escape? Originally extraordinarily powerful, he became even more formidable under the influence of the virus. Even the once great Mo Wanshan was nothing more than an afterthought in his eyes. Today, he had only one goal, to kill Mo Wanshan and devour him. In fact, more than a month ago, Lin Zalong, who had been parasitized by the mother bug, had quietly returned to the Fong Lane Martial Arts Hall. The place where he had once been humiliated had now become the stage for his revenge. With the force of thunder, he slaughtered all the martial artists in the genius class and implanted black bugs within the bodies of the headquarters instructors, turning them into his puppets. In the end, even Lei Wu was not spared, becoming Lin Zalong's servant. This meant that Lin Zalong had quietly become the true master of the Fong Lane Martial Arts Hall, and today's meeting, Lin Zalong was already well aware of. He intended to take this opportunity to capture all the top martial artists of the Yin Kingdom in one fell swoop, plunging the entire Yin Kingdom into unprecedented panic and chaos. Ha ha ha! Lei Wu's laughter was manic, echoing with Sun Mingze. Then, he too imitated that terrifying act, pulling out the heart of a dead martial artist and chewing it voraciously, as if it were the most tempting delicacy in the world. For him, the heart of a martial artist was not just a symbol of power, but also the ultimate enjoyment for his taste buds. As he nodded, he fixed his gaze on Mo Wanshan. A sinister smile crept across his lips. I really wonder if the heart of a planet-level martial artist will be even more delicious. With that, Lei Wu moved like a ghost, launching a fierce attack on Mo Wanshan. Damn it! How could this happen? If I had known, I should have killed you back then. Mo Wanshan truly did not expect such a situation to arise. To stop Lei Wu and prevent him from continuing to slaughter other martial artists, Mo Wanshan did not hesitate to launch a frenzied counterattack. In the past, his battles with Lei Wu had merely been sparring and competition between martial artists. But now, the situation was entirely different. Lei Wu, once a martial arts powerhouse, had now transformed into a man-eating demon. If he could not be subdued in time, the Yin Kingdom would surely fall into an abyss of no return. Hee hee, Mo Wanshan, I was indeed not your match before. Lei Wu's voice carried a hint of mockery, but now, I have gained power beyond that of humans. You are no match for me. Lei Wu showed no fear and engaged in a fierce battle with Mo Wanshan, exchanging blows and unleashing energy, turning the entire conference room into a chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, Sun Mingze was besieged by other martial artists. These martial artists included elites from various great families and the top powerhouses of the Yin Kingdom. They joined forces to launch a fierce attack on Sun Mingze, attempting to completely eliminate this monster. Gao Hongyuan, as the highest leader of the Yin nation, wore a grave expression at this moment. He never expected that such a terrifying event would occur. One of the two planetary-level warriors of the Yin nation had actually turned into a man-eating monster. This was far more horrifying than those king-level demon beasts. To ensure Gao Hongyuan's safety, the powerful officers present immediately escorted him away from this dangerous place. Meanwhile, the others were caught in a chaotic battle with Lei Wu and Sun Mingze. The entire conference room instantly transformed into a chaotic slaughterhouse. The shouts of warriors, the cries of the wounded, and the sounds of collisions intertwined. In this sudden melee, everyone fought with all their might. For survival, for the future of the Yin nation, they fought recklessly against the monsters. This situation was also happening in the other four countries, plunging the entire planet into deep panic and despair. To fend off these demon beasts and human warriors infected by an unknown virus, the five great nations had no choice but to set aside past grievances, closely unite, and jointly form an indestructible alliance army, vowing to resist this terrifying tide of monsters to the death. To protect the lives of innocent civilians, they quickly took action, constructing solid fortresses for survival. They promptly relocated these innocent people into the fortresses, providing them with the strongest shelter. The current Blue Star had already become a hell on Earth. Even those infected demon beasts and humans, driven by hunger, would not hesitate to kill each other for survival. In this catastrophe, Lin Zilong, a once ordinary warrior, rose like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, becoming the overlord of these monsters. He discovered a place with excellent feng shui on Blue Star and erected a magnificent palace there as his throne. Over the long span of more than 2 years, Lin Zilong continuously devoured the flesh and blood of warriors, honing his strength to the extreme, and leaped to become a planetary-level 5th-tier powerhouse. The once insignificant Mo Wanshan had long become trivial in his eyes. He proclaimed himself the undisputed Lord of Blue Star, ruling over this virus-ravaged land with the demeanor of a king. Under his iron-fisted rule, those parasitized demon beasts and warriors were all brought under his command, forming an invincible legion. To ensure the food supply for himself and his army, he cruelly captured a large number of humans, imprisoning them as food reserves. The current Blue Star had almost completely fallen into Lin Zilong's grasp. Even the alliance army of the 5 great nations found it difficult to shake his overlord status. He thoroughly enjoyed his current life and was in no hurry to defeat the 5 nations one by one. In Lin Zilong's view, playing with these people was far more enjoyable than killing them all. Meanwhile, in the ancient civilization ruins, Jiang Chen had undergone 2.5 years of closed-door cultivation, and his strength had already crossed the planetary-level threshold. Not long ago, he successfully passed the second trial, reaping substantial rewards that allowed his strength to leap again, firmly standing at the planetary-level 3rd tier. With his current strength, even facing a powerhouse like Mo Wanshan, he could remain calm and unafraid. Master, the trial for the 3rd level is not within this ancient civilization ruins. Now that the ancient civilization ruins have reopened, you can leave at any time. However, at this point, Jinling's expression became extremely puzzled. This time the ancient civilization ruins have clearly opened, but no one from the outside has come in? Could it be that they all gave up? Hearing this, Jiang Chen was greatly shocked. How could they possibly give up? In the eyes of those outside, I have already died in the ancient civilization ruins, but there are still many rare resources here. It makes no sense for them to give up. It's even more impossible for not a single person to come in. Jiang Chen was puzzled upon learning this situation. Could it be that something happened to Blue Star? Thinking of this, he hurriedly sought confirmation from Jinling. Jinling, can you find out the current state of Blue Star? I need to know what exactly happened to Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Jinling nodded gravely and immediately activated her unique ability to establish a connection with Blue Star's network. In an instant, a massive amount of information flooded into her consciousness. The next moment, shock and disbelief were written all over Jinling's face. How is this possible? Jinling looked at Jiang Chen with terror in her eyes. Master, something terrible has happened. Blue Star is really in trouble. Without holding anything back, Jinling recounted the various upheavals that had occurred on Blue Star in recent years to Jiang Chen. After hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression changed drastically, shock evident on his face, as if he had been struck by an invisible force. He had never anticipated that during his long period of closed-door cultivation, Blue Star would undergo such earth-shattering changes. What shocked him even more was that an unprecedented terrifying virus was rapidly spreading on Blue Star. It not only gave rise to all kinds of horrifying monsters, but even human warriors were not spared, twisted into flesh-eating beasts. It was only at this moment that Jiang Chen suddenly realized why the opening of the ancient civilization ruins had not attracted any seekers. It turned out that Blue Star was already shrouded in endless fear and despair. Master, there is one more thing I must report to you. Jinling's voice broke the silence. Those infected by the virus, the army of monsters and human warriors, are now being controlled by Lin Zilong. Perhaps all this disaster was orchestrated by him. He might be the first person infected by the virus. As soon as Jinling's words fell, disbelief appeared on Jiang Chen's face. What did you say? Lin Zilong is controlling those monsters? How is that possible? In Jiang Chen's memory, Lin Zilong was just an insignificant waste, weak and fragile. How could he possess the ability to control such a powerful army of monsters? I don't know the specifics either, Jinling said slowly, but Lin Zilong's strength has reached its peak now, and no one on Blue Star can contend with him. Even the former strongman Mo Wanshan cannot face him alone. This guy may have gained an extremely terrifying power, and there might be someone secretly assisting him. Jinling was filled with doubts about all of this. The mysteriously appearing virus clearly did not conform to reason. It seemed more like someone had deliberately given Lin Zilong power to destroy Blue Star. Damn it! Jiang Chen shouted angrily. This beast, I will personally tear him to pieces. Although Jiang Chen did not understand why Lin Zilong had become like this, he knew very well that this guy was likely the culprit behind this disaster. As long as he could find him, there would definitely be a chance to save their home, Blue Star. A fierce killing intent flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. Let's go, it's time for us to leave this place. Currently, in the ancient civilization ruins, Jiang Chen had successfully passed the first 2 trials, and the next challenges were not here. Moreover, all the life ancient tree hearts had been taken by him, so he had no reason to linger in this place. After saying this, Jiang Chen hurriedly left the ancient civilization ruins with Jinling and 007. When Jiang Chen stepped out of the bronze door and returned to Blue Star, what greeted him was a lifeless, stench-filled forest. Even the bones scattered everywhere resembled a hell on earth. The once vibrant Star Source forest no longer existed. Looking at the tragic scene before him, reminiscent of an apocalyptic hell, a strong chill surged in Jiang Chen's heart, making his scalp tingle. The former Star Source forest had been one of the most lush and vibrant primitive forests on Blue Star. Countless inhabited and thrived here, resembling a mysterious and wild kingdom of beasts. However, this forest has now fallen into a deathly silence, the air thick with a suffocating stench. Scattered everywhere are the remains of inhumans, as if the entire world is shrouded in despair and death. Just as Jiang Chen was horrified and prepared to flee this terrifying place, a deafening roar suddenly broke the surrounding silence. Following that, a giant ape covered in red fur, like a demon bursting forth from hell, charged out from the grass, lunging directly at him. Flames erupted from the giant ape, and a powerful aura of a king-level 3rd tier instantly exploded. Its eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, revealing a greedy and bloodthirsty gleam, as if Jiang Chen were the long-coveted delicacy of the human world. Goodness, it's a king-level 3rd tier beast right off the bat. If this were the previous Blue Star, how could such a powerful beast appear so casually? It seems this blazing mad ape must have been infected by that virus, which is why its strength has greatly increased. Just as Jiang Chen pondered this, the blazing mad ape could no longer endure its hunger and crazily lunged at him. It opened its massive mouth, attempting to tear Jiang Chen in half. However, just as the blazing mad ape reached Jiang Chen, it hadn't even had the chance to strike before it was kicked away by the puppet robot 007. The force was immense, the blazing mad ape could not withstand it, breaking several ribs and spewing out a mouthful of blood. Dare to harm the master, and you shall be killed without mercy. 007's eyes glowed red as it drew a black gold long knife from its back and swiftly charged forward. The black gold long knife sliced through the air, drawing a brilliant arc as it mercilessly struck at the blazing mad ape. The blazing mad ape roared in anger, trying to resist, but 007's assault was like a relentless storm, each strike precisely hitting the vital points of the blazing mad ape. Finally, after a fierce exchange, the blazing mad ape let out a mournful howl. Its massive body crashed to the ground, unable to move, dying a tragic death. 007 sheathed the long knife and turned back to Jiang Chen. The red light in its eyes gradually dimmed, returning to its usual calm and composure. Although it was just a puppet robot, its own strength was extremely powerful, at least comparable to a planet-level 5th-tier warrior. When the Lord of Blue Star created 007, a vast amount of martial arts and combat techniques were input into its chip. Even the strongest of the Yin Kingdom, Mo Wanshan, would not necessarily be a match for 007. And just after the blazing mad ape died, an ugly bug exuding black gas crawled out from its mouth. Jiang Chen reacted quickly, rushing forward to firmly grasp the bug in his hand. What is this thing? The bug struggled incessantly, trying to burrow into Jiang Chen's palm to control him. However, Jiang Chen was covered in SSS-level dark gold magic armor, impervious to harm. The bug could neither invade Jiang Chen's body nor escape his iron grip, writhing helplessly. Although Jiang Chen knew nothing about this unknown creature, he was certain it was not of the kind. The aura it emitted was completely different from that of Jin Ling. Have you ever seen this thing? Jiang Chen turned to Jin Ling beside him, asking in confusion. From the moment Jiang Chen caught the black bug, Jin Ling had been observing it seriously. As an intelligent life form created by the former Lord of Blue Star, it was well informed. After a brief moment of contemplation, it suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Master, I'm not quite sure what this bug is, but the aura it emits is very familiar to me. It comes from the vast universe's Black Demon Star domain, specifically from the Purple Dawn Star. On this Purple Dawn Star, there exists a very special human race known as the Purple-Eyed Spirit Race. These guys not only have purple skin all over their bodies, but they also have a third eye in the center of their foreheads. This eye is not only an important organ for them to perceive the world, but it also contains powerful spiritual energy, capable of seeing into people's hearts, predicting the future, or unleashing unique energy attacks. The purple-eyed spirit race is extremely cunning and powerful, this strange black bug must have been created by them. At this point, Jinling's expression became very serious. Master, if I am not mistaken, the reason why Blue Star has become like this is likely all the doing of the Purplite spirit race. They probably regard Blue Star as an experimental base, releasing a large number of these black bugs to control the monsters and human warriors. What? Jiang Chen was furious upon learning this. He crushed the black bug in his hand on the spot. At first, he thought it was some terrible virus, but he never expected that aliens had infiltrated Blue Star. Seeing Jiang Chen so angry, Jinling quickly spoke up, Master, please calm down. In the vast universe, there are many star domains and countless planets. The human race of Blue Star has always been regarded as the weakest in the universe, their status akin to that of ants. Not only the beings of Purple Yao Star, but also those from other planets are eyeing Blue Star covetously. In the past, due to the existence of the Lord of Blue Star, his half-immortal strength made everyone fearful, and no one dared to invade Blue Star. But with the fall of the Lord of Blue Star, this weak planet has gradually been exposed to the gaze of the universe. The people of Purple Yao Star are clearly the first to notice. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened as he firmly said, I will never allow these beasts to harm the beings of Blue Star at will. The top priority now is to wipe out the Purple-eyed spirit race lurking in Blue Star. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly seemed to sense something and turned sharply to look aside. Immediately, a burly man, as massive as a mountain, slowly stepped out from the shadows and entered Jiang Chen's line of sight. The moment Jiang Chen saw this man, his mind immediately recalled the identity of the person. This man was one of the warriors from the Grey Bear Nation who had besieged Jiang Chen 3 years ago at the ancient civilization ruins. If Jiang Chen remembered correctly, this guy's brother could transform into a rock giant, and Jiang Chen had personally killed him. Therefore, this burly man hated Jiang Chen to the bone, wishing to tear him apart. But what shocked Jiang Chen at this moment was not the identity of this burly man, but the aura he emitted, which was identical to that of the black bug. Moreover, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap compared to before, having actually reached the planetary level. There was no doubt that this person had also been parasitized by the black bug. How is this possible? You are still alive. The warrior from the Grey Bear Nation, upon seeing Jiang Chen, looked as if he had witnessed a ghost, his pupils filled with disbelief. He quickly recognized Jiang Chen, but the information in his memory told him that Jiang Chen had fallen 3 years ago. Are you human or ghost? The warrior from the Grey Bear Nation roared, his planetary-level aura surging like a tide. Although Jiang Chen's sudden appearance shocked him, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Now, he was no longer comparable to the past. As a planetary-level warrior, he believed that even if Jiang Chen had come back from the dead, he was definitely not his opponent. Especially when he thought of his brother being killed by Jiang Chen, the hatred in his heart blazed like a wildfire. Coupled with the parasitism of the black bug within him, he constantly felt the torment of hunger. Even if Jiang Chen were truly a ghost, he swore to devour him. After sensing the intense killing intent from the warrior of the Grey Bear Nation, 007's first reaction was to kill him. But he was stopped by Jiang Chen. No need, I'll handle this guy. It's just right to force him to reveal Lin Zalong's exact location. Then, a cold smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth as he stared directly at the warrior from the Bear Country. Do you really think that being trapped in the ruins of an ancient civilization would mean my death? You must be underestimating me too much. Let me tell you the truth. The reason I haven't come out is simply to cultivate in seclusion. Even if you reach the strength of a planetary-level warrior, in my eyes, you are still no match. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the spirit-patterned dragon roar blade appeared in his hand. In almost an instant, he moved in front of the Bear Country warrior. Before the words had left his mouth, the spirit-patterned dragon roar blade suddenly manifested in his hand. The blade shimmered with a mysterious light, as if containing endless power. He flickered and almost instantaneously appeared before the Bear Country warrior. The Bear Country warrior thought he could easily withstand Jiang Chen's attack, but he never expected Jiang Chen's strength to be so formidable. The power of that spirit-patterned dragon roar blade far exceeded his imagination. Accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar, the Bear Country warrior was sent flying by Jiang Chen's strike. That seemingly casual blow actually fused with an incredibly powerful fire attribute energy, instantly tearing apart the armor on his body. The Bear Country warrior let out a miserable scream, his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. A deep wound, visible to the bone, was left on his chest, blood gushing out and staining the ground. How could this happen? You were clearly just a war god-level warrior before. Why do you now possess such terrifying strength? The Bear Country warrior could hardly believe that Jiang Chen's power had become so immense. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's cultivation level had actually reached the 3rd tier of planetary level. This meant that Jiang Chen had not deceived him, during the 3 years trapped in the ruins of the ancient civilization, Jiang Chen's strength had undergone a tremendous enhancement. When Jiang Chen was still just a war god level warrior, he already had the power to crush people like them. Not to mention, now that Jiang Chen had reached planetary level. Realizing this, the Bear Country warrior forcibly suppressed his hunger and turned to flee. He knew very well that if he didn't run now, he would definitely die at Jiang Chen's hands. Watching the Bear Country warrior flee in a panic, a disdainful cold smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. Do you think you can escape? From the moment you appeared, it was destined that you would never escape from my grasp. Before his words had finished, Jiang Chen had already appeared before the Bear Country warrior like a ghost. Without giving him any chance to react, he kicked fiercely. To prevent this guy from escaping again, Jiang Chen immediately swung his blade again. He severed the Bear Country warrior's left leg, completely eliminating his ability to flee. If you dare to kill me, the king will not let you go. The current blue star is no longer the blue star of the past. Jiang Chen, if you want to live, I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, you will surely die without a burial place. The Bear Country warrior howled in pain, and he was not bluffing. Warriors of his caliber, at the planetary level, were the most trusted subordinates of Lin Zalong. And Lin Zalong was parasitized by a mother bug, which could almost sense the life and death status of these capable subordinates in real time. Once they died, Lin Zalong would almost immediately know. Although Jiang Chen's strength had become extremely terrifying, the Bear Country warrior still believed he could never be Lin Zalong's opponent. Fine, I can spare you, but you must answer me one question. Where is Lin Zalong? Jiang Chen knew very well that the king the Bear Country warrior referred to must be Lin Zalong. If he wanted to resolve the crisis on Blue Star, he had to eliminate Lin Zalong first. The Bear Country warrior was silent for a moment before coldly speaking. The king is currently in the Kingdom of Bliss. The Kingdom of Bliss? Jiang Chen frowned. What kind of place is this? The former Emerald Spirit Valley of Blue Star is now the Kingdom of Bliss. The Grey Bear Kingdom warrior did not hide anything and directly told Jiang Chen the location of Lin Zalong. In his view, Jiang Chen entering the Kingdom of Bliss alone was tantamount to seeking death. Immediately, the Grey Bear Kingdom warrior hurriedly said, Jiang Chen, I've told you everything, and you must fulfill your promise to spare my life. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. If I said I wouldn't kill you, then I definitely won't. You can leave now. As Jiang Chen spoke, he revealed a harmless smile. Seeing this, the Grey Bear Kingdom warrior struggled like a beast, crawling forward. Although he had lost a leg, he was still a planetary level warrior and wouldn't die immediately. However, just as he thought he could escape smoothly, a black light flashed suddenly. The Grey Bear Kingdom warrior had no chance to react and was directly cut in half by 007, collapsing into a pool of blood. The black insects that crawled out of his body were also swiftly slain by 007. Sorry, I said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said I wouldn't let others take action. How could I easily let go of a beast like you? After a cold laugh, Jiang Chen quickly left the Star Source Forest with Jin Ling and 007, heading rapidly towards the Emerald Spirit Valley. Jiang Chen was well aware of where this place was. Like the previous Star Source Forest, it was one of the largest gathering places for monsters on Blue Star. However, it was not as dangerous as other primitive forests. The monsters in the Emerald Spirit Valley were usually quite docile and would not actively attack humans. Moreover, the valley enjoyed a spring-like climate year-round, filled with the fragrance of flowers and the songs of birds, making it one of the most beautiful places on Blue Star. Lin Zalong had chosen to build the Kingdom of Bliss here, which showed he knew how to enjoy life. Just wait, I will personally kill you. At this moment, in the magnificent hall of the Kingdom of Bliss on Blue Star, Lin Zalong reclined lazily on a luxurious couch like an ancient emperor. Surrounded by the attentive service of maidens, he exuded an air of supreme authority. However, what lay on the table before Lin Zalong was not exquisite delicacies or rare treats, but rather the shocking sight of bloody human flesh. Since being parasitized by the mother insect, Lin Zalong's strength had surged dramatically. He also gained the terrifying ability to control all the monsters and warriors on Blue Star that were similarly controlled by parasites. Even powerful figures like the former Lei Wu, who once dominated a region, ultimately had to kneel and submit, becoming puppets under his command. Therefore, Lin Zalong hardly needed to take action himself. Every day, a continuous stream of human flesh was offered to him to satisfy the greedy mother insect within him. His power grew increasingly inflated, nearing invincibility. At this moment, a woman with silver hair, a gaunt face, and a trembling figure slowly entered the hall. Her eyes were filled with indescribable sorrow and despair. Zalong, why? Why have you become like this? She choked, her voice revealing endless sadness. Your actions will one day push Blue Star into the abyss of destruction. This is our shared homeland. the place we rely on for survival. The silver-haired woman was Lin Zilong's biological mother, Wang Ruoyao. After losing her husband and eldest son, she had already endured tremendous blows. She had hoped to return to the Tianhe base city with her youngest son and live a peaceful life, but unexpectedly, Lin Zilong had transformed into a man-eating demon. She knew all too well that Blue Star had become a hell on earth because of Lin Zilong alone. The continuous heavy blows had brought Wang Ruoyao's mental state to the brink of collapse. She was sometimes clear-headed, sometimes insane. Whenever she regained her senses, she would choose to come and persuade Lin Zilong, hoping he could return to being the obedient son he once was. However, in Lin Zilong's cold and ruthless gaze, Wang Ruoyao was nothing more than a trivial joke in his life, a plaything for him to manipulate at will. If it weren't for the ample food he currently had, enough to satisfy the needs of the mother worm within him, Wang Ruoyao would have long since become another delicacy on his table. What, do you still fantasize about a day when I might change my mind? Lin Zilong sneered. I advise you to recognize reality. I am now the Lord of Blue Star, the supreme ruler of Blue Star. The only reason you haven't been parasitized by the black worms or eaten is that I have protected you. As my biological mother, you should feel fortunate. As soon as Lin Zilong finished speaking, Wang Ruoyao suddenly pulled out a dagger from her bosom and lunged at him. In her view, since she could no longer stop Lin Zilong, she would end it all. She wanted to personally kill Lin Zilong and eliminate this great demon. Zilong, it's because I didn't educate you well. After you leave, I will surely accompany you. Accompanied by Wang Ruoyao's desperate cries, she plunged the dagger into Lin Zilong's chest, and blood gushed out instantly. But just when Wang Ruoyao thought Lin Zilong was undoubtedly doomed, he calmly pulled the dagger out. The horrifying wound on his chest rapidly healed in a short time, showcasing an astonishing self-healing ability. This was a special power Lin Zilong gained after acquiring the mother worm, significantly enhancing his strength. Even a severed arm could regrow in a short time. To some extent, Lin Zilong had become nearly immortal. Wang Ruoyao, do you think I am still that useless person from before? Don't even mention you, even the former Mo Wanshan is nothing but a joke in my eyes. I am your son, and you actually want to kill me. Lin Zilong casually tossed aside the dagger, his voice laced with endless coldness. I am beginning to understand Jiang Chen's thoughts from before. You and Lin Jinbei are utterly unworthy of being parents. After saying this, Lin Zilong's figure flickered and he instantly appeared in front of Wang Ruoyao, gripping her neck tightly. Wang Ruoyao, listen to me. I am the supreme ruler of Blue Star, and no one can kill me. From now on, without my permission, you are not to leave this room even a step, and I will not give you any opportunity to commit suicide. I will make you spend the rest of your life in pain and guilt. As Lin Zilong's words fell, two strong warriors stepped forward and forcibly dragged Wang Ruoyao away. Lin Zilong had intended to continue enjoying the delicious human flesh on the table, but at that moment, he suddenly sensed something, his face revealing an expression of disbelief. How could this be? Why have all the monsters and warriors in the Starsource Forest died? The mother worm parasitizing Lin Zilong allowed him to sense the situation of other worms. Now, he was the most powerful being on Blue Star, and in any place on Blue Star, there were monsters and warriors parasitized by worms. The Starsource Forest was no exception. However, he never expected that all the black worms in the Starsource Forest had lost contact with him in that instant. This meant that not only had the parasitized monsters and warriors died, but all the black worms within them had also perished. This discovery left Lin Zilong in shock. Lei Wu, get over here! Lin Zilong shouted angrily. Immediately, the previously renowned headmaster of the Fong Martial Arts Hall came rolling in from outside the hall. Upon seeing Lin Zilong, Lei Wu directly knelt on the ground. Master. Lei Wu sensed the terrifying killing intent emanating from Lin Zilong, causing his entire body to tremble. Even as a powerful planetary-level warrior, Lei Wu did not dare to act recklessly in front of Lin Zilong. He was parasitized by black worms, which forced him to obey Lin Zilong's commands unconditionally. Whenever there was anything that dissatisfied Lin Zilong, he would suffer a pain akin to being gnawed at by countless insects. When he was first parasitized, he had thought about killing Lin Zilong and taking his place, but such a thing was simply impossible. After being tormented by Lin Zilong multiple times, he no longer dared to show any disrespect. You will immediately head to the Starsource Forest to investigate the situation there. I want to know why the Bliss Legion was completely annihilated. The Bliss Legion mentioned by Lin Zilong was composed of the demon beasts and warriors that had been parasitized by the insects. Understood. I will take care of it right away. Lei Wu did not dare to hesitate for a moment and hurriedly turned to leave. Little did he know, at the moment he left the Bliss Kingdom, a pair of cold eyes had already set their sights on him. In a hidden corner, every move of Lei Wu was under the strict surveillance of Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen discovered the exact location of the Bliss Kingdom, he had swiftly cleared out all the parasitized demon beasts and warriors in the Starsource Forest. Then he quickly arrived at the Bliss Kingdom. However, he did not act recklessly. Instead, he relied on the invisibility of his battle armor to quietly observe the movements inside the Bliss Kingdom. He found that the defenses of the Bliss Kingdom were as solid as a fortress, filled inside and out with parasitized creatures and warriors, resembling an impenetrable wall. Even if one could break through this heavy blockade and step into the Grand Hall, they would still be doomed to be detected immediately. Jean Ling, with her extraordinary abilities, had long since seen through the intricate traps and surveillance within the hall, like a net of heaven and earth, making it daunting to approach. In such a situation, if Jiang Chen were to rashly intrude, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, Lin Zilong was no longer the useless person he once was, his strength was terrifying. Moreover, the purple-eyed spirit race lurking on Blue Star was also nearby, stirring with restlessness. A slight misstep could alert these uninvited guests, plunging Jiang Chen into a desperate situation. After careful consideration, Jiang Chen decided to withdraw for the time being and return to the Yin Kingdom to devise a new plan. To avoid exposing his whereabouts, he relied on the invisibility function of his battle armor, silently traversing various places on Blue Star, and finally arrived safely at the Yin Kingdom. However, the moment he stepped into the Yin Kingdom, the sight before him felt like a knife to his heart. The once prosperous Yin Kingdom now resembled a hell on earth, with empty streets. Only the remains of humans and demon beasts lay scattered, emitting a suffocating stench. This was reminiscent of the tragic scene in the Starsource Forest, making it unbearable to look at. With a heavy heart, Jiang Chen returned to Wanshan Base City, hoping to find the former strongest of Blue Star, Mo Wanshan. But when he arrived, he was shocked to find that Wanshan Base City had turned into a wasteland. The former glory was gone, leaving only endless desolation and bleakness. Could it be that they are all dead? Jiang Chen's expression instantly turned to one of terror, a foreboding feeling surging within him. He knew Lin Zilong's character. This person would never let the extreme Dao martial arts haul off easily. No, Mo Wanshan and the others are not dead. Jean Ling quickly spoke up, Master, according to the information I have gathered, the strong ones from the Yin Kingdom, including Mo Wanshan, have not all perished. At that time, Blue Star established underground fortresses to protect ordinary citizens. Now, Mo Wanshan and the others are all in the underground fortresses, but I am not sure exactly where. Jean Ling could connect to the Blue Star network, so understanding these matters was very simple for her. That's good. Jiang Chen breathed a deep sigh of relief upon hearing this. But just at that moment, 007, standing beside Jiang Chen, suddenly seemed to sense something and abruptly turned to the side. Without hesitation, it drew the black golden long knife from its back and swung it, the sword energy like a rainbow, instantly severing the building in front of it. The next moment, from the broken building, a figure engulfed in raging flames burst forth, charging straight at 007. The aura emitted by that figure astonishingly reached an incredible planetary level 5th stage. 007 instinctively wanted to confront it but was stopped in time by Jiang Chen. Subsequently, Jiang Chen removed the dark gold magic armor from his body, revealing his true form. When the powerful figure engulfed in flames saw Jiang Chen's face, it was as if struck by lightning, instantly frozen in place. You are Jiang Chen? How is this possible? You are still alive. This being, burning with flames and exuding a majestic planetary level 5th stage aura, was none other than the former strongest of the Flame Nation, Mo Wanshan. He took off his mask, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen, filled with shock and disbelief. In Mo Wanshan's memory, Jiang Chen had died 3 years ago. At that time, he had risked everything to take revenge on Jiang Chen, opposing the strong from various nations. If it weren't for the emergence of the black insects that brought disaster to Blue Star, Mo Wanshan would have continued his quest for vengeance against Jiang Chen. He never expected that Jiang Chen would be standing before him unharmed. Initially, he thought perhaps someone resembled Jiang Chen closely, but he seemed to sense the other party, confirming that this was indeed Jiang Chen's unmistakable aura. What shocked him even more was that Jiang Chen had now also become a planetary-level warrior. There was no doubt that during his time in the ancient civilization ruins, Jiang Chen not only survived but also gained fortuitous encounters. At this moment, Jiang Chen, upon seeing Mo Wanshan, was equally astonished. Although Mo Wanshan's aura had significantly improved compared to 3 years ago, he had lost his left arm. There was even a horrifying wound on his left cheek, and his left eye was completely blind. The once imposing strongest of the Flame Nation had now become like this, which truly pained Jiang Chen. Mo de Guanzu. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly reddened as he hurried to Mo Wanshan's side. He wanted to say something but was interrupted by Mo Wanshan. Jiang Chen, too much has happened on Blue Star in the past 3 years. This is not the place to talk. Come with me quickly. Although Mo Wanshan was unclear about what Jiang Chen had experienced in the ancient civilization ruins, he knew that the ruins could only be opened once every 3 years, which had trapped Jiang Chen. As for 007, who had been following Jiang Chen, Mo Wanshan did not know its identity. However, he could sense that 007 had no living aura, clearly indicating it was just a robot. The fact that a robot could possess such powerful strength shocked Mo Wanshan greatly. As for the special existence of Jinling, Mo Wanshan could not see it. Unless Jinling chose to reveal itself, only Jiang Chen could see it. Jiang Chen did not ask further and closely followed Mo Wanshan. Along the way, Mo Wanshan briefly introduced the current situation on Blue Star to Jiang Chen. The original 5 great nations had suffered devastating blows, and the surviving humans were less than 1/3 of what they once were. Fortunately, they had urgently built sturdy underground fortresses, which protected the surviving humans. Now, the surviving humans of the Flame Nation lived deep underground in Wanshan Base City. It was a vast underground world constructed from the strongest alloys and special materials of Blue Star, capable of withstanding external attacks and disasters. The underground fortress was well equipped, with residential areas, food storage areas, medical zones, etc., ensuring that people could live a normal life underground. Although conditions were harsh, the survivors united as one, facing the difficulties together, striving to rebuild their homeland. Under Mo Wanshan's guidance, Jiang Chen and his group soon arrived at the entrance of the underground fortress. The heavy alloy door slowly opened, revealing a brightly lit scene inside, completely different from the terrifying and desolate landscape above ground. The underground fortress where Jiang Chen was now seemed like a self-sufficient, isolated little world. Here, not only humans lived, but even docile demon beasts coexisted. Through Mo Wanshan's introduction, Jiang Chen gained a more comprehensive understanding of this underground fortress. It was originally built as a refuge by the governments of various countries during the beast tide that ravaged the Blue Star, aimed at resisting the surging army of monsters. However, as the power of martial artists rose, the threat of the monsters gradually diminished. These underground fortresses were slowly forgotten, becoming relics of history. Yet, no one anticipated that at this critical moment of global crisis, these forgotten fortresses would once again play their role, saving countless lives of the Blue Star citizens. Although people could avoid attacks from the parasitic monsters and martial artists within the underground fortress, the scarcity of supplies remained an unavoidable issue. To survive, powerful martial artists and monsters would team up to venture out periodically in search of precious resources. In this context, an unprecedented cooperation unfolded between the monsters and martial artists, with only one goal: survival. Under normal circumstances, for an outsider like Jiang Chen, entering the underground fortress would be nearly impossible. The guards at the entrance would ruthlessly turn them away. Fortunately, with Mo Wanshan leading the way, Jiang Chen faced no obstacles and soon arrived in a huge conference room. Here, he saw many familiar faces. Almost all of them were martial artists from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, including experts like Lu Tingyue, Deng Ming, and Fong Xingxiu, all safe and sound. Even Shi Jun and Xin Xiu, whom Jiang Chen befriended during his time at the God of War training camp, were present. Although 3 years had made them look much more weathered, the fire of life within them still burned brightly. Additionally, there were some military experts and martial artists from other factions seated in the conference room. They were the remaining experts of the Yin Nation, and each person's presence was particularly precious. When Mo Wanshan brought Jiang Chen into the conference room, everyone present showed expressions of shock. They never expected that Jiang Chen, who had once been trapped in the ruins of an ancient civilization, was still alive. Jiang Chen, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. That's great. It's really great that you're okay. Now our Yin Nation has gained another extremely powerful martial artist. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, everyone cheered excitedly. They keenly sensed that Jiang Chen's aura had now risen to the 3rd tier of planetary level. In the past, even when Jiang Chen had just entered the God of War level, he possessed the strength to crush martial artists of the same realm. In the ruins of the ancient civilization, he had single-handedly defeated God of War level experts from various countries, showcasing astonishing power. Jiang Chen had been so strong back then, let alone now. There was no doubt that he had encountered extraordinary opportunities in the ruins of the ancient civilization. Moreover, they also noticed a mysterious figure standing beside Jiang Chen, covered in black and gold battle armor. At first glance, everyone thought this was also a planetary-level expert, but they quickly realized that this person had no life aura. This was undoubtedly a battle puppet that Jiang Chen had tamed. This also meant that their Yin Nation had suddenly gained 2 planetary-level experts. This was a matter worth celebrating for all humanity. Jiang Chen did not waste time and first recounted his 3 years of closed-door cultivation in the ruins of the ancient civilization. Of course, he did not reveal anything about Jinling or his past life as the Lord of the Blue Star. Everything would have to wait until after the current crisis was resolved for him to explain in detail. Following that, Jiang Chen outlined his plan. In short, he intended to unite the powerful figures of the 5 great nations to jointly besiege the Kingdom of Bliss. As long as they could hold back the parasitic martial artists and monsters, Jiang Chen would take the opportunity to infiltrate the main hall and defeat Lin Zilong in one fell swoop. In his view, since Lin Zilong could command those warriors and beasts infested by the parasites, it was very likely that he himself was host to the mother bug. As long as Lin Zilong was dead, all the parasitized warriors and beasts would perish along with him. This was undoubtedly the fastest way to resolve the crisis on Blue Star. Everyone, are you willing to fight to the death? As Jiang Chen's words fell, the entire room fell into silence. Over the past 3 years, the allied forces formed by the 5 great nations had launched countless battles against the Kingdom of Bliss. Yet, they had ultimately failed each time, with many powerful warriors falling in every encounter. What made them feel even more despairing was that Lin Zilong, after winning each battle, would not choose to pursue them or wipe them out completely. His purpose in doing so was simple: to prevent humanity from going extinct too quickly. This way, they could have a continuous source of food. Compared to total annihilation, Lin Zilong preferred this kind of manipulation. This had led many people among the 5 great nations to harbor fear towards Lin Zilong, daring not to act lightly, only hiding in this underground fortress. It's not that we don't want to act, Jiang Chen, but every time we do, we suffer heavy casualties. Lin Zilong's current strength is only around the 5th tier of planetary level, but in reality, his combat power is something even I cannot match. We still need to think this through. Mo Wanshan slowly spoke after a moment of silence. Over the years, he had witnessed too many top-tier powerhouses and too many innocent humans dying tragically. At this moment, it was not that Mo Wanshan was afraid, but he truly could not take any more risks, lest humanity fall into an irretrievable abyss. Although the people present did not speak, they all nodded in agreement. In these 3 years, I have more or less understood what has happened on Blue Star. But now that I dare to propose this plan, I naturally have full confidence. If you all can trust me once, I guarantee I will personally kill Lin Zilong. Moreover, there is one more thing. At this point, Jiang Chen paused for a moment, his tone grave as he continued. In fact, Lin Zilong is just a puppet. The reason Blue Star has become what it is today is due to the invasion of extraterrestrial powerhouses. They have turned our home, which we rely on for survival, into a terrifying hell. If we do not quickly kill Lin Zilong and drive away these extraterrestrial powerhouses, Blue Star will be doomed. What did you say? A gasp broke the silence. Extraterrestrial powerhouses. This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, revealing shock on every face present. They had been wondering why Blue Star was suffering from such a terrible viral invasion, why Lin Zilong had become so powerful and invincible. It turned out that everything was the doing of those detestable extraterrestrial beings. Just as everyone was lost in thought, a serious and resolute voice suddenly came from outside the door. No more deliberation was needed. It was time to end all of this. The voice carried an undeniable determination. If the Kingdom of Bliss does not perish, Blue Star will fall into an irretrievable abyss. Then, an elderly man with a weathered face and white hair slowly walked into the conference room. This man was Gao Hongyuan, the highest leader of the Yan nation. The experiences of these 3 years had aged him considerably. Whenever he thought of those innocent humans being herded like livestock by Lin Zilong, his heart ached as if cut by a knife. He yearned at all times to personally end Lin Zilong's tyranny. At this moment, Jiang Chen's resurrection undoubtedly brought great hope to Gao Hongyuan. He had long heard of Jiang Chen's formidable reputation and believed that he might truly be able to create miracles and save Blue Star from its dire straits. Since Lord Gao has already agreed, then let us fight once more. If we still cannot defeat Lin Zilong this time, and cannot destroy the Kingdom of Bliss, then it means that Blue Star has truly reached an irretrievable point. This battle is also our last battle. As Mo Wanshan's words fell, everyone present showed resolute expressions. Although they could still linger in the underground fortress, as time passed, essential supplies like resources and food would eventually run out. By then, the Bliss Legion led by Lin Zilong would become even stronger, and they would face a life and death crisis. Therefore, they had no choice but to fight desperately now if they wanted to have a glimmer of hope. Immediately, everyone present took action, with Gao Hongyuan personally notifying the leaders of the other 4 major nations. They would launch another attack on the Kingdom of Bliss. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen arrived at a relatively secluded place and called out to Jinling. Earlier, when we were in the Kingdom of Bliss, you should have sensed the situation inside the main hall, right? Do you have a way to shut down all the mechanisms and surveillance in the main hall in a short time? Jiang Chen, wearing SSS-grade dark gold magic armor, could easily evade the detection of ordinary warriors and monsters due to its powerful invisibility. However, the main hall was filled with countless mechanisms, surveillance, and other high-tech devices that could even penetrate invisibility and scan for the presence of warriors. Once he stepped into the main hall, he would inevitably be discovered. Therefore, he had to find a way to silently infiltrate the main hall and locate Lynn alone. After a brief silence, Jinling nodded slightly. Master, I am the intelligent life form you created with your own hands. These technological products on Blue Star are far too simple for me. Forcibly shutting down those mechanisms and surveillance in the main hall is also a piece of cake. But, Jinling paused, speaking with a serious tone, I am worried that the Purpleite spirit race is also lurking in the main hall. So, Master, you must give me a little time. I need to scan the entire Blue Star. Find out the exact location of the Purpleite spirit race. If they are not in the Kingdom of Bliss, then we will have a solid chance. How long do you need? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, feeling extremely anxious. When I came out from the ancient civilization ruins, I killed all the parasitized monsters and warriors in the Starsource Forest. Lin Zilong also sent Lei Wu and others to investigate. It shouldn't take long for Lin Zilong to discover my presence. If he acts first, we will be very passive. I must strike before Lin Zilong notices anything. Jinling quickly spoke, give me 24 hours, and I guarantee I can accurately locate the Purpleite spirit race. After saying this, Jinling's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight. While Jiang Chen was waiting for Jinling, Gao Hongyuan urgently convened a meeting of the 5 major nations, proposing to launch another attack. Initially, the leaders of the 4 major nations and the top experts from other countries opposed this, believing that such an action was too risky and could lead to an irretrievable situation. However, when they learned the full truth, they were all filled with uncontainable anger. Their homeland, which they relied on for survival, had been turned into an experimental base by aliens. How could they endure this? They knew that if they did not drive these aliens away, even if they could survive for now, they would surely have no place to die in the future. Thus, the people of the 5 major nations quickly reached a consensus and decided to re-establish a coalition army to jointly combat the alien threat. To enhance the strength of the coalition army, Jiang Chen took out the remaining 50 hearts of ancient life trees from the ancient civilization ruins and distributed them to the top experts of the 5 major nations, especially to those severely injured warriors like Mo Wanshan and Deng Ming. With the magical power of the heart of the ancient tree of life, they were able to regenerate severed limbs and greatly enhance their strength. Reflecting on the time at the ruins of the ancient civilization, the powerful figures from America, Bear Country, Europa, and Indifin had once attacked Jiang Chen for their own selfish desires. Yet now, Jiang Chen, without holding any grudges, voluntarily handed over the heart of the ancient tree of life to them, an act that undoubtedly moved them deeply. From that moment on, they sincerely admired Jiang Chen. Almost everyone regarded him as the true Lord of Blue Star, rather than that beast Lin alone. Although Jiang Chen had thought of seeking revenge on these people when he left the ancient civilization ruins, upon seeing the tragic state of Blue Star, he resolutely cast aside past grievances. He understood clearly that only by uniting could they truly destroy the Kingdom of Bliss. The 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the long-lost Jinling finally reappeared before Jiang Chen. Master, I have located the whereabouts of the Purpleite spirit race. Jinling said excitedly, 3 years ago, a spaceship landed in the blizzard plains of Yin Country. It was at that time that the Purpleite spirit race arrived on Blue Star, and the nightmare for Blue Star began. But fortunately, these Purpleite spirit race guys have already left Blue Star. Although we don't know when they will return, at least for now, this is an excellent opportunity for us to attack. Upon learning that the Purpleite spirit race was not on Blue Star, Zhang Yan immediately informed the coalition army of the 5 great nations. Shortly after, an emergency strategic meeting was convened. Just 3 days after the meeting, the coalition army completed a large-scale assembly at the border of Bear Country, in the area adjacent to the Emerald Shadow Valley. To avoid exposing his identity, Jiang Chen disguised himself as an ordinary warrior and mingled among the coalition army. Thus, they marched towards the Kingdom of Bliss in a grand procession. Meanwhile, within the Kingdom of Bliss, the air was thick with a suffocating stench of blood and terror. Lei Wu, filled with fear, staggered into the great hall. Kneeling before Lin alone, he trembled as he reported, Your Majesty, I ventured deep into the Starsource Forest and searched meticulously, but found not a single clue. I fear that person has vanished without a trace. Before Lei Wu could finish, Lin Zilong roared, Waste! With that roar, a tremendous pressure surged from within him, causing Lei Wu to lower his head, cold sweat pouring down. He wanted to plead his case, but saw Lin Zalong's figure flash, and a heavy palm struck him away. The force was so great that even a planet-level warrior like Lei Wu could hardly withstand it, and blood gushed forth. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lei Wu managed to kneel again, pleading for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare me. Please spare me. As a planet-level warrior, you led your men and returned empty-handed? You are nothing but a waste." The more Lin Zalong thought about it, the angrier he became, kicking Lei Wu several times. Since being parasitized by the mother worm, Lin Zalong's strength had grown day by day. The former Lei Wu now seemed as insignificant as an ant in his eyes. At this moment, he vented his anger freely, while Lei Wu could only silently endure, not daring to resist in the slightest. It was only after Lei Wu was severely injured that Lin Zalong finally stopped. There are so many warriors and beasts in the Starsource Forest, it's impossible for them all to be killed in an instant. Moreover, if planet-level warriors and king-level beasts have died, it indicates that the person behind this is extremely powerful. Or perhaps this is a premeditated action. It's very likely that the coalition army is planning to attack my kingdom of bliss again. Lin Zalong was about to send Lei Wu and others to investigate the situation of the 5 great nations when suddenly a robust warrior rushed in. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. The coalition army has launched an attack on our kingdom of bliss. This time, the coalition army is vast, with at least over 200,000 people, and strong figures like Mo Wanshan have all appeared. They are planning to fight us to the death." As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Zalong was first taken aback, then he burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, just a bunch of stinking rats. No matter how many there are, what can they do? This is already the 5th battle they have initiated in the past 3 years. I didn't expect them to still not give up." At this point, a sharp killing intent flickered in Lin Zalong's eyes. "I originally didn't intend to wipe them out completely, letting them live in endless fear would have been enough. But it seems I was too merciful. In that case, let's completely annihilate the Alliance army this time." In Lin Zalong's view, the Alliance army could not have launched an attack without reason. It must have been premeditated. The events that occurred in the Starsource Forest were definitely their doing. "Convey my orders. The Bliss Legion is to assemble immediately and annihilate the Alliance army." As soon as Lin Zalong's words fell, everyone present immediately sprang into action. The Bliss Legion was composed entirely of those parasitized warriors and beasts, most of whom had already lost their sanity, turning into monsters that only knew how to devour humans. Faced with the massive offensive of the Alliance army, they not only felt no fear but became even more excited. An unprecedentedly brutal battle was about to unfold. On the battlefield, both sides were locked in fierce combat, with flashes of blades and blood flying everywhere. The monsters of the Bliss Legion roared madly, slaughtering indiscriminately. The warriors of the Alliance army fought bravely, vowing not to retreat. The air was thick with the stench of blood, the ground stained red, and the brutality of the battle was shocking. Meanwhile, Lin Zalong, who prided himself as the Lord of Blue Star, sat leisurely on his throne. He savored the blood and flesh before him, drinking human blood wine, looking utterly content. He firmly believed that the Alliance army had no chance of victory and would surely be completely annihilated by the Bliss Legion. However, just as Lin Zalong was lost in endless fantasies, the intricate mechanisms and surveillance equipment within the Great Hall began to silently extinguish one by one, as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing the pulse of life from them. In this eerie silence, a lithe figure slipped into the blood-soaked palace like a ghost. Under the precise guidance of the Golden Bell, Jiang Chen quickly locked onto the room where Lin Zalong was located. When he saw a man covered in black and gold battle armor suddenly appear before him, Lin Zalong was taken aback. "Who are you, daring to intrude upon my holy palace?" The wine cup in his hand instantly turned to dust in his fury, and the human blood wine splattered like crimson blood on the polished floor, creating a shocking scene. Although Lin Zalong sensed that the aura of the warrior before him was only around the 3rd tier of planetary level, for some reason, this warrior gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. There was even an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Answer me, who exactly are you?" Lin Zalong roared. "If you do not quickly reveal your true form, I will crush you to dust." Faced with Lin Zalong's towering rage, Jiang Chen merely smiled calmly. "What? Have you completely forgotten me after more than 3 years? Or do you think of me as a dead man in your eyes?" As Jiang Chen's words fell, he slowly removed the faceplate of his armor, revealing a familiar yet strange face under the light, like a vengeful soul crawling out of hell, causing Lin Zalong's face to turn as pale as paper. This is impossible." Lin Zalong's voice trembled to the point of being unrecognizable. "How could you still be alive? You were supposed to be dead." He simply could not accept the reality before him. The Jiang Chen, whom he had regarded as a thorn in his side 3 years ago, had now appeared before him in such an incredible manner. He could not even imagine how Jiang Chen had survived in the perilous ruins of ancient civilization. He had even gained fortuitous encounters within the ancient civilization ruins. At this moment, Lin Zilong's heart was filled with unprecedented shock. He knew very well that Jiang Chen's return was no coincidence. It was fueled by the flames of revenge, vowing to turn everything he had into nothing. Jiang Chen, no matter what means you used to survive for 3 long years in that perilous ancient civilization ruin, Lin Zilong's voice thundered like a storm, shaking the air around him. But you must understand, I have long since transformed and reborn. I am no longer comparable to the past. I, Lin Zilong, the overlord of Blue Star, the supreme ruler of the kingdom of ultimate bliss. And you, in my eyes, are nothing but a trivial ant, foolishly attempting to shake a great tree. With that, Lin Zilong's anger surged, and an unmatched aura erupted. The scarlet battle armor clung to his body like a living creature. In his hand, a massive blade radiating bloodlight materialized, surrounded by a suffocating aura of blood. Facing Lin Zilong's arrogance, Jiang Chen's expression was cold. Lin Zilong, if you remain obedient and hide within the Tianhe base city, then perhaps I might spare you a glimmer of hope. But you dare to collude with alien forces, plotting the destruction of Blue Star. Today, no matter how powerful the force behind you is, I, Jiang Chen, vow to personally end your ambitions. After saying this, Jiang Chen immediately drew out the SSS level Spirit Pattern Dragon Roar Blade. The SSS level Dark Gold Magic Armor instantly covered his entire body, not daring to show any signs of relaxation. Lin Zilong's current strength was such that even the former powerhouse Mo Wanshan would find it hard to match. Jiang Chen knew that only by exerting all his strength could he emerge victorious in this life and death struggle. To ensure he could take down Lin Zilong, Jiang Chen unleashed his mental power without reservation. During the 3 years of seclusion in the ancient civilization ruins, Jiang Chen not only reached the 3rd tier of planetary level cultivation but also greatly enhanced his mental power. Now, Jiang Chen's mental power level surpassed anyone on Blue Star, reaching an unparalleled super tier. Moreover, after passing the 2nd trial, the reward he received was the SSS level mental weapon Blood Spike Soul Blade. This was the ultimate evolution form of Blood Spike, with astonishing power. It not only inherited all the abilities of Blood Spike but also possessed the characteristic of freely changing forms like blood. Whether for attack or defense, it greatly enhanced Jiang Chen's combat strength. I never expected your mental power to become so strong. It seems you must have gained tremendous opportunities within the ancient civilization ruins. Lin Zilong roared, his voice filled with unwillingness and anger. Why? Why does all the good fortune fall upon you? We are brothers born of the same mother, connected by blood. Why are you so powerful while I am as insignificant as an ant? Now that I have finally obtained this supreme power, you appear again, attempting to strip me of everything. Jiang Chen, I vow to tear you to pieces and scatter your ashes. Before his words fell, a monstrous aura of blood erupted from Lin Zilong's body. He transformed into a blood shadow, charging madly towards Jiang Chen, swinging the blood blade down fiercely. However, before Lin Zilong's attack could land, Jiang Chen's figure had already vanished without a trace in an instant. With the flowing light escape, Jiang Chen's speed was already astonishing. At this moment, he further harnessed the power of transcendence, merging light attribute energy into himself, causing his speed to soar to an incredible level, akin to the speed of light. Lin Zilong had no chance to react, as Jiang Chen had circled behind him and struck with a single blow. This strike was delivered without reservation, infused with the power of transcendence, its might enough to terrify anyone. If an ordinary warrior were to be hit by this blade, they would either die or be severely injured. Just as Jiang Chen expected, Lin Zilong could hardly withstand this blow and was sent flying. His armor was severely damaged, and a terrifying wound deep enough to see bone was left on his back, blood staining the ground. But what shocked Jiang Chen was that Lin Zilong's back wound healed rapidly in a short time, as if he had never been injured at all. Even more astonishing was that the severely damaged battle armor, after absorbing blood, was instantly restored to its perfect state. How could this be? Jiang Chen was taken aback. He truly did not expect that Lin Zilong could possess such a bug-like ability. Such a serious injury could heal instantly. Even though Jiang Chen was confident, he was momentarily thrown into chaos. Ha ha ha. Lin Zilong stood up proudly, laughing maniacally. Jiang Chen, I have to admit, your strength is indeed formidable. That last strike, if it had been anyone else, even Mo Wanshan, they would have probably died. But unfortunately, he continued, now I possess an immortal body. No matter how strong you are, you cannot defeat me. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood that had dripped onto the ground began to gather together under Lin Zilong's control. It formed countless blades of blood, raining down towards Jiang Chen. After being parasitized by the mother worm, Lin Zilong's strength had greatly increased, and he quickly stepped into the planetary level. If he had cultivated step by step, the transcendent power he awakened would have been lightning attribute, just like Lin Jinbei. However, due to the influence of the Mother Worm's power, Lin Zilong's transcendent power had also changed, granting him the ability to manipulate his own blood at will. Additionally, Lin Zilong could instantly drain the blood from others to replenish his own. The battle armor and weapons on Lin Zilong were actually transformed by the power of blood. As for that terrifying self-healing ability, it was not something Lin Zilong possessed, it was the power of the Mother Worm. The Mother Worm, parasitizing Lin Zilong, would die if he died. Therefore, it had to ensure the host's life safety, which granted Lin Zilong the terrifying self-healing ability. However, the Mother Worm could not allow Lin Zilong to heal endlessly. Its power would also be exhausted. So every time Lin Zilong healed, the Mother Worm would feel an immense hunger, crazily absorbing Lin Zilong's bodily strength. This would leave Lin Zilong extremely hungry, desperately wanting to eat. To maintain his self-healing ability, Lin Zilong immediately took out a large amount of bloody human flesh from his storage ring and began to devour it frantically in front of Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen reacted slowly, he realized that Lin Zilong needed to keep eating to sustain his strength. But even knowing this, Jiang Chen still felt it was extremely tricky. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's mind. "Master, if I'm not mistaken, this guy's self-healing ability should be the power of the Mother Worm. This means that to completely kill Lin Zilong, we must first eliminate the Mother Worm that is parasitizing him. Give me a little time, and I can accurately locate the position of the Mother Worm in his body through scanning." Originally, Jiang Chen was still pondering how to completely kill Lin Zilong. Now, hearing Jin Ling's words, he suddenly felt confident. In fact, with his current strength, defeating Lin Zilong was not very difficult. Under full firepower, it would be a piece of cake. But the problem lay in the Mother Worm's power, which granted Lin Zilong an almost immortal body. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, there would always be a time when his stamina ran out. Meanwhile, Lin Zilong could endlessly heal by devouring human flesh. The longer the time dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for Jiang Chen. Moreover, those beasts and warriors parasitized by the black worms were all extremely ferocious and powerful. The Alliance army could hardly resist them. If they could not eliminate Lin Zilong in a short time, the Alliance army would surely be annihilated. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to resolve this quickly. "Jin Ling, I can give you at most half an hour. Can you accurately locate the Mother Worm's position?" Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jin Ling smiled confidently. "Master, you underestimate me too much. It won't even take half an hour. 10 minutes is enough for me." After saying this, Jin Ling immediately began scanning Lin Zilong's body. "Very good." A slight smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth as he swiftly dodged the blood blades flying around him. He then shouted angrily, "Elemental Symphony, activate!" In an instant, Jiang Chen was surrounded by a dazzling array of colorful lights, as if draped in a magnificent rainbow, radiant and brilliant. Seeing this, Lin Zilong burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Jiang Chen, are you joking? I thought you were going to unleash some earth-shattering move, but this is it?" He mocked. "Your taste is like that of a little girl, liking such flashy skills. Let me tell you the truth, even if I stand here motionless and let you attack, you still can't kill me." Lin Zilong said arrogantly, "You might as well give up resisting." Although Lin Zilong knew very well how strong Jiang Chen was, if it weren't for the power of the Mother Worm, he would have probably met his end with that last strike. This only deepened his jealousy towards Jiang Chen. However, that did not mean he feared Jiang Chen. Now that he possessed a body that was nearly immortal, granted by the Mother Worm, he believed that no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, there would always be a time when he would exhaust his stamina. What he needed to do now was to slowly play this life and death game with Jiang Chen. After all, no matter how severe his injuries were, he could heal instantly. Moreover, in this room, there was plenty of human flesh and blood for him to consume. He had no need for any concerns. He. In the face of Lin Zilong's mockery, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "You think this is a flashy skill? Lin Zilong, you are still as foolish as ever. Now I will let you see what true power is." At that moment, a sharp killing intent flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. The colorful lights surrounding him suddenly transformed into a deep red, like burning flames, hot and dazzling. A powerful surge of fire attribute energy erupted, as if it wanted to burn everything around to ashes. Coupled with the power of the SSS level spirit pattern dragon roar blade in his hand, Jiang Chen's fire attribute energy became even more overwhelming and unstoppable. Dance of flames, scorching slash. Jiang Chen roared, and the spirit pattern dragon roar blade in his hand instantly ignited with blazing flames, emitting deafening dragon roars. Behind him, a lifelike fire dragon slowly emerged, as if it were about to break through the sky and unleash endless power. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's figure flickered, darting like a ghost to Lin Zilong's front. The spirit pattern dragon roar blade in his hand transformed into a streak of red lightning, slashing at Lin Zalong's body with 7 strikes in an instant. 7 red blade lights sliced through the air like flames, cutting Lin Zalong into several pieces on the spot. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye. Lin Zalong had no chance to react, only able to watch helplessly as his body was torn to shreds. The elemental symphony that Jiang Chun unleashed was the strongest martial skill he had created. Once activated, he could simultaneously channel all his attribute energies, forming a rainbow-like flow of light surrounding him. During this process, he could freely elevate any one of those attribute powers to its peak, unleashing astonishing might. The dance of flames that Jiang Chun just performed was a perfect example of channeling fire attribute energy to its utmost. Even against top-tier experts like Mo Wanshan, they would be unable to withstand such a fierce attack from him. Moreover, Jiang Chun could not only channel one type of attribute energy to its peak but could also simultaneously channel multiple types of attribute energy. He was like a conductor, leading the symphony of elements, perfectly blending various attributes and powers to unleash an even greater force. This was the terrifying aspect of the elemental symphony. It granted Jiang Chun endless possibilities and changes in battle, making it difficult for his opponents to grasp his true strength. Damn! You really are ridiculously strong. Lin Zalong screamed in agony. Those severed limbs seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, reassembling in an instant. Even the organs that had been completely destroyed miraculously healed in the blink of an eye. Lin Zalong appeared as if he had never been injured, slowly rising to his feet. Jiang Chen, can you tell me why you are so powerful? His voice was deep, filled with unwillingness and anger. We share the same mother. Why do you possess such astonishing power? The more Lin Zalong thought about it, the angrier he became, his fury erupting like a volcano. He suddenly manipulated his own blood, and the blood instantly coalesced in midair into an incredibly sharp greatsword, shimmering with a bloodthirsty light. Without mercy, he swung it towards Jiang Chen, as if to pour all his resentment and unwillingness into that strike. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and his thoughts surged. The blood spear's soul blade floating nearby seemed to sense his will, instantly transforming into a blood-colored shield, blocking in front of him. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Lin Zalong's unstoppable strike directly hit the blood spear's soul blade. The two powerful forces collided, instantly unleashing an astonishing wave of energy that shattered the pillars of the entire hall. This palace, filled with the stench of blood, began to gradually collapse at that moment. However, even as the palace was about to crumble, neither Jiang Chen nor Lin Zalong showed any intention of dodging. Lin Zalong relied on his immortal power, directly ignoring the palace's collapse. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, activated the Earth's Ode from the Elemental Symphony, unleashing an extremely powerful Earth attribute energy. A large amount of rock and soil surged from the ground, rapidly coalescing around him into an indestructible barrier, blocking the debris flying from the palace's collapse. At that moment, Jiang Chen's defense was greatly enhanced. The Earth's Ode, as solid as a rock. At this moment, in addition to the dazzling crimson light surrounding Jiang Chen, there was also a brownish light. He pushed both of his attribute energies to their limits. For Jiang Chen now, it was as easy as pie. Not to mention blocking the debris from the palace's collapse, even Lin Zalong's attacks could be easily defended against. After the palace completely collapsed, the figures of Lin Zalong and Jiang Chen appeared in front of everyone. It was at this moment that the people of the Bliss Army realized their king had been ambushed. But just as they prepared to support Lin Zalong, he stopped them. This is my battle with him. No one is allowed to interfere. Your task is to annihilate the Alliance army. After saying this, Lin Zalong quickly healed his injuries while devouring human flesh to replenish the power of the mother worm. Initially, he thought the rainbow light surrounding Jiang Chen was nothing special. Now he realized the terrifying power hidden beneath that brilliance. He never expected that Jiang Chen could master the transcendent power of manipulating multiple attribute energies. This special transcendent power was completely different from the lightning attribute passed down through the Lin family for generations. This deepened Lin Zalong's jealousy towards Jiang Chen. Clearly, they were born of the same mother. Why could Jiang Chen be so special? Lin Zalong, in a fit of rage, let out a series of furious roars. The beasts and warriors of the Bliss Army, upon receiving Lin Zalong's orders, abandoned their support and instead launched even fiercer attacks on the Alliance army. Witnessing the continuous casualties of the Alliance army excited Lin Zalong, causing him to laugh maniacally. Ha ha, Jiang Chen, do you think that by allowing the Alliance army to launch a large-scale attack and delaying my Bliss army, you can take the opportunity to kill me? You are still too naive. Undeniably, your strength is indeed formidable, but if you want to kill me, that is absolutely impossible. Lin Zalong lightly raised his hand, and the corpses of the surrounding Alliance army instantly turned into mummies. Their blood was completely absorbed by Lin Zalong. At this moment in the battle, Lin Zalong's aura remained overwhelmingly powerful. In certain circumstances, he could indeed be considered immortal. Jiang Chen naturally understood this, but he believed in Jin Ling's abilities. As long as he could delay for a few more minutes, Lin Zalong would undoubtedly die. Casualties were inevitable in war. Even if the Alliance army suffered heavy losses, Jiang Chen could not waver. Today was his best opportunity to kill Lin Zalong. Jiang Chen did not waste words and once again urged the Elemental Symphony, unleashing the Song of the Storm. This was a duet that fused wind and lightning attributes. Two dazzling streams of azure and golden light appeared around Jiang Chen. Not only did his speed increase dramatically, but a storm blade also formed around him, fiercely cutting into his enemies. I want to see how long your stamina can hold out. Lin Zalong roared, fearlessly charging at Jiang Chen, and the two fell into fierce combat once more. During this process, Jin Ling was fully focused on sensing Lin Zalong's physical condition. He was extremely familiar with human auras. Under normal circumstances, he could instantly detect the non-human aura within Lin Zalong's body. This would allow him to accurately locate the position of the mother worm within Lin Zalong. However, this time, the mother worm's concealment technique was exceptionally advanced, making it difficult for Jin Ling to find its trace at first. But through relentless effort and meticulous scanning, Jin Ling finally uncovered the mystery of the mother worm's hiding place. To Jin Ling's shock, the mother worm was actually parasitizing Lin Zalong's tongue. Long-term parasitism had caused Lin Zalong's original tongue to fall off automatically. Now, Lin Zalong's tongue was actually transformed by the mother worm. Because of this, every time Lin Zalong devoured human flesh, the mother worm could immediately absorb the power within. Upon learning this, Jin Ling quickly informed Jiang Chen, "Master, the mother worm is located in this guy's tongue. You only have one chance, otherwise, the mother worm may very well move to another part. It might even detach from Lin Zalong's body and instantly parasitize the nearby warriors or beasts." After hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. "Don't worry, now that we know the mother worm's location, that also means this guy is undoubtedly doomed." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen unleashed all the power of the Elemental Symphony without reservation. The spirit-patterned dragon chant blade in his hand radiated a dazzling array of colors as Jiang Chen pushed all his attribute energy to the limit. Elemental Symphony Finale. With Jiang Chen's furious shout, the various attribute energies within him instantly fused together, transforming into a beam of destructive light that shot towards Lin Zalong like lightning. Facing this astonishing strike, Lin Zalong merely scoffed. "Jiang Chen, could this be your strongest move? It's useless, completely useless. I am an immortal existence. No matter how strong your move is, you can never defeat me." He believed this was Jiang Chen's final strike, and after using it, Jiang Chen would have no fighting power left. Therefore, he chose not to evade but allowed Jiang Chen to attack him. Of course, to protect the mother worm inside him, he would subconsciously shield his mouth while enduring the attack. Compared to his heart, the mother worm on his tongue was Lin Zalong's true lifeline. The location of the mother worm's parasitism was extremely secretive, and Lin Zalong believed Jiang Chen could never discover it. Just as Lin Zalong had anticipated, Jiang Chen's strike did not directly aim for his mouth but targeted the heart area of the human body. Boom! With a loud bang, Lin Zalong's heart was instantly pierced by a beam of light, leaving a massive hole in his chest. For any martial artist, such an injury would undoubtedly be fatal. Yet Lin Zalong was completely unaffected. Even the intense pain from the gaping wound in his chest quickly faded. "Ha ha ha." Lin Zalong laughed maniacally. "Jiang Chen, I already told you, you can't kill me." The blood hole in his chest rapidly healed, even his heart miraculously regenerating in an instant. However, just as he was lost in his triumph, Jiang Chen appeared silently behind him like a ghost. Without giving Lin Zalong any chance to react, Jiang Chen plunged a knife through the back of his head. The spirit-patterned dragon chanting blade accurately struck the mother worm that had taken residence in Lin Zalong's tongue. To ensure the mother worm's death, Jiang Chen simultaneously controlled the blood-spike soul blade to pierce Lin Zalong's mouth. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Lin Zalong fell to the ground in agony, his body trembling violently. "No, it's impossible. How could you know the location of the mother worm?" Jiang Chen gave Lin Zalong no chance to catch his breath. With a precise strike, he ended the life of the mother worm hidden within Lin Zalong's body, completely severing any hope of survival. Had the previous strike not reached the mother worm, Lin Zalong could have quickly recovered from even the most severe injuries, even decapitation, thanks to that mysterious self-healing power. However, with the mother worm's demise, all his recovery abilities vanished. What remained was the excruciating pain in his body and the relentless drain of his life force, pushing him toward the abyss of despair. Lin Zalong roared in his heart, but due to the severe injury to his mouth, even his final scream was choked in his throat. He could only helplessly roar in his mind. Why, when I have reached such an invincible realm, do I still fall to you? Jiang Chen, how can you be so powerful, leaving me forever in your dust? I refuse to accept this, I will never submit. He glared fiercely, staring intently at Jiang Chen, vowing that even if he became a vengeful spirit, he would cling on relentlessly. However, Jiang Chen paid no heed to Lin Zilong's hateful gaze. To ensure absolute certainty, he controlled the blood-spike soul blade to completely shatter Lin Zilong's body, leaving not a single remnant behind. With the mother worm's disappearance, Lin Zilong's life also came to an end. His remains turned into wisps of black smoke, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. At the same time, the black worms that had infested the bodies of the demon beasts and martial artists also perished due to the mother worm's death. The massive and terrifying Bliss Legion instantly resembled robots that had lost their power source, collapsing to the ground in a tragic death. They had actually been considered dead the moment they were infested by the black worms. The reason they could still live peacefully and grow stronger was all due to the power provided by the black worms. Now that the black worms had perished along with the mother worm, they would naturally die as well. Looking at the fallen Bliss Legion, the soldiers of the Alliance army were first stunned, then erupted into excited cheers. Great! We finally won! Those monsters have finally been eliminated. It was Jiang Chen. He killed Lin Zilong and destroyed the mother worm, causing the Bliss Legion to collapse in an instant. Jiang Chen is the savior of humanity, the rightful lord of Blue Star. Everyone present, regardless of their status, knelt before Jiang Chen in unison, expressing their deepest respect and submission. At this moment, no one dared to question Jiang Chen, nor did anyone dare to challenge his authority. Even the highest leaders of America, Bear Country, Europa, and Indofin were completely convinced by Jiang Chen, willingly bowing their heads in allegiance. Jiang Chen had been elected as the Lord of Blue Star, and his esteemed position could no longer be shaken. Yet at this moment, Jiang Chen was not satisfied, his expression still grave. He was very clear that Lin Zilong was merely a puppet. The true mastermind behind it all was the Zimu spirit race living on the Xiao star. The demise of the mother worm marked the failure of their meticulously planned conspiracy. What followed would inevitably be the Zimu spirit race's frenzied revenge against Blue Star. The real danger was just beginning. Everyone, although Lin Zilong is dead and the Bliss Legion has been destroyed, Blue Star remains extremely dangerous. Those extraterrestrial beings will surely return. Since I, Jiang Chen, have been elected as the Lord of Blue Star by you, I will never allow these extraterrestrial beings to harm the lives of Blue Star at will. I will do everything in my power to seek all possible methods to resist the invasion of extraterrestrial forces. He looked around, his gaze revealing an undeniable determination. Now, I ask you all to clean up the battlefield and deal with the remains of the Bliss Army, while I must take the lead. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned heavy, but they firmly believed that Jiang Chen, the one who created miracles, would surely lead Blue Star through this calamity. Thus, they obeyed Jiang Chen's orders and began to seriously clean the battlefield. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to leave, an old woman with disheveled hair suddenly rushed out from the ruins of the palace, her eyes sparkling with surprise and excitement. "Howard, you really are Howard," she cried with a trembling voice. "That's great, Howard, you're still alive." This old woman was Jiang Chen's biological mother, Wang Ruoyao. When the palace collapsed, she was buried under the rubble but miraculously survived and regained consciousness. She witnessed the fierce battle between Jiang Chen and Lin Zilong. Although she felt sorrow for Lin Zilong's tragic death, she knew that it was all of Lin Zilong's own making. Jiang Chen killing Lin Zilong was entirely an act of justice. At this moment, what she cared about most was whether Jiang Chen could forgive her for her past actions. Wang Ruoya knelt before Jiang Chen, tears streaming down her face as she expressed her regret. "Howard, I know I don't deserve to be your mother." Her voice choked. "Over the years, you have endured hardships, and as your mother, I failed to protect you even a little, instead ruthlessly pushing you away. I truly do not deserve to be your mother." Wang Ruoya cried bitterly, "But I beg you, please forgive me. Mother is willing to use the rest of her life to make it up to you, to repay the debt I owe you." Wang Ruoya's tears fell like a fountain, her heart filled with endless remorse. If time could turn back, she would never let Jiang Chen suffer in the slums. She would do everything in her power to dissuade Lin Jinbei, keeping Jiang Chen by her side, giving him the love and care he deserved. After seeing Wang Ruoyao's face clearly, Jiang Chen coldly laughed. "Do you think saying these things now is of any use? I have long since severed all ties with you, and I hope you will not entangle me any further. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as Lin Jinbei's." After saying this, Jiang Chen decisively turned to leave. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Wang Ruoyao suddenly pulled out a dagger and pointed it at her own neck. "Howard, Mom knows that the harm done to you over the years has been too great, but can't you give Mom a chance to make amends? I don't expect you to forgive me immediately, I just hope you can give me a chance to make it up to you. If you won't even give me this chance, then Mom will die in front of you." Jiang Chen already felt immense disgust towards Wang Ruoyao, and now she was threatening him with this method. This ignited a murderous intent within Jiang Chen. However, before Jiang Chen could act, a shadow suddenly flashed by. Wang Ruoyao's head fell to the ground on the spot. The one who struck was Jiang Chen's puppet robot 007. When it was created, it had already been programmed. Any existence that would affect Jiang Chen or threaten him would be immediately eliminated. "Master, the dangerous target has been successfully eliminated." 007 showed no emotion, acting solely according to the chip implanted in his mind. Therefore, after killing Wang Ruoyao, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. Silently sheathing his black long knife, he stood beside Jiang Chen. "You little brat, your speed is quite impressive," Jiang Chen remarked, looking at the lifeless Wang Ruoyao, his face devoid of any sadness. On the contrary, he thought 007 had done a splendid job. With Wang Ruoyao and Lin Zilong now dead, no one could affect Jiang Chen's emotions anymore. Everyone present witnessed the scene unfold, yet not a single person thought Jiang Chen had done wrong. Wang Ruoyao did not deserve to live in this world. She even dared to want to continue being Jiang Chen's mother? Even if 007 hadn't chosen to act, the powerful warriors present would have rushed forward to tear Wang Ruoyao to pieces. After all, Lin Zilong was nurtured by her. She was indirectly responsible for everything that had happened. Wang Ruoyao deserved to die 100 times. Subsequently, Jiang Chen, along with 007 and Jinling, quickly left for the blizzard plains of Yin country. Previously, Jinling had discovered that the spaceship of the Purplite spirit race had landed in the blizzard plains. Therefore, Jiang Chen believed that if the Purplite spirit race were to return, they would certainly choose the blizzard plains as their landing point. He had to be there to stop these detestable alien invaders. "Master, there is one thing I must remind you of. The strength of the purple sun star is far greater than that of blue star. The Purplite spirit race is also one of the strongest races among the countless races in the universe. With your current strength, it is unlikely you would be a match for the Purplite spirit race. Moreover, being dispatched to Blue Star for a mission indicates that this person is definitely not just a minor character. Their strength has likely surpassed planetary level, at least at stellar level or above." Hearing Jinling's words, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed immediately, and he halted his steps. Previously, he had been focused solely on resisting the alien invaders, neglecting his own strength, which was merely at the third tier of planetary level. Within Blue Star, Jiang Chen was already considered an absolutely invincible existence. But outside of Blue Star, his strength was insignificant. It was like a speck of dust in the universe. If any Purplite spirit race members arriving at Blue Star were at stellar level or above, Jiang Chen would have no chance of winning. "This is a huge problem. With my current strength, even if I trained day and night, it wouldn't be enough," Jiang Chen said with a grim expression. "Even if I had Master Mo and other strong fighters join me, it would be impossible to match a warrior at stellar level or above." "Master, are you willing to take a risk?" Jinling said seriously. "If you are willing, I do have a method that can greatly increase your strength. Under favorable conditions, it can allow your strength to directly surpass stellar level." "What did you say?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. "To directly surpass stellar level and reach cosmic level? How is that possible?" During the 3 years in the ancient civilization ruins, Jiang Chen had learned a lot about the universe from Jinling. If he could truly reach cosmic level strength, then he would no longer be a weak speck of dust in the vast universe. Cosmic level warriors were already incredibly powerful. "Of course it's possible," Jinling said firmly. "This is a backup plan that you, Master, left behind back in the day. It was meant to prevent situations like the current one from occurring. However, during this process, Master will be in considerable danger. One misstep, and you could die." Jinling did not want to reveal this method to Jiang Chen unless absolutely necessary. It actually hoped that Jiang Chen could follow the established path and grow stronger step by step. Even just now, it had considered letting Jiang Chen leave Blue Star, without worrying about its survival. But Jinling knew very well that Jiang Chen would never give up on Blue Star and escape alone, so it could only take a risk and tell Jiang Chen about a shortcut. If successful, all crises could be resolved. If not, it would perish alongside Jiang Chen. "Master, actually we have other methods, like you." Jinling intended to say something, but was directly interrupted by Jiang Chen. "Jinling, I know what you want to say. I will never leave Blue Star. This is my home. I cannot abandon Blue Star. No matter how dangerous the method you mentioned is, I want to try." Jinling sighed deeply. "Master, I knew you wouldn't agree. In that case, follow me." After saying that, Jinling led Jiang Chen, flying rapidly towards the direction it remembered. Under Jinling's guidance, Jiang Chen found himself back in the Starsource Forest. You don't mean to send me to the ancient civilization ruins again, do you? But the problem is, the ancient civilization ruins are already closed. To enter again, we need to wait 3 years. Jiang Chen asked in surprise. No, the place we are going is not the ancient civilization ruins, but another location hidden within the Starsource Forest. Soon, Jinling brought Jiang Chen to a valley in the Starsource Forest. This place should have been vibrant, but now, after Lin Zilong's devastation, it had become lifeless. Numerous corpses of monsters and warriors were visible all around. No one knew how long it would take for the Starsource Forest to return to its former state. After observing the surrounding environment, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. There doesn't seem to be anything special around here. Master, don't be anxious, Jinling said, looking at 007 beside them. Big guy, open that underground palace door. 007 didn't speak but silently took out a golden key from the energy crystal on his chest. Immediately after, 007 unleashed all his strength and punched the ground in the center of the valley. The vast valley shook violently. The ground gradually cracked, revealing a bronze door. 007 took the golden key and inserted it into the bronze door. The originally closed bronze door slowly opened, revealing a passage leading deep underground. I never expected there to be hidden secrets down here. In order to become stronger quickly, Jiang Chen didn't think too much at that moment. After the bronze door opened, he hurriedly ran into the underground palace. However, upon seeing the scene inside the underground palace, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. There was nothing in the underground palace, only the corpse of an alien creature with sharp horns on its forehead and a pitch-black body. What is this thing? Jiang Chen looked at the horned monster's corpse, his expression quite shocked. Even though this guy was already dead, the corpse still emitted an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. He found it hard to imagine that there existed such a powerful creature in the vast universe. Even in death, energy still lingered in its body. This was enough to prove how powerful this guy had been in life. Master, this guy is from the Battlestar clan, and his strength reached the cosmic level in life. Battlestar clan members possess an unimaginably strong physique, far superior to Blue Star humans. In their presence, Blue Star humans are like paper. Moreover, Battlestar clan members can absorb cosmic energy to heal injuries quickly and can even form protective shields. They are not only powerful but also have astonishing defensive capabilities. In the culture of the Battlestar clan, combat is regarded as the highest honor, and every member is trained as a warrior from birth. It is precisely because the Battlestar clan is too powerful and their nature is brutal, constantly invading other planets, that they were ultimately besieged by the strong from various cosmic systems, leading to the annihilation of the Battlestar clan, and their planet subsequently vanished into nothingness. The being before us, a member of the Star-Cutting clan with cosmic-level strength, is one of the few who survived by sheer luck, only to be killed by the Master's previous incarnation. And through special means, this extremely formidable body was sealed. Jinling looked at the robust corpse of the Battlestar clan member ahead and introduced it seriously. The body of the Battlestar clan member was not particularly large, only about a meter taller than an average human from Blue Star. But the aura emanating from it was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what Jiang Yan could contend with. After hearing Jinling's introduction, Jiang Chen finally understood the identity of the being before him. He truly did not expect that within Blue Star, there was actually a body of a cosmic-level powerhouse hidden. So what use does this corpse have? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Are you saying you have a way to revive him? Or do you want me to fight this guy? With Jiang Chen's current strength, if this guy really came back to life, he would have no chance of winning. He feared that a single slap would be enough to kill him. This Battlestar clan member has long been dead, and has been dead for a very long time, but it's not impossible to revive. Before Jinling could finish, Jiang Chen was suddenly startled. No way, are you really going to revive this guy? Don't mess around. If he loses control, Blue Star will probably be destroyed in an instant. Compared to the Purple-Eyed Spirit clan, this guy is clearly a greater threat. Jiang Chen was immensely shocked by Jinling's intention to revive this being. No, Master, please don't be anxious. Let me explain. Jinling flew onto the shoulder of the Battlestar clan member and slowly sat down. Master, what I mean by revival is not to bring this Battlestar clan member back to life in the strictest sense, but to allow you, Master, to possess the body of this Battlestar clan member. According to the terminology in your Blue Star fantasy novels, it should be called soul possession. What did you say? Jiang Chen was greatly astonished. You want me to give up my current body and possess the body of this cosmic-level powerhouse? How could such a thing be possible? And does soul possession really exist in this world? Jinling, don't talk nonsense here. To Jiang Chen, what Jinling was saying sounded like a fairy tale. Even if soul possession truly existed, he did not believe he had the ability to achieve it. The gap in strength between planetary and cosmic levels was immense. It was like an ant trying to possess the body of a dinosaur. How could that be possible? Master, for you right now, this kind of thing does indeed seem too ethereal. But please believe me, as long as everything goes smoothly, you can completely seize the body of the Battlestar clan member. This is also a contingency left by your previous incarnation, meant to deal with such a situation. Now that the Purple-Eyed Spirit clan is eyeing Blue Star covetously, and you have destroyed their plans, they will definitely seek to annihilate the entire Blue Star. If you cannot seize the body of this Battlestar clan member, then Blue Star will surely be destroyed, and no one can stop it. As she spoke, Jinling signaled 007 to activate the mechanism in the underground palace. With a violent tremor, a crystal pod slowly emerged from the ground. Countless special golden tubes extended from around the crystal pod, inserting into the body of the Battlestar clan member. Master, this underground palace is actually a damaged spaceship, left on Blue Star by your previous incarnation. What you see now far exceeds the current technological capabilities of Blue Star. If you are ready, you can enter the crystal pod at any time. At that time, IN-007 will activate the mechanism to transfer the Master's consciousness and life force entirely into the body of the Battlestar race. In this process, the Master will face an extremely terrifying trial. If you can pass, you will successfully seize the body of the Battlestar race. If the Master fails, then your consciousness and your life force will vanish into thin air. The Master has only one chance. When Jinling said this, her expression was extremely serious. If it weren't for the dire situation, she would never have allowed Jiang Chen to take this shortcut. But now, if they didn't do this, Jiang Chen would surely die defending Blue Star. The final result would inevitably be the destruction of Blue Star along with him. Now, this body of the Battlestar race would be their last hope. If they didn't succeed, they would perish. Upon hearing Jinling's words, Jiang Chen fell into silence. At first, he thought Jinling was talking nonsense, that it was all just a joke. But he never expected that everything was actually true. Moreover, it was something he had planned in his previous life. Could it be that I had already foreseen in my past life that I could use the body of the Battlestar race in this life? This is simply too incredible. After learning all this, Jiang Chen had actually accepted it. He was already prepared to seize the body of the Battlestar race. Even if it meant risking his life, Jiang Chen would accept without hesitation. After all, if he couldn't stop the Purple-Eyed Spirit race, he would die a miserable death anyway. It was better to take a gamble now. Perhaps a miracle would happen. However, what made Jiang Chen hesitate the most was that if he seized the body of the Battlestar race, wouldn't he be abandoning his identity as a human of Blue Star and become an alien? This was the most unacceptable thing for Jiang Chen. After a long silence, Jiang Chen pointed to the body of the Battlestar race ahead. I have a question. If I seize him, will I have to show this face to the world? This is simply a monster, and he looks so ugly. Jinling had long anticipated that Jiang Chen would ask this. She smiled slightly and said, Master, in terms of aesthetics for you Blue Star people, this guy is indeed too ugly. He has a strange horn on his head. He is indeed a monster. But the appearance of the Battlestar race, among the countless races in the universe, is considered one of the most handsome. With high looks and strong power, he can even absorb cosmic energy to heal his body quickly. Such a perfect being, who wouldn't love? However, if the Master questions the need to change into an ordinary human appearance, that is also possible. Jinling explains seriously, the Battlestar race are natural warriors. They spend their lives in slaughter, constantly invading other planets. When invading other planets, they often make extremely thorough preparations, such as infiltrating the target planet. Thus, the Battlestar race has a special ability. They can change into the appearance of any human race by absorbing cosmic energy. But due to the suppression of their bodies, when they change into the appearance of other human races, their strength will also be greatly suppressed. This body of the Battlestar race has cosmic level 3rd tier strength, and if you choose to change into your original appearance, your strength will be significantly affected. I'm afraid it can only barely maintain at around stellar level 8th or 9th tier. What Jinling said now genuinely surprised Jiang Chen. He had already prepared himself for the possibility of never being able to return to being human. But unexpectedly, the Battlestar race actually had such a special ability. Although changing into the appearance of a Blue Star human would suppress his strength, it was still much better than becoming an ugly monster. Once he encountered an unbeatable opponent, he could also undo the transformation and reveal the true form of the Battlestar race. In certain situations, this ability of the Battlestar race could also serve well for disguise. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that there are still some survivors among the Battlestar clan. Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time, Jiang Chen said with a determined gaze. I want to seize this guy's body. The situation was critical. The Purple-Eyed Spirit Clan would surely notice the death of the Mother Worm very soon. He had to act quickly to successfully take over the body of the Battle Star Clan member. Then let's get started. As Jinling finished speaking, 007 immediately opened the crystal pod door. Seeing this, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and strode inside. As the crystal pod door closed, a large amount of white gas spewed out from within, and Jiang Chen instantly lost consciousness. From now on, no one can help the master. If the master fails to seize the body, we will immediately activate the self-destruct device. We must not let the Purple-Eyed Spirit Clan discover us. After Jinling finished speaking, she and 007 silently watched the entire process of the body seizure. This process was essentially a contest of willpower. If Jiang Chen's willpower could surpass that of the Battle Star Clan member, he would surely succeed in seizing the body. But if he could not compete, Jiang Chen would undoubtedly die. If this Battle Star Clan member's strength was similar to Jiang Chen's, the body seizure would be very easy. But the difficulty lay in the fact that this Battle Star Clan member was far too powerful, and Jiang Chen's chances of success were less than 30%. They had to prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, far in the vast universe, a spaceship was slowly flying towards Blue Star. At this moment, aboard the spaceship, a member of the Purple-Eyed Spirit Clan was leisurely lying on a sofa, resting with his eyes closed. His name was Xiao Luoben, from the distant Xiao Star. Since the last time he had the mother worm parasitize Lin Zilong's body, Lin Zilong had perfectly controlled Blue Star and become its lord. He did not exterminate humanity but instead kept them captive, allowing the black worms to continuously devour them. Xiao Luoben was quite satisfied with this action. This time he was heading to Blue Star to take away the mother worm that was parasitizing Lin Zilong. He estimated that the energy from the mother worm was now completely sufficient. At the same time he took the mother worm from Lin Zilong, he could instantly destroy Blue Star to eliminate future threats. In his eyes, the beings of Blue Star were no more than ants. The strongest warriors were merely planet level. Such strength was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Let me see how much energy the mother worm has reached now. Xiao Luoben waved his hand, and a huge light screen appeared before him. The energy within the mother worm was clearly displayed on this screen. However, at that moment, Xiao Luoben was dumbfounded upon seeing the situation on the screen. What? How could this be? The mother worm is dead? Xiao Luoben rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He never expected that such a significant change would occur just after he had left Blue Star for such a short time. Just then, a sentient being resembling Jinling but entirely purple flew out anxiously from the side. Its name was Ziyu, the intelligent life form aboard the spaceship. Master, something terrible has happened. A very powerful warrior suddenly appeared on Blue Star. He killed the mother worm that was parasitizing Lin Zilong. This caused all the energy worms to die. Our plan after all this time has completely failed. As Ziyu spoke, its expression was filled with terror. Damn it! You are all useless. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have chosen that waste Lin Zilong in the first place. Xiao Luoben roared in anger, a terrifying aura from the cosmic level erupting instantly. Do you have accurate information on the one who killed the mother worm? I want to personally kill this person and turn him to ashes, Xiao Luoben said angrily. Yes. Ziyu did not dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately projected a light screen. Jiang Chen's appearance and current strength were clearly displayed. I thought the Blue Star people had surpassed planetary level, but it turns out they are only at the third stage of planetary level. Lin Zilong is truly useless, wasting a mother bug for nothing. Fortunately, I still have a backup mother bug, otherwise, it would be a big problem. Xiaoyuo shot a glare at Ziyu. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and increase the spaceship's speed to the maximum. I want to go to Blue Star immediately and kill that ant-like Blue Star human. Yes. Ziyu respectfully responded and instantly transformed into countless purple light dots, disappearing. Immediately, the large spaceship erupted with astonishing speed, vanishing into the universe in an instant. Even though Xiaoyuo's spaceship was fast, he was still too far from Blue Star. After 3 days of rapid travel, they finally arrived at Blue Star. As the spaceship slowly descended, Xiaoyuo returned to the snowstorm plains once again. Where is that guy now? I will tear him to pieces and scatter his ashes. Although Xiaoyuo had just stepped into the threshold of cosmic level, in his eyes, Blue Star was merely an insignificant and weak planet. With his cosmic level strength, destroying the entire Blue Star would be a piece of cake, let alone dealing with a mere planetary level warrior. Hearing his master's fury, Ziyu did not dare to slack off. He immediately used his abilities to connect with Blue Star's network. Through various means, he tirelessly searched for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. However, after a moment, Ziyu bitterly reported, "Master, I have searched repeatedly, but I still cannot find Zhang Nian's exact location. Since he killed Lin Zilong and eliminated all the energy bugs, he has vanished without a trace. Could it be that he has left Blue Star? Perhaps he sensed our revenge and escaped early?" Zayaluo interrupted Ziyu's speculation with an angry shout, "Impossible. With that kid's vision and knowledge, he could never know of our existence. The humans on Blue Star are the most ignorant and foolish beings in the entire universe." The third eye on his forehead flickered with dazzling purple light, filled with a deep killing intent. "Since he refuses to show himself, I will force him out. Find that kid's family and friends for me. I will torture them one by one to force him to appear." Ziyu hurriedly explained, "Master, Zhang Nian's family is already dead. The only ones connected to him now are the people from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. I don't care about any Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, lead me there immediately." Following Ziyu's guidance, Zayaluo shot like lightning towards the direction of Wanshan Base City. At this moment, Wanshan Base City was immersed in a busy and hopeful reconstruction. With Lin Zilong's fall and the destruction of the Bliss Legion, Blue Star seemed to have temporarily caught its breath from the crisis. Mo Wanshan, the former strongest of the Flame Nation, was working hand in hand with the Flame Nation leader, Gao Hongyuan, to revive the nation. However, Jiang Chen's previous warning loomed like a dark cloud, reminding everyone that the shadow of the alien threat had not yet dissipated. To ensure the safety of the survivors of the Flame Nation, Mo Wanshan and Gao Hongyuan decided to concentrate everyone in Wanshan Base City, where these top-tier powerhouses would personally guard them. Just at this tense and delicate moment, Mo Wanshan suddenly felt as if struck by lightning, abruptly looking up at the sky. A trace of unbelievable horror flashed in his eyes. He almost instantly reacted, shouting hoarsely, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Everyone immediately returned to the underground fortress. The sudden command caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. They were astonished by Mo Wanshan's loss of composure and realized that something significant must be happening. For this powerful figure to be so flustered, the incoming threat must be extraordinary. How could they arrive so quickly? Gao Hongyuan's face turned pale as he muttered, "And why? Why is that guy's aura so powerful?" Mo Wanshan had no time to think. He immediately escorted Gao Hongyuan and the others toward the underground fortress, but their speed was ultimately too slow. At that moment, Zayaluo appeared in the sky above Wanshan Base City, as if a deity had descended. He was filled with disdain for the air of Blue Star and did not want these ants to see his true form. Therefore, he was fully covered in the battle armor of the Purple Star, revealing only his three eyes filled with murderous intent, resembling a demon from hell. Even though Zayaluo had not yet made a move, the cosmic-level aura he emitted was as heavy as a mountain. It pressed down on everyone present, forcing them to the ground, unable to move, as if facing the judgment of the apocalypse. What are you?" Mo Wanshan struggled against Zayaluo's terrifying aura, his expression filled with pain as he roared, "Mere ants are not worthy of knowing my identity?" Zayaluo's voice echoed in everyone's ears, "I advise you to obediently hand over Zhang Nian, or tell me his whereabouts. Otherwise, I will tear you apart, piece by piece. I can also let you experience the most painful death in this world." In Zayaluo's contemptuous gaze, the humans of Blue Star appeared so small and fragile. Even a powerhouse like Mo Wanshan seemed to him nothing more than an ant that could be easily crushed. If it weren't for the search for Jiang Chen, he would have already wiped out all these people. "Absolutely not. We would rather die than let you have your way." Mo Wanshan and the other martial artists shouted in unison, their eyes burning with fierce fighting spirit and defiance. Although they were still unclear about Zayaluo's true identity, one thing was certain: he was definitely not a Blue Star native. Undoubtedly, this was the alien powerhouse Jiang Chen had warned them about. They never expected that an alien powerhouse would arrive so quickly, and his strength was absurdly powerful, leaving them with no means of resistance. You do have some backbone," Zayaluo sneered, "but I wonder if everyone on Blue Star can be as tough as you." As he spoke, Zayaluo looked at the figure beside him. "Ziyu, immediately deploy all combat puppets from the spaceship. Capture every living human on Blue Star, regardless of gender or age, and bring them all here." "Understood," Ziyu replied respectfully and began to execute Zayaluo's orders. Under its control, the Purple Star spaceship parked on the snowstorm plain began to shake violently. The hatches on both sides of the spaceship slowly opened, and a swarm of robots covered in black battle armor emerged. They then rapidly flew toward America, Bear Country, Europa, and Indifin. These robots were very similar to the 007 that followed Jiang Chen, all possessing immense strength. The weakest among them was at least planetary level 5. Such powerful combat puppets could undoubtedly crush any being on Blue Star. Zayaluo intended to gather all humans on Blue Star and slowly torture them. If Jiang Chen could appear, that would be best. If not, then he would directly destroy Blue Star to vent his anger. The combat puppets brought by Zalu were unimaginably powerful, unstoppable in their advance. Every action of these puppets exuded a destructive aura, as if they were born to be killing machines for war. Moreover, Blue Star had just experienced a fierce battle with the Bliss Legion, leaving it severely weakened. Under the frenzied assault of the puppet army, the residents of Blue Star had almost no means of resistance. Before long, they were all captured, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. They were imprisoned inside the spaceship, packed tightly together, like ants in confinement, awaiting an unknown fate. When the hatch of the spaceship opened and they were brought out one by one, the scene was shocking. The entire world had plunged into endless darkness and despair. Hovering in midair, Zalu looked down at the crowd below with an air of superiority. His gaze was filled with disdain and contempt for humanity. The weakest race in the universe, yet the most numerous. Such a weak species. What good is it to reproduce so many? Today, I will completely erase you weak humans from this world. Faced with such a powerful alien being and those terrifying battle puppets, everyone on Blue Star was filled with despair. They knew that even if they united, they would have no chance of victory. At this moment, their only hope was the appearance of Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen had yet to appear, which stirred an indescribable fear and unease in everyone's hearts. Could it be that Jiang Chen knows he cannot match the alien power and has fled Blue Star in advance? A trembling voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Hearing this, Mo Wanshan immediately shouted at him, "Impossible! If Jiang Chen were someone who feared for his life, how could he have stepped forward to annihilate the Bliss Legion? He knew that doing so would provoke the alien power, yet he decisively killed Lin alone for our sake. He is our Lord of Blue Star. I believe he will definitely appear." Mo Wanshan's words were met with agreement from almost everyone present. That's right. Jiang Chen would never be someone who fears for his life. If he truly feared the alien power, he could have escaped Blue Star when he came out of the ancient civilization ruins. Why would he take such risks and fight Lin alone to the death? Anyone who dares to say Jiang Chen is a coward will be killed without mercy. At this moment, Mo Wanshan and the top powers from various countries, along with their leaders, stabilized the people's hearts. However, all of this seemed so ridiculous and tragic in Zaluo's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a powerful wave of energy instantly swept across the area, forcing everyone to the ground, unable to move. "I can see that Jiang Chen is regarded as a savior in your hearts." Zaluo's voice was cold and mocking. "If that's the case, hurry up and bring him out. From now on, every 3 minutes, I will erase a portion of you. If all of you die and Jiang Chen still does not show up, I will directly destroy Blue Star. The countdown starts now." Zaluo's voice was like a demon's whisper, plunging everyone present into endless despair and fear. 3 minutes, this brief moment felt infinitely prolonged, each second torturing them like a knife. As the purple energy lightsaber in Zaluo's hand slowly condensed, the shadow of death loomed over everyone. That lightsaber, like the scythe of death, could harvest the lives of at least 1/3 of the humans on Blue Star with a mere flick. People looked at each other, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. They knew they were only a hair's breadth away from death. Just at this critical moment of life and death, a subtle wave suddenly spread through the air. It was as if some powerful force was quietly approaching. Zaluo also sensed something at this moment, abruptly turning around, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. At that instant, Jiang Chen, clad in SSS-grade dark gold armor, appeared in midair like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. His appearance was like a lightning bolt piercing through the darkness, bringing a glimmer of hope to the despairing people. "Stop it! If you dare to harm the humans of Blue Star today, I will make you pay an extremely painful price." Jiang Chen's voice was firm and powerful, piercing through the atmosphere of despair and striking at the hearts of everyone present. The energy fluctuations emanating from him, though not as strong as Zaluo's, had already far surpassed the realm of planetary-level warriors, leaving people in awe. Upon sensing Jiang Chen's presence, Zaluo's eyes flashed with an unmistakable shock. What shocked him was not Jiang Chen's sudden appearance, but the fact that Jiang Chen had actually reached the stellar level. "Did you not say this guy was only at planetary level 3 before? Why does he now possess stellar level strength, and it seems to be above stellar level 5? How could his power have increased so dramatically in just a few days? Could it be that your intelligence was wrong?" As Zalu spoke, Ziyu trembled in fear beside him. "No, it can't be, Master. My intelligence is never wrong. This guy was only around planetary level 3 when he defeated Lin alone. But why has he made such a rapid advancement in just a few days? I don't know either." Ziyu was terrified of being wiped out by Zalu, her face filled with panic. "Waste!" Zalu shouted angrily, but soon calmed down. Although Jiang Chen's strength was slightly stronger than he had imagined, he was still a cosmic-level powerhouse. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was merely a slightly stronger ant. Then, Zia Luoben looked disdainfully at Jiang Chen. Weak little blue star human, do you think that having stellar-level strength means you can contend with me? How ridiculous. I originally planned to deal with those ants first, then slowly take care of you. But since you couldn't wait to appear, I must deal with you first. Zia Luoben's voice was filled with murderous intent, daring to disrupt my plans. Today I will tear you to pieces. Accompanied by Zia Luoben's furious shout, he transformed into a purple streak of light, charging towards Jiang Chen like lightning. However, at this critical moment, Jiang Chen made an unexpected decision. He did not confront Zia Luoben head-on but instead turned and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing the scene. Ants are ultimately just ants. But do you think you can escape like this? Zia Luoben sneered. Jiang Chen, you can never escape from my grasp. Today, you have absolutely no chance of survival. Jiang Chen was well aware of how powerful Zia Luoben was. He was a cosmic-level powerhouse. Engaging with such a being would undoubtedly endanger the innocent humans around them. It could even lead to the destruction of the entire Blue Star. Jiang Chen fought Zia Luoben to protect Blue Star, to safeguard the home he relied on for survival. At this moment, how could he allow the war god Zia Luoben to plunge Blue Star into crisis? Thus, Jiang Chen chose to retreat without hesitation, his figure flashing as he transformed into a streak of light, distancing himself from Blue Star. Only by moving away from this fragile planet could he unleash his full strength without reservation and confront Zia Luoben. At this time, Jiang Chen had perfectly merged with the body of the Battlestar clan, his appearance restored to its original state. Although this suppressed most of his power, as long as he left Blue Star, he could unleash his true strength. Ignoring the waves of mockery coming from Zia Luoben behind him, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, his heart calm. To him, a first-tier cosmic-level warrior was no longer a threat. However, Jiang Chen's act of fleeing was seen by Zia Luoben as a sign of fear. Run, I want to see where you can escape to. Ha 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 ha. Zia Luoben laughed maniacally, not in a hurry to catch up with Jiang Chen, but slowly pursuing him from behind. He thoroughly enjoyed the process of chasing down the weak. All the while chasing Jiang Chen, they left Blue Star and entered the vast, boundless universe. Seeing this, Xiaoluo couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Jiang Chen, do you think I'm stupid? Jiang Chen, do you think you can protect the ants on Blue Star like this? Xiaoluo's voice rang out again, thick with threat. Once I defeat you, those insignificant lives will also meet their end. Blue Star will be destroyed along with it. Faced with such arrogant words, Jiang Chen merely smiled disdainfully and paid no further attention. He had already devised a plan in his heart, and with a turn of his body, he flew straight towards the moon, the closest celestial body to Blue Star. Before this, he had instructed Jin Ling to thoroughly investigate the moon's conditions, confirming that it was desolate and uninhabited, making it the ideal place for a showdown with Xiaoluo. The moment he stepped onto the moon, a dead world came into view. There were no signs of life here, only endless desolation and silence. The moon's surface was covered with pockmarked craters, dust swirling in the air, a scene of desolation. The sky held no clouds or stars, only a profound darkness that seemed capable of swallowing all light. Moreover, the moon's barrenness offered no oxygen to breathe, but Jiang Chen was tightly encased in SSS-grade dark gold armor. This powerful battle armor provided him with a continuous supply of the oxygen necessary for survival. What? Do you think you can defeat me in a place like this? Xiaoluo landed comfortably in front of Jiang Chen. Even on the moon, Xiaoluo showed no signs of panic. In his view, no matter where it was, Jiang Chen could not escape death. Let me ask you this first. Can the people of Blue Star provoke you, Xiaoluo people? Why do you kill the people of Blue Star so cruelly? Jiang Chen questioned, his eyes filled with intensity. Upon hearing this, Xiaoluo burst into laughter. Ha ha! To the people of Blue Star, among the countless human races in the universe, they are recognized as the weakest. In the eyes of my Zeo spirit race, they are equivalent to ants. I ask you, when you step on a group of ants, do you even apologize to them? His words were filled with contempt for the people of Blue Star. Even facing Jiang Chen, who possessed stellar-level strength, he did not regard him highly. I can't be bothered to waste too much time with an ant like you. I'll send you on your way now. In an instant, Xiaoluo unleashed the terrifying aura of a cosmic-level powerhouse, causing the surrounding lunar surface to tremble under his pressure. The next moment, he transformed into a purple lightning bolt, rushing towards Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. The purple energy in his hand coalesced into a sharp blade, striking fiercely at Jiang Chen's neck, attempting to behead him with a single blow. However, just as Xiaoluo thought this strike would easily kill Jiang Chen displayed an unimaginable calmness and composure. Not only did he show no fear, but he didn't even make any evasive movements. He simply raised his right hand slightly and effortlessly blocked Xiaoluo's overwhelming attack. The two powerful forces collided, and the energy waves erupted like thunder. A nearby small mountain was instantly flattened, dust flying, and rocks scattering. Yet, Jiang Chen stood firm like a rock, as if the terrifying energy waves had no effect on him, causing him no harm whatsoever. What? Zayaluo's expression changed drastically at this scene, astonished to the point of being almost speechless. How is this possible? He stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief, filled with confusion and shock. How could you block my attack so easily? As a first-tier cosmic-level powerhouse, Zayaluo had originally thought his strength was enough to crush Jiang Chen, a blue-star human with stellar-level power, but the reality before him left him utterly shocked. That strike he just made should have been enough to annihilate any being below cosmic level. Yet Jiang Chen remained unscathed. How could this not terrify him? Just as Zayaluo Ben was still in shock and daze, a terrifying aura far surpassing his own suddenly erupted from Jiang Chen, as if a slumbering giant dragon had awakened, releasing a heart-pounding pressure. At that moment, Jiang Chen's body underwent a drastic transformation. He morphed into the appearance of a Battlestar Clan member, with distinctive golden horns sprouting from his forehead, and his skin turned as black as night. A powerful aura from the cosmic level 3rd tier surged like a tide. It pressed down on Zayaluo Ben, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe, forcing him to half-kneel on the ground to resist the suffocating pressure. Initially, Zayaluo Ben thought this was some special skill or secret technique used by Jiang Chen, but upon seeing the unique golden horns and the pitch-black skin, he finally realized that the Jiang Chen before him was not an ordinary blue star human, but an extremely terrifying and unfathomably powerful Battlestar Clan member. Although the Battlestar Clan had long been annihilated under the joint attacks of various cosmic forces, a few members had survived, hiding in the vastness of the Starry River to escape pursuit. Zayaluo Ben never expected that on this seemingly inconspicuous blue star, there would be a Battlestar Clan member hidden away. Moreover, this person possessed astonishing strength at the cosmic level 3rd tier. Faced with such a powerful opponent, Zayaluo Ben knew he had no chance of winning, and only thoughts of escape remained in his mind. Without hesitation, he turned to flee the moon. However, Jiang Chen had already revealed his true form as a Battlestar Clan member and would not let him go easily. In a flash, Jiang Chen moved, his speed distorting the surrounding space. Before Zayaluo Ben could react, Jiang Chen had already pursued him like a shadow. Holding the spirit pattern dragon roar blade, Jiang Chen swung it fiercely, the blade light flashing like lightning, striking towards Zayaluo Ben. Although he had just merged with the body of a Battlestar Clan member, that cosmic level 3rd tier strength was genuine. Zayaluo Ben exerted all his strength to raise a purple energy shield to defend, but under Jiang Chen's terrifying strike, that shield shattered like paper in an instant. The blade light continued unabated, striking hard at Zayaluo Ben's abdomen. At that moment, the armor on his body lost its protective function and was shattered on the spot. Zayaluo Ben's body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. A deep wound, visible to the bone, was left on his abdomen, blood gushing out. With just one strike, Zayaluo Ben was severely injured. This was the fearsome power of the Battlestar Clan. If you kill me, the Domain Lord won't let you go. Zayaluo Ben gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his abdomen, snarling at Jiang Chen with a twisted face. He attempted to use the name of the power behind him to intimidate this Battlestar Clan member. The Domain Lord he spoke of was the supreme existence in the Purple Star Domain, wielding endless power and authority. Zayaluo Ben was acting on the Domain Lord's orders to step onto these weak planets and conduct the inhumane energy worm experiments. But Jiang Chen showed no fear at all. He sneered twice. Sorry, I don't even know who the hell this Domain Lord you speak of is. All I know is that you have killed so many innocent blue star humans, and you must pay the price. Your time of death has come. Jiang Chen did not waste any more words with Zayaluo Ben, concentrating all his power into the golden horn on his forehead. After saying this, Jiang Chen no longer spoke to Zayaluo Ben. He gathered all his strength, and the golden horn on his forehead shone with dazzling light. Immediately after, a destructive black golden energy wave shot out from the golden horn, striking Zayaluo Ben's body with pinpoint accuracy, like divine punishment. Although Zayaluo Ben was also a cosmic-level powerhouse, he could not withstand Jiang Chen's full-force strike. His body instantly collapsed in the wave of light, turning to ashes and dissipating into the universe. Afterward, Jiang Chen activated the transformation technique of the Battlestar Clan, reverting to his original human form, and hurried back to Blue Star. When the humans gathered in Wanshan Base City witnessed Jiang Chen's safe return, they were all immensely excited, their cheers echoing through the air. A unified cry resounded, "Lord of Blue Star! Long live the Lord of Blue Star!" At that moment, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly the rightful Lord of Blue Star. No one had expected that such a formidable enemy would fall at Jiang Chen's hands. This power made everyone on Blue Star wholeheartedly accept him as their guardian deity. After briefly explaining the situation to Mo Wanshan and the others, Jiang Chen immediately left Wanshan Base City. Although Xiao Luoben was already dead, Jiang Chen knew very well that Xiao Luoben was merely a vanguard. Next, a large number of powerful beings from Xiao Star would surely come, and the real battle was just beginning. Moreover, the domain lord mentioned by Xiao Luoben, although Jiang Chen did not know who it was, must have surpassed the cosmic level in strength. Jiang Chen had to become even stronger as soon as possible. Thus, after confirming that Blue Star was temporarily free from any threats, Jiang Chen immediately summoned the Golden Bell. I am going to start the next phase of the trial. Previously, in the ancient civilization ruins, Jiang Chen had completed part of the trial. At that time, he had intended to continue, but his strength was insufficient. Now that he possessed cosmic-level power, he was fully capable of starting the next phase of the trial. Master, this next phase of the trial is not on Blue Star, so you must leave Blue Star for a while and may not be able to return for a long time. Hearing this from the Golden Bell, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed involuntarily, worry evident on his face. What if the people from Xiao Star attack again while I am away from Blue Star? How should we respond? They will definitely launch a frenzied retaliation against Blue Star. You can rest assured about that, Master. The Golden Bell said confidently, I have already hacked into the spaceship of Xiao Star and eliminated the intelligent life forms aboard. I also cleared all information from the spaceship and activated autopilot to return it to Xiao Star. This means that the people from Xiao Star will have no idea that you killed Xiao Luoben. Moreover, Blue Star is extremely far from Xiao Star. Xiao Luoben must have visited other planets before coming to Blue Star. At least for several years, Blue Star will not face any danger. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Several years is more than enough. By the way, I almost forgot something crucial. He suddenly changed the subject and continued, although I can fly freely in the universe for a short time with my own strength, my battle armor cannot continuously provide oxygen. Therefore, I must have a spaceship that can freely shuttle through the universe. Didn't I leave behind a spaceship back then? As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, the Golden Bell burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Master, I have actually prepared one for you long ago. Under the guidance of the Golden Bell, Jiang Chen once again entered the underground palace that had once taken the bodies of the Battlestar clan. He never expected that this underground palace was actually a massive spaceship. It was the very spaceship left behind by the former Lord of Blue Star, one of the most advanced spaceships in the universe, named Blue Star. It had been buried deep underground, waiting for Jiang Chen to initiate the second phase of the trial, so it could take him away from Blue Star to roam the vast universe. Now that he had obtained the Blue Star, the last trace of worry in Jiang Chen's heart vanished. He turned to gaze at Blue Star, his eyes filled with deep affection and reluctance for this land. But more than that, there was a firm determination for the future. After a heartfelt farewell to the people of Blue Star, Jiang Chen instructed the Golden Bell to activate the Blue Star spaceship. As the spaceship slowly ascended, he resolutely stepped into the vast, boundless universe, embarking on a brand new journey. The end.